Chapter 1. The Cannon Fodder Villain and the Ultimate Archvillain. The Divine Realm. Nine Skies Divine Kingdom. Spirit Dawn Palace. Slap, slap, slap. The cold and noble Empress Elaine of Nine Skies, who was worshipped by countless deities in the Divine Realm, was now being held down on someone's lap. A youth in a moon-white robe whose face was obscured was doing the holding. The youth raised his arm and lashed out at the Empress's shapely buttocks repeatedly. The crisp sound echoed throughout the entire Spirit Dawn Palace. As he whipped her, the youth muttered, "Is it swollen yet? Is it swollen yet?" The Empress's eyes were hazy, her cheeks flushed almost crimson. She tried to struggle, but her body felt numb and she could barely muster any strength. Thus, she had no choice but to silently endure the almost humiliating whipping. Swollen, swollen. Finally, Empress Elaine emitted a tiny sob. The youth looked unconvinced. Really? While speaking, he rubbed it with his hand. It's definitely bigger than before, finally swollen. The youth heaved a sigh of relief, quickly putting down the Empress. "Your Majesty, I suddenly recall matters at home. I take my leave. Goodbye, forever goodbye." And with that, he vanished in an instant. Empress Elaine's beautiful face turned beet red as she struggled to get up. "Congratulations, host has completed the task. Swelling the Elwyn's face, 1077/1080. Congratulations, host has completed the task. Plucking away the Azure Sky Beast Emperor's fur, 1078/1080. Congratulations, host has completed the task. Breaking off the Paxton's Dragon Horn, 1079/1080. Congratulations, host has completed the task. Swelling the Nine Skies Empress's bottom, 1080/1080. Congratulations, host has completed all 1080 system tasks and officially escaped plot control. May the host not waste their prime years, have a bright future, and achieve great things. System unbinding successful. Officially detached. In the next moment, the system voice that had sounded in Iman's mind for 12 years fell silent. Iman lay in bed, his face showing sheer despair. Bright future, achieving great things? After completing these insane tasks, I don't have any damn future. I'd rather die at the hands of the protagonist. 17 years ago, Iman reincarnated into this world from within the book. Great world of Zhongzhou, state of Aliyah, Grand Elder Eminence grandson of the Aliyah martial clan. The brainless villain in this world. Giving money, treasures, and experience to the protagonist Rico, becoming a huge upgrade package for the early stage of the protagonist, ultimately leading to family ruin and his own miserable death. At first, Iman tried to resist, to break free from this absurd plot, but the power of the plot couldn't be resisted. No matter how hard Iman tried, he could never escape. But when Iman was 5 years old, the system awakened. If Iman could complete 1080 system tasks, he could completely escape plot control. Thus, 5-year-old Iman began his life of missions. To complete them before the plot could kill him. Under the system's help, he temporarily detached from his original self during non-plot times, traveling across the 3 realms and 6 paths, myriad worlds, creating identities, forming forces, recruiting subordinates, assisting himself in completing tasks. Finally, on this day, 12 years later, Iman completed the last 5 tasks in one go. These were also the 5 most difficult tasks. Recalling the system tasks he had done over the past 12 years, Iman felt like crying and laughing at the same time. Plucking away the fur of the Beast Emperor in the Beast World, breaking off and stealing the Dragon Horn of the Dragon Emperor in the Dragon World. Beating the face of the Demon Emperor in the Demon World until it swelled, slapping the bottom of the Empress in the Divine World until it swelled. Even for the seemingly more normal task of refining the All-Heaven Great Return pill, Iman had to resort to all sorts of tricks, emptying countless treasuries of holy lands and ancient noble families to barely gather enough materials. Thus, he found himself on the hit lists of countless factions. While completing tasks, Iman, with the power bestowed by the system, possessed the strength of the universe's greatest expert, able to spank the Divine Empress on the bottom. But now that the system was gone, Iman was nothing more than a weak, pitiful, and helpless little rogue. Fortunately, I kept a backup plan, operating under different aliases when doing tasks. No one knows those were all me. This world is too dangerous. Everyone wants my life. Iman fiercely grabbed his hair. He absolutely must protect his aliases. Otherwise, if people discovered that the great devil wreaking havoc across realms was him, it would be worse than death. Without his alias, Iman was just a cannon fodder villain. With these aliases on, he was undoubtedly the ultimate archvillain of all realms, a target for everyone's wrath. Now, let me sleep first. I haven't slept properly for 12 years. Over the past 12 years. During plot times, he was controlled by the story's force, walking through the script. During non-plot times, he was swept up by the system, doing tasks all over the world. 12 years. Who knew how he managed to survive those 12 years? And the system just left without leaving anything behind? As Iman was muttering to himself, he suddenly felt his left hand grow heavy. A vermilion ghost mask appeared in his hand out of nowhere. Is this the divine artifact Thousand Illusions? Iman froze upon seeing the mask. The divine artifact Thousand Illusions could transform infinitely and conceal one's aura. It was given to him as an initial reward by the system while he was doing tasks. Iman had long since refined this artifact. Inside the Thousand Illusions was a vast space comparable to the real world. The items he used during tasks and the treasures he collected, including rewards from special tasks, were all stored within this space. Trying to sense the Thousand Illusions slightly, buzz. In the next moment, the Thousand Illusions emitted a buzzing sound. Then, countless figures emerged within it, layered densely. These were clearly the aliases Iman created while doing tasks. The greatest grandmaster of formations in all realms, the first godly doctor of ghosts and asuras in all realms, the best strategist of the Nine Skies Divine Kingdom, the strongest shadow killer in the demon world, the top demon hunter in the monster realm. Each figure contained immense power, representing the peak strength and special abilities of their respective identities. As Iman was stunned, the imprint of the 1,000 illusions flickered slightly, fusing a piece of information into Iman's mind. Sacrifice a life soul pearl to exchange for these aliases and obtain their full combat strength. Iman's eyes lit up. Life soul pearl? He hurriedly searched carefully inside the 1,000 illusion space. Finally, in a corner, he found a dusty gray bead, the life soul pearl. Only one. Although it's not enough. But no worries, I am the strongest god-level alchemist of the 3 realms. If necessary, I can make more. Iman's divine consciousness surveyed the 1,000 illusion space. Looking at the mountains of treasures stacked in the 1,000 illusions world, his originally anxious heart finally relaxed. The system was gone, but everything else belonging to Iman remained intact, including the aliases, and those talents and skills that reached their maximum level. Suddenly, Iman's face twitched again. With a flip of his hand, a wildly pulsating message jade landed in his hand. 14 states, God of Swords Edmund, Master, are you there? Are you there? Please respond if received, please respond if received. An urgent and rapid voice like machine gun fire assaulted Iman's ears. Iman dug his ears and sent a reply. Ethan, speak. 14 states, God of Swords Edmund, Master, you're finally here. That usually aloof voice instantly turned abnormally cheerful. Iman couldn't help but wonder. He usually seems so high and mystic, but in private, he's such a chatterbox. Ethan, talk about business. 14 states, God of Swords Edmund. Ah, right, business. Xianzhu fruit. Master, the Xianzhu fruit you asked for last time. Your disciple has found it for you. The Xianzhu fruit was one of the 360 auxiliary ingredients required to refine the All-Heaven Great Return Pill. But now, the task of refining the All-Heaven Great Return Pill had been completed. Just as Iman was about to speak, Edmund's voice continued to rapid-fire through. 14 states, God of Swords Edmund. That Xianzhu fruit came from the hands of Elder Eminem, the great elder of the Aaliyah Marshall Mansion in Aaliyah Country. Who would have thought that a tiny place like Aaliyah Country would actually have a treasure like the Xianzhu fruit? Iman's eyelids twitched violently. Edmund's voice continued to reverberate. Ah, and there's more. The condition set by Eminem is to let his grandson join our 14-state sword hall. Chapter 2. Absolutely must hide the secret identity well. 14 prefectures, Saber God Augusta. This year, the sword hall still has 10 openings. Elliot has already agreed to exchange one opening for a dark vermilion fruit. Right now, Elliot's disciple, Channing, is on his way to Aaliyah Kingdom. By the way, Master, let me tell you something incredibly funny. Eminem's grandson, Iman, turned out to be an extraordinary mega suck-up, the ultimate tango. He emptied more than half of the family wealth to turn a poor, illegitimate daughter into a pampered princess. In the end, that illegitimate daughter kicked him aside and got together with a poor boy from the Aaliyah Military Academy. Indeed, lick dog licks until licked dry in the end. Even so, that Iman still used his last resources to obtain a low-grade Earth-rank Miss Lian fruit for that illegitimate daughter. Fortunately, the dark vermilion fruit was always cherished by Eminem. Otherwise, it would have certainly been taken by that lick dog to court that illegitimate daughter. Never in my life have I seen such a peculiar lick dog. Master, isn't it funny? Ha 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 ha. Master, why aren't you laughing? Iman. I'm not laughing because I am not naturally inclined to laugh. 14 prefectures, Saber God Augusta. He. If this disciple guesses right, the openings in Sword Hall will likely also be given by that lick dog to the illegitimate daughter. However, can we just give away our 14 prefectures openings so easily? Who knows what foolish actions that lick dog might take? What a pity. If I didn't have to investigate the whereabouts of Xyler, I would definitely go to Aaliyah Kingdom personally to see how that lick dog licks. Iman. Suddenly, he felt utterly humiliated. Must cover up the little secret identity tightly. Otherwise, this lifetime's good reputation would be completely ruined. Not only the undercover identity of immortal Ethan, but also that of Xyler must be concealed. Xyler recently raided the treasure vaults of the 8 great ancient clans across all realms and is being jointly hunted by these clans. 14 prefectures, Saber God Augusta. Oh, Master, when are you coming to get the dark vermilion fruit, or shall I send it to you? Immortal Ethan. No need, keep it yourself. 14 prefectures, Saber God Augusta. Iman put away the communication jade token, feeling utterly hopeless. The 14 prefectures were the intelligence organization that Iman created early on, led by 2 of Iman's disciples, Sword God Ed and Saber God Augusta. Underneath, it established the Sword Hall and Saber Gate, recruiting and attracting strong powers and forces across all realms to join. Anyone who joined the 14 prefectures could share in the intelligence network. After 12 years of development, the 14 prefectures became the top intelligence organization across all realms. Its intelligence system had expanded to cover the entire realm of myriad worlds. Iman could complete the systemic tasks across all realms within 12 years, largely thanks to the information-gathering prowess of the 14 prefectures. Sitting on the bed, Iman had a bitter smile on his face. Fortunately, I've escaped the control of the plot, otherwise, those things Edmund mentioned might have happened. But originally, there was no mention of Channing coming to Aaliyah Kingdom in the plot. It should be my arrival that altered the storyline. This is a good sign, proving that the damned plot is starting to unravel. In the original storyline, there was no immortal Ethan, no 14 prefectures, no Sword God Ed, Saber God Augusta, or overwhelming sea sword St. Channing. Iman was merely an ordinary playboy second-generation heir. Now, I guess I can finally start cultivating normally. Iman's role. Besides being a super fan of Layla, the illegitimate daughter of plain Marquis, he was a loafer, uneducated, and constantly misbehaving, a stereotypical rich heir. Despite having good cultivation talent and top-tier cultivation resources, he refused to cultivate. At first, Iman realized he couldn't break free from the plot's control due to cultivation issues. No matter how hard he tried, the true chi he cultivated would dissipate instantly, giving others the impression that he was faking effort. 10 martial realms. Refining chi, absorbing essence, spiritual sea, mystical light, purple mansion, communicating spirit, earth transformation, heaven phenomenon, reflecting sky, heavenly gate. 17-year-old Iman had barely stepped into the refining chi realm. With his background, it was undoubtedly a joke among peers. Now, Iman had lost sleep. He calmed himself down and decided to try cultivating again. Bang! Suddenly, the door to Iman's room was abruptly pushed open. A boy dressed in elaborate clothes, with a domineering demeanor, walked in and arrogantly said to Iman, "My sister is about to come out of seclusion. Where's the Miss Lian fruit? Hand it over." This boy was precisely Layla's brother, Christopher. He was also an illegitimate son of plain Marquis. These siblings relied on Iman's connections to successfully return to the plain Marquis manor. Even the long-decayed Aiden manor saw a rise in its fortunes, with its strength increasing manifold. Layla and her brother Christopher entered Aliyah Military Academy, becoming heavenly pride children envied by all. This Christopher was originally a complete waste of flesh. However, relying on the abundant resources provided by Iman, he barely pushed himself to the late stage of refining chi. Due to Layla's usual attitude towards Iman, Christopher also barked orders at him and never had a good expression for him. Iman frowned slightly. He took out a black, foggy fruit about the size of a fist from his bosom. It was that invaluable low-grade earth-rank spiritual fruit, Miss Lian fruit. Miss Lian fruit. Upon seeing this, Christopher's eyes lit up slightly. Iman raised his head and stuffed the fruit into his mouth. Crunch. What fruit? Christopher looked bewildered. Miss Lian fruit. Iman crunched another bite. Miss Lian what? It wasn't until then that Christopher realized what happened. He became furious and raised his hand to slap Iman's face. Iman, you have great audacity, actually swallowing my sister's Miss Lian fruit privately. The slap was delivered with full force, breaking through the air as it approached Iman's face. Christopher's cultivation at the late stage of refining chi was fully exerted. Yet, in the next moment, Iman calmly stretched out his right hand and effortlessly caught Christopher's hand. You, let go. Christopher screamed like a pig being butchered. He felt as if Iman's hand was like a vice, almost crushing his right wrist. Iman lifted his left hand and slowly took another bite of the Miss Lian fruit. Whose fruit is this? Christopher's expression turned sinister upon seeing this. Die! His body suddenly leaped into the air, delivering a kick aimed at Iman's head. This kick was also delivered with full force. Ordinary early-stage refining chi martial artists would definitely not be able to withstand this kick. If they didn't die, they would be crippled. Sensing the murderous intent on Christopher's face, Iman sneered and applied more force with his right hand. Crack. Ah. With a cry, Christopher's right wrist was directly snapped by Iman. His airborne body fell heavily to the ground. Thud. In the next instant, Iman kicked him out of the room with one foot. Christopher's body, like a cannonball, slammed into the wall outside Iman's separate courtyard. Chapter 3. Above the imperial level, God shine in all heavens. 003. Bohan's body slammed heavily into the wall. He slid down slowly. Some of the passing disciples from the martial academy were instantly startled. Is this Bohan? The illegitimate son from the Aiden house? Hush, keep it down. This is the future brother-in-law acknowledged by young Master Iman. But who dares to hit Bohan? Isn't he afraid of running into trouble with young Master Iman? Wait a minute, isn't this young Master Iman's residence? Iman's grandfather, Eminent, apart from being the Grand Elder of Sage Martial Academy, is also a first-class pacifying National Duke of Sage State. He wields immense power and influence in the imperial court. Iman walked out without any expression on his face. Bohan painfully got up from the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Iman, you not only stole the Wulan fruit that belonged to my sister, but you dared to hit me. I will go back and tell my sister. I will have her kill you. Bohan let out a roar like a wild beast. Upon hearing Bohan's words, the surrounding disciples twitched their faces harshly. Have Bohan's sister, Layla, kill Iman? Doesn't this Bohan know they owe everything they have today to whom? How could he say such a thing? But Iman actually struck Bohan? Isn't young Master Iman the most loyal dog for Layla? Not only does he obey her every command, but he has poured resources into elevating her to one of the top 10 prodigies at Sage Martial Academy. Her younger brother has similarly risen with her, wielding power and influence within the Sage Martial Academy and throughout Sage State. Their fame was unparalleled. Has the young master finally come to his senses? Facing everyone's astonished eyes, Iman walked out of the courtyard and stood in front of Bohan. Bohan glanced around before loudly saying, Iman, if you kneel and kowtow to me now, then present me the Wulan fruit with both hands. I might consider speaking on your behalf to my sister. Smack. Before Bohan finished his sentence, a slap came down hard on his face. Bohan screamed in agony, flying backward, once again crashing into the wall. At that moment, all around was dead silent. Everyone stared dumbfounded at Iman. Young Master Iman really did strike Bohan. It seemed the skies over Sage Capital were about to change. In no time, many people took out their communication jade talismans to spread the news. Iman's attitude towards Layla and Bohan would directly impact Eminent's stance toward the Marquis of Pingyuan. Over these years, the once ruined Aiden house had become a new elite force in the capital thanks to Iman's influence. Ignoring the others around him, Iman took a step forward, placing his foot firmly on Bohan's face, looking down at him from above. When Bohan attacked me, he held nothing back, harboring lethal intentions. This ungrateful wolf must not be spared. But I can't kill him here. Iman narrowed his eyes. Though he was only at the early stage of chi refinement, killing a late-stage chi refinement Bohan was as easy as pie. Those 1080 bizarre missions weren't done for nothing. However, killing Bohan under everyone's watch would give others a handle against him. Immediately, Iman kicked Bohan in the chest. Scram! The kick wasn't very powerful. Yet Bohan's body flew straight out, slamming heavily into the opposite wall. Pigs-like cries of agony and curses echoed again. Iman surveyed the surroundings, shrugging his shoulders. Everyone, be witnesses that this person is still alive. I didn't kill him. If anything happens to him, it has nothing to do with me. The crowd? Listening to Bohan's cries of agony. Indeed, they sounded lively and robust, absolutely proving he wouldn't die. Bohan coming to demand the Wulan fruit at this time probably means Rico has returned. Iman mused quietly. 3 years ago, Iman discovered that Layla and Rico, a disciple of Sage Martial Academy, had an unusually close relationship. So he schemed to force Rico out of Sage Martial Academy, expelling him from the capital city. That was Iman's only shining moment as a brainless antagonist. Over the past 3 years, Rico met endless opportunities and adventures, rapidly advancing in cultivation and strength. Of course, during this period, Iman indirectly assisted him. Not only did all the treasures Iman sent to Layla go to support Rico, but even those sent by Iman to cause trouble for Rico became experience packages and catalysts for him. 3 years later, Rico returned as a king. Using the Wulan fruit obtained from Iman, he broke through to the Spirit Sea realm in one stroke, becoming the youngest Spirit Sea realm expert in the history of Sage State, earning the attention of both the Sage Martial Academy and the royal family of Sage State. To avenge the humiliation from years ago, Rico challenged Iman and beat him to death in public. Since then, Iman's role as the initial cannon fodder antagonist came to an end, officially exiting the stage. Iman's grandfather, Eminem, sought revenge but was stopped by the collaboration of the Lord of Aliyah Martial Manor and the Empress of Aliyah. From that point on, Eminem took over the antagonist role from Iman, becoming the main villain in the early stages. Continuing to target Rico. Ultimately, Eminem was slain by Rico. With the help of Aliyah Martial Manor and the Empress, Rico easily absorbed the massive bounty of the Lin family, achieving a significant leap in status. Thinking about this, Iman broke out in cold sweat. In the original plot, tomorrow would be his deadline. Fortunately, I completed my task a day ahead, breaking free from the story. My death and my grandfather's downfall are all related to the Han siblings. Since that's the case, let's see who finishes off whom. Cultivation. Iman quickly consumed the invaluable Wulan fruit. Immediately after, he attempted to circulate his cultivation technique, the divine illumination of all heavens. This was the technique Iman had prepared for himself, found in a restricted area of the divine realm. Its grade is unknown, but it is undoubtedly a world-class technique surpassing the divine emperor level. In an instant, the abundant essence within his body was mobilized, transforming into surging true chi. This wasn't just the essence from the Wulan fruit. It also included the accumulations Iman had made over these years. All were simultaneously activated at this moment. Iman's cultivation advanced rapidly, breaking through the initial stage of chi refinement directly to the middle and then the late stage. Ultimately, at a critical point, the true chi suddenly changed, transforming into true essence, reaching the essence absorption realm, then the middle and late stages of essence absorption, Spirit Sea realm. Over these years, besides completing tasks and following the plot, Iman used all kinds of top-tier treasures obtained from various realms to solidify his foundation. 12 years of accumulation. Apart from not being able to break through the initial stage of chi refinement, Iman's martial foundation had already reached an inconceivable level. This moment, as the divine illumination of all heavens began to operate, relying solely on his enormous accumulation, he directly skipped several grades to reach the Spirit Sea realm. And he continued to advance. Unknown how long it had been, Iman slowly opened his eyes. In the next instant, a vermilion ghost mask flashed across his face. The boiling true essence inside Iman instantly calmed down. The fluctuations in his cultivation were concealed layer by layer, ultimately hidden to the late stage of chi refinement. Then, Iman cast an ordinary concealment spell, hiding his cultivation to the initial stage of chi refinement. This world is too dangerous. Not only does the Son of Destiny want to kill me, but those great figures of myriad realms, celestial deities, ancient families, all wish they could flay me. True seclusion lies among the populace. Adding a few layers of insurance is always beneficial. Chapter 4. Stomping on the Face. 004. Sage Martial House. The Void Hall. Big sister. Iman not only kept your Foglian fruit for himself, but he also hit me. Bohan looked at the gracefully dressed, fair-faced girl before her and couldn't help but cry out loudly. Layla's eyes were calm. Hearing this made her frown. Maybe he's throwing a tantrum because he heard that senior brother Yi has returned. He thinks by doing this, he can gain my attention? You take this healing pill first to treat your injuries, then go with me to find Iman. Do unto him as he did unto you. The disdain on Layla's face was unmistakable. Bohan accepted the priceless healing pill obtained from Iman, her eyes instantly brightening. Good. In no time, Bohan's injuries had completely healed. The siblings left the Void Hall and headed straight for Iman's residence. The incident of Iman hitting Bohan caused a huge uproar in the entire nation. Everyone was waiting for further developments on this matter. Now, seeing Layla and Bohan heading to confront Iman, Many people within the martial house followed along for the spectacle. Iman hit Bohin? Could it be that young Lord Lin is done lusting after her? Some couldn't help but whisper among themselves. It's probably not. Rumor has it that yesterday, young Lord Lin spent a fortune bidding for a fog lian fruit for Bohan's elder sister. How could he suddenly stop? I've heard senior brother Rico has returned. Iman might just be upset about that. Daring to hit Bohin. But I bet once Layla shows up, his true colors will show through, still the same loyal dog. Hearing the chatter behind her, Layla raised an eyebrow, momentarily revealing a look of satisfaction. Iman had been lusting after her for 10 years. How could he simply stop like that? But on the surface, she maintained her composed appearance. Unknowingly, they had already arrived at Iman's doorstep. Bohin stepped forward and kicked open Iman's gate. Iman, get out here. Standing at Iman's gate, Bohin shouted at the top of his lungs. Upon hearing the commotion outside, Iman's lips curled into a sneer. Really dared to come? Just what I needed to blow off some steam. He walked out of the courtyard, catching sight of Layla standing behind Bohin right away. There stood Layla in a pink silk dress, adorned extravagantly with pearls and jade. Yet, her face remained indifferent, maintaining her nonchalant demeanor. Whenever Layla appeared before Iman in the past, he couldn't see anyone else. Obeying her every command, willing to give his life for her. Later, due to one word from Layla, Iman immediately challenged Rico, who had reached the Spirit Sea realm, ending up dead as a result. Now, Iman was free from the confines of that storyline. When he looked at Layla now, all he felt was utter disgust. What a joke this plot forced me to fancy such a mundane woman. Iman grumbled inwardly. At that moment, he noticed another person. A youth in green robes, handsome yet slightly gloomy looking. None other than Rico, the Blessed Son. Rico hadn't made his presence known yet, just watching from the shadows with a cold smile. Seeing Iman appear, Layla nodded slightly. Then she said to Bohin, Ruoli, return the blows as he dealt them to you. Her tone was calm, without any ripples. She didn't mention the fog lian fruit. After all, Layla was always composed and peaceful. That fog lian fruit should have been offered by Iman after a good beating, which she reluctantly accepted. The spectators couldn't help but twitch their eyes. This was Sage Nation's State Duke, eldest grandchild of the Grand Elder of Sage Martial House. Layla was really daring, openly instructing her younger brother to strike him. It wasn't hitting Iman. It was slapping the Lin family's face. What a shame for the Grand Elder's lifelong reputation, with his only grandson being nothing more than a brainless sycophant. The Lin general couple fights bravely at the front lines for the country, while their only son is mistreated in the capital. The Lin family lineage is in serious jeopardy. Many disciples sighed in unison. Bohin wore a twisted smile on his face. Taking large strides forward, he swung his hand and slapped Iman's face. Slap. After a sharp sound, everyone saw Bohin spinning a full circle midair, then crashing heavily to the ground. As everyone stared in shock, Iman lifted his foot and stomped on Bohan's face, grinding down harshly. What status do you have, a measly bastard, dare to order me around? While speaking, Iman pressed down harder with his foot, grinding Bohan's face mercilessly into the ground. Bohin was screaming and struggling, but he could not break free from Iman's foot. The onlookers had been waiting for Iman to be beaten up. However, in an unexpected turn of events, Bohin was slapped down by Iman and then stomped on the ground with his face pressed into it. There was an immediate uproar. Am I seeing things? The one being stepped on is actually Mac Lin? Ha ha ha, Mac Lin has finally stopped fawning. Our great elder's face is saved. But Iman only has early chi refinement cultivation and yet managed to subdue Bohin, who is at late chi refinement, truly worthy of being the great elder's grandson. When Layla heard the word bastard, her pretty face darkened. She nearly lost her composure, struggling to maintain her dignity. Even though Layla and Bohin had returned to the plain Marquis mansion, the label of illegitimate child was a humiliation they could never shake off. Now that Iman had exposed it publicly, it felt like a slap in her face. Iman. Layla's voice was icy cold, with an unmistakable edge. You dare to hit my brother? Iman raised his eyes and looked at Layla disdainfully. Are you blind? Can't you see? Layla seemed to be stung by Iman's look. Then she forced herself to calm down. Iman, don't think using this method will get my attention. If you continue, our relationship ends here. You'll never see me again. Before she finished speaking, an even more pitiful cry came from Bohin. His face was already deformed, several teeth falling out of his mouth. You're asking for death. Seeing this, Layla couldn't help but fly into a rage. In a flash, she appeared before Iman. Swinging her hand, she aimed a slap at his face. Her essence channel realm cultivation was unleashed without restraint. That terrifying slap carried a whistling sound through the air, almost bursting the air apart. Boom! A muffled sound echoed. Layla's expression changed as her hand was suddenly deflected. A faint golden light barrier appeared around Iman. Profound defensive talisman. Layla's expression changed again. Before she could react, Iman reached out and lightly touched Layla's face, who was within arm's reach. A strange fragrance entered her nostrils, and her body went limp instantly. What have you done to me? Layla screamed in terror, all pretense of dignity gone. Iman tilted his head, half smiling. Don't you remember? 3 years ago, I did the same to your senior brother Rico, driving him out of Sage Martial House. Tendrils of 10 perfumes. 3 years ago, Iman used tendrils of 10 perfumes on Rico to defeat him, marking the villain's only moment of glory. As he spoke, Iman lifted his other foot, venting over a decade of resentment, and stamped hard on Layla's face. Exploiting the plot control, you siblings thought you could humiliate me endlessly, didn't you? Today, I will stamp you both underfoot. At the same time, Iman thought, a Apprentice, sorry to disappoint. I won't be a lickspittle anymore. Stop. This moment, Rico, hidden in the shadows, could no longer hold back and strode forward. Chapter 5. Villains should do villainous deeds. Layla's face was trampled on by Iman. She heard Rico's voice and couldn't help but snarl, Master Yi is here. Iman dared to do this to me. You're dead for sure. Before she could finish her sentence, Iman's foot pressed hard onto Layla's face with sudden force. Crack. The floor tiles beneath were instantly crushed. Layla's beautiful face was ruthlessly ground into the mud underneath the tiles. Iman lowered his head for a brief glance, muttering softly, such thick skin, harder than floor tiles. Layla was nearly driven mad. Opening her mouth to scream, she only managed to fill it with mud. On the other side, Christopher also struggled. His face pressed against the ground, faced directly opposite Layla. Seeing Layla's miserable condition, Christopher broke down immediately, shouting, Iman, you piece of waste, you dog who licks dust, how dare you treat my sister like this? I will kill you, kill. Ugh. Iman's other foot started to exert pressure. Using Christopher's face, he crushed the stone tiles beneath. His face too was ground into the mud. Didn't you hear me tell you to stop? This moment, Rico had already approached the scene, his eyes darkening as he stared intently at Iman. Layla was Rico's woman, and Iman actually dared to do this to his woman. The murderous intent in Rico's eyes was almost uncontrollable. That's Master Rico. It really is Master Rico. Rico has returned. The aura emanating from Master Rico is actually at the peak xuanhuan realm. He's almost at par with Senior Yu now. The surrounding disciples of Sage Wu Fu saw Rico and exclaimed one after another. 3 years ago, when Rico was forced out of the Wu Fu by Iman, he was at the peak late-stage Qi cultivation realm. But Rico was born a commoner. Being at late-stage Qi cultivation at 15 was an extraordinary talent among the young generation of Sage Kingdom. And today, 3 years later, 18-year-old Rico had reached the peak late-stage xuanhuan realm. He was only half a step away from reaching the Linghai realm. This achievement alone earned him respect and admiration from countless disciples within Sage Wu Fu. Now that Rico appeared in Sage Wu Fu, a significant stir immediately followed. Rico was tall and slender, wearing a long blue robe, looking extraordinarily handsome. Just standing there made him the center of everyone's attention. Iman's eyes slightly narrowed. This was the son of fate. According to the original storyline, tomorrow, Rico would beat him to death publicly. With one foot on ahead, Iman raised his hands towards Rico, feigning innocence. But, I didn't lay a hand on them. Looking at the present Iman, all sorts of doubts surfaced in Rico's mind. This Iman was clearly Layla's lapdog. These 3 years, through Layla, Rico gained countless benefits from Iman. Even every time Iman arranged for someone to target him, Layla alerted him in advance, turning danger into safety and even gaining unexpected fortune. Rico's rapid advancement to the peak xuanhuan realm in just 3 years was also due to the resources Layla obtained from Iman. But now, this Iman suddenly turned vicious, stomping on Layla. Was it because upon knowing he returned, this rich boy lost his sanity out of jealousy? Quickly, Rico calmed his thoughts. He spoke with righteous authority, Iman, as the grandson of Sage Wu Fu's grand elder, your arrogant behavior and oppression of fellow disciples will surely tarnish your grandfather's name, the Duke of Sage Kingdom and the grand elder of Sage Wu Fu. Rico's voice boomed. It seemed to carry an intimidating allure. The surrounding Wu Fu disciples echoed in agreement. This was the son of fate. Iman raised an eyebrow, suddenly saying, what you're wearing, is it the low-grade spirit weapon Invisible Blue Robe? Upon hearing the words, Invisible Blue Robe, Rico's heart skipped a beat. Before he could respond, Iman raised his voice loudly, shouting, how could my invisible blue robe go missing? Turns out it was stolen by you, this little thief. When did the security in Sage Wu Fu become so poor? Now even stray cats and dogs can come in to steal. Bring this unidentified thief to justice, who dares to steal inside Wu Fu. Sage Wu Fu was where Sage Kingdom trained its next generation. It had strict rules. Outside visitors were strictly forbidden. 3 years ago, when Iman planned to expel Rico from Sage Wu Fu, he also revoked his disciple status. It hadn't been restored yet. This time, Rico secretly sneaked back into Wu Fu to retrieve the Wulin fruit. According to the original plot, Rico advanced to the Linghai realm overnight using Iman's Wulin fruit, becoming the youngest Linghai realm martial artist in Sage Kingdom. Then, Aaliyah Wu Fu would have exceptionally readmitted Rico and designated him as the chief disciple. But now, none of this had happened and would not happen. Rico was naturally not a disciple of Aaliyah Wu Fu. Iman was the villain. Villains should do what villains are supposed to do. Exploit the situation, make a mountain out of a molehill, frame others, and abuse power for personal gain. Moreover, Iman wasn't wrong about Rico. The invisible blue robe that Rico wore indeed belonged to Iman. It had merely been taken by Layla to lick Rico. Little senior sister, my lost invisible blue robe has been found. Aren't you going to come out and take up my cause? Iman called out again towards a certain direction. There stood a tall figure. She was a woman with a face like a painting, exquisitely beautiful and ethereal. A moon-white dress outlined her graceful figure. This was Sky, the only true disciple of Aaliyah Wu Fu's grand elder Eminem. Sky was 19 years old, 2 years older than Iman. But she was the personal disciple of Iman's grandfather, making her 1 generation senior to Iman. Sky's cultivation level was also at the peak xuanhuan realm. She was currently the top disciple of Aaliyah Wu Fu and the chief disciple. She also managed the enforcement hall of Aaliyah Wu Fu. In the original plot, under the manipulation of the storyline, Iman did many outrageous things. Each time, it was little senior sister Sky who came forward to clean up his mess. In the original plot, After Iman was killed by Rico, Sky immediately took action to avenge him. However, she was defeated by Rico, who had reached the Linghai realm, losing her position as chief disciple. From then on, Sky always looked for opportunities to avenge Iman, but she never succeeded. Later, when Eminem was killed by Rico, Sky took over from Eminem as the new antagonist, becoming the new main villain. Since then, driven by hatred, Sky activated her moon deity body, her cultivation advancing rapidly. At one point, she became Rico's primary adversary. She even nearly succeeded in killing Rico several times. But as the son of fate, Rico possessed the characteristic of being indestructible like a little cockroach. Each time he turned danger into safety and broke through. Rico once wanted to add Sky to his harem but failed. Ultimately, Sky was killed by Aaliyah Kingdom's Empress Clara. At this moment, Sky's eyes held a faint smile. Looking at Layla and Christopher, who were trampled under Iman's feet, she felt immense relief. These past years, Iman had done countless outrageous things for this brother and sister, almost bankrupting the Duke of Aaliyah's household. As for the invisible blue robe, Sky naturally knew that Iman had given it away willingly. However, since Iman spoke up, Sky wouldn't disappoint him. Bold thief, daring to steal within Aaliyah Wufu. As she spoke, Sky moved gracefully, sending a palm strike toward Rico. Chapter 6. The Empress is 78 this year, and Sage's capital still boasts one flower. At the same moment Sky made her move. Behind her, 8 more figures appeared and rushed toward Rico together. These 8 were all Wu Qi in the Narian realm, dressed in the robes of Law Enforcement Hall disciples. They were evidently enforcement disciples of the Sage Martial Academy's Law Enforcement Hall, part of Elder Eminence faction. Rico looked at the 9 people advancing toward him, his lips curling up into a sinister smile. Sky, I've been wanting to meet you, the top disciple of Sage Martial Academy. As he spoke, Rico clenched both fists, but just as he was about to make his move, a strangely familiar yet bone-chilling smell penetrated his nostrils. Xuanhuan powder. Rico exclaimed in shock. Before his words finished, his whole body immediately turned limp. Memories instantly flashed back to 3 years ago. Xuanhuan powder. 3 years ago, during the fight with Iman, it was this Xuanhuan powder that felled Rico. That was when he suffered a miserable defeat at Iman's hands. He was then ousted from the Sage Martial Academy and expelled from the capital of Sage by Iman's influence. Never would he have thought, after 3 years, Rico would fall into the same trap once again. At this moment, Rico felt his whole body go numb. His true essence weighed like iron, completely immobile. I'm at the peak Narian realm, have consumed Baijie grass, and cultivated an impervious body to poisons. Why can't I resist this Xuanhuan powder? Rico glared at Iman on the side, gritting his teeth and speaking through dry lips, enunciating every word. Iman still had an innocent look on his face. Maybe, this Xuanhuan powder just so happens to be the 101st poison. Rico. At this moment, Sky had already approached. She did not hold back her palm strike, which hit heavily upon Rico's chest. Rico's body flew backward, crashing against the courtyard wall of Iman's compound before slowly sliding down. If not for the Xian-class lower-grade, spirit-imbued Chingy shirt on his body, which deflected most of the force, this single palm strike from Sky could have seriously injured Rico. Sky glanced at Iman, somewhat helplessly saying, "You could handle him yourself. Why involve me?" Originally, facing off against Rico, who was also at the peak Narian realm and renowned as a genius, Sky harbored a slight anticipation. But unexpectedly, Iman took action first, using the Xuanhuan powder once again to incapacitate Rico. In that instant, even the surrounding Martial Academy disciples watching were left bewildered. Everyone expected to witness a showdown between 2 peak Narian young geniuses. Yet, was that it? 3 years ago, Rico was taken down by Iman's Xuanhuan powder. How come after 3 years, Rico hadn't learned his lesson, falling into the same pitfall? Everyone thought Rico, now reaching peak Narian realm after 3 years, had returned as a king. Was he here just to provide laughs? The contrast was huge. Iman coughed. Seeing Rico triggered a reflex to drug him. Who knew? Rico remembered food but forgot punishment, falling again to the Xuanhuan powder. Moreover, drugging. That's what villains do, right? Iman wasn't changing character. It was Rico who was foolish. Though this Xuanhuan powder of Iman's came from the Thousand Illusion space, it was slightly stronger than the common variety. Sky rubbed her forehead. Then she instructed the 8 enforcement disciples behind her, tie him up and send him to the enforcement hall. Hold on. Strip off his spirit-imbued Chingy shirt first. Rico gritted his teeth tightly, his eyes blazing with rage. His narrow phoenix eyes stared fixedly at Iman. If looks could kill, Iman would have been torn apart by Rico long ago. Meanwhile, the 8 enforcement disciples roughly stripped off the spirit-imbued Chingy shirt from Rico's body. Then they bound him tightly with ropes and dragged him away. What are you going to do with these 2? Sky pointed at Layla and Bohan, who were still being trodden under Iman's feet. Iman glanced down at the 2, a hint of disgust flashing across his eyes. And this flicker of disgust was noticed by Sky. A faint smile spread across Sky's face. She watched as Iman pressed harder on the siblings' faces for a while longer. Then lifting his foot, he kicked them out one by one. Of course, Iman wouldn't let them off easily. A pit had already been dug for them, ensuring the siblings and their plain marquee manner would be doomed. With the spectacle over here, the surrounding Martial Academy disciples slowly dispersed. But this matter was far from over. Inside Iman's courtyard, Sky sat beside a small table, looking at Iman with interest. Iman was still the Iman she knew. Aside from the change in attitude towards Layla and Bohan, nothing else seemed different. What do you plan to do with Rico? Find an opportunity to kill him? As the future great antagonist, Sky was naturally not someone who was soft-hearted. She clearly saw the murderous intent Rico had toward Iman. It was best to eliminate this kind of genius enemy as soon as possible. Iman came close with a teapot and teacup in hand, Can't be killed. Sky looked astonished. Why can't he be killed? Iman poured a cup of tea for Sky, his face revealing a touch of helplessness. That was a son of fate, becoming tougher and stronger with every setback, an indestructible little cockroach. If Iman had chosen to kill Rico just now, someone would inevitably intervene. It could be Empress Clara of Aaliyah Kingdom, or it could be Jerry, the master of Aaliyah Martial Academy. Even an ordinary old sweeper in Aaliyah Martial Academy might suddenly turn into a world-class expert to save Rico, or even a falling star from the sky. Familiar with the plot, Iman knew these tropes all too well. In short, before weakening or stripping away Rico's fortune, he would be an unkillable little cockroach, unless Iman went all out, using absolute, overwhelming power to crush Rico directly. But doing so would bring misfortune upon Iman. For example, being relentlessly pursued by powerful enemies. Sky picked up her teacup and sipped gently, waiting for Iman to continue. Iman sat opposite Sky, giving her a reasonable explanation. Rico is the Empress's favorite consort. He should have already been taken away from the law enforcement hall. Sky, who was drinking tea, almost spat it out. What? Rico is the Empress's favorite consort? The Empress has been on the throne for 50 years. She? Iman nodded casually. The Empress is 78 this year, and Aaliyah capital boasts one flower. Empress Clara was once the first beauty of Aaliyah Kingdom in her youth. Now she looks no more than 35, approaching 40. Her charm remains. But in reality, the Empress is 78. She has been on the throne for exactly 50 years. During these 50 years, the Empress has had 37 emperors, all of whom have perished. Clara's youngest imperial grandson is 32 this year. Actually, in Aaliyah Kingdom, Clara has many admirers, but most are older figures like Jerry. But no one expected that the Empress would be involved with Rico, who is 60 years younger. In the story, 3 years ago, to find a medicinal herb, Clara ventured alone into the fallen mountain range in the southwestern part of Aaliyah Kingdom. She was ambushed and fell into danger. Fortunately, she encountered Rico, who was also training in the fallen mountain range at that time. After going through some cave fire scenes, healing injuries without clothes, some friction and sparks flying, they naturally got together. At that time, Rico did not know that the woman he spent a few nights with was the Empress of Aaliyah Kingdom. But Clara recognized Rico immediately. In the subsequent plot, she directly intervened, shielding him from Eminem's fatal blow. Only then did Rico learn about Clara's identity. Then, they laid everything bare, and Clara became the head of Rico's harem. But now, Iman altered the course of events, not giving her the Wu Lian fruit. Rico failed to smoothly break through to the Spirit Sea realm. If Iman guessed correctly, Empress Clara couldn't resist jumping in early. Perhaps she has already become intimate with Rico. Sky felt helpless as well. Since Rico is the Empress's favorite consort, let's put this matter on hold for now. Empress Clara of Aaliyah, at peak profound light realm cultivation. Along with the Martial Academy Master Jerry and Grand Duke Eminem, they are known as the 3 greatest peak powerhouses of Aaliyah Kingdom. If Clara were to protect Rico, Sky really couldn't do anything to him. This time I came to see you for another matter. My master secured a spot for you in the 14 States Sword Hall. Tomorrow, the sea-covering sword Saint Channing of the 14 States will arrive at Aaliyah Martial Academy. Iman, it's the 14 States. Mentioning 14 States, Sky's cheeks flushed slightly, her eyes burning with excitement, her body trembling slightly. 14 States, the number 1 intelligence organization in the universe. If Iman becomes a member of the 14 States Sword Hall, then their household, the State Protector Mansion, can gain access to the 14 States intelligence channels, and the Sword Hall that Iman will join. It is the sword sanctuary founded by the greatest swordsman in the universe, the Sword God, One Sword. Parallel to the Sword Hall is the Blade Gate established by the Blade God Augusta. Besides being the greatest blade master in the universe, Augusta is also ranked in the top 3 beauties list in the universe. As for the master of both gods, the ruler of the 14 states, then there was the one who was hailed as the ultimate swordsman and blade master, the D, renowned as the strongest being across all realms, not mentioning Sword God, Blade God, and D, these 3 supreme powers. Even the sea-covering sword saint who was about to come to Aaliyah Martial Academy was a major figure that the entire Aaliyah Kingdom looked up to. Iman opened his mouth, finding it hard to express what he felt. Join the 14 states? Am I crazy? Every single one of those powerful figures from the 14 states, known throughout the myriad worlds, was trained by Iman with the power of the system, one by one, personally. Standing right in front of them would mean thinking that his disguise was strong enough for them not to see through it. With Augusta's big mouth, Iman's name as an absolute dog, this term seems contextually specific and may not have a direct English equivalent, possibly meaning absolute flunky or servile follower, had definitely spread throughout the 14 states. D didn't want to face social death. Moreover, the greatest powerhouse across all realms? That was earned through countless battles. No, I won't go. Iman made an immediate decision, refusing directly. Just before Sky's expression changed, Iman hastily added, I will go to Mountain River Academy. Mountain River Academy? Sky was stunned for a moment, then her exceptionally beautiful large eyes widened again. The first sage of humanity, Chancellor of the Sacred Dynasty, Mr. Auric, established the Mountain River Academy? Hearing the words, first sage of humanity, Iman's face involuntarily turned red. He stammered, why yes, I guess. Chapter 7. Mountain River Academy, Mountain River Order. 12 years ago, the Prime Minister of the Holy Dynasty of the human race, Auric, emerged as a brilliant star. He established 19 Mountain River Academies. These were distributed across the holy capital of the human race's Holy Dynasty and the capitals of 18 human kingdoms. These 19 academies covered the entire territory of the human race in the great world of Divine Land. They could be considered the pillars of the human race in the great world of Divine Land. Over these 12 years, the 19 academies have cultivated countless geniuses and supreme powerhouses for the human race. Aaliyah Kingdom is one of the 18 human kingdoms, and Fusugua of the Great Xia Dynasty. Iman was going to the Mountain River Academy of the Great Xia Dynasty. Sky's expression gradually calmed down. She looked at Iman suspiciously. You can enter the Mountain River Academy? Although the principle of the Mountain River Academy was to teach without class distinction, accepting anyone of the human race regardless of their status, entering still required talent, aptitude, and temperament. Iman, his talent and aptitude were indeed good, but he was lazy all day long, always looking like he hadn't woken up yet. He either trailed after Layla like a puppy or caused trouble everywhere. With such temperament, it was almost impossible for him to enter the Mountain River Academy. Iman didn't explain much. He reached into his robes and fumbled for a moment. He took out a palm-sized token, light green in color, with mountain and river patterns engraved on it. Is this the Mountain River Order? Seeing this token, Sky hesitated for a moment, unsure. Although she had never seen a real Mountain River Order, Sky could clearly sense that the fluctuations from this token far exceeded those of an ordinary mystic tier spirit tool. The Mountain River Order. The identity token of a Mountain River Academy disciple. A lower earth tier spirit tool. Moreover, this Mountain River Order came with many privileges within the territories of the human race. Sky took the Mountain River Order and said in a trembling voice, "Where did you get this treasure? You're already a disciple of the Mountain River Academy?" Iman possessing the Mountain River Order meant he had joined the academy. Such a big event, and he hadn't even hinted at it. Iman laughed awkwardly. It's just that, during my recent travels, I ended up joining the Mountain River Academy. Sky. What a casual way. Even too lazy to find an excuse. However, going out to play, Iman often went missing without a trace. Apart from causing trouble and being a dog to Layla, it was hard to see him. Now, Iman casually became a disciple of the Mountain River Academy, which seemed not too strange. Seeing Sky's reaction, Iman took out another Mountain River Order from his robe. He shoved it into her hand. Oh, senior sister, I got one for you too. Let's go to the Mountain River Academy together. Sky's beautiful eyes widened instantly. At this moment, she felt her brain couldn't keep up. The Mountain River Order for me? This second Mountain River Order was unowned. After refinement, it could bind with its owner's divine soul. As long as the owner lived, the order remained. When the owner perished, the order would shatter. Therefore, the Mountain River Order could neither be forged nor seized. How? How did you get this? Sky couldn't believe her eyes. Entrance examinations for the Mountain River Academy were extremely difficult. Millions of geniuses applied each year to the Great Xia Dynasty's Mountain River Academy, but only about 100 could make it in. 1 in 10,000 odds. Each year, Aliyah Kingdom would send hundreds of thousands to take the test, but none ever passed. Sky had never participated in the examination or even met anyone from the Mountain River Academy. And yet, the Mountain River Order fell into her hands? Iman remained unfazed, just casually got them. Sky. Iman lowered his eyes. The Chancellor of the 19 Academies, Auric, was sitting right before her. If he wanted Mountain River Orders, there would be as many as he wished. But he had to hide his true identity. Auric had assisted the human Saint Emperor, revitalizing the Holy Dynasty and expanding its territory. He had long been on the hit lists of other races in the Divine Land world. The head of Auric, this small alias, could be exchanged for a major realm in the cosmos. Sky kept the Mountain River Order, returning Iman's back to him. So, you refused the 14 prefectures because of the Mountain River Academy? Iman nodded, then spoke with righteousness. The Mountain River Academy has the backing of the Holy Dynasty and the Saint Emperor. It doesn't fear the 14 prefectures. Hearing this, Sky was startled. She instinctively stood up and covered Iman's mouth. Iman, we can talk about this behind closed doors, but never mention it outside recklessly. The 14 prefectures are the top intelligence organization in the cosmos. If those words were heard by the big shots of the 14 prefectures, we would be doomed. Iman nodded innocently. The boss of the 14 prefectures was right there, covering his mouth to prevent him from speaking. Sky also realized their posture was inappropriate. Her cheeks turned slightly red, and she quickly released Iman. Sky coughed and changed the subject. So, you're really not going to lick Layla anymore? Upon hearing this, Iman shook his head vigorously like a tambourine. Now that he had broken free from the plot, who would still do such a thing? Sky wore a half-smiling, half-mocking expression. So then, how do you plan to take revenge on Layla and her brother Fedor? Over these years, it wasn't just Layla and Fedor. Because of Iman's relationship, the entire Plain Marquis Manor had turned into a giant leech, sucking the life out of the Lin family mercilessly. This grudge Sky couldn't swallow no matter what. Iman suddenly laughed, a trace of viciousness appearing in his eyes. Don't worry, little senior sister. The pit has been dug long ago. I guarantee that Fedor will drag the entire Plain Marquis Manor into the abyss, never to rise again. These years, Iman couldn't escape the control of the plot, but the plot couldn't interfere with people outside it. Plain Marquis Manor. In the backyard, Fedor's entire face was swollen, looking like a pig's head. He was nearly mad, roaring angrily, I'm going to kill Iman. That trashy dog dared to step on my sisters and my face. I'll kill him, Aya. Father, you have to help me and my sister get revenge. Facing Fedor stood a tall, middle-aged man, wearing a purple gold crown and an elegant official robe. It was Lord Plain of Aliyah Kingdom, Eddie. Eddie's face darkened as he growled, Shut up. Layla, Fedor. No matter what method you use, you must mend relations with Iman as soon as possible. Layla's face was equally swollen, clear marks of shoes visible. She looked at Eddie in disbelief. Mend relations with Iman? Why? Iman is nothing but a waste who only knows despicable means. And didn't you say Iman had lost his value and could be killed at will? Eddie's face was so dark it seemed about to drip water. He gritted his teeth and said, Who knew that Iman would have such good luck? Just received news. The 14 prefectures granted a sword hall quota and a heavenly secret realm entry to Aliyah Marshall Mansion. Now, that sword hall quota and heavenly secret realm entry both belong to Iman. Iman is about to become a disciple of the 14 prefectures Sword Hall and represent Aliyah Marshall Mansion to enter the legendary Heavenly Secret Realm. The Emperor decreed that no matter what cost, those quotas and qualifications must be taken from Iman. Layla, no matter what methods you use, even if you sleep with Iman, you must obtain those two things. Propose marriage. Yes, propose marriage. Go to the State Guardian Duke Manor now and propose marriage. Make the old man Eminem use the 14 prefectures quota and the Heavenly Secret Realm qualification as dowry. How could Iman, that waste, gain favor from the 14 prefectures? Eddie almost roared out these words. At this moment, Layla and Fedor were directly stunned. Quota for the 14 prefectures Sword Hall? Qualification for the Heavenly Secret Realm? What kind of luck did this Iman have? In the eyes of giants like the 14 prefectures, the whole Aliyah kingdom was nothing more than dust, not even as significant as an ant. Entering the 14 prefectures was practically a transformation of status, turning an ant into a divine dragon. Even the Empress of Aliyah kingdom had to humbly comply before him. As for the Heavenly Secret Realm, that was a sacred realm within the great Xia dynasty of the divine landworld, left behind by a descending heavenly god 10 years ago. In the following decade, the Heavenly Secret Realm opened regularly each year. Those who could enter the Heavenly Secret Realm were all world-renowned prodigies of the divine land world. At this moment, Layla's eyes turned red from extreme jealousy. She shrieked, I don't believe it. I don't believe that Wasteamon could gain favor from the 14 prefectures. The quota for the Sword Hall and the qualification for the Heavenly Secret Realm must have been given to Aliyah Marshall Mansion by the 14 prefectures. Then that old fox Eminem used his power to forcibly give them to Iman. As long as we can drive Iman out of the Marshall Mansion, or simply kill him, then the quota for the Sword Hall and the qualification for the Heavenly Secret Realm naturally belong to us. Marry Iman? Layla had never thought of such a thing. Rico was her destined prince. In Layla's heart, both the Sword Hall quota and the Heavenly Secret Realm qualification should belong to Rico. Hearing Layla's words, Eddie instantly sobered up. The quota for the 14 prefectures Sword Hall, the qualification for the Heavenly Secret Realm. As long as Eminem wasn't out of his mind, he would never use these as dowry. But if they could drive the Eminem and Iman lineage out of Aliyah Marshall Mansion, then the quotas and qualifications would naturally become available. Eddie's eyes narrowed slightly. This matter must be completed before the arrival of Lord Covering Sea Sword Saint. Within today, the grandfather and grandson, Eminem and Iman, must be expelled from the Marshall Mansion. I will now go to the palace to see His Majesty. As he spoke, Eddie rose to his feet and hurriedly left. Chapter 8. Don't cry and beg us to come back. Sagewell Manor. Iman's private courtyard. Sky looked at the Xuanhuan order in her hand, still feeling a sense of unreality. Little junior apprentice, can I really refine the Xuanhuan order? Once she refined the Xuanhuan order, it would officially make her Sky a disciple of Xuanhuan Academy. Each Xuanhuan order had its own unique mark. Unless allowed by the higher-ups of Xuanhuan Academy, even members of the royal family of the human sacred dynasty could not refine it. Iman looked at Sky with a smile. Little senior aunt, why don't you try refining it, and see for yourself? Sky swallowed hard. She held the bluish-green Xuanhuan order in her palm. Then, she carefully injected the true essence, which had already reached the peak of the essence absorption realm, into it. Buzz. In the next moment, the Xuanhuan order gently floated up in front of Sky. A faint green imprint emanated from it, enveloping Sky's body. Sky involuntarily closed her eyes, slowly refining the Xuanhuan imprint. Seeing this, Iman reached out, and a small light ripple danced on his fingertip. He lightly tapped Sky's forehead. In an instant, the bottleneck in Sky's cultivation between the peak of the essence absorption realm and the spirit sea realm was shattered by Iman's finger. About half an hour later, Sky opened her eyes, looking at Iman, who was close at hand, somewhat bewildered. What just happened? Why did her bottleneck suddenly disappear? At this moment, as long as Sky focused on practicing and circulated the technique 3 times, she could smoothly break through to the spirit sea realm. Sky had been stuck at the peak of the essence absorption realm for a whole year. Iman feigned innocence. What happened? Was it because of the Xuanhuan order? Sky exclaimed, excitement flashing across her eyes instantly. I succeeded. I really managed to refine the Xuanhuan order and become a disciple of Xuanhuan Academy. After a pause, Sky muttered to herself, could it be that the Xuanhuan order helped me break through my bottleneck? Iman shrank his neck and remained silent. Right then, footsteps came from outside the door. Next, boom. The door of this courtyard was kicked open from the outside. The next moment, an elderly man in gray robes, looking spirited, took the lead. He stepped into the courtyard. It was Bjorn, the 4th elder of Sagewell Manor and a high-ranking member of the House Master's line, viewing great elder Eminem as his mortal enemy. Iman, as a disciple of Wu Manor, you slander your peers, bully the weak, and disregard the rules. People, take this wretch down and escort him to the Qinglan Hall. Bjorn's voice was loud, forming a wave of sound that spread widely. The Qinglan Hall was the main hall of Sagewell Manor, the place where House Master Bjorn presided over major affairs. Seeing more than 20 enforcement disciples walking toward him, Iman said expressionlessly, I am a Viscount of Sage Kingdom and have a noble title. According to Sage Kingdom law, no punishment shall be imposed on nobles until there is a formal conviction. Hearing Iman's words, Bjorn's eyes twitched slightly. Then he sneered. Very well, then please come along voluntarily, Lord Lin. And Headmistress you also need to come to the Qinglan Hall for using unauthorized punishment and conspiring with Iman to frame fellow disciples. Sky showed no change in her expression. She stood up. Let's go. Since Iman revealed Rico as Chilua Yu's partner, she had anticipated this scenario. Rico was Chilua Yu's partner, and House Master Bjorn was Chilua Yu's lickspittle. This lickspittle skill surpassed Iman's previous self. Iman once suspected that the original script for his lickspittle storyline was taken directly from Bjorn. Iman stood up, picked up the crumpled hidden green robe from the ground. Then he followed the group led by the fourth elder out of the courtyard. The area around Xuanhuan Hall was already packed with people. The events earlier, Amon stepping on Layla and Bohan, and sending Rico to the enforcement hall, had already spread within the Wu Manor. No one expected. Just 2 hours after the incident, a stunning turn of events occurred. Housemaster Bjorn, wearing black robes and looking righteous, sat on the main seat. Beside him, sat a handsome man in his 40s. He was none other than Iman's grandfather, the state guardian duke of Sage Kingdom and the grand elder of Sagewell Manor, Eminem. Eminem was expressionless. Upon seeing Iman arrive, he did not react much. Iman. At that moment, Bjorn spoke coldly. As a disciple of Sagewell Manor, you disregarded the rules, bullied your peers, and conspired with the enforcement hall to frame others. Do you plead guilty? Jerry's voice was not loud, but it contained a heavy pressure, pressing towards Iman. Seeing this, Sky, who stood beside Iman, was about to step forward to shield Iman from this pressure. But in the next moment, a warm aura came through the air. It enveloped Iman and Sky, instantly breaking down Jerry's aura. Eminem had taken action. Jerry glanced at Eminem, sneering inwardly. Iman seemed unaware of all this. He said with a bewildered look, I admit to bullying peers. However, conspiring with the enforcement hall to frame others, where did that come from? When have I ever framed someone? Defamation. This old man is defaming me. At this moment, Rico walked over from the other side. He stood in front of Amon and sneered, 3 years ago, I left the capital under the Emperor's command to carry out a mission. Now that 3 years are up, I return to Wu Manor, only to be slandered by you as a petty thief. That hidden green robe was given to me by the Emperor as a reward for my contributions. And you conspired with the enforcement hall to falsely accuse me of stealing it from you. I, Rico, have always been a disciple of Sagewell Manor and never an infiltrator or a petty thief. All of this was planted by Amon. Rico's voice was clear. It echoed in everyone's ears, instantly making everyone realize what had happened. So that was it. Rico's hidden green robe was a treasure bestowed by the Emperor. It wasn't Iman's. Suddenly, everyone looked at Iman with disdain. Though the hidden green robe was precious, it wasn't unique. This time, Macamon's face was thoroughly smacked. Rico looked at Amon, his lips curling into an evil smile. At this moment, his cultivation had already reached the Spirit Sea realm. He must have received some benefits from Empress Chiluayu. Indeed, the Son of Fortune remains so even when he loses an opportunity, he finds it back elsewhere. Jerry looked at Iman and said calmly, Iman, do you acknowledge your crime? Just as he finished speaking, before Iman could respond, dozens of Wu Manor disciples suddenly burst into the Xuanhuan Hall. A young man knelt down immediately. Master, Disciple Lance accuses Iman and Sky. These two people, relying on their status, have repeatedly conspired with the enforcement hall for personal gain, oppressing fellow disciples. Subsequently, this youth knelt in the center of the Xuanhuan Hall, clearly listing 10 crimes committed by Iman. Seeing this youth, Sky's originally calm face darkened instantly. Even Eminem opened his eyes, staring intently at Lance kneeling on the ground and passionately accusing him. Lance was Eminem's registered disciple. Under Eminem's careful nurturing, his cultivation had entered the essence absorption realm. Eminem had even decided to take him in as a formal disciple. Yet, Lance turned against them unexpectedly. Master, disciple can testify. The monthly allowance of 3 low-grade spirit stones and 3 gathering essence pills were all taken away by Iman's men. Me too. I beg the master to uphold justice. In the next moment, the disciples behind Lance also knelt down, complaining loudly about Iman and Sky. Jerry looked at Iman and asked indifferently, Iman, Sky, what do you have to say? Iman shrugged, remaining silent. Clearly, today's setup was well prepared. Besides, what they accused didn't seem wrong either. All these events had indeed occurred. Layla and Bohan led people in the name of Iman, wreaking havoc in Wu Manor daily. Ultimately, all the bad reputation landed on Iman. In the original plot, Lance did this after Iman's death, tarnishing his reputation posthumously. Apparently, this was a setup by plain Marquis Eddie, always ready to smear Iman. Iman sneered inwardly. If so, then let's see who will bring down whom first. Seeing Iman, Eminem, and Sky all silent, Jerry spoke quietly, with witnesses and evidence present. Let me, as the head of the mansion, expel Iman and Sky from Wu Manor. And elder, your age has made you unsuitable to continue overseeing the enforcement hall. After he spoke, the surrounding area fell into a dead silence. Not only did Jerry expel Iman and Sky from Wu Manor, he also stripped Elder of his position as the head of the enforcement hall. Since Elder is no longer the enforcement hall head, I wonder how Iman will remain arrogant in the future. How can he remain arrogant? He has been expelled from Wu Manor. According to Sage Kingdom law, if any noble is expelled from Wu Manor, their heirship qualification will also be revoked. From now on, Iman will no longer be the Maclin. What a pity for senior sister Sky, suffering undeservedly. Inside and outside the Xuanhuan Hall, there was immediate commotion. Many people were reveling in schadenfreude. Jerry's lips curled slightly as he looked at 4th Elder Alton. 4th Elder, from now on, you will temporarily take charge of the enforcement hall. Make sure not to do anything that enriches yourself or abuses power for personal gain again. Alton's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly said, I will not let the Manor Lord down. Those kneeling on the ground, including Lance, quickly spoke. The Manor Lord is wise. Disciples thank the Manor Lord for upholding justice. However, Lance's gaze kept dodging, never daring to look at Eminem and Sky. Jerry retracted his smile and looked at Eminem beside him. Eminem stood up, looking relaxed. Since that's the case, then this old man will take the 2 children back. Also, I can no longer handle the role of Grand Elder of Wu Manor. From now on, I, Eminem, have nothing more to do with Sage Wu Manor. Hearing Eminem's words, Jerry's expression changed. But soon, he seemed to think of something, and casually said, Immonen, you indeed should step down. Right at this moment, Amon suddenly spoke up, Manor Lord Situ, let's put it on the record. You are making us leave. At that time, don't cry and beg us to come back. Chapter 9, a sudden reversal. Beg you all to come back? Even cry and beg? After going through great lengths to finally drive your family out of the Wu mansion, how could there be any begging for your return? Elder Situ Yong couldn't resist sneering, I wonder who will be the last one crying. Iman didn't say anything further. Then Immonen stretched out his hand, tossing the identity tokens of Elder One, Iman, and Sky onto the ground. From now on, everything related to Sage Wu Mansion has nothing to do with our Lin family. Having said that, he turned away gracefully with his disciples and grandson. And in that moment of turning, Iman slightly raised his left hand, unintentionally or intentionally showing off the hidden sign robe he was holding. This small action was caught by Rico. He was first stunned, then hurriedly took a step forward and whispered in a hushed tone, Your Grace, don't leave so hastily. A fleeting smile appeared in Iman's eyes as he looked at Rico. Rico pointed at the hidden sign robe in Iman's hand and coldly demanded, Please, young lord, return my hidden sign robe. The hidden sign robe is an inferior grade mystic class spiritual artifact, priceless. How could it be taken away just like that by Iman? Now, under everyone's watchful eyes, if it were another time, it might never be reclaimed. Hidden sign robe? Iman gave a flick of his hand. Unfolding the originally balled-up hidden sign robe, he asked, You're saying this is your hidden sign robe? Rico nodded, Yes, it belongs to me. I ask for its return, Your Highness. Those around them couldn't help but murmur amongst themselves quietly. Iman has been expelled from the Wu Mansion, but still wants to keep Rico's senior brother's hidden sign robe? Fortunately, senior brother Yi noticed in time, or else Iman would have succeeded. Indeed, this hidden sign robe is an inferior grade mystic class spiritual artifact, priceless. Hearing these comments around him, Iman lifted the sign robe in his hand. Are you sure this is really your hidden sign robe? Look closely. The corners of Rico's lips curled up into a sinister smile. Young Lord Lin, are you unwilling to return it? It has already been refined by me, bearing my true essence aura. At that moment, Adolf also chimed in. The hidden sign robe is an imperial gift. Young Lord Lin should leave it behind to avoid upsetting his majesty and causing trouble for the duke. Iman glanced at Adolf, and then nodded, Very well, I shall return it to you. Catch it well? As he spoke, Iman tossed the hidden sign robe into mid-air. Just as Rico reached out to catch it, in that instant, the hidden sign robe suddenly emitted a brilliant blue light. It formed a large line of text suspended in mid-air. Glowing brightly, it was especially eye-catching. Wishing young Lord Iman a happy 16th birthday. Rico. Adolf. The crowd. This sudden turn of events left everyone staring wide-eyed. How did the hidden sign robe given by Empress Sage to Rico display words, wishing Iman a happy birthday? What kind of magic is this? Rico's expression froze. His hand remained suspended in the air as the mystic class spiritual artifact fell to the ground. The hidden sign robe continued to glow. The bright sign golden words floated in mid-air, casting a greenish radiance over half of the Qinglan Palace. Everyone could see clearly that the glowing text was integrated with the hidden sign robe, likely imprinted during its crafting. Activated using a special technique. It was definitely not added later. Embarrassing. Extremely embarrassing. Both Rico and Adolf couldn't help but dig their toes into the ground fiercely. Inside the Qinglan Palace, there was a stir. Someone murmured aloud, So, this hidden sign robe actually belongs to young Lord Lin? It wasn't given by the Empress to Rico at all. Earlier, Rico's frantic accusations now seemed like a huge joke. Iman hadn't wronged Rico at all. Rico had been accusing the wrong person. A hint of a smile appeared in Immonen's eyes. He calmly said, This hidden sign robe was custom-made by a master craftsperson as a birthday gift for Yor last year, which is why it bears Yor's name. Iman nodded earnestly. Then he said to Rico, or perhaps Rico, after 3 years, you've changed your name to Iman? Rico. Over the years, though Iman couldn't escape the control of the plot, within the limits of the story, he could make reasonable changes and leave himself backup options. Like this line of text on the hidden sign robe. In the original plot, this hidden sign robe eventually became Rico's spiritual artifact, protecting him many times. But now, because of this line of text, Rico was clearly not destined for this hidden sign robe. Rico quickly calmed down, and he said indifferently, All hidden sign robes look the same. I might have been mistaken. The one on the ground is not the hidden sign robe bestowed by His Majesty to me. Iman pretended to be surprised. Young Master Yi, you were just pounding your chest assuring us this was your hidden sign robe? And this hidden sign robe still carries your true essence aura. Even Lord of the Manor can vouch that this is a royal gift. Adolf. Was I asking for it? His face turned ashen, unable to utter a word. As for the others in the Qinglan Palace, they all felt the incredibly awkward atmosphere. All shut their mouths awkwardly. Iman smiled. Then I can't help but wonder, why would my hidden sign robe be in your possession? You say it was given to you by the Empress. Does that mean? Iman didn't finish his last sentence. At present, Caitlyn's reputation in Aliyah was soaring high. Iman temporarily did not want to provoke unnecessary trouble. Adolf gritted his teeth again. Who could have thought that because of a spiritual artifact, a task that was about to be perfectly completed would end up like this? Though Eminem had successfully expelled Iman and company from Wu Mansion, if this matter wasn't handled well, Wu Mansion would be left with a stain and criticized. Moreover, Rico would be confirmed as a thief. Stealing an inferior-grade mystic-class spiritual artifact was no small offense. Rico, that short-sighted bastard, thinking about the hidden Cyan robe at such a time. Does he really need that spiritual artifact so badly? Adolf cursed inwardly, completely forgetting that he himself had asked for the hidden cyan robe just moments ago. And now, Rico's face was like a coloring book. His complexion changed from dark to green, then green to white. Finally, he blushed red with anger and said, Iman, I don't know what means you've used to frame me, but the humiliation you've given me, I will wash away with my own hands. Iman Macklin, dare you fight me? A killing intent erupted from Rico's eyes as he stared intently at Iman. Iman appeared completely unperturbed. You want to fight again? Rico sneered. Afraid? Iman smiled. I don't care, sure. Sky's expression changed abruptly. Iman. If Rico was still at the Nayuan stage, Iman might have had a chance. But now, Rico had broken through to become a Linghai realm powerhouse. Early stage alchemy initiate versus early stage Linghai. The difference between them was more than just day and night. Iman's smile remained unfazed. Don't worry, I'm fine. In the original plot, Rico and Iman's battle of vengeance still began. But in the original plot, this battle was scheduled for tomorrow. Also in this Qinglan Palace, Iman was killed in 3 moves by Rico. Now, Iman had escaped the control of the plot. Thus, this destined battle occurred earlier. Adolf frowned slightly. If Rico could kill Iman right here, that would be perfect. Once Iman was dead, Eminem would surely go mad. By taking down or forcing Eminem out of Aliyah, everything, even if black, would turn white. Immediately, Adolf coldly ordered, since that's the case, you two shall have a duel here in Qinglan Palace. No holds barred. No one shall intervene. While saying this, he glared intensely at Eminem. Master. Sky also looked at Eminem. Eminem was at the peak Xianguang stage, one of the 3 peak powerhouses in Aliyah. He naturally had the ability to stop this fight. Eminem did not look at Iman. Instead, he smiled at Sky. It's fine, let him go. As long as that sister and brother from the Han family aren't here, Iman's intelligence will reign supreme. He won't seek his own suffering. Iman. Sky hurriedly scanned around, then breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, that sister and brother from the Han family are not here. Iman. That's not it, grandfather, young aunt. I'm really not going to be a Tengo anymore. Sky patted Iman on the shoulder. This isn't about being a Tengo. Eminem nodded in agreement. It's an intelligence issue. Go ahead. Iman. Chapter 10. The same pit, he fell in 3 times. The main hall of Qinglan Palace was immense, spanning 100 feet in diameter. Soon, the main hall was cleared. Sky put away the indigo robe. Lance and his group, who were originally kneeling in the center of the main hall, were now pushed to the side. Iman and Rico stood at the center of Qinglan Palace. Let's begin. Jerry's expression was indifferent, his tone calm as if the awkwardness moments ago had never occurred. At this moment, both inside and outside of Qinglan Palace were crowded with people. Everyone wanted to see what cards Macklin held that gave him the nerve to accept Rico's challenge. Rico was the youngest Spirit Sea Realm powerhouse in Aliyah Kingdom's history. Just as Jerry finished speaking, an overwhelmingly powerful wave of energy suddenly erupted from Rico. His Spirit Sea Realm strength, unleashed without restraint. Great Thunder Hand. Rico roared. Rumble. A sound like rolling thunder burst forth within his body. Strands of chi flashed around Rico like lightning. Low-grade mystic skill, Great Thunder Hand. Seeing this, everyone's faces changed. Even Jerry was no exception. Currently, the strongest mystical skill in Aliyah Kingdom was only mid-grade mystic. Yet, Rico actually mastered a low-grade mystic skill. And it was one of the most powerful among low-grade mystic skills. Great Thunder Hand. Rico didn't hold back. He attacked with all his might, intending to kill Iman. In an instant, Rico became like rushing thunder. Thunderlight flickered around his body, and he instantly appeared before Iman. Die! Rico roared. His right hand was raised high, seemingly holding a bolt of divine lightning. Rico appeared like a god amidst the thunder, bathed in rolling thunderbolts. At this moment, Sky's face drastically changed. Even Eminem lost his composure. The Great Thunder Hand is a low-grade mystic skill, but its power is no weaker than any mid-grade mystic skill. Eminem drew in a cold breath. At that very moment, he felt a restriction on his body. A peak mystic light realm aura had locked onto him. Any rash move would invite an all-out attack. Eminem narrowed his eyes, glancing faintly at Jerry. For a fair fight, he wouldn't lower himself to interfere forcibly. Besides, the Han siblings weren't here. Eminem trusted in Iman's intelligence. Everyone held their breath, awaiting the landing of Rico's palm. In the next instant, Rico's raised right hand finally descended. Brilliant thunder accompanied it, smashing down fiercely toward Iman's head. Just this? Preparing for so long. Did you think I'm dead? Iman muttered under his breath. Then, just before Rico's right hand landed, Iman lifted his hand and gently brushed across Rico's face. A familiar, nightmare-like fragrance invaded Rico's nostrils. His eyes widened abruptly. Then, his body went limp. The raging true essence within him became as heavy as steel. Splash! Rico, with his right hand still raised, heavily fell before Iman. What is this? Rico struggled to lift his head, his eyes filled with 3 parts confusion, 3 parts shock, and 4 parts disbelief, like a pie chart lying flat. Iman withdrew his hand, looking innocent. It's the soft 10-cent powder. Weren't you just tasting it at noon? Rico. Those around. Soft 10-cent powder? Again, soft 10-cent powder? So, Rico remembered eating but not getting hit again by the soft 10-cent powder, falling into the same pit for the 3rd time? But, what kind of soft 10-cent powder was this, capable of felling even a Spirit Sea Realm powerhouse? Iman's face remained harmlessly innocent. He seemed to notice others' doubts and explained solemnly, normal Spirit Sea Realm martial artists could definitely resist the soft 10-cent powder, but Rico reached Spirit Sea Realm through pills. The crowd from Wu Mansion immediately understood. Their gazes towards Rico carried deeper implications. Rico also froze. Indeed, he had broken through to Spirit Sea Realm because of a pill bestowed by the Empress. So, His incomplete spirit sea realm made him fall for Iman's trick? This explanation was downright soul-crushing. If I had gotten that misty lotus fruit instead of the pill. Thinking this, Rico glared at Iman with hatred. That was my opportunity. Yet this waste of a sycophant got it. Iman read the meaning in Rico's eyes. Then, he raised his right foot and kicked hard at Rico's handsome face. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, Rico had completely lost his ability to move. He could only allow Iman to kick him relentlessly. Rico growled angrily, but to no avail. Jerry frowned and was about to stand up, but at that very moment, Eminen's extremely sharp aura broke through the air and locked onto Jerry. Jerry sat back down. Iman, he said each word distinctly, your battle with Rico was originally a fair one. Why resort to such despicable means? 3 years ago, Rico had been felled by Iman using soft 10-cent powder. After being beaten up, he was thrown out of the Wu mansion. That noon, Rico fell for it again and was dragged into the enforcement hall like a dead dog. And now, he actually succumbed to soft 10-cent powder once more. Wasn't Rico just stuck in the pit of soft 10-cent powder? Despicable means? Iman stopped. One of his feet still stepped on Rico's face. Then, he looked at Jerry with an incredulous expression. How did soft 10-cent powder become despicable means? The lecturer for lesson 1376 of martial arts medicine was discussing the effects and usage of soft 10-cent powder. On the 6th floor of the Wu Mansion library, in the 3rd scripture room, on the 4th shelf of the 2nd row, there's the basic pharmacopoeia. From pages 76 to 83, it records the formula and preparation method for soft 10-cent powder. This soft 10-cent powder is documented in the Wu Mansion's texts and taught openly in class. As a medicine cultivator, isn't it reasonable and legal for me, Iman, to use medicine in a fight? Why has it become despicable means when said by the head of the Wu Mansion? Or is the head planning to abolish the martial arts medicine course, burn the basic pharmacopoeia, and other medical martial arts texts? Iman's words were resounding. Immediately, people around him began agreeing. Even Jerry found Iman's argument quite logical. This left the head of the Wu Mansion rather embarrassed. While speaking, Iman didn't forget to stomp on Rico's face a few more times. A child of destiny, huh? An indestructible roach, huh? Since I can't kill you now, let me satisfy myself by stepping on you. As a villain, stomping on a child of destiny's face, quite reasonable, right? If I killed him now, would some monk cleaning the temple or a meteor fall from the sky come out? Iman couldn't help but mutter softly to himself. Enough. Jerry snapped back to reality and sternly ordered. The match is over. Iman wins. Now, those not of Sage Wu Mansion, leave immediately. This was a direct expulsion order for Iman and his 2 companions. Iman shrugged. With reluctance, he took his foot off Rico's face. Rico stared at Iman intensely, as if etching that figure into his bones. For the first time in his life, Rico was trampled in public. In the next moment, Rico's lips curled into a wicked smile. Senior brother Yi, are you okay? Lance suddenly moved from the sidelines. Feigning concern, he rushed over. He extended both hands to lift Rico from the ground. However, as Lance approached, a murderous intent appeared. A flash of sword light flickered on his hand. Strange and decisive. It slashed towards Iman's throat. Simultaneously, Lance's Adam's apple twitched, seemingly swallowing something. Immediately, his initial essence accumulation realm cultivation skyrocketed. To peak late-stage essence accumulation realm. The long sword emitted a brilliant sword light. This nearly ambush-like strike's power increased several levels. Watch out. Eminen's face changed drastically. Before he could react, 2 massive auras burst forth, pinning Eminen in place, rendering him immobile. One came from the head of Sage Wu Mansion, Jerry. The other was shockingly Sage Kingdom's Empress Clara, but at the same moment, Sky moved. Her body erupted with an overwhelmingly powerful aura. Her cultivation instantly broke through from peak essence accumulation realm to spirit sea realm. Sky's silhouette blurred, reappearing before Iman. Bang! She struck out with her palm. A pale blue palm print slammed heavily onto Lance, sending him flying along with his sword. Sky stood gracefully before Iman, her eyes fixed firmly on Lance. At that moment, the entire Qinglan Palace fell silent. Spirit Sea Realm. Sky actually broke through on the spot, reaching the Spirit Sea Realm. Seeing this, Jerry couldn't help but change his expression. Sky had actually broken through to the Spirit Sea Realm. At this moment, he felt somewhat regretful. Had he known, he would have just expelled Eminen and Iman from the Wu Mansion. He should have left Sky, the world-defying genius, behind. A 19-year-old Spirit Sea Realm powerhouse. Although she was a year older than Rico, Rico had broken through to the Spirit Sea Realm by consuming a low-grade mystic elixir. Moreover, he was a substandard Spirit Sea Realm cultivator. He couldn't even withstand Tenoroma soft sinew powder. On the other hand, Sky had broken through on the spot, relying solely on her own strength. The gap between the two was vast. Immediately Jerry said, Sky, this old man will give you one more chance to return to the Wu Mansion. But Sky ignored Jerry, her eyes flashing with a cold light. Lance, you actually took an explosive essence pill to forcibly enhance your cultivation in order to kill Iman. Why do you betray your master like this? Her voice was icy cold. In her eyes, faint moonlight shimmered. Lance slumped on the ground, his face pale, and coarse red blood at the corner of his mouth. Hearing this, his expression first turned panic-stricken for a moment, then seemed to recall something. Then he laughed out loud. Betraying my roots? Pa, I, Lance, am a disciple of Sage Wu Mansion, while you are all outsiders. How have I betrayed my roots? I, Lance, have never betrayed Sage Wu Mansion. His voice was loud, as if trying to cover up his inner terror. The mission had failed. Iman hadn't died, and after taking the explosive essence pill, Lance's cultivation would plummet back to the essence refinement stage. However, if he could demonstrate loyalty before the master of the mansion and leave a good impression, there might still be opportunities for the future. Immediately, Lance loudly declared. I killed Amon to avenge my fellow students. As common disciples, we only get 3 low-grade spirit stones and 3 gathering chi pills every month. Yet we were brutally robbed by that beast Amon, leaving us no means to survive. How can such a villain not be killed? Lance stared intently at Amon with widened eyes. Eminem remained silent. Sky's beautiful face grew even colder. Jerry and others were initially stunned, then their faces showed a hint of joy. Even if the hidden green robe belonged to Amon, what else did it matter? The other things Amon had done were irremovable stains. Amon didn't feel anything particular about it. He gave Lance a deep look. Unyielding, Lance stared right back. Suddenly, Amon smiled. He walked slowly forward, stepping on Rico's face as he approached Lance. You say that I forced you to hand over 3 low-grade spirit stones and 3 gathering chi pills each month? Lance lay on the ground, one hand pressed against his chest. At this moment, the effects of the explosive essence pill had already faded. His aura was ebbing away rapidly. Lance sneered, not just me, but other classmates. How dare you act without responsibility, Amon? Amon looked at those who came with Lance. Did I take your spirit stones and pills? Those people shrank back at first. Then, a girl roughly the same age as Amon stepped forward. With a firm gaze, she said, yesterday, it was you who ordered someone to rob me of this month's allowance. Amon blinked. 3 low-grade spirit stones, 3 gathering chi pills? The girl nodded. Amon pointed at his nose. Me, Amon, the young lord of the state guard dukedom. Do I need your few coins? The girl was stunned. The others exchanged uncertain glances. Wu Mansion has a total of 1,366 ordinary disciples, each receiving 3 low-grade spirit stones and 3 gathering chi pills monthly. To put it bluntly, even if little lord I robbed you for 10 years, would it be enough to buy a single button on this robe? As he spoke, Amon pointed at the green robe thrown to the ground by Sky again. This time, everyone was dumbstruck. The girl's face flushed with embarrassment. Suddenly, Lance spoke again, sneering, you don't lack our few coins? These past few years, you and your grandfather have abused your power and enriched yourselves at the expense of others. I've seen it all clearly. Do you think your wealth came from where? Isn't it all scraped from the likes of us ordinary folks? Even a small amount adds up eventually. Lance's voice grew louder. Jerry and the other high-level members of Wu Mansion could hardly hide their smiles. This Lance is truly a genius. Eminem kept a stern face and remained silent. Amon laughed again, but this time his laugh was laced with mockery. My grandfather, Eminem, the Duke of Alea Nation's national protector. In his youth, he led armies in battle, conquering the 8 desolates and establishing unparalleled military feats. My father, Baylor, the general of Alea Nation's distant guard. He now guards the borders, repelling demons beyond Jialing Pass. Where does the wealth of our protectorate manor come from? Why don't you ask the foreign races, the enemy nations? Hearing Amon's words, someone exclaimed, war spoils. Amon nodded and continued, as for your subsidies. He glanced at the 4th elder, calmly saying, the Martial Academy's treasury has long been emptied by real parasites. These past years, if it weren't for my grandfather using the family fortune to subsidize it, I fear the Alea Martial Academy wouldn't even be able to provide you 3 low-grade spirit stones and 3 gathering chi pills each month. What? Is this true? Amon shrugged. If you don't believe me, just check the treasury yourselves. With that, the entire Qinglan Hall erupted in chaos. Everyone's eyes turned to the 4th elder, Alton. Alton, who oversaw the Martial Academy's treasury, was already pale as a sheet, drenched in cold sweat. The hidden Empress Qi Luo Yu's eyes flashed with a hint of murderous intent, her gaze fiercely fixed on Alton. The Alea Martial Academy was the foundation of Alea Nation, yet Alton dared to embezzle its assets. In the original storyline, Rico had discovered this matter and used it as leverage against Alton, turning him into his personal cash machine. Now, Amon had exposed this issue outright, cutting off one of Rico's financial avenues. Lance and the others looked at Amon with shock, clearly stunned by the information contained in his words. Amon ignored the reactions in Qinglan Hall and continued. Now that my grandfather has left the academy, he's finally free from this plight. Otherwise, our family's wealth wouldn't have filled this void. Tisich, a bunch of ungrateful white-eyed wolves. Then, Amon shifted his gaze to Alton. New enforcement elder, you should thoroughly investigate who has been embezzling the academy's funds, and who has dared to steal ordinary disciples' subsidies. I'll give you a clue. Investigate who has been short on money recently. Ha 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 ha. Amon let out a maniacal laugh, striding out of the Qinglan Hall. Sky retreated to Eminem's side, picking up the concealed green robe again. She hesitated before saying, Master? Eminem smiled faintly. I said, without the Han siblings, Amon's intelligence is still intact. Let's go. With that, the master and disciple turned and left the Qinglan Hall. Inside the Qinglan Hall, there was an oppressive silence. Lord Manor. Alton stuttered to Jerry, did we win or lose in this round? It seemed like they had won. After all, Eminem, Amon, and Sky were successfully forced out of the Martial Academy. But it also felt like a total defeat. It was over for him. The matter of the treasury couldn't be hidden. As for robbing fellow disciples' subsidies, a bit of investigation would reveal the truth. It seemed like Eminem and Amon had been vindicated. Jerry's chest heaved violently. Staring at Alton, he growled viciously, you should thank the 14 states. If it weren't for the quota at the 14 states sword hall and the qualifications for the heavenly secrets realm, the emperor would have surely torn you limb from limb. As long as Rico joined the 14 states and became a disciple of the all-heaven first sword sanctuary under the 14 states, representing them and Alea Nation in the heavenly secrets realm, today's events would be nothing but a light breeze. Chapter 11 Eminem? Why meet Eminem? After Amon and the other two left, Jerry hurriedly instructed someone to send Rico to the rear hall, ordering the Wu Mansion's physician to treat his injuries and poison. Although Shirji soft tendon powder is not a deadly poison, Taking it too many times can still be detrimental to one's health. Rico was specifically mentioned by the Empress that he required special care. Jerry did not dare to show any negligence. If he served well, perhaps the Empress would be pleased and favor him more. And who knows, maybe even become the Empress's imperial consort. Rico being poisoned, trampled by Iman, that was all on him. How does it concern me? Thinking of this, Jerry couldn't help but indulge in fantasies, instantly forgetting the previous unpleasantness. He also went to the rear hall. As for what just happened, once Lord Zoran's sword, Saint from the 14 states arrives tomorrow, all will be forgotten, and no one will dare to question it. Eminem leaving the Wu Mansion soon spread throughout the capital of Alea Nation. This event was like a meteor crashing into the capital, shaking everyone's mind. It was Eminem, one of the three peak Xuanhuan realm powerhouses in Alea Nation. Eminem leaving the Wu Mansion shook the entire foundation of Alea Nation. At this moment, the Marquis residents remained calm. Amon yawned widely as if floating towards his courtyard. Seeing this, Eminem could not help but ask, "Ewer, so this is it for today?" Amon gave a long yawn and pointed at the setting sun. "What else? It's almost dark." Finally completing the system task and escaping plot control, even stepping on the face of the Son of Destiny. Now Iman's only thought was to sleep. He hadn't slept a peaceful night in 12 years. Iman planned to make up for every hour of sleep lost over the past 12 years. Eminem rubbed his temples. "All right, go to sleep then. Shall I have dinner sent to your room?" Iman's half-asleep voice floated over. "No need." Having eaten a low-grade earth-rank Willian fruit in the morning, he wasn't finished digesting yet. Returning to his room, Iman fell asleep immediately. 12 years. Finally, he could get a good night's sleep. In his dreams, Iman was moved to tears. Eminem shook his head. Then he looked at Sky. "Xingying, what are your plans?" Sky paused for a moment, honestly saying, "Master, I'm going to Xuanhuan Academy with young master." Eminem nodded. "Going to Xuanhuan Academy is fine. Wait, you said what? Xuanhuan Academy?" Sky took out the Xuanhuan Order. "I've successfully integrated the Xuanhuan Order, officially becoming a disciple of Xuanhuan Academy." Then she recounted the day's events in detail to Eminem. There was no point in hiding such things. Eminem would eventually find out. Eminem stood there blankly for a while. After a long time, he finally burst into relieved laughter. Good, good, good. I knew that boy had been hiding his true abilities all along. Never expected he'd really pull off something big. Xuanhuan Academy, the premier academy of the human race. For Iman and Sky to enter Xuanhuan Academy was an unprecedented honor for their family. Correction. It was like the ancestral tomb catching fire. As for the Xuanhuan Order, my grandson showing his extraordinary talent. Being noticed by Xuanhuan Academy is perfectly reasonable. Sky hesitated. But the matter with the 14 states sword hall. Eminem smiled even wider. No conflict. The 14 states invites geniuses from all worlds. Xuanhuan Academy disciples may join as well. Neither Xuanhuan Academy nor the 14 states are rigid factions. Xuanhuan Academy welcomes anyone who wishes to learn and cultivates powerful figures for the human race without regard for lineage. And the 14 states invite heroes across the world and collaborate with countless giants. As long as the conditions of the 14 states are met, one can join the 14 states sword hall. The slot in the 14 states sword hall was obtained by Eminem in exchange for a Xianju fruit. Xianju fruit. A high-grade heaven-rank spirit fruit. Hearing this, Sky visibly relaxed. If Iman could enter both the 14 states sword hall and Xuanhuan Academy simultaneously, that would be the best outcome. That night, the capital of Alea Nation buzzed with hidden movements. Countless eyes were on the Marquis residence and the Wu Mansion. Many people already got the news. 3 years ago, Rico, expelled from the capital by Iman, returned and stole Iman's low-grade Xian-rank spiritual weapon. Yet, the Wu Mansion covered for Rico, reversing black and white, expelling Eminem, Iman, and Sky from the Wu Mansion. But at dawn, another shocking piece of news spread across the whole nation, overshadowing the incident of Eminem being expelled. The overseas sword Saint Channing from the 14 states was about to descend upon Alea Wu Mansion. He was going to select a disciple at Alea Wu Mansion to enter the foremost swordsmanship sanctuary in all the heavens, the 14 states sword hall. There was even a possibility that the overseas sword Saint would take that person as a named disciple. In an instant, the entire Alea Nation was abuzz with excitement. In comparison, whether it was Rico stealing the low-grade Xian-rank spiritual weapon or Eminem leaving Alea Wu Mansion, these were merely insignificant matters. Overseas sword Saint Channing. He was the peerless swordsman of the heavens, the true disciple of Sword God, a supreme being who could burst Alea Nation's defenses with just one finger. He had once, single-handedly, and with only his sword, slain 36 demon race, great earth transformation demons. His might shook the great world of Huaxia. To the many martial artists of Alea Nation, he was an existence far beyond their reach. A named disciple of the Overseas Sword Saint was absolutely more revered than the Empress of Alea Nation. And the reason Overseas Sword Saint was coming to Alea Wu Mansion to recruit disciples for the Sword Hall. It was said that the 14 states intended to establish a branch in Alea Nation. This was, in its history of 270 years, the most significant event in Alea Nation. At this moment, the entire Wu Mansion was decorated with lanterns and filled with festive joy. Jerry had changed into a well-fitted new robe. Early in the morning, he led dozens of high-ranking officials from the Wu Mansion, waiting outside the door with anticipation. Rico stood beside Jerry. His expression was equally hard to contain with excitement. Iman had left. So, the place in the 14 states sword hall would inevitably fall on himself. If luck was good, he could really become a named disciple of the Overseas Sword Saint. For Rico, this was undoubtedly a leap in status, transforming from an ant to a divine dragon. He could leave this muddy pond of Alea Nation and enter a bigger, wider world. Of course, before I leave, I must step on Iman to death, 1 foot at a time. Time passed slowly. Soon it was Chen hour. In the southern sky, a green figure appeared. The moment the figure appeared, it seemed to flicker. Then it landed at the gate of the Wu mansion. Everyone focused their gaze, but found they couldn't see through that figure at all. It seemed like a faint green shadow, real yet indistinct. The arrival was none other than the overseas sword Saint Channing. Jerry was the first to react. He hurried forward, bowing deeply and said, "Jerry of Alea Wu mansion, paying respects to your excellency, the sword saint." Channing gave a faint as if surveying the surroundings. He then asked again, "Why isn't Eminem here?" Channing's voice was indifferent, like a breeze passing by, showing no emotion. "Jerry." Others behind him. "Eminem? Why Eminem? Why did the overseas sword saint want to meet Eminem?" The front gate of Alea Wu mansion fell silent instantly. Everyone seemed somewhat at a loss. Jerry regained his senses and hastily explained, "Your Excellency, Sword Saint, Eminem has already left the Wu mansion." As he spoke, his heart raced wildly. A very unpleasant thought flashed through his mind. Channing's tone remained indifferent. "Then have him come and bring his grandson Amon along." This time, Jerry's face turned pale immediately. Rico behind him also swayed unsteadily. Things seemed completely different from what they had imagined. But facing the overseas sword saint, Jerry dared not show any neglect. He hurriedly instructed the Alton behind him, "Go quickly to the Marquis residence, call Eminem and Iman over." Chapter 12. Then cry and beg us to come back. The surface of the Duke's residence was calm. However, inside it had already been beautifully refurbished and meticulously cleaned to spotless perfection. Eminem, dressed neatly, sat in the pavilion of the back garden, leisurely sipping tea. Since becoming the Grand Elder of Sagewu Manor, Eminem has been exhausting himself daily, handling everything personally. It had been a long time since he had felt so carefree and relaxed. His eyes would occasionally look towards the front hall, as if waiting for someone. On the other side, Amon lay listlessly on the table in front of him. Using the ladle in his hand, he prodded at the spirit rice porridge in the bowl sporadically. This morning, before dawn, he was dragged out of bed by Eminem. He spent a whole hour grooming himself, then was pressed to stay here, saying something significant would happen. Iman yawned and complained, "Bumandarang dal. Significant matter? No matter how big it is, could it be more important than my sleep?" Sky, sitting opposite him, covered her mouth and laughed softly. Of course, she knew what would happen today, but it seemed that Iman didn't really care. Suddenly, the chief steward's voice of the Duke's residence came over. "Duke, the fourth elder of Wu Manor, has come and asked the Duke to take young Duke to Wu Manor immediately." Before Eminem could speak, Iman rolled his eyes. "Alton, he's come to beg us to go back?" "I'm not going. Let him go wherever he came from." Iman, who was still irritable from being woken up, showed impatience. Eminem paused mid-sip of his tea. He frowned slightly. Then he said calmly, "Let Alton come in." Iman remained lying on the table, grumbling unhappily. "Watching an old man cry early in the morning? I just want to go back to sleep." Yawn. Eminem gave Iman a stern look. Then he muttered quietly, "It shouldn't be Alton coming. Why him? Could it be that Lord Zoran Sword Saint doesn't know I've left Wu Manor?" At this moment, with Alton coming to the Duke's residence, it definitely meant Lord Zoran Sword Saint had arrived. Although the 14 prefectures did not yet have an official presence in Sage Country, with their intelligence-gathering ability, they wouldn't have missed yesterday's incident at Sagewu Manor, certainly not hidden from Channing's notice. When Eminem exchanged the Xianzhu fruit with the 14 prefectures, he had witnessed their capabilities and methods. Between heaven and earth, a flower, a bird, an insect, a fish, all can become informants for the 14 prefectures, relaying information. Iman slumped on the table, utterly dejected. Of course, he knew what was happening. It must be Augusta, that troublemaker who never wants peace. She just wanted to watch the show, to see how he acted like a lickspittle, crying and begging to give away the 14 prefectures' position. Even knowing Channing was coming, the people from Sagewu Manor were probably tipped off in advance by Augusta. Channing must be wearing a camera, live streaming to Augusta. When I see Augusta next time, this young master will give her a good beating. Iman gnashed his teeth in anger. Of course, considering that precious Xianzhu fruit, Channing might also be standing up for Eminem. Back then, when he was looking for the Xianzhu fruit, he caused quite a stir. Although this Xianzhu fruit came a bit late for Eminem, Xianzhu fruit was indeed rare. A moment later, Alton strode into the back courtyard of the Duke's residence with arrogance. He looked at the 3 generations in front of him and said arrogantly, "By the Lord's decree, Eminem, you must take Amon to Wu Manor immediately, without delay." Amon propped his chin up with his hand and raised his eyes indifferently. "What kind of person is this lord, telling us to go just because we're told? Wouldn't that make us lose face?" Alton stared at Amon in shock, seemingly digesting the meaning of his words. Sky explained beside him, "My nephew means, what is this lord to order my master around?" Alton. His expression instantly turned grim. "Eminem, hurry up and follow me to Wu Manor. Otherwise, if you delay something significant, you won't be able to bear the consequences." Before Eminem could speak, Iman interrupted again. "Wasn't it agreed yesterday? Don't cry and beg us to come back. Why did it change today? And, is this how you beg?" Eminem nodded seriously. Alton's attitude indeed made him extremely uncomfortable. Lord's decree? Iman and Sky were right. What kind of person was this lord to issue decrees to him? Alton's face looked like a spilled palette of colors. First green, then white, and finally flushed red. He also recalled Iman's words from yesterday. Don't cry and beg them to come back. So, they knew the truth all along. That's why they were so confident. Alton gritted his teeth and said word by word, "Lord Zoran's sword Saint has arrived and is waiting for you at the gate of Wu Manor." Eminem, Iman, you two don't seem to respect Lord Sword Saint. Upon hearing Zoran's Sword Saint, Iman couldn't help but feel a headache. So he really did come. 7 years ago, Iman rescued Channing, who was near death, from a pile of corpses and casually threw him a sword. Though Channing had never seen Iman's true face, To boost the strength of the 14 prefectures, Iman frequently visited various halls of the 14 prefectures, guiding their members in cultivation. The stronger the 14 prefectures were, the faster they could expand, which in turn greatly helped Iman. Channing's talent was particularly outstanding, so Iman gave him special attention. Channing did not disappoint Iman. Within just 7 years, he carved out the name of Zoran Sword Saint. If he recognizes me, no, I must disguise myself properly. Absolutely can't be recognized. Iman's divine consciousness instantly communicated with the artifact xuanhuan in his palm. At this moment, Eminem finally spoke. His tone carried a hint of amusement. So, is it Lord Sword Saint's wish or the order of the Manor Lord that makes us visit Wu Manor? Alton. The Manor Lord has no such decree. He was merely trying to exert his authority at the Duke's residence. He said this on purpose. Clearly panicked, if Eminem refused to go to Wu Manor because of this, the blame would fall heavily on him. Alton took a deep breath and said sternly, "What do you want?" Sky blinked. Didn't my nephew say it? You should cry and beg my master to come. Iman nodded. Just crying isn't enough. Call Jerry, along with other high-ranking officials from Wu Manor. Together, cry and beg us to return right here at the entrance of the Duke's residence. Alton. He stared at Eminem in disbelief. Eminem hesitated for a moment, then clapped and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. It should be like this. Since the situation has escalated, why leave any face for them? Eminem had been harboring a lot of anger since yesterday. Even though they hadn't suffered any loss, being manipulated felt terrible. No wonder last night when Iman came back he went straight to sleep, as if expecting them. As for Lord Zoran Sword Saint, Eminem had confidence. That 14 prefecture's position was obtained in exchange for a heavenly upper-grade xianzhu fruit. It was said that this xianzhu fruit was needed by the leader of the 14 prefectures, Lord Dax. And now, despite knowing that Eminem had left Wu Manor, Channing still sent people to invite him back. Could it be to vent some frustration? Otherwise, why not come directly to the Duke's residence? With this thought, Eminem stood up straight. In the next instant, Eminem waved his sleeve, releasing a powerful force. He blasted Alton out of the Duke's residence. Let Jerry bring the 4 elders of Wu Manor to kneel at the gate of the Duke's residence and cry and beg us to return. Otherwise I, Eminem, will never set foot in Wu Manor. Chapter 13. I, Channing, am determined to take Iman as my disciple. Channing had already entered the martial manor and was seated on the main seat in the Qinglan Hall. The faint blue shadow that enveloped his body had dissipated, revealing an exceptionally handsome young man. At this moment, Channing sat with one leg crossed over the other, supporting his chin with one hand, lazily leaning against a nearby table, exuding casualness and elegance. The senior officials of the martial manor stood obediently with their hands hanging by their sides, not daring to even breathe loudly. Jerry felt even more uneasy, as if he were in an inexplicably difficult situation. At this point, he deeply regretted following Aiden's advice to expel Eminem and his grandson from the martial manor. When Sword Saint Zoran first came to the martial manor, he asked to see Eminem. This alone indicated that the matter was far different from what they had anticipated. Sword Saint Zoran had indeed come for Eminem. Just as Jerry and others were feeling anxious, Alton hurried into the hall from outside. He opened his mouth to speak, but was instantly startled when he saw Channing on the main seat. The demeanor and posture of the young man on the throne resembled Amon, whom he had seen at the Duke of Zhangguo's residence. He felt as though this person was deliberately mimicking Amon. Who was he? Why did he mimic Amon? Seeing Alton staring directly at Channing, Jerry was frightened and kicked Alton down to the ground, whispering, "Do not be impolite to Lord Sword Saint." Lord Sword Saint. This young man is Sword Saint Zoran. Alton shivered, dispelling the absurd thought that flashed through his mind. Channing glanced at Alton indifferently and asked, "Where are Eminem and Amon?" Jerry, who was on the ground, quickly replied, "Report to Lord Sword Deity, Eminem and Iman refused to come." They said. Channing tilted his head and asked languidly, "What did they say?" Alton hesitated, puzzled by how much this Sword Saint Zoran's behavior resembled Amon. The Grand Steward Amon said that the master should bring us all to cry in front of the Duke of Zhangguo's residence, begging them to return, Alton truthfully reported. On his way back, Alton had prepared to exaggerate things to file a complaint before Sword Saint Zoran. However, standing before Channing now, he dared not add anything more. Jerry was speechless. Channing nodded nonchalantly and said, "Then let's go." Alton asked in a daze, "Where?" Channing smiled and replied, "Of course, we will go crying. Didn't he say you should cry and beg him to return?" Alton. Jerry. Others. After the martial manor people left, Channing held a communication jade talisman in his hand, its surface displaying a magical eye. It streamed the scene here to another place faithfully. On the other side of the screen was an absolutely beautiful face, seemingly in her prime, charming beyond words. It was none other than Edmund, one of the 2 commanders under the Knightless Marquis of the 14 states and ranked 3rd among the top beauties of the world. At this moment, Edmund's breathtakingly beautiful face was filled with excitement. Let these old men cry at his doorstep? Is this really happening? That little flatterer sure knows how to play games. Channing, you must go along. See how these old men cry. And make sure to record it. Selling it to the enemy state of Aaliyah could fetch a lot of money. Channing rubbed his forehead, showing a trace of helplessness in his eyes. We don't lack for money in our 14 states. This uncle of mine acts aloof and unearthly in public, but is mischievous and chaotic behind closed doors. She's also a miser, unwilling to part with even a single copper coin. It's rumored that because of this nature, she had been scolded by the great grandmaster more than once. Channing sighed and stood up. His figure blurred and disappeared inside the Qinglan Hall. The gates of the Duke of Zhangguo's residence were wide open. Master Jerry of Martial Manor, 2nd Elder, 3rd Elder, 4th Elder, 5th Elder, and other officers were already standing at the entrance of the Duke's residence. Hall, the mansion's major steward, held a broom in his hand. First, his eyes twitched, then he feigned calmness and greeted, "Master, you have all arrived. Please, start crying. Cry. Upon hearing this word, the faces of the Marshall Manor's officials turned black as the bottom of a pot. If they cried today, they would lose all face in the future. At this moment, many curious citizens had gathered outside the mansion. They immediately burst into an uproar upon hearing Hall's words. Yesterday evening, what had happened within the Marshall Manor had spread throughout the capital. Many citizens were already aware of it, especially Iman's line. When the time comes, you shouldn't be crying and begging us to come back. Originally, everyone took this as a laughing matter. Who knew that early this morning, the Lord truly brought the senior officials of the Marshall Manor to cry in front of the Duke's residence. What a karmic retribution. Jerry's body trembled slightly. Suddenly, he felt a sharp sword chi. He shivered involuntarily. The sword Saint Zoran had arrived. Jerry clenched his teeth and summoned up all his courage. He started wailing loudly. His Grace, young master. We know we were wrong. Please come back to the Marshall Manor. Boo-hoo. Although it was thunder without rain, just loud wailing. At least they were crying. Dead silence ensued. Everyone stared wide-eyed. The usually high and mighty lord of the Marshall Manor, one of the three-peak Xuanhuan realm powerhouses of Aliyah State, was actually wailing in front of the Duke's gate. The other senior officials of the Marshall Manor also sensed that sharp sword chi. They quickly discarded their dignity and mimicked Jerry's actions, starting to wail. In an instant, the entire nation of Aliyah was shaken. After today, the Wu Mansion of Aliyah would become a laughingstock in Aliyah and the surrounding nations. Inside the imperial palace, Empress Clara's face was pale with a tinge of gloom. Well done, Eminent, hiding so deeply. To think you have connections with the sword Saint Zoran. Clara's eyes turned cold, her killing intent nearly tangible. Yet she could do nothing about it. That was the sword Saint Zoran, an unrivaled powerhouse who could level the entire Aliyah nation with a single sword strike. Across from the Duke's residence, on the second floor of an elegantly decorated tea house, Channing sipped his tea while live streaming to Augusta. The crying is really unpleasant. Can't they cry better? From time to time, Augusta's commentary came through the communication Jade Talisman. Who is that person? Why? Augusta's voice suddenly paused. Channing looked in the same direction. From inside the gates of the Duke's residence, a young figure emerged, wearing a jade hairpin, dressed in emerald blue brocade, broad-shouldered and slim-waisted, tall and straight. The youth's features were exquisitely handsome, exceptionally refined, but his eyelids were half drooping, adding an inexplicable laziness. It gave people the impression that he hadn't slept enough and was still in a dream. It was none other than Iman. Iman yawned and said listlessly, all right, stop crying. You've cried away your good fortune. When he finished speaking, Jerry and others blushed with shame, their eyes burning with anger. They wanted to devour him alive, but they did not stop. Instead, they turned to look at the tea house across from the Duke's residence. Since the Sword Saint had not allowed them to stop, how could they dare to? At this moment, Channing was also watching Iman. His eyes showed surprise. Uncle, haven't you noticed that this Iman looks very much like me? On the other side of the communication jade talisman, Augusta nodded seriously, then shook her head. I feel like it's you who resembles him. I always thought you were imitating your grandmaster, but it turns out you're imitating Iman. But this Iman. Augusta frowned, looking Iman up and down through the magical eye of the jade talisman. She felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, but she couldn't see clearly through the jade talisman. Channing felt a bit awkward. He clearly learned from his grandmaster. Clearly, it was this Iman imitating him. If Iman can capture even a fraction of my essence, it means he has a connection with me. Uncle, I want to take him as my disciple, to be my first great disciple. As he spoke, Channing carefully observed Iman, and his eyes suddenly lit up again. Iman has excellent bone structure and extraordinary talent. Despite being young, he has already reached the Nyan realm, and his true energy is thick, with a solid foundation. I, Channing, am determined to take Iman as my disciple. Iman wore multiple disguises. At Channing's level, he could only see the Nyan realm layer. Augusta nodded. Do as you please, but don't interrupt my show, and fix his lackey disease. Don't let him lick away all our 14 states' wealth. Chapter 14. Regarding the matter of his descendant disciple wanting to take him as a master. Through the spirit artifact Dharma Eye, Augusta continued observing Iman. This lackey looks like a pile of mud that hasn't woken up yet. Could it be that after inadvertently torturing his goddess yesterday, he feels so guilty that he couldn't sleep all night? Nephew, you should help him improve his demeanor after taking him as a disciple. Channing was stunned. A pile of mud that hasn't woken up? He felt that Iman looked quite pleasant this way. Channing didn't reply. He casually activated the recording formation within the spirit artifact Dharma Eye on the communications talisman jade, using the recording formation to cover the entrance of the Duke's mansion for live broadcasting to Augusta. Then, Channing stood up. With one step, he came in front of Iman. Seeing Channing appear, Adolf first froze, then heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly stopped howling. This big boss has finally come out. Otherwise, it would have been hard to settle this matter today. Are you Iman? Looking at the youth in front of him, Channing suddenly felt a very strange sensation in his heart. Yet, he couldn't pinpoint what was peculiar. Iman watched Channing with a slight twitch at the corner of his eyes. Was this guy playing cosplay? And cosplaying as himself? In the 14 prefectures, most were Xiao Yiho's little admirers. But no one was as obsessed as Channing. Luckily, Iman had invoked the Thousand Illusions divine artifact before coming out, disguising himself thoroughly. Otherwise, he really couldn't guarantee not revealing himself in front of this top fanboy. Iman nodded but didn't speak. Channing wasn't angry. His tone was calm, even with a hint of smile. I am from the 14 prefectures, the overwhelming Sea Sword Saint. Starting today, Iman, you are my true disciple. Pay your respects. Channing crossed his hands behind his back, chin slightly raised, waiting for Iman to bow deeply 9 times while shouting, Master. Iman. He subconsciously fiddled with his ears. What nonsense. This guy wanted to take him as a disciple? What an unexpected turn of events. The idea of his descendant wanting to take him as a master was quite dramatic. If he really slipped up one day, wouldn't that mean pulling Channing into social death together? Iman remained silent. However, outside the Duke's mansion, there was a tumult. Overwhelming Sea Sword Saint. The youth in front was actually the legendary Overwhelming Sea Sword Saint, who single-handedly exterminated 36 major demons. Also, what did he say? Taking Iman as a true disciple? What kind of luck did this young noble have? It wasn't just about good reincarnation anymore. Even being born as the crown prince of Alea Kingdom wouldn't give someone the right to be the Overwhelming Sea Sword Saint's disciple. Adolf and others were stunned speechless. True disciple? Weren't they supposed to take a nominal disciple? Why did it become a true disciple? The faces of Adolf had all turned from white to green. At this moment, Adolf regretted everything he did. He truly felt like crying and begging Iman to return to Wu Mansion. If Iman became the true disciple of the Overwhelming Sea Sword Saint, under the name of Alea Wu Mansion disciple, then the entire Alea Wu Mansion would rise. And the Wu Mansion could proudly bear the tag of the 14 prefectures. Even the imperial family of the Great Xia Dynasty would treat them respectfully. Nominal disciples and true disciples were two entirely different levels. If previously Adolf et al. Were just filled with regret and fear of Channing, now they were utterly distraught. They wished they could go back to yesterday and kill themselves. They were just a small step away from soaring to heaven. But that small step, one step to heaven, one step to hell. Adolf et al. Had offended both Iman and his grandfather deeply. Once Iman rose to power, retribution was inevitable. Meanwhile, in the crowd outside, Rico stared intently at Iman. Hatred and jealousy almost solidified in his gaze. Inside the National Duke's mansion, Eminent and Sky were overjoyed. This was a reversal of fortune. Initially, they thought that a Xianzhu fruit could at best get an entry ticket to the Sword Hall. If lucky, maybe become a nominal disciple of the Overwhelming Sea Sword Saint. They never expected to become a true disciple. Eminent suppressed his excitement and didn't run out. At that moment, the entire capital city of Alea Kingdom seemed to fall silent. Everyone's eyes were on Iman, waiting for his answer. Iman shrugged and said honestly, sorry, no plans to become a disciple for now. Channing, Adolf, Rico, others around them. He actually refused to become a true disciple of the Overwhelming Sea Sword Saint. Inside the Duke of Pacification's mansion, Eminent and Sky were also stunned. Eminent wanted to rush out of the mansion gate again but was held back by Sky. Master, please calm down. Let's hear what little junior disciple has to say. Earlier, Channing appeared so suddenly that Eminent didn't manage to go out and greet him in time. Now, Iman had just refused the Overwhelming Sea Sword Saint. If he ran out immediately, wouldn't it be purely embarrassing for others? And at this moment, in Channing's mind, there sounded a series of laughter from Augusta, like silver bells ringing. Ha 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 ha. Nephew, you finally mustered the courage, only to be refused. Today was really worth coming. Ha 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 ha. I'll tell Master Sword Brother right away that his most accomplished disciple was publicly rejected by a little lickspittle. Ha 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 ha. Channing's lips trembled. He looked at Iman incredulously. What did you say? Say it again? Iman shrugged. Sorry, Lord Sword Saint, I don't plan on taking a master anytime soon. Upon hearing Iman's sincere reply, Adolf, Si Yang, including Rico, all wore expressions of wild joy. Iman, this clueless young noble, actually refused the Overwhelming Sea Sword Saint. He turned down such immense fortune. Wouldn't that mean they still had a chance? Adolf and the others couldn't help but puff out their chests proudly. Channing frowned and said sternly, think carefully. To be my true disciple means becoming a core member of the 14 prefectures. And you will get the qualification to enter the Heavenly Secrets Realm this year. You are sure about refusing? The Heavenly Secrets Realm? At these 4 words, Iman felt a sudden jolt in his heart. He went to Mountain River Academy precisely for the sake of the Heavenly Secrets Realm. Iman needed to sacrifice life soul pearls to obtain the power of the 1,000 Illusions Divine Artifacts Personas. But now he only had 1 life soul pearl. With so many personas, 1 life soul pearl wasn't enough. Iman needed to refine more life soul pearls. Yet he lacked one crucial ingredient. The Heaven Soul Stone, unique to the Divine Realm. Though not considered rare in the Divine Realm where they were plentiful, Iman hadn't collected any specifically. But in the lower realms, they were extremely rare. 10 years ago, Iman killed a heavenly god who descended without permission within the borders of the Great Xia Dynasty. He refined the celestial body into the Heavenly Secrets Realm, adding a new opportunity for the martial artists of the Great Xia Dynasty. He didn't take the storage divine artifact from that heavenly god. There should be some Heaven Soul Stones inside. As for going to the Divine Realm in a persona to get Heaven Soul Stones, thinking of the trouble he made in the Divine Realm, Iman was certain any of his personas appearing in the Divine Realm would immediately be detected and surrounded. The Divine Realm was not the human world. Most of those Iman offended were deity emperors, especially the Alicia Luochinian. She would definitely use the God Oracle Divination Array to predict his whereabouts. Therefore, Iman planned to enter Mountain River Academy. Through the academy, he could enter the Heavenly Secrets Realm and retrieve the Heaven Soul Stones. But who knew Augusta would cause such a scene? The qualification for the Heavenly Secrets Realm could incite killings and contention across the universe. Yet she let Channing bring it to a small country like Alea Kingdom. It was truly a recipe for chaos. Just asking for a beating. Iman gritted his teeth. Is her skin itchy again? Chapter 15. Where's Layla? Actually, one couldn't really blame Augusta for her actions. One only needed to look at who had trained her. Eli, after taking off his disguise, was a minor villain fated to be cannon fodder. But with the disguise on, he instantly transformed into the ultimate big villain. Augusta's mischievous nature, which always seemed to stir up trouble, was most likely influenced by Iman. Iman gave Channing a careless nod. Let's talk about it later. Channing. The others around them. Talk about it later? What did that mean? Another rejection? Not only did he reject Channing, but he also rejected the qualification to enter the heavenly secrets realm. Was this Iman ignorant or fearless? He actually rejected Channing 3 times in front of everyone. On the other end of the transmission jade, Augusta was laughing uncontrollably. Clearly, she found it delightful to see her junior eat humble pie. Channing was momentarily stunned. Although Iman's repeated rejections put him in an awkward position, Channing, who often fought with myriad races, possessed a clear and strong heart, unmatched in its strength. He wouldn't get angry over such a trivial matter. Face? It was earned through swordsmanship, not by seeking recognition from the weak. However, since Iman didn't want to become a disciple, he would have to fulfill his uncle's mission. Let's see just how much of a tango. Note. This term is hard to translate directly. It means someone who acts excessively obsequious or submissive. Iman can be. These days, his uncle had been exhausted from searching for the Bodhi. Now making some entertainment for him might be a good way to cheer him up. So, Channing gave a careless nod. His posture, his demeanor, at least 6/10 similar to Iman's from a moment ago. The corner of Iman's eye twitched involuntarily. Why are you imitating me? Some of the people watching covertly were also momentarily stunned. Did this sea-covering sword Saint Channing just imitate Iman? Channing ignored the expressions of the others. With an indifferent look, he said to himself, all right, since it's like this, I won't force you. But the quota for the sword hall and the qualification for the heavenly secrets realm were obtained by your grandfather. So, you decide what to do with them. As he spoke, Channing flicked his finger, sending a black token falling before Iman. The token, palm-sized and entirely pitch black, depicted a sword with auspicious clouds swirling around it. It was the identity token of the 14 Prefectures Sword Hall. This token represented not only membership in the 14 Prefectures Sword Hall, but also qualified the holder to enter the heavenly secrets realm. As the foremost intelligence organization among the heavens, the 14 prefectures naturally had entry qualifications. Iman looked at the identity token before him, opening his mouth slightly as if he wanted to say something. But Channing had already vanished, hiding somewhere, continuing to livestream the scene to Augusta. For the 14 prefectures, an identity token and entry qualification meant nothing, especially since this one was originally exchanged by Eminem for a Shendugua, Xianzhu fruit. Few dared to forcibly take anything belonging to the 14 prefectures. Of course, those who could, didn't care for such trifles. Looking at the floating token, Iman pondered for a moment. I initially wanted my grandfather to join the Mountain River Academy, but now, joining the 14 Prefecture Sword Hall seems fine too. Anyway, he'll still be under my protection. This token would allow Eminem to enter the 14 prefectures legitimately. Then, with a slight gesture from him, his grandfather would become the top authority in the 14 prefectures. When Channing left, everyone's eyes instantly focused on the black token. They were extremely excited. It was the identity token representing the first-ranked sword sanctuary of all heavens, the 14 Prefectures Sword Hall, and it also granted access to the heavenly secrets realm. Now, it floated quietly before Iman. Moreover, what did the sword saint say before leaving? To let Iman decide? Which meant, no matter who Iman gave this token to, the 14 prefectures would recognize it. For a moment, everyone present began breathing heavily. Andon's body trembled slightly. That 14 prefectures quota is indeed related to Eminem. Fortunately, Iman is foolish enough to give up such immense fortune. Layla, where is Layla? Why can't we see Layla? At this moment, Andon thought of Layla first. The only person in all of Aliyah capital who could control Iman was Layla. Although Iman and Layla had a conflict yesterday, his usual Tengo behavior was deeply ingrained. Few believed that Iman would suddenly stop after years of behaving this way. Or perhaps, at this moment, Layla was their only hope. Desperate measures for desperate times. Upon hearing Andon scream, those around also came to their senses. Since early this morning, they hadn't seen Layla and her brother Bohan come to the Wu mansion. Even Aiden Eddie had vanished. Go to the Aiden Manor. Jerry glanced at Iman, who turned back to the Guagong Manor. He immediately led people toward the direction of the Aiden Manor. In the crowd, Rico's expression was tense as he hurriedly followed along. Although Layla was his woman, as his woman, she also had to show her value. At this moment, the Aiden Manor was shrouded in gloom. All the outside commotion seemed unrelated to this place. Eddie looked haggard, sitting limply on a chair in the reception hall. Bohan likewise slumped on the ground. He stammered, "Father, this really isn't my fault." Eddie's eyes were bloodshot, his voice cold and menacing. "You cursed child, you're definitely not mine. How could I, Eddie, give birth to a monster like you? 3 million high-grade spirit stones. How am I supposed to get 3 million high-grade spirit stones for you? Bohan, you're very good indeed. To dare go to Linglong Pavilion, to gamble. You get out, leave the Aiden Manor." Last night, people from Linglong Pavilion, the largest gambling den in Aliyah capital, suddenly visited. They presented a debt contract for 3 million high-grade spirit stones. It was clearly signed by Bohan. Then, the people from Linglong Pavilion began liquidating the assets of the Aiden Manor. They only left after dawn, demanding that the Aiden pay the 3 million high-grade spirit stones within 3 days. Linglong Pavilion would seize the manor and its properties if the payment wasn't made. If still insufficient, only human collateral could be taken to cover the debt. Linglong dice hold red beans, deep longing. Do you know or not? With this phrase, the business of Linglong Pavilion spread throughout all realms, ranking among the top 3 super gambling dens in all worlds. Of course, inside Linglong Pavilion, it wasn't just traditional gambling. There were also beast battles, martial arts contests, and life or death struggles between martial artists, beasts, and other races. Many martial artists chose Linglong Pavilion when honing their skills, selecting opponents inside the pavilion. To others, Linglong Pavilion was a gambling house. But for martial artists pursuing the pinnacle of martial arts, it was the best training ground. Not only could they battle peers, but they could also fight beasts, even demon races, savage races, and perhaps devil races. Victory earned rewards from Linglong Pavilion. So every day, martial artists broke through, or perished inside Linglong Pavilion. In short, the Aiden Manor, and even Aliyah Capital, couldn't afford to offend Linglong Pavilion. Children's debts are paid by parents. If Eddie couldn't repay the 3 million high-grade spirit stones within 3 days, Linglong Pavilion would absolutely follow through with their threats. Even the female emperor of Aliyah would be powerless. At this moment, Eddie regretted bitterly. Bohin was just an useless bastard son. Due to Amon's connection, he was brought back and recognized officially. Yet this young bastard son had brought the Aiden sky crashing down. Aiden was merely a fallen noble family. Becoming a tool used by the female emperor to suppress Eminem restored some vitality. Now, the Aiden Manor didn't just lack the estate's worth to cover the debt. Even selling the entire Han family wouldn't fill this black hole. Father, find Iman. Make Iman pay off the debt. He must have 3 million high-grade spirit stones. Bohin crawled to Layla, clinging desperately to her leg. Sister, please help me, beg Iman. Only Iman can save me now. Layla was also deathly pale. She truly couldn't understand why her usually obedient brother would go to Linglong Pavilion and owe 3 million high-grade spirit stones. Chapter 16. Have Iman sell the Duke's mansion to pay off my brother's debt. Yes, Iman, we must find Iman. Eddie seemed to have clung to a last straw. He jumped up from his chair and in 2 steps stood before Layla. Eminem and Baylor have been fighting foreigners for years, amassing countless spoils of war. Perhaps they truly have 3 million high-grade spirit stones. Binger, only you can save the Marquis estate now. Go to the Duke's mansion and ask Iman for the spirit stones. As for seeking the Empress, Eddie hadn't lost his mind. What was the Marquis of Pingyuan compared to asking the Empress to provide 3 million high-grade spirit stones to pay off the gambling debt of her illegitimate son? Aliyah was merely a small vassal state under the great Xia dynasty. 3 million high-grade spirit stones were undoubtedly an astronomical sum here. Ordinary disciples of the Aliyah Martial Academy received no more than 3 low-grade spirit stones as monthly allowances. The highest-ranking officials in court had a monthly salary equivalent to at most 10 high-grade spirit stones, mostly paid in medium and low-grade spirit stones. Eddie's heart was bleeding internally. How did Bohin manage to accumulate so many spirit stones? Last night, when he saw the promissory note imbued with contract power for the first time, Eddie spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. Layla watched her father's face. She nodded slightly. All right, I'll go find Iman. If Iman can't produce 3 million high-grade spirit stones, then let him sell the Duke's mansion to pay off my brother's debt. Facing Iman, Layla felt somewhat confident. Although Iman had acted against her yesterday, considering that it might be due to losing his sanity upon seeing senior brother Rico's return. By now, Iman should have regained his senses. Currently, senior brother Rico must have already joined the 14 provinces Sword Hall, becoming a disciple of Sword Saint. Layla believed that the 3 million high-grade spirit stones could be procured through Rico's current status. But with Iman around, why should senior brother Rico spend the spirit stones? Just as Layla was about to leave for the Duke's mansion, the steward of the Marquis estate rushed over. Your Excellency, Lord of the estate has arrived. To see Miss 13. The Marquis of Pingyuan, Eddie, officially had 18 daughters. As a reclaimed illegitimate daughter, Layla ranked 13th. Thus, she was known as the 13th Miss of the Marquis estate. The Lord of the estate is here? Hearing the steward's words, Eddie's already disordered mind became even more chaotic. Shouldn't the Lord of the estate be accompanying Great Sword Saint of Covering Sea? Why come to the Marquis estate? At this moment, Jerry and his entourage had already arrived at the front hall of the Marquis estate. They immediately saw Layla in the hall. Jerry's eyes lit up instantly. Layla, wonderful, you're really here. Come quickly with me to the Duke's mansion. No matter what method you use, you must obtain the 14 provinces identity token from Iman. Jerry's speech was rapid and somewhat panicked. This made Layla, Eddie, and Bohin look stunned. 14 provinces identity token? Iman has already been expelled from the Martial Academy. Where would he get one? Layla was bewildered. Jerry calmed down. After explaining today's events briefly, he added, Ruabing, Iman only listens to you. If you ask, he won't refuse to hand over the 14 provinces identity token. The 3 Hans understood suddenly. So, the 14 provinces Sword Hall quota and Heavenly Secrets realm eligibility were indeed obtained by Eminent. Layla's eyes flickered. Since Iman refused Great Sword Saint of Covering Sea publicly and didn't join the 14 provinces, could it be he was waiting for me? Recalling Iman's behavior toward her before yesterday, Layla felt increasingly certain of this possibility. In that case, Lord of the Estate, let's head to the Duke's mansion right away. Besides, I have other matters to discuss with him. As she spoke, Layla straightened her chest, walking ahead with a haughty expression. You dared to hit me, Iman. This time, I'll make you bleed heavily. Otherwise, I will never forgive you. Thinking of this, Layla lifted her chin higher. Her lips curved into a similarly sly smile as Rico's. Meanwhile, the gates of the Duke's mansion were closed. In the backyard pavilion, Eminem looked at the black token in his hand, his brows deeply furrowed. Let me refine it. The 14 provinces Sword Hall identity token was called the Cloud Sword token. Like the River Mountain Order's River Mountain token, it was also a grade lower Earth spirit artifact. Once refined, it signified membership in the 14 provinces Sword Hall. Essentially, these two tokens are quite similar. They just look different on the surface. They were designed by the same person too. Amon shrugged. I already publicly rejected the Great Sword Saint of Covering Sea. I can't go back on my word. Eminem. Hearing this, he couldn't help but feel a pang of frustration. Your grandfather went to great lengths and finally paved a smooth path for you. And what do? You tear it up with your own hands. The next moment, Eminem glanced at Sky. Sky immediately understood Eminen's meaning and shook her head vigorously. Master, we probably can't stay in Sage Kingdom anymore. I and young junior apprentice brother can both join the River Mountain Academy. You should find a place to go as well. Becoming a member of the 14 Provinces Sword Hall will allow senior brother and sister-in-law to join the 14 provinces too. Senior brother and sister-in-law naturally referred to Iman's parents. As a cannon fodder antagonist, Iman was not an orphan from the start. His parents were alive and well, living harmoniously. At present, Iman's father, Baylor, and his mother, Leora, were leading the army stationed at Jialing Pass in the west of Sage Kingdom, confronting the demonic barbarians beyond the pass. In recent years, the battles around Jialing Pass had slowed down. Eminem held a high position in power, being the Duke of Sage and the Grand Elder of Sage Martial Academy. His son, Baylor, was the general who defended the distant frontier of Sage Kingdom, commanding a million-strong army filled with strong warriors. This led Empress Clara to become wary of the Lin family and tried every means to suppress them. But as the only heir of the Lin family, Amon had acted sufficiently wasteful, servile, and debauched over the years. The Lin family seemed to have no successor. Otherwise, the Empress would have moved against the Lin family long ago. But Clara ultimately couldn't hold out any longer. After all, Baylor and Leora were still in their prime, capable of having another child. Hearing Sky's words, Eminem thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Indeed, both Iman and Sky had refined the River Mountain token, becoming disciples of the River Mountain Academy. He needed to find a good retreat for himself too. Just as Eminem was about to refine the Cloud Sword token, the Chief Steward Hall of the Duke's mansion ran over with a conflicted expression. He first glanced carefully at Amon, then said with a constipated look on his face, Duke, Mac. Xuanhuan brought Layla here. Upon hearing Layla, Eminem jumped up right there. Layla? Why did she come here? Does she want to ruin my grandson again? Though Iman had clearly indicated that he wasn't going to be a yes man anymore, every time Amon faced Layla, he didn't act like a normal person. He seemed like a puppet, devoid of spirit and intelligence. Eminem even suspected that Layla had practiced some advanced mind control technique to control Iman's heart and soul. Iman laughed. These people are begging me to slap their faces. But why is Linglong Pavilion allowing Layla to run around? Under the plot manipulation, he had been mistreated by Layla for so many years. This breath, he still had to vent. Chapter 17. The Gabriel. Iman looked at Hall and asked, Uncle Sue, you didn't let them in, right? Hearing this, Hall hurriedly replied, No. How could they, mere riffraff, just casually enter our Duke's mansion? If it were before, naturally, Hall wouldn't have dared to stop Maxim, letting them in obediently. But now, their mansion of the Duke who pacifies the nation was no longer what it used to be. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Mac refused the ray 3 times. Not only did the Great Sword Saint not get angry, but he also left behind an identity token for the 14 states, allowing Mac to handle it as he saw fit. What a glorious honor. As the chief steward of the Duke's mansion, Hall naturally stood up straighter. He blocked Maxim and his group outside. Iman nodded. All right then. Uncle Sue, gather some people. Let's go around to the Marquis of Pingyuan's mansion. Eminem was taken aback. Why are we going to the Marquis of Pingyuan's mansion? Amon sneered. Of course, we're there to collect debts. All these years, that big family from the Marquis of Pingyuan has been supported by me. Upon hearing this, Eminem reached out and poked Amon on the forehead. Speak properly. Who calls themselves Little Lord? Amon gave a forced laugh. Aunt, you stay here with grandfather. Uncle Sue, let's head to the Marquis of Pingyuan's mansion. At this very moment, Channing was skulking in a corner of the Duke's mansion. On his body was a breath-concealing charm personally drawn by the ever-vigilant Marquis, perfectly masking his form and presence. With this nearly perfect breath-concealing charm, the 14 states could secretly lay down covert lines, gathering core secrets from various forces without anyone knowing. In his hand, Channing held a communication jade talisman. He spoke softly, Senior Uncle, this Amon seems different from what our intelligence suggests. Layla came here, yet he went to the Marquis of Pingyuan's mansion to collect debts. Also, news came in this morning that Layla's younger brother owes 3 million superior spirit stones to the Jade Delicate Pavilion, implicating the Marquis of Pingyuan. It seems Amon dug this pit for him. Senior Uncle, is this Iman really a lapdog? On the other end of the communication jade talisman, Augusta paused momentarily. The pit created by the Jade Delicate Pavilion was clearly dug long ago. Thus, Iman's current actions weren't a sudden change of character. Could there be something wrong with our intelligence system of the 14 states? Or is Iman simply hiding his true capabilities all along? But that can't be right. Those absurd acts of a lapdog, could they be performed by a normal person? I'm getting more and more interested in Amanda. Unfortunately, I still have to find that damned Gabriel. Upon hearing the words, Gabriel, Channing suddenly added, Oh right, Senior Uncle, there's one more thing. Augusta, go on. 3 years ago, Aaliyah country experienced a disaster-level epidemic. Even martial artists of the essence absorption realm couldn't escape it. If it had spread further, Aaliyah country would have inevitably become desolate, losing its entire population. Even the Great Xia dynasty was alarmed, sending 32 imperial physicians, but to no avail. At a critical moment, a young divine doctor appeared like a celestial being, single-handedly suppressing the epidemic within 3 days. Then, that young divine doctor vanished without a trace, as if he had never existed. Augusta squinted his eyes. You're not saying that young divine doctor was Iman, are you? Channing shook his head. No. According to our informants, the medical prescriptions left by that young divine doctor, along with his methods, bear great similarities to the Gabriel. Even if it wasn't the Gabriel himself, it must have been his disciple or successor. Although the 14 states haven't established a hall in Aaliyah country, they collaborate with numerous forces across the myriad realms, sharing intelligence. For instance, the Jade Delicate Pavilion. Besides, the 14 states have their own covert information network, even reaching into small places like Aliyah country, recording significant events. After arriving in Aliyah country, the Jade Delicate Pavilion and the covert network of the 14 states began transmitting important intelligence to him. Among it was the great epidemic 3 years ago. Augusta's expression changed instantly. The Gabriel? You're saying the Gabriel once appeared in Aliyah country? Channing nodded. There's a 70% chance it was the Gabriel himself. The Gabriel, the foremost divine physician in all the myriad realms. His temperament is eccentric, both righteous and evil. He can be a ghostly doctor saving lives and healing countless souls. Or he can become a blood-soaked Asura. A packet of poison can turn a blessed land into cursed soil. It's said that recently, the Gabriel searched for something, completely emptying the treasuries of the 17 great divine sects and the 8 ancient families. Now, he's made it onto the hit list of the 8 ancient families. Someone paid an enormous price to ask the 14 states to trace the whereabouts of Gabriel. It was said to be for healing a great figure in the heavens. But Gabriel is a lone wolf, with unpredictable movements. So, Augusta personally came out of seclusion to search. However, after searching for several months, he didn't even find a hair of Gabriel. Now, upon hearing what Channing said, that Gabriel might have appeared in Aliyah country, he immediately became restless. A 30% chance wasn't small at all. That Gabriel isn't a philanthropist. For him to intervene on behalf of a minor human country like Aliyah, there must be some connection here. Forget about Iman for now. You search here first and see if you can find any clues. As he spoke, Augusta directly shut off the communication jade talisman. Channing breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, he didn't have to live stream to this junior uncle. Immediately, Channing flashed away from the Duke's mansion. If Gabriel had once appeared in Aliyah country, then the 14 states really needed to consider establishing a branch here. At this moment, the entire Marquis of Pingyuan's mansion was in turmoil. Eddie was holding Bohan, waiting in the main hall. Lord Marquis, Iman has arrived. The mansion's steward hurriedly reported. Eddie's eyes instantly lit up. Iman has come? Excellent. He was about to go out to welcome him when he suddenly thought of something. Then he calmly sat down in the main seat, putting on airs. Let him come in. Eddie picked up the cup of tea that had long gone cold beside him, sipping it lightly. The steward hesitated a bit. But, Miss 13 hasn't returned yet. Eddie waved his hand. It doesn't matter. As long as Iman is here, it's fine. The steward retreated. Before long, Iman, accompanied by Hall and more than a dozen servants, arrived at the main hall of the Marquis of Pingyuan's mansion. Seeing that Iman had indeed come, the once gloomy Marquis of Pingyuan's mansion instantly came back to life. Ha ha ha, this lapdog really came. Our Marquis has hope now. People of the Marquis of Pingyuan looked at Iman, as if they were looking at a moving mountain of spirit stones. Iman, you finally came. Upon seeing Iman's figure, Bohan jumped up immediately. She shouted loudly at Iman. Spirit stones, 3 million superior spirit stones. Hand them over quickly. And, the identity tokens of the 14 states, hand them all over. Otherwise, I'll make sure my sister never forgives you, ensuring you never see her again in your life. Chapter 18. Offering help in adversity? No, pulling the firewood from under the pot. Eddie still appeared calm and unperturbed. He had intended to maintain a bit more reserve, but since Bohan had already spoken. Thus, Eddie put down his teacup, smiled warmly on the surface, but pretended to sigh, embarrassing as it is to mention this matter. The people from Linglong Pavilion were all like ferocious demons, unreasonable when they had an advantage. This time, if it weren't for you, my young nephew, stepping up, I would have really had no choice but to sell Binger to them. As he spoke, he lifted his head, looking at Iman with a face full of anticipation. At this moment, other members of the Plain Marquis Manor had also gathered at the entrance of the hall, shamelessly watching. The Plain Marquis's current status relied on Iman. Any member of the Plain Marquis Manor. When they lacked spirit stones, they sought out Iman. If they desired some treasure, they asked Iman. For the younger generations to cultivate, needing elixirs or cultivation techniques, they turned to Iman. Despite all this, no one in the Plain Marquis Manor ever felt any gratitude towards Iman. In their eyes, he was nothing but a prime sucker, a human ATM. This time was no different. Bohan had incurred a large gambling debt outside, involving the entire mansion. So naturally, these spirit stones should be provided by Iman. Those who always ask for help never think anything is wrong with this. Inside the hall, a servant from the Duke Manor brought over a chair. Iman plopped down onto it. He first dug in his ears, then nodded. Oh, so sell her then. Since that's the case, thank you. What did you say? Eddie looked at Iman with disbelief. Everyone else in the manor was also stunned into silence. Sell who? Layla? Was Iman crazy? Iman sneered. Didn't you say you were going to sell Layla to pay off debts? So sell her. She's not worth much anyway. Iman. Bohan flew into a rage. You're courting death. He took large steps forward, swung his arm, and slapped towards Iman's face. Smack. In the next instant, Hall appeared in front of Iman. He struck out suddenly, slapping Bohan across the face. Bang. Bohan's body crashed heavily against the wall of the reception room, then slowly slid down. He opened his mouth, and blood-stained teeth spewed out. A dark purple palm print appeared on the left side of his cheek. Hall's gaze was icy, sweeping around the room. What kind of trash dares to act rashly before young master? That slap wasn't delivered with full force, yet it left Bohan unable to move. A faint aura of initial profound light realm emanated from Hall, suddenly making the air in the entire reception hall heavy. Eddie was directly affected. His complexion turned pale. The chair beneath him collapsed, leaving him sitting awkwardly on the ground. Hall, an initial profound light realm martial artist, the second in command of the Pacify Nation Duke Manor. At this moment, complete silence enveloped the entire Plain Marquis Manor. Everyone stared dumbfoundedly at the reception hall, struggling to process what they had witnessed. Iman actually allowed someone to fight inside the Plain Marquis Manor. Moreover, their visit to the Plain Marquis Manor wasn't to offer help in adversity, but to pull the firewood from under the pot. Iman sat in the chair, looking at the bewildered Bohin. It seems those 2 beatings yesterday didn't make you realize reality. While speaking, he slightly turned his face and said to the servant beside him, "Proceed."
Yes.
In the next moment, over 10 servants from the Duke Manor marched out of the reception hall, headed towards the back courtyard of the mansion. Iman, what are you planning to do? At this point, Eddie finally regained his senses and struggled to get up, but he was held down by Hall's pressure, unable to rise. Eddie finally realized at this moment, Iman coming here was never about paying off debts for him. Iman, crossing his legs and arms, said, "Want me to pay off Bohan's debt? Don't daydream." Eddie, over the years, you people from Plain Marquis Manor ate my food, wore my clothes, used my resources. At least 10,000 high-grade spirit stones, let's just say 10,000. All of this, naturally, must be repaid with interest. Eddie's eyes widened. People around the reception hall were also shocked into silence. This Iman was trying to reclaim the wealth he had given to Plain Marquis Manor? How dare he? How dare he touch the property of Plain Marquis Manor? And at this moment, sounds of fighting came from the inner courtyard. Some guards from the Plain Marquis Manor were thrown into the front courtyard, screaming in agony. A few quick-witted ones had already rushed out of the manor to find Layla. Eddie stuttered, "Iman, aren't you afraid Binger will blame you? If you continue to act stubbornly, Binger will never forgive you her whole life." Iman wore an amused smile. "Weren't you going to sell her anyway? How can she forgive me then? With a contract of servitude?" Bohin finally came back to his senses. With a swollen face, he said fiercely, "Iman, my sister and brother-in-law will never let you off." Because most of his teeth were gone, Bohan's words were barely intelligible as air leaked from the sides of his mouth. Iman nodded. "Listen to him. He even has a brother-in-law now. How does he still have the nerve to ask me for spirit stones to repay gambling debts? You should ask your brother-in-law." Bohin seemed to realize something. He stared blankly for a moment, then screamed in a hoarse voice, "Iman, it was you. You lured me to Linglong Pavilion, causing me to owe 3 million high-grade spirit stones to Linglong Pavilion." Eddie froze, then exploded in rage. "What did you say?" Linglong Pavilion was the largest casino across all realms. Once you owed them money, no matter where you hid, they would hunt you down relentlessly until the debt was paid in full. Eddie didn't dare to think about running away. Hearing Bohan's accusation that Iman had lured him to Linglong Pavilion made him restless. But before Eddie could get up, Hall's overwhelming pressure pinned him back down. Iman feigned surprise. "Oh no, Bohin, you can eat anything recklessly, but not speak recklessly? When did I ever take you to Linglong Pavilion?" In the original plot, there was no mention of Linglong Pavilion. Bohin was also one of the chosen ones with great fortune. Taking Bohin to a place like Linglong Pavilion to gamble was an act that disrupted the story, and it would be prevented by the narrative force. But, to get someone like Bohin into Linglong Pavilion, why would Iman need to intervene? The narrative force only targeted Iman, the xuanhuan time traveler, who had awakened as a cannon fodder villain in the story. Unable to move, Eddie could only glare at Iman with venomous eyes.
Mac.
A steward from the Duke Manor rushed in. The assets of Plain Marquis Manor have been fully accounted for, including various spirit artifacts, elixirs, real estate deeds, manors, farms, and 13 shops in the capital city. It totals up to 93,000 high-grade spirit stones. Iman was surprised. "This quickly," the steward explained. "It has already been inventoried by someone else. We just picked up the results." Iman nodded absent-mindedly. "Only 93,000 high-grade spirit stones, still far from enough." The steward hurriedly added, "Mac, the ladies, young masters, and other relatives of Plain Marquis Manor, plus the Marquis himself, they should still have some valuables on them, and their clothes are also worth quite a bit." Hearing this, Eddie roared angrily, "Iman, how dare you?" Others in the mansion also looked incredulous. Last night, when people from Linglong Pavilion came, they only inventoried the assets of the mansion and gave Eddie 3 days to gather spirit stones. They never intended to target the family members. How could Mac Lin be more tyrannical than Linglong Pavilion? Iman sneered. "Why shouldn't I dare?" "Go ahead. Stop." At that moment, Layla and Rock finally returned. Chapter 19. "I've already broken free of the plot, but you're still dreaming." Just now, outside the Guogong Manor gate, Hall instructed these people to wait outside. Maxim obediently waited there with Layla. However, they did not wait for Iman to come out. Instead, they encountered people from the Aiden Manor. They said that Iman had already gone to the Aiden Manor to demand repayment. Maxim and others were all formidable martial artists. In almost an instant, they arrived at the Aiden Manor. Now, seeing the cold-faced Hall by Iman's side, Maxim could hardly suppress his anger. "You made us wait outside the Guogong Manor. Yet you ran here with Iman. Elder sister, you finally came back." Bohin immediately felt as if she had found her savior upon seeing Layla return. "Elder sister, it's him. Iman got me indebted to Linglong Pavilion for 3 million high-grade spirit stones. You must help me take revenge on him." Bohin was screaming at the top of her lungs. Upon hearing the phrase, "owed 3 million high-grade spirit stones to the Linglong Pavilion," Maxim's face twitched. Undoubtedly, this Bohin was a supreme wastrel. Since the appearance of Linglong Pavilion, whoever owed gambling debts to the pavilion had never managed to default on their debt. 3 million high-grade spirit stones? Even selling the entire Aiden would not fetch this much. Layla stood at the door of the living room. Coldness seeped into her eyes as she icily remarked, "Iman, what are you trying to do? Attract my attention." Iman looked at Layla with a baffled expression. Then he unconsciously rubbed his ear, suspecting he had misheard. Attract her attention? I've already broken free of the plot. You're still dreaming." "Uncle Sue, what is she talking about?" Hall chuckled bitterly. She said, "Mac, you're trying to get her attention? Honestly speaking, even Hall was feeling uncertain right now. Back then, to get Layla's attention, Iman had done many audacious things that shook the heavens and moved the ghosts. Not long ago, during Layla's 17th birthday, Iman led people to raid all the shops on an entire commercial street in the capital of Aliad country. Within half a day, these shops were flattened, claiming it was for Layla's birthday celebration, all to gain one extra glance from her. The rumbling sound indeed drew more attention than any fireworks ever could. However, among those shops were 3 shops belonging to the Aiden, and apparently, they were the most profitable ones. As for this current situation, only heaven knew if this Mac was once again getting creative and thinking of a new way to draw Layla's attention. Layla scoffed, Iman, stop wasting your efforts on these futile acts. I can't forgive you for your disrespect yesterday, but you must produce 3 million high-grade spirit stones to pay off my brother's debt, and also, hand over the token of the 14 states, then kneel down and beg forgiveness from my father. Otherwise, Layla and you, Iman, will have severed ties forever, never meeting again. As she spoke, Layla puffed out her chest and shot a sidelong glance at Iman, waiting for his response. Encouraged, Eddie tried struggling again to get up from the ground, but Iman stood up first, walking over to Eddie. Seeing this, Eddie stopped struggling. A smile crept onto his face. Thinking Iman was coming to help him up, Hall sighed and was about to release his pressure. Unexpectedly, bang, Iman lifted his foot and stomped on Eddie's face, sending him sprawling to the ground. Iman turned his head toward Layla. What did you say? I didn't hear clearly, repeat it. As he spoke, Iman applied more force with his right foot, grinding Eddie's face into the floor tiles. Layla was stunned, looking at Iman in disbelief. Maxim frowned deeply. Hall froze initially, then a deep smile spread across his face. His true essence surged within him, and the heavy pressure felt like a mountain pressing down on Eddie, preventing this guy from suddenly lashing out and harming the little Duke. Indeed, today's little Duke was truly impressive, standing on nobility, unmatched. Layla's body trembled. She screamed at Iman, Iman, you truly disregard past feelings and mean to push things to extremes? Iman stepped harder. He pressed Eddie's entire head into the floor tiles, acting out his answer to Layla. Mac. Right then, the voice of one of the Guagong Manor servants echoed from outside the living room door. The assets of Aiden Manor have been packed up. Iman nodded indifferently. Carry them away. Immediately, the servants of the Guagong Manor began to carry away the valuables from the Aiden Manor in boxes. Layla stood there, her chest heaving dramatically. Suddenly, she said coldly, Iman, this is your choice. At that time, don't beg for my forgiveness like a dog. Iman ignored Layla. Instead, he spoke to Hall, Uncle Sue. The cultivation realm of Eddie was given by me. Now, take it back. With Eddie's talent, it was almost impossible for him to break through to the Spirit Sea realm. However, he obtained an invaluable obstacle-breaking pill from Iman through Layla and used it to reach the Spirit Sea realm. Upon hearing Iman's demonic whisper, Eddie, whose head was pressed into the ground, began to struggle violently. Layla was greatly alarmed. You dare! Stop! At the same time, Maxim also stepped forward. The Aiden is one of Aliad Kingdom's nobles, not someone you can dismiss at will. Iman sneered. A noble of Aliad Kingdom? Do you believe that if I wish, I could immediately replace the ruler of Aliad Kingdom? After these words, complete silence fell over the scene. They recalled that Iman held the tokens of the 14 states in his hand. Whomever he gave the tokens to would gain recognition from the 14 states. It wasn't impossible that Iman could indeed replace the ruler of Aliad Kingdom. Maxim remained silent with a stern face. Currently, no one in the entire Aliad Kingdom could challenge Iman. Initially, he thought Layla would be a straw to cling to. But now, this seemed like a joke. Layla's face had been beaten until it resembled a pig's head. Hall raised his hand. A burst of energy surged into Eddie's body. Eddie struggled violently once, then lay still. Clearly, he had fainted. Iman withdrew his foot and said, strip all the people in the Aiden Manor of their clothes and belongings, and take everything away, including that brother and sister duo and Rico. As he spoke, Iman looked provocatively towards Rico, who was standing behind the crowd. Only at this moment did Iman feel like a true villain, not a puppet manipulated by the plot. The servants of the Guagong Manor had already started acting. Rico froze. Wait, what does this have to do with me? I'm not from the Aiden Manor. Iman glanced at Bohan, who was sprawled on the ground with a dazed look. He called you brother-in-law, so you are naturally part of the Aiden Manor. Hurry up and move. Several servants from the Guagong Manor rushed in and started seizing Rico, Layla, and Bohan. I'll see who dares to touch me. Rico's expression turned cold. Suddenly, a Spirit Sea realm aura burst from his body. But before he could do anything, a fragrant breeze swept past. Rico's body suddenly went limp, and he collapsed on the ground. Decker Muscle Relaxant. Chapter 20. Strip them naked and throw them out on the street. 10 fragrant soft sinew powder. It's 10 fragrant soft sinew powder again. At this moment, Rico felt utterly helpless. Is Iman going to keep doing this endlessly? Does he know nothing else but 10 fragrant soft sinew powder? Seeing the situation, Maxim and others hurriedly retreated. They were terrified of getting contaminated by that peculiar 10 fragrant soft sinew powder. Senior brother Yi. Layla was horrified. She wanted to support Rico, but she was firmly held down by the martial artists from the Duke's Manor, unable to move. All she could do was glare at Iman. Despicable scoundrel. Iman shrugged. A despicable scoundrel? Fine, let it be despicable. I'm the antagonist after all. Being despicable is my pass. Iman glanced at the limp Rico on the ground, and a murderous intent sprang up in his heart. If I finish off Rico right now, just as this thought arose, Iman suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. A strong sense of danger suddenly emerged. This sixth sense had been honed over 12 years while carrying out system tasks in the 3 realms, 6 paths, and all worlds. At this moment, Iman was certain. The moment before he attempted to kill Rico, he would inevitably suffer an intense supernatural attack. After all, a child of destiny is protected by fate. But this sense of crisis is slightly weaker than yesterday. Yesterday, when he saw Rico at Wu Mansion, Iman also felt a surge of murderous intent, and at that time, he similarly sensed danger. It seems my method is correct. By seizing the opportunities of the child of destiny, I can strip him of his fate. Wu Lian Fruit, Yin Qingshan. All these were Rico's original plot opportunities. Now, they have absolutely nothing to do with him anymore. As for the Yunjian Order of the 14 provinces, this did not happen in the original plot, but if it appears, following the pattern of events, it will be credited to Rico, becoming the opportunity of the child of destiny. Now, it has nothing to do with him either. Since yesterday, after this series of suppression, Rico's destiny has begun to decline. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and strip them all naked. Iman began to rant. An antagonist should act like one. Not suppressing the child of destiny doesn't count as being an antagonist. The martial artist from the Duke's Manor hesitated a bit. Little noble son, should we strip Han? Layla too? Iman sneered. What else? Do you know where she got that dress from? Iman, you dare. Layla screamed in terror. Her voice changed due to extreme fear. Iman continued to sneer. Is there anything I wouldn't dare? The dress Layla wore was called Autumn Water Falling Sunset, a middle-grade mystical rank dermic artifact. Originally, Iman intended to give it as a gift to Sky, but it was snatched away by Layla first. Back then, controlled by the plot, Iman couldn't resist. Now, free from that control, years of accumulated anger naturally need a violent release. But he couldn't crush them completely. That would be too lenient. Thus, the martial artist from the Duke's Manor quickly acted. In the reception hall, Eddie, Layla, Bohan, and Rico were stripped of their clothes, along with their spirit artifacts, spirit stones, pills, and other possessions. Everything was piled on the ground. Outside the reception hall, the martial artists from the Duke's Manor were even more brutal. At this moment, the entire Plain Marquis Manor was shrouded in despair. Last night, the people from Linglong Pavilion weren't as ruthless as Iman. Who would think that such a vicious person would come from the Duke's Manor? Clearly a bandit, a highwayman. Layla lay naked on the cold tiles, her eyes like those of a dead fish. She couldn't comprehend why the man who used to obey her every whim had suddenly turned so cruel. This question plagued everyone. Iman didn't care about their thoughts. Throw them out. Don't dirty the air here. Hearing Iman's words, Paul was stunned. Throw them out? Isn't this the Plain Marquis Manor? Iman said earnestly. The Plain Marquis owes me over 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. This mansion should be used to pay off the debt. Now, the Plain Marquis Manor belongs to me. I'm planning to use it to raise dogs. Then, Iman looked at Maxim and others who stood frozen. Would you like to stay for dinner? Maxim shook his head repeatedly. He hurriedly said, Little, noble Sunlin, this Rico is a disciple of our martial mansion. Could you possibly? This was someone the Empress required special attention for. He couldn't really be thrown onto the street. Otherwise, if the Empress gets angry, Maxim's dream of becoming imperial consort would shatter. Iman sneered, wait until he's thrown out, and you can go pick him up yourself? Maxim opened his mouth, but could only respond with a bitter smile. Moments later, the capital was once again in an uproar. The entire family of the Plain Marquis, including the housekeeper, servants, and guards, more than 100 people in total, regardless of gender or age, were all stripped naked and thrown out onto the street. This attracted countless onlookers. Even the plaque of the Plain Marquis Manor had been taken down. It lay shattered into several pieces in the middle of the street. Maxim dug through the crowd of white bodies and pulled Rico out. He dragged him away in a wretched state. What an outrage, truly an outrage. In the Imperial Palace, the Imperial Study, Empress Clara had smashed countless precious ornaments. The head of the Sage Kingdom's noble family had his entire household stripped naked and thrown into the streets. Even the manor's plaque was broken. This was clearly rubbing her face, as the supreme ruler of the land, into the dirt. If I had known this would happen, I should have gotten rid of him long ago. Clara never imagined that Iman would dare to act so boldly. Iman had always been sufficiently decadent and foolish. So, Clara regarded him merely as a small tail she could use against the Lin family. By capturing Iman, she could unravel the threads and exhaust Eminem bit by bit. But who would have thought? Once Iman gained power, he immediately revealed his fangs. What enraged her most was that Iman dared to strip Rico naked and throw him into the street. Rico was her man. Yesterday, when Iman trampled on Rico, Clara did not intervene. To her, it was a test of Rico's character. Rico had always had things too easy. Occasionally experiencing a setback could help hone his spirit. But this time, it wasn't about honing. Who knew what kind of trauma it might leave on Rico? What if he couldn't function anymore? Rico had already taken the antidote for 10 fragrant soft sinew powder and sat there in a daze. Suddenly, Maxim suddenly cried out with surprise and joy, Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Great news, absolutely great news. Clara frowned. Speak. Maxim's breathing quickened. Champion Ho is coming to our kingdom. Clara's body trembled. Champion Ho? The one who emerged a year ago, representing the Rivers and Mountains Academy in battle, single-handedly smashing through the piercing heaven tower, slaying 108 supreme demons from the demon, barbarian, and fiend races inside. The first prodigy of the divine land? At the mention of Champion Ho, Clara's eyes also flashed with fervor. Maxim, holding a communication jade token, said excitedly, just now, news came from the martial residence. The Rivers and Mountains Academy of Great Xia is coming to our Sage Kingdom to recruit disciples. At that time, Champion Ho will also arrive. Clara's eyes widened, and the gloom in them instantly vanished, replaced by intense delight. The Rivers and Mountains Academy is no weaker than the 14 provinces. Rico, who had been silent all along, finally lifted his head. Champion Ho? I have some acquaintance with his junior sister. I can ask Champion Ho to take action against Iman. Rico gave an enigmatic smile, his depression replaced by strong confidence. He didn't believe the 14 provinces would offend the Rivers and Mountains Academy for just a small fry like Iman. Chapter 21. Casting the Chaos Spirit Pill, Forging a Divine Body. Clara looked at Rico and couldn't help but say with a tinge of sourness, "Oh, young master, ye is actually acquainted with Roman's junior sister? Indeed, your good fortune and beauty is boundless." Rico coughed and hurriedly explained, "Your Majesty, Roman's junior sister is actually someone you know. She was in the Fallen Star Mountain range." Clara was taken aback. Her eyes instantly brightened. "So it's her. She is actually Roman's junior sister. If so, this matter will be easier to handle." Humph, what if Iman has the backing of the 14 states? Our Sage Kingdom also has its backer. The meaning behind Clara's words was very clear. Their relationship with that person went far beyond mere acquaintance. It was much more than just having connections. As for the junior sister of the Roman that Rico spoke of, besides being a disciple of the River Academy, she herself had an extremely powerful background as well. 14 states. Upon hearing this, a flash of killing intent shot through Rico's eyes. Perhaps, we've misunderstood this situation. Iman refused Ray 3 times, humiliating him publicly. Maybe the Sword Saint gave Iman the identity token of the 14 states just to cause trouble for him. But no matter what, I must have Iman dead. The Empress looked at Rico's fiercely determined expression. A wave of heat involuntarily welled up deep within her body. Her cheeks turned slightly red, and her voice slowed down. "Rico, follow me." Saying that, she turned around and left. Rico saw the fleeting blush on the Empress's face, which kindled a similar passion within him. He quickly stood up and chased after her. Seeing this, Jerry also followed. "Your Majesty, where are you going? Let me come along with you." Clara frowned. "What business is it of yours? Don't get in the way." Jerry wore a sullen look. "Then I'll wait for you here." Recalling the momentary allure on the Empress's face just now, Jerry felt his heart melting. It must be close to noon now, right? Just in time to stay for lunch at the palace. It's been a long time since he had lunch with His Majesty. By the way, he just got a moon spirit grass, perfect to gift it to the Empress as well. Don't think she won't be tempted. Just as Jerry was daydreaming, Clara and Rico had already entered the bedchamber. Springtime ambience filled the room. At the same time, somewhere in the capital of Sage Kingdom, Channing stared at the message jade in his hand, feeling utterly perplexed. Why did the River Academy come to stir up things in Sage Kingdom? Is there something else happening here that I haven't discovered? Gabriel was suspected to appear in Sage Kingdom. Naturally, the fewer people who knew about this, the better. Now, Augusta was heading this way. If the people from the River Academy also came, and within the River Academy, there was still a mortal enemy of his uncle. Given his uncle's nature that thrives on chaos, he would definitely stir up trouble. I can't let this happen. I need to call more people over to prevent any losses. The 14 states base here needs to be established quickly. Location selection. Flipping through the messages on the jade, Channing's eyes suddenly lit up. Duke Pingyuan's residence? At this moment, all properties under Duke Pingyuan's name, including the mansion, shops, estates, farms, and spirit fields outside the city, had all been taken over by the State Protector's mansion. Duke Pingyuan's entire family was truly homeless now. They could only slink away into the Sage Marshal Mansion. Apart from the Sage Marshal Mansion, no one else in the entire Sage Kingdom dared to shelter them. Iman didn't return to the State Protector's mansion. Instead, he left the capital alone. Eminem had long been accustomed to such behavior. Over the past 12 years, Iman often vanished mysteriously for periods of time. Initially, the entire State Protector's mansion was thrown into an uproar, almost turning the whole Sage Kingdom upside down. In the end, it was Iman who returned on his own. After several occurrences, people like Eminem and Baylor became numb to it. Later, when Iman met Layla, henceforth turning into a loyal dog. Whenever he was in the capital, most of his time revolved around Layla. Eminem wished nothing more than for Iman to disappear far away. 30 miles east of the capital lay a vast mountain range stretching across Sage Kingdom, known as Sacred Chi Mountain. Deep within Sacred Chi Mountain, an activated heavenly tier upper-grade concealment array was set up. This was the contingency plan Iman prepared for himself before completing the system mission. He planned to change his physical constitution here. The Chaos Spirit Pill can only be consumed once I reach the mystical light realm. At this moment, Iman held a grayish pill emitting a radiant light. Seated in the center of the upper-grade celestial concealment array, he slowly circulated the all heavens god radiance. Through his accumulation over the past 12 years, his cultivation had reached the peak of the Spirit Sea realm. This time, he aimed to break through to the mystical light realm. Then he would consume the Chaos Spirit Pill to alter his physical constitution. Iman's talent and aptitude were considered top-notch among geniuses in both the Leah Kingdom and the Great Xia Dynasty. But Iman had witnessed the true starry ocean. He had once treaded upon countless deities and demons, shining alongside the sun and moon. In his eyes, his current aptitude was virtually non-existent. Therefore, long ago, he had used the power of the system to refine a top-tier divine pill for himself that could change his constitution. The Chaos Spirit Pill. To forge a chaotic divine body, the lowest cultivation level required to consume and refine this kind of pill was the mystical light realm. The three realms of chi refinement, essence absorption, and spirit sea are only considered foundational stages in martial arts. Only at the mystical light realm is one truly a martial artist. Iman muttered to himself. At the same time, the circulation of all heavens god radiance sped up. Iman's body began to emit light. All heavens god radiance was entirely different from other cultivation methods. According to its records, the human body was a mysterious and vast world, within which lay countless secrets. Cultivating all heavens god radiance would unlock these bodily secrets, evolving them into divine secrets. And at this moment, Iman was precisely at the peak of the Spirit Sea realm. When he successfully refined his first secret, he would advance to the mystical light realm. Boom. With a hum, the light floating on the surface of Iman's body suddenly concentrated on his left index finger, and his cultivation surged like bamboo shoots after a spring rain, breaking through to the mystical light realm. Iman lowered his head to look at his left index finger. He directed a thread of divine consciousness to carefully perceive. So this is the secret? On his left index finger, the secret was already unlocked. As long as he refined divine techniques, heavenly treasures, spirit weapons, or even formations and talismans into it, he could transform the secret into a divine secret, further evolving into divinity, reflecting the all heavens. No need to rush refining the divine secret. I'll change my constitution first. If the chaotic divine body is formed, the inner secrets will inevitably rise with it, becoming even stronger. Immediately, Iman settled his mind. In one breath, he swallowed the chaos spirit pill in his hand. Chapter 22. Supreme Freedom Black Gold Sword Qi. After the Huandunju Lingdan, Confusion Spirit Casting Pill, entered his mouth, approximately 3 breaths later, a mighty force of attraction erupted from Iman's body. The laws of heaven and earth within a 1,000-mile radius were influenced by this force. They formed a massive, invisible vortex swirling toward Iman's body. This invisible force of nature was like an enormous hammer, fiercely striking Iman's flesh and blood, crushing his meridians, bones, muscles, and flesh into pieces. During this process, the entire law of nature began to tremble. The Chaos Spirit Casting Pill is an ultimate divine pill. If it appeared in the divine realm, it would certainly stir up a storm of blood and rain. Now, the momentum it generated was naturally shocking and stirring, but Iman was well prepared. A superior-grade concealment array fully burst forth, hiding all the ripples caused by the disturbance in the laws of nature. Ordinary superior-grade concealment arrays naturally couldn't hide the fluctuations of the laws of nature, but this concealment array was set by the first great master of array formation in the divine realm. As for the divine-level array, the land of Aliyah country could not support it. Inside the grand array, Iman's body had vanished. Under the effect of the divine pill, his body had been engulfed by the rules of nature, transformed into the most primal particles, and then under the forging of the laws of nature, bit by bit, a new form emerged. Finally, 3 days later, Iman opened his eyes. 2 flashes of purple golden lightning disappeared from the depths of his eyes. Iman's cultivation level hadn't changed. It was still at the early stage of mystical light realm, but his strength had undergone a fundamental change compared to before. He could absolutely kill his former self from 3 days ago with just one finger. So this is the chaos divine body? Iman clenched his fist, carefully feeling the transformative changes in his own body. But he didn't indulge for long. It's time to refine the divine storage. In the next moment, Iman's mind slightly moved. True essence surged like a tumultuous river. The speed of heavenly illumination increased more than 100 times over its previous speed. In an instant, golden light, as tangible as substance, bloomed on that finger. Indeed, after changing the constitution, my secret storages also get upgraded proportionally, becoming even stronger. Previously, the divine storage on Iman's left index finger was equivalent to superior-grade earthly rank. That meant this divine storage could only refine up to superior-grade earthly rank existences to evolve. Now, the secret storage on his left index finger had already reached divine level. Supreme Freedom Black Gold Sword Qi. Iman flipped his right hand. A talisman emitting sharp sword Qi appeared in his hand. Supreme Freedom Black Gold Sword Qi. This was a supreme divine technique obtained from a secret realm while helping the Melinda conquer the 4 seas and 8 wildernesses in the divine realm. It had never been revealed before anyone. It was also one of the divine techniques Iman had long prepared for refining the divine storage. In the next moment, Iman's mind slightly stirred. True essence flowed toward the divine talisman in his hand, under the influence of heavenly illumination. In an instant, the Supreme Freedom Black Gold Sword Qi talisman vanished. Strands of extremely sharp sword Qi emerged on Iman's left index finger, beginning to refine the secret storage on the left index finger. Iman looked at that finger. The Supreme Freedom Black Gold Sword Qi talisman transformed into talisman patterns, gradually occupying the entire secret storage. The original secret storage resembled an endless expanse. Even Iman wondered if there was truly a world inside him. At this moment, this boundless secret storage, under the influence of Supreme Freedom Black Gold Sword Qi, was forged into a Sword Qi palace. At the center of the palace stood an invisible sword shadow, clearly the manifestation of the Supreme Freedom Black Gold Sword Qi technique. In the next moment, the Sword Qi palace began to tremble. All the power of the secret storage started surging toward the sword shadow at the center of the palace. Iman felt a slight numbness in his left index finger. He subconsciously raised his hand and pointed out. Buzz. Sharp sword Qi pierced through the superior-grade concealment array, slicing into a towering mountain peak of Holy Xuanhuan ahead. Boom. After several breaths, the mountain peak split into 2, collapsing to both sides. So that's it. This is the divine storage. Iman widened his eyes. That strike just now was clearly the true might of Supreme Freedom Black Gold Sword Qi. Although it hadn't reached divine level, it was still the strongest strike Iman could unleash at his current cultivation level. But this strike did not consume any of Iman's true essence. The Supreme Freedom Black Gold Sword Qi was Iman's divine storage. The power of divine storage is inexhaustible. This means that even if all of Iman's true essence was depleted, he could still activate the power of divine storage, endlessly releasing Supreme Freedom Black Gold Sword Qi. Every strike was at its peak. More importantly, currently, Iman's divine storage had not fully evolved yet. A complete divine storage would harbor the essence of divinity within. The might of the Supreme Freedom Black Gold Sword Qi would be even stronger, and it would also bring about other unexpected changes. Pity, with my current cultivation realm, I can only refine the divine storage to this extent. But now, I have the chaos divine body and practice the heaven-defying technique divine storages of all heavens. Reaching full strength should not be a problem. Now, in the territory of the great Xia dynasty, no one among the younger generation should be able to threaten me anymore. As for the elders, Iman glanced again at the life soul pearl, quietly lying in the thousand illusion world. This was his trump card, allowing him to call an emergency retreat anytime. Someone is coming. Suddenly, Iman's expression changed. He held out a talisman, and his entire body instantly vanished underground, disappearing without a trace. Just moments ago, Iman's sword cleaved through the mountain outside the concealment array, causing too much commotion that couldn't be concealed from others. At the same moment Iman disappeared, the concealment array silently merged into the ground as well. Not long after, a white figure appeared above the two halves of the mountain, hovering in midair. It was a peerlessly beautiful woman whose elegance transcended all mortal bounds. She was enveloped in a chilling aura, highly aloof and detached from the world. In her hand, she held a long saber. On the light blue scabbard, several cold plum blossoms were etched, as if embedding a thread of early spring onto it. Such a formidable sword chi. The woman looked down at the mountain peaks below, unable to help but marvel aloud. With merely mystical light realm cultivation, to be able to release such sword chi, that person is extraordinary indeed. With her cultivation and discernment, this woman could easily see through the truth behind that single sword strike. She scanned the surroundings but found no signs of any living being, so she took out a communication jade token. Her originally icy voice suddenly became lively and spirited. Elliot, please reply if you receive this. Please reply if you receive this. From the other side of the communication jade token came a low, sharp voice. What is it again? There was a hint of helplessness in that voice. The woman's tone became serious again. Here in Aliyah country, I discovered an unparalleled sword genius. His sword talent might even surpass yours. Chapter 23, Iman, I'm willing to marry you. Sagehua Manor was situated at the foot of Sacred Shio Mountain. With the help of the evasive talisman, Iman circled around within Sacred Shio Mountain several times. Only after confirming that he had successfully escaped from that person's sight and perception, did he run to the back mountain of Sagehua Manor and reveal himself. The seal of the divine artifact xuanhuan in his left palm moved slightly, concealing his cultivation level of profound light stage. Subsequently, Iman turned his head towards the direction he had come from, feeling rather troubled. That guy wasn't looking for the ghost Dr. Asura? Why did he also come here? Does she have her heart set on seeing me die a social death? To think that Arya actually came to the state of sage. Originally, Iman planned to refine a few more life soul pearls and then pop up in front of Arya to help her complete her mission. But what did it mean for Arya to show up at his door? It should be about that incident 3 years ago. Iman scratched his somewhat messy hair and muttered, the ghost Dr. Asura clearly has the image of a decrepit old man. 3 years ago, this young master turned into an incredibly youthful and fresh teenager. Arya must be obsessed. While muttering to himself, Iman followed the forest path of the back mountain toward the entrance of the martial residence. It was precisely mid-afternoon at this time. Yet, the martial residence appeared unusually quiet. Apart from a few miscellaneous duty disciples who were sweeping the ground, no other disciples or instructors could be seen. Upon reaching the gate, Iman finally saw people. Numerous disciples gathered at the main gate, layer upon layer, seemingly watching something exciting. Out of curiosity, Iman also joined the crowd. Brooklyn, what are you all looking at? Iman patted the shoulder of a girl in front of him. The girl turned around, her face instantly filled with surprise. Junior Master Lin, you're back? When will Grand Elder and Senior Sister you return? This girl named Brooklyn was also a disciple of the Grand Elder's lineage. She usually had a good relationship with Sky. Due to Sky's connection, Iman ended up being 1 generation younger than these people. After Eminem left the Wu Mansion, the people of Grand Elder's lineage immediately faced suppression. Within just 3 days, their resources were reduced by 90%. Seeing the expectant look in Brooklyn's eyes, Iman suddenly smiled. Don't worry, they will return. The current Sage Wu Mansion was Eminem's hard work. Why should it be handed over to others? Iman had already decided to change the name of Sage Wu Mansion to Lin. Changing his tone, Iman asked again, by the way, what happened here? At this moment, Brooklyn's eyes sparkled brightly, and her tone became exceptionally cheerful. It's Bohin who owes Linglong Pavilion a huge amount of spirit stones, so Marquis Pingyuan brought his whole family to hide in the Wu Mansion. Now, the disciples of the Linglong Pavilion have come to capture them. Layla and her brother Bohin usually relied on Iman's name to bully others within the Wu Mansion. Seeing Marquis Han's family in trouble now, most people rushed over to watch the spectacle. Iman's eyes lit up instantly. He hurriedly squeezed to the front of the crowd, somehow pulling out a bag of sunflower seeds from somewhere. As he watched the commotion, he ate the seeds. At this moment, over 100 members of the Han family were escorted out of the Wu Mansion gate by the warriors of Linglong Pavilion. Jerry's face was as dark as thunder, but he didn't dare say anything. In the crowd, Layla screamed desperately, let go of me, let go of me. Do you know who I am? You dare to capture me. I am Iman's fiancé. Iman is a disciple of the Ray of the 14 prefectures. If you capture me, the 14 prefectures won't let you off. At these words, everyone fell silent for a moment. All gazes instantly fell on Iman, who was munching on sunflower seeds. The sunflower seeds in Iman's hand dropped to the ground. What nonsense? Fiancé? I've only been in seclusion for 3 days. How did I suddenly get a fiancé? And such a type. The warrior from Linglong Pavilion also looked at Iman. The leader wore a luxuriously ostentatious golden robe. He looked at Iman and said with a smile, Mac Lin, is this your fiancé? It was Buster, the chief manager of Linglong Pavilion in the state of Sage. Layla also saw Iman, and her eyes lit up. Before Iman could speak, Layla spoke first, Iman, I'm willing to marry you. I don't want your token from the 14 prefectures anymore. Just give me 30 million upper-grade spirit stones as dowry, and I'll marry you. But it's agreed beforehand, you can only have me as your wife, and you cannot prevent me from meeting senior brother Yi. Hearing this, the Wu Mansion disciples all fell speechless. At a time like this, she still wants Iman to be taken advantage of? What does it mean by you can only have me as your wife, and cannot prevent me from meeting Rico? Is she thinking Mac Lin has less green on his head? But it was clear that the people of Marquis Pingyuan thought otherwise. They seemed to have clung to a glimmer of hope. One by one, they cried out for their fathers and mothers, desperately calling Iman's name. Bohan cried and shouted, brother-in-law, save me. They are going to capture me, and make me work in the mines. It's just 3 million upper-grade spirit stones. You can definitely come up with it. Eddie also struggled. Why are you still holding us? Didn't you see my son-in-law is going to pay off our debt for us? Iman. I was just watching the show. Why did the fire suddenly burn on me? Buster smiled faintly but said nothing. He knew very well that the last bit of wealth from Marquis Pingyuan had all gone into this young duke's pocket. Iman narrowed his eyes. Do you think I run a waste recycling station here? I don't accept any trash. Upon hearing this, Layla finally showed fear in her eyes. Her voice trembled. Iman. As long as you give me 3 million upper-grade spirit stones, I am willing to serve you as a slave, doing anything for you. Please save me. At this moment, Layla finally lowered her head, which had always been held high, and conceded to Iman. Just then, another voice suddenly sounded. Binger, don't beg him. Just 3 million upper-grade spirit stones, I will pay it. In an instant, Rico appeared at the entrance of the Wu Mansion, as if he were a god descending from heaven. Then he looked at Layla with deep affection. For a moment, the entire crowd was amazed. Rico was actually willing to help Marquis Pingyuan repay the debt, and it was 3 million upper-grade spirit stones. Iman took out another bag of sunflower seeds and started cracking them leisurely. TSK. No wonder he's the favored child of destiny, truly wealthy. Rico looked at Buster and firmly said, 3 million upper-grade spirit stones, I have it. Please release them, Linglong Pavilion. Layla's previously lifeless gaze instantly regained its luster. She first shot a vicious glance at Iman, then looked at Rico with tenderness. Bohan even shouted in surprise, brother-in-law, you're finally here. The others around them. No, how many brothers-in-law do you have? You really do change loyalty for favors. Buster remained calm and collected, producing a chair from somewhere. He sat down boldly. You want to repay for them, fine? Then, he pulled out a calculator made of upper-grade spirit stones from his bosom, pattering away. In total, it's 35,670,089 upper-grade spirit stones, plus 35 mid-grade spirit stones. Rico was stunned. Isn't it 3 million upper-grade spirit stones? Why? Buster smiled faintly. Do you think our Linglong Pavilion is a charity, not charging interest? If you had paid last night, it would still be 3 million upper-grade spirit stones. But since it's now today, and the deadline has passed, of course, we have to charge interest. Chapter 24. Iman. Calling in favors or putting me on the spot. Around them, the disciples of Wu Mansion collectively drew a sharp breath. 30 million more high-grade spirit stones out of nowhere? More than tenfold interest? This Linglong Pavilion is truly terrifying. The mentor of Wu Mansion's disciples then admonished his students in a low voice. Did you all see that? Linglong Pavilion is a den of death. Stay far away from it, understood. But mentor, didn't you tell us to go to Linglong Pavilion for training after graduation? Training is one thing, gambling is another. As disciples of Wu Mansion, remember to stay far away from gambling and toxins. Yes, understood. At this moment, the glimmer of hope in the heart of the Aiden family was instantly extinguished. Everyone's mind buzzed with despair. Rico felt a bit confused and lost. Actually, he had prepared 3 million high-grade spirit stones last night. But to highlight his importance, to make Layla and the entire Aiden family eternally grateful and devoted to him. Therefore, Rico chose to save them at the critical moment. In the darkest hour when Layla and the Han family were most helpless and desperate, he wanted to become a beacon of light in their lives. Now, however, he was thoroughly dumbfounded. How could Linglong Pavilion still charge interest? Moreover, at over 10 times the rate? Isn't there anyone who can regulate this? Rico's chest heaved dramatically. Shopkeeper Longshinyan, can't you be lenient at all? It's only one night late. Longshinyan first shook his head, then nodded. All right, I'll be gracious enough to waive the 35 medium-grade spirit stones as loose change. Rico, is it those 35 medium-grade spirit stones I'm short of? Suddenly, an idea struck him. Rico, am about to become a disciple of Shanxi Academy. Can Linglong Pavilion really not make an exception this time? His voice was loud, exuding a strange confidence and bravado that echoed throughout the area. It caused a stir among the onlookers. Iman's sunflower seeds fell from his hands again. What nonsense is this? About to become a disciple of Shanxi Academy? Are you dreaming? As long as I'm around, you'll never set foot in Shanxi Academy in your life. If any faculty of Shanxi Academy dares to let you in, I'll personally tear down that academy right now. Thinking this, Iman took out another pack of sunflower seeds. Longshinyan was taken aback. News that Shanxi Academy was coming to Sage Wu Mansion to recruit had spread. According to information received by Linglong Pavilion, Shanxi Academy was to admit 2 disciples from Sage Kingdom, and this Rico had apparently secured one of those spots. Impossible. Even if you are a disciple of Shanxi Academy, any debt to Linglong Pavilion must be repaid with principal and interest. There was a hint of mockery in Longshinyan's voice. Just a prospective disciple of Shanxi Academy, not quite significant enough. Rico clenched his fists. Suddenly, he gritted his teeth and spoke again. I and Champion Ho of Shanxi Academy are sworn brothers. Considering Champion Ho's face, shopkeeper Longshinyan, can't you be lenient just this once? Iman. The sunflower seeds he had just taken out fell on the ground again. You're sworn brothers with Champion Ho? Since when did this happen? Why don't I know about it? So, You're trying to pass yourself off as someone important using my name now? Iman looked at Rico with renewed interest. He wanted to see how this luck-filled protagonist would end up. Since Rico came here on his own, of course, Iman couldn't miss this opportunity to gather some karma. When Long Xinyan heard Champion Ho, his expression finally changed. You're truly sworn brothers with Champion Ho? Rico lifted his chin slightly, his lips curling into a sinister smile. At the latest, by tomorrow, Champion Ho will arrive in Sage Kingdom with senior teachers from the great Xiaoshanqi Academy. You'll see for yourself then, shopkeeper Long Xinyan. Rico was confident about Champion Ho's junior sister. She was truly his sworn brother. Considering her, Champion Ho should cover for him. Iman's face was expressionless. Brooklyn, who was next to him, hurriedly bent down to pick up the fallen sunflower seeds. Nephew, your sunflower seeds. Eat them. Iman rubbed his face. Champion Ho is coming to Sage Kingdom with people from the great Xiaoshanqi Academy? Judging from Long Xinyan's reaction, it seems he also knows about this. But why hasn't anyone informed Champion Ho himself? Champion Ho only used that pseudonym once and hadn't interacted with anyone. How did Rico manage to use it like a tiger's skin banner? I only went into seclusion for 3 days, but why does it feel like everything outside has changed? Iman's brow furrowed deeply, a baffling thought forming in his mind. Could someone be impersonating me? The surrounding disciples of Wu Mansion all looked at Rico in shock. About to become a disciple of Shanqi Academy, and an intimate friend of the top prodigy of the Divine Continent, Champion Ho. It seemed that this time, Rico was truly making a triumphant return. Rico stood with his hands behind his back, thoroughly enjoying the feeling of being revered and adored. He first glanced at Iman, then looked at Long Xinyan. Long Xinyan nodded slightly. Even if Master August from Shanqi Academy came, any debt owed to Linglong Pavilion must be repaid. But since you are a good friend of Champion Ho, I can make an exception for you. 3 million high-grade spirit stones, you can redeem one person. Rico frowned. 3 million high-grade spirit stones can only redeem one person? If Champion Ho were here personally, 3 million high-grade spirit stones would naturally take everyone away. But you. Long Xinyan leaned back in his chair, crossing his legs as he sized up Rico. A flicker of unease flashed across Rico's eyes. Then he gritted his teeth. Fine. One person it is. Bohin was already crying out loudly. Brother-in-law, save me first. Save me now, brother-in-law. Eddie also looked at Rico eagerly. Dear son-in-law. Layla gazed at Rico with hope. Rico sighed. Binger, you come with me. Layla heaved a sigh of relief. She broke free from the Linglong Pavilion warrior and glared viciously at Iman before running to Rico's side. Eddie fell to the ground, looking worn out. Bohin continued to cry. Sister, what about me? Hurry up and have brother-in-law save me too. Layla hesitated, looking at Rico. Rico took out a storage spirit tool and handed it to Long Xinyan. At the same time he said, Big boss Longshan, could you please show some mercy and let Bohin? Long Xinyan inspected the spirit tool, then stood up. No can do. The one who owes us spirit stones is Bohin. The others are just collateral. This revelation struck everyone like lightning. Bohin was the true culprit. The group from Aiden Estate glared at him with venomous eyes. Bohin collapsed on the ground, so terrified that he wet his pants. Seeing this, Rico hurriedly exclaimed loudly, Rest assured. I, Rico, swear that I will save you all today. Eddie's face turned pale. Hearing Rico's words, a glimmer of hope flickered in his eyes again. 3 million high-grade spirit stones had been brought. 30 million should be possible too. Long Xinyan didn't seem concerned. He waved his hand casually. All right, take them back. Pausing for a moment, he couldn't help but laugh heartily. Ha ha ha. I thought this was a deadbeat account. Never expected someone to willingly pay these 3 million high-grade spirit stones. I'm such a genius, able to earn 3 million high-grade spirit stones even in Aaliyah Kingdom. Going back, I'll definitely get promoted several levels. Macklin, we'll meet again. Rico. He felt an urge to vomit blood. Can't you laugh later? Why laugh right in front of me? And what did you mean by your last sentence? Could this really be related to Iman? Thinking this, Rico finally couldn't contain his long-suppressed anger. He strode toward Iman. Seeing this, Layla's eyes lit up brightly. Senior brother Yi, kill him, kill that scoundrel Iman. Rico approached Iman with murderous intent. Then, Iman raised his hand. A strange fragrance invaded Rico's nostrils. Rico froze. He immediately collapsed weakly to the ground. 10 fragrant limb-softening powder. Rico. Everyone else around them. Chapter 25. Crippling Layla. Rico's expression froze. He slumped to the ground, dazed. Over the past 3 days, Rico had done nothing except focus on Empress. Most of his energy was spent researching how to counteract the 10 fragrance muscle relaxant powder. He successfully upgraded his 100 poison-proof physique to become resistant against 101 poisons. This time, he appeared before Iman with full confidence. Apart from using poison, Iman was nothing more than a scrap of trash at the early-stage condensation realm. He could kill him with just a finger. But who would have thought that Iman's 10 fragrance muscle relaxant powder was actually the 102nd poison? You came to me on your own. Iman mumbled these words out of his mouth. Then he raised his foot and kicked down hard on Rico's delicate face. Once, twice, 3 times. A moment later, this son of Destiny's shoe-printed face was once again trampled into the mud by Iman. Around them, the disciples of Marshall Mansion were all stunned. This little lordling Iman seemed like Rico's natural nemesis. Just moments ago, Rico was still a prospective student of River and Mountain Academy and Life and Death Brotherhood member of Roman, who dared to haggle with the great manager of Linglong Pavilion. In an instant, he was stepped upon by Iman. Such a huge contrast. It wasn't small at all. However, this little lord might just have some special habits that involve treading on people's faces. They couldn't help but whisper to each other. Right at this moment, a figure suddenly flashed across the void, charging towards Iman with a sharp whistling sound. Layla. At this moment, Layla burst with aura, her eyes filled with killing intent. Around her body, a faint green dragon shadow was gradually condensing. Obviously, it was the Lin family's inherited divine ability, the Azure Dragon Prohibition Technique. A shadow of gloom flashed through Iman's eyes. Layla had cultivated the Azure Dragon Prohibition Technique under the manipulation of the storyline after using countless treasures himself. Using my Lin family's divine technique against me? Iman stomped on Rico's face with his left foot. Just before Layla got close, he flew up his right foot and kicked heavily onto Layla's abdomen. Bang! With a dull sound, Layla let out a wail as she spat out blood wildly. Her body flew backward like a broken kite, smashing into a nearby sewage ditch. Silence reigned around. Everyone looked at Iman with incredulous eyes. What had they seen? Iman kicking Layla away with a single kick. Layla was a Wu-Yuan realm martial artist. And yet, at this moment, the fluctuation in Iman's aura was still only at the condensation realm. After a moment, Layla struggled to crawl out of the filthy sewage ditch, covered in stench. She lay on the ground, staring at Iman with despair written all over her face. You crippled my Dantian. Being crippled of her Dantian. This meant that her martial path had been cut off from here onwards. From now on, she, Layla, could only be a useless person. Iman laughed casually while treading on Rico's face. Yes, what I gave you, I can take back. Layla's pale lips trembled. At this moment, regret finally leaked from her gaze. It was a deep-seated regret that gnawed at her heart. But now, no matter what she said, it was too late. Layla lay on the ground covered in filth, devoid of any life in her eyes. Iman didn't kill Layla. As one of the Son of Destiny's consorts, she could be most useful when alive, helping to reduce Rico's good fortune through her. Iman's kick was exceptionally vicious, thoroughly shattering Layla's Dantian. Repairing it was not possible. Reconstructing the Dantian was the only option. Iman wanted to see whether Rico would help her reconstruct her Dantian. And the cost of reconstructing the Dantian was no less significant than those 3 million upper-grade spirit stones mentioned earlier. Son of Destiny? Let's see how much luck he has to spend on this woman. Back then, plot power used Layla to shower Rico with wealth, treasures, and experience. Now, Iman also intended to use this woman to deplete Rico, turning his trick against him. Seeing Iman cripple Layla in one kick, Rico hurriedly buried his head into the soil, trying to lower his profile. Iman glanced at the Rico beneath his feet. If I cripple him as well? The thought had just arisen. A sudden strong sense of danger emerged above Iman's head. Meteor warning. Do they really plan to hit me with meteors? Iman gritted his teeth and took his foot off Rico. Bang! In the next moment, Iman kicked out with one foot. Rico's body was heavily kicked flying, slamming into Layla. Crack, splash, cries of pain, accompanied by bone-crushing sounds that were unbearable to hear, sounded together. Both fell into the sewage ditch simultaneously. This way, the two of you look quite well matched. Iman gave a characteristic laugh of a great villain and strode away. At the entrance to Marshall Mansion, it was only after Iman had left for a long while that someone came forward, fumbling around to pull Rico and Layla out of the sewage ditch. In the distance, Xuanhuan, who had watched the spectacle, couldn't help but marvel. The little lordling of the Lin family has been playing possum all along. Lately, Aaliyah Kingdom hasn't been very peaceful. Now things will get interesting. Ah yes, once I return, I'll lock all members of the Han family together and see if they start fighting among themselves. Why is there a sewage ditch in front of Marshall Mansion? Iman had already returned to the capital city. The moment he entered the city, he sensed that something was amiss. There were numerous unfamiliar powerful presences within the capital city. Clearly, these weren't Aaliyah Kingdom's martial artists. Iman rubbed his forehead. These guys are troublemakers, always causing problems for me. In 2 months, the Heaven Secrets realm within Daxia territory would open up. Many forces from across the divine continent, even from the myriad worlds, would send people to the Daxia dynasty. But during this critical period, 14 provinces established chapters in Aaliyah Kingdom's capital. Mountains and Rivers Academy also came over to recruit students. Plus, Channing's meddlesome Cloud Sword Edict. With so many outsiders in Aaliyah Kingdom's capital, it wasn't surprising. Iman quickened his pace. At the Marquis Mansion, the moment Iman returned, his expression turned somewhat grim. 16 powerful auras locked onto the Marquis Mansion. Among them, 3 were Purple Mansion realm cultivators. The rest were Mystic Light realm. Next time I beat Suellen, I should include Channing as well. Iman could easily guess why these people were here. Cloud Sword Edict. A token representing the identity of a member of the Sword Hall, the first sword sanctuary in the myriad worlds under 14 provinces. Channing had said that whoever Iman gave the Cloud Sword Edict to, 14 provinces would recognize. Have they not considered that I might give the token to my own old man? Thinking this, Iman walked into the town defense Marquis Mansion. Young master, the Marquis wants you to wait for him in the back garden. Iman was stopped by Hall as soon as he entered the door. Iman glanced towards the direction of the main hall and asked, "Who's here?" Hall opened his mouth but could only bitterly smile. Ninth Prince Ansel. And an unknown big shot. Iman remained expressionless. Aaliyah Kingdom's 9th Prince Ansel. He once followed Eminem into battle during his youth. Although they did not have a teacher-student relationship by name, they had one in practice. 2 years ago, Ansel took a liking to Sky and wanted to take her as a concubine. He was chased from the southern city gate to the northern one by Eminem. In the original storyline, this guy was a thorough ingrate. When the Lin family suffered a calamity, Ansel had a hand in adding insult to injury. Sky's death was indirectly caused by him. After breaking free from the plotline, Iman had been busy improving his strength. Now, it was just right to deal with these hidden threats. Do they really think I won't dare to kill anyone? Big shot? I'd like to see how big of a deal this person is. Speaking, Iman walked straight toward the main hall. Hall wanted to stop him, but Iman easily avoided him. Inside the main hall, Ansel wore a purple gold robe, looking about 30 years old. In reality, he was already over 40. and next to him sat a young man around 26 or 7 years old. His eyes were lowered, indifferent. Ansel said with a grin, "Master, you know what the Cloud Sword Edict of 14 provinces means. This thing may not be a good thing for the Lin family. Why not hand it over quickly and stay out of trouble? This gentleman hails from the Xuanhuan Palace of the Great Shan Dynasty. To put it bluntly, even if this gentleman wiped out the entire Lin family, 14 provinces wouldn't pursue. Great Shan Dynasty ranked 5th among the 18 major dynasties of the human race. Daxia Dynasty ranked 10th. The young man lifted his eyes indifferently, saying, "If not for the 9th prince pleading on your behalf, everyone in the Lin family would already be dead." Chapter 26. Iman's attitude is the 14 states' attitude. The young man stood up, walking leisurely until he was in front of Eminem. He looked down from above, regarding Eminem with a condescending gaze, as if watching ants. "Old fool, hand over the Cloud Sword token and I'll spare the lives of everyone in your family. Otherwise..." His words were cut off by a sudden roar in the sky. The entire mansion shook slightly. It was the 16 powerful auras that had locked onto the mansion, now asserting their power. Eminem's face turned pale, but he remained silent. "It seems you don't care about the lives here. Oh right, your son and daughter-in-law are at Jialing Pass, and your grandson isn't even here." The youth's eyes narrowed. "Why don't you guess whether I have the capability to let your son and daughter-in-law die on the battlefield, and make sure your grandson has no whole body left?" Eminem finally lost his composure, yelling, "You dare!" The youth smirked. "What's there to be afraid of when crushing a few ants?" Eminem. The youth's face darkened. "Hand over the Cloud Sword token." On the side, the 9th prince sighed theatrically. "Teacher, for Iman's sake, just give them the token. This person is Aslan, the son of Darien, the chief steward of Prince Yan's mansion, an outer gate executor. Teacher, do you think Iman can escape Prince Yan's assassination?" Hearing Iman's name, Eminem's expression finally softened. "Fine, you can have the Cloud Sword token, but don't harm Iman." Aslan's face lit up. "By the way, I've heard there's an exquisite beauty in the mansion named Sky. Hand her over as well. I've been living simply in Aliag Kingdom recently, and she could provide some entertainment." As he spoke, Aslan glanced at Caesar. Caesar's face stiffened momentarily before he nodded rapidly. Right, Sky. Why haven't you called out Sky yet? It's her utmost honor that Lord Wu takes notice of her." Eminem's expression grew increasingly ugly. "Too much bullying." Aslan sneered. "I am bullying you. What are you going to do about it?" At this moment, he enjoyed watching Eminem struggle hopelessly. "You indeed can't do anything. The most you can do is kill me." A sinister voice came from outside the door. "How dare you?" Hearing the voice, Caesar shot up angrily. "Who dares to insult a great figure of the Xuanhuan dynasty like this, completely disregarding death?" Iman walked in, his face filled with mockery. "So, you're the so-called great figure? You're just the son of a servant. A mere servant's son dares to show off in my state protector mansion." Eminem's face changed drastically. He hadn't expected Iman to return at this moment. Almost roaring, Eminem said, "Iman, get out. This isn't your business." Aslan turned around and approached Iman. His eyes brimmed with deadly intent. "So, you're Iman. What did you say just now? Say it again." Iman scoffed. "I said you're a bastard." Aslan burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha ha. Didn't expect that there's still someone like you who doesn't know death in Aliag Kingdom? Die." In an instant, an overwhelmingly powerful aura erupted from Aslan. Xuanhuan realm. Aslan was clearly a Xuanhuan realm warrior. His right hand glowed. Then, he swung a palm straight at Iman's face. The terrifying palm force immediately exploded the air. With loud cracks, Eminem tried to move. But then, 3 oppressive forces from Zifu realm descended instantly, nailing him firmly to the chair. Eminem's eyes were dead gray, filled with despair. Slap. The next moment, a crisp slap echoed. Aslan spun 720 degrees in midair, then crashed heavily onto the ground with a dull thud. Caesar's eyes widened as he rubbed them hard. Dazed, he muttered, "WH, what happened?" At this moment, Aslan lay in disarray on the ground, his left cheek swollen. Blood-stained teeth kept spitting from his mouth. This was a Xuanhuan realm powerhouse, felled by Iman with just one palm? At this moment, even the 16 Zifu and Xuanhuan realm warriors who had the mansion locked down were stunned. They couldn't comprehend what they had just witnessed. Iman's aura remained at the initial cultivation stage. Initial cultivation stage versus Xuanhuan realm? What was going on? "I will kill you, ah." Aslan's face twisted as he struggled to get up. Bang. Iman stomped on Aslan's face, grinding down viciously. Eminem's eyes twitched slightly. Is our eldest grandson really that formidable? A Xuanhuan realm warrior, slapped to the ground in one strike? Eminem could hardly understand what he was witnessing. It was just too exaggerated. Caesar finally regained his senses. He screamed in terror, "Iman! Stop using your foot. That's from the Yin Prince's mansion of the Great Xuanhuan Dynasty." Slap. Before Caesar could finish his sentence, a heavy slap landed on his face. He crashed into a pillar beside him and slid down slowly. Eminem appeared where Caesar had been. With a cold smile, he said, "I've wanted to hit this ingrate for a long time." Eminem wasn't some rigid, cowardly scholar. His own eldest grandson had already slapped down a significant figure from the Great Xuanhuan Dynasty. He certainly wouldn't continue to endure it. What has happened. Then make it a total upheaval. If not for the coercion by 3 Zifu realm powers, Eminem would have taken action long ago. The title of Duke of Aliag Kingdom was earned through bloodshed. But just the next moment, Eminem frowned as he looked at his hand. Strange, why couldn't I make him fly into the air? Iman rubbed his nose. This was skilled work. It was practiced on the face of Xuan, the Emperor of the Abyss from the Demon Realm. "Iman, how dare you humiliate me like this? Do you know who I am?" At that moment, Aslan, who was under Iman's foot, began roaring. Iman sneered, "Aren't you just the son of a servant?" Pausing for a moment, as if something occurred to him, He hurriedly shouted outside, "Uncle Sue, I didn't mean you. You are my grandfather's subordinate, not a servant." The servants and guards of the Lin family were not slaves. They were all former subordinates of eminent in the military or the families of martyrs. Outside the door, Hall scratched his head. "Even if you didn't explain, I wouldn't misunderstand anything. Bring these two people, tie them up, and drag them into the streets." Upon hearing Iman's words, Eminen's eyes widened in surprise. Why take them to the street? Iman glanced upward. Those 16 martial arts presences had silently withdrawn. He then looked at Aslan once more. This fool is nothing more than someone those people use to test the 14 states' attitude. Since such is the case, Little Master will set an example and inform them in practice that the mansion of the Duke is not a soft persimmon anyone can pinch. Eminem furrowed his brows. So, what is the 14 states' attitude? For the Lin family, the attitude of the 14 states was paramount. Iman, my attitude is the attitude of the 14 states. Eminem's eyes widened. Iman did not explain further. He waved his hand. Drag these two fools out. The servants of the mansion had already bound Aslan and Caesar and dragged them out. Outside the gate of the mansion of the Duke, bang, Aslan and Caesar rolled onto the street in disgrace. This caused quite a commotion among the pedestrians near the entrance of the mansion. That isn't His Highness the Ninth Prince? How did he get tied up and thrown on the street? Did he provoke Miss You again and got beaten by the Duke? And who was the other person with him? People in Aliag Kingdom naturally didn't recognize Aslan. However, hidden observers, especially martial artists from the great Xuanhuan Dynasty, recognized Aslan. They never expected the young lord of the mansion of the Duke to be so audacious, to actually bind Aslan and throw him on the street. Aman slowly walked out of the gates of the mansion of the Duke. First, he scanned the surroundings. Then he quietly said, "These two were shamelessly bold, trespassing into the mansion of the Duke and attempting to assassinate the Duke. According to the laws of Aliag Kingdom, they should be executed immediately." With this statement, the crowd was stunned. Chapter 27. Strength is used to kill. The citizens of Sage's capital were dumbfounded. Immediate execution? Who? The Ninth Prince? Has Iman gone mad? Recently, there had been rumors that the young lord of the State Duke's mansion suddenly changed his nature and stopped being a licking dog. But now it seemed this wasn't a change in character, but rather he had gone completely insane. As for the visiting martial artists, they all wore bewildered expressions. If Iman simply wanted to kill people directly, that would be one thing. But using the laws of Sage to sentence people from the great Qian dynasty's Yin Wangfu, Yin Manor, to death? Aslan was just a son of a steward. But once in Sage, he was a lofty god. Inside the State Duke's mansion, Eminent almost stumbled when he heard Iman's words. Just as he was about to go out, Hall stopped him. "State Duke, young master said you must not go out. If you don't go out, it is just this young man causing trouble. If you do go out, it changes the nature of things." Eminent. So everyone knew this was a farce. At this moment, outside the door, servants from the State Duke's mansion had already handed over an oversized chopping knife. Aman held it in his hand and walked step by step towards Aslan and Ansel, who were standing in the middle of the street. Aslan was tied up with thick ropes. Seeing the unmasked killing intent in Iman's eyes, he couldn't help but scream, "Iman, you can't kill me. I am an outer sect enforcer of the great Qian dynasty's Yin Manor. If you kill me, your Lin family, no, the entire country of Sage will perish with me." Watching Iman approaching with the knife, Aslan started struggling desperately, but the rope binding him only tightened, and despite his Xian Guang realm cultivation, he could not break free. As for Ansel, he had already twisted his body to hide behind Aslan. He didn't believe that Iman really dared to kill Aslan. Swoosh. Right then, a sharp sound of something breaking through the air came. A black spear stabbed into the ground 3 inches in front of Aman, shaking slightly. "Show me how you would kill." From the second floor of the tea house opposite the State Duke's mansion, a youth dressed in black brocade looked at Aman with eyes akin to watching a dead man. "If you kill Aslan, I guarantee not even a dog within your residence will live." That is Little Prince Pete from the great Qian dynasty's Yin Manor. Someone immediately recognized the youth. Who would have thought the little prince would come personally? It's said the little prince participated in the great Qian Shanha Academy's exams thrice, but failed every time. This time he is here for the Daxia Shanha Academy quota. The admission standards for the Daxia Shanha Academy are lower than the great Qian Shanha Academy, so it looks like the little prince can finally get his wish and become a disciple of Shanha Academy. Also, I heard that Nadine Wuxin from Yin Manor has joined the Daxia Shanha Academy and will arrive in Sage tomorrow. Around them, some martial artists couldn't help but murmur among themselves. Pete was an old-age child of the great Qian Yin king, raised with immense favor. In the great Qian dynasty, even princes gave way to him. Now that this little prince interfered, nobody thought Iman would still dare touch Aslan. Aslan heaved a sigh of relief. Looking at Iman, a vicious expression appeared in his eyes. "Iman, kneel before me and untie me." Iman glanced at the little prince, then slowly reached out, pulling out the spear stuck in front of him from the ground. He must be mad, daring to touch the little prince's spirit weapon. When the murmuring martial artists saw Iman pull out the black spear, an uproar broke out again. However, in the next instant, Iman threw the spear hard. The black spear turned into a blur and vanished from his hands. Puff. A faint sound followed. Aslan's eyes bulged wide open. He felt like there was something more in his mouth, throat, body. Aslan stared in horror, making painful groans as blood bubbled in his mouth. Then, his consciousness sank into eternal darkness. Everyone watched this terrifying scene in shock. The black spear pierced through Aslan's mouth and exited from the back, impaling his entire body. Iman actually dared to kill Aslan, and he used the spirit weapon of the little prince from Yin Manor. Audacious. Following a furious shout, a man in black clothes-fitting clothes broke through the window of the tea house's second floor, landing before Iman. This was a xuanhuan realm powerhouse whose vast pressure like the sea pressed towards Amon. Don't kill him yet. The cold voice of the little prince sounded. Just break his 4 limbs. I want him to watch with his own eyes as the Lin family falls apart because of him. The black-armored martial artist's face twisted into a grotesque expression. Then he spread his fingers and reached for Iman's collar. Iman slightly sidestepped, avoiding the grab. Then he abruptly raised his leg, his knee crashing heavily into the man's abdomen. Pong! A muffled thud echoed. The man's expression froze, his eyes and mouth wide open. Clutching his abdomen, he slowly, very slowly, knelt before Iman. Iman remained expressionless. I am a baron of Aliyah, assaulting a noble on the street. According to the laws of Aliyah, this deserves death. Before anyone could react, Iman swiftly swung the chopping knife in his hand. Pooh! With a swift movement, the head was severed from the body. The decapitated corpse collapsed to the ground. A gush of blood spurted out beside Iman's feet. The head slowly rolled toward the middle of the street, finally coming to a stop. Its eyes, filled with pain and confusion, stared directly at Pete inside the tea house. In that instant, the entire street fell into a dead silence. A xuanhuan realm powerhouse from the great Qin dynasty had been killed by Iman with a single stroke of the blade. And it was all done according to Aliyah's law. How did Iman manage to do this? So far, his aura fluctuation had always been at the Qi refinement stage. Qi refinement slaying xuanhuan? Is this something a human can accomplish? Inside the state duke's mansion, Eminem's eyes were as wide as copper bells. He stared dumbfounded at Hall. Is my grandson really this strong? Earlier, when Iman slapped Aslan down, Eminem hadn't felt much. But at this moment, he truly sensed Iman's power. Hall said matter-of-factly, Mac has been running outside these years. Didn't you think he was just playing around? Eminem snapped out of his daze and smiled in relief. Iman used the divine artifact xuanhuan to disguise himself with multiple layers. Not to hide his incompetence, but to conceal his true cards. To keep people guessing about his true strength. Iman was about to enter the heavenly mystery realm as a Shanha Academy disciple. He would eventually have to reveal his strength. What Iman hid was his identity, not his power. After leaving the plotline, he immediately altered his constitution, activated the divine storehouse, and boosted his cultivation to the xuanhuan realm. This strength was used for killing, not for hiding. People had already broken into his home, threatened his grandfather, and wanted to kill his entire family. How could Iman shrink back in fear? All these years of system missions would be wasted otherwise. Amidst the dead silence, someone muttered aloud in disbelief. Is 10 fragrance soft bone powder so powerful that it can take down a xuanhuan realm expert? I should buy a few packets and try it too. Iman. This time, it wasn't 10 fragrance soft bone powder. Forget it. Let them think what they want. Blood still dripped from the knife in Iman's hand. He looked at the young prince in the opposite tea house, lifted his left hand, and beckoned him over. You want the cloud sword order, right? Come get it. Provoked like this, Pete's face turned green with anger. He felt blood rushing to his head, ready to fight Iman to the death. The guards beside Pete were terrified and held him back firmly. They were sure that if Pete dared to go down, Iman would dare to kill him. Coward. Iman retracted his hand. Since you won't come down, then I'll go up. As he spoke, Iman strode forward, heading toward the tea house with murderous intent. Since they were enemies anyway, why not kill directly? When slaughtering chickens, choose the biggest one first. He's going to kill the young prince of Yin Manor? The usually arrogant young prince is in trouble this time. The surrounding visiting martial artists looked at Iman as if he were insane. If Pete died here, the entire country of Aliyah would pay the price. Inside the tea house, Pete was also losing it. He raged wildly. What are you idiots waiting for? Kill him now. At that moment, Pete's arrogance was fully exposed. Growing up, he had never suffered such humiliation. His 3 guards felt their scalps tingling. Iman could take down the previous man with one move. He could do the same to all 3 of them. This time, besides Aslan, Pete only brought 4 xuanhuan realm guards to Aliyah. But he never expected that in this remote little place, someone would dare to kill the young prince of Yin Manor. Let's go. One of the guards, disregarding Pete's struggles, picked him up under his arm and triggered an escape talisman, instantly disappearing. Iman, I will come back. Pete's voice drifted far away. Iman. He touched his nose and muttered softly, that was clearly my line. Pete is supposed to be part of the future main cast, yet he acts more like a villain than I do. Pete's sister, Mariah, is one of Rico's harems. But now, the two should not have hooked up yet. Iman did not chase after them. Instead, he looked at Caesar. At this moment, the 9th prince was lying on the ground, trembling with fear. His pants were already wet and yellow. You are a prince of Aliyah, and I am a subject of Aliyah. Iman spoke slowly. In Caesar's terrified eyes, a glimmer of hope appeared, and he hurriedly said, yes, so you can't kill me. Iman continued unperturbed, therefore, if I want to kill you, I must inform his majesty. Someone, drag him to the palace. The servants of the state duke's mansion were still stunned. Dragging? Iman sneered. Do you think I should give him an 8-man sedan chair? As he spoke, Iman turned around and strode towards the palace. Empress of Aliyah? It was time to deal with this old hag. Chapter 28. Why did your majesty rebel? Not until Iman left did the people around them heave a long sigh of relief. Just now, Iman actually went to kill the young prince of Yen Wangfu. Fortunately, the young prince ran fast, otherwise, he might have really died in this place. Everyone looked at the mansion of the duke with a trace of fear. Fortunately, the people from Dashuan's Yen Wangfu were probing ahead. Otherwise, it would be them who would die. Iman dared to openly defy the Yen Wangfu of Dashuan. Even knowing Alex's identity, he still attempted to assassinate him. Who would believe that there wasn't someone powerful backing him up? The 3 Zifu realm experts had been observing all along. Apart from leaking out bits of their aura, they never showed themselves. There will be a spectacle to watch at the palace too. Let's go. let's go, and see how that little duke kills the 9th prince. The crowd dispersed. In front of the duke's mansion, Aslan's body, pierced by a spear, lay quietly on the street, untended. Not far away, on top of a building, 2 faint figures stood. Augusta's exquisite face was devoid of expression. Her tone was indifferent. Nephew, what do you think? Channing shrank his neck, stepping back slightly. Before him, Augusta was dignified and elegant, aloof and noble, like a goddess from the heavens. Around her was an atmosphere that kept others at bay, completely different from the noisy, lively little master she usually portrayed through the message jade charm. Channing pondered for a moment before saying, Iman's cultivation is in the Xuanhuan realm, yet he can defeat practitioners in the xuanhuan realm. Augusta gave him a sidelong glance. Xuanhuan realm? Channing froze. Isn't it? Augusta snorted. Linghai realm. Channing's eyes widened. Iman was actually in the Linghai realm? At this moment, he finally understood why Iman refused him. Me, the Zoran sword saint. I couldn't even see through Iman's disguise. Channing sucked in a cold breath. It seems Iman has another opportunity. Augusta nodded. Perhaps there is someone else behind him. Don't you find Iman has a somewhat familiar presence? Channing firmly said, his temperament is like mine. Augusta. Forget it. Continue your work. I'll go seek Dr. Devil Asura. At that very moment, Augusta's expression suddenly changed. She abruptly turned her head, her eyes like cold stars, looking towards the back courtyard of the Duke's mansion. That is, the legendary moon goddess body? Before her words ended, Augusta vanished. At the same time, in the imperial palace of Aliyah, Your Majesty, big trouble. In the Empress's bedroom, a little eunuch rushed in hastily. Milagros was watching over Rico, who was lying on the bed. Rico's injuries had healed, but his gaze was vacant, his pale face emotionless. Clearly, he hadn't recovered from the shock. Milagros was heartbroken. Suddenly hearing the small eunuch shout, she angrily shouted, drag him out and behead him. The next moment, 2 figures appeared, covering the little eunuch's mouth and dragging him away. Silence returned to the bedroom. Milagros held Rico's hand, her face full of tenderness. Aichin, you don't need to worry. I've instructed Prince Gio, in the Yinwang Fu, to leave Iman alive for you to handle. Your Majesty. Before Milagros finished speaking, the chief eunuch Kishengui hurriedly entered from outside. He immediately saw Rico lying on the dragon bed. His rat-like old face twitched fiercely. Then, as if he saw nothing, Kishengui stood in the center of the room. Milagros' face darkened. What's wrong? Kishengui stammered. Iman has brought people to drag the 9th prince to the palace gate. Saying. Milagros was incredulous. Saying what? Iman came? Dragging the 9th prince? Shouldn't it be the other way around? Upon hearing Iman's name, Rico perked up, urgently looking at Kishengui. Kishengui clenched his teeth. Iman says the 9th prince violated the law, and he wants to execute him, so he has come to inform you. Nonsense. Milagros erupted in anger, but she quickly calmed down. What about the people from the Yin Wangfu? Kishengui shook his head. I didn't see them, only people from the mansion and the 9th prince are here. Milagros nodded. Understood. Immediately, her angry face softened again. Achan, you rest well? I'll be right back. Rico nodded. Be careful. Milagros smiled in understanding. Then she stood up, exuding the demeanor of an emperor. Prepare the sedan. I will go and meet that Iman personally. Although there were informants in the palace, Milagros' mind was completely preoccupied with Rico. She had not paid attention to the developments at the Marquis's residence at all. Moreover, Milagros did not think anything unexpected would happen with the experts from Dashuan's Yinwang Fu taking action. So, she didn't know what had occurred. At this moment, the gates of the palace were tightly shut. The imperial guard surrounded Iman and his party, standing in strict formation. Yisroeljua had already changed into prison clothes. He knelt on the ground, facing the palace. Iman stood behind him, holding a blood-stained machete in his hand. Iman, are you rebelling? Armand, the commander of the imperial guard, shouted angrily. Iman pointed at his nose. Me rebelling? Armand sneered. Isn't that so? Iman, I came here with 7 people to rebel. Are you out of your mind? If anyone is rebelling, it's this 9th prince. He actually led spies from another country to attempt an assassination at the Grand Marquis's residence. I want to ask now, what punishment does the 9th prince deserve for rebelling and treason? At this moment, the palace gates opened loudly. The empress, draped in imperial robes, sat high upon the dragon carriage. Her expression was indifferent. According to little Lord Amon, what punishment should the 9th prince receive? Your Majesty. Your Majesty. At this moment, the troops and guards at the gate of the palace knelt down with loud rustling sounds. The martial artists from the Marquis's residence straightened their backs, standing tall. Mother Empress, save me. Caesar screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Amon remained expressionless. According to Sage's laws, those who commit treason shall be executed immediately. As he spoke, he raised the machete in his hand and slashed toward Caesar. You dare. Milagros' face changed drastically. Caesar was one of her most cherished offspring. Therefore, she had sent him to interact with the people from Yin Wangfu. Now, seeing Iman about to kill Caesar, she suddenly burst with a powerful aura. Her figure, like a large bird, swooped straight towards Iman. Puff. Before Milagros could get close, Iman had already beheaded Caesar. The head rolled in front of the dragon carriage, its eyes wide open in disbelief. Iman looked up at Milagros, who was now nearby. Why did your Majesty rebel? As he spoke, the machete in Iman's hand gleamed with a cold blade light. He swung it directly at Milagros. Chapter 29 The Fallen Empress. Iman's strike seemed ordinary. Yet, there was an underlying eruption of blade intent, sharp to the extreme. At this moment, Clara was no more than a few yards away from Amon. Seeing Iman truly slay her most cherished offspring with one strike, and hearing those blasphemous words, she instantly flew into a rage. Outside the Empress's body, a faint crimson shadow condensed. It vaguely formed the shape of a Qilin, Chinese unicorn. Killing intent blossomed in her eyes as she threw a punch towards the blade's light of Amon. However, at this very instant, a sudden forewarning arose in the Empress's heart. Bad. Clara's expression changed. When the distance between her and Iman's blade light was no more than 3 feet, her figure forcibly stopped mid-air. Then, enveloped by the Qilin image, the Empress's body twisted 18 times consecutively, barely managing to evade Iman's deadly strike. Nevertheless, the blade still grazed Clara's hair bun, cutting off her crown. Amon's eyebrows raised slightly as he sneered, "Not bad. Truly worthy of being the Empress of the Qi Yunzi's harem." The blade missed its mark, but Iman did not pause. His figure flickered as he took a step forward. Immediately following, his foot heavily kicked onto Clara's chest. Bang! A muffled sound. The crimson Qilin image outside the Empress's body was shattered by Iman's kick. Her body was thrown back awkwardly. The Empress's pupils contracted. She forced herself to swallow the blood surging in her chest. She spun in midair, landing steadily before the dragon carriage, with a foot stepping on Caesar's head. Bang! And then, everyone saw that the usually high and mighty Empress Aliyah, standing unsteadily, with disheveled hair, fell flat on the ground. Her back of the head hit the dragon carriage perfectly, knocking it over. Insolent. Silence lingered for a moment. Armand, commander of the Imperial Guard, reacted first. His eyes were bloodshot as he roared and charged towards Amon. "Arrest this traitor." The surrounding guards hesitated for a second, then surged forward together. Iman didn't sheath his blade. Looking at Armand rushing forward, he couldn't help but scoff. "You traitors are rebelling alongside the Empress?" Iman's voice was clear and resonant, spreading far and wide. The surrounding warriors watching could only shake their heads. "The Empress and the Imperial Guard rebelling? Are you sure you're not the one rebelling? But what is this Iman really all about?" From beginning to end, his aura fluctuated only at the early stage of Qi cultivation. Yet that knife strike, imbued with blade intent, was far beyond what someone in the Qi stage should possess. To outsiders, Iman appeared unfathomably profound, making them unable to gauge his depth. Clara struggled to stand up, her face pale as paper. If it weren't for the inexplicable warning that arose in her heart at that moment, the Empress was certain she would have been gravely injured, or even killed under Iman's blade. This Iman, when did he become so strong? "Damn it, come back. Are you looking for death?" Sharp and terrified roars came from the Empress's mouth. She wasn't Iman's match. Those people charging towards him like Armand were just walking to their deaths. Iman had already made his move. A loud hum like dragon roars erupted from the heavy chopping blade in his hand. In the next moment, the humming turned into dragon roars. A green blade light burst out, transforming into a green divine dragon, scales and claws visible, teeth bared and claws flailing. Holding the dragon's tail, Iman slashed with the blade. Dragon roars shook the heavens, directly aimed at Armand. Eyes wide open, Armand screamed in terror, "Green Dragon Prohibition Spell." The inherited skill of the Lin family of Zhenguo Gongfu, Green Dragon Prohibition Spell. As the commander guarding the Imperial Palace, Armand also possessed early-stage Xian Guang realm cultivation. But at this terrifying strike, Armand felt small like an ant. He manchang, barely, lifted his long spear to block horizontally. Buzz. The blade shone like a dragon, splitting Armand's spear, his head, and his body, all in two at once. Moments later, blood splashed through the sky. Armand's body, cut in half, collapsed lifelessly to the sides. Blood and organs smeared the ground. Complete silence enveloped the entrance of the Imperial Palace. The advancing guards froze. They stared dumbfounded at Iman now. Armand was a Xian Guang realm powerhouse. Was he just slain by Lin Xiaogongi, rumored to be the #1 failure in Aliyah? These guards were unaware of what happened earlier at the Duke's mansion. However, the martial artists who gathered to watch the commotion were having spasms on their faces. "Just now I heard that apart from being a sycophant, this Iman also bears the title of the greatest waste in Aliyah. Not a failure? Talking about him? Do these people in Aliyah have some misunderstanding about the term failure? Or does Aliyah have a different definition of failure compared to other places?" Everyone was bewildered. Even in Daxia and Daxuan, Iman was among the top geniuses. How did he end up as a waste in Aliyah? Clara was also stunned. She had disheveled hair and a disordered imperial robe, trembling as she said, "Iman, what do you really want?" The tip of Iman's heavy chopping blade dripped with blood. He looked at the Empress and matter-of-factly said, "Your Majesty has colluded with foreign forces, intending to rebel. As the grandson of the current state guardian duke and the son of the great general, it is my duty to defend the nation's peace, to quell rebellion." As he spoke, Iman held the blood-stained chopping blade and walked step by step toward the Empress. Behind Iman, those few martial artists from the state guardian duke's mansion first froze for a moment, then firmly followed behind Iman. "Iman, I'll fight you to the death." The Empress roared softly. Buzz. Suddenly, outside her body, the crimson Qilin image condensed once again. Earth-rank cultivation method, Qilin transformation. This was an opportunity she gained when meeting Rico 3 years ago in the Fallen Mountain Range. Now, the Empress has already cultivated Qilin transformation to a minor accomplishment. Her cultivation also touched the barrier of the Purple Mansion realm. That's why she chose this moment to make a move against Eminent. This moment, inside the Empress's body, the Qilin transformation rapidly operated. The crimson Qilin image almost solidified. Her peak mystic light realm cultivation was released to its utmost extent. Clara transformed into a human-shaped Qilin, charging straight at Amon. "To your death," the Empress roared. Her right hand resembled the hoofclaw of a Qilin divine beast, bearing heavy pressure, smashing down on Amon. The corner of Amon's eye twitched slightly. He couldn't help but criticize. Transforming Qilin like this is quite the waste of this cultivation method. While talking, Amon turned his chopping blade sideways and struck heavily. Slap. A crisp sound of a slap. The Qilin image outside the Empress's body was directly shattered. Her body crashed into the dragon carriage behind her, shattering that extremely magnificent symbol of imperial power. The Empress fell to the ground, half her face swollen. Within the palace grounds, even the sound of a needle falling could be heard. The surrounding imperial guards and officials who rushed over upon hearing the news saw the Empress, now on the ground and utterly humiliated. It seemed that a belief had broken. The invincible Empress had lost. Only at this moment, deep fear finally appeared in Clara's eyes. Unforgivable, unforgivable. Iman, how dare you commit regicide in broad daylight? Aren't you afraid of the historian's impartial pen and the judgment of the masses? The Empress spat out a few teeth. Her voice trembled, both a threat and a plea. At this moment, the Empress finally regretted it. The State Guardian Duke's family were loyal heroes, diligently serving Aaliyah and the martial establishment. She almost slaughtered the entire State Guardian Duke's family due to ridiculous suspicions. And, originally, she thought Iman was Eminem and Baylor's weakness. By targeting Iman, she believed she could exhaust the Lin family. But who knew? This Iman was the most terrifying one of them all. If only she had known about Iman's terrifying strength earlier, the Empress wouldn't have made a move at this time. Iman glanced around. The surrounding officials all lowered their heads, avoiding Iman's gaze. Standing before the Empress, looking down at her, Iman said, "Your Majesty, I am not committing regicide, but quelling a rebellion." Killed? It wouldn't be that simple. Killing her would end it all. But how would they weaken the Chi Destiny child's luck? Just as Iman was about to deliver the final blow. This matter ends here. Right at that moment, an elderly voice with undeniable authority resounded like thunder. At the same time, formidable pressure descended from the sky, separating Iman and Clara. Purple Mansion Realm. Iman raised his head and looked in a certain direction. "Are you teaching me how to act?" As he spoke, he kicked the Empress's abdomen. The pressure of a Purple Mansion Realm expert could not stop this kick by Iman. Boom. The Empress's body flew up, crashing heavily against the palace wall. She coughed up a mouthful of blood, her face ashen, her eyes filled with deep despair. One kick, and her dantian was shattered. Chapter 30, Augusta. I came to take apprentices, not for matchmaking. Her dantian shattered. The aura emanating from Clara quickly withered. Her long, disheveled hair visibly turned ash gray. That face, which still exuded charm, began to age rapidly. Empress Chio is 78 this year. Ruining her cultivation was no different from killing her. If no one could reshape her dantian, Empress Chio wouldn't last a month with her injuries. The Empress sat listlessly on the ground. The deathly aura was already surfacing in her eyes that were gradually turning turbid. Before the palace gate, everyone's gaze was fixed on Iman. Iman had actually ignored the pressure of a Zifu realm expert and crippled Empress Sage with one kick. Zifu realm. A realm where one has established their purple mansion within, harboring primordial spirit inside. Though it's only one realm above xuanhuan realm, it's worlds apart. At least, in places like the Aaliyah Kingdom, there had never been a Zifu realm martial artist. What kind of monster was this Iman? The Zifu realm powerhouse who had spoken earlier now appeared. He stood not far from Iman. This was an elderly man dressed in splendid brocade robes, his hair as white as crane feathers, but his complexion youthful. He stood ramrod straight. His expression was dark as he coldly glared at Iman. "Didn't you hear what I said?" The elder's voice was like an invisible yet sharp sword piercing into Iman's heart. But to Iman, it was merely a gentle breeze. He raised his blood-stained machete, pointing it at the elder in the Zifu realm. "Cut the act. Want the Cloud Sword order? Then beg for it properly. Or, do you plan to take it by force?" This elder was also from the great Qian dynasty. Though he wasn't from Prince Yan's residence, that didn't stop him from trying to win favor with the young princess and prince of the Yin family. After all, that young princess from the Yin family residence was one of Riko's concubines. Though she hadn't hooked up with him yet, it was almost there. Hence, those from the Yin family took the initiative to attack the Lin family this time. Earlier, Iman had merely killed 2 weak opponents. It wasn't enough to deter them. So, he came with Caesar to cause trouble for the Empress, to lure out a bigger fish. Since this old man offered himself up, Iman saw no reason not to start with him. As for backing down, in the 12 years he'd spent completing system missions across various worlds and realms, Iman understood the rules of this world. Sometimes, once you show weakness, you'd be devoured entirely, bones and all. Seeing Iman dare to challenge a Zifu realm expert, everyone involuntarily backed away. "Elder." A man in dragon-patterned robes knelt on the ground, repeatedly kowtowing. "Iman defies ethics, daring to commit regicide. I beg you to strike, exterminate this beast. Avenge my mother Empress and my 9th brother." This person was none other than Clara's eldest son, Clive of Aaliyah Kingdom. The Zifu realm elder remained silent. He stared at Iman, his expression shifting between calm and stormy. Yet, he didn't dare make a move rashly. He couldn't read Iman. In the elder's eyes, Iman's cultivation always remained at initial breath condensation stage, unchanged, and that made him the most dangerous. "If you won't come, then I shall approach." Iman, holding the bloody knife, stepped towards the elder. The elder's pupils contracted slightly. Suddenly he said, "Old man suddenly remembers he hasn't had lunch yet, so I must go back to eat. Farewell." Speaking, the elder turned around and disappeared in a flash. Just like that, the overbearing Zifu realm expert was scared off by Iman. Iman looked up at the setting sun, somewhat bewildered. "Lunch? Isn't it closer to dinner time?" "Pity, that chicken ran away." The people around. Chicken? Referring to the Zifu realm expert? The onlookers finally realized. Iman was making an example out of the Zifu realm expert to establish authority. Speaking of which, what exactly was Iman's cultivation? Could he really kill someone in the Zifu realm? The crown prince, kneeling on the ground, was utterly devastated. Iman had scared off the legendary Zifu realm expert. The crown prince's eyes were hollow, still kneeling without moving a muscle. Iman stepped forward, flipping his hand. A token appeared in his hand. The Cloud Sword Order is in my possession. Want it? Come and get it. As he spoke, a feeble voice interrupted. Why you? That isn't the Cloud Sword Order. I've seen the real thing. It doesn't look like that. It does resemble. Iman twitched at the corner of his eye. He hastily stuffed the token back into the Xuanhuan space. Iman had established or seized too many forces across various worlds. Tokens like the Mountain River Order and Cloud Sword Order, he had refined countless of them. They were mass-produced in bulk, essentially all similar. He had momentarily been careless and picked up the wrong token. Then, Iman flipped his hand once more. The Cloud Sword Order appeared in his hand. The Cloud Sword Order is here. Whoever wants it, come and take it. Iman repeated what he had said earlier. Iman, was that the Red Dust Order of the 3,000 guests and the worry-free lord you just showed? Someone immediately asked. Iman's face stiffened. No, not at all. What Red Dust Order? What worry-free lord? I have no idea. That's my Marquis of Pacification's identity token. As he spoke, he took out another token. It looked very similar to the one from before. On it were engraved the 4 big characters, Marquis of Pacification. Many people finally breathed a sigh of relief. Tokens all looked alike. It was normal to be mistaken for a moment. Moreover, the 3,000 guests always stayed away from conflicts. The Red Dust Order of the Worry-Free Lord was even something that the heads of ancient families could not obtain. How could it possibly appear in Iman's hands? Forget about the Red Dust Order. Even if the 2 major disciples under the Worry-Free Lord, Dan Sean Thomas's Heaven Order and Fragrant God Brianna's Flower Drinking Order appeared, it would be enough to cause a sensation in the great world of Zhongzhou, scaring off a Zifu realm martial artist. Iman's move to kill the chicken also proved somewhat effective. For the time being, no one should dare to touch the Lin family anymore. Iman also returned to the Marquis of Pacification's residence with his people. It's time for grandfather to break through to the Zifu realm. Also, little senior sister's moon goddess body should have been activated. At this moment, at the Marquis of Pacification's residence, in the reception hall, Eminem stared blankly at the girl before him, who was beautiful like a celestial maiden from 9 skies. He remained dazed for a long time before realizing he might have lost his composure. He quickly regained his seriousness. May I ask for your name, where you live, and whether you're married? My grandson Iman is exceptionally talented and outstanding. He is now 17 years old and not yet married. If you are also unmarried, why not consider our Iman? Augusta. I came here to take apprentices, not for matchmaking. Eminem disregarded everything and got more excited as he continued. That kid of mine is no exaggeration to be called the #1 genius of Aliyah Kingdom. Just now, he chopped down 2 xuanhuan realm experts on the street. With your incomparable beauty, matching my grandson. No, wait. My grandson's appearance and talent absolutely match you. Augusta. Iman, who had just walked in. Wait, what's going on? I just went out for a while. How did this guy end up in my house? Chapter 31. Iman's seniority plummeted. Eminem's eyes instantly lit up when he saw Iman return. He hurriedly pushed Iman in front of Augusta. Look, young lady, this is my Iman. What do you think? Isn't he a man of talent and virtue? At this moment, Eminem's desire to hold his great-grandson had reached its peak. Iman didn't look bad at all, with an elegant and refined demeanor. But over the years, he had always revolved around Layla, without even a woman by his side. This troubled Eminem greatly. Now, seeing a girl who seemed like a celestial maiden from the heavens appear in his home, how could he let go of this opportunity? As for the woman in front of him, Eminem truly couldn't think of any words to describe her. Forget Layla. Even the Empress Aliyah during her youth would not compare to even a finger of the other party. No, comparing those two with this girl was simply an insult to her. Eminem couldn't help but rub his hands together in glee. The offspring of his grandson, and such a woman would undoubtedly be heaven-defying. Augusta raised her gaze. Iman's figure abruptly appeared in her line of sight. For that one moment, her heart skipped several beats inexplicably. Although previously, Augusta had seen Iman from afar, but at this close range, she felt that this young man in front of her had an inexplicable sense of familiarity and closeness. For a time, she just stared blankly at Iman. Iman's head was spinning a bit. 12 years ago, he pulled Augusta out from among the dead bodies. At that time, Augusta was 13 years old. During the following 12 years, Iman, using the power of the system, almost hand-fed her to become the renowned knife god that shook the realms. Not only were his skills influenced by Iman, but even her personality. In front of Augusta, Iman risked exposing himself anytime. If it were others, it wouldn't matter so much. Augusta talked fast, and kept nothing hidden in her heart. Once she knew something, it became public knowledge in the 14 states. There had been many times when, because of her mouth, Augusta's bottom had almost been thoroughly disciplined by Iman. At this moment, the divine artifact xuanhuan in Iman's left palm was crazily throbbing, covering his aura tightly. In the next instant, a cold yet uncertain voice sounded from Augusta. Haven't we met somewhere before? Upon hearing these words, Eminem's eyes immediately lit up. This kind of setup? Did this woman really fancy his grandson? Iman reacted quickly. Less than half a breath later, he put on a surprised look. Yes. In my dreams, we have met countless times. Hee. I declare that from now on, you're my new goddess. Goddess, did you come to our house for the Cloud Sword Order? Here, take it all. As long as you agree to marry me, the Lin family will be yours. As he spoke, he stuck his hand into his robe, took out a Cloud Sword Order, and stuffed it into Augusta's hand. In that instant, Iman's acting was outstanding. Using the mannerisms of someone controlled by plot development who fawned over Layla, he lavished flattery upon Augusta. Augusta's expression froze. That strange feeling of familiarity immediately dissipated. Iman's image overlapped completely with the lapdog persona in her records. Augusta rubbed her forehead. Lapdogs never change. They just switch whom they fawn over. She extended her hand and brushed aside. A gentle force pushed Iman along with the cloud sword order in his hand aside. And at this time, Eminem came back to his senses. He shook his head bitterly, realizing that his grandson had remained unchanged from start to finish. But Eminem also looked somewhat confused at the cloud sword order in Iman's hand. The cloud sword order given by the sea-covering sword saint should have been on his own person. How did Iman get one? But he didn't have time to ponder it. He pulled Iman aside forcefully. Iman, be respectful. Iman scratched his head. I was being respectful, wasn't I? Wasn't I giving her a token of love? Eminem. Augusta was full of black lines, but she herself hadn't realized that she couldn't muster any anger in her heart at this moment. She even felt a little amused. Augusta's eyes curved slightly. Suppressing her laughter, she said calmly, my name is Augusta, from the 14 states. Eminem blinked. Augusta, 14 states? The next moment, his eyes widened suddenly. Knife god Augusta? Thump. Eminem's legs went limp, and he fell directly to the ground. What? The knife god Augusta from the 14 states, the master of the knife path. One of the top 3 beauties on the list of beauties across realms. No wonder. This woman resembled a celestial maiden, descending from the heavens. To the Aliyah kingdom, as well as the Xia dynasty or the Xuanhuan dynasty, knife god Augusta was a true deity. At this moment, Eminem wished he could find a crack to crawl into. What stupidity had he done? How could he even dream of making knife god Augusta his granddaughter-in-law? Does that stinky kid of his deserve it? Fortunately, the great knife god doesn't hold it against him. Iman hurriedly helped his grandfather up. At the same time, he asked with confusion, Knife god Augusta? Why are you here at my house? This question was sincerely asked by Iman. Wasn't she going to find Gabriel? Why did she come to my house? Augusta looked into Iman's eyes and said, I want to take Sky as a true disciple. Thud. Now it was Iman's turn to sit down hard on the ground. His own apprentice wants to take his aunt as a disciple? My seniority is plummeting fast. Suddenly, I've dropped 3 generations? Eminem's eyes lit up. The great knife god wants to take Qingying as a true disciple, but he didn't let excitement cloud his judgment. He asked calmly, why? Though Qingying has good potential, she might not be worthy of the great knife god's notice, right? Augusta didn't hide anything and answered truthfully, Sky has the moon goddess body. In the entire cosmos, the moon goddess body is among the top divine bodies. Moon goddess body? Eminem muttered to himself, then hurriedly said, Hall, quickly call Qingying to the front hall. Then he said to Augusta, Great knife god, if you want to take Qingying as a disciple, I will not interfere. It all depends on her willingness. Eminem didn't know what the moon goddess body was, but the top divine body in the cosmos, he couldn't teach her that. He would only hinder Qingying's progress. Augusta nodded slightly. Before long, Sky arrived at the front hall. She had just awakened from her meditation and sensed some change in her body. It felt like something significant had awakened within her. Her mind was still wandering, pondering over these changes. Augusta appraised Sky. With the moon goddess body newly awakened, there was an almost imperceptible layer of moonlight floating around her, giving her an ethereal air. At this moment, Eminem spoke up. Qingying, from now on, you will no longer be my disciple. Sky snapped back to reality. She looked at Eminem in shock. Master, have I done something wrong? Eminem shook his head. From now on, you shall be Eminem's daughter. Are you willing? Sky lifted her head abruptly, her face filled with excitement. Augusta was very satisfied. Sky and Eminem had deep feelings for each other. If Augusta took Sky as a true disciple, she could no longer be Eminem's disciple. Sky would inevitably refuse. Eminem's move was clever. He wouldn't make her uncomfortable. Iman wore a hopeless expression. He tugged at Eminem's sleeve, pitifully saying, Grandpa, can't we just stay as grandfather and grandson? Eminem gave Iman a sidelong glance, but didn't speak. Sky had already knelt down and knocked her head 3 times loudly on the floor. Daughter greets father. Eminem couldn't help laughing heartily. Good. He stepped forward, helping Sky up, then said, This is the great knife god from the 14 states. She wishes to take you as a disciple. Are you willing? Chapter 32. Seizing the opportunity of the son of destiny. Lord Bladesmith wants to take me as a disciple? Sky's eyes widened. Following Eminem's gaze, she looked at Augusta. The young woman before her wore a white dress that seemed otherworldly. Her exquisite beauty was unlike anything seen on earth. The legendary bladesmith Augusta? At the same time, a strange doubt arose in Sky's heart. Why did this bladesmith lord seem to resemble Uncle Iman so much in demeanor and bearing? It must be an illusion. It definitely is. Augusta gave a faint Would you be willing to be my disciple? Sky stared blankly at Augusta. After a while, she finally snapped back to reality and looked towards Eminem. F.A. Father. Eminem smiled and said, Make your own decision. Sky pondered for a moment and cast her gaze toward Iman again. Iman had already given up struggling. Taking my aunt as a disciple? We'll see how you handle the social death later. However, if Sky becomes Augusta's true disciple, it's not bad. She can use the resources of the 14 provinces without restraint. No need for concealment. Seeing Iman remain silent, Sky then said, But I am already a disciple of the Mountain River Academy. Augusta was slightly stunned. Mountain River Academy? Then she added, No matter. You may study at the Mountain River Academy, but you cannot pledge yourself to another master. Disciple Sky pays respect to master. Sky was very decisive, kneeling before Augusta and performing 9 reverent head knocks. A smile graced Augusta's face. This smile of hers was like spring suddenly arriving, bringing forth blooming flowers. Even this small world exuded an unusual joyfulness. Even Eminem couldn't help but smile along. Augusta helped Sky to her feet and handed her a token. This is the Snow Blade token of the Blade Master clan. Once you refine it, you will be considered one of the core members of the 14 provinces. But remember, the essence of our 14 provinces is an intelligence organization. All core members must keep their true identities hidden and must never be known to outsiders. The top intelligence organization of all worlds, penetrating secrets everywhere, inspiring awe and fear, yet also causing intense hatred among people. If they have the chance, those titans across the worlds would spare no effort to destroy the 14 provinces. Once the true identity of any core member of the 14 provinces is exposed, they are bound to be targeted, even facing destruction. Naturally, peripheral members don't need to worry about this. They just cooperate with the 14 provinces, sharing information. A few days ago, Channing came to the Sage Kingdom with a Cloud Sword order to recruit Iman as a peripheral member of the Sword Hall. Even if he became Channing's registered disciple, he wouldn't get close to the core secrets of the 14 provinces. Augusta handed another talisman to Sky. This is the breath-hiding charm personally refined by your ancestor, Lord Nocturne. It can cover your aura and hide the presence of your moon deity body. Think of a pseudonym and become my disciple under that name. You must not reveal this pseudonym to anyone else except your master, including Eminem and Iman. Sky paused. Pseudonym? Augusta. That means an alias. These days, I will stay at the Lin family estate, guiding you in cultivation. I also need to keep my arrival in Sage Kingdom a secret. It should not be disclosed. Eminem nodded repeatedly. Iman couldn't help rolling his eyes. Secrecy? You? With Augusta's character, within 7 days, news of her arrival in Sage Kingdom would spread widely. Augusta noticed Iman's expression and raised her eyebrows slightly. What? Eli seems unappreciative of my visit? Iman shook his head quickly. No. The great bladesmith's visit to Sage Kingdom must be for something important. It won't be delayed, right? Augusta nodded. Indeed, there is something. But I know which is more important. Finding the Gabriel? Just a task. Even if successful, at most it means acquiring a few divine artifacts. Sky, with her moon deity body, is the future backbone of the 14 provinces. Mid-sentence, Augusta's tone softened slightly. She didn't understand why she cared about Iman's opinion. Night fell. Iman's communication jade began to rapidly vibrate. 14 provinces, bladesmith Augusta. Master, master, master. Listen to me, listen to me. Today, I recruited a transcendent grandchild for you. A moon deity body. One of the strongest deity bodies in all worlds, the moon deity body. I can't believe I found such a treasure after a trip to the Sage Kingdom. Master, 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 don't you think I'm awesome, awesome? Iman held the communication jade in one hand and rubbed his forehead with the other. Here we go again with the chatterbox. Immediately, with a thought, he used the small teleportation array within the communication jade. He sent a jade slip to Augusta. Nocturne Marquis. Well done. This is the divine level cultivation technique, Moonset Burial of Gods, as a meeting gift for the great-granddaughter. 14 provinces, bladesmith Augusta. Thank you, master. On the other side, Augusta was already eager. She hurriedly ran into the adjacent room and handed the jade slip to Sky. This is a divine level cultivation technique from your ancestor. I will help you get started. Iman sighed with relief. He had been worrying about how to find a normal reason to give the cultivation technique to Sky. Augusta had solved this problem for him. As for Eminem, originally, Eminem was one of the most promising geniuses in the Sage Kingdom, with great hope of breaking through to the Zifu realm. However, during his youth, he suffered a heavy blow, leaving internal injuries. He had been stuck at the peak Xuanhuan realm for 20 years. Iman had already planned to treat Eminem's injuries, but it still lacked one thing. An absolutely unique treasure in all realms and worlds. The opportunity of the Son of Destiny. It should manifest very soon. Seize the opportunity of the Son of Destiny to heal grandfather's injury. I wonder how much destiny I can take away from Rico this time. Speaking of which, since I've destroyed both Layla's and Chiluayu's Dantian, I wonder who Rico will save first. With these thoughts, Iman sat cross-legged on the bed. He slowly circulated radiance of all heavens and entered a meditative state. In the Imperial Palace, Rico looked at the Empress Chiluayu lying on the dragon bed, barely alive and looking like an old woman. Dumbfounded, he said, "Is this your Majesty?" The Grand Eunuch Xi Shenghui wore a look of profound sorrow. Her Dantian was shattered by Iman. Without treatment, she won't last a month. Rico trembled. Iman again. At Wu House, Iman had broken Layla's Dantian with a single kick. Now, even the Empress's Dantian was destroyed by him. Iman, I must kill you. Looking at the frail figure of Chiluayu on the bed, a flash of hidden disgust flickered in Rico's eyes. Pausing for a moment, he asked as if possessed, if Her Majesty recovers, can she regain her former beauty? Xi Shenghui quickly replied, yes. Once Her Majesty's Dantian heals, her cultivation will be restored, naturally including her appearance. Rico nodded. Very well. The Chao Spirit Root originally prepared for Layla will be used to save Her Majesty first. Chao Spirit Root. A lower-grade heaven-class medicinal herb. One Chao Spirit Root is priced at 5 million high-grade spirit stones. Combined with the 3 million high-grade spirit stones previously given to Linglong Pavilion's Longshinyan, over these 3 years, Rico had various opportunities and adventures during his training outside. His total assets amounted to the equivalent of 10 million high-grade spirit stones. He hadn't expected that in just half a day today, he would have spent 8 million. Just then, someone reported from outside the palace gate. Nadine Wuxin from Prince Yin Wangfu of the Great Qin Dynasty has arrived. Chapter 33. Augusta. I am to become Chong Shi's disciple. Mariah is here? Rico's eyes suddenly lit up. He hurriedly stood up and looked towards the door. There, a girl dressed in black with an extremely cold expression walked in. She was none other than the prominent figure of the Great Qin Dynasty, the little princess of Prince Yan's mansion, Mariah. Rico rushed forward to greet her and asked in slight surprise, "How did you come so quickly?" A shade of worry flashed across Mariah's face. "I heard that elder sister Chio had an accident, so I came ahead of schedule. By the way, where's elder sister Chio?" 3 years ago, when Mariah encountered a life-threatening crisis during her cultivation outside, she was saved by Rico and Clara. Since then, the three became close friends. They traveled together for some time. It was then Rico and Clara found out that Mariah was the princess of the great Xian Dynasty's Yin mansion. Rico pointed at the frail old woman lying on the bed with white hair. Mariah's face immediately froze. This is elder sister Chio? How did she turn into this? Rico's eyes darkened. Iman destroyed His Majesty's Dantian. Now His Majesty has lost all cultivation. I have already purchased a Xiling root from Taozi Chamber of Commerce. It will arrive shortly. Mariah nodded slightly. Then she said, "Uncle Wu, go. Bring Iman alive. Leave no one else." Outside the bedroom stood a middle-aged man in gray robes. He was the head steward of Prince Yan's mansion, Darien, father of Aslan, a peak purple mansion realm powerhouse. Darien's expression was cold and stern. Without a word, he turned and strode away. After learning his son died in Alia Kingdom, Darien immediately took the teleportation array to Desia, finding County Nadine Wuxin, who was in the Rivers and Mountains Academy of Desia. Together they raced to Alia Kingdom overnight. Feeling the overwhelming aura from Darien, Rico couldn't help but curl his lips. "Iman, let's see how you die this time." At the National Duke Mansion, under Augusta's guidance, Sky had entered the preliminary stage of Moonfall Burial God chapter. She sat cross-legged on the bed, immersed in cultivation. Augusta sat on a nearby chair guarding Sky. In her hand was a message jade token which she idly flipped through. Suddenly, Augusta's eyes widened. Intent of the saber? This Iman actually cultivated the intent of the saber? Inside the message jade token were scenes of Iman slaughtering everyone at the palace gates. Seeing Iman in the image, Augusta inexplicably felt an urge to meet him immediately. Simultaneously, she felt a hint of guilt. Startled by her own reaction, Augusta quickly steadied her mind. While muttering to herself, "Could it be that I really like him? Impossible, absolutely impossible. I am to become Chong Shi's disciple. Why would I think of anyone else besides Master, Suddenly, Augusta raised her head, looking in the direction of the main gate of the Duke Mansion. So arrogant. As she spoke, Augusta waved her fair hand. A sharp blade of light cut through the void, disappearing instantly. Within the capital city of Alia Kingdom, countless people woke from their slumber, staring in shock at the direction of the National Duke Mansion. An incomparably terrifying aura emerged there. Peak purple mansion realm. Darien made no attempt to hide himself. In his hand was a saber. He walked step by step towards the National Duke Mansion. Each step made the killing intent around him grow stronger. By the time he reached the entrance of the Duke Mansion, Darien's killing intent had nearly solidified. Darien didn't believe that the 14 provinces would oppose the Yin Mansion of the Great Xian Dynasty for a mere minor clan from Alia Kingdom. Darien, as the head steward of the Yin Mansion, standing here represented not only the Yin Mansion, but also the Great Xian Dynasty. "Iman Immonen, come out and die." From Darien's mouth erupted a roar as loud as thunder. But before the roar could spread, an imperceptible breeze blew from somewhere unknown. Then, Darien's voice vanished completely, and after that, his body silently collapsed onto the ground in two halves. "Waking me up in the middle of the night, damned." A cold voice echoed outside the National Duke Mansion. At that moment, the entire Alia Kingdom fell into deathly silence. Who attacked? A mighty peak purple mansion realm powerhouse had mysteriously split into two pieces right in front of the National Duke Mansion. Inside the Duke Mansion, Iman rubbed his temples. Looking at Sky's room, he couldn't help but laugh bitterly. It seems I overestimated her. She can't even sit still for one day. That night was quiet. Everyone huddled in their beds like quails, not daring to move an inch. Inside the Imperial Palace, Mariah abruptly stood up. She glanced toward the direction of the National Duke Mansion, her eyes narrowing slightly. "It seems I underestimated that Iman Lin family has someone else backing them. Elder brother Yi, we shouldn't act rashly for now. Wait until tomorrow when senior brother Champion Ho arrives. I will ask him to handle this. He will slay Iman for you." At the mention of Champion Ho, confidence and inexplicable tenderness flashed across Mariah's eyes. Rico's brows couldn't help but furrow. For some reason, a sour feeling rose in his heart. It was as if something that belonged to him had been taken away by Champion Ho. Morning light shone dimly. The people from Rivers and Mountains Academy of Desia had already arrived at Sage Wu Mansion. Among them was a youth, tall and slender, wearing a purple gold robe with a purple gold coronet on his head and a half mask covering part of his face. His attire was exactly the same as it had been a year ago when Champion Ho had burst through the heavenly tower. The entire Sage Wu Mansion was in an uproar. Jerry looked haggard, leading the high-ranking officials and disciples of the mansion to welcome them at the gate. Rico and Mariah were also present. Seeing Champion Ho, Mariah's eyes lit up immediately. She hurried forward and bowed deeply to the leader of the delegation from Desia, Minter Sug. "Greetings, Minter." Sug nodded. "Return to your place." Mariah replied, "Yes." Then, she grabbed Champion Ho's hand and said with a smile, "Senior brother, you're here?" The corner of Champion Ho's lips curled under the half-mask into an enchanting smile. He reached out to gently pat Mariah's hair without saying a word. Behind them, Rico watched Champion Ho's familiar smile and the intimate gestures between him and Mariah. His expression darkened instantly, but he quickly adjusted his facial expression. By then, Mariah had already pulled Champion Ho to the front. "Senior brother, this is Rico, whom I often talk about." "Rico, this is my senior brother, Champion Ho." After Mariah spoke, the surrounding disciples were taken aback. "She is Champion Ho's junior sister? Don't tell me she doesn't know that brother Rico and Champion Ho are close friends? Or Do they not even know each other? Hearing the murmurs around them, both Rico and Champion Ho's expressions froze for a moment. Mariah felt a bit awkward. She knew Rico was exaggerating, yet didn't want to expose him, only casting a cautious glance at Champion Ho. Champion Ho immediately understood the situation. He laughed gracefully. Yi and I are indeed close friends who would share life and death together. Relieved, Mariah hurriedly said, let's go inside and talk. At this time, Minter Sug and the rest of the Rivers and Mountains Academy had already entered the mansion with Jerry. Chapter 34. The Roman disguise isn't unremovable. Not far from the entrance of Wu Mansion, on a small peak not too far away, Sky's eyes sparkled as she looked excitedly at the purple gold figure. Roman. That's the Roman. The Roman actually came to Aaliyah Kingdom. Alas, what a pity. I'm no longer a disciple of Wu Mansion, or else I would have definitely gone to get his autograph. Her tone was filled with regret. A year ago, the Roman single-handedly conquered the heaven-piercing pagoda, slaying hundreds of supreme demons from 2 demonic races. He made the demon race tremble in fear. He had already become the leading figure of the younger generation of humans in the Divine Land. Sky was an ardent admirer of him. Augusta, standing beside her, couldn't help but frown. Roman? Why is he Han nationality? There was still a hint of disdain in her voice. Sky was somewhat surprised. Han nationality? Augusta nodded. A shameless and inferior race. Originally a vassal state under the Great Qin Dynasty, the first human dynasty, they later betrayed the human race and became the pawns of the demon race. 8,000 years ago, the Great Qin Dynasty once fought a battle against the demon race, and the Han nation was the vanguard of the demon race. But in that battle, the Han army was routed by the iron cavalry of the Great Qin, and its proud white tiger army was completely wiped out. As the Han troops fled, they crashed a flying treasure ship into a demon prince, becoming a laughingstock in the Divine Land. Nowadays, the relationship between the Han nation and the demon race has become somewhat subtle. Sky said incredulously, Master, you mean, the Roman is Han nationality? Augusta nodded. Others might not be able to tell, but the aura on a Han person cannot escape my eyes. As she spoke, she involuntarily glanced at Iman behind her. At this time, Iman was lounging against a big tree, yawning lazily. Augusta couldn't help but mumble again. Clearly just a sleepy mess. Why does he look more appealing the more I look at him? Even his yawns seem pleasing. Thinking of this, Augusta was startled. She quickly averted her gaze. Iman, since the Roman is closely associated with the Yin Wang Fu, he might cause trouble for you. What do you plan to do? Yawn. Iman stood up and stretched. I plan to go back for a nap. Augusta. At this moment, in Qilin Martial Mansion, the Clearlawn Hall, Sue looked around 27 or 28, dressed in water blue clothes. She appeared clear and elegant. Jerry's spirit had recovered somewhat. He didn't dare to look straight at Sue, only daring to ask cautiously, Your Excellency, when will we start recruiting disciples? Sue held a cup of tea in her hand and gently shook her head. Not in a hurry. The academy has its plans. Jerry opened his mouth, but finally did not speak. Originally, he planned to have the Xuanhuan Academy take action to avenge the female Emperor Sherry. But facing Sue, he never found the courage to say these words. However, Sue's statement made Jerry feel uneasy. The academy has other plans? Could it be not for recruiting disciples? Or did they already have chosen ones? Meanwhile, on another side of the Wu Mansion, Rico and the Roman were like 2 old friends who hadn't seen each other for many years. They soon got along well. The Roman had removed the half-face mask with the purplish golden color, revealing a youthful face. Mariah looked at the Roman shyly. Senior brother, when do you plan to make a move against Iman? Rico suppressed his displeasure and also looked expectantly at the youth in front of him. Last night, the major steward of Yin Wang Fu, Darian, died mysteriously in front of the Zhenguogang Mansion gate. It was very likely the work of the sea-covering sword saint. The 14 states could disregard the Yin Wang Fu, but they would never defy the Xuanhuan Academy. Behind the Xuanhuan Academy was the human sacred dynasty, and its prime minister, Auric, known as the Sage of Humans. And the Roman was the absolute core disciple of the Xuanhuan Academy. The Roman lifted the teacup, taking a gentle sip. A small fry like Iman doesn't need me to take action. Clarence, go to the Zhenguogang Mansion and bring Iman here. Yes. A young man standing next to him answered, then turned and left. Clarence had Xianguang realm cultivation and wasn't a disciple of Xuanhuan Academy. Rather, he was a servant of the Roman. Rico hesitated. He can really bring Iman here? The Roman hummed. If I call him, how dare he not come? Mariah echoed nearby. Exactly. My senior brother is the Roman. The Roman slightly raised his chin, looking arrogant. Rico nodded, but deep down, he was somewhat skeptical. He always felt that this Baron was somewhat different from the imagined Baron. There was an inherent pettiness about him. The sun had risen high in the sky. Iman finally had his fill of sleep. He was now sitting in his courtyard, having breakfast. At this moment, Iman looked puzzled at Augusta who sat opposite him. Wait, how did this person come again? Before dawn, Augusta had pulled Iman out of bed to watch the Baron at the entrance of Qilin Martial Mansion. Now, she had come to his courtyard to freeload breakfast. Iman couldn't help but look down at himself. Did he slip up somehow? No, that wasn't right. If he had slipped up, could Augusta be so calm? However, Iman's nerves were on edge, afraid to reveal any signs of trouble. Moon Xingying, sitting next to them, asked curiously, Big nephew, why aren't you eating? After becoming Eminen's daughter, Moon Xingying changed her way of addressing Iman from little junior disciple to big nephew. Big nephew. Iman's lips twitched slightly. Augusta remained unperturbed. She was picking up a fried dough stick and sipping soy milk in small bites. Such plain things combined quite well together. Soy milk, fried dough sticks? It seemed like these two snacks were also available in the canteens of the 14 states. Just then, Hall hurriedly reported, Young master, there is someone at the door claiming to be a servant of Baron. He wants you to go to Qihan Wu Manor. Augusta put down her fried dough stick and looked at Iman. Iman's eyes lit up. He quickly got up and strode away from his courtyard. Augusta looked at Imon's somewhat eager back as he left, hesitantly asking, "Apprentice, is he avoiding me?" Moon Qingying shook her head. "No. He's usually like this, impetuous and mysterious, always disappearing without reason." Augusta mused, "Disappearing without reason." Moon Qingying nodded. "That kind of disappearance where no one can find him. Big nephew must have secretly apprenticed to a powerful master. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become so strong." Augusta's eyes brightened slightly. A mysterious master? In the front hall of the National Lord's residence, Eminen's expression was not good. Baron's people actually came looking for Imon. Clearly, they had no good intentions. Clarence stood with his hands behind his back, looking arrogant. He didn't even glance at Eminen. When he saw Imon arrive, he gave a faint nod and spoke condescendingly, "You're Imon? Follow me to Baron's presence." Imon didn't speak. He stepped forward, raised his hand, and slapped Clarence across the face. Slap. With a crisp sound, Clarence's body flew up several thousand feet, and then crashed heavily to the ground. You dare hit me?" Clarence held his face, looking at Imon in disbelief. Imon lifted his foot and stomped hard on Clarence's face. "Someone." Imon's expression was cold. "Strip him naked and hang him at the city gate. Let's see. Who exactly dared impersonate him?" Baron's disguise wasn't unremovable either. Chapter 35. How did the Roman weapon end up in Imon's hands? Using the Roman's alias does not require sacrificing a soul bead. Now, Imon was cultivating the celestial radiance. He successfully opened the divine storehouse in his left index finger and cast a chaotic divine body. His strength had already surpassed what it was a year ago when the Roman cleared the Heaven Tower. Perhaps, the Roman inside the Alea Martial Mansion was a bait put forward by the demonic barbarian tribes to fish for the real Roman. But Imon had a soul bead in his hand. Who was the fish was still uncertain. However, Imon could confirm one thing. There was a mole in the Mountain River Academy. The servants of the Duke's mansion were stunned when they saw Imon stepping on Clarence's face. That was the servant of the Roman. Was their young master really going to strip him naked and hang him on the city wall? This was practically slapping the Roman in the face. Their young master dared to provoke the Roman? Eminem stood up abruptly and hastily said, "You are, absolutely not. If this happens, it will truly offend the Roman to death." Eminem was almost driven crazy. When did this grandson of his become so audacious? The Roman and the Xuanhuan are completely different concepts. He is the #1 genius of the human race in the great world of Shenzhou, backed by the Mountain River Academy. It is rumored that he has a close relationship with the sage Prime Minister August. With his foot on Clarence's face, Imon said earnestly, "Grandfather, trust me." Eminem was about to speak. Edmund's voice came from the inner hall. "It's just a spy from Han Kingdom. Nothing can't be offended. Go ahead." Clarence was also from the Han Kingdom. Hearing Edmund's voice, Eminem involuntarily shivered. He remembered then. There was still this heavyweight stationed at home. Last night, that suddenly descending peak purple mansion realm expert was taken down in one move by Lord Knife God. Roman? Isn't impossible to offend either. Immediately, Eminem became tough. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and strip Clarence and hang him on the city wall." Seeing Clarence's attitude, it seemed like the Roman had targeted Imon. Since such was the case, why back off? The servants of the Duke's mansion. Your change of expression is faster than flipping a page. However, since Eminem gave the order, the servants no longer hesitated. Humph, just a mere slave, not the Roman himself. Imon stomped his foot. In Clarence's terrified eyes, he directly burst his Danteon underfoot. Then, the servants of the Duke's mansion surged forward, stripping Clarence. Led by Hall, people from the Duke's mansion dragged Clarence towards the eastern city gate of the capital. They undressed him all the way. By the time they reached the city gate, he was completely stripped. Then, they directly hung him on the city wall. Everyone gaped. That person is the servant of the Roman. He went to the Duke's mansion to catch him on. How? Suddenly, someone screamed in shock. Previously, Clarence had marched arrogantly towards the Duke's mansion, announcing his identity even before reaching the mansion, summoning Amon on behalf of the Roman. Many people in the capital had seen Clarence. They never thought. In a blink of an eye, he was stripped naked by people from the Duke's mansion and hung on the city gate. Is the Duke's mansion that bold? Inside the Duke's mansion, Amon said, "I'll meet the so-called Roman." As he spoke, he walked out of the gate. Eminem's face changed several times. At this moment, Edmund's barely restrained excited voice sounded, "Let's go. Let's watch the show." Edmund now concealed her peerless beauty, looking somewhat ordinary, as if she were just a maid in the Duke's mansion, easily overlooked. Led by Edmund, Eminem and Sky hurriedly followed. At this time, Sagewu Mansion naturally received the news. Everyone in the Mountain River Academy was stunned. But deep down, there was also a sense of schadenfreude. Clarence, relying on being the Roman's man, had been arrogant, often conflicting with people from the Mountain River Academy. Even the Roman was not as they imagined. Without mentioning his small-mindedness revealed in his words and deeds, he acted presumptuously, thinking highly of himself, looking down on everyone, and had once privately taken resources from the Mountain River Academy. But no one doubted his identity. First, his identity had been verified. Second, this Roman was powerful enough. Moreover, who would dare impersonate the Roman? Jing Daichin was dazed after hearing the news. What's going on with that town Duke's mansion, daring to touch the Roman's men? The Roman was notorious for his viciousness and cruelty, resorting to any means necessary. Once you crossed him, it would be a fight to the death. If not for the significant contributions he had made to the human race, the Daxia Mountain River Academy would have expelled him long ago. Jerry forced down the smile at the corner of his mouth and spoke with feigned indignation. "Sir, that town Duke Eminem is the most treacherous official in Alea State. He abuses his power for personal gain, exploits the people, and disregards the law. Not long ago, he was just expelled from the Martial Mansion. And that Amon, even dared to act against the emperor, committing high treason. Just as Jerry was speaking animatedly, he met Sue's half-amused gaze. His momentum weakened instantly. Sue had already stood up. Let's see what's going on. This time, the Roman, furious aura had left the martial mansion. Rico and xuanhuan were following behind him. Rico looked surprised. He hadn't expected that Amon couldn't wait and had confronted the Roman right away. Next to Rico, xuanhuan wore a face filled with malice and murderous intent. Amon actually dared to insult senior brother Roman. I want him dead. This moment, outside the eastern gate of the capital of Alia's state, a crowd had gathered. Is that Amon crazy, or just too overconfident? Does he really think that killing a few slaves from Yinwangfu and deposing the state ruler makes him invincible? The Roman is here. Everyone held their breath, looking at the youth who landed like a cannonball, dressed in purple gold brocade robes, with a half mask covering part of his face. The moment the Roman appeared, the entire capital of Alia's state erupted in excitement. Roman, the legendary Roman, actually came to Alia's state. Countless people watched the youth at the city gate with fervent admiration. At this moment, though, the half-visible face of the Roman showed nothing but gloom. A surging murderous aura radiated from him as he roared, "Someone, lower Clarence now." Hearing these words, many regained some of their senses, but no one dared move. Before the arrival of the Roman, a few daredevils had attempted to please him by saving Clarence. Now, they lay dead on the ground. The Roman expression turned even colder. He stared at the youth wearing a moon-white robe standing before the city gate. Tall and slender, with an elegant demeanor, his dark eyes revealed obvious laziness. "Are you Amon?" The Roman spoke again. His voice was icy and sinister. "You've got quite a nerve, daring to harm someone under my protection. Now, kneel before me and commit suicide, and I might consider leaving your family intact." Amon looked at the youth before him. Suddenly, he laughed. "Han Kingdom citizen?" The Roman, fierce expression faltered for a moment. Many outsiders among the crowd also paused. Han Kingdom? Once the premier vassal state of the great Qin dynasty, it had long since betrayed the human race and allied with the demon tribes. Now, it was rumored to be rebelling against the demons. Amon claimed the Roman was from Han Kingdom. This Roman only froze for an instant. Then he sneered. "So what if I am?" "Of course, the Roman is from Han Kingdom. This land of humanity originally belonged to our mighty Han Kingdom. Han Kingdom will reclaim this territory sooner or later." xuanhuan, and the other members of the Mountain River Academy all froze. How could the Roman be from Han Kingdom? What's happening? Everyone widened their eyes, looking at the Roman. The Roman ignored the reactions around him. A confident smile spread across his lips as he exuded a raging aura. Step by step, he approached Amon. He was at the peak of profound light realm cultivation. Yet his overall aura surpassed the profound light realm, nearing the purple mansion realm. "Amon, since you refuse to kill yourself, I'll destroy you and the Lin family behind you." "Ha!" The Roman suddenly roared, lifting his leg and kicking towards Amon. Right then, a strange purple glow flashed in Amon's hand. Like a purple golden spirit snake, it lunged at the incoming Roman. Its sharp energy made the Roman change color. He hesitated, twisting his body into a corkscrew, barely evading the precise strike. In the next instant, the purple glow in Amon's hand swirled and struck straight onto the Roman back. Pong! The impact was immense. It slammed the Roman to the ground. In the next moment, the Roman tumbled backward, clumsily getting up from the ground. With a face full of shock and rage, he stared at the purple golden light in Amon's hand. It turned out to be a spear. If it weren't for the fact that Roman was wearing a heaven-class defensive spirit artifact, that spear thrust would have severely injured him. That is a high-grade heaven-class spirit weapon, the cloud-patterned purple gold spear. Back when Roman cleared the Heavens Tower a year ago, he used this very cloud-patterned purple gold spear. How did Roman's weapon end up in Amon's hands? More importantly, Amon had actually knocked the legendary Roman to the ground with one strike. What was going on? At this moment, everyone was looking at Amon and the Roman with an incredulous gaze, especially those from the Mountain River Academy. A barely conceivable thought began to form in their minds. Chapter 36, Blade Intent, Spear Intent. Amon, how dare you steal my senior brother's cloud-patterned purple gold spear? At this moment, a sharp cry rang out. Mariah could no longer hold back. She stepped forward, glaring angrily at Amon. Hearing this accusation, the others around them were somewhat bewildered. Stolen? This is a high-grade heaven-class spirit tool, and it can be stolen? The Roman's eyes were fixed intently on the cloud-patterned purple gold spear in Amon's hand. The greed and longing in his eyes were barely suppressed. Amon, so that shameless thief is actually you. Half a year ago, I was besieged by powerful figures from the demon and devil races. In the ensuing battle, I inadvertently lost my cloud-patterned purple gold spear. It was stolen by a sneaky fellow. So it was you. Upon hearing this, many onlookers nodded in agreement. Ever since the Roman had stormed the heavens-piercing pagoda and slain over 100 supreme demons and devils within it, he had made it onto the kill lists of both the demon and devil races. It was perfectly normal for him to be surrounded and attacked by powerful figures from these races. But what about Amon? Sue frowned slightly. Admittedly, when the Roman first arrived at the Great Xia Mountain River Academy, he used this same narrative. Moreover, there was an important figure who vouched for him. However, something just didn't feel right to her. Mariah cried out again, "Amon, you practice blade cultivation? Now you wield my senior brother's purple gold spear. Are you mocking him? Quickly return the cloud-patterned purple gold spear to my senior brother. Otherwise, you will become the enemy of all mankind." Blade cultivator. Upon hearing Mariah say this, the crowd suddenly came to their senses. Yesterday, Amon had wreaked havoc outside the Sage Kingdom's palace. Holding a saber, his blade intent erupted. How could a blade practitioner whose intent has reached such mastery have a spear as his weapon? Therefore, Did Iman really steal the cloud-patterned purple-gold spear while the Roman was battling the powerful figures of the two races? Iman glanced at the cloud-patterned purple-gold spear in his hand and nodded slightly. If you say this spear belongs to you, then catch it well. Buzz. As he spoke, the spear in Iman's hand suddenly buzzed loudly. It transformed into a massive spear shadow, flying out of his hand, and thrust towards the Roman on the opposite side. Spear in tint. The vast spear in tint pierced through the void, rendering the purplish-gold cloud-patterned purple-gold spear akin to a divine golden dragon. The resounding clashing sound resembled dragon roars. Spear in tint. Iman actually cultivated the spear in tint. How is this possible? At the instant the spear in tint appeared, the entire scene went out of control. A single person could possess both blade in tint and spear in tint? What kind of monster is this? Eminent and Sky had red faces filled with excitement. They never imagined Iman had reached such heights. Frosthan also showed astonishment on her face. Could someone truly possess both blade in tint and spear in tint simultaneously? But deep down, she felt Iman should be like this, standing before everyone, shining brightly. The Roman eyes widened, looking at the spear approaching like a dragon. Instinctively, he reached out to catch it. But immediately after, he shivered. A massive wave of chi surged around his body, rapidly retreating backward. This spear, he couldn't catch it. The cloud-patterned purple-gold spear had already turned into a divine dragon. Closely following him, it was less than 3 feet away from the Roman chest. The sharp spear light had already torn his clothes, revealing the inside, heavenly-grade upper-class spirit armor. In the next moment, Iman moved. His figure, like a wraith, instantly caught up with the cloud-patterned purple-gold spear, grabbing its tail. With a shake of the spear, that magnificent purplish-gold divine dragon instantly turned pure green. Green dragon forbidden technique. Boom. In the next instant, the spear in tint exploded. The green divine dragon slammed heavily against the Roman chest. Snap. A crisp sound came from the Roman chest. He spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body flew backward. However, in the next moment, a black wave of chi suddenly spread out around his body, rapidly stabilizing his stance. The Roman landed, his feet smashing into the ground with a thunderous noise. Complete silence descended upon the scene. Everyone felt their scalp tingle. Iman, this nobody from the Sage Kingdom, had actually injured the Roman with one spear strike. If earlier, there might have been some doubts about underestimation on the Roman part. Now, Iman had hit the Roman head-on with one spear. For a moment, the invincible image of the Roman gradually began to crumble. Senior brother. Mariah's scream echoed, her face pale. She lunged at Iman, ready to fight to the death, but was held back tightly by Rico beside her. At this moment, Rico was equally stunned. This Iman was simply a monster. So, his earlier actions of drugging him were just for fun. Rico had already achieved his goal of becoming the chief disciple of the martial estate. But because he was knocked down several times by Iman using xuanhuan, a paralyzing drug, he became a laughingstock in the entire martial estate, known as the weakest chief disciple. If Iman had defeated Rico in a fair fight, everyone would only marvel at Iman's strength. Now, all they remembered was xuanhuan. Rico seemed to have learned his lesson but didn't truly learn from it. In this instant, a surge of uncontrollable anger arose in Rico's heart. His murderous intent towards Iman grew even stronger. If I don't get rid of him soon, the gap between us will only widen. I can't wait any longer. I must go ahead and fetch the 9-Dao Dragon God Cauldron. Rico's gaze was firm. On the other side, little County Prince Pete of the Yanwangfu was scared speechless. He stammered, I wanted to fight that monster yesterday? The 3 guards beside Pete nodded seriously. Pete shook his head fiercely, trying to mask the terror in his eyes. He felt like he had walked a lap around the gates of hell. Although Pete wasn't very skilled, he had good judgment. Just now, he saw clearly that if it weren't for the Roman's heaven-grade inner armor, he would be dead now. At this moment, the Roman's face darkened. The black aura around him grew thicker, gradually forming a black cloud enveloping his entire body. Very well, very well. Iman, you have successfully enraged me. To dare use my own spear against me. As he spoke, loud rumbling noises emerged from inside the Roman's body. His aura grew stronger. Within the black smoke, a vague yet imposing figure faintly appeared. The terrifying aura spread outwards, forcing the surrounding onlookers to retreat. The Roman is getting serious. This is the true strength of the Roman. How could someone who fought through the heavens-piercing pagoda be defeated by an unknown nobody? At this moment, Iman was somewhat bewildered. Your spear? Don't you have any idea if you're the Roman or not? But seeing the opponent's eyes filled with rage and self-confidence, it was clear that this person firmly believed he was the Roman. What kind of oddball is this? Seeing the black smoke emanating from Roman, Iman frowned slightly. He practices the Dark Demon Prohibition Classic of the Great Black Sky Demon Deity. Is this guy a descendant of the Great Black Sky Demon Deity? Great Black Sky Demon Deity, ruler of one of the 24 hells in the demon world, one of the strongest demon deities under Elwyn, who had already been chopped down by Iman. Now, upon seeing a bit of similar aura from this person, Iman couldn't help but feel an itch in his hand. Immediately, without waiting for the other party to finish gathering power, he directly thrust his spear forward. A green spear glow bloomed, illuminating half the sky green. You don't respect martial ethics. At this moment, the Roman was still charging up power, but seeing Iman attack without provocation, he was immediately frantic. Django, help me block him. The next moment, a roar erupted from the Roman's mouth. As the words fell, a sword shadow flashed in the void, slashed toward Iman. Simultaneously, a sharp voice rang out. I, Django, servant of the Roman. Having practiced the high-grade Earth-class Lanqiu sword technique for 2.5 years, I swear to protect the Roman today. Chapter 37, Hanging on the Wall. As these words fell, The azure sword aura, carrying a cold and severe sword intent, suddenly spread out. It seemed to dye this void into an ocean of azure sword chi. Amidst this ocean of sword chi, it appeared as if a malevolent dragon was surging, stirring up enormous waves. How powerful the sword intent! A mere servant of Baron can be so formidable. Seeing this situation, the surrounding martial artists widened their eyes in amazement. This Django was undoubtedly a powerful swordsman. He had comprehended sword intent. Unexpectedly, Baron possessed such great charisma. To recruit such a sword cultivator as his subordinate, Django waved his long sword, raising a storm that slashed toward Iman. Iman pursed his lips. 2.5 years of cultivation, and you've trained into this mess? While he spoke, the cloud-patterned purple-gold spear in Iman's hand trembled lightly. Buzz. In the next instant, spear intent erupted. Green spear shadows surged skyward, piercing straight into the azure sword chi ocean before him. Bang! With a muffled roar, Django's sword intent was instantly shattered. That expanse of azure sword chi ocean transformed into specks of light under Iman's spear strike, dissipating into the wind. What? Django stared with bulging eyes, filled with disbelief. Iman had broken his proud sword chi intent with just one strike. In the next instant, Iman unleashed another spear strike. The purplish-golden spear beam, carrying substantial spear intent, tore through the air, directly piercing through Django's chest. Then, this spear beam turned. Carrying Django's body, it flew directly towards the city gate. Thud. Django's body was nailed directly above the city gate by the spear beam, hanging alongside Clarence. The surrounding martial artists were stunned. Iman only needed 2 strikes to defeat a swordsman who had comprehended sword intent. But before anyone could recover from the shock, Baron had already completed his energy buildup. His figure was shrouded by a pitch-black cloud. A terrifying pressure spread across the area. The faces of the surrounding martial artists changed dramatically, many scrambling backward in panic. This aura has surpassed the realm of heaven-rank techniques. Could it be a divine technique? Baron is cultivating a divine technique. No wonder he can sweep through demons and monsters alike. Augusta frowned slightly. She spread her arms slightly to protect Eminem and Sky, retreating to the rear with the crowd. Sky held onto Augusta's sleeve. She asked worriedly, "Teacher, will Iman be okay?" Eminem also had a look of worry on his face. Augusta shook her head slightly. "Don't worry, nothing will happen. If necessary, I will intervene." Hearing Augusta's words, Sky and Eminem breathed a sigh of relief. Augusta's brow furrowed slightly. The aura around Baron, it feels both divine and demonic. Could he be the inheritor of some demon god? On the other side, Mariah couldn't help but clap and laugh maniacally. "Excellent, excellent, elder brother. Kill that Iman. Kill him, kill him." Due to extreme excitement, Mariah's originally serene face began to twist. At this moment, Baron leaped out from within the black cloud, instantly approaching Iman. The black clouds enveloped Iman's figure. Instantaneously, Iman felt surrounded by demons dancing wildly. Numerous demonic figures flickered in and out of existence amidst the black clouds, emitting eerie laughter. At this point, Baron had completely transformed. His figure had swollen to nearly 20 feet tall. A pitch-black horn, over a foot long, sprouted from his forehead. A pair of vast, pitch-black wings slowly unfurled, revealing the appearance of the Kavin, the sovereign of the dark abyss. With a single movement, Baron punched towards Iman. Flames of darkness burned around the punch, carrying terrifying punch intent, rupturing the air, producing howling explosions. It was clearly the divine great skill from the black demon forbidden scripture, the black heaven demon fist. "Irksome," Iman muttered. Without dodging or blocking, he raised the cloud-patterned purple-gold spear in his hand and thrust it forward. At this moment, the greenish glow of the azure dragon taboo vanished, replaced by dazzling, incomparably magnificent, purplish-golden radiance. The purplish-golden glow shone like a brilliant star, bursting through the pitch-black clouds. Even the observing martial artists outside could see it clearly. The purplish-golden spear beam collided heavily with Baron's fist. The sharp spear beam instantly broke through the defense of the fist, penetrating along the fist and embedding itself into Baron's arm. "That's my spear." Agony and rage flashed in Baron's eyes. An enraged roar escaped his mouth. Immediately, he swung his left hand. The heavy fist, carrying a mountain-like pressure, hammered down heavily toward Iman's head. Iman slightly shifted his body, casually avoiding this punch. The heavy fist smashed straight into the ground. Boom! With a thunderous roar, a huge crater appeared on the ground. Fierce cracks spread out in all directions. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Iman flipped up, grabbing the spear shaft with one hand, jumping directly behind Roman. Roman let out a piercing scream from his mouth. Then, Iman exerted force suddenly, using the cloud-patterned purple-gold spear in his hand to lift Roman's body high up. And with another exertion of strength, pang! Roman's massive body was smashed heavily onto the ground. The entire ground shook violently. "Ah!" Roman screamed in agony. But Iman had no intention of stopping. He lifted Roman's body again, and then continued to slam it into the ground. Pang! 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 At this moment, it seemed an earthquake had occurred at the eastern gate of Aaliyah Kingdom's capital city. The ground within a 5-mile radius began to shake violently. The nearby city walls also swayed slightly, accompanied by screams of pain. That pitch-black cloud also began to gradually thin out. Everyone felt their scalp tingle. Although they couldn't see clearly what had happened inside that black cloud, they could tell those were Roman's cries of pain. In an instant, Roman's invincible image crumbled into pieces. People from the Rivers and Mountains Academy were also shocked. They all looked at Jing Gyochen. Jing Gyochen shook his head slightly. "Don't forget our mission." Hearing Jing Gyochen's words, the people from the Rivers and Mountains Academy instantly calmed down. Of course, they weren't there for recruitment. It was just an excuse. As for this Roman, Hearing about his misfortune, the Rivers and Mountains Academy was naturally delighted. Let Iman teach him a lesson, to stop him from looking down on everyone. Who would have thought the first genius of the divine continent, Roman, would fail in a Leah kingdom? Jing Gyochen couldn't help but sigh. Gradually, the black cloud slowly dissipated. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the scene. At this moment, Roman lay messily on the ground, still clutching the tip of the cloud-patterned purple gold spear. The half-face mask made of purplish gold had fallen off, stepped on by Iman. It's not that Roman is holding the spear tip, but rather the spear tip is nailed into Roman's arm. Someone keen-eyed saw the truth at a glance and couldn't help but exclaim in horror. Roman had really lost, and it was a crushing defeat. Even his iconic purplish golden half-mask was trampled underfoot. Roman had already reverted to human form. He had a heaven-rank protective spiritual armor, so his injuries weren't severe. But the spear tip lodged in his arm severely injured his vitality. I, Roman, swear to heaven, I will never rest until you're dead. Iman nodded. Oh. Crack. Then he exerted force under his foot, directly shattering the purplish golden half-mask. Subsequently, Iman shook his hand. Roman's body detached from the cloud-patterned purple gold spear and flew out, smashing straight into the eastern gate of Leah Kingdom's capital city. Then Iman flicked his wrist once more. The cloud-patterned purple gold spear turned into a streak of purplish golden light, breaking through Roman's spiritual weapon armor, piercing through his chest, and nailing him above the city gate, right between Django and Clarence, the master and two servants, hanging neatly on the wall. Chapter 38. The Demon Summoning Scripture. The demonic deity descends. Baron did not die. His body was pierced by the cloud-patterned purple gold spear and nailed to the city wall. He struggled madly, roaring, yet he could never break free. Jing Dichen, you stupid woman, you're still standing there watching? Suddenly, Baron turned his blame on Su, mentor of Xuanhuan Academy. He bellowed at her wildly. What are you waiting for? Still not killing Iman and letting me down? Su's face darkened instantly. Originally, she was about to step forward and bring down that master-servant trio, but Baron's roar instantly made her feel extremely embarrassed. Is he really Baron? Su couldn't help but have this question in her heart. At this moment, looking at Baron hanging on the city wall, roaring in anger and struggling, these martial artists present lost all admiration for Baron. It turns out, this is the legendary Baron? Seemed like, meeting in person isn't as good as hearing about him, but hearing about him surpasses meeting in person. Iman, I want you dead. Suddenly, Mary Beth's voice, full of killing intent, echoed. From today, my great xuanhuan palace will pursue a blood feud with you, Iman, and even the entire Lin family until death. Mary Beth did not step forward. She knew clearly that she wasn't a match for Iman. But Mary Beth saying these words represents the intention of the great xuanhuan palace. Yesterday, Iman killed chickens to warn the monkeys in the city. He treated the martial artists from Yanhuang Palace as chickens. Moreover, the Yanhuang Palace's chief steward Darian died right in front of the Lin family's gate. New hatred, old enmity, until death. Iman didn't even look at Mary Beth. An endless blood feud? Then annihilate Yanhuang Palace. At this moment, Iman looked at the Baron who resembled a clown hung on the city wall. A chilling killing intent rose in his eyes. Fortunately, this fake Baron had inexplicably run to Leah country, crashing into his hands, the genuine article. Otherwise, one couldn't imagine what his reputation would be ruined into. Su naturally sensed Iman's murderous aura. She was startled and hastily said, Young Master Lin, Baron has already been defeated. Do not hurt him anymore. Regardless of this Baron's character, he is still the Baron who has achieved unmatched feats for the human race. Baron can be defeated by humans martial artists, but absolutely cannot die by their hands. Whether he is from Hongwa or Wugwa, who broke away from the human race earlier than Hongwa. Iman glanced at Su, his tone cold. Who told you that he's Baron? Su was startled. She was about to speak. Suddenly, a heavy pressure came from the void above, accompanied by an angry roar like thunder. How dare you, a bold rogue, to harm Baron? You are a traitor of the human race, a spy for demons. Die. Voice preceding arrival, immediately branding Iman a traitor of the human race. Boom. As the voice faded, a palm-like hand, resembling a small mountain, descended from the sky, striking straight at Iman on the ground. Iman's eyes slightly narrowed, his left hand lightly curled, and a grayish bead appeared in his hand, the life soul pearl. However, in the next instant, a gentle breeze blew, along with an almost indiscernible sneer. The huge palm-like Dharma appearance from high above vanished into thin air instantly. Then, thud, thud, two halves of dismembered bodies fell from the sky, crashing heavily on the ground, battered and unrecognizable. Silence enveloped the world. Everyone gaped open-mouthed. They were too stunned to react to what had just happened. Only a few strong individuals like Su breathed a slight sigh of relief. Just now, when that huge Dharma appearance was descending, they all thought Iman was doomed. But now, that terrifying unknown powerful individual is dead like this? With a state similar to the steward of Yanhuang Palace. Who struck? Exactly. Su was astonished. She didn't even see how this person ended up like this. There's indeed a big player backing the Lin family. Alyssa's hand still held Edmund's sleeve. Her eyes sparkled, looking at the person beside her with adoration. Master, was it you who acted? Alyssa asked quietly. Edmund lifted her chin slightly. A hint of pride emerged from her aloof expression. Who else could it be besides Master? A mere Earth Transformation Realm martial artist also dares to show off before me? Iman turned his head slightly, glancing at Edmund standing behind the crowd. At this moment, no one noticed. The fake Baron on the city wall had stopped struggling. His head hung down slightly. The corners of his lips curled up, forming a cruel smile. Iman, even if I die today, I will drag you to hell with me. As he spoke, A strange and guttural chant suddenly came from his mouth. Black smoke began to rise once again from the fake baron's body. The black demon scripture. Summoning scripture? Iman raised an eyebrow. The cavern has already been chopped down by me. What else can it summon? Or is the cavern not thoroughly dead? Iman's eyebrows slightly lifted. Some anticipation quietly arose in his heart. Whoosh! In the next moment, under everyone's astonished gazes, the fake baron's body suddenly caught fire, engulfed by black flames. A divine aura spread from him. At this moment, all the martial artists present, including all the people in Aaliyah country's capital city, wide-eyed with terror. Under that terrifying pressure, everyone was frozen like insects trapped in amber. What is happening? Baron actually still has such a trump card? Yu Chen's lips turned white. His eyes slightly moved. He looked at Baron hanging on the city wall in fear. Divine power. This is true divine power. There was actually a god hidden inside Baron. A vague black figure stood up from within the burning body of Baron. Ha ha ha. Next moment, a harsh, grating sound echoed out. Unbelievable. There really are people in the lower world who practice my techniques and awakened this sliver of true spirit, allowing me to be reborn. Iman instantly understood upon hearing this voice. He could affirm that the vague black figure was indeed the Kavin. Long ago, he had left a contingency plan for himself. He had embedded a thread of his true spirit into the technique. Even if the main entity of the Kavin were to turn to ashes, as long as someone practiced his black demon scripture and invoked the summoning scripture within, that thread of true spirit could be awakened. The silhouette of the Kavin became increasingly clear. His voice grew heavier. Hear me, mortals. I am a demon. Just as the word demon came out, he paused. No, can't reveal my true identity. If those words were to reach the ears of that powerhouse, this lucky surviving thread of true spirit would also be obliterated. Immediately, the Kavin shifted his tone. I am the great light king from the divine realm. From this moment on, this world shall be my divine kingdom. All living creatures here shall be my believers, my blood offering. You all, him. The Kavin seemed to see something, his eyes slightly brightening. What a beautiful maiden, rare even in the realms of gods and demons. Should be my demon goddess. The Kavin saw Augusta. Augusta's disguise could fool others, even strong practitioners of her level. But not the Kavin as a deity. Even as a fragment of true spirit, the Kavin could see through Augusta's disguise. That face could make hearts flutter even in deities. Instantly, the vast pressure swept towards Augusta. Augusta's brows furrowed. Her face paled slightly. She forced herself to move half a step forward, protecting Alyssa and Eminem who couldn't move. A knife appeared in her hand. A fierce smile formed on Augusta's lips. To make me your goddess? Not until you pay 3 low-grade spirit stones for the key. Whether you're a god or a demon. Augusta's body bore the terrifying divine pressure, with no trace of fear in her eyes. Slowly raising the knife in her hand, preparing to strike at the god or demon. God? Augusta only had one god, Lord Nocturne. The vast and heavy divine pressure grew stronger, pinning Augusta firmly to the ground. Her disguise began to waver. Augusta's eyes reddened, her breathing grew heavier, but she held tightly onto the knife. At this moment, Iman stepped forward slightly, just a small step, yet it immediately caught the attention of the Kavin. Under his divine pressure, the little beauty couldn't move, and yet, someone else could? The Kavin glanced subconsciously at Iman. One glance sent him into panic. Why the heck is this powerful being here? Chapter 39. The bigger the storm, the more valuable the fish. The demon god Dabiai's eyes widened in shock. He stared down at the figure below the city walls with sheer terror. The aura emanating from this youth was completely different from what he remembered about that person. Those features, which should have retained a hint of childishness, had fully matured. There was less naivety and more heroism now. But those familiar brows and eyes, as well as the piercing gaze directed at him, they overlapped perfectly with the person in his memory. It's him. It's him. Precisely him. The murderer who killed me. Me, the demon god Dabiai, the ruler of the abyssal depths in the netherworld. Just because I accidentally saw his true appearance, he beheaded me without hesitation. What a humiliating death. In an instant, the incredibly clear silhouette of demon god Dabiai suddenly became blurred. Then, whoosh, this terrifying demon god, infamous across both divine and demonic realms, vanished without a trace. Escaped. Iman held the life soul pearl, somewhat dumbfounded. He was just about to offer up the pearl to transform into Lord Nevernight and stand up for his little disciple. But this fellow just ran away? Was the ruler of the abyssal depths really this cowardly? Why hadn't he noticed before? Iman frowned. Back then, what did I do to kill him? Killing demon god Dabiai wasn't a system task. It was entirely unexpected. I remember now. This guy saw my true appearance, so I just conveniently got rid of him. No wonder he ran when he saw me. Iman glanced at the fake Roman hanging on the city wall and gave a cold laugh. You can run, but you can't hide. The real Roman still had a breath left in him. Cultivating the black magic prohibition canon made him the host of demon god Dabiai. No matter where demon god Dabiai fled, as long as Iman controlled this Roman, he could track down demon god Dabiai. Thinking this, Iman shouted, "Somebody, drag that fake Roman off the city wall." When he finished speaking, there was complete silence around him, with no one responding. The servants of the Duke's residence and everyone present were dazed. Many were still kneeling, their faces filled with confusion. The divine might of the demon god had left too strong an impact on them. Fortunately, demon god Dabiai was only a wisp of true spirit, not a real demon god. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. At this moment, with demon god Dabiai gone, the divine might had dissipated. Yet, people inside and outside the capital of Aaliyah country were still in shock. The only two unaffected were Iman and Augusta. Augusta looked at Iman and said in a daze, "What just happened?" Iman shrugged, feigning innocence. Who knows? After an unknown duration, People finally recovered from the terrifying emotions. But by then, the people from the State Duke's mansion had already left, including the Roman and his 3 servants hanging on the city wall. They had all disappeared. Soon after, the news rapidly spread. Through communication talismans, it quickly reached every corner of the Great Shun continent. Roman lost to a nobody. Even more unbelievable was that Roman summoned a deity through some secret technique, but was frightened into fleeing. Then various rumors began to spread rapidly. Roman turned out to be from Hongwa. The young man who defeated him stole Roman cloud-patterned purple gold spear, and he was also a traitor to the human race. Hongwa people also came forward, proudly admitting that Roman was one of them. Hongwa people were the rightful heirs of humanity. The current Holy Dynasty of humanity stole Hongwa's culture and achievements. They clamored loudly for severe punishment against the killer who dared to harm their pride, Roman. In short, all kinds of messy information were spreading like wildfire. At the State Duke's mansion, Iman was enthusiastically browsing through messages on a communication talisman. Initially, these talismans were just simple devices for point-to-point message transmission. After Iman arrived, to facilitate management of his subordinates and gather intelligence required for system tasks, he modified the communication talismans, adding functions similar to smartphones from his previous life. Then, using 3 pseudonyms, he established 3 major spirit communication service providers: Heaven Mobile, Divine World Unicom, Netherworld Telecom, building various relay stations and a spiritual network. This new type of communication talisman was thoroughly promoted throughout the 3 realms and 6 paths. Within 12 short years, communication talismans had become indispensable in the lives of countless beings across the 3 realms, 6 paths, and myriad worlds. Now, these talismans had evolved to support wireless payment, online shopping, and it also served as a small teleportation array. At this moment, Iman was browsing through speculations regarding why the people from the Xuanhuan Academy and Roman had appeared in Aliyah country. The people from Xuanhuan Academy suddenly came to Aliyah country. Could it be for the 9-fold Dragon God Cauldron? The 9-fold Dragon God Cauldron was buried deep within Mount Shengqiu. It was the most crucial opportunity for the Child of Destiny, none other. It was an artifact belonging to an ancient dragon emperor from the dragon world. Rico accidentally obtained clues about the 9-fold Dragon God Cauldron during his travels, so he returned to Aliyah country to retrieve this artifact. In the original plot, Rico took away the 9-fold Dragon God Cauldron silently. No one knew of its existence. But the Xuanhuan Academy was a force created by Iman to complete system tasks. It did not exist in the original storyline. Thinking of this, a mischievous smile spread across Iman's face. The bigger the storm, the more valuable the fish. Why not take this opportunity to uproot that cancer inside Xuanhuan Academy? Han nationals impersonated Roman, ruining his reputation everywhere. There must be an informant for him within Xuanhuan Academy. Moreover, Rico had witnessed his strength. He might take the 9-fold Dragon God Cauldron ahead of time. With this thought in mind, Iman opened a name in the Jade Communication Charm. 1 sword. 14 prefectures, Sword God 1 sword. Master, what do you need? Nevernight Lord, release the news that the 9-fold Dragon God Cauldron of the ancient feathered dragon emperor is in Aliyah country. On the other side of the Jade Communication Charm, 1 sword's eyes instantly widened. 9-fold Dragon God Cauldron? Yes, I'll do it right away. Ah, right, Master. There's another thing. The Red Dust Order of the Worryless Marquis from 3,000 guests has also appeared in Aliyah country, but I suppressed the news. Should I pass this on as well? Iman. Pretend the Red Dust Order incident never happened. Yes. When the footage of Iman wreaking havoc in front of the Aliyah country palace was sent back to the 14 prefectures, various experts began analyzing the footage. The final conclusion: the first token Iman took out was indeed the Red Dust Order of Worryless Marquis. However, Iman had some connections with the 14 prefectures. Also, it involved a major figure like Worryless Marquis. So 1 sword suppressed the news, waiting for Nevernight Lord's decision. Now, 1 sword finally breathed a sigh of relief. The power of the 3,000 guests was not trivial. Not only were they the rulers of the Great Shin continent and the boundless Eastern Ocean, but their influence extended throughout all realms and worlds. Worryless Marquis' strength was equally unfathomable, on par with Nevernight Lord. A giant like this, even the 14 prefectures didn't want to provoke. 1 sword hurriedly started drafting the message, releasing the news about the 9-fold Dragon God Cauldron. Of course, information from the 14 prefectures wasn't free. Anyone who wanted it had to pay with spirit stones. Iman lowered his head, continuing to browse messages on the Jade Communication Charm. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Grandfather? Iman opened the door to see Eminem pacing anxiously outside. Eminem had recovered from the shock of divine might. He looked anxious. How could you bring Roman back here? Now, people from the Xuanhuan Academy have come to our Lin family demanding him. How will we handle this? At this moment, the fake Roman was being detained in the underground dungeon of the State Duke's mansion. Chapter 40. If you are the Roman, then who am I? In the front hall of the Lin family, Sug held a communication jade token in her hand, her expression at its worst. She did not want to come to the Lin family. But within the Xuanhuan Academy, another high-ranking official had arrived. She had no choice but to accompany this person here. And at this moment, the already unusually irritable Sug felt even worse. The news of the 9-Dragon Divine Tripod had been leaked by someone unknown. Within less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the news spread across the entire continent. The 9-Dragon Divine Tripod, the ancient divine artifact of the great antiquity dragon Emperor Yulong from the Dragon World. Xuanhuan Academy of Daxia also obtained this information by chance. So they sent Sug and her group under the pretense of recruiting disciples to investigate in Aliyah Kingdom. But who knew, before they could begin their investigation, the Roman caused trouble for no reason, clashing with the monster Iman. Not only did he lose, but he was also captured and brought back to the Lin family. The golden reputation of the Roman was completely ruined. Now, Everyone knows about the 9-dragon divine tripod. Sug didn't even want to bother with the Roman anymore. She wished she could leave immediately. However, the person beside her had such high status. A woman with narrow eyes, a sharp chin, looking to be around early 30s. She noticed Sug's expression and coldly asked, "What happened?" Sug handed over the communication jade token. "Please read it yourself, elder." This woman was none other than the third elder of the xuanhuan Academy, a deity-level expert, Adela, also the master of Moriah. Adela took the jade token and glanced at it. Her expression instantly darkened. "Let's go." As she spoke, Adela stood up and strode toward the door. Moriah, standing to the side, was momentarily dumbfounded. "Master, we are leaving just like that?" Adela ignored her and had already vanished from the mansion. The 9-dragon divine tripod of the great antiquity dragon emperor versus a half-crippled Roman. The priority was clear. Adela was no fool. With Adela's departure, Sug also stood up, apologizing to Hall, who was stunned. "I'm sorry for the disturbance." Then she followed suit and left. Moriah was unwilling but powerless. She hurriedly left this place of trouble. She genuinely feared Amon might suddenly appear and slap her dead. Amon was not surprised by the departure of the Xuanhuan Academy group. The news of the 9-dragon divine tripod being leaked. They must hasten their process. Find that divine artifact before others arrive. However, right now, Rico should be the most uncomfortable. Iman turned a corner and headed straight for the dungeon of the mansion. In the backyard, while guiding Sky in cultivation, Augusta noticed Adela's departure, her regret evident on her face. Obviously, she wanted to take advantage of Adela's rage to cleave her. Inside the Xuanhuan Academy, there was another sworn enemy of Augusta. With the news of the 9-dragon divine tripod spreading, Rosalie will also come to Aaliyah Kingdom? This time, no matter what, I must settle things with you. Rosalie, the little princess of the human sacred dynasty. One of the top 3 beauties on the All Heaven Beauties list. Also the disciple of the Xuanhuan Academy president and human sage Auric. All Heaven Beauties list. It records the 365 greatest beauties of all worlds. Sword goddess Augusta, fragrance goddess Carissa, music goddess Rosalie. Each had unparalleled beauty and incomparable grace. All were god-level grandmasters. Whether in appearance or strength, it was hard to distinguish between them. Thus, they ranked first together, hence called the top 3. Due to some reasons, Augusta and Rosalie became sworn enemies. Whenever they met, they fought. Recently, Augusta's strength had increased slightly, so she was eager to duel with Rosalie. Inside the Lin family's dungeon, layer upon layer of arrays had been set up, completely concealing all fluctuations here. Even Augusta wouldn't be able to detect any abnormalities. The fake Roman had his collarbone pierced by iron chains. He glared at Amon in front of him and roared, "Iman, how dare you capture me? Do you know who I am? I am the Roman. The Roman. By capturing me, you become the enemy of the human race. Not only you, but everyone in the Lin family and Aaliyah Kingdom will die because of you. Release me. Release me." The fake Roman screamed heart-wrenchingly. Amon's expression remained calm as water. "If you are the Roman, then who am I?" Upon hearing these words, the fake Roman's throat seemed choked by something. He stared blankly at Amon. Amon continued, "Still dreaming? Don't you have a clue who the real Roman is? Do you know what the title of Roman represents?" The fake Roman stared blankly at Amon in front of him, his mouth agape. For a moment, a storm raged in his mind. He was completely stunned. So he had fallen into the hands of the real deal? Amon is the true Roman? No wonder the cloud-patterned purple gold spear is in his hands. No wonder. The fake Roman stared blankly at Amon, too shocked to utter a word. Amon paid no more attention to him. He placed one hand on the fake Roman's forehead. Then, the trajectory of his cultivation technique changed instantly into the black demon forbidden cannon. The Bradford had died at Iman's hands. All his treasures, including cultivation techniques, naturally fell into Iman's possession. The black demon forbidden cannon was not complicated for Amon. He could operate it smoothly after just a few glances. Rumble. In the next instant, explosive sounds resounded through the surrounding air. Black smoke filled the void. The summoning magic scripture. However, Amon did not use his own body to summon the Bradford, but used the body of the fake Roman as the host. The next moment, vast divine power descended, but was concealed by the array here. Ha 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 ha. I never expected there to be another follower practicing the black demon forbidden canon within this universe. Let this great light deity king see which believer is calling upon me. The voice of the Bradford was filled with joy and excitement as he gleefully possessed the body of the fake Roman. This body seems somewhat familiar. It seems identical to that fool who summoned me before. The fake Roman? Why am I a fool? Explain yourself clearly. At this point, the fake Roman hadn't lost consciousness and could hear every word the Bradford muttered to himself. His heart was filled with horror. He never imagined that Amon also practiced the black demon forbidden canon. More terrifyingly, he had summoned this great demon god using his own body. No wait, this is that fool's body. But the one reciting the summoning magic scripture isn't this fool. The figure of the Bradford gradually solidified. Suddenly, he raised his head and saw the nightmare-like silhouette of the young man opposite him. Amon waved at him with a smile, saying, "Bradford, we meet again." Chapter 41. Amon, immortal prince of the night? How could it be you? The Bradford was first taken aback. Then a wretched and mournful howl issued from its mouth. Its yet-to-be fully formed body immediately transformed into a streak of black smoke, shooting straight up into the sky. However, duong, with an odd sound of impact, the body of the Bradford was directly bounced back again, falling heavily to the ground. The Bradford sprawled on the ground, despair filling its eyes. "Ancestor, little ancestor, with your greatness, please show mercy. Let me go." At this moment, the Bradford had already transformed into its true form. a terrifying demon god with a height of several feet, a single horn on its head, and feathered wings, whose appearance was ferocious. But contrary to its image, this awe-inspiring demon god rolled and crawled to Iman's feet. Holding onto Iman's feet, it began to wail uncontrollably. Even though Iman was just a minor martial artist at the profound light realm at this moment, the Bradford could exterminate Iman 10,000 times over with a mere flick of its finger. However, that kind of fear originating from the depths of the soul made the Bradford unable to muster any strength when facing Iman. But at this moment, the Bradford did not restrain that horrifying divine and demonic aura. The prison cell was filled with divine might. Iman seemed unaffected, as if nothing had happened. The fake champion prince, being the host of the Bradford, was also not affected by the demonic aura. On the other side, Django and Clarence were both being pressed until their eyes rolled back. Little ancestor, rest assured, I, Great Black Heaven, swear by the name of Emperor Xuan Devil, I absolutely will never leak your true identity to anyone else. Iman looked at the Bradford and sneered. Is swearing useful? If I kill you one more time, extinguishing this last sliver of your true spirit, wouldn't everything be settled? When Iman killed the Bradford, it wasn't just chopping off its true form. He also destroyed all its avatars and incarnations across the 3 realms and 6 paths, the myriad worlds, as well as every trace of its true spiritual thought. And this strand of true spirit was hidden by the Bradford in the technique of the Black Demon Prohibition Canon. Only those who cultivated the Black Demon Prohibition Canon and activated the xuanhuan demon summoning scripture could awaken this thread of primordial essence, allowing it to escape this calamity. But if this thread of true spirit were to be annihilated again, the Bradford would completely perish. As for the remaining last thread of true spirit, it was also affected, becoming a half-damaged true spirit. The Bradford was dazed for a moment, as if it finally realized something. He hurriedly released Iman's foot, then knelt before him and started banging his head on the ground frantically. Lord, I, Great Black Heaven, am willing to submit to you, to become your servant, swearing eternal loyalty to you. The fake champion prince beside him was dumbstruck. What the hell was going on? The demon god in the Black Demon Prohibition Canon actually willingly submitted to Iman? Moreover, judging from the conversation between this human and demon god, it seemed like this demon god had already been killed once by Iman. Just what kind of person was this Iman? Thinking of this, cold sweat trickled down the forehead of the champion prince. What on earth gave him the guts to impersonate such a big shot? Iman stared at the Bradford for a long while. Then he said softly, blood oath of heart demon. Blood oath of heart demon. 4 demons to take a blood oath using their heart demon. Once violated, the oath would result in the backlash of the heart demon, causing endless torment. This was the highest vow among demons. Once sworn under the blood oath of heart demon, even a demon god could not defy it. Facing life and death, the Bradford showed no hesitation, directly swearing the blood oath of heart demon. There was no way around it. The psychological shadow left by Iman on it was too profound. It had merely dared to sneak a peek at the true visage of this little ancestor, and got chopped to pieces without a word of warning. Not only killing its true self, all its avatars and incarnations in all worlds were simultaneously destroyed. The Bradford was a deity-level existence. Even Emperor Xuan Devil couldn't achieve such a feat. Under the blood oath of heart demon, all the strength of the Bradford seemed to have been drained away. It lay sprawled on the ground, looking pitifully at Iman with its head raised. The divine and demonic pressure within the prison cell also vanished. Looking at the current state of the Bradford, Iman remembered another matter. Edmund is my disciple. Dare to touch her again, and I'll obliterate you. Edmund? The Bradford was momentarily perplexed, then immediately recalled the peerless beauty, rare in both divine and demonic realms, whom it saw not long ago. Turns out she's this little ancestor's disciple. No wonder she looks so beautiful. The Bradford shook its head repeatedly. I don't dare. No, won't do it anymore. This old servant absolutely will not think about that young master again. In the prison cell, the fake champion prince, as well as Django and Clarence. Hearing these words, the fake champion prince was directly stunned. Edmund, Iman's disciple? Wasn't Edmund a disciple of a mortal prince of the night? Could it be that? The fake champion prince opened his eyes wide, looking at Iman with an extremely horrified expression. Could it be that Iman is the greatest power in all of existence? The mortal prince of the night? Am I going mad? Or is this world going mad? Iman is not only the champion prince, but also the immortal prince of the night. Iman paid no attention to the looks on their faces. He pointed at Django and Clarence with his chin. Those two, eat them. At this moment, the Bradford was just a true spirit that had been half crippled by Iman. It now existed as a form condensed from the demon summoning scripture. It didn't have a real physical body. To recast its body, it needed blood food. Iman was a great villain, not some righteous gentleman, making his subordinates eat 2 people, especially those who would ruin his reputation. Didn't create any psychological burden for him. The eyes of the Bradford instantly lit up. It directly turned into a shadow, pouncing towards the terrified Django and Clarence. Then, a jaw-grinding crunching sound echoed within the prison cell. Seeing the 2 servants being devoured by the demon god, the psychological defenses of the fake champion prince instantly collapsed. Iman looked at him and asked in a calm voice, your name? The fake champion prince stuttered nervously, Bobby. Iman remained expressionless. Why did you impersonate the champion prince? Bobby hurriedly said, I didn't impersonate him. I am really the champion prince. The Emperor of Han personally conferred upon me the title of champion prince of Han. Iman. At this moment, the Bradford, with blood all over his face, suddenly turned his head and gave Bobby a sinister smile. My master is asking why you pretended to be my master and tarnished my master's reputation. Bobby shivered and quickly replied, I didn't tarnish the reputation. Before, Bobby hadn't felt anything wrong with what he did. All quite normal. Not only did he reap all the benefits, but it also showed the might of the champion prince. Everyone in Han country does it this way. Meeting Iman's gaze that looked at him like an idiot, Bobby's scalp tingled. He hastily said, Han country plans to leave the Yozu and return to humanity. If I become the champion prince who conquers the pagoda, then the status of Han in the human race will surely rise, even replacing the Holy Dynasty as the leader of the human race. In recent years, news of the human sacred emperor being gravely injured and near death kept coming out. Han country thus got some ideas. In their plan, Bobby, the champion prince of Han, was the most crucial link for Han to return to the human race. If the champion prince from Mountain and River Academy appeared, kill him directly, and pin the traitor hat on him. The Earth Transformation Realm martial artist killed by Edmund was Bobby's protector. Iman's face still had no expression. Who vouched for you in the Mountain and River Academy? Chapter 42. Half-God Satan. At this moment, Aiden's mind had already collapsed. Iman summoned the Bradford. He made it a servant right in front of him. Then he let the Bradford eat Django and Clarence. This was all to destroy Aiden's psychological defenses and shatter the seal on his mind. There was a seal within Aiden's mind. Under normal interrogation, nothing could be gained. So, Iman used the divine pressure of the Bradford, as well as the shock of revealing its true identity. This brought great shock to Aiden's psyche. Using the tremors in his own spirit, the seal was broken. Now, Iman's black eyes were like an unfathomable abyss, and then they transformed into a deep vortex. Unconsciously, Aiden's spirit fell into it. Hearing Iman's questions, he answered without hesitation. Honest and straightforward, he said, I don't know. These matters were discussed by Cosmo with the College of Rivers and Mountains. Iman frowned. Cosmo? Aiden nodded. Yes, he is dead. Before the city gates of Aaliyah's capital, he inexplicably turned into Lord Casey. It was after witnessing the fall of his benefactor, Cosmo, that Aiden spared no expense, activating the demon summoning sutra, summoning the Bradford. Iman. Cosmo? Lord Casey? The Earth Transformation Realm martial artist who was cleaved in two by Arya? No need to panic. After all, he knew the mastermind behind everything. With Aiden back in his hands, the cancerous presence within the College of Rivers and Mountains would certainly reveal itself. In summary, there was nothing wrong with his disciple. She was protecting him. Even if Arya tore a hole in the sky, Iman would stand behind her, supporting her. At worst, she might get a spanking. No, that wouldn't do. Arya had grown up, and she couldn't be hit anymore. Earlier, he had been treating it as practice, to avoid feeling awkward facing the Empress of Nine Heavens during the final mission. After all, they were quite familiar. Iman continued questioning the other party. Aiden revealed everything he knew. The purpose of his trip to Aaliyah was also for the Nine-Dragon Divine Tripod. Moreover, the College of Rivers and Mountains learned about the location of the Nine-Dragon Divine Tripod in Aaliyah thanks to Han State deliberately leaking the information to cover for Aiden. Just like Rico, he knew the exact location of the Nine-Dragon Divine Tripod. He even knew how to activate the divine artifact. Iman raised an eyebrow. In the original storyline, there was no Roman, nor was there the College of Rivers and Mountains. Han State rejoined humanity through the Son of Fortune. Rico married a princess from Han State and became its imperial son-in-law, thus gaining protection from Han State. When his cultivation reached its peak and became nearly divine, Rico vouched for Han State, bringing it back into humanity, becoming the 19th dynasty under the Holy Dynasty. However, Han State did not settle down after this. Instead, it constantly incited disputes and wars. Ultimately, with Rico's help, Han State unified humanity, truly replacing the Holy Dynasty. Rico and Han State must have joined forces because of the Nine-Dragon Divine Tripod. Now, due to Iman's involvement, the plot had gradually taken on a fantastical twist. Currently, news that the Nine-Dragon Divine Tripod was in Aaliyah had spread far and wide. The news came from the 14 provinces, so it could not be false. Many powerful beings had already arrived upon hearing the news. This pool of water had already been thoroughly muddied. The segment where Rico obtained the Nine-Dragon Divine Tripod had completely fallen apart. Soon enough, the Bradford had finished eating Django and Clarence. It had preliminarily condensed into a physical form. Now, the Bradford wore a tattered short shirt, with white hair and a stooped figure. It had become a somewhat sleazy and skinny old man. Iman frowned. Half god? Half god. Above the heavenly gate, below the gods. The Bradford nodded innocently. Iman's casual slash had been too fierce. Even though his true spirit was protected by a technique, it still suffered heavy damage, leaving it half crippled. Being able to retain the realm of a half-god was no easy feat. Iman rubbed his brow. All right. From now on, you will be called. After a brief pause, a playful look appeared on Iman's face. You will be called Satan. The Bradford blinked. 3 balls? Why 3? I only have 2. 2 balls won't do? Thank you, master, for bestowing a name. From now on, your humble servant shall be known as 3 balls. Iman looked at the little old man in front of him with suspicion. He felt that calling him 3 balls was off somehow. Forget it. If he wanted to call himself whatever, so be it. Contain your aura a bit. Don't let people see through you. And my identity. Rolf quickly said, Master, this old servant understands. I will never reveal your identity to anyone. Only then did Iman nod in satisfaction. Then he took Rolf out of the prison cell. Out already? Just as Iman walked out of the prison cell, the voice of Arya rang in his ears. The white figure appeared before Iman's eyes immediately after. Iman was about to speak. Whoosh. Rolf stepped forward first. He knelt down before Arya with an eager expression. This old servant pays respects to young master. Iman. Arya was taken aback. Young master? She looked at Iman with surprise. Iman stepped forward and kicked Rolf to the side. This old servant has some mental issues. Don't take him seriously. Rolf, having been kicked aside, hurriedly got up and stood quietly, not daring to say another word. Arya replied with an oh. Then she said, people from the College of Rivers and Mountains have come again. If you don't go out, I will draw my sword. Summoning the Bradford using the Demon Summoning Sutra, plus interrogating Aiden, took him half a day. By now, it was already dark. For Arya to hold back without drawing her sword until now was quite commendable. Iman was surprised. They came back so soon? Didn't they need to seize the time to look for the 9-Dragon Divine Tripod? By capturing Aiden and spreading the news of the 9-Dragon Divine Tripod, Iman hoped to give the College of Rivers and Mountains something to do, so they wouldn't cause trouble for him. But now, they had returned so quickly. Arya shook her head. It's not the same group. The enforcement elder Brittany from the Summer Dynasty's College of Rivers and Mountains brought the Celestial Punishment Platform. He wants to put you on public trial in the name of the human race. Iman felt a flicker of anticipation. Brittany? Was he so eager to jump into the fray? Brittany was merely a deity communication realm martial artist. Whether he was the tumor or just being used as a pawn would be clear in a moment. Brittany wasn't at the Lynn residence. At this moment, Rolf excitedly said, "Master, shall this old servant go?" And, as he spoke, he lightly brushed his neck. Iman rolled his eyes and kicked him away. Meanwhile, in the front hall of the Marquis residence, stood a somewhat nervous youth wearing the clothes of a College of Rivers and Mountains disciple. Seeing Iman arrive, his eyes lit up and he hurriedly bowed. Unkit from the College of Rivers and Mountains greets Master Lin. Unkit looked at Iman with admiration, his eyes full of stars. This was the person who defeated Roman in battle. Iman smiled. No need for such formalities. I am also a disciple of the College of Rivers and Mountains. Unkit stared blankly at Iman. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. Chapter 43, trying to make me take off my mask, huh? After a while, Unkit finally reacted. In that moment, his eyes were sparkling. Great. Absolutely great. It turns out Senior Brother Lin is also one of us from the Mountain River Academy. This makes things much easier. I don't believe the Enforcement Elder would make things difficult for an unparalleled genius like Senior Brother Lin just for some Han Nation person. As he spoke, Unkit seemed to think of something else. He hastily added, Senior Brother Lin, the Enforcement Elder has set up the Heavenly Punishment Platform in the Royal Palace and intends to hold a public trial for you. While speaking, he glanced at Iman cautiously. Iman smiled indifferently and said, then let's go see. He took a step towards the gate. Eminent and Sky had been prepared long ago. They silently followed behind Iman. Iman paused. Grandfather, Auntie, you too? Before he finished speaking, Augusta, now disguised as a maid from the Guagong Manor, approached. As long as I am here, no one can harm them. Augusta's voice remained indifferent. It was impossible to tell if she was happy or angry. Eminent instantly realized who this unremarkable maid was. His eyes twitched involuntarily. Come on, Sir Knife God Augusta of the 14 states. Dressing up as my family's maid? Even if you've taken Qingying as your disciple, there's no need to be so dedicated. Eminent felt somewhat relieved. Luckily, the sea-covering sword saint isn't here. Otherwise, who knows what might happen. But thinking about Iman's current situation, Eminent felt his heart sink again. The Mountain River Academy is publicly trying me, a descendant of the Lin family, under the name of the human race. As the current head of the Lin family, I must be present. This journey is perilous. The other party clearly comes with ill intentions. Even if Augusta reveals her identity, it might still be difficult to protect Iman. Unless the ruler of the 14 states, the legendary first strongest being not Yeho, arrives personally. Only then can his grandson be protected. Under these circumstances, Eminem cannot stay behind. Iman rubbed his temples. All right, then let's go together. Pausing for a moment, he asked weakly, Grandfather, are you okay? Your heart? Eminem was stunned again. Heart? My cultivation level is at the peak of xuanhuan realm. My heart is naturally very good. Iman breathed a sigh of relief. That's good, that's good. Immediately after, he whispered to Rolf, who was running over happily, stay behind and watch over that fake Roman. Don't let anyone take him away. Rolf immediately stopped. He patted his chest assuringly. Master, rest assured, this old servant will keep an eye on him. After consuming Zhu Lingjin and being treated by a powerhouse from the great Yin kingdom of Xian, Clara's Dantian has been completely reconstructed. Although her cultivation has not yet recovered, her injuries have improved. Her originally extremely aged appearance has also slightly rejuvenated. She now looks like a woman in her 50s, with graying hair and loose skin. When Clara heard that the Enforcement Elder of the Mountain River Academy had activated the Heavenly Punishment Platform and intended to publicly try Iman under the name of humanity, she was overjoyed. She immediately offered her throne room for use. Heavenly Punishment Platform, the highest judicial platform of humanity. Only criminals who have committed serious offenses would be placed on the Heavenly Punishment Platform. Roman single-handedly broke through the Sky Tower and slew countless demon geniuses. He is the greatest contributor to humanity in the last millennium. Moreover, he is the banner figure of the young generation of humanity in the great world of Shenzhou. Iman not only humiliated and severely injured the Roman, but also captured him and brought him back to the Lin family. Isn't that equivalent to betraying humanity? At this time, inside the imperial palace of Aaliyah Kingdom, people were already packed. This is a public trial. Whether outsiders or local residents of Aaliyah Kingdom, anyone can enter the palace to witness it. Some even set up transmission jade talismans to project the scene, live streaming it out. In the center of the main hall stood a tall platform. The platform was exactly 66 feet 6 inches high. It bore 49 arrays and 81 prohibitions intertwined, alongside 365 shimmering golden runes. It looked imposing and solemn. Heavenly Punishment Platform. Even if a Tianxiang realm expert steps onto the Heavenly Punishment Platform, they will be sealed off, becoming no different from ordinary people. On the other end of the Heavenly Punishment Platform stood a thin, elderly man in green robes, slim in build, with white hair and youthful face. He was clearly Brittany, the Enforcement Elder of the Great Siam Mountain River Academy. At this moment, he stood with his hands behind his back, quietly waiting for Iman's arrival. Below the Heavenly Punishment Platform, Empress Clara's face wore a ruthless expression. Iman, I didn't expect you to be such a fool, actually capturing the Roman back to your family. This time, even the 14 states won't be able to save you. At this moment, Clara's hatred for Imonen had completely shifted to Amon. The majestic empress of Alea Kingdom was disabled by Iman with a single kick to her dantian. She was disgraced in public, and now she had become like this? How could Clara not hate him? At this moment, Rico, Mariah, Pete, and even Layla were all among the crowd. The news of the 9-dragon divine tripod leaked out mysteriously, causing Rico endless headaches. But when he heard that Amon was going to be sent to the heavenly punishment platform, he still rushed over. Without personally witnessing Iman's misfortune, Rico couldn't calm down or feel satisfied. Especially when he saw how the Empress of Alea Kingdom was kicked into an old woman by Iman. Rico couldn't help but go crazy with rage. Layla, who stood beside Rico, still had a pale face. Because the Chu Lingjin was intercepted by the Empress, she remained incapacitated. Hearing that Amon was to be publicly tried by the Mountain River Academy, she ignored her injuries and immediately followed Rico to the palace. Among those present, Layla undoubtedly harbored the greatest hatred toward Iman. She wanted to see Iman die right before her eyes. Suddenly, the entire palace hall fell silent for a moment. Then it erupted with even louder chatter. Iman has arrived. That's Iman, the one who defeated Roman. Well, what grandeur he puts on. Not only did he bring his family, but even a maid. Roman didn't come? Even at this point, Iman still dares to detain Roman. People in the hall murmured, their opinions of Iman divided. Channing put aside his work and came over to join in. Suddenly, he saw the unremarkable maid behind Iman. He froze for a second. That maid. Why does she look so familiar? It looks like Senior Frost? Though Augusta had changed her appearance, her aura remained the same. She couldn't fool Channing. He rubbed his eyes hard. For a moment, he felt his worldview shattered. This was God of Knives Augusta. Such a proud person. She was actually serving as a maid? Moreover, from her posture, it was clear she was protecting the 3 people in front of her. Anyone who dared attack the Lin family trio would face Augusta's sharp blade head-on. On the heavenly punishment platform, Brittany glanced at Iman, a hint of appreciation in his eyes. He said indifferently, I thought you wouldn't dare come. Iman didn't respond. He patted Unkit in front of him, signaling him to step aside. Then he ascended the heavenly punishment platform step by step. With each step, the golden runes on the platform lit up more brightly. Eminem wanted to follow but was blocked by Brittany's overwhelming aura. He had no choice but to give up. When Iman reached the top of the heavenly punishment platform, all 365 golden runes shone brilliantly. Iman scanned his surroundings. A faint but unmistakable presence locked onto him. His lips curled into a cold smile. Brittany was clearly being used as a pawn. The true puppet master was hiding in the crowd. If I'm called a traitor to humanity, then show me the evidence, Iman said. Everyone around involuntarily froze. Being on the heavenly punishment platform, he could still talk like that? Shouldn't he be screaming and crying, pleading his innocence? Then surrendering Roman, asking the Mountain River Academy for forgiveness? Asking the Mountain River Academy to present evidence. What did that mean? Even Brittany looked somewhat bewildered at Iman. Iman sneered, he who asserts must prove. Chapter 44. The arrival of the Demon Clan. He who asserts must prove? Hearing these words, Brittany blinked her eyes. You don't need to clear your name? Based on past experience, anyone who steps onto this celestial punishment platform is always in a panic, desperately trying to prove their innocence. But this young man before her showed no trace of alarm, remaining calm and composed throughout. He even said something like that. This couldn't help but make Brittany feel surprised. Iman shook his head and said indifferently, the innocent have nothing to hide. You can start spouting your accusations now, Brittany. The others around them. This one sentence left them utterly bewildered. The innocent have nothing to hide? Start spouting accusations? Begin the performance? This made those who were planning to accuse Iman speechless for a moment. Augusta was stunned. She poked Sky beside her and whispered, is your nephew always so quick-witted? Sky nodded seriously and said, even my father can't out-talk him. As long as Layla isn't around, Iman's intelligence is always sharp. Just mentioning Layla. Layla stepped forward. At this moment, the girl wore a white dress, looking pale and pitiable. But there was a firmness and defiance in her eyes, like a resilient little white flower. Layla approached a few steps, her soft voice tinged with hatred. Iman, you defeated the Roman? Do you really believe it yourself? At Sage Academy, you used 10 fragrant muscle relaxant on senior brother Yi and me. Everyone saw it. Who knows what other dirty tricks you used to harm Lord Roman? As Layla finished speaking, everyone exchanged glances. They hadn't expected that the first to challenge Iman would be a young girl from the Sage Kingdom. And this girl seemed to be someone Iman had once pursued. Behind Layla, Rico nodded slightly. Then, he also stood up. I, Rico, Chief of Sage Martial College, a Spirit Sea Realm warrior, was repeatedly drugged by Iman using 10 fragrant muscle relaxant. But I can't understand how an ordinary drug could affect a Spirit Sea Realm warrior. Later, I found out that among the Demon Clan, there's a hallucinogen called delirium powder, which has similar effects to 10 fragrant muscle relaxant. Even profound light realm warriors can't resist it. What Iman used wasn't 10 fragrant muscle relaxant, but the Demon Clan's unique delirium powder. Iman, just a chi cultivation realm warrior, has no right to defeat the #1 prodigy of the great world of Shinjo. Clearly, he used the Demon Clan's delirium powder on Lord Roman. Rico's voice rang out, echoing through the entire area. Others in the hall also nodded unconsciously upon hearing this. That was the Roman. The Roman who single-handedly broke through the heavens-piercing tower. How could he possibly lose to some unknown nobody? Unless Iman really did use some despicable means to ambush the Roman. But this still doesn't add up. Even if Iman drugged the Roman, I saw with my own eyes that he pierced through the Roman heavenly rank protective armor with a single shot. Someone immediately questioned. Rico glanced at him coolly and calmly said, What if Iman really betrayed humanity and is a spy for the demon clan? As soon as these words came out, the surrounding crowd fell silent. If Iman really was a spy for the demon clan, then everything would make sense. Iman must possess treasures from the demon clan that specifically target the Roman. The head of Sage Martial College, Jerry, hurriedly stepped forward. I have no doubt that Iman is a spy for the demon clan. Because his grandfather Eminem is a cunning, greedy traitor who abuses power for personal gain. It's not surprising that he raised a traitor like Iman. Pausing briefly, Jerry continued, over the years, Iman often disappeared without reason for periods of time. Now it seems he was definitely planted here by the demon clan as a spy to act on their behalf. Layla looked up at Iman on the celestial punishment platform, her eyes filled with malice. Iman, watch how you'll get back up this time. Nonsense. At this moment, a loud rebuke sounded. Unkit, with a dark expression, said, Senior Brother Lin is a disciple of our River Mountain Academy. How could he possibly be a demon clan spy? What? Everyone was stunned by Unkit's words. Even Layla and Rico were taken aback. Iman is a disciple of the River Mountain Academy? Is this true? Unkit snorted. Of course it's true. Layla shrieked. You say he's a disciple of River Mountain Academy, so he is? I even said you were bribed by him. Unkit glanced at her coldly and sneered, ignorant woman. Brittany, who had been silent all along, saw a glint of curiosity in her eyes. She looked at Iman with anticipation. You are truly a disciple of River Mountain Academy? Iman nodded, then rummaged through his robes. After confirming he had the right item, he took out a River Mountain token. Brittany couldn't help but laugh heartily. Indeed, it's the token of a disciple of our River Mountain Academy, the River Mountain token. She never would have thought. This young man who could defeat the Roman was actually a disciple of River Mountain Academy, and even more surprisingly, a disciple of their Dacia River Mountain Academy. Although she had never seen Iman in River Mountain Academy before, with the River Mountain token, there was no doubt about Iman's identity. Iman raised an eyebrow. It seemed that this law enforcement elder from Dacia Academy had indeed been manipulated by someone else. Given the situation now, it was time for the person behind the scenes to reveal themselves. Sure enough, as soon as this thought arose, a cold laugh sounded. Even if he is a disciple of Dacia River Mountain Academy, it doesn't prove he isn't a spy for the demon clan. Another voice quickly chimed in. The Roman has done great deeds for our human race. Yet he stole the cloud-patterned purple gold spear during the Roman battle against the demon and monster clans. If not for this, the Roman wouldn't have been severely injured by those two clans, greatly reducing his combat power. Now, Iman holds onto the Roman. Doesn't he intend to hand him over to the demon and monster clans? Brittany looked at the people speaking, her expression turning serious. Xuanhuan, now that the celestial punishment platform has been activated, accusations must be backed by evidence. Xuanhuan, an elder from one of the 8 ancient families of Dacia Dynasty, the Astray family. At this moment, Xuanhuan looked at Iman with undisguised malice. The celestial punishment platform was a public trial place for the human race. Once it was opened, anyone could accuse the person being tried. But the prerequisite was having evidence. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, a sharp and piercing laughter came from outside the hall. This time we succeeded in capturing the Roman, and Iman deserves first credit. What nonsense about celestial punishment platforms. Iman is a hero of our demon clan. Whoever dares touch him will face eternal enmity from us. Terrifying demonic power descended from the sky, covering the entire imperial palace. Chapter 45. Iman, the true Roman? The terrifying demonic power descended, instantly throwing the entire palace into chaos. The martial artists present had extremely serious expressions. They readied their weapons, fully prepared for battle. Rico pulled Layla back to the very end of the crowd. Layla looked at Iman with eyes that saw a dead man. Iman, now that the demon race has personally confirmed your traitor status, let's see how you die this time. A flash of surprise appeared in Rhett's eyes. Then, he shouted angrily, Elder Liu, attack immediately and kill Iman. He must not be taken away by the demons. Inside the palace hall, seeing this, others couldn't help but look at each other in horror. Could it be that Iman is really a spy for the demon race? Demon experts actually came to the heartland of the human race to rescue him. On the heavenly punishment platform, Brittany's face was unpredictable, instinctively looking at Iman on the opposite side. Iman turned his head slightly, looking toward the source of the demonic aura. So, this is the final move? He thought the mastermind would come personally, but a young demon came instead. The hint of joy in Rhett's eyes just now did not escape Iman's notice. He looked at Brittany and asked indifferently, was it Jackson from the Yuan family who verified the identity of the Roman? Jackson, the head of the Yuan family, one of the 8 major families of the Great Xia Dynasty. At the same time, also one of the 3 vice deans of the Mountain River Academy of the Great Xia Dynasty. Iman established 19 Mountain River Academies, mimicking the model of universities and branches from his previous life. The Holy Dynasty Mountain River Academy was the main campus. The 18 academies of the Mountain River in various dynasties were 18 branch campuses. Among these 18 academies, besides the 18 deans appointed by Iman himself, the rest of the high-ranking officials were elected within the 18 human dynasties, and Jackson was the deputy dean recommended by the Great Xia Kingdom. Iman was very busy and didn't have time to handle all those matters. Brittany was stunned for a moment before nodding, yes. In the original storyline, the Yuan family eventually became followers of Rico, the Child of Fortune. During the war where the Han Kingdom annexed the Great Xia Dynasty, due to Rico, this family managed to survive. Now it seemed, the Yuan family was a nail planted by the Han Kingdom in the human race. Brittany, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and kill Iman. At this moment, Rhett's voice rang out again. He wished he could climb onto the heavenly punishment platform and cut down Iman and Brittany himself. Edmund laughed derisively. She didn't even bother to draw her sword. Though strong, the demonic aura was just a show of strength. Beneath it, the The person was at most a deity passage realm level. A demonic expert above the deity passage realm daring to appear in the heartland of the human race would be no different from courting death. Sky and Immonen both looked at Edmund simultaneously. They naturally knew that Amon was innocent. This was clearly someone setting a trap to frame him on. Seeing Edmund's indifference, Immonen and Sky did not act rashly. After all, Elder Edmund would intervene. At this moment, a figure rushed in from outside the palace hall, directly heading towards the heavenly punishment platform. Brother Lin, your mission among humans is complete. You can return with me to the demon race now. The patriarch is outside waiting for us. Let's leave quickly. The person before them was a youth, looking no different from humans. But on his face were dark red demonic patterns. Demonic aura surged around him, revealing him as a demonic expert, a deity passage realm demon. As he spoke, the overwhelming demonic flames enveloping the palace grew even stronger. Seeing that it truly was a demon descending, many martial artists' faces changed drastically. However, the terrifying demonic power covering the entire palace made them dare not move rashly. Outside, there was an even more terrifying demon lord. Brittany, you bastard. What are you still waiting for? Quickly kill him on, and don't let him leave with the demons. Rhett's frantic roar echoed repeatedly. Elder Lu, quickly kill him on. We must not let him go to the demon race. Finally, others joined in chorus. No matter how Iman defeated the Roman, his talent was undeniable. If he really went to the demon race, he would certainly become a great enemy of the human race. Brother Lin, time is short. Quickly get off the heavenly punishment platform. A flash of deceit appeared in the eyes of the young demon, his tone growing increasingly urgent. How inexperienced. The heavenly punishment platform isn't a place to leave or enter at will. Not to mention someone like Iman. Even if a celestial phenomenon realm martial artist were on the heavenly punishment platform, they couldn't take a step without permission from the law enforcement elder. At this moment, Iman's life was in Brittany's hands. Now, the appearance of the young demon confirmed Iman as a spy for the demon race. Iman was doomed to die. However, at this moment, Brittany was utterly baffled by Iman's nonsensical question. What did Iman mean by that? Could it be that the Marquis of Champions is fake? Before Brittany could ask further, a strange purple golden light suddenly appeared in Iman's hand. Then, Iman leaped forward, and his entire body was enveloped by the purple golden light. Subsequently, he rushed out of the heavenly punishment platform. Brittany was dumbfounded. She was still on the heavenly punishment platform, controlling its array formation restrictions. How could this person just rush out without permission? Just as Brittany was about to act, she froze again. Her lips trembled as she murmured, That's the Marquis of Champions power, heavenly light back shadow. At this moment, Iman was surrounded by a vast purple golden spear aura. He looked formidable, lunging at the deity passage realm demon youth with one thrust. As the spear was thrown, it seemed as if thousands of spear shadows accompanied it, dense and overwhelming, occupying the entire space. Then, these myriad spear shadows converged into one, like a descending beam of purple light from the heavens, piercing through heaven and earth. At this moment, everyone was stunned by Iman's shocking spear attack. A year ago, the Marquis of Champions displayed such an awe-inspiring spear strike atop the heaven-piercing pagoda, heavenly light back shadow. How could Iman also perform heavenly light back shadow? The demon youth's eyes were filled with terror. Through the massive purple golden spear shadow, he saw the murderous gaze. In an instant, chilling fear arose from the depths of his heart, rushing to the top of his head. It made his scalp tingle. The demon youth instinctively screamed, Marquis of Champions! You are the Marquis of Champions! Upon hearing this, everyone's minds went blank for a moment. The Marquis of Champions? Wasn't he already captured by Iman and imprisoned in the Lin family? Why would this demon youth shout Marquis of Champions in front of Iman? But at this moment, they didn't have time to think much. Everyone saw Iman's incomparably magnificent spear pierced through the entire void, and through the chest of the deity passage realm demon. Turns out, you are the real Marquis of Champions. The demon youth stared blankly at the overly young teenager standing before him. Then he fell to the ground with a thud, dead. His eyes still carried soul-searing fear, not able to rest in peace. The entire palace was dead silent. A deity passage realm demon powerhouse was killed by Iman, with just one spear stab. More importantly, what did the demon say before dying? Iman is the true Marquis of Champions? Chapter 46, shocking the entire scene. Following the demise of the young demon, the overwhelming demonic flames that enveloped the imperial palace dissipated completely. Evidently, this was the pressure emitted by a spiritual artifact. The entire imperial palace was eerily quiet. Everyone stared at Iman with wide eyes and open mouths. After a while, Immonen suddenly clutched his chest and said in a daze, before coming here, that brat asked if my heart was all right. He was referring to this? Sky nodded numbly. Probably yes. Who would have thought that Iman was actually the Baron? His own grandson turned out to be the top prodigy of the great Shunzhou, who single-handedly defeated the Heavens Tower. And he even killed a divine realm demon in front of everyone with one shot. Who could bear such a shock? Immonen's mouth stretched to his ears. Apart from silly laughter, he really didn't know what expression he could make now. Augusta looked at Iman, her eyes shimmering oddly. Once, she had paid attention to the Baron, but later on, after the Baron re-emerged and performed a series of unbelievable actions, her interest in him waned. Yesterday, upon meeting the Baron in person and discovering that he was from the Han Kingdom, Augusta only felt disgust towards the Baron. Now, it told her that the previous Baron was fake. Iman was the real Baron. Augusta's little heart couldn't help but start pounding. No. Can't be captivated. I am to become Waylon's disciple. Augusta quickly stopped the deviating thoughts. In this silence, Iman took a step forward. Bang! The body of the young demon, dead with eyes open, flew high into the air, drawing an arc, then crashed heavily in front of Rhett. Red instinctively stepped back several paces. At this moment, Brittany's voice, filled with shock and pleasant surprise, rang out, "Iman, you are the real Baron?" Iman admitted very generously, yes. Not revealing his identity as the Baron, how could the game continue? The Yuan family and the Han Kingdom would certainly see Iman as a thorn in their side. They wouldn't dare confront Iman openly. But behind-the-scenes moves were inevitable. Was Iman afraid of this? The more moves they made, the more loopholes they exposed. When uprooting them, more mud could be brought along. The scene where Iman admitted he was the Baron. The entire Aliyah Imperial Palace exploded. Moreover, this scene was recorded by many people using communication jade tokens, spreading throughout the entire Great Xinzhou. Then, the spirit network of the communication jade tokens also exploded. Iman is the Baron. Then before, the Han Kingdom person defeated by Iman was just an imposter. This imposter showed himself in front of the real one, and was exposed by the real one. No wonder. Iman humiliated that Han Kingdom person so much, nailing him to the city gate wall, and then dragging him back to the Lin family. Imposters should be treated like this. How could the prestigious Baron be a clown-like person from the Han Kingdom? Layla's lips trembled. She looked at Iman in disbelief. Iman? Baron? At this moment, all sorts of things from the past surfaced in Layla's mind. If back then, she hadn't been bewitched, treating Iman better, even marrying him, then now, she would be the woman of the Baron, standing by his side, equally radiant. Suddenly, Layla shivered and snapped out of her fantasy. She felt an icy chill all over. She felt like a clown, standing at the bottom of an abyss, looking up at the light. Pooh. In the next instant, under immense mental turmoil, Layla's injuries flared up again. A mouthful of blood spewed out, and she fainted. Rico clumsily caught Layla beside her. Rico's face alternated between blue and red. He couldn't help but recall that day outside the martial arts hall of Aliyah. He boasted in front of Iman about being the sworn brother of the Baron. Back then, Iman probably already saw him as a clown. For a moment, shame, anger, surprise, and rage surged in Rico's mind. At this moment, Rico wished for a crack in the ground to bury himself. The Empress of Aliyah collapsed onto the ground. Her gaze was blank, utterly at a loss. Iman being the Baron meant that she, the Empress of Aliyah, was truly finished. Pooh. Clara's old injury flared up too at this moment, and he also spat out a mouthful of blood. Impossible. Suddenly, a shrill voice pierced through. Mariah appeared deranged, roaring at Iman, "You absolutely aren't the Baron. The real Baron is my senior brother. Give me back my senior brother Roman." Mariah had deep feelings for that fake Roman Palsung-ji. They even shared intimate moments and had a relationship. Now telling her the Roman was fake, and that Iman, whom she vowed to fight until death, was the real Roman. Mariah's mind started to break down. Then, she was knocked out by her guards beside her, who did so very skillfully. Iman glanced at Mariah, then looked meaningfully at Rico. He felt that this son of fate already had green all over his head. Earlier, while interrogating Palsung-ji, he naturally also asked about the affair with Mariah. Iman never thought that one of the harem members of the Son of Fate had been taken by someone else first. Rico, under Iman's gaze, instantly felt his scalp itch, as if grass was about to grow on it. This Iman is absolutely not the Roman. When Rhett and others heard Mariah's scream, they were immediately moved. The real Roman is being held in the Lin family. Iman is just an imposter. It's all a staged show by this demon to protect Iman. Rhett's voice was resolute. Absolutely cannot confirm Iman as the Roman, even if he really is the Roman. At that moment, someone sneered, "Why would the identity of the Roman need to be proven to anyone? Tell me, did the previous imposter ever use Heavenly Light Echo Spear?" Rhett was instantly dumbfounded. The Heavenly Light Echo Spear was at least an upper-tier heaven-level spell. Similarly, it was also a hallmark of the Roman. Suddenly, Unkit couldn't help but burst into laughter. He laughed until he bent over, tears streaming down his face. Ha ha! The previous imposter spent more than a month at Dashia Mountain River Academy, doing nothing but causing trouble, creating chaos, and bullying fellow disciples, without doing anything worthy of the title. We have suspected his identity all along. Turns out, he was indeed an imposter. Our Dashia Mountain River Academy's brother Iman is the true Roman. His voice echoed loudly, shaking the entire palace hall. As a disciple of Mountain River Academy, I, Unkit, asked Elder Brittany, previously, who confirmed the identity of the earlier imposter as the Roman. Unkit's voice grew louder and louder, almost manic. Because of that imposter, they, the disciples of Dashia Mountain River Academy, almost regarded the name Roman as a joke, a clown. Unkit looked up at Brittany on the punishment platform, his eyes full of anger. Brittany's cold eyes directly stared at Rhett. Only at this moment did he realize why Iman mentioned Jackson's name. This Yuan family definitely had issues. The Yuan family was one of the 8 ancient clans of the Dashia Dynasty. Their existence predates even the Dashia Dynasty. Brittany bared his teeth in a grin. It was Deputy Dean of Dashia Mountain River Academy, current Patriarch Jackson of the Yuan family, who confirmed the identity of that imposter as the Roman. So, Rhett, what's going on with your Yuan family? Why did you send an imposter to Mountain River Academy? Yuan family, Jackson. Imposter. Brittany spoke, immediately settling the matter, representing Mountain River Academy and recognizing Iman's identity, and questioning the Yuan family. Rhett and others turned pale, retreating several steps. The Yuan family never expected that Brittany would dare publicly confront the Yuan family in front of everyone. This scene was also transmitted throughout the Great Xinzhou via communication jade tokens. Chapter 47. Fragrance Deity Kinnenness. At the same time, in the capital of Aliyah, inside the Linglong Pavilion, Faulkner held a communication talisman jade in his hand, squinting as he watched the footage sent back by his subordinate. Due to his special status, he did not go to the heavenly punishment platform for the spectacle, but that didn't stop him from watching the show. Faulkner clicked his tongue and sighed. I had long suspected that young Lord Lin wasn't an ordinary person, but I never thought he would be the legendary Roman. Fortunately, I had the foresight to build a relationship with him early on. Everyone in the world believed that Amon was Layla's loyal lackey, except for Faulkner, who didn't believe it. The downfall of the plain Marquis Househorn was the result of a setup by both Amon and Faulkner. Amon couldn't change the plot when controlled by it. However, the Linglong Pavilion and Faulkner were outside the plot. All Amon needed to do was send someone to give subtle hints, and Faulkner would know what to do. Faulkner casually tossed the communication talisman jade to a servant beside him. How could such a grand show be kept from the Hans? Let them see what their family has missed. The servant understood and took the talisman jade to the Linglong Pavilion's secret dungeon. Over 100 members of the Han family were imprisoned in one cell. Faulkner did not restrict their freedom. So, Bohin had already been beaten into a dead dog by enraged Han family members. Lying on the ground, his eyes vacant, staring at the dark ceiling, Benicio sat against the wall on the floor, his face expressionless. Although he didn't participate in the beating, he didn't stop others either. A mere illegitimate son, to have caused such great disaster to the entire Han family. He wished they had pasted him on a wall. If it weren't for Layla still outside, giving the Han family a glimmer of hope, Benicio would have killed this bastard child with his own hands. At this moment, the servant from the Linglong Pavilion had already arrived at the cell, projecting the footage from the Imperial Palace into the cell. The Han family first fell into chaos. Then they all turned to look at the projection. That's the Heavenly Punishment Platform. The law enforcement elder of xuanhuan Academy is publicly trying Amon on the Heavenly Punishment Platform. Heaven has eyes. Heaven has eyes. That wicked Amon finally got what he deserved. Seeing Amon walk up to the platform, the Han family applauded and laughed heartily. Even Benicio's iron-gray face showed a hint of a smile. Seeing Amon suffer, the entire Han family basked in happiness. When they saw Layla, Rico, and Maxim testify against Amon one after another, the Han family shouted in satisfaction. Even the battered Bohin struggled to his feet, dancing about. Seeing the current state of the Han family, the servant couldn't help but feel pity. The scene changed continuously. The Han family stared wide-eyed, afraid to miss any detail. A demon head. It's really true. Amon is indeed a spy of the demon race. Thankfully, our plain Marquis house has high morals and refused to collude with such scum. Benicio straightened his back. His face even showed a trace of pride. But in the next instant, the entire cell fell silent. Every member of the Han family watched in disbelief, horror-stricken by what they saw. Amon killed a divine realm expert of the demon race with one spear strike. And Roman? When Lu Maqian, representing Shanha Academy, acknowledged Amon's identity and questioned the Yifyuan family, silence enveloped the cell. Amon is the Roman? Eventually, someone murmured in astonishment. How could Amon be the Roman? If Amon is the Roman? Suddenly, Bohin burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. People of the Linglong Pavilion, listen. Amon is my brother-in-law, and my brother-in-law is the Roman. Aren't you afraid he will destroy you if you keep us here? Quickly release us. Bohin crawled towards the cell door, screaming frantically at the servant, holding the communication talisman jade. The servant sneered, you fools. Take a good look at who put you here. As he spoke, he released a burst of aura, directly sending Bohin flying back. Elsewhere, the flicker of hope in Benicio's eyes immediately vanished. At that moment, the image projected by the talisman jade was frozen on Layla's face. Her face, which bore a resemblance to Benicio's, showed identical desolation. The other Han family members fell to the ground. In this moment, they finally realized what the Han family had truly missed. One moment heaven, one moment hell. They plunged ahead without looking back, rushing into hell with glee. The servant was very satisfied with the Han family's performance. He gleefully saved the footage from the prison cell and went to report back to Faulkner. Killing doesn't go beyond a nod of the head. Piercing the heart is the most intriguing. In the western border of Aliyah Kingdom, at Jialing Pass, inside the Central Army camp, a pair of remarkable young adults sat together with extraordinary demeanor. They were Amon's father, Baylor, and mother, Leora. At this moment, their faces were filled with disbelief as they looked at the communication talisman jade in front of them. My son is actually the Roman? The first genius of the human race? Baylor's extraordinarily heroic face was written all over with astonishment. He blankly stared at his wife beside him. Leora recovered from her shock. She hummed, her face full of pride. Have you seen who's his mother? Boom. Right at that moment, a thunderclap suddenly arose from the high sky. Following that, a terrifying demon aura soared up into the sky. In the void above, it transformed into an enormous beast claw, 100 miles in diameter like a towering mountain peak. It blotted out the sun, pressing heavily down towards Jialing Pass. Since the parents of the Roman are here, let's kill them first for some interest. A cold voice rang out. The aura of a heaven image realm cultivator was released without restraint. Instantly, the ground cracked open, rocks flew everywhere. That tiny Jialing Pass, before this gigantic beast claw, seemed like a small mound of dirt. Within Jialing Pass, 18,000 Qinglong army troops of the Lin family were stationed. All soldiers raised their heads. There was no fear on their faces. Instead, they looked at the hand in midair with almost pitying eyes. TSK, another one courting death. Inside the Central Army camp, Leora propped her chin with one hand and lazily yawned. Heaven Image Realm martial artists also dare to cause trouble at Jialing Pass? Do you think he's missing something in his brain? Baylor nodded in agreement. Exactly. How could he not think of this when his son publicly acknowledged being the Roman? That was someone who made it onto the must-kill lists of both the demon and monster races. Without thorough preparation, would Amon have easily revealed himself? Just as Baylor was about to take action, a faint crimson spread out in the sky above. Then, A crimson flower slowly blossomed. Its petals were slender, as eerie as blood. Ultimately, it enveloped the entire void. God Burial Flower. You are fragrance deity Kinniness. Desperate terror shone in the eyes of the Heaven Image Realm Demon. But before he could utter another word, this terrifying Heaven Image Realm Demon turned into ashes under the crimson God Burial Flower. Soon after, a pale purple figure descended from the sky, appearing before Baylor and Leora. Are the two of you all right? Kinniness looked at the couple before her, her face carrying a gentle smile. Leora and Baylor looked at the incomparably graceful woman in purple robes. They exchanged looks. Indeed, they had contingency plans given by Iman, but they never expected the legendary fragrance deity Kinniness would actually come to Jialing Pass. Chapter 48. Another rebellious disciple dreaming of confronting her master. Somewhere within Jialing Pass, Jarvis, dressed in a scholar's attire with a feather fan and silk headwear, involuntarily shrank his neck. This little miss is here in person. It seems that the young master's disguise won't be hidden for long. Jarvis was the one Iman arranged to protect his parents within Jialing Pass. In the original plot, before Iman was killed by Rico, Jialing Pass faced an unprecedented beast tide. Baylor and Leora fought fiercely until their last breaths and eventually died defending Jialing Pass. Iman's death became the last straw that caused Eminem to completely turn dark. Iman would not tolerate such events happening again. Although he couldn't change the plot before completing the system tasks, he could arrange for people outside the plot to protect his parents. Jarvis was among the few who knew about some of Iman's disguises. By now, this Jialing Pass had been transformed by Jarvis into a formidable fortress for war. Under his training, Baylor's couple, along with the 18,000 Azure Dragon troops, made rapid progress in strength. Over these years, it seemed that Baylor's couple were stationed at Jialing Pass. In reality, they had long since invaded deep into demon territory, killing several times through the enemy lines. That terrifying beast tide, which should have arrived early, had been stifled in its infancy. Great demons at the celestial phenomenon realm? They really didn't fear them. If it weren't for Jarvis stopping them and assuring multiple times that there were arrangements made from the capital side, the couple would have led the army back long ago. Carissa noticed the differences upon entering Jialing Pass. A flash of surprise crossed her pale purple eyes. Greetings, fragrance deity. Baylor and Leora, coming back to their senses, hurriedly paid respect to Carissa. The girl before them looked like she was in the prime of her youth. Dressed in a light purple gown, her figure was graceful and elegant, with a beauty that was beyond compare. An aura of purity and tranquility emanated from her, making her appear detached from worldly matters. Carissa waved her sleeve, and a gentle force lifted the two up. There's no need for excessive formalities. Have you two generals seen my master? Carissa asked straightforwardly. Baylor looked surprised. Fragrance deity's master. The forget worries lord? Carissa nodded. Yes. Iman took out the mundane order and asked me to solve the troubles in Jialing Pass. Though calm on the surface, she was sulking inside. That troublesome master of hers. He hadn't returned to Penglai Island for half a year. What was worse, he ignored her for 7 whole days, 7 entire days. None of her messages received any response. How she wanted to tie him up and then, she couldn't win against him. How she wished to be tied up by him instead. Her thoughts began to stray. Yesterday, outside the palace gate, Iman accidentally revealed the mundane order. Everyone in the 14 states would recognize it. It was bound to be a xuanhuan, hidden danger. So, Iman directly used the mundane order to invite the 3,000 guests to protect his parents. He never imagined that Carissa would be the one to come. Another rebellious disciple dreaming of confronting her master. This moment, seeing the shock and confusion in Baylor and Leora's eyes, she did not feel disappointed. Iman was the one who took out the mundane order. Upon meeting Iman, perhaps she could find her master. Therefore, without waiting for Baylor and Leora's response, Carissa said, since the troubles here have been resolved, I will take my leave. As she spoke, she turned around and vanished. Leora's regret was obvious. Alas, why did she leave so soon? I wanted to ask if she was married yet. Perhaps our Ewer still has a chance. Baylor looked at his wife in shock. Leora glared at him. What look is that? Our son is the Roman. Do you think he isn't good enough for fragrance deity? Baylor shrank his neck. Of course, he's good enough. Only then was Leora satisfied. Pity, with fragrance deity here, no one will dare to cause trouble at Jialing Pass anymore. How boring. At this time, many pairs of eyes were on Jialing Pass. The crimson funeral godflowers above Jialing Pass had slaughtered a great demon at the celestial phenomenon realm. Who dared to challenge Jialing Pass now? On the heavenly punishment platform, Brittany almost blended perfectly with the imposing aura of the platform. Endless authority radiated from his eyes as he interrogated. Rhett and others turned pale, unable to hold their ground against the oppressive aura. It wasn't something they could resist. Iman surveyed the surroundings and calmly said, all of them, arrest and interrogate slowly. These people do not deserve to step onto the heavenly punishment platform. On the heavenly punishment platform, everything was open and fair. But in private, ha 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 ha. At this moment, Rhett couldn't help but burst out laughing. I am an elder of the Yuan family. Who dares arrest me? At that moment, Rhett suddenly came to his senses. He straightened his body and stared at Iman. Besides, just because you say you are the Roman, does that make it true? I can also say you're a fake. Who can prove his identity? Brittany, can you? On the heavenly punishment platform, Brittany's expression was indifferent, struggling in your last moments. Move. As he spoke, over 100 martial artists dressed in black with powerful auras appeared out of thin air. They formed an eerie formation, surrounding Rhett and others. Clearly, they were enforcers from the Great Xuanhuan Academy's enforcement hall. Prior to this, Brittany had asked Su Qingxi to invite Iman as a courtesy before using force. If Iman did not come, the enforcers would move to arrest them. Facing the enforcers from the Great Xuanhuan Academy's enforcement hall, these dozen or so members of the Yuan family barely resisted for a few moments. Then they were all apprehended and subdued. Iman then looked at Rico, Layla, and Jerry among others. With a cold expression, he said, "These people are also accomplices. Don't let them off." His words rang out. Everyone's attention focused on these three individuals. Layla had already woken up from her unconscious state. Hearing this, she looked at Iman with terror. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something. But meeting Amon's cold gaze, she didn't dare utter a single word. And Jerry had already collapsed on the ground completely, muttering to himself, "If I hadn't expelled Amon from the Wu mansion back then the Roman would be our Aaliyah Wu mansion's Roman." From the moment he used heavenly light reflection to kill the demon, various thoughts swirled through Jerry's mind. Suddenly, a black mushroom cloud erupted above Jerry's head, blowing apart his top knot. Haha, the Roman is from our Aaliyah Wu mansion. The Roman is a disciple of our Wu mansion, huh? I didn't expel Amon. I am the master of the Roman's mansion. The Roman is my disciple. Ha ha ha. Your Majesty, look at how I've nurtured such a world-shocking genius like the Roman for you. Why don't you marry me? Jerry gesticulated wildly, uttering all sorts of nonsense. One moment crying, the next laughing. An enforcer glanced at him and shook his head slightly. Madness from excessive chi deviation. His brain has been damaged. He's completely insane. Brittany sneered. Insane? Insane or not, he still needs to be locked away, lest he harm innocent people. Yes. Empress Clara leaned helplessly against the dragon throne. She looked at the current Jerry, filled with sorrow. The face that had somewhat regained its youth had once again grown old. In this game, she had thoroughly lost, seeing no hope of turning the tables. Roman, our Roman, if you had revealed your identity earlier, would I have sought my own death? Amon ignored Clara and instead looked at Rico with anticipation. Reasonably speaking, at this crucial moment, the chosen one should surely turn misfortune into good fortune, transforming danger into opportunity, reaping many benefits. This was a rare chance to observe how the chosen one turned misfortune into good fortune. Chapter 49. Rebellion must be punished. The method of resolving the crisis was secondary. Amon mainly wanted to observe up close the changes in Rico's aura. This would allow him to formulate a targeted plan. At this moment, Rico's aura had visibly weakened further compared to before. It wasn't just because of the toll he paid to reshape the Empress's Dantian. Prior to that, Rico had accused Amon at the top of his lungs. In the end, with Iman's identity as Roman exposed, it made Rico look like a fool. His aura was also damaged further as a result. Indeed, just as Iman thought this, a voice rang out. Elder Liu, hold your hand. An old man dressed in a bright red robe, with white hair and youthful looks, suddenly stepped forward. Rico is my disciple and a member of Daxia Academy. Even if Rico has faults, they should be handled by Daxia Academy. Originally, Rico had already given up struggling. But when he saw this old man, his eyes instantly lit up. Brittany had already descended from the sky punishment platform. He looked at the red-robed elder, with a serious expression on his face. Jeremy, why are you here? Jeremy, Daxia Academy's supreme elder, the top alchemist of Daxia Dynasty. His status in the Daxia Dynasty was exceptionally revered. Even the Emperor of Daxia and the Chancellor of River Mountain Academy would give him respect. Before the emergence of River Mountain Academy, Daxia Academy was the premier institution of learning in the Daxia Dynasty. If I didn't come, wouldn't my young apprentice have suffered that injustice? As he spoke, Jeremy cast a faint glance at Amon. Roman? No matter how monstrous a talent, he is still a rising star. And he, Jeremy, not only being Daxia's top alchemist, but also one of the few grandmasters in the Tao of alchemy among the human race. This status alone gave him an exalted position in the great world of Shenzhou. Once, Daxia's River Mountain Academy had also invited Jeremy, but he rejected them without hesitation. Rico had already escaped from the law enforcers of the River Mountain Academy, coming to Jeremy's side. Disciple greets master. A smile involuntarily appeared on Jeremy's face. Amon couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. So this old fox has shown up. As the son of destiny, Rico naturally possessed some special abilities, such as his terrifying alchemy talent. Rico met Jeremy 3 months ago, just before returning to Aaliyah's capital. Back then, upon seeing his alchemy talent, Jeremy wanted to take him as a disciple. However, becoming Jeremy's disciple meant having to return to Daxia Academy immediately. But in Aaliyah, there was still a divine artifact, the 9-dragon divine cauldron, left unclaimed. So Rico politely declined Jeremy, saying he would gain legitimate entry into Daxia through his own efforts. Then, under the watchful eyes of many, become Jeremy's disciple. This made Jeremy value him even more. In the original storyline, after obtaining the 9-dragon divine cauldron, Rico killed Eminem and wiped out the Lin family. Then he rose rapidly, directly joining Daxia Academy and becoming Jeremy's disciple. Under Jeremy's nurturing, Rico eventually became a grandmaster in the Tao of alchemy. Now, with Jeremy's sudden appearance, Rico readily acknowledged this master on the spot. Jeremy lightly patted Rico on the shoulder. Then he looked at Amon rather unfriendly. Brittany and others' faces were not pleasant. This unremarkable Rico turned out to be Jeremy's disciple. It was unknown how this young Roman would respond. However, others in the royal palace hall did not show too much shock over Rico being Jeremy's disciple. Is Jeremy's disciple more shocking than Iman being the Roman? Augusta wore a poker face, but she muttered softly, Jeremy? A hypocritical old relic who preaches virtue and righteousness on the outside, but is corrupt within. Dare touch Iman, and I'll split you open with a knife. Then expose all your scandals, your cross-dressing visits to brothels, keeping male consorts, and mingling with Daxia's war queen. Make sure you're dead and disgraced. Augusta hadn't noticed that. She was increasingly concerned about Iman. Eminem and Alize, overhearing Augusta's mumble, couldn't help but silently light a candle for Jeremy. But speaking of which, does this famous alchemy grandmaster usually play so wildly? Seems to be irresistible to both men and women. Father and daughter exchanged a glance, realizing that As the leader of the 14 provinces, the world's premier intelligence organization, and the god of blades, Augusta held countless secrets, especially the dark gossip about renowned figures. Alize's eyes sparkled. She must chat about these matters with her teacher after they returned. How thrilling just thinking about it. Meanwhile, Iman remained focused on Rico. At the moment Jeremy appeared, Rico's aura of fortune declined a bit, but then increased by half. Yes, resolving a crisis consumes one's luck, while encountering another opportunity can replenish the consumed luck. Jeremy saving Rico resolved the crisis for him. Then taking him as a disciple gave Rico an opportunity. But Jeremy and Rico had made an agreement beforehand. If Rico really could step out of Aliyah on his own strength, enter the Holy Dynasty, and then become his disciple, his luck would increase manifold. And now, being saved by his destined master at his most embarrassing moment. So this luck seems somewhat insufficient to cover the expense. Thinking of this, Iman's lips curled into a smile. He already knew how to deal with Rico, but he forced himself to stop smiling the moment it appeared. Little Lord is an antagonist, not a lucky son. Why should I have a crooked smile? Rico was also paying attention to Iman. Seeing that fleeting smile at the corner of Iman's mouth, he couldn't help but feel annoyed. Humph, how dare you copy me? But it doesn't look anything like mine. Rico smirked wickedly. See, you should smile like this. Iman. The others around. No way, at this critical moment. Why are you wearing such a ruffian-like smile? Jeremy's eyes twitched too. Then he said indifferently, Roman, was any part of what my disciple said earlier false? Using the demon race's mind-bewildering powder to secretly harm my disciple is indeed true. Even if you are the Roman, you cannot justify. Halfway through his sentence, he stopped speaking. But even this half-sentence revealed malicious intentions. Everyone present drew in a sharp breath. This was unable to frame Amon. Jeremy intended to label the Roman as a spy for the demon race? The people from the Ifu clan all looked elated, as if they had found a savior. Ifu Chungfeng cried out repeatedly, yes. Who knows if this isn't a bitter trick by the Roman and the demons? What clever planning by the Roman. Using 108 geniuses of the demon and monster races to infiltrate our human race with Iman, PFF. Before he could finish, a flash of swordlight in midair beheaded Ifu Chungfeng. Rolling down, that round head rolled quite a distance away, leaving a trail of blood behind. All those present changed their expressions drastically, retreating one after another. Brittany held a sword, looking coldly, slandering the heroes of our human race is unforgivable. It deserves death. For a moment, the scene turned eerily quiet. That was an elder from one of the 8 ancient clans of the Holy Dynasty, the Ifu clan. Yet Brittany executed him right there. Jeremy was momentarily shocked before he roared angrily, Brittany, who gave you the authority to kill an elder of an ancient clan? Brittany replied calmly, of course, it's given by the great sage of the human race, the chancellor of the Holy Dynasty, Augustine of River Mountain Academy. 19 academies of rivers and mountains, 19 law enforcement halls, directly accountable to the dean of River Mountain Academy, Auric. Slandering the heroes of the human race means treason against the human race. Treason deserves death. The Roman could be defeated, humiliated, even killed. This was personal enmity. Outsiders couldn't interfere. But defaming the heroes of the human race, that deserved death. In the next instant, Brittany pointed his sword at Jeremy. Earlier, Jeremy only said half of his sentence. If he had finished it, perhaps that blade would already be cleaving the neck of this Grandmaster Alchemist. For a moment, the atmosphere became extremely tense. Right then, Iman suddenly spoke, breaking the tense atmosphere. Grandmaster Ace, don't take your ignorance for wisdom and show off superiority. Who told you that I used mind-bewildering powder? Chapter 50. Pharmacology? Studied a little bit. It's all right. Upon hearing this, the people nearby couldn't help but stiffen slightly. Taking ignorance as knowledge. Showing off superiority? How infuriating these words sounded. Especially when they were said to a Grandmaster of Alchemy. Seamus was also taken aback. Since he became famous, no one had ever spoken to him like that. At that moment, Seamus's expression darkened. He stared coldly at Amon and said, what did you say? Repeat it. Amon snorted. Old freak. Your brain isn't working, and your ears are deaf? Seamus shouted angrily, you're asking for death. He was about to make a move, but upon seeing the still shimmering cloud-patterned purple-gold spear in Amon's hand, he instantly calmed down. This person in front of him was none other than the Roman. Under everyone's watchful eyes, he had just stabbed a magic clan spirit deity with one strike. Seamus was an alchemist, dedicating all his time to refining alchemy. His martial arts realm was only at the spirit deity level. Seamus forcibly suppressed his anger. Then he said indifferently, then please, Roman, enlighten this old man. What kind of 10 fragrant soft bone powder can incapacitate a Soul Sea realm martial artist? Seamus was an alchemist, proficient in pharmacology. When Rico accused him on earlier, the mentioned mystical god powder from the magic clan was something Seamus had guided Rico on behind the scenes. Or does the Roman also specialize in pharmacology, with greater insight than this old man? Are you capable of concocting a 10 fragrant soft bone powder this old man has never seen before? Seamus's chin rose slightly, revealing a hint of arrogance on his face. These words carried a touch of mockery. Seamus was a grandmaster of alchemy after all. He had absolute confidence in himself. Across the entire great world of Shinjo, there wouldn't be more than 10 people who could claim to surpass him in pharmacology. The 3,000 guests of the Eastern Sea, the 3 bigwigs on Penglai Island, and that elusive demon healer Asura. There was also the mysterious young divine doctor who resolved the terrifying plague in Aliyah Kingdom 3 years ago. Roman? No matter how talented, he was just a martial artist. Iman nodded carelessly. Pharmacology? Studied a little bit. It's all right. Upon hearing this, the scene fell silent once again. Iman, or rather, the Roman, had studied pharmacology. Seamus couldn't help but burst into laughter. Good, good, good. Then please, Roman, Bring out that so-called 10 fragrant soft bone powder for this old man to appraise. As he spoke, a powerful aura radiated from Seamus, directly pressing towards Amon. This was not martial arts energy but the prestige of a grandmaster of alchemy. Rico, standing behind Seamus, looked excitedly at Amon. So what if you're the Roman? My master is one of the few human grandmasters of alchemy. Even if you're the Roman, you're doomed this time. The corner of Iman's mouth curled into a very dangerous arc. If that's the case, Grandmaster Ace, you'd better catch it well. As he spoke, Amon stretched out his hand and lightly swept across Seamus's face. Seamus felt an aroma identical to the 10 fragrance soft bone powder penetrate his nostrils. Ha ha ha. So this is your 10 fragrance soft bone powder, nothing much? He wore a look of disdain at first, but halfway through his sentence, Seamus felt his body soften, nearly falling to the ground. Not good. He turned pale with fright and hastily took a detoxification pill from his chest. As soon as the pill entered his mouth, it transformed into a warm stream that swept through his entire body. But in the next instant, Seamus felt his body soften again, collapsing directly onto the ground. He opened his eyes wide, looking at Amon in horror. Just, with such a simple swipe, a Grandmaster of Alchemy was taken down by him? That was Seamus, the Grandmaster of Alchemy. This is the Roman, truly worthy of the title of Shinjo's #1 genius. Someone couldn't help but exclaim aloud. This moment, Augusta looked at Amon in shock as well. Then she looked at Eminem in bewilderment. How did you teach this grandson? Eminem shrugged helplessly. Maybe. Our family ancestors blessed us? Augusta pursed her lips and muttered. If so, then let's thoroughly ruin this Grandmaster of Alchemy. Evil at heart, leaving him around would be a disaster. Then she quietly took out a communication jade token. Black material on Seamus, priced at 1 million high-grade spirit stones, sell it. On the other side, Iman glanced at Rico. Rico's fortune had been diminished yet again. Not only the fortune he received from bowing to Seamus as his master, but even his own fortune was weakened. So, stepping on your patron can also diminish your fortune? Iman had discovered a new realm. Immediately, he looked at Seamus and said with a smile, Master Ace, how is my 10 fragrant soft bone powder? Is it really 10 fragrant soft bone powder, or is it mystical god powder? As he spoke, Iman stepped forward and stomped on Seamus's face with his foot. Inside the Imperial Palace Hall, everything went silent in an instant. Whether it was the Xuanhuan family or anyone else, they all looked at Iman in shock. He actually stepped on Seamus's face. That was Seamus, a Grandmaster alchemist of the human race, holding a status equal to that of the 18 human emperors. How dare he? Even Brittany couldn't help but wince. Seamus could no longer speak. His body felt limp and weak. His face was pressed into the ground by Iman's foot. Suddenly filled with rage, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and then he fainted. Iman sighed, then shrugged helplessly. I'm not a master of potions or a master of using medicine, but this old fool couldn't even neutralize a 10 fragrant soft bone powder. Clearly, he's just someone who has obtained false fame. Lock them up together. We might dig up more dirt. As he spoke, Iman looked expectantly at Brittany. Brittany pondered for a moment. Then he said, this Seamus couldn't withstand the 10 fragrant soft bone powder. Clearly, he's not the true Grandmaster Seamus. He should be another traitor planted by demons and monsters, intentionally plotting against Baron. As he spoke, he maliciously looked at the unconscious Seamus. Arrest him too. Only then did Iman take his foot off and point towards Rico. At that moment, Rico was frantically thinking of countermeasures in his mind. But right then, that familiar, nightmare-like aroma entered his nostrils. Rico, at W #ER at $W% $% at E. Then, he collapsed as well, dragged away by the law enforcement of the Xuanhuan Academy. Rico's luck diminished once again, and this time, there was no one left to save him. Iman watched Seamus and the members of the Xuanhuan family being dragged away by the law enforcers. His mood turned slightly heavy. Seamus was one of the few grandmasters among humans. The Xuanhuan family was one of the 8 ancient families of the Holy Dynasty. Yet now, something was wrong with both of them. With the sacred emperor gravely injured, humanity was declining. Not only were there demonic and barbarian races, but the Han Kingdom and Dongi Yamato, which had once betrayed humanity, were watching hungrily from the sidelines. The 18 human dynasties had been infiltrated to the point of being riddled with holes, and the enemy was even within their command center. In the original storyline, humanity was eventually unified under the Han Kingdom. But now, Iman wouldn't tolerate such an outcome. Iman shook his head. Too long of infiltration. We will gradually clean up the mess. But those bastards dared to extend their hands towards the Xuanhuan Academy? At some point, Augusta appeared beside Iman, her hesitant voice reaching his ears. The young divine doctor from 3 years ago, what relation does he have to you? Chapter 51. A sudden ruckus. Iman turned his head and met a pair of star-like eyes that were staring at him unwaveringly, sparkling brightly. Augusta still wore the appearance of a maid, but those eyes, they were unmistakably Augusta's. Iman subconsciously touched his face. After confirming it was still him, he stammered, young divine doctor? I don't know anything about it. What the hell? The champion marquee identity has already been exposed. Don't peel anymore. It's getting cold. This master is freezing. Augusta smiled ambiguously. The Great Plague 3 years ago shocked the entire human race, almost prompting the Holy Emperor to descend personally into the Sage Kingdom. Would you not know? Augusta did not lower her voice. At this moment, everyone, including Brittany, the Wu artist from the Xuanhuan family, and even the Empress of Sage, all looked at Iman with a look of incredulity. Iman, the Roman. Just now, he had used soft tendon powder to take down Jeremy, the Grandmaster of Alchemy. This meant his knowledge of medicine was absolutely above Jeremy. 3 years ago during the Great Plague, Jeremy also came, but he was helpless. If that young divine doctor were Iman, it seemed quite plausible indeed. Eminem also connected this incident, immediately speaking with a stunned expression. You were? It really was you? Iman thought he could still struggle a bit more. So, gritting his teeth, he said, how old was I 3 years ago? Augusta nodded. 3 years ago, you were 14. I was taken as a disciple by my master at 13, became the Sage of Knives at 14, and the God of Knives at 15. Since then, I have ruled over 14 states for 10 years. Saving a nation's people at 14 sounds reasonable too. Iman. When Augusta's words fell silent, there was again a deadly silence on site. Everyone dumbfoundedly stared at this unremarkable woman dressed as a maid in front of them. Became a disciple at 13, became the Sage of Knives at 14, and the God of Knives at 15. Then governed 14 states for 10 years? What the hell? God of Knives Augusta? So, earlier, the great manager Wu Jinhuai of Prince Yan's residence, who was cleaved in two at the gate of the National Protector's mansion, and the Earth Realm powerhouse outside the city who similarly ended up split in half. Were these actions all done by this big shot? Prince Yan's party felt their legs start to weaken. Looks like Wu Jinhuai's vengeance can only be settled in his next life. Nothing to do with our Prince Yan. Eminent and Sky covered their faces simultaneously. Why did you reveal your own identity? Who said previously that the matters in the Sage country mustn't be exposed? And, what did she say? Became a disciple at 13, became the Sage of Knives at 14, the God of Knives at 15, ruling 14 states for 10 years? This world-renowned, unparalleled God of Knives, who made countless strong figures from various worlds fear at her name, was only 25? Eminent mumbled softly, my little stinker is 17, and Big Shot Augusta is 25. Though there are 2 generations between us, considering separately, we seem pretty matched. Brittany's mind was also a mess. He murmured to himself, Jeremy, why provoke the Roman? Now, even gods cannot save you. The God of Knives, disguised as a maid, was closely guarding Eminent and Sky. Clearly, this was support for the Roman. Thinking of this, Brittany involuntarily broke out in a cold sweat on his forehead. Before activating the heavenly punishment platform, he had also been pressured by Daya and other human kingdoms. They demanded the fake Roman be rescued, and Iman severely punished. Thankfully, Brittany held firm under the pressure. Until the truth came to light, no one would be wrongly accused. Otherwise, it was likely that Big Shot Augusta's knife would have already chopped him and the heavenly punishment platform into pieces. The heavenly punishment platform could judge Sky Phenomenon Realm powerhouses. But on Big Shot Augusta's hands, how many Heaven Mirror Realm powerhouse lives were unknown? Moreover, a 25-year-old God of Knives had every qualification to become a true deity. Looking at Augusta in front of him, Iman couldn't help but feel a headache. You didn't say not to leak your identity? Why did you reveal it yourself? Augusta sniffed, no changing the subject. Say, was that young divine doctor you or not? Iman. I want to sacrifice my soul life pearl right now and become Alistair. Pinning Augusta to the ground for a beating. If you think it's me, then it's me. Anyway, this disguise, just like the Roman disguise, had only been used once. If it drops, so be it. In the original storyline, the terrible plague 3 years ago was orchestrated by the demon race. Only through the personal intervention of the Holy Emperor was it resolved. Because of this, the alien races of the Great Divine Continent confirmed that the human Holy Emperor was indeed seriously injured. Since then, the powerful figures from the demon race, devil race, barbarian race, and other alien races launched frenzied attacks on the Holy Emperor. The Holy Emperor barely managed to hold on for 10 years before ultimately perishing. Iman resolving that plague also shielded the mortal emperor from a fatal disaster. As for whether he would incur the resentment of the alien races, the Roman had single-handedly wiped out the future of the demon and devil races with his own strength. More fleas didn't make him itch. Of course, this was also a plot change. However, it was taken care of by the system. Most of the system tasks Iman completed involved altering predetermined plot developments. By the time he finished the system tasks and broke free from the plot control, this world was no longer the original one. As for now, if he was known as the young divine doctor, so be it. As long as he wasn't the Gabriel, anything was fine. When the Gabriel's disguise dropped, people would really die. Seeing Iman admit that he was the young divine doctor who saved Aaliyah 3 years ago, the hearts of many powerful figures present couldn't help but tremble violently. The Roman, peerless in both medicine and martial arts. He truly lived up to the name of being the #1 prodigy of Huaxia. Sky tugged at Eminent's sleeve and whispered, Father, you should check if our family's ancestral grave is still intact. Eminent came back from shock and looked at Sky blankly. Sky, with him like this, it's not just a matter of green smoke or fire from the tomb. If it's all burned, Eminent's chest heaved violently. I'll give him his own page in the family genealogy. In Aaliyah, ordinary citizens might not have strong feelings about the Roman, but that young divine doctor. Every household in Aaliyah enshrined his longevity plaque. Even in the National Protector's mansion, a special shrine was set up. Eminent couldn't help but look at Sherry with some sympathy. If the people of Aaliyah knew that the young divine doctor who saved countless lives was recently targeted by the Empress and Aaliyah's Wu clan, they would likely revolt. Empress Aaliyah wouldn't be able to stay in power even if she wanted to. Iman watched Augusta's eyes become increasingly bizarre. He instantly became anxious, fearing that this disciple would say something shocking and drop another layer of disguise. Thus, Iman hurriedly said, it's already dark. I need to go back to sleep. Farewell, everyone. As he spoke, he picked up the cloud-patterned purple gold spear and ran off like a shot. Augusta touched her face hesitantly. Am I that terrifying? However, his pose while fleeing really is quite handsome. Iman had just escaped the palace. A familiar fragrance wafted into his nostrils. Simultaneously, a clear and pleasant voice echoed in his ear. Roman, you look very familiar. Have we met somewhere before? Carissa, dressed in purple, stood gracefully in front of Iman. Right after her words, a mocking voice followed closely. Humph, never thought that even the esteemed fragrant goddess would resort to such cliched pickup lines. Augusta, now in white, had already removed her disguise, revealing her originally stunning beauty. She stood behind Iman. Carissa looked at Augusta. Their gazes clashed in the air, each seeing the animosity in the other's eyes. Iman's entire body went numb. Chapter 52. The Roman of the Han Nation? Iman never would have thought. The public trial on the Sky Punishment platform not only blew up 2 of his disguises, but also revealed 2 of his disciples. The scene before the palace naturally caught the attention of everyone inside. Many rushed out upon hearing the news. Then, they witnessed this jaw-dropping moment. This moment, the goddess of swords, Augusta, had already resumed her original appearance. She was confronting a woman in a purple dress. It was none other than the legendary fragrance goddess Carissa. These 2 women were equally outstanding and incomparably beautiful. Yet, it was difficult to tell who was superior. Their auras were completely different. Augusta was like an ice-peak snow lotus, cold and solitary. Carissa resembled a hidden valley orchid, serene and tranquil. These 2 peerless beauties stood facing each other from afar, with tensions running high. It seemed as though they would break into a fight at any moment. Between these 2 was a handsome and refined young man. It was Iman. Looking at the stances of these 2 giants, were they fighting over a man? After a long moment of shock, someone whispered, "That person is truly the sword goddess of the 14 states." Earlier, Augusta had been dressed as a maid. Although she had revealed her identity, it was far less shocking than when she showed her true form. The fragrance goddess Carissa actually came to Sage Country. 2 of the top 3 on the all-heavenly beauties list are here. Judging by their looks, they're about to fight. Could they really be competing for the Roman? Everyone suddenly felt disoriented. Right, the news we just heard. A moment ago, the fragrance goddess appeared at Jiling Pass, exterminating a celestial-level demon to protect the parents of the Roman. It's said that the Roman used the Red Dust Order of the Forget Worries Master to summon the fragrance goddess. So that's it. That means yesterday, Iman's token was indeed the Red Dust Order of the Forget Worries Master. Someone immediately recalled Iman's token from yesterday. It was indeed the Red Dust Order. Iman used the Red Dust Order to ask the fragrance goddess to protect his parents. Then, he could openly shed his disguise as the Roman. Iman, hearing the whispers around him, couldn't help but want to cover his face. This hole was dug by himself. However, at this moment, Augusta and Carissa were standing face to face, with their auras fully unleashed. Their energy was intertwined. Almost instantly, they would start fighting. But now, Iman felt a headache coming on. His left palm tingled slightly. The divine artifact xuanhuan twitched gently. Then, Iman moved sideways slightly, blocking their line of sight. In an instant, the intense tension between them melted away like snow. Carissa seemed dazed. She stared at Iman, puzzled. "We haven't met before, right?" Augusta stood behind Iman. She looked at his back, her expression filled with uncertainty. For a moment, Augusta felt a familiar presence from Iman that quickly disappeared. So fast that she almost missed it. But when she heard Carissa's voice, she couldn't help turning slightly to confront Carissa again. She sneered, "Fragrance goddess, since you received a task from the Red Dust Order, why aren't you staying at Jiling Pass? Why come to Sage's capital?" For some reason, seeing Carissa looking at Iman made Augusta feel strangely sour. Carissa narrowed her phoenix eyes and smiled faintly. "Establishing my authority at Jiling Pass. Does anyone dare to challenge me? More like, when did this become your territory in the 14 states? You can come, but I can't." Their gazes collided, causing a minor ripple in the surrounding spiritual energy. "Iman, forget it. Do what you want. I'm going back to sleep. Sleep is more important than anything." Iman gave up. Then, he walked towards the palace gate without looking back. "Where are you going?" Seeing Iman leave, Augusta and Carissa both exclaimed in unison. Then, they glared at each other fiercely. "It's getting dark, obviously going to sleep." Iman's voice echoed from far away as he quickened his pace. Everyone else nearby. Wait, 2 of the top 3 on the all-heavenly beauties list, fragrance goddess Carissa and sword goddess Augusta, nearly fought over you. And you're just going back to sleep? Can you even sleep soundly? Iman wasn't worried about these 2 fighting. Let them fight if they wanted to. Both were trained by him, and he knew their capabilities. They were evenly matched and both had life-saving divine artifacts. Most likely, there would be no winner. And incidentally, they might destroy the entire palace. Augusta recovered and yawned lazily. Then she laughed and said, "Ah, if so, you can continue your business, Lady Fragrance Goddess. I'm going back to sleep." As she spoke, Augusta sheathed her sword and folded her hands behind her back. She sauntered along behind Iman, heading in the direction of the Marquis residence. Her visit there was perfectly justified. Carissa was momentarily stunned, then turned to look at Eminem, who wore a bewildered expression. She smiled brilliantly, enough to dazzle all those present. "Being new here and unfamiliar with everything, head of the Lin family, won't you invite me into your home?" For a moment, a pin drop could be heard. What good fortune had come to the Lin family? First the blade god, now the fragrance goddess. Would it be long before the renowned harp god appeared too? Eminem shivered visibly, trembling in fear and not daring to refuse. Immediately, he welcomed Carissa back to the Marquis residence. Brittany's face showed only bitter smiles. Originally, he too planned to visit the Lin residence and talk things over with Iman. But with these 2 powerhouses present, how could he dare to go? Back at the Lin residence, Iman received a message from Rolf. "Master, there were 2 groups that came, one group of demons, another group from Han Nation, attempting to snatch the fake Roman. They have all been taken care of by this old servant." As he spoke, he licked his lips lightly. Iman yawned. "Just extract their souls directly, they're yours." Rolf's eyes lit up. "Thank you, master." As he spoke, Iman had already slipped into his room and fell asleep instantly. In the past 12 years, he had barely slept at all. So now, he felt particularly drowsy. That night, The entire Shinjo continent was thrown into chaos. While everyone was still reeling from the revelation about the Roman, another earth-shattering bombshell exploded. The world-renowned grandmaster of alchemy Jeremy's reputation collapsed dramatically. Not only did he visit brothels and keep young men, but he was also cavorting with the empress consort of Dacia's war king. All kinds of high-definition and censored graphic images and videos spread everywhere. For a moment, Shinjo was in an uproar. The news overshadowed even the revelations about the Roman war king was none other than the personal uncle of the crown prince of Dacia, first in military achievements, first in combat prowess, and first in lethality among the greatest royal nobles. No one would have imagined that Jeremy would publicly disgrace him like this. If not for the crystal-clear images, no one would have believed such a thing. Jeremy was one of the few grandmasters of alchemy in the human race. The empress consort of the war king was once the #1 beauty of Dacia, known for her virtuous demeanor. No one ever thought these two would end up together. This must be the blade god making a move for the Roman. Some people immediately connected the dots. Right after Jeremy targeted Iman, his scandal broke out. How else would this be explained but as revenge? Otherwise, how could something this coincidental happen? On the other side, the Han imperial family issued hundreds of statements on the Spirit Network. They leapt around, shrieking accusations against the humans. They outright stated that the Roman belonged to Han nation, even providing video evidence and imperial decrees showing the emperor of Han conferring the title of Roman upon Bo Shengji. And according to them, the humans had not only murdered the Roman of Han but stolen the title. The Han imperial family demanded that the humans return the Roman Bo Shengji to them and hand over Iman, who dared to harm and impersonate the Roman, for them to handle. Failure to comply would have dire consequences. At that time, the Spirit Network was flooded with Han nationals. The Roman is our Han nation's Roman. Why are you detaining our Roman? You humans can't cultivate such a genius like the Roman, so you murder our Roman and steal his title. Despicable and shameless. Give us our Roman back. Our powerful experts from Han are already on their way to Aliyah. If you don't return our Roman, we will take action ourselves. Not just the Roman, but Amon, who dared to impersonate the Roman, will also be handed over to us for handling. Faced with these demands on the Spirit Network, the human response was surprisingly calm. It was as if they were watching clowns make fools of themselves. Han experts coming to Aliyah? That's great. Let's see how they die. Chapter 53. Not only a renegade apprentice, but also a Yandra? The next day, in the early morning, in the quiet courtyard, Iman sat by a small table, eating breakfast with a blank expression. Opposite him, sat two ordinary maids. They were holding bowls and delicately savoring the tofu pudding inside with small bites. Suddenly, Augusta slightly raised her eyes and couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, salty tofu pudding tastes better. Carissa, who was sitting beside her, immediately rebutted. Clearly sweet is the way to go. Augusta glanced at her indifferently. Heretic, tofu pudding should be salty. Carissa looked scornful. Salty is the heresy. This soft and smooth food must be sweet. Salty is better. Sweet is better. Salty. Sweet. Iman. Sure enough, no matter which world it is, tofu pudding always triggers a smokeless war. Stop. 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 Seeing that they were about to start fighting again, Iman hurriedly intervened. Iman looked at Carissa with some confusion. Why are you here? In his memory, Carissa was a well-behaved, obedient, and tranquil person. She would never come to Aliyah Kingdom for this kind of excitement. Carissa put down the tofu pudding she was holding and said seriously, My master went missing, and you have my master's token of red dust. Have you seen my master? Upon hearing this, Iman's heart skipped a beat, and he shook his head quickly. No, I got that token by chance. A look of, as expected, appeared on Carissa's face. So, if I stay at the Lin residence, I might find my master. After a brief pause, Carissa couldn't help but mumble quietly, Once I find my master, I must take him back and tie him to the bed. No, can't beat him. So, maybe let my master tie me to the bed? Iman. What kind of outrageous statement is this? When did I ever tie you up? And on the bed? Iman felt completely flustered. Augusta's eyes widened. Your master, Brady? Why do you want to tie your master to the bed? Carissa looked around and saw no one else nearby. Then she lowered her voice. If I tie up my master, I can keep him all to myself. I can do as I please. Unfortunately, I can't beat my master. Iman felt completely numb. What was going on? Where did that gentle, quiet, and tranquil Carissa go? What exactly is this thing in front of him? To tie someone up and do whatever she wants? How is this not a Yandra? Augusta's eyes suddenly sparkled. At this moment, she seemed to have found a kindred spirit. You also want to be a renegade apprentice who challenges your master? Carissa looked stunned. Do you also? Augusta chuckled and lowered her voice. But I won't tie up my master. I want to openly challenge my master's authority. Iman. He suddenly felt an icy chill down his spine. What happened? How did these two apprentices suddenly turn into this? For a moment, Iman felt like sitting on pins and needles, pricked by thorns, and choked by fish bones. If he really revealed his true identity in front of these two troublemakers, God knows what could happen. He really messed up raising these disciples, daring to scheme against him. No way, he had to find time to dress up and give these two rebellious apprentices a thorough beating, so they wouldn't dare to think improper thoughts about him anymore. And in the following time, these two who were just moments ago ready to fight over tofu pudding were now chatting excitedly about how to openly challenge their masters and become qualified renegade apprentices. Iman couldn't stand listening to it anymore. He hurriedly interrupted their outrageous conversation. I'm still here. Isn't it inappropriate to talk like this? Carissa was taken aback. She hadn't even noticed. In front of this young man, she actually let her guard down. Carissa glanced at Augusta and then smiled. You won't tell anyone, right? Iman. Augusta nodded earnestly. Rest assured, he won't say anything. Oh yes, I came to Alia Kingdom to find the Bodhi. But unexpectedly, the person who resolved the plague 3 years ago turned out to be you. If I can't find the Bodhi, I'll disguise you as him and treat the patient. He promised 5 divine artifacts as a reward, and I can give you 3. Don't worry, my 14 provinces disguising skills will ensure your true identity remains hidden. Even if the Bodhi causes trouble later, the 14 provinces will cover for you. Iman. Kenna added from the side, if you're really worried, why don't you join our 3,000 guests? With both the 3,000 guests and the 14 provinces protecting you, even the real Bodhi wouldn't dare to do anything to you. Augusta also nodded earnestly. The 14 provinces and the 3,000 guests were both tightly knit, but outwardly loose alliances. Apart from their absolute core members, there were many overlaps between these two major forces. Across the myriad worlds, numerous powerful individuals or entities were peripheral members of both the 3,000 guests and the 14 provinces without any conflict. Amon hurriedly shook his head. No, thank you. I'm fine as I am now. He wondered what he had done to be targeted by these two eccentric disciples. If only Kenna were normal, he could simply unmask himself and let her rest easy. But she turned out to be a Yandere, even scarier than Augusta's talkativeness. If Kenna ever found out he was Brady, she might just lock him up and tie him to the bed. Not only did she have delusions of overthrowing her master, but she was also a Yandere. At this moment, Sky rushed over. Iman, something's happened. Huh. As Sky approached, she saw Kenna and Augusta and became cautious. Augusta reined in her expression and asked calmly, what is it? Sky quickly said, people from the Han Kingdom are here. They've set up a life and death arena at the palace gate, demanding to restore Roman name. Kenna looked puzzled. Roman? Isn't Iman the Roman? What more name needs restoring? A look of disgust flashed across Sky's face. The Han people say that the previous impostor was the true Roman, and he was officially recognized by the Han Emperor. So, geniuses from the Han Kingdom have come to Alia Kingdom to challenge the young generation of the human race of the divine continent. They also said that my nephew, who they claim stole the title of Roman, would never dare to step into the arena. Kenna frowned, taking out a transmission talisman to check news on the spirit net. She muttered under her breath, it's been 8 days, and Master hasn't replied to me yet. Her tone was tinged with resentment and grievance. Iman. Isn't it just 8 days without a reply? Was it necessary for her to come running here personally? An interested glint appeared in Augusta's eyes. Clearly, she had known about this matter all along but hadn't taken it seriously. Due to a past disaster, this generation of young humans in the divine continent had already experienced a significant setback. Had Iman not emerged as the Roman a year ago, the Tower of Heaven might have broken the backbone of the human race on the divine continent. Kenna glanced at the transmission talisman, then looked at Augusta and Sky, all turning their gaze towards Iman. This clearly targeted Iman. Iman looked at Augusta. You are 25 this year? Augusta, though puzzled, nodded honestly. Kenna, looking at Augusta, exclaimed, what a coincidence, I'm also 25. She had thought that the blade deity of the 14 provinces was at least several hundred or even thousands of years old. She didn't expect them to be the same age. Augusta stared at Kenna, equally surprised, obviously having the same thoughts. Iman rubbed his forehead. 25, so still young. Why don't you two just go up and dismantle that damned life and death arena? Chapter 54. I'm only 25, of course I'm still young. A life and death arena? The Han Kingdom intends to settle the score and decide life and death at once. In the future, the Han Kingdom will be the top assistant under the protagonist with great destiny. This known cancer must be eliminated early. Faced with Iman's expectant gaze, Augusta was about to refuse, but couldn't bring herself to say it. Finally, she gritted her teeth and nodded, saying, all right, I'll go. I am only 25 this year. I'm as young as can be. Stepping onto that life and death arena is perfectly legitimate. Augusta had governed the 14 states for 10 years and always held a high position. She had always faced the top figures across the universe. Since becoming a Saber Saint at 14, Augusta had barely interacted with peers. If not for seeing Iman, who looked so young and fresh, she wouldn't have thought of her age. The moment she agreed with Iman, a small thrill rose in Augusta's heart unconsciously. Her lips curved into a smile involuntarily. Seeing this, Carissa felt oddly sour in her heart. She hesitated and said, I'm also 25. Maybe I should go too. For some reason, she didn't want to be overshadowed by Augusta in front of Iman. Augusta glanced at Carissa and, with a victor's attitude, said something inexplicable. The tofu pudding in young Master Lin's bowl is salty. Carissa. Iman. Sky. At that moment, Sky felt somewhat flustered. Are these two god-level figures, renowned throughout the universe, so carefree and private? Last night, when she faced Carissa, she was still somewhat restrained. She didn't expect that Carissa would disguise herself like their master, appearing as a maid of the National Duke's mansion. This left both Eminem and Sky stunned. Now it seemed that both these figures obeyed their nephew's words to some extent. The bystander sees more than the gamester. Sky couldn't help but look at Iman suspiciously. In front of the Sage Imperial Palace stood a vast square. It was here that Iman had displayed his prowess just days ago. And now, an elevated platform stood on this square, seemingly resembling the heavenly punishment platform. However, it lacked intricate formations and restrictions and appeared plain. A young man with features somewhat similar to Piao Songji stood at the center of the platform. He wore a purple golden robe and a half-mask made of the same material. More importantly, he held a long purple golden spear in his hand. Suddenly, the young man shouted loudly, this lord is Esteban, the second-generation Roman personally appointed by the Great Han Empire's emperor. This time, I represent the Great Han Empire to issue a challenge to the human race. I am 97 this year, and any human below 100 years old, including the despicable thief mentioned earlier, can step onto this life and death arena to compete with me for life or death. Under 100 years. With the longevity of martial artists, anyone under 100 is indeed considered young within the universe. Once his words fell, people around the life and death arena exploded in rage. Someone gnashed their teeth. What kind of people are they, turning back and forth like chameleons, and they dare call themselves Han? Han sounded the same as Han. The Great Han Dynasty ranked second among the 18 human dynasties, only behind the Great Qin Dynasty. Who would have thought that the prestigious Great Han Dynasty could be defamed by these clowns? Not only that, but they dared to slander the true Roman as a thief. Who is the real thief? I've seen shameless behavior before, but never this shameless. However, Esteban exuded an aura as strong as a mountain. His divine communication realm cultivation was released openly. Though the surrounding martial artists were enraged, none dared to step onto the life and death arena. Human youths under 100. 17 years ago, during the Great Calamity, all the supreme geniuses of the younger generation of humans were annihilated. A massive gap emerged. Even the sacred emperor was gravely injured because of it. Fortunately, 12 years ago, Prime Minister Auric of the Holy Dynasty appeared out of nowhere. He established the Rivers and Mountains Academy, gradually igniting a spark for humanity. Now, with the heavenly secret realm of the Great Xia Dynasty about to appear, and the news of the 9 dragon spirit tripods and sage, all human factions had sent young representatives for training. At such a critical moment, the establishment of this life and death arena by the Han Kingdom was clearly aimed at extinguishing the sparks of hope for humanity. Calling so fiercely on the spirit network, I thought the humans were truly rising, but turns out they're just a bunch of barking trash. Had it not been for my brother's move a year ago, piercing through the heaven tower on your behalf, you people would have long become slaves of demons and barbarians. How could you still dare to make a fuss against our great Han Empire on the spirit network? Park Junji's tone was scornful, his eyes filled with disdain and contempt, glaring around from beneath his half-mask. Angering me to death, angering me to death. The young Prince Pete of the Dashuan Yanwangfu had his face flushed red, gritting his teeth. He was about to charge forward with that black spear, ready to fight Park Junji to the death. But he was pulled back by a middle-aged man in black robes. Don't go up. The middle-aged man said indifferently, Han Kingdom has left the demon race and is eager to return to the human race, becoming the 19th great dynasty of humanity. At this moment, we should maintain good relations with the Han Kingdom instead of causing conflicts with them. Moreover, this Roman targets Simon, who is an enemy of our Yanwangfu. This middle-aged man was none other than the father of Mariah and Pete, Prince Enzo of the Dashuan Yin Kingdom. With a flushed face, Pete was just about to argue with his father. Then they heard Park Junji speak again. Since you clowns don't dare to come up, what about that fake? Why isn't he here? That despicable villain, who usurped my brother's name and harmed him with vile means. Now he knows this marquis has arrived, hiding like a cowardly turtle. The human race is just as expected. Buzz. Right after he finished speaking, a sword whistled through the sky. A faint white figure appeared atop the platform without anyone noticing. Augusta's body was enveloped in a pale white light mist, just like when Channing first appeared in Aaliyah Kingdom. That's the Blade God Augusta. Blade God Augusta actually stepped onto the life and death arena? What's going on? Immediately, everyone below recognized the peerless Blade God. In an instant, before the Imperial Palace Gate, chaos erupted. No one had expected that the Blade God Augusta from the 14 states would actually step onto this life and death arena. Blade God. As Augusta just appeared, an enraged and fearful voice echoed out of nowhere. This is a life and death arena for the younger generation. Does the Blade God intend to bully the young? The scalp of the Han Kingdom powerhouse behind Park Junji went numb. He hadn't anticipated. Instead of waiting for Amon, they met this unpredictable big shot. On the platform, Park Junji strained his eyes to get a clear look at the figure opposite him. One of the top 3 beauties on the list of heavenly beauties. This was his first time facing the legendary Blade God. However, no matter how hard Park Junji tried, he couldn't penetrate the layer of mist surrounding Augusta. And then, in the next moment, Park Junji realized something. He couldn't help but retreat several steps, looking terrified, saying, Blade God Senior, this is a young generation's arena? Augusta glanced at him coldly. Then she looked toward a spot in the air. She sneered coldly, that old fellow is 97, considered part of the young generation. In my prime, how am I not young? Park Junji. Surrounding others. So well argued, absolutely can't refute. Augusta didn't pay any attention to the hidden Han Kingdom powerhouse. She looked at Park Junji, since you are challenging humans under 100 years old. Humans, under 100. I fit both criteria perfectly. Let's begin. Park Junji. Chapter 55, Crazy Youngsters. Hearing Augusta's words, everyone was momentarily stunned. Then they burst into enthusiastic cheers. Augusta of the 14 provinces, the peerless Blade Master, one of the supreme beings standing at the pinnacle of all realms. Just yesterday, this incomparable Blade Master had personally revealed her age. 25 years old. You, a 97-year-old geezer, are considered part of the young generation. Our Blade Master is only 25, in the prime of youth. How can she not be considered young? This was the country of Aaliyah. To the ordinary people of Aaliyah, a 97-year-old was already half dead. And yet, he still had the audacity to act young here, saying that a 25-year-old Blade Master wasn't young? Not far from the arena, the group from the Dacia Rivers and Mountains Academy looked at each other helplessly. Just now, Brittany was desperately trying to stop the Academy's disciples from throwing themselves onto the life and death arena. Now, Dacia Rivers and Mountains Academy's strongest disciples were all under 30 years old. Their cultivation levels were all around the Purple Mansion realm. Against a 97-year-old Grandmaster, they would likely have no chance of victory at all. At present, what these top geniuses from the Academy lacked most was time to grow. Just as Brittany and others were at their wits' end, almost unable to hold back those few disciples, Augusta appeared, stepping onto the life and death arena. She was like a beam of light shining into their lives. Ha ha ha. The Blade Master truly represents our human race's younger generation, an incomparable powerhouse of the young generation. Lord Ashton indeed deserves to be the first among all beings, capable of teaching someone like Blade Master. Brittany let go of the disciple beside her and couldn't help but laugh heartily. Though she had known Augusta's age since yesterday, it wasn't until now, seeing Augusta step onto this arena for the young generation, that everyone truly comprehended her age. This revered figure who shook all realms was still young, a fresh-faced youngster. Far from being 100, she wasn't even 30. Humph. Right then, with a cold snort, in the void above, a crimson flower slowly bloomed. Its petals were slender, eerily red, the crimson burial flower of gods. In the flower's core, a faint silhouette appeared, standing in mid-air. I am also 25 this year, one of the human race's young generation. In some time, I will also set up a life and death arena for the young generation in the capital of the Hongwa Kingdom. Kenna's voice was calm, spreading like fragrance. As her words fell, the eyes hidden beneath the crimson mist filled with anticipation. Looking down below, I'm also 25, taught by the same master. You're praising Lord Ashton. Don't forget to praise Forget Sorrow Lord as well. Can't show favoritism. Seeing Kenna appear suddenly, everyone felt as if struck by lightning. Those words kept echoing in their heads. I am also 25 this year. This fragrant deity is also 25? Part of the young generation? So, our human race's young generation has not broken off. The eyes of Brittany and others weren't just filled with surprise but shock. Is this what the current generation of youngsters is like? Becoming a renowned god-level power in all realms by the age of 25. Above the void, several hidden masters from Hongwa exchanged glances, their faces full of fear. Where did these two damned women come from? Wasn't it said that the human race's outstanding young talents were all wiped out? The new generation has only just begun to grow, not yet risen. Hongwa planned to use this opportunity to completely destroy the human race's future, then send Hongwa's geniuses into the human race, subtly infiltrating. As for Iman, they naturally had ways to deal with him. But who would have thought? Blade Master and Fragrance Deity directly appeared as representatives of the human race's young generation. When Hongwa played a 3, the human race went straight for a royal flush. How could anyone compete with this? On the life and death arena, Willie, the second-generation Roman of Hongwa, was locked onto by Augusta and Kenna's intent. He swayed, nearly collapsing on the ground. He didn't even have the courage to speak. Augusta and Kenna made no attempt to hide their murderous intent toward him. Willie's martial heart was shattered. Even if he survived, he would be utterly ruined. Augusta's eyes sparkled slightly upon hearing Kenna's words. Then, before everyone's eyes, she took out a transmission jade token. Brother, choose a time to go to the capital of Hongwa and set up a life and death arena to challenge their young generation. The sword wielder on the other side, naturally, was also paying attention to events in Aliyah. Upon receiving Augusta's message, he was initially taken aback. Then he replied with amusement. Alright Doc. Augusta put away the transmission jade token and said coolly, my elder brother in swordsmanship is 3 years older than me, but they are also part of our human race's young generation. At least, younger than this thing in front of me. Her words hung in the air. An eerie silence fell over the scene, where even a pin drop could be heard. Another powerhouse from the 14 provinces, Sword God Ed 28, Brittany and the other human elders present, or those watching through transmission jade tokens, were all feeling dizzy. The saber goddess of the 14 provinces, the sword goddess, and the fragrance goddess of 3,000 guests were all part of the young generation. The future of the human race looks promising. No, they are already the future. And there was an even younger Roman. Not only that, when the human race faced critical times, these individuals would always step forward. There was no need to mention the Roman who had almost single-handedly turned the tide. Now, with the Han Kingdom provocatively attempting to wipe out the human race's young generation, the saber goddess of the 14 provinces and the fragrance goddess of 3,000 guests immediately appeared. Most importantly, their appearance did not just represent themselves, but also the entire 14 provinces and 3,000 guests. Kenna felt somewhat annoyed when she realized that Edmund had preempted her plan. However, she soon remembered something inside. It's such a pity. My senior brother Thomas is not up to par, and he's somewhat older. Hearing Kenna's unexpected remark, everyone else snapped back to reality. They couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. This made more sense. The human race already had 3 incredibly talented young overlords, the sword goddess, the saber goddess, and the fragrance goddess. If another powerhouse from 3,000 guests, alchemy god Thomas, were also young, it would have been too overwhelming. Then, they heard Kenna's voice, feigning regret, ring out once again. My senior brother is 5 years older than me. He's really old. Brittany. Han Kingdom people. Everyone else. 5 years older than you. 30. Is that old? What about the person standing opposite the saber goddess? Brittany began to doubt his own life and asked the disciple beside him, am I old? The disciple snapped back to reality and hastily replied, not at all. You're only 230 years old. At the prime of your youth, how can you be old? Brittany covered his face. A 30-year-old alchemy god was already considered old by the fragrance goddess. So what does that make me at 230? A relic in a coffin? You say you're the young generation, and that makes you the young generation? Just then, a furious voice echoed from high above. I could say I'm part of the young generation too, being only 13 this year. Clearly, this was a Han Kingdom strongman who had come to protect Park Junji and other Han Kingdom geniuses. Edmund scoffed disdainfully. A 13-year-old elder? Sure. Why don't you come up to this life and death arena for a showdown with me? Or, you can bring the 2 white-bearded youngsters standing next to you as well. Chapter 56. Hoist with one's own petard. Augusta's tone was calm, showing little fluctuation, but her words cut through the air like a sharp blade, piercing into the heavens. At this moment, Augusta was clearly suppressing her temper. Otherwise, given her character, she would have already swung her sword. Pao Junqi and this so-called life and death arena would be reduced to nothing more than scraps. At Augusta's level of cultivation, strength, status, and position, being able to stand on this life and death arena as a member of the human race's young generation was itself a statement of stance. This was more threatening than directly killing someone. High in the sky, the three elders hidden in the void were startled, hurriedly dodging. They narrowly avoided Augusta's invisible blade and tint. These three were all veterans who had been famous for over 1,000 years. Some of them had even participated in the war between the demon clans and Great Qin a millennium ago, returning from the battlefield in disarray. Moreover, while others might not know, they certainly did. That life and death arena, which appeared plain and unremarkable, looking like an ordinary platform, actually concealed a secret restriction. Within it was a hidden prohibition that could silently investigate the bone age of anyone who stepped onto the platform. Once someone over 100 years old stepped up, the prohibition would immediately activate and sound the alarm. This not only prevented cheating by humans, but also took the opportunity to humiliate them, disgracing the entire human race. But Augusta's appearance caught them completely off guard. The three figures emerged awkwardly from the void. The elder who had spoken earlier steadied himself emotionally and said again, "Sword God, Fragrance God, are you two going to represent the 14 provinces and the 3,000 guests to ally with the human race and turn against our Han Kingdom?" Carissa sneered, "All in my 3,000 guests are human. Why do we need to join the human race?" Augusta pretended to be surprised and looked down at herself. Then she said doubtfully, "Do you think I don't look human?" These two remarks sent shockwaves throughout the scene, leaving everyone present, including those watching via projection from the other side of the signal talisman, utterly dazed. The 3,000 guests and the 14 provinces. These two behemoths, rooted in the great world of Shenzhou, were top-tier powerhouses among the myriad worlds. Now, these two leaders implied that the 14 provinces and the 3,000 guests had always been human forces. At this moment, Augusta, with her peerless demeanor, represented the younger generation of humans standing on the life and death arena. Additionally, Carissa, another god-level figure renowned alongside her, stood beside her. It meant that the Han Kingdom's plot had been thoroughly shattered. For a time, the three veteran experts of the Han Kingdom were frozen mid-air, unable to move or stay. Prince Pierce of the Great Yin looked terrifyingly grim. Park Junqi, who had originally been sprawled on the life and death arena, was now completely limp. Looking at Augusta's figure, he trembled and stammered, "My lord sword god, I concede." Augusta's gaze remained focused on the high sky, not on the three Han elders, but in another direction. Upon hearing this, Augusta withdrew her gaze and glanced at Park Junqi indifferently. "This is a life and death arena. We fight not only for superiority but for life or death. Today, only one of us can walk away alive." Park Junqi cried. Though he indeed had a trump card against Iman, standing before Augusta now, even if the three elders combined, they were no match for Augusta. Just then, Augusta cast her eyes towards the sky again and couldn't help but sneer. "You finally dared to show yourself?" Following her words, a cold laugh echoed from the void above. "Who dares to call themselves Sword God?" A naive, yellow-haired girl. Buzz. With his words, a blue-green, 100-meter-long blade flashed across the void. A faint green figure appeared, holding a green longsword in hand. He walked down from the high sky, step by step. He was a handsome young man, around 27 or 28 years old. Sharp blade and tint radiated from him, heading straight for Augusta. I, Gavin, was merely in seclusion for over a decade. Upon exiting, I heard that there's a new sword god in the myriad worlds. This young man, claiming to be Gavin, walked down towards the life and death arena where Augusta stood. Each step left a faint footprint in the void. This not only showcased his profound cultivation, but also the formidable will of his martial path. At this moment, the capital of Sage fell silent once more, not a sound to be heard. Elixbo of Dashwan, who had just been looking extremely grim, suddenly had his eyes brighten. He murmured to himself, "Gavin, one of the 8 ancient families across the myriad worlds, an unparalleled powerhouse from the D family, youthful hero Gavin, the green slaughter saber god." As he spoke, Grover couldn't help but rub his hands together in secret excitement, evident in his eyes. If Augusta were to lose, or even die at the hands of Gavin, then this time, the plans of the Han Kingdom would proceed smoothly. In that case, he could also reap countless benefits. On the other side, the 3 elders of the Han Kingdom wore even more overtly delighted expressions. They hadn't expected that the situation would take such a dramatic turn today, that Gavin would suddenly appear and face off against Augusta on their behalf. Gavin, the title Green Slaughter Saber God, one of the most top-tier saber experts in the myriad worlds. He had been in seclusion for 13 years, solely to discard the name Green Slaughter and become a true saber god. However, upon emerging from seclusion, he heard that the title of saber god was already claimed. Thus, he came to the great Shenzhou world to reclaim the title of saber god from Augusta. Finally, under gazes of shock, fear, or awe, Gavin landed on the life and death arena. But right then, something unexpected happened. Instantly, the entire arena flashed with a blood-red glow. "Warning, warning. Your bone age is detected to be 367 years old. Exceeding a century, you do not meet the criteria to step onto the life and death arena. This arena is a battlefield for young people, a stage for them to display their youth and passion. You disgraceful old thing. You have disgraced your own race entirely. Leave immediately. How much longer do you intend to make a fool of yourself here?" Piercing warning sounds and angry rebukes echoed throughout the capital of Aliyah instantly, and through the communication jade talismans, it spread across the entirety of Shenzhou, then further into the myriad worlds. Gavin first froze in surprise. The next moment, his face turned beet red like liver, glaring furiously at Augusta. Augusta shrugged innocently. Then she pointed at the 3 Han Kingdom elders still floating above. Don't look at me. The Han set this up. Cold killing intent surfaced in Gavin's eyes. He raised his hand, slashing a saber towards the restriction that kept issuing the piercing warnings and harsh rebukes. Boom. In an instant, the restriction crumbled to dust. Yet the life and death arena continued to flash its blinding red light. The 3 Han Kingdom elders were left dumbfounded. Cold sweat trickled down their foreheads. They never dreamed that their intended humiliation for the human race would instantly backfire. Those present felt like laughing but held it in out of respect for the other party's status. In the crowd at the back, Sky covered her mouth with both hands, her shoulders trembling. But she soon noticed Iman standing beside her, head raised and staring at the sky expressionlessly. Nephew, what's wrong? What are you watching? Iman shook his head slightly. In his hand, he clutched tightly onto a soul bead. Old man, if you dare to touch a single hair of my disciple, I'll wipe out your entire D family. Turn the 8 ancient families into 7. Higher in the sky stood an even older elder, calmly observing everything below. Chapter 57. The Ethan. Iman had been walking at the pinnacle of this world for 12 years. 12 years of life and death missions. This had long granted Iman an instinctive and perceptive power etched into his very bones. Those 1,080 system missions, each was unbelievably twisted. Although, during the missions, Iman was endowed with heaven-defying strength by the system. At the beginning, he had no idea how to use such power. It was through countless frenzied life and death battles that he gradually gained control over and became adept at using that power. Now, even though the system has taken away that strength, Iman is still Iman. This body is the same one used during the missions. Some things have already become second nature. At this moment, Iman could clearly see within the layered void above. An old man stood there. 5th family, Grand Elder, Guilherme. In all the worlds across the heavens, notorious for being shameless. His face is thick as a divine artifact. If Edmund truly won against Davin today, Guilherme would definitely make a move against Edmund. Edmund was taught by Iman, so her strength was naturally as clear to him as the palm of his hand. Speaking of the way of the saber, 3 divines combined are no match for Edmund. But this Grand Elder of the 5th family is a genuine ancient relic, equivalent to a nuclear weapon-level existence from the previous life. With Edmund's current strength, she is not yet a match for him. After all, Edmund has only been cultivating for 12 years. Iman is extremely protective of his own. He can beat his disciple himself, but outsiders, especially these old fossils, dare to exploit their seniority, bullying the young. Iman doesn't mind turning into a supervillain and giving him a bone-chilling lesson. Moreover, Iman had a vague feeling. This confrontation is aimed at the 14 provinces. The top intelligence organization in all the worlds wields countless unknown secrets, respected and revered, also envied and feared. If it weren't for Ethan displaying an equally formidable stance, earning the name of the strongest in all the worlds, the 14 provinces would have been leveled long ago. And yesterday, Edmund sought to vindicate Iman, while also striking at the two-faced great alchemy master Jeremy, directly exposing his dirty secrets. This made many forces in the 10,000 worlds uneasy. Davin appearing at this time was clearly orchestrated. If Davin loses, Guilherme will definitely step in. Thinking this way, the life soul pearl in Iman's hand transformed into a stream of greenish energy, slowly injected into the divine artifact xuanhuan in his palm. At this moment, on the life and death arena, red beams still flickered. Even though the restrictions were destroyed, the arena itself has the ability to detect bone age. As long as Davin remained standing here, that glaring red light wouldn't disappear. Davin noticed this. His expression dark, his body slightly floating, leaving the life and death arena. When Davin's body reached 30 feet above the life and death arena, the blinding red light finally disappeared. At this moment, someone couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha. Despicable, shameless, dirty, filthy, shameless old man. Ha 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 ha. The Han Kingdom people are too talented, actually daring to curse the face-smashing saber god to his face. Not bad. The courage of the Han Kingdom people is commendable. Kenna stood in midair, laughing uncontrollably, her body shaking. She laughed while repeating word for word what was heard on the life and death arena. Around her, the originally restrained martial artists were instantly infected by Kenna. Unable to hold back, they began to laugh softly. The faces of those from the Han Kingdom turned green. 3,000 guess strength isn't weaker than any ancient noble family. Yet unlike the 14 provinces, they don't inspire reverence or fear, nor provoke envy. If Davin seeks retribution, this account will inevitably fall on their Han Kingdom. Davin's expression was dark as he coldly watched Kenna. Kenna slightly reined in her laughter. Does face-smashing saber god think I also do not deserve the title of fragrance god? Davin. Fragrance god. Another purely divine title. He had only secluded himself for 13 years. Why has this world become so unfamiliar to him? Saber god, fragrance god. Apparently there are sword god and alchemy god. Where did all these come from? Pure divine titles. When did they become as common as cabbages on the street? Davin stopped looking at Kenna. He first gave an intensely vicious glare to the 3 elders of the Han Kingdom, then suddenly turned and attacked with his saber, the blade pointing directly at Edmund. Edmund? My saber intent tells me, you don't deserve the title of saber god. Today, I will take it with my own hands. Originally, this should have been a highly impressive declaration of war. But due to what just happened on the life and death arena, the words of 5th Tianjiao now sounded somewhat laughable. Edmund's originally icy eyes were now tinged with excitement. At 15, Edmund received the title of saber god. From all over the 10,000 worlds, countless saber adepts came to challenge her. Alone with her saber, her white robe stained with blood, she fought for 3 days and nights straight. After that, no one dared to question the title saber god anymore. Now, finally, another saber adept had come to challenge her. Edmund slowly drew her saber from its sheath. In an instant, wild saber intent erupted forth. Outside her body, a brilliant blue vortex of saber and tint formed. The disguise around her instantly vanished, revealing her true appearance. Dressed in white, her long hair fluttering, that unparalleled beauty was suffused with a strong aura of killing intent. The tip of her saber pointed directly at 5th Tianjiao. At this moment, everyone held their breath, their eyes fixed on Edmund on the life and death arena. Beauty rankings top 3, peerless saber god. Even the airborne 5th Tianjiao was stunned. He stared down at Edmund below. After a long pause, he suddenly snapped back to his senses, forcibly suppressing his emotions. This is saber god Edmund? If she were called a divine maiden fallen from the 9 heavens, 5th Tianjiao would not doubt it. But 5th Tianjiao was, after all, a saber adept. His thoughts sharp as a blade. In mere moments, he slashed away his inner ripples. There can only be one saber god. Here on the life and death stage, only one of us will live through this battle. 5th Tianjiao knew he had been captivated by Edmund. If he couldn't defeat her, he would eventually be consumed by her. The next instant, 5th Tianjiao drew his saber. A 1,000-meter-long green saber in tint descended like a sky curtain. It heavily landed upon Edmund. This strike was unreserved. 5th Tianjiao used his full power. Everyone nearby was momentarily stunned. If Edmund couldn't withstand this attack, the entire city of Aliaguo and all its people would be buried alongside her. For someone like 5th Tianjiao, the lives of ordinary people meant nothing. Even if it meant exterminating a whole country, he would take back Edmund's title of saber god. Sky's face turned pale. Her small hands tightly clutched Iman's sleeve. Worry filled her eyes. Iman shifted his gaze to 5th Tianjiao's saber, nodding slightly. Not bad. If it weren't for Edmund, he would be the new saber god. In the original story, saber god was indeed 5th Tianjiao. Ultimately, he became the ace under the command of Rico, the protagonist who held the world's destiny in his hands, following orders blindly. Upon hearing Iman's mutterings, Sky looked at him in surprise. Iman coughed. Look closely. They've already started fighting. Sky said, oh, and looked back towards the life and death arena. As Iman spoke, 5th Tianjiao's saber had already struck, but it was shattered by the brilliant blue saber in tint enveloping Edmund. Immediately, Edmund's saber vibrated. The blue saber in tint vortex rose like a mountain, surging toward 5th Tianjiao. In the middle of the vortex, Edmund leaped up into the air, arriving before 5th Tianjiao first despite acting later. She aimed a direct downward slash at his head. 5th Tianjiao's expression changed. He spun his wrist, recalling the second strike he was about to make, hastily defending against Edmund. At this moment, the brilliant blue saber in tint vortex completely enveloped both of them. These two warriors' cultivation and strength were at the very pinnacle of the 10,000 Worlds pyramid. With their full combat power unleashed, even a single stray saber beam could destroy a city. Yet at this time, the energy they leaked out was completely blocked and dissipated by Edmund's saber in tint vortex. Seeing this, the surrounding onlookers sighed in relief. They quickly retreated to a safer distance. Kenna put away the crimson flower in her hand and muttered quietly, that woman looks carefree, but she is quite a meticulous mind. But that green executioner saber god is too weak, unable to break Edmund's saber in tint vortex. Speaking, Kenna also landed on the ground. At this moment, above the life and death arena, within the brilliant blue saber in tint vortex, in less than a breath's time, Edmund and 5th Tianjiao's sabers clashed no fewer than 100 times. The more they fought, the more alarmed 5th Tianjiao became. By now, he had exerted all his strength, releasing his combat power to the extreme. That terrifying green saber in tint left gruesome spatial rifts in the void above. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not break through Edmund's brilliant blue saber in tint vortex. Edmund's saber in tint far surpassed his. Finally, on the 332nd clash, the saber in 5th Tianjiao's hand suddenly slipped out of control and flew away. Augusta's face remained expressionless as she slashed towards his neck. 5th Tianjiao's eyes widened, a deep terror flashing across them. Death had descended upon him. But at that moment, an elderly yet authoritative voice suddenly boomed out. You are courting death. As the words echoed, a towering ancient bronze pagoda descended from the sky. It pressed down towards Augusta. Its massive shadow enveloped the entire palace. The old man couldn't hold back anymore. A trace of madness appeared in Augusta's eyes. Clearly, she had sensed the presence of Guilherme. But at this moment, the saber aimed at 5th Tianjiao did not change its course. Augusta was the leader of the 14 states, the world's top intelligence organization. Seeing the pagoda, she immediately knew who it belonged to. If she couldn't fight him off, then she would drag one down with her. With a swift slash, 5th Tianjiao's head, filled with fear and excitement, shot into the sky. His decapitated body splattered crimson blood before collapsing helplessly to the ground. Ancestor, save me. 5th Tianjiao's martial arts spirit was just about to flee when it was crushed into fragments by Augusta's saber in tint vortex. Annihilated. 5th family's green executioner saber god, dead. Die. Guilherme's furious voice accompanied the ancient bronze pagoda as it landed heavily on Augusta's saber in tint vortex. Blood trickled from the corner of Augusta's mouth. Her eyes burned with unyielding fighting spirit. That brilliant blue saber in tint vortex held up the ancient bronze pagoda with sheer force. Augusta stood straight, refusing to lower her saber even an inch. But the pagoda, a divine-level artifact, was immensely heavy. Guilherme's cultivation level far surpassed hers. Under the terrifying pressure, Augusta's body sank inch by inch. All of this happened too quickly. No one reacted in time to understand what had transpired. Then came a cold laugh from above. Old coffin worm, daring to bully my disciple? Do you want to die, need to die, or beg for death? A black-clad figure appeared beside Augusta at some point. He raised his hand, grabbing the descending pagoda. Instantly, the colossal object stopped mid-air, immovable. Master? Augusta turned with delight, her bright eyes fixed on the person beside her. Ashton. Chapter 58. Ethan, also part of the young generation? Meanwhile, In the dungeon of the Duke's Manor, corpses were strewn everywhere, blood flowing like rivers. Semi-god Rolf stood amidst the carnage, giving a faint glance at the Daitruda Palsung-ji, dazed Daniel. At this moment, his physical body had stabilized and no longer required blood to sustain. Who would have thought, you, a fake who dared to impersonate my master, would be so valuable? Not only demons from the Han Kingdom, but even people from the Dashuan Yin Wangfu, Yin Princely Mansion, came. Rolf didn't consume these people's flesh, but devoured their souls. Naturally, he obtained the memories of these martial artists. He was well aware of their origins and intentions. Then, Rolf suddenly looked up, gazing toward the direction of the Imperial Palace. What sort of person dares to harm my young master? Simply fed up with living? This person actually has traces of heavenly deity bloodline. Could he be a descendant of a heavenly deity? Rolf fiercely scratched his slightly withered yellow hair. This universe truly harbors many hidden dragons and tigers. But even if the true heavenly deity came, what can be done? My master has slain countless divine kings. I must guard the old master well. Don't let anyone unobservant hurt him. Speaking of which, Rolf's vast divine sense enveloped the entire state Duke's Manor. He had a very clear self-awareness, not as a fighter, but as a bodyguard. At this moment, time seemed to freeze. Whether it was the people around the life and death arena, or those watching through transmission jade amulets elsewhere, all held their breath, eyes wide open. Unblinking, they stared at the sudden appearance of the black-robed man. This was a handsome youth with sharp features and piercing eyes, wearing a black brocade robe and a black long coat on top. His ink-black hair was simply tied into a knot. He appeared carefree yet unrestrained. Ethan, the strongest in all universes. When Arya and Flower Intoxication appeared, some onlookers could still utter a few sighs. But when this strongest in all universes appeared, everyone fell silent, not daring to breathe loudly. The predecessor of the 14 provinces was once 14 of the oldest intelligence organizations across all universes, subdued and consolidated by Ethan alone into the famous 14 provinces that shook all universes. Later, many forces saw the threat posed by the 14 provinces. They dispatched countless experts to form an alliance and besiege the 14 provinces. In the end, they were slaughtered and scattered by Ethan. The leaders were wiped out, their families exterminated, establishing Ethan authority. Since then, Ethan has been known as the strongest in all universes. No one dared to touch the 14 provinces anymore. Until today, high in the sky, Tanner squinted his eyes slightly. He exerted a little force, trying to retrieve the treasure tower held in Ethan's hand. But no matter how hard he tried, the ancient tower remained immobile. Tanner couldn't help frowning, his slightly cloudy eyes fixed on the black-robed man below. Arya felt enveloped by an overwhelmingly familiar sense of safety. Just like 12 years ago, when she was buried among the dead, feeling isolated and hopeless, waiting for death, this man descended from the heavens, becoming a beam of light, illuminating her life. Amon looked at the bloodstains on the corner of Arya's mouth, slightly helpless. Why didn't you use the card I gave you for survival? Arya shook her head slightly, earnestly saying, if I left, wouldn't the people of Sage Kingdom die in vain? She had a teleportation talisman. Even if she couldn't defeat Tanner, she could escape anytime. But if Arya left, the tower would fall. Not just the capital of Sage Kingdom. The entire kingdom would be leveled by this divine artifact tower. Arya used her blade intent to resist Tanner's divine artifact tower, causing her to be seriously injured as well. But for Arya, this was also a rare opportunity for honing her skills. Iman nodded. Then he casually waved his hand. Boom. The ancient bronze tower flew backward instantly. With a whistling sound breaking through the air, it heavily struck Tanner. Come on. Tanner neither dodged nor avoided, directly stretching out his hands to catch the tower. Boom. In the next moment, Tanner's body trembled, a large hole abruptly appearing behind him in the void. Ethan. Tanner's face turned pale, a streak of blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Yet he laughed loudly. You, the strongest in all universes, are just Iman ignored him. Instead, he supported Arya and landed on the life and death arena. Then he inserted a golden pill into Arya's mouth. Wait here. Master will get revenge for you. Speaking, Iman's body vanished, reappearing in front of Tanner. He grabbed the spire of the ancient bronze treasure tower, forcibly taking it from Tanner's hand. Boom. Then, Iman swung the treasure tower, smashing it heavily towards Tanner. Tanner's eyes widened. He didn't even realize what had happened. In an instant, he was blasted flying out of the great world of China. Himph. Iman, holding the tip of the tower with one hand, followed closely behind, swinging the tower once again. He knocked Tanner flying out once more. Iman's target was very clear. The Wu Di family. Until the Knightless Marquis left. Only then did the people beside the life and death arena gradually recover their breathing. Just now, that was Lord Knightless Marquis from the legends? The strongest in all universes. No. Suddenly, a trembling voice spoke up with an unbelievable statement. Did you notice, when Lord Knightless Marquis landed on the life and death arena, it didn't glow? At this moment, once again, the scene fell into a dead silence. Earlier, when the divine saber god Wu Di Tianjiao landed on the life and death arena, the scene was still vivid in everyone's minds. Although the sound prohibition was destroyed, the arena still glowed red and constantly issued warnings. But, when Knightless Marquis landed on the arena, there was no reaction at all. Could it be that Lord Knightless Marquis is also under 100 years old, a young person? Finally, someone said in a hoarse voice with an incredulous tone. Augusta was also stunned. She stood there dumbfounded, her expression somewhat dazed. Right at this moment, an additional figure appeared on the life and death arena. Then, a blood-red light began to flicker. Augusta snapped back to reality, looking curiously at the person who climbed onto the arena. Brittany wore an embarrassed look. I just wanted to test if the life and death arena was malfunctioning, but it wasn't. Could it be that Lord Nightless Marquis's cultivation is too high for the arena created by the Han Kingdom to work on him? Someone thought of this possibility. They would rather believe the arena was ineffective on Nightless Marquis than believe that Nightless Marquis belonged to the younger generation. It's impossible, absolutely impossible. The life and death arena of our Han Kingdom was excavated from a divine relic site. Even if a true deity descended, it would not escape detection by this restriction. Hearing someone doubt their Han Kingdom's arena, the formerly trembling and pale Han elder immediately shrieked in response. That fifth Tianjiao only destroyed the added sound prohibition. The true bone age detection prohibition is integrated with the life and death arena. No one could question the treasures of the Han Kingdom. Not even Nightless Marquis. The Han elder's words plunged the scene into silence once again. So, is the strongest in all universes, Lord Nightless Marquis, really someone under 100 years old? Part of the young generation? Chapter 59. My wrath is not to be endured by the primal ancient clan. Inside the Duke's mansion, the great Chitian demon god Gervais, who had been watching the events from afar, was completely stunned. That arena's restriction is clearly the xuanhuan training age restriction, created by that bastard from the great Chitian. Not only can it detect bone age, but it can also detect soul age. Back then, the great Chitian used this thing to toy with the Elwyn, who hung him up and beat him for 300 years. My master not only has tender flesh that exudes moisture, but also an incredibly young soul age, not exceeding a century, or even just 50. The great Haitian demon god was utterly disoriented. Originally, he thought that although Iman's physical body was young, he must be the reincarnation of some demon emperor or divine emperor from the divine realm. In short, someone who had lived for countless years. But now, it tells him, Iman, whether in terms of his physical body or soul, does not exceed a century. With the eyesight of the great Haitian demon god, he could naturally tell at a glance. The xuanhuan training age restriction on the arena was not damaged and still operated as usual. It was a peculiar restriction that even the first demon emperor, Elwyn, could not guard against. The great Haitian demon god Thola Thonaldai. My master is so heaven-defying without even reaching a century. What would happen when master turns 100 years old? Profitable, very profitable, following such a master. I might really replace the Elwyn and reach the pinnacle of demonhood. Della leaped onto the life and death arena as well. The arena showed no reaction either. Della's age was not fabricated. But at this moment, everyone was already numb. The strongest being of all realms, the Ethan, was also under a century. Opposite, Blaine even felt a hint of Jiaoxing. Jiaoxing means Jiaoxing, which doesn't make sense in English context here, so let's say, luck. Fortunately, the blade deity Arya came. If it were the Ethan, he might have already been dead. But why isn't it Iman who came? If Iman stepped onto this life and death arena, I have 10,000 ways to kill him. Blaine's heart darkly resented. Della looked at the slightly blushing Arya and couldn't help but hesitate. Is that your master? He is truly not over a century? Arya nodded first, then shook his head. I just found out. But he is handsome, right? As he spoke, little stars reappeared in Arya's eyes. Della wanted to refute, saying her own master Boston was the most handsome. But the word she was about to say got stuck inexplicably. So, she changed her topic. For some reason, I feel your master looks very kind. Especially when he protects disciples. It's really familiar. Arya rolled his eyes. You said the same thing when you met Iman. Della. Iman? Della frowned slightly, with a faint flash of inspiration in her mind. Yet she couldn't grasp it. She couldn't help but feel a bit annoyed and saw Blaine peeking up at them secretly from the ground. Without hesitation, she slapped him. Bang! Blaine's body flew directly off the life and death arena, smashing heavily into the city wall of the Imperial City, sliding down slowly. Then, he lost all signs of life. Arya's brows furrowed slightly, displeased. This is my arena. How did you kill him? Della smiled gently. Just a bothersome fly. What qualification does he have to fight you on the same platform? Let's go. Talk about your master and mine. Hearing this, Arya's eyes lit up instantly, getting excited immediately. Then, these two figures moved and disappeared from the life and death arena. Since then, the life and death arena set up by Han Kingdom people in Sage Country became a complete joke. Of course, the Han Kingdom people did not think so. They even felt somewhat self-satisfied, believing this life and death arena would go down in history, becoming supreme glory. Our Han Kingdom's life and death arena not only attracted the blade deity, fragrance deity, primal ancient clans experts, even the strongest being of all realms, Ethan, came personally. Ha ha ha. They all came for our Han Kingdom's face. Human race. Other races. At this moment, news of the Ethan avenging his disciple by beating the 5th clan's supreme elder Guilherme in the starry sky had spread across all realms due to certain people's promotion. Many powerful beings had already entered the depths of space to watch this grand spectacle. When they found Ethan and Guilherme, they were directly stunned speechless by the scene before their eyes. They saw Ethan wielding a divine artifact tower like a massive club, repeatedly smashing Guilherme away. The renowned supreme elder of the illustrious 5th clan, an unparalleled figure famous for thousands of years. Under Ethan's huge club, he couldn't even get a chance to retaliate. At this moment, everyone could clearly recognize the significance of this first supreme being of all realms. These two are heading towards the 5th world of the primal ancient clan's 5th family. Each of the 8 great primal ancient families occupies a separate grand world, sovereign over one realm among all realms. This is going to be quite a show. Recently, the treasure vaults of the 8 great primal ancient families were plundered empty by ghost medic Asura. Now, Ethan is launching an attack on the 5th family. Who knows what chaos this will cause? Come, let's go watch. In all realms, majestic powerhouses hurriedly followed. Ethan, stop. At that moment, a huge sound came from above the void. In space, there is no air, so sound theoretically cannot propagate. But this is a mystic world. The abilities of great sages have long transcended these limitations. That voice boomed and rolled across the starry sky. The wrath of the primal ancient families is not something you can bear. Bang! In response was a deep, loud thud. Guilherme's already ragged body was once again smashed away. If it weren't for the divine artifact guarding him, Iman would have killed him outright long ago. Iman raised his head and looked in a certain direction, his eyes filled with disdain. My wrath is also not something the primal ancient family can endure. As he spoke, he leaped into the air and instantly caught up to Guilherme. Then he grabbed the white hair at the top of the latter's head, which had been torn apart. Dragging Guilherme, he headed straight for the fifth family. Speak nonsense again, and after I'm done with the fifth family, I'll come to your Zisong family next. Zisong family. One of the 8 great primal ancient families. Above the void, the face of the Zisong family powerhouse was unpredictable. And at this moment, the fifth world of the fifth family had long received news and was fully prepared. Caesar, the patriarch of the fifth family, was livid with rage. This situation was initially aimed at killing the blade deity Arya, taking advantage of this opportunity to eliminate one of the 2 gods of the 14 states. Once Arya fell or was captured by the fifth family, it would deal a fatal blow to the prestige of the 14 states. Then, the various realms intimidated by Ethan would no longer fear. Even, the morale within the 14th state would crumble, turning into a disorganized mass, not worth worrying about. Fifth Tianjiao's blade had reached the true realm of a blade deity. With Guilherme as protector, everything should have gone smoothly. But who would have thought that fifth Tianjiao would die under Arya's blade, without Guilherme even getting a chance to rescue him? Now, provoking Ethan, dragging Guilherme toward the fifth family. So what if he's the first supreme being of all realms? How dare he violate the dignity of our primal ancient family? Kill, kill. Ethan dares to come. We'll ensure he dies without a trace. Someone in the fifth family began to shout. The last time, their treasure vault was plundered by ghost medic Asura. The warriors of the fifth family were seething with anger, seeking an outlet. Now, Ethan comes knocking, giving them a target to vent their fury on. Letting ghost medic Asura succeed was only because they weren't prepared. Now, the fifth family was fully prepared to welcome Ethan. Form the formation. Caesar's expression was sinister. If Ethan dares to come, let him die. Instantly, above the outer space of the fifth world, massive stars were moved, forming a vast array, a divine formation. At this time, Iman held the divine artifact tower in one hand and Guilherme in the other. He arrived outside the fifth world. Ha ha ha. This is the sky battle god-slaying array of my fifth family. Even gods and demons will be slaughtered upon arrival. Guilherme laughed wildly in Iman's grip. Iman remained expressionless. Buzz. In the next instant, the divine artifact tower in Iman's hand suddenly transformed into a terrifying giant tower millions of miles high. Then, swinging this ancient bronze tower, he smashed it into a star. Formation? Just right. I've learned a little bit too. Boom. Like the collapse of heaven and earth. The star hidden among the constellations, serving as the focal point of the sky battle god-slaying array, was shattered directly into pieces. The sky battle god-slaying array was instantly disrupted. Guilherme's laughter abruptly stopped. Chapter 60. Rampage. The Heaven Fight Annihilation Formation, comprised of 3,674 major stars, 68,000 medium-sized stars, and hundreds of thousands of smaller stars. It enveloped the entire fifth great world. This divine-level formation had only one array eye, concealed amidst the dense cluster of stars. Even a grandmaster of formations would find it extremely difficult to pinpoint the true location of the array eye. But at this moment, Alistair unleashed just one move, striking the array eye to shreds, instantly shaking the entire Heaven Fight Annihilation Formation. Guilherme's face was filled with terror as he struggled desperately. He wanted to turn his head to look at Alistair, but Iman's hand kept a firm grip on his hair. The violent force restrained Guilherme's body, making it impossible for him to break free. In the distance, within the boundless starry sky, the onlookers were all stunned by this scene. That was a divine-level formation, yet it was shaken by a single strike from Alistair. Just a moment ago, everyone thought that upon seeing the divine-level formation of the primeval noble family, Alistair would retreat, or use Guilherme as leverage to negotiate with the fifth family. Who would have thought? This big shot was so aggressive. Without any hesitation, he swung the ancient bronze pagoda toward the formation. The Heaven Fight Annihilation Formation of the fifth family had records of slaughtering deities. New news has arrived from the Central Earth. This Alistair is rumored to be less than 100 years old, possibly even younger. What? Less than 100 years old? How is this possible? When this news spread, the entire starry sky was shaken. Once martial cultivators reached a certain realm, they would gain a lengthy lifespan, easily spanning a millennium, even 10 millennia, less than 100 years. In the eyes of various ancient noble families and martial sanctuaries throughout the multiverse, it was essentially still a child. Now they were being told that the awe-inspiring Alistair, renowned as the first and strongest in the multiverse, was under 100 years old. The fifth family also received this news. They looked toward the starry sky, at the man standing in midair, holding Guilherme by the hair with one hand and the ancient bronze pagoda with the other. Their eyes filled with incomprehensible shock. Within the ancestral grounds of the fifth family, several nearly departed elders had an unusually excited expression on their faces. They let out eerie laughter. This Alistair possesses such power before reaching 100 years. If given enough time to grow, there may be no one in the entire multiverse who can handle him. We cannot allow such a world-shocking genius to continue growing. Kill, kill, kill. Today, we must leave this madman behind no matter what. The first and strongest in the multiverse? Our primeval noble family has never acknowledged such a claim. Let this so-called first and strongest in the multiverse witness our primeval noble family's depths. teaching him what it means that beyond people there are people, beyond heaven there is heaven. Capturing him alive and drinking his blood might grant us extended lifespans. These legendary figures within the primeval noble family, having earned their fame over millennia, had never taken Alistair seriously. And at this moment, Iman held Guilherme with one hand and wielded the artifact pagoda like a club in the other. With one step, he entered the Heaven Fight Annihilation formation. Boom! Iman's footsteps were too heavy. With one step down, the Heaven Fight Annihilation formation shook once again with a thunderous roar. Immediately after, this terrifying divine formation, guarding the fifth family and causing fear across the multiverse, instantly collapsed. Countless stars lost their original orbits, becoming chaotic, colliding with each other. Some turned into meteorites, plummeting into the fifth great world, forming a horrifying meteor shower. Guilherme, held in Iman's hand, stared wide-eyed with unspeakable fear at the scene before him. What kind of monster did their fifth family provoke? Even without its array eye, a divine-level formation remained a divine-level formation. Yet, this divine-level formation was shattered by a single step from Alistair. Guilherme was closest to Alistair. He could clearly feel that terrifying force. At this moment, this several thousand-year-old elder finally felt fear. Despairing suffocation engulfed him. Ding, ding, ding. Suddenly, resonant chimes, accompanied by ripples of ancient bronze, echoed across the starry sky. Those meteors originally falling toward the fifth great world were instantly crushed by these chime ripples. Sound waves rippled through the void, creating terrifying spatial ripples. Advancing towards Iman, Iman slightly lowered his head and looked at Guilherme in his hand. It seems your family has abandoned you. This sound wave was an indiscriminate attack. Guilherme in Iman's hand was also within its range. The color had long drained from Guilherme's face. He gritted his teeth. Dying for the family is my honor. Iman sneered. Dying for the family? You think that's so beautiful? You hurt my disciple, so I will destroy your family. Remember, the fifth family perished because of you. Guilherme's eyes widened instantly. He struggled to look at Iman's face. But Iman's hand held onto his hair tightly, suppressing his divine consciousness. No matter how hard Guilherme tried, he couldn't see Iman's expression. Our fifth family has lineage from the god realm, with a godly heritage. How can it be destroyed as you wish? This statement was shouted by Guilherme in a hoarse voice. It was unclear whether he was refuting Iman or venting his own fear. Gods? So impressive? Then watch closely as I destroy your family. Killing a man only requires cutting off his head. Ruining his spirit is the true essence of a villain. Having lived in this world for 17 years, Iman had long adjusted his mindset. Good guy? Saint Mother? Leave some room for others? That's the setup for a chosen one. I am cannon fodder turned ultimate villain. Anyone who dares to touch my people, I'll wipe out their entire family. Villains don't just die from talking too much. They also die from leaving their enemies any chance to live. Since the fifth family has already targeted Augusta and the 14 states, they would be utterly destroyed. Iman kept his word. Otherwise, what was the point of using the Soul Pearl sacrifice to wear the mask of Nocturnal Lord? While they were talking, the ancient bronze spatial ripples accompanied by terrifying sound waves had already approached. Iman lifted the towering million-mile pagoda in his hand and smashed it down heavily. The space it passed through was crushed, transforming into dark spatial turbulence. Boom! Another tremendous explosion. The pagoda also unleashed violent ripples, directly countering the bell sounds and the terrifying spatial ripples. Then, this fearsome pagoda flew out of his hand, hurtling towards the fifth great world. The space it traversed disintegrated, turning into spatial turbulence. In the fifth great world, those few ancient monsters stared wide-eyed in terror at the pagoda falling towards them. This divine pagoda wasn't Nocturnal Lord's divine artifact, but in Nocturnal Lord's hands, it unleashed power hundreds, even thousands of times stronger than when wielded by its true owner, Guilherme. At this moment, no one doubted. Nocturnal Lord truly intended to destroy the fifth family. Chapter 61. True God Puppet. In this instant, the ancient bronze pagoda seemed to transform into a whole world. With a terrifying pressure, it crushed the void along its path, bringing with it a terrifying spatial chaos, descending toward the fifth great world. And at this moment, a bright and lofty bell sounded once again. A colossal ancient bronze bell, spanning hundreds of thousands of miles, and an equally colossal ancient bronze tripod appeared simultaneously. Like two towering mountains rising from the earth, they charged fiercely towards the massive pagoda. The onlookers nearby, witnessing this scene, retreated hastily. Xuanhuan Pagoda, Dahuang Tripod, Honghuang Bell. These are the three major clan treasures of the fifth family. I never thought that I would one day witness the collision of these three treasures. The might of the artifacts was unleashed to the utmost. A terrifying pressure enveloped the entire starry sky. The surrounding martial artists could not help but retreat further and further. But everyone's gaze remained fixed on those three enormous entities floating in the void. They would not miss the scene of these three artifacts colliding under any circumstances. Within the fifth great world, 6 elders had already appeared. Their towering bodies stood 100 zhang tall. One of the elders had blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His expression was grim. The strongest being in all 10,000 realms? Do you really think we 6 can't deal with you? The 6 supreme elders of the fifth family, beings on par with the Guilherme. The moment they appeared, the Dahuang Tripod and the Honghuang Bell surged again, nearing 1,000,000 miles in size. They charged ferociously toward the Xuanhuan Pagoda, but in the next instant, something unexpected happened. The anticipated collision between the artifacts did not occur. The Xuanhuan Pagoda continued to crush space, forming a layer of spatial chaos around it. Upon contact with the spatial chaos, the Dahuang Tripod and the Honghuang Bell were instantly swept away and vanished without a trace. The Xuanhuan Pagoda's momentum undiminished. It continued to descend towards the fifth great world with terrifying spatial chaos and overwhelming pressure. Just as everyone was dumbfounded, an even more shocking event occurred. Ethan suddenly reached out and gently grabbed the air. A palm-sized ancient bronze bell appeared in his hand. It was a miniature version of the xuanhuan bell. Go play with it. In the next moment, Ethan's hand flicked lightly. The miniature xuanhuan bell landed before a white figure. It was Wilhelmina, who had been hiding in the void, watching secretly. Wilhelmina, upon seeing the miniature xuanhuan bell. First, she was stunned. Then her large eyes immediately curved into a crescent moon. She held the xuanhuan bell in her hands with delight, exclaiming, "Thank you, master." All the soul imprints within the xuanhuan bell were erased. It had become an ownerless treasure. Beside Wilhelmina, Brianna, who had come to watch the spectacle together, said with a sour tone, "Himph, it's just an artifact. What's there to be proud about?" Wilhelmina imprinted her soul within the xuanhuan bell. Then, she turned it into a small bell and hung it around her waist. Upon hearing Brianna's words, she responded in bewilderment. "Come on, my master gives me a treasure. Why should you feel envious?" Brianna's expression froze. She felt somewhat bewildered. Indeed, why did she feel envious when the master gave treasures to her disciple? Those watching around them were both envious and jealous. The xuanhuan bell, one of the most top-tier artifacts in all 10,000 realms. In any place, it could suffice as the supreme treasure of a clan. And now, this Ethan handed it over to his disciple in an instant. By this time, almost everyone knew. Ethan's sudden outburst, aiming to destroy an ancient family, was for the sake of this young disciple. He was truly a doting master. Indeed, no matter how good one's talent is, it doesn't compare to having a good master. No wonder Reed became a blade god at such a young age with a master like Lord Ethan. Lord Ethan was also very young back then. Iman wanted to cover his face. These two female disciples had an uncanny sixth sense. Clearly unaware of his identity, they still couldn't help but get closer to him. Fortunately, Iman concealed himself using the artifact xuanhuan. Even gods and demons of the divine and demon realms couldn't see through this disguise. Otherwise, he might have been exposed by these two female disciples. Just a moment ago, Iman nearly impulsively threw the dahuang tripod to Brianna. Fortunately, he held back. Now, he was Ethan, not worry-free scholar. He couldn't mix up his identities. Buzz. At this moment, a piercing whistling sound accompanied by a snow-white river of swords spanning 10,000 miles pierced the void. It slashed down straight at Iman. At the same time, hundreds of flying treasure ships, carrying the descendants and disciples of the fifth family, shot out from the fifth great world. They fled into the depths of the starry sky. Thinking of running? Iman snorted. Could they? Cutting grass without uprooting, it would only let it grow again in spring. Immediately, he stepped forward. At the same time, he softly shouted, "Chaos Star, expand!" Boom. In the next instant, golden array patterns extended from beneath Iman's feet. In an instant, they covered the entire fifth great world. The previously self-destructing heaven-fight, god-slaying array trembled violently, instantly transforming into another formation. Those fleeing treasure ships dove straight into this formation and became lost within it. Shatter. A single syllable emerged from Iman's mouth. Boom. In the next moment, these treasure ships, carrying the future and hope of the fifth family, turned to ashes in an instant. Only now did the sword river spanning the void finally arrive. The Amnon's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. He emitted a blood-curdling wail like a cuckoo crying over its blood. Die, die, die. Iman showed no expression on his face. He simply swung the Guillermi in his hand, slamming it hard toward the Amnon. Bang! Crack! After a sound of flesh colliding and bones shattering, the Amnon's sword river exploded into pieces. His body turned directly into blood mist, disintegrating. The head of the primal ancient family has fallen. Someone muttered under their breath. The 8 primal ancient families, dominating all heavens and worlds, stood at the pinnacle of the entire cosmos. But now, first was the ghost Dr. Asura, stealing the treasuries of the 8 primal ancient families. Now it was Ethan, attempting to destroy one of these ancient families with his own power. With the head's demise, even if the 5th family could survive this crisis, it would be disgraced, never able to hold its head high again. Iman lowered his head and looked at the Guillermi in his hand again. Look, you personally killed your family head. But at this moment, the fear on the Guillermi's face had completely vanished. His voice trembled but was calm. I said it before. Being able to die for the family is an honor for him, for them. Iman indifferently nodded. You're right. I'm quite looking forward to it. Sacrificing clan members and the family head to distract me. What exactly can those 6 old fellows come up with? Hearing Iman say this, the Guillermi's heart sank suddenly. Sure enough, after Iman spoke, within 3 breaths of time, from within the 5th great world, a massive figure clad in golden armor, holding a golden spear, suddenly rose from the ground. Its form was truly too large. Its feet were planted in the 5th great world, while half of its body reached out into space. An overwhelming divine aura instantly spread in all directions. God, that's a true god. There's actually a true god in the 5th family. At this moment, the entire starry sky was once again stunned. Some couldn't help but laugh loudly. No matter how strong Ethan is, he's still just a mortal. Facing a god, there's only one way to go. This was the head of one of the 8 primal ancient families, the Zisong family. Also the one who had tried to stop him on earlier. The 6 grand elders of the 5th family also let out mad roars. Ethan, so what if you're the strongest in all 10,000 realms? The dignity of the primal ancient families cannot be violated. Today, I, the 5th family, will show you what it means to be a primal ancient family and what it means to have a legacy. As that voice rang out, in the next moment, the god's long spear swept horizontally, fiercely striking the Xuanhuan pagoda. Disdain flashed across Iman's eyes. Turns out it's just a puppet god. This thing was made from the corpse of the unlucky fellow who was killed by the heaven-fight god-slaying array back then. Is this pitiful contraption even worth calling a legacy? With these words, Iman grabbed the Guilherme and headed straight for the puppet god. Chapter 62. Heavenly Soul Stone. To the vast majority of people, this was a true deity. But in Iman's eyes, it was nothing more than a puppet. At this moment, the true deity puppet held a golden divine spear, enveloped in boundless divine might. It smashed heavily onto the desolate god tower. Even the spatial turbulence outside the desolate god tower could not hinder it in the slightest. Boom! With a thunderous roar, the desolate god tower was shaken by this strike, deviating from its original trajectory and flying off in another direction. Though this true deity had already been refined into a puppet, its inherent divine might remained, and the combat power it unleashed was on par with that of a true deity. Around the fifth great world, the spectators were so frightened by this blow that they scattered and fled in all directions, lest they be affected by this terrifying fluctuation. This Isaiah has finally hit a brick wall. Who would have thought that the primal ancient family actually had a god? This was the majority's thinking at the scene. For a moment, the understanding of the four words, primal ancient family, deepened for all the martial artists present. Edmund and Kenna also retreated backward. Kenna, looking at Edmund who remained calm, couldn't help but ask curiously, "Aren't you worried?" Edmund turned his head slightly and asked in confusion, "Worried about what?" "Kenna, about your master. That's a divine-level puppet." Edmund sneered and said, "Do you know why the 14 provinces have a quota for the heavenly secret realm?" "Kenna, what did this have to do with the heavenly secret realm?" Edmund lifted his chin slightly and whispered mysteriously, audible only to the two of them. "I'm telling you this, but you can't tell anyone else. It's because my master personally slaughtered a celestial deity and used that celestial deity's divine corpse to refine the heavenly secret realm. If he could kill a celestial deity, what difference does a half-rate puppet make?" Kenna. On the other side, Iman, carrying Guilherme, charged towards the true deity puppet. He nearly stumbled and fell in midair. Edmund, the big-mouthed one, saying everything out loud. Edmund and Kenna's hushed conversation naturally didn't escape Iman's ears. "I'll let it slide this time. Next time, I'll give her a good lesson." Strange, this is clearly just a puppet. How could it burst forth with the strength of a true deity? How did the fifth family manage to do this? After a deity dies, its laws dissipate. Refined into a puppet, it would at most possess brute strength comparable to a deity. Combat power equivalent to a demigod or pseudo-god at most. But Iman saw clearly. That last spear thrust by the true deity puppet already possessed the true combat power of a deity. That's... Suddenly, Iman's eyes lit up. Embedded in the center of the true deity puppet's brow was a blood-red diamond-shaped gemstone. Heavenly Soul Stone. So that's it. The creator of this true deity puppet is truly a genius. To actually use a heavenly soul stone as a substitute for the true deity's divine soul, preserving the true deity's laws and divine power. If I could learn this method, wouldn't it mean that the pile of divine and demon corpses in the illusory space could also be refined into puppets? I am supposedly the foremost puppeteer in the three realms, yet I never thought of this method to create puppets. Snatch it, snatch it. Aman looked at the true deity puppet with a fervent gaze. Most importantly, Heavenly Soul Stone. Aman had just sacrificed his only life soul pearl to obtain the power of Isaiah, and now the fifth family was delivering a Heavenly Soul Stone to him. With the Heavenly Soul Stone, Iman could refine a new life soul pearl. Guilherme, hearing Iman's muttered words in his ear, was instantly plunged into confusion. The foremost puppeteer in the three realms? Which three realms? Isn't it supposed to be all realms? Before Guilherme could even turn his thoughts around, Iman had already carried him charging forward. At this moment, Guilherme felt like a human weapon. He was slammed heavily towards the true deity puppet's golden divine spear. In an instant, Guilherme's body expanded infinitely, like a huge club, colliding heavily with the golden divine spear. Boom! Another thunderous explosion echoed through the void. Under the tremendous shockwave, the true deity puppet's body was forced to retreat abruptly. Its feet dragged back several dozen steps on the ground of the fifth great world. The entire fifth great world trembled and quaked violently. Yet Iman showed no sign of stopping. He swung Guilherme in his hand wildly, smashing crazily towards the true deity puppet. The true deity puppet roared incessantly. Several times it tried to raise its spear to counterattack, but was relentlessly suppressed by Iman. This sight stunned the entire fifth family. Terror and despair enveloped everyone's hearts. Isaiah could actually match and suppress a true deity. Moreover, what he was holding was not some divine artifact. It was the grand elder of the fifth clan, Guilherme. Most importantly, during the collision with the divine artifact, Guilherme's flesh and blood body did not suffer even a trace of damage. Those who had just thought that Conrad would meet his match at the hands of the fifth clan were now completely stunned. Is he man or god? At this moment, this question appeared in everyone's mind. However, there was no divine might surrounding Conrad. From inside to out, it was always the aura of a human martial artist. The fifth clan is finished. The 8 primal ancient families have become history. Now, across all the worlds, there are only 7 primal ancient families. The head of the Zisong family's face turned ashen. He didn't want to see any more and hurriedly left with his family members. If they angered Conrad, that star of misfortune, the Zisong family would be doomed too. Meanwhile, Iman and the true deity puppet had already fought their way into the fifth great world. The entire fifth great world began to shake violently. The earth split apart, mountains overturned. It was like the end of the world. And at the center of the battlefield, the fifth clan suffered devastating blows. The family's 36 sprawling cities connected together were utterly destroyed, reduced to ruins. Only the origin ancestral land within the fifth clan stood protected by a divine-level defensive formation, barely resisting that terrifying shockwave. Under Iman's suppression, the true deity puppet's body rapidly shrank. In the end, it became the size of an ordinary person. Iman swung Guilherme, knocking the true deity puppet to the ground. Then, he stepped on the puppet's chest with one foot. Crack. In the next moment, the sound of bones breaking echoed. The neck and limbs of this true deity puppet were twisted off by Iman. Inside the ancestral land, tens of thousands of core members of the fifth clan saw this scene through the light screen of the formation. They felt like their heads were going to explode. Conrad was twisting the neck and limbs of a deity. What are you going to do? Someone screamed in terror when they saw Conrad's gaze turning toward the ancestral land. Iman simply glanced at them indifferently. Then he stuffed the immobile true deity puppet into the illusory space. Afterward, he slowly rose into the air carrying Guilherme, who looked terrified, and left the fifth great world. Conrad, just left like that? The six grand elders exchanged looks, letting out a silent sigh of relief while also seeing confusion in each other's eyes. However, in the next instant, boom, a colossal tower, towering for millions of miles, descended from the sky. It smashed heavily onto the ancestral land of the fifth clan. Chapter 63. The primal clan turned to ashes. The divine realm. The nine heavens divine kingdom. Sherry sat cross-legged with her eyes closed, high on the heavy cloud. She appeared aloof and precious, untouchable. But in reality, my bottom is so sore, I wish I could rub it. How could Wally be so cruel as to hit so hard? It still hasn't gone down. In the past few days, Aline had tried countless methods, but failed to reduce the swelling on her bottom. She could only wait silently for it to go down naturally. Damn that Wally, damn. Wait, what's his name again? Heaven. Wally has been my aide for 7 years, helping me unify the nine heavens. How could I not even know his name? No wonder he spanked me. A rosy hue gradually spread across Aline's face. But in the next moment, she suddenly snapped back to reality. No, once I find Wally, I have to get back at him. Humph. As Aline was grumbling inwardly, an elder in black and white robes ran into the palace from outside. While running, he shouted, Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Aline's eyes lit up. Is there news about Wally? The elder froze and stammered, No. Aline composed herself and asked coolly, Then what is it? The elder hurriedly said, Reporting to Your Majesty, one of the 8 seals binding the 9 provinces of the human realm has broken. If all 8 seals break, the land of the 9 provinces will reappear in the human realm. Then, all realms within the heavens and earth. Aline's brows knitted together slightly. Stop. That's just a mess left by the previous deities. None of this concerns me. Besides, the 9 heavens divine kingdom didn't exist back then. Selen, let me remind you again. Your task now is to manage the heaven-derived great divination array and predict Wally's whereabouts. Ignore everything else. The elder named Selen shrank his neck slightly. He then hesitantly said, Your Majesty, I suspect Wally might have destroyed the seal on the 9 provinces. In the entire 3 realms and 6 paths, only Wally has the audacity to destroy the human realm seal. Aline's eyes instantly lit up. You mean, Wally is in the human realm? Selen hurriedly replied, I only suspect. But when he looked up again, Aline was already gone. Only the Empress' voice echoed through the void. Destroying the 9 provinces seal, big deal. I can do it too. Himph. A loud noise resounded. The ancient family turned to ashes. All the realms were eerily silent. Under everyone's terrified and reverent gazes, Iman carried the Guilherme and walked step by step in the air. Finally, he arrived before Suellen and threw the ashen-faced Guilherme at her feet. Leave it to you to handle. And starting now, the 14 states will take over the 5th major world. Across all realms, hunt down members of the 5th family. Ensure every last one is eliminated. As Iman spoke, dark figures scattered from the sky. They were the powerful warriors of the 14 states waiting nearby. Guilherme's body trembled violently. He lifted his head, looking around blankly, his eyes unfocused. Using the 5th prodigy's challenge to the Blade God title as an opportunity to kill Suellen, thereby weakening or even destroying the 14 states, this was Guilherme's plan, which he executed personally, but it backfired. His plan led to the destruction of the entire 5th family. What pained Guilherme most was that while his family was ruined because of him, he still lived. Kill me, Guilherme murmured, his eyes filled with pleading. The 5th family naturally had survivors elsewhere. The 5th major world was not destroyed. Billions still lived there, including 5th family members. Guilherme did not want to continue watching his clan die before his eyes. As for revenge, when Ethan used Guilherme's body as a weapon and crippled the puppet, all thoughts of revenge vanished from Guilherme's mind. It was a gap that inspired despair. Now, Guilherme's heart held only a desire to die, and profound regret. Regret so deep it turned to hatred. His single mistake cost his entire family. He was the eternal sinner of the 5th family. At this moment, outside the 5th major world, surrounded by 365 large stars. Clearly, this was the chaotic star formation set up by Iman. Except for the 14 states, anyone who dared enter the chaotic star formation faced certain death. It trapped the 5th family members inside the 5th major world. With a single command from Ethan, the 14 states operated like a vast and precise machine, began to operate slowly and orderly, to hunt down the members of the 5th family. The people of the 5th family were not destined ones, nor were they immortal underdogs. Facing the hunt by the top intelligence organization of all realms, the 14 states, they had nowhere to hide. Suellen couldn't be bothered to even glance at Enrico Wu. Her eyes sparkled as she stared intently at Iman. Master, why do you look so familiar? Suddenly, Suellen said these words. Iman. Carissa nodded involuntarily. Senior, you really look familiar. Have we met before? Iman. You two have had enough. Don't run around carelessly. As he spoke, he took out the large desolate tripod cauldron. He placed it directly on Carissa's head. This is a gift for our first meeting. Say hello to Wang Yujun for me. Then, Iman turned and left. It seemed like he was running away in disarray. He had thought that with his disguise, he could assert himself in front of his disciples. But these two women were too terrifying. Iman felt that he could expose his identity at any moment. Seeing Ethan leave, Xuanhuan scratched her head involuntarily. Then, she helped Carissa take off the desolate tripod from her head. Ah, my master is such a good person. On the first meeting, he gives you a divine artifact as a gift. Onlookers far away. Good person? Who would ever imagine that a good person would wipe out an ancient family? However, this Ethan was indeed generous, giving a top divine artifact as a gift. But Lord Wangyu, the master of Xiangshan, was also one of the top figures in all realms. He was equally famous with Ethan. His 3,000 guests were no weaker than the 14 states. That divine artifact was probably given out of respect for Wangyu Jun. Carissa took the desolate tripod from Xuanhuan's hand and stared dazedly at the direction Ethan left. But why did he put the tripod on my head? More strangely, she didn't feel the slightest bit of resistance. Instead, she quite enjoyed it. Then, as if possessed, Carissa muttered, I wish I could catch Senior Ethan and tie him to the bed. Xuanhuan. Carissa. Wait, why am I having such bizarre thoughts? Xuanhuan huffed. She looked at Carissa with a penetrating gaze. I think you don't want to bind your master, nor do you want to bind my master. You just see every handsome man and want to tie them up. Carissa looked bewildered. Is that so? Xuanhuan. Dare you say you don't want to bind him on? Carissa's pupils trembled, replying in a tone of despair, What? When Iman returned to the Duke's residence, the power of his disguise finally dissipated completely. He hurriedly triggered the divine artifact xuanhuan, disguising himself layer by layer. My cultivation actually broke through? In the next moment, Iman slightly paused. He found that his cultivation had advanced from early-stage Mystic Light Realm to peak late-stage Mystic Light Realm. Iman quickly sat cross-legged, carefully sensing the changes in his cultivation. This peak Mystic Light cultivation was solid, without any flaw. It felt as if he had cultivated it naturally. So that's how it works. Iman's eyes brightened slightly. Sacrificing the Life Soul Pearl for disguise power can also enhance my cultivation. In the next moment, Iman flipped his hand, and a blood-red rhombic crystal appeared in his palm. It was the Heavenly Soul Stone, one of the main materials for refining the Life Soul Pearl. I can refine another Life Soul Pearl? Iman grinned. But the next moment, his right eyelid twitched violently. His heartbeat became erratic, as if something strange was about to happen. Iman steadied his mind. Could it be that old enemies are coming to seek revenge? That's not right. This warning came suddenly, but there's no danger. What on earth is happening? Chapter 64. The Nine Skies Empress. Due to the existence of the Spirit Network and communication talismans, the news of the downfall of the Fifth Clan spread throughout the myriad worlds in an instant. Even the process and scenes of the destruction of the Fifth Clan were displayed before everyone. The words of Marquis Emmanuel, my anger is not something that ancient clans can endure, turned this age-old clan, which had once awed all realms, into history. Afterwards, the 14 states revealed their fangs. Hundreds of thousands of martial artists from the 14 states, dressed in black robes and hiding their auras, swiftly conquered the Fifth Great World, completely annihilating the remaining forces of the Fifth Clan in the Fifth Great World. Then, they issued a bounty order, hunting down members of the Fifth Clan across the entire universe. No one with the bloodline of the Fifth Clan was spared. With the vast intelligence-gathering capability of the 14 states, even if the people of the Fifth Clan hid beneath the barren world's surface, they would be dug out and executed on the spot. What was most shocking was that the root cause of everything, Enrico of the Fifth Clan, did not die, helplessly watching the bloodline of the Fifth Clan disappear one by one from this world. For a moment, everyone in the universe felt a chill. This was the 14 states. They do not attack unless attacked, but once provoked, they exterminate without mercy. Before this, everyone only knew that the 14 states was the top intelligence organization in the myriad worlds. But this time, the military might and strategic planning ability shown by the 14 states was even more startling. Originally, some factions that harbored ambitions against the 14 states completely suppressed these dangerous thoughts. The fall of the Fifth Clan left the other 7 ancient clans in fear. They immediately formed an alliance. Then, they urgently dispatched talented young members of their clans to the Divine Earth. The Divine Earth not only contained the Celestial Mysteries realm, but also the legacy of an ancient dragon emperor. If they could obtain these two things, Marquis Emmanuel and the 14 states would no longer be a threat. No one noticed that, above the Fifth Great World, a faint figure suddenly appeared. Annabelle's form was nearly ethereal as she gazed down at the Fifth Great World below. She couldn't help but sigh. The seal of the ancient 9 provinces indeed shattered. This simple and brutal method doesn't seem like my gentlemanly deity strategist at all. Not good. The void of the lower realm can't bear my power. Seal it. At this moment, the space beside Annabelle began to collapse. In the next instant, she placed 72,000 seals on herself in quick succession, fully sealing away her peak deity emperor cultivation. After doing so, Annabelle instinctively took out a communication talisman and glanced at it. There's actually a spirit network in the lower realm? She couldn't help but be surprised. All realms mobile? It's exactly the same signal connected to the divine realm. Could it be established by the same person? Thinking this, Annabelle began browsing the messages on the spirit network. The 14 states, Marquis Emmanuel? This protective attitude does indeed resemble the style of my deity strategist. But what are these ancient clans? How do I remember that the 8 seals guarding the ancient 9 provinces were maintained by 8 human traders? Meanwhile, Iman was looking perplexed. This warning sense was a talent granted by the system. Over the past 12 years, Iman had avoided several life and death crises thanks to this warning sense. This time, the warning came fiercely but did not have that bone-chilling feeling that usually accompanied impending danger. Instead, it felt strangely bizarre. Sitting on the ground, Iman pondered for a long time but found no clue. Whatever, let's refine the Life Soul Pearl first. With the Life Soul Pearl in hand, Even if the Elwyn comes, this little lord can bruise his face. As he spoke, Iman put the Heaven Soul Stone and other materials needed to refine the Life Soul Pearl into a furnace standing within the Thousand Illusion space. This furnace was hundreds of feet tall, situated in the southern part of the Thousand Illusion space. Flames roared inside it, emitting terrifying heat waves. Below this massive furnace, there was a huge image of the Taiji Bagua diagram. It hovered around the furnace, slowly rotating. Bagua furnace, you're a mature furnace now. Learn to refine artifacts on your own. Come, help me refine a Life Soul Pearl. Iman's voice echoed through the Thousand Illusion space. The Bagua furnace bounced up and down in place. Then it emitted rumbling sounds, seemingly responding happily to Iman. Soon after, this enormous furnace actually started operating on its own, beginning the refinement process. This Bagua furnace was rewarded to Iman by the system while he completed a task. Its exact grade was unknown. In short, it didn't come from this world. Perhaps, it was the true Bagua furnace. By then, the sun was setting in the west. Another twilight was approaching. Iman walked out of the room and stretched lazily. At the same time, he muttered under his breath, "What an ancient family, so fragile. Only half a day and they're gone. What's gone in half a day?" Suddenly, a clear voice sounded beside Iman. He was startled. Turning his head quickly, he saw Sky standing beside him. "Uncle, how do you always appear so stealthily?" Iman had given the Chaos Bell and the Vast Cauldron to Augusta and Carissa. They were busy refining the divine artifacts, leaving no time to bother him. So, Iman took this rare moment to relax. Sky looked innocent. "I've been standing here all along." Then she asked suspiciously, "What were you saying just now?" Iman remained unperturbed, "Just about the ancient family. Didn't you see the message on the communication talisman?" Hearing communication talisman, Sky's small face was full of despair. Yes, father forbids me from playing with communication talismans. He says I can have one only when my cultivation reaches the spirit sea realm. Iman reached out, touching Sky's smooth forehead, then hesitated. "Auntie, did you practice too hard? A few days ago, didn't you already break through to the spirit sea realm?" Sky was struck like by lightning. "That's right, I broke through long ago. How could I forget?" "Oh, tomorrow I'll buy a communication talisman." Sky beamed, then remembered something. She hurriedly said, "Oh, Jeremy and Rico escaped. You should be careful these days." Iman was surprised. Rico ran away? How did he escape? Rico running away wasn't unexpected to Iman. That guy was a son of fortune. As long as his fortune remained, even if trapped in a desperate situation, Rico would turn misfortune into good luck. Iman was curious how Rico escaped. Rico, Jeremy, and members of the xuanhuan family were imprisoned in the imperial prison of Alia country. That prison had been sealed by the array hall of Dashia Mountain River Academy. With Rico's cultivation, there was no way he could escape. Unless, Sky shrugged. Who knows, it just went boom. The entire prison flew into the sky. People inside either died or escaped. Iman frowned slightly. Rico escaping now will likely go to the depths of Holy Xuanhuan, guarding the Nine Dragons' divine cauldron. But first, I need to check the prison to see how he escaped. Speaking, Iman leaped, instantly turning into a blur. He headed towards the imperial prison of Alia country. At this time, the imperial prison of Alia country was a ruin. Brittany's clothes were tattered, his face pale, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He sat limply against a broken wall. Beside him, Jing Chuchin and other high-ranking officials of Mountain River Academy wore sorrowful expressions. What happened? Iman came closer, looking at Brittany who barely had breath, deeply frowning. Jing Chuchin gnashed his teeth. Elder 3, no, it's Livia. She ambushed and killed Elder Lu. Iman crouched down, examining for a while. Then he relaxed. No worries, he won't die. Chapter 65, Traitor. Sue's face was deathly pale, with a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. It was obvious she had been gravely injured as well. When she heard Iman's words, her dull eyes flickered slightly, but she shook her head immediately after, mumbling, "It's no use. It's no use. Elder Lu's divine soul is already shattered, beyond medical help." Brittany not only had all his bones shattered, but also suffered severe damage to the divine soul within his purple mansion, leaving it in fragments. Sue knew that Iman was a divine doctor. His expertise in pharmacology even surpassed that of Jeremy, the great alchemy master. However, a shattered divine soul could not be cured by mere medicine or elixirs. Unless, Sue just thought of a glimmer of hope. Then suddenly, she caught a whiff of a strange fragrance that filled her nostrils. In an instant, Sue felt her muddled thoughts clear up dramatically. Then, she saw. In Iman's hand was a roughly 3-inch-long deep green incense stick, which had already been lit. Green smoke curled gently. It entered Brittany's purple mansion through his nostrils. Inside the purple mansion, the shattered martial divine soul began rapidly gathering under the influence of this green smoke, starting to reconstruct itself. Brittany's nearly extinguished breath started recovering at an astonishing speed. What is this? Sue's eyes widened instantly, and her pale face was filled with surprise and shock. Iman put it succinctly, "Incense. Keep it steady." He then handed this small incense stick to Sue. "Don't let this incense move more than 3 inches away from his nose." "Got it." Sue carefully took the deep green incense stick. Despite her trembling hands, she kept it steadily positioned 3 inches in front of Brittany's nose. With a flick of his wrist, Iman took out a jade green pill and fed it to Brittany. In an instant, the pill transformed into a warm stream, spreading throughout his body. After several bizarre twists, Brittany's broken bones and damaged meridians were instantly mended. Iman said to Sue, "Once this incense burns out, he will be fine. He can recover fully in a few days with rest." Sue looked at Iman in astonishment. A few days? Iman pondered for a moment. 3 days? Sue, that's not what I meant. Just moments ago, he was almost dead, and now, he'll recover in 3 days? Coming back to her senses, Sue hastily said, I offer my thanks on behalf of Elder Lu for your rescue, young Master Lin. However, the hand holding the incense did not waver, staying firmly 3 inches in front of Brittany's nose. Amon shook his head. It's my duty. I'm also from the Mountain River Academy. Looking at Su's astonished eyes, Amon explained after some thought, I have the Worldly Order token. You should understand the origin of this incense. Su came to a realization. The Worldly Order token. From 3,000 guests, the token of the Carefree Lord. Incense, also known as chi pills. It bypasses the physical body and directly affects the divine soul. It can not only aid in divine soul cultivation, but also treat injuries to the divine soul. Xuanhuan is a deity-level perfumer. If Carefree Lord could teach someone like Xuanhuan, he must be even more proficient. Actually, Iman had many simpler and direct methods to heal Brittany, even making him spring back to life right away. But if those methods were used, the Ghost Doctor demonic retribution persona would likely be compromised. The accidental exposure of the Worldly Order token earlier resolved quite a bit of trouble. Amon then handed another pill to Su. Take this pill, and your injuries will heal. Su hurriedly took the pill with her other hand. Thank you, young Master Lin. As she spoke, she had already swallowed the pill. Su had also suffered mortal wounds, holding on by sheer force of will without collapsing. Once the pill entered her stomach, vibrant vitality flooded her instantly. Her injuries recovered in that very moment. Amon stood up and began examining the prison turned into ruins. The main structure of the prison was underground, and just as Sky had said, it was blasted into the sky and then fell down, scattered into ruins. Among these ruins were countless dismembered limbs and severed arms. They belonged to the prison guards and previously imprisoned criminals. Additionally, scattered across the ruins were numerous bodies lying haphazardly. Iman's eyebrows furrowed slightly. He had recognized them as the corpses of Mountain River Academy enforcement disciples. These enforcement disciples died later. Judging from their positions and states, they were ambushed and killed instantly while investigating the ruins. This included Uncountable, who had visited the Duke's residence earlier. His heart was pierced, lying on the ground with bewilderment and shock in his eyes, unable to close them even in death. Could that Livia really have the audacity to betray the Mountain River Academy? Iman pursed his lips slightly, a trace of killing intent flashing in his eyes. It was caused by the explosion of the alchemy furnace. By observing the terrain here and the residual aura, Iman had already determined the cause of this explosion. Jeremy detonated his lifebound alchemy furnace, using its explosive power to destroy the Mountain River Academy enforcement hall's formation. Jeremy would have sustained severe injuries from detonating his lifebound alchemy furnace. This son of fate is absorbing others' fortune. Rico had suffered a series of setbacks. His own luck had declined. If he wanted to turn the tide, he needed to absorb the fortune of others. In other words, he was a harbinger of disaster. Everyone who was closely associated with him would be affected, having their good fortune stripped away. Jeremy, being Rico's master, naturally bore the brunt of it, sacrificing for the son of fate. In the original plot, such incidents happened often. The people around Rico could be called his supporting cast. Put bluntly, they were his mobile blood bags. So, Rico's fortune can be consumed through the people around him. To truly eliminate Rico, one must first remove the people around him. This was Iman's conclusion. Then, he looked at the corpses of the Mountain River Academy enforcers on the ground. Whether or not these people were killed by Livia, finding her would naturally provide answers. Behind Livia stood the Nangong family, one of the 8 ancient families of the Great Xia Dynasty. 8 ancient families? Another set of 8? Ancient families can change from 8 to 7. So why can't the so-called 8 ancient families become 6? With that thought, Iman turned and walked away. Have someone come over later to bring them home for a proper burial. Iman's voice reached Su's ears. Su looked up, staring blankly at the retreating figure. For some reason, the young man's back gradually overlapped with another silhouette in his mind. Livia should be with Rico, and the place Rico could go to was the depths of Sacred Hill, waiting for the 9-Dragon Divine tripod to appear. The time for the 9-Dragon Divine tripod to emerge hadn't arrived yet. Even if Rico had the token of the divine artifact, he couldn't immediately obtain it. He could only wait for it to emerge before subduing it. Now, news about the 9-Dragon Divine tripod had spread far and wide. There were many martial artists in the depths of Sacred Hill. Rico should be among them. Thinking this, Iman took a step forward, transforming into a fleeting shadow, instantly vanishing. Chapter 66. You'll hurt even more soon. Iman charged towards Holy Hill with overwhelming momentum. He had already changed into a purple-gold brocade robe and held a cloud-patterned purple-gold spear in his hand. This was the attire of the Roman. However, Iman did not wear the half-face purple-gold mask. The half-mask was originally created by the divine artifact xuanhuan to conceal his true appearance and aura. But now, the facade of the Roman had already fallen. Whether or not he wore the mask no longer mattered. At this moment, Iman intended to confront Adela as the Roman, openly and without concealment. In the Summer Mountain River Academy, the third elder rebelled and killed more than 10 enforcement hall disciples. Moreover, he nearly killed the enforcement elder in battle. If such matters were not promptly dealt with, they would surely lead to further disturbances. Now, the sage emperor of humanity was gravely injured, and the situation was unclear. Besides the threatening Han Kingdom and Ingzhou's Japoni, many people within the various human dynasties also had ulterior motives. They wished to replace the Holy Dynasty and become the leaders of humanity. In the original storyline, humanity was unified under the Han Kingdom because of the internal wars among the great human dynasties. When Iman established the Mountain River Academy, besides nurturing talent for humanity, his goal was also to stabilize the situation within the 18 major human dynasties. This time, Adela betrayed the Mountain River Academy. If it wasn't handled with decisive force, similar incidents would keep happening. Humanity would eventually fall into civil strife again. However, at this juncture, Iman had just wiped out an ancient family. Almost everyone's attention was focused on that event. Thus, Adela's betrayal had not yet caused significant repercussions. Iman had to suppress Adela before the matter spread further. If Adela wasn't at Holy Hill, then Iman would mobilize the power of the 14 provinces to find him. In any case, this person must die. The Nangong family behind him must also pay the price. The sun dipped below the horizon. Night fell. Darkness enveloped the entire Holy Hill. In a desolate open area, Mariah held a blood-stained sword and looked at the young man opposite her with disdain. You couldn't even defeat me, yet you dared to come trouble my master? The young man struggled to support himself with a saber in hand. His clothes were tattered, and his body was covered in wounds, clearly left by Mariah. His eyes were filled with anger and despair as he roared, "Despicable scoundrel, betraying the Mountain River Academy while being its elder. Even if you kill me, your crimes cannot be concealed." Mariah sneered. "My master betrayed the Mountain River Academy? Where's the evidence?" As she spoke, she raised her sword and brought it down. The youth's head rolled off his neck. The headless corpse fell to the ground, silent forever. Mariah wiped the blood off her sword and smirked coldly. "Since you meddled unnecessarily, you might as well join Brittany and the others." The youth had witnessed Adela killing Mountain River Academy's enforcers. So, he had followed Adela and Mariah all the way to Holy Hill. Being merely at the xuanhuan stage, he naturally couldn't escape Adela's notice. Knowing he couldn't flee, he chose to fight, and ended up being easily defeated by Mariah. "Master." Mariah turned around and looked at Adela. Adela was reading a message on a transmission jade. She sighed, "The Evernight Marquis truly lives up to being the first strongest being in the universe." Just like that, an ancient family is gone. A new message appeared on the transmission jade next moment. Adela's expression changed sharply. "Iman is coming." Her eyes filled with a frenzied killing intent. Upon hearing Iman's name, Mariah's face stiffened involuntarily. The Roman she adored and surrendered to was actually an imposter, and the real Roman was Iman, whom she had sworn eternal enmity with. Every time she thought of this, Mariah felt embarrassed enough to bury herself underground. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't understand why the Roman was Iman. Seeing through Mariah's thoughts, Adela patted her head. After Iman dies, no one will care who the Roman really is. The Han Kingdom has already recognized the Roman as their hereditary marquis. As long as Iman dies, the Roman will belong to the Han Kingdom. Mariah nodded slightly and then gritted her teeth. This time, Father is personally taking action. Even if Iman is the Roman, he won't stand a chance. Originally, Rico, Jeremy, and the Yuyan family could have escaped. But Adela returned to the ruins of the Heavenly Prison, ambushing and killing the Mountain River Academy's enforcers. She intended to use herself as bait. To kill Iman, Adela deliberately left Sug alive, so she could serve as a messenger. If Iman dared to enter Holy Hill, he would surely die. At this moment, Holy Hill was in an unusual state of chaos due to the news of the Nine-Dragon Divine Tripod. It was filled with all sorts of people, including demons and fiends. If Iman died here, no one could blame anyone else. This time, not only were there the great Xuanhuan family and the Nangong family, but even the great Xianyan king himself had personally acted, lying in wait within Holy Hill. No matter how strong the Roman was, he was still just a young man. And this time, those who acted were all veteran figures renowned for years. "Let's go find Rico. Iman's head will also be delivered there." Mariah nodded. Just as they turned, a strange purple-golden figure suddenly appeared before their eyes. The Roman, Iman. Mariah widened her eyes and couldn't help but scream in shock. "How did you find your way here?" This time, the Yuan family, the Nangong family, the great Xianyan Wangfu, had dispatched over 1,000 martial artists. They had set up an ironclad net with formations and prohibitions. But now, Iman had somehow bypassed them and appeared right before her. Mariah was directly frightened into a daze. "You came at the perfect time. Die." Adela reacted swiftly. A fierce look flashed in her eyes. She thrust her sword backward, aiming straight for Iman. The dark green sword light carried a whistling sound, heading straight for Iman's heart. "When you killed Unkit, did you use this same move?" As he spoke, the cloud-patterned purple-gold spear in Iman's hand trembled slightly. Clang. A burst of spear light collided directly with the tip of Adela's sword. Adela felt an immense force surge through her blade. Then, her wrist went numb, and the sword flew out of her hand instantly. "You ah!" Adela's word turned into a piercing scream. The momentum of Iman's purple-gold spear didn't diminish. It stabbed directly into Adela's palm. The spear tip drove through her palm and pierced into her forearm. Boom. In the next instant, Iman flicked his wrist, causing the spear tip to vibrate. Adela's entire right arm instantly exploded into a mist of blood. Adela fell on the ground, rolling around while emitting piercing screams. Her cries echoed in the silent night, startling countless birds. "Does it hurt?" Iman looked down at Adela on the ground, a demonic smile curling his lips. "In a moment, you'll feel much more pain." Chapter 67 let you know what real displacement of anger is. At this moment, Livia was filled with shock and pain, but more so, confusion. How had Iman managed to bypass the encirclement and precisely locate her? After arriving at Sacred Hill, Livia deliberately left several traces in the mountains, attempting to lead the opponent into preset traps and ambushes. Unexpectedly, Iman didn't fall for it at all. He entered Sacred Hill and immediately found her. Moreover, for Livia to become one of the 3 elders of Daxia Shanha Academy, she naturally had exceptional abilities. Her cultivation had already reached the peak of the spirit-transcending realm, far surpassing that demon race Iman had slain. Yet, when facing Iman, Livia was instantly defeated. She didn't even get a chance to strike again. What kind of monster was Iman? Even Livia couldn't discern Iman's exact level of cultivation. Livia's 惨叫声在圣丘山深处回荡，瞬间引起了山中舞者的注意。That's Elder Livia's voice. Not good. The Nangong family martial artists hidden in Sacred Hill instantly recognized Livia's voice. Immediately, the Nangong family martial artists rose from their hiding places, rushing rapidly toward where Livia was located. Seeing this, the Yuan family and the Daxia Yinwang Fuderen Yijin Thursang. In an instant, piercing whistles through the air shattered the tranquility of the night. Amon glanced at Mariah and said calmly, "Bury the body on the ground." Mariah saw her master's tragic state. Standing there, she was too terrified to move. Amon frowned. "Do you want me to bury you together with him?" Mariah shivered, then hurriedly started digging a large hole in the ground, burying the youth's body and head within it. After she finished, the strong ones from the three families arrived here. Many looked around, bewildered. Strange, Elder Livia's scream was right here. Why can't we see her? Is it a sound relocation formation? But no matter how the sound moves, she must be nearby. Let's go look elsewhere. As he spoke, someone turned and stepped over Livia's body. Livia. What sound relocation formation? I was just lying here screaming. Can't you see me? However, the next moment, an incredibly terrifying event occurred before Livia and Mariah. The martial artists from the Nangong family, Yuan family, and the Daxia Yinwang Fu actually began walking in circles in this not-so-large forest. As time passed, more and more martial artists from the three families gathered from all directions, joining the circle walking party. What's going on? Livia was so shocked that she forgot her pain. She stared blankly at these martial artists who were near yet oblivious to her existence, muttering under her breath. Iman, arms crossed, explained kindly, "Formation. Aren't you also setting up formations outside waiting for me?" Mariah looked at Iman in bewilderment. You're proficient in formations? She saw her father, Prince Enzo of Daxia Yinwang Fu, also in the circling group. Iman nodded, learned a bit. I'm doing alright. Mariah. Livia. You call this a bit, doing alright? Prince Enzo of Daxia Yinwang Fu was a ground change realm expert. Now trapped in the formation, he circled like a fool, completely unaware. Iman also looked at Enzo, murmuring, Daxia Yinwang Fu has vowed to fight me to the death, since only one can live. Hearing Iman's words, Mariah felt as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. A bone-chilling cold enveloped her entire body. At this moment, Mariah felt an overwhelming hatred welling up inside her. All because of Rico, Clara, and that fake Roman. If not for them, how would she have come to face the real Roman, and ended up locked in a life-and-death struggle with him? Back then, when Roman single-handedly broke through the sky tower with his spear, Mariah had idolized him, making him her lifelong pursuit goal, until she met the fake Roman at Daxia Xuanhuan Academy, mistaking the pearl for a fisheye, giving herself to him. At this moment, Mariah regretted everything. If this could happen again, just as the thought crossed her mind, Mariah suddenly thought of something else. She screamed at Enzo, "Don't! Father, quickly leave, run!" Within the formation, Enzo did not realize he was trapped. In his perception, he was walking straight, carefully searching through the mountain forest. She was searching for her daughter's whereabouts. Livia didn't care much. If she died, so be it. But Mariah must not come to harm. This was her most outstanding offspring. This is Wuxin's voice. Over there. Suddenly, Enzo's eyes lit up. He swiftly headed toward where Mariah was. In reality, he was just circling around a bare crooked-necked tree. The next moment, Enzo seemed to see something. Iman, you are indeed here. Die for this king. As he spoke, he unleashed a terrifying punch intent. A punch aimed directly at a young man in front of him. It was the great Yin Kingdom's clan-defending skill, the Daiyin Sky Punch. Enzo held nothing back, unleashing his full power. Boom. Under the terrifying punch, the chest of the young man was instantly penetrated. His entire body flew back, dead beyond any doubt. No. At this moment, Livia let out a desperate scream of despair. The young man killed by Enzo was Livia's only son. The pain, it was excruciating. Even the pain from her shattered right arm was as nothing compared to this heartache. At this moment, Livia finally understood what Iman meant earlier. It will hurt even more later. Enzo, I want you dead. I want you dead. Livia struggled wildly, trying to rise and fight Enzo to the death. However, there was an invisible pressure on her body, holding her down firmly, unable to move. Suddenly, Livia raised her head, staring at Iman with bloodthirsty eyes. Iman stood high above, his voice calm, without any ripples. You should have thought of this scene when you killed Unkit. To kill me, attack me directly. Since you involved others, I'll let you know what true displacement of anger means. Watch carefully how your clansmen die in front of you. Livia felt as if struck by lightning, her whole body frozen. On the other side, people from the Nangong family and the Yuan family were visibly shocked. Iman, it's Iman. He killed Godwin. Kill. The Yuan family and the Nangong family had long formed a marital alliance. Livia's husband was an elder of the Yuan family. Now that Godwin was dead, the people of the Nangong family and the Yuan family went berserk. They rushed towards Enzo. Seeing this, Enzo unleashed the Daiyin Sky Punch with all his might. Didn't expect Iman to have other helpers. Since you're here, you'll all die here. In his eyes, these warriors charging at him were enforcers of the Xuanhuan Academy. Enzo held nothing back. His Earth Change realm cultivation unleashed to its fullest. The terrifying punch intent left traces in the air. The warriors of the Yin Kingdom, seeing their king being attacked by the Xuanhuan Academy enforcers, joined the fray. In the eyes of the Yuan and Nangong family warriors, Enzo and the Yin Kingdom warriors were clearly Iman and the Xuanhuan Academy enforcers. Thus, the originally cooperative three factions who planned to kill Iman started killing each other. And Enzo, as the sole Earth Change realm warrior present, fought as if unopposed. Wherever he went, bodies lay strewn about. Excellent, Roman. Come and die for me. Suddenly, a startled shout like thunder rang out. An elderly man with white hair and beard stepped into the void. He wielded a long sword, slashing towards Enzo. Sharp sword intent tore through the air, colliding with Enzo's punch intent. Father, father. Livia's voice trembled. Seeing her father arrive, her eyes already showed despair. Livia's father, Tucker, was also an Earth Change Realm warrior. But when he shouted Roman, Livia knew that her father was similarly trapped in this unknown formation. Chapter 68 Iman's Revenge. How powerful the sword intent is. Another Iman? Enzo's eyes narrowed slightly, a small doubt rising in his heart. But the fierce sword light was already upon him, leaving no time for further thought. He countered with a De Yin Kong Song fist. The battle between two Earth Transformation Realm powerhouses instantly erupted. At this moment, both had identified the other as Iman, attacking without mercy, aiming to kill each other. The intense clash exploded within this small world, yet oddly enough, it did not attract the attention of others in Holy Peak Mountain. Only the martial artists from the Nangong, Yuan, and Dashuan Yanwangfu were continuously rushing towards this direction, only to be trapped by the array. Inside this array, sword intent sword, fist intent filled the heavens. Their collision unleashed terrifying shockwaves. Other martial artists inside the array who were struck by these shockwaves instantly spat blood and suffered grave injuries. Those with weaker cultivation died outright. However, the terrifying shockwave, when approaching Mariah and Debbie, turned into a gentle breeze, causing them no harm at all. At this moment, Debbie and Mariah were submerged in fear and helplessness. They were observers outside the fray, clearly seeing everything happening before their eyes. These people trapped inside the array, including Earth Transformation Realm powerhouses like Enzo and Tucker, remained clear-headed, unaffected by any delusions. Yet they viewed each other as relentless enemies. Just who was Iman? He excelled in pharmacology, surpassing even Grandmaster Jeremy, the alchemy master. Now he had set up this array, causing everyone, including the two Earth Transformation Realm powerhouses, to mercilessly slaughter each other. Although Mariah and Debbie were also inside the array, they remained unaffected. This was undoubtedly the technique of an Array Dao Grandmaster, Iman. His Array Dao had reached the realm of Grandmasters. Not only did he possess unparalleled martial talent, in pharmacology, he surpassed alchemy Grandmaster Jeremy. And now, he was also an Array Dao Grandmaster. How old could he possibly be? This couldn't be described as just extraordinary. Mariah stared dumbfoundedly at the young man in purple gold brocade robes. So, this was the real Roman. Compared to the fake from Han Kingdom, he was nothing but trash. How blind had her judgment been, to mistake garbage for treasure. Now she had brought ruin to the entire Yin Wangfu. Mariah's lips trembled, her internal organs twisted in agony. Debbie lay on the ground, unable to bear looking any longer. She knew everything was over. This time, they had utterly failed. It might even lead to the downfall of the entire Nangong family. Why did you choose the Roman as the breakthrough to attack the Rivers and Mountains Academy? Debbie's eyes were filled with confusion. Was this Iman's revenge? Iman looked at Debbie and gently spoke. Does it hurt? Don't worry, it will get much worse. If you hadn't ambushed the Rivers and Mountains Academy enforcement disciples, if you hadn't killed Unkit perhaps, I would have let you off. But why did you specifically target my people? Death is a blessed release. The process of dying is your punishment. Iman's voice was like the low whisper of a demon. Of course, this includes the destruction process of the Nangong family. This made Debbie's body begin to shake violently. Suddenly, her deadened eyes flashed with ferocity. Debbie screamed hoarsely, "Destroy the Nangong family! Do you think you are the Evernight Marquis? The power of the Nangong family exceeds your imagination. Behind the Nangong family, there is the Han Kingdom. There are the demonic races. If you dare to touch the Nangong family, the Han Kingdom and the demonic races will never forgive you." Upon hearing this, Iman nodded slightly. So, you admit that the Nangong family has betrayed the Great Xia, betrayed humanity? Debbie's eyes widened, staring blankly at Iman. She herself didn't understand why her emotions suddenly burst out, spouting those incomprehensible words. Iman put away the communication Jade token, preserving the recorded video. Every word you said will become solid evidence in court, proving that the Nangong family has allied with the Han Kingdom and the demonic races. Pooh. Debbie spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, she desperately wished she could faint. But her mind became increasingly clear. Her martial god consciousness strangely expanded by more than tenfold. Even if Debbie closed her eyes and buried her face in the ground, she could still clearly perceive how the Nangong clan members inside the array were being severely injured or killed. Are you a devil? Debbie's voice trembled, filled with helplessness and despair. Why had she provoked this devil? And at this moment, Debbie thought of something else. She suddenly raised her head, staring at Iman with eyes wide in terror. The Evernight Marquis punished Diwu and Rico the same way, making the grand elder of the Diwu family witness the destruction of the Diwu family. Iman nodded, saying indifferently, so, you should watch carefully too, how the Nangong family will be destroyed bit by bit right before your eyes. Debbie's body shook. This was Iman's punishment for her, slowly destroying everything she cared about. If Debbie cherished her life, Iman would kill her slowly, making her experience the torment of the death process. What Debbie cared about most was her family and relatives. Therefore, Iman destroyed the entire Nangong family in front of her, piece by piece. In this world where martial power was supreme, Iman had to do this. Otherwise, there would always be someone who didn't know their place. Even the strongest being in all creation, the Evernight Marquis, had people daring to use Augusta's life to scheme against him. After these two incidents, if someone used this method again, they'd have to think twice about the consequences. On the other side, Mariah stood stiff. Suddenly, she knelt in front of Iman, her voice trembling and crying out, "Am I Lord? I am also a disciple of Rivers and Mountains Academy. I have never betrayed the Academy, nor killed its disciples. Let me go, let me go. I promise I will never dare again. Seeing Debbie's tragic state, Mariah had already broken down. Iman merely glanced at her coldly, saying nothing. She was one of the concubines of the chosen one, although Park Song-ji had taken the lead. But Rico could even accept the Empress Clara, who had a crowd of children. He shouldn't mind this green hat, right? Iman planned to use Mariah to drain some more of Rico's luck. At this moment, the battle inside the formation had reached a fever pitch. Tucker and Enzo were already fighting like mad. They even found time to cut down others within the formation. By now, of the three clan's martial artists, only Enzo and Tucker remained alive. Both looked pale-faced and blood-stained. Tucker half knelt on the ground, propping himself up with his sword to stay upright. Enzo, I never thought it would be you. Eh? Enzo? How can it be you? Tucker's eyes widened, looking bewilderedly at Enzo, who was also half kneeling on the ground. Enzo's face also changed drastically, exclaiming in shock, Tucker, aren't you Iman? In the next instant, both seemed to realize something. They hastily looked around. This desolate mountain ridge had been leveled. On the ground lay hundreds of corpses densely packed. Clearly, they were the martial artists from the three clans that had been lying in ambush in Holy Peak Mountain, ready to ambush Iman. Chapter 69. Boundless Heavenly Array. How can this be? Enzo's eyes were filled with confusion and helplessness as he gazed at the bodies scattered on the ground. The Wuan family, the Nangong family, and the Dashuan Yin Wangfu. All the warriors who came to Holy Hill were here. All were wiped out, not a single survivor. Enzo naturally could tell that half of these corpses had died under his great derivation sky punch. Among them were also the warriors from the Yin Wangfu. Yet, he distinctly remembered killing people from the Mountain River Academy. But now, among these bodies, where was there any trace of a Mountain River Academy member? Opposite Enzo stood Amiel, looking at a body not far away. He used his sword to support himself and stumbled over. Longjia. This was his grandson. Possessing exceptional talent, he had reached the Purple Mansion realm at just 40 years old. His future was limitless. But now, Matthew lay still on the ground, his eyes wide open, unable to close them in death. A large hole pierced through his chest, the remnant force of the great derivation sky punch evident. Amiel's eyes blazed with rage, glaring at Enzo. Enzo's face was pale, and he shakily explained, I clearly killed Iman. Suddenly, both Enzo and Amiel realized at the same time. Illusion. Illusion array. Amiel stood up, gritting his teeth almost to pieces. How dare you use such despicable means to scheme against us? Come out. In an instant, sharp beams of sword light burst from Amiel's longsword, slashing in all directions. But as these beams neared Iman and others, they dissipated like gentle breezes. On the contrary, Enzo got hit by several swords unexpectedly. Amiel, what are you doing? Enzo was startled, forcibly gathering true essence energy to dodge aside. Not all these corpses had fallen to his punch force. Amiel had killed many as well. Though both of these earth-changing realm powerhouses were heavily injured, they hadn't lost their combat ability. They started fighting once more. Iman stood aside, watching these two fight fiercely back and forth with cold amusement. Performing for me? Huh? Fine. Little Lord will play along. I'll get some audience for you. Immediately, Iman flicked his finger. The great high-grade heavenly array enveloping Holy Hill slightly opened. Winged Dragon Emperor's 9 divine cauldrons were within Holy Hill. Iman naturally made preparations in advance. He had set up 2 arrays in Holy Hill. One was a concealment array that masked aura. The other was the boundless heavenly essence array that enveloped the entire Holy Hill. A comprehensive surveillance, illusion, defense, and attack high-grade heavenly array. Just as he entered Holy Hill, Iman activated this array, easily pinpointing the locations of Verity and Mariah. Now, Iman released a corner of the boundless heavenly essence array. The fluctuations of the 2 earth-changing realm powerhouses battle instantly spread throughout Holy Hill. What happened in that direction? The moment the fluctuations were felt, they caught the attention of various warriors in the mountain. It's an earth-changing realm powerhouses battle. Did someone find clues about the 9 divine cauldrons? Quick, let's go check. Immediately, from all directions in Holy Hill, over 100 figures rushed towards that direction simultaneously. Although Amiel and Enzo were putting on an act, both harbored intense animosity, nearly wishing to kill each other. Gradually, their performance turned real. Any momentary lapse meant certain death at the hands of the other. Their moves grew fiercer, nearing life and death confrontation. But at this moment, several voices suddenly rang out beside them. That's Amiel, the elder of the Nangong family, and Enzo of the Dashuan Dynasty's Yin Wangfu. Why are they fighting? And those bodies on the ground, what exactly happened here? Warriors had already arrived here. Seeing the carnage, they were instantly shocked. There's even Champion Ho over there. Someone saw Iman, dressed in purple gold brocade robes, holding the cloud-patterned purple gold spear, except for not wearing a purple gold half-face mask. This outfit was identical to the one worn when he single-handedly stormed the Tower of Heaven a year ago. Of course, some also noticed Verity and Mariah, especially Verity, who lay in a miserable state on the ground, missing an arm. For a moment, everyone was bewildered. Verity's ambush and murder of the enforcement disciples of the Mountain River Academy had been covered up by the primal ancient families. Many were still unaware of this incident. But no matter what, the scene here did not look like one where clues to the 9 divine cauldrons had been discovered. At this moment, as Amiel and Enzo fought more fiercely, their hearts suddenly jolted. Enzo couldn't help but curse inwardly. The opponent was utterly treacherous. To stop the array at this time? No way. I can't stop. Once I stop, that old villain Amiel will surely take the chance to kill me. Enzo could naturally sense Amiel's murderous intent. Similarly, he was also hoping that Amiel would be the first to back down, so he could seize the opportunity to kill. The elite forces of the Yin Wangfu mostly died under Amiel's sword. Amiel naturally had the same thoughts. Suddenly, A teenager, about 17 or 18 years old, came before Iman, bowing respectfully. I am Ingram of the great Xia Dynasty, paying my respects to Lord Champion Ho. May I ask Lord Champion Ho, what exactly happened here? Iman took out a communication jade tablet. Instantly, a sharp voice echoed throughout Holy Hill. The strength of our Nangong family is beyond your imagination. Behind the Nangong family, there's the Han Kingdom and the demon race. If you dare touch the Nangong family, the Han Kingdom and the demon race will never let you off. It was clearly Verity's desperate roar from moments ago. In an instant, deathly silence fell over the scene. The Nangong family. Has the Han Kingdom and the demon race behind it? What on earth is going on? Verity, lying on the ground, was completely motionless. Emiel, who was grappling with Enzo, also showed a look of shock. He didn't understand why his daughter would say such shocking things. Even if it were true, she shouldn't have said it. And this Iman had been standing there all along. They hadn't noticed him at all. While everyone was in shock, Iman's voice sounded quietly. The Nangong family betrayed the human race and allied with the Han Kingdom and the demon race. Verity, former Elder 3 of the great xuanhuan Academy, ambushed and killed 16 enforcement disciples of the Xuanhuan Academy. And Lord Yan of the great xuanhuan Dynasty personally led people to surround and kill the traitors of the Nangong family. What do you think, Nadine Wuxin? Iman looked at Mariah, who was trembling and at a loss beside him. Upon hearing Iman's words, Emiel couldn't help but shout angrily, nonsense. He fabricated this voice. Our Nangong family has never betrayed the human race. Verity, speak up quickly. Such matters cannot be admitted even on the verge of death. Otherwise, the Nangong family would be utterly ruined. Enzo remained silent, but his fist and tint grew heavier. Mariah's eyes lit up sharply. Her voice quickened, yes, yes, yes. My master, no, that old demoness Verity, long ago conspired with the demon race, becoming their pawn. She not only killed the enforcement hall disciples of the great xuanhuan Academy, but also tried to kill me. Fortunately, Lord Champion Ho arrived just in time to save me. Gentlemen, the Nangong family has long betrayed the human race. They must be exterminated. Chapter 70. Worse than death. At this moment, Mariah was like a drowning person on the brink of death. In despair, she suddenly saw a lifeline. How could she let go of this chance to live? Immediately, Mariah opened her mouth and spilled out everything she knew. In the end, she saw Godwin, who had been killed by her father. So, she gritted her teeth and added, not only the Nangong family, but also the Yuan family. These two families have lost their minds, willingly degenerating into minions of the demon race, helping them hunt down human geniuses. They even search for extraordinarily talented newborns among humans to send to the demon race. More heinously, they hunt female warriors of the human race to be played with by the demon race, for breeding their next generation. Adela, that old demoness, took me as a disciple, just to offer me to the demon king. When these words were spoken, everyone present changed expression. The Nangong family, the Yuan family, could they truly be so depraved? Hearing this, Emiel roared in extreme anger. Nonsense, all nonsense. My Nangong family has never done such things. He conceded to other matters. But what Mariah said afterward, what nonsense. Finding exceptionally gifted newborns, sending women to the demon race. This was sheer defamation. Frame up. Their Nangong family and the Yuan family merely used Han State as an intermediary to reach a cooperation agreement with the demon race. They sought to strengthen themselves with the power of the demon race, hoping to protect themselves when the human race met its downfall. However, Mariah's words directly labeled them as slaves of the demon race. Upon hearing this, Enzo's eyes slightly brightened. Then, he laughed bitterly in extreme anger. What a fine deed you've done, Amiel, to commit such inhumane and conscienceless acts. Today, I, Enzo, represent the human race, represent Deshien, to exterminate you. Before he finished speaking, the power of the great derivation Sky Fist was unleashed to its utmost. The terrifying fist force pierced through space. It hurtled toward Amiel. Amiel laughed in rage. Enzo, do you think your Yin Kingdom is any cleaner? Immediately, the fight between these two Earth Transformation Realm powerhouses intensified. Surrounding martial artists quickly retreated. They did not act rashly. After all, everything was currently one-sided. No one knew the full truth. Moreover, Amiel and Enzo were renowned Earth Transformation Realm experts for hundreds of years. Even if there were other Earth Transformation Realm martial artists present, none wished to get involved. At this time, Adela, lying on the ground, began to tremble violently. Now, she felt nothing but desolation. Mariah was Adela's favorite disciple. She taught her diligently, treating her as her successor. Otherwise Mariah, merely a junior, wouldn't know so many secrets. Yet, at this life-or-death juncture, Mariah betrayed her and spoke those heart-wrenching words. Fabricating facts, attempting to cast Adela and the Nangong family into an abyss. Indeed, this was Iman's revenge. Not only aiming to annihilate the Nangong family, but to pin them as traitors on the pillar of shame. To forever bear the curse of being betrayers of the human race. Mariah, personally ennobled as a princess by the Emperor of Deshien, and Adela's direct disciple. Her words naturally carried significant weight. And most of what Mariah said was true. After today, the Nangong clan would inevitably face attacks from multiple forces of the human race, especially from Deshien's Yin Kingdom. No need for Iman to make a move. The Nangong clan would be utterly destroyed. Regret? That couldn't describe Adela's state now. If possible, she would kill herself immediately, repenting with her life for her clan. If I hadn't killed Unkit, hadn't killed the law enforcement disciples of the Xuanhuan Academy, would the Nangong family's fate be better? Adela muttered almost absent-mindedly. Her voice wasn't loud, yet it reached Iman. Iman nodded, his tone somewhat casual, right? If you didn't kill Unkit or those law enforcement disciples, at worst, I'd use the Nangong family as leverage to further strike against the Han State and the demon race. But you killed them, so I can only let the Nangong family be sacrificed with them. Meanwhile, using you as an example, warning anyone thinking of doing similar deeds to consider the consequences first. Iman's words were like poison, piercing deeply into Adela's heart. Death? Was it ever that easy? There are many who claim fearlessness of death. Therefore, Iman wanted those who boasted of being fearless to see. There are things worse than death in this world. In the next moment, Iman held a bamboo pole about 6 zhang long and as thick as a wrist in his hand. He swung it abruptly. One end of the bamboo pole stabbed sharply into Adela's rear, piercing through her body and emerging from her mouth. The intense pain caused Adela's eyes to widen, emitting incessant choking sounds, but she couldn't speak a complete sentence. A massive force of vitality surged out from the bamboo pole, infusing into Adela's body. This vitality would keep her alive until the total annihilation of the Nangong clan. Then, Iman planted the bamboo pole upright into the ground. Adela hung on the bamboo like a tattered flag. When dealing with traitors, one can never be too harsh. Iman spoke, "Old Nangong, see if this is your daughter." Hearing this, the others instinctively looked over. They were immediately stunned by the scene. Mariah, who had been eloquently condemning the Nangong family and the Yuan family, was directly scared into collapsing on the ground. "Awaya, I will kill you." Seeing this, Myel, who was fighting Enzo, went insane. He let out an extremely furious scream. The long sword in his hand instantly erupted with terrifying sword chi. It tore through space in an instant, slashing down towards Iman. Enzo was taken aback. He hurriedly retreated, distancing himself from Myel. Iman watched this sword beam, his lips curling slightly. Just as he was about to act, a sword chi descended from the void, directly shattering Myel's sword chi. Channing, carrying a sharp sword intent, descended from the sky, landing steadily in front of Iman. He looked at Iman and smiled, saying, "So, young Master Lin is the Roman. No wonder you didn't want me as your teacher." Iman shrugged, not responding. Channing didn't mind. With a reverse slash, he shattered Myel's second wave of sword chi. Myel's face changed drastically. "Go!" Without hesitation, he turned and ran. But in the next moment, over 100 black-clad martial artists descended from the sky, forming a terrifying combined attack formation. Like a giant rock soaring through the sky, they rushed toward Myel. Law enforcement disciples of the Xuanhuan Academy. Seeing these martial artists arrive, someone exclaimed in shock. These 100 law enforcement disciples only possess the strength of the Purple Mansion realm, but when they joined together, forming the combined attack formation, they instantly forced Myel, who was in the Earth Transformation realm, back to the ground. The Nangong clan of Great Xia has betrayed the human race. They must be exterminated. One of them shouted deeply, his voice filled with immense authority. Before the words faded, the 100 law enforcement disciples attacked simultaneously once again. In the sky, the rock closed its wings, abruptly transforming into a large black fish, rushing towards Myel. The Xuanping Formation. Chapter 71. Too tragic, just too tragic. The Xuanping Formation transformed the pong into a xuan. The enormous xuan fish stretched for 100 feet. In the dark night sky, it resembled a massive cloud, obscuring the sun and moon. The xuan fish treated the void as water, leaving ripple-like disturbances in its wake as it passed through space. Then, it fiercely charged towards Myel on the ground. It was a force of overwhelming momentum, subduing the opponent with sheer power. Myel, standing on the ground, strained to look up at the gigantic beast in the sky. A flash of deep terror crossed his eyes. The sword intent surrounding him had been utterly shattered by this overwhelming force. At that moment, Myel felt an illusion. It seemed not a combined battle formation falling from the sky, but a whole world. Seeing this, the surrounding martial artists instantly changed their expressions, including Enzo. Everyone turned and fled. But no matter how fast they ran, none could outrun the xuan fish treating the void as water. Boom! A deafening roar echoed. The massive xuan fish struck the ground with great force. The entire sacred hill trembled slightly. What's happening? I'm actually unharmed? At this moment, the majority of the martial artists present did not escape the range of the xuan fish's impact. Yet strangely, these people remained unscathed, untouched by any damage. Just as everyone was bewildered, the Xuanping formation had already dissipated. 108 martial artists clad in black outfits had already subdued Myel. 2 black iron chains pierced through Myel's shoulder blades, sealing his cultivation completely. Channing's eyes widened. He couldn't help but admire. What a magnificent Xuanping formation. It actually aligns with the principles of space. Prime Minister August truly deserves to be hailed as a sage of humanity. To have created such an unparalleled combined formation like the Xuanping formation. Hey, are you selling this formation? The 14 states would be willing to offer 10 divine artifacts for it. Among these 108 enforcers, the leader was a youthful-looking teenager. Hearing Channing's words, he pondered briefly before replying, "If the ocean-covering sword saint wishes to purchase the Xuanping formation, you may discuss it with our Chancellor August. I am merely a junior disciple of the Enforcement Hall, without the authority to make decisions." Channing opened his mouth. Discuss with Chancellor August? Are you kidding me? The young man ignored Channing and looked at Iman in front of him. He gave a respectful bow. Great Han Mountain and River Academy, Ingram, greets Roman. Iman smiled. Weren't you from Great Xia? How did you become part of Great Han now? Ingram scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. Earlier, when Ingram arrived, Iman saw through his identity at first glance. Thus, Iman hinted with his gaze subtly. Ingram immediately appeared and played along with Iman, allowing him to smoothly reveal that segment of Stephen's voice. Although the incident of Stephen killing enforcement disciples of the Great Xia Mountain and River Academy hadn't spread widely, Su had reported it to the Mountain and River Academy at the first instance. Now, besides the Great Xia Mountain and River Academy, the enforcers of the Great Han Mountain and River Academy had also come to Alia Kingdom. Han citizens were already raising the banner of Great Han. The orthodox Great Han Dynasty naturally had to respond. The enforcement disciples of the Great Han Mountain and River Academy represented the Great Han Dynasty, coming to Aaliyah Kingdom. They were given the responsibility for this matter. Ingram coughed and quickly said, "Lord Roman, how should we handle these two traitors?" He glanced at Stephen, hanging impaled on a bamboo pole. His eyes couldn't help but twitch slightly. Such methods were excessively cruel but had absolute deterrent power. Another identical bamboo pole appeared in Iman's hand. With Nangong's terrified and desperate eyes watching, the bamboo pole pierced directly into his posterior, through his body, and finally emerged from his mouth. Ingram couldn't help but shiver. Stepping back half a step, he hurriedly said, "Lord Roman, these two have not yet been convicted." Iman shook his head slightly. "You can just call me Senior Brother Lin." Ingram was clearly older than Iman. If he let someone call him Little Brother, what if one day, the Auric pseudonym slipped out accidentally? How many people would suffer social death? Ingram's eyes brightened, hastily saying, "Senior Brother Lin." Iman hummed an acknowledgement but didn't answer Ingram's question. He directly ordered, "Set up this father-daughter pair outside the eastern gate of Aaliyah Kingdom's capital. Place several projection screens in front of them to livestream the process of the Southern Palace clan's extermination." As Iman's words fell, the bodies of Amiel and Adela, pierced through and hung on bamboo poles, shuddered simultaneously. To let them witness the destruction of their family in this state was a torment between life and death. On the other side, Mariah collapsed to the ground, her pale lips trembling slightly. She couldn't utter another word. At this moment, Mariah felt incredibly relieved that she hadn't moved against the Mountain and River Academy. Ingram and the other enforcement disciples from the Great Han Mountain and River Academy also felt a chill run up their spines. But very soon, they thought of the current situation of the human race. If such extreme measures were not taken to intimidate others, traitors like the Nangong family and the Yuan family would only increase in number. Good. Ingram gritted his teeth and immediately said, "Let's act according to Senior Brother Lin's instructions. Take these two to the east gate of Aaliyah Kingdom, for everyone to see." The enforcement disciples of the Great Han Mountain and River Academy wasted no more time, taking Adela and Amiel away from Sacred Hill towards the capital of Aaliyah Kingdom. Other martial artists present only felt chills run down their spines. This was the outcome for betraying the human race? Iman yawned lazily and said, "All right, I'm going back to sleep." As he spoke, he picked up the cloud-patterned purple-golden spear and turned around, leaving. Mariah, who had collapsed on the ground, finally exhaled a long breath of relief. "He really spared me." Mariah stared blankly at the disappearing purple-gold figure in the darkness, her eyes gradually regaining some spirit. Ingram looked at Mariah with some pity, inwardly sneering continuously. "Do you really think Senior Brother Lin has spared you? He just wants to use the Dashuan Yin Wangfu, Dashuan Yin Prince's residence, to deal with the Yuan family and the Nangong family." Thinking this, Ingram and others also vanished into the darkness. Channing watched as people dispersed one by one and couldn't help but say in bewilderment, "Hey, I'm the Grand Covering Sea Sword Saint. I'm still standing here. To be ignored like this? Do I really have no presence at all?" Channing didn't realize that, out of professional habit, his position happened to be everyone's visual blind spot. Moreover, Channing had suppressed his aura, reducing his presence to the lowest possible level. Morning light dawned gently. A new day arrived. Then, Aaliyah Kingdom's capital exploded with chaos. Everyone saw the two people impaled on two bamboo poles outside the eastern gate of Aaliyah Kingdom's capital. Nangong family's grand elder, Amiel, and Amiel's daughter, the third elder of the Great Xia Mountain and River Academy, Adela. Why are these two prominent figures hanging here? Their suffering is too great, truly too great. Many people only glanced and quickly turned away. The thick bamboo poles entering from behind, piercing through their bodies and emerging from their mouths, like two barbecues. Most importantly, they were both alive and still full of vitality. This was an ultimate form of torture and humiliation. What a huge grudge, what deep enmity. How dare you? How dare you? Who dares to humiliate our Nangong family like this? Immediately, martial artists from the Nangong family leaped out. Inside the capital of Aaliyah Kingdom, there were still many Nangong family martial artists who did not participate in yesterday's ambush of Iman. So, they had no idea what had happened. Seeing Amiel and Adela suffer now, some couldn't hold it any longer, rushing over to try and rescue the two from the bamboo poles. Chapter 72. An Imperial Edict? Last night's events have already been jointly sealed off by the Shanha Academy in the 14 states, preventing any news from spreading beyond St. Shoshan. The martial artists present had all witnessed Livia and Tucker's tragic state firsthand, and thus dared not casually spread the news. At this moment, martial artists of the Nangong family saw Livia and Tucker impaled into two enormous kebabs stuck into the ground. They immediately rushed forward recklessly. This included the martial artists of the Yuan family as well. Iman got out of bed after sleeping for less than 2 hours. Taking advantage of the dead of night, he took out the true god puppet he had seized from the fifth family. Having lost the celestial soul stone, this true god puppet had completely lost its mobility. Of course, its arms, legs, and neck had all been snapped by Iman. Even with the celestial soul stone, it wouldn't be able to move. Excitement flickered in Iman's eyes as he personally began to carefully disassemble the true god puppet bit by bit, cautious not to damage its internal structure. Iman was eager to know how the fifth family had managed to let this dead true god unleash its full might. By sunrise, Iman had finally completely dismantled the true god puppet. As he retrieved a blood-red crystal from the puppet's head, he could not help but frown. This is a blood essence crystal specific to the abyssal blood pit of the netherworld. So that's how it is. As the foremost puppet master in the 3 realms and 6 paths, despite no longer possessing top-notch cultivation, Iman's knowledge and insight were still undiminished. At just one glance, he clearly saw the operating principle of this true god puppet. To use the celestial soul stone and blood essence crystal as a foundation to evolve a soul array within the true god puppet. Then, using the soul array to simulate a true god's divine soul and evolve divine Tao laws. Iman couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. I thought it would be some kind of high-tech product. The soul array wasn't complex. It was equivalent to a simple battery. However, the soul array built from blood essence crystals and celestial soul stones could only simulate true god laws at best, nothing higher. But this soul array isn't completely useless. Replacing the celestial soul stone and blood essence crystal with other higher-grade divine materials can evolve even higher-level arrays. Coincidentally, I do possess materials superior to the blood essence crystal and celestial soul stone. Thinking up to here, Iman smiled broadly. Then, he looked back at the blood essence crystal in his hand. That celestial soul stone should have come along with the true god. But where did the blood essence crystal come from? In the divine and demon worlds, these aren't considered extremely precious treasures. In all the myriad worlds, it's impossible for either item to exist. Blood essence crystals are found exclusively in the netherworld's abyssal blood pit. The overlord of the abyssal blood pit, the great crimson celestial demon god, is the most capable subordinate under the Elwyn. In the demon world, its position is even above the cavern. The great crimson celestial demon god had invaded the myriad worlds several times, attempting to turn them into a hunting ground for blood feasts. However, they were blocked by an incomparably vast presence, the northern crown wall. Could it be that the fifth family has connections with the great crimson celestial demon god? What is the deal with the 8 primeval families? While Iman was pondering, his heart stirred. The life soul pearl has already been refined. In the next instant, Iman flipped his palm, and a freshly refined life soul pearl landed in his hand. Looking at the life soul pearl, Iman suddenly had an idea. With the celestial soul stone as the core, a life soul pearl can be refined. If using the same method and materials, replacing the celestial soul stone with the blood essence crystal, what would be refined then? Once this idea appeared, he couldn't let go. Immediately, Iman slightly touched the Bagua furnace with his divine sense. Bagua furnace, you're growing more mature every day. You need to learn to innovate. Come on, give it a try. Use the method of refining the life soul pearl to refine this blood essence crystal. See what will come out. Speaking of which, Iman threw the blood essence crystal, together with the raw materials for refining the life soul pearl, into the Bagua furnace. The Bagua furnace levitated briefly before gently landing back on the ground. It then began to operate again shortly after it had paused. Pausing for a moment, Iman waved his hand. A vein of divine stone surged from the illusory space and was thrown into the Bagua furnace. Fiery light emitted from the Bagua furnace, instantly consuming the entire vein. Iman, get out! Suddenly, a furious rebuke echoed through the heavens and earth. A terrifying pressure descended from the sky, heavily pressing down on the Duke's mansion. The Cavan, who was lazily picking his teeth, with a stick while lying on the ground, lifted his head indolently. Ah, another ignorant ant seeking death. As he spoke, he casually drew a line in the air with the stick he used to pick his teeth. In that instant, the overwhelming pressure from the earth transcending realm expert dissipated before it could descend upon the Duke's mansion. However, to the outsiders, it appeared as if the entire mansion was covered by the immense pressure of an earth transcending realm powerhouse. That's Elder Astral Jessup of the Xuanhuan family. This should be good entertainment. Although news of what happened at Holy Xuanhuan had not leaked out, many people saw Iman, dressed as Roman, entering Holy Xuanhuan very ostentatiously last night. This morning, the 2 great experts of the Nangong family had turned into 2 skewers, impaled in front of the capital city gate of Alia Kingdom. Even if this wasn't done by Iman, he was certainly implicated. Jessup did not go to save Tucker and Livia, but instead directly stormed the Duke's mansion. Of course, there was already deep-seated animosity between the Xuanhuan family and Iman. At this moment, Jessup held a bright yellow imperial edict in his hand, and he was standing at the gates of the Duke's mansion. Imperial edict of the ruler of Alia Kingdom. Iman Eminent, why don't you come out quickly to kneel and receive the imperial edict? Jessup's voice carried an unmatched authority. Hearing the words, imperial edict, everyone looked enlightened. Jessup knew Iman was Roman yet dared to brazenly storm the mansion with such ferocity. There was indeed cause for his actions. Iman might be Roman, but he was also a citizen of Alia Kingdom, and he still held the title of Baron. It seems Empress Alia has chosen her side. At this point, she dare not choose otherwise. It would only lead to her doom. By the way, where is Rico, the consort of that empress? Seeing the silence inside the Duke's mansion, Jessup unfurled the imperial edict in his hands on his own. The Lin family has disrespected etiquette, shown contempt for the ruler, taken lives indiscriminately, murdered innocents, and acts akin to rebellion. According to Alia Kingdom law, they shall be exterminated, all 9 clans. People kill. If covert measures didn't work, he would proceed openly. Executing Iman under Alia Kingdom law would be completely justified. Neither the Xuanhuan Academy nor the 14 states could intervene. Just as Jessup was about to make his move, buzz! A massive image appeared in the sky above the capital city of Alia Kingdom. It showed a lively-looking woman. It was precisely Xiao Wu Xin, the Nadine of Swallow City from the Yin Wang Fu of the Great Su Dynasty. Her eyes burned with intense determination, and she was shouting accusations against the evils of the Nangong family and Yuan family. She outright revealed that these 2 ancient families of the Xia Dynasty had long betrayed humanity and become puppets of the demon race, lurking within human territories. Jessup's eyes widened instantly. His body trembled. In the image, besides Mariah who was making the accusation, there were numerous corpses of Yuan family martial artists. Jessup even saw the dead body of his grandson, Godwin. The Yuan family, traitors of humanity. They must be eradicated. Enzo's voice carried no emotion. Accompanied by the intent of the Dian Sky Fist, it descended from the heavens. Chapter 73, Rico's Heart Demon. The Wu family warriors of the Yuyan family had surrounded the Duke's mansion in secret to prevent Amon and Eminem from escaping. But only at this moment did they realize something. Centering on the Duke's mansion, none of the dozens of nearby streets had a single commoner from the Aliyah kingdom. Only some visiting martial artists were watching the spectacle. A trap. As Enzo made his move, numerous warriors from the xuanhuan also burst out from hiding. After last night's brutal battle, Enzo was not at his peak. His injuries had not fully healed. But now, to distance himself from the Nangong family and the Yuyan family, and rid himself of the label of human traitor, Enzo was acting recklessly. He could die, but he absolutely refused to become a string of skewers. The xuanhuan and the Great Shin imperial family must not be implicated. Enzo was now in a critical situation with no retreat. The fist intent of Dian's sky punch descended like an imposing mountain. It struck directly towards Fadi. So it was you? Fadi stared intently at the fist intent of the Dian sky punch. Though separated by images, as a deformation stage expert, he could still determine that Max had indeed been killed by Enzo. Immediately, Fadi raised his hand and delivered a palm strike. An image of a golden six-winged tiger rose above his head. The six-winged tiger raised its front paws, merging with Fadi's palm. It then struck heavily towards Enzo. The battle between two deformation stage experts had begun instantly. On the other side, the warriors of the xuanhuan and the Yuyan family had already engaged in fierce combat. Above the sky, Mariah's image continued to accuse the Yuyan family and the Nangong family vehemently, growing increasingly exaggerated, directly portraying these two ancient clans as irredeemable demons. At this moment, events unfolded. Verity betrayed the Xuanhuan Academy yesterday afternoon, attacking and killing the Academy's law enforcement disciples. Also, what happened in St. Hill last night appeared in the sky over the capital city of the Aliyah kingdom. Suddenly, countless people were enraged. So that's how it is. Verity and Nangong truly deserve their fates. And this Yuyan family. No wonder they forced Roman to the heavenly punishment platform. They have long been human traitors. Kill, kill, kill. Many martial artists immediately joined the fray, fighting against the Yuyan family's warriors. Now in the Aliyah kingdom, there were not only martial artists searching for the nine-path dragon god cauldron. More came for the Roman, hoping to witness his majesty firsthand. Iman, Sky, and Eminence sat side by side on the roof of the Duke's mansion. The three of them observed the battles outside while leisurely eating sunflower seeds. My great-grandson is indeed formidable. He just moved his fingers, and they started biting each other. Eminem already knew what happened yesterday, and he knew that Enzo wasn't any good either. Hearing Eminem's words, Sky corrected him quickly. Father, don't say it like that. There are not only dogs but also righteous heroes who fight them. Eminem hurriedly corrected himself. Yes, there are also heroes fighting the dogs. But has our emperor lost her mind? Knowing my grandson is the Roman, she still dared to issue such an imperial decree. Is she blind to the situation? Now, Eminem no longer cared about the Aliyah kingdom's imperial family. Imperial decree? Not even toilet paper mattered more. Aman shrugged. She didn't lose her mind. Love has clouded her judgment. Right, isn't the Empress appearance already restored? Eminem frowned slightly before nodding. Luckily for her, Jeremy had a chuling root. He not only healed Milagros but also restored Layla's injuries. Mentioning Layla made Eminem grind his teeth in hatred. This woman was the sole black mark on his grandchild's otherwise illustrious record. Rico, Jeremy, and Layla, after escaping from the heavenly prison, did not go to Holy Hill as Aman expected, waiting for the nine-path dragon god cauldron to emerge. Instead, they went to a place no one could have predicted. The Aliyah Kingdom Palace. They were now inside the Empress's chambers. Eminem had spent most of his life operating in the Aliyah Kingdom. Naturally, he had informants within the palace, one that Milagros would never suspect. All her moves were known to Eminem. Aman stood up. All right, I'll visit the palace. As he spoke, he leaped away, leaving the Duke's mansion and heading towards the palace. Sky looked at Aman's departing figure curiously. Father, why does he go to the palace now? Moon Xingying had no intention of joining the commotion. She knew her limits. At her current early spirit sea realm cultivation, she wouldn't even count as cannon fodder in today's Aliyah Kingdom. If she ran around recklessly, she would definitely be captured and used to threaten Aman. Eminem hesitated a bit and said, I feel like he wants to cripple Clara and Layla again. At this moment, in the Empress's chambers, Layla's injuries had completely healed. She looked at Jeremy before her with eyes akin to gazing upon a deity. Thank you, Senior, for healing me. Then, after pondering for a long time, she cautiously asked, Senior, could you help me rescue my younger brother? Jeremy smiled. You are Rico's beloved companion. Naturally, I will help you. The mere Linglong Pavilion is nothing to this old man. Layla's eyes lit up, and she hurriedly bowed. Thank you, Senior. On the other side, Clara, who had already recovered her beauty, felt slightly uncomfortable when she heard the words, beloved companion. However, she had long known about Rico and Layla's relationship. Even in recent years, Layla had used Aman to continuously weaken the power of the Duke's mansion. This was also spurred by Clara behind the scenes. Suddenly, Rico, who was sitting cross-legged on the dragon bed and meditating with closed eyes, opened his eyes. At the same time, Jeremy stood up abruptly, looking towards the direction of the Duke's mansion. That's the image of xuanhuan and Dashuan Prince Yanwang, xuanhuan. Damn it, what is going on between xuanhuan and xuanhuan? How can they possibly be helping Aman? The great powers such as Dao God Suellen and Fragrance God Brianna had not yet returned. They were still in the starry sky, refining the divine artifacts given to them by the Marquis of Unsleeping City. Now was the best time to take down Aman. Yuanqing striking out absolutely ensured victory. Even if Iman was the Roman, even if he was unbelievably powerful, he couldn't possibly be a match for a transformation stage powerhouse. But Jeremy never expected that such an unexpected event would occur. Xuanhuan, who had long agreed to collaborate with them, actually betrayed them. It's impossible. I once saved Nadine Wu Xian's life along with His Majesty. Nadine Wu Xian would never repay kindness with enmity. Just as Rico was speaking, he suddenly sensed a strangely familiar fragrance seeping into his nostrils. Immediately, he felt his body go limp, and he fell onto the dragon bed directly. In a voice filled with fear and trembling, Rico muttered, 10 perfume limb softener. Another 10 perfume limb softener. Can't we try something different? If you're not tired, I am. 10 perfume limb softener had become Rico's heart demon. It turned his painstakingly cultivated invincible to 101 poisons body into a joke. On the other side, Jeremy was filled with horror. He thudded to the ground. He lost the ability to move. At this moment, this great alchemy master looked deathly pale, utterly hopeless. A great alchemy master being drugged twice by someone else was simply unacceptable. Meanwhile, Clara and Layla remained unscathed. They just stood there stunned, unaware of what was happening. Suddenly, Layla looked towards the entrance of the chamber with a look of terror. Iman has come. Chapter 74, Iman, or the Sword God. The young man had a clear and handsome face, with a tall and slender figure. He wore a simple moon-white brocade robe. He looked like a bright and cheerful big boy. Iman stood at the door of the sleeping chamber, taking a brief look at the four people inside. He had already discovered that the destinies of Clara, Layla, and Jeremy were intertwined with Rico's. It was evident that Rico's main cast had initially formed. At this moment, due to the great sacrifices made to cure Layla and Clara, both Rico and Jeremy's fortunes had suffered damage. Seeing this, a smile couldn't help but appear on Iman's face. He took a step forward and entered the palace. Seeing Iman's smile, Layla screamed in panic, Iman! This is the Imperial Palace. You can't act recklessly. Get out quickly. She was starting to speak incoherently. A moment ago, Layla had been eagerly waiting for the good news from Jessup. After all, he was a powerful Earthrealm warrior. Capturing a mere Iman would be a piece of cake for him. Just as Layla was waiting for Jessup to bring back Iman's head, Iman appeared right before her. For Layla, this felt like falling from heaven to hell. Under intense fear, she kept retreating backward. Iman wore a calm smile on his face, walking into the palace step by step. Every step he took forward, Layla retreated one step backward, until her body pressed against the wall, unable to retreat further. On the other side, Clara's face turned pale. However, the fists hidden under her elegant robe clenched tightly, her back slightly curved, silently gathering strength. Finally, the moment Iman reached the center of the sleeping chamber, boom! Suddenly, the aura of a purple mansion realm martial artist erupted from Clara. A massive crimson phoenix-shaped spirit abruptly leaped out. Carrying scorching heat waves, it charged straight toward Iman. Looking at the phoenix manifestation, the disdain in Iman's eyes remained unchanged. Who taught you the phoenix transformation? At least you're an empress, the ruler of a country. How could you practice a tier earth cultivation technique and turn out like this? As he spoke, Iman clenched his fist and punched directly towards the fiery phoenix. Bang! In an instant, the entire sleeping chamber trembled slightly. The phoenix manifestation vanished in a puff of smoke. Clara's face turned white as her body collided heavily with Layla behind her. Simultaneously, the sound of bones breaking echoed from both their bodies. At the same time, a terrifying piercing force passed through both Clara and Layla. Their originally restored dantians exploded again. Not only that, this time even all their meridians shattered. Their injuries were even more severe than last time. Layla lay on the ground like a pile of mud, unable to move. Clara gazed at Iman in terror. After her recovery, she broke through into the purple mansion realm, but she never thought that her near-ambush attack would be easily thwarted by Iman. Iman. Seeing Iman cripple his women once again, Rico couldn't hold back his roar. I won't let you off. I will never let you off. Not just you. I will make your entire Lin family suffer a complete and miserable death. Iman looked at Rico, whose heart was now filled with intense murderous intent. I happen to feel the same way. He could hardly contain himself. Iman wanted to see what consequences his killing Rico would trigger. Would there be a meteor falling from the sky? Or some mysterious old monk appearing? But at this moment, he did not act immediately. Under Jeremy's shocked gaze, Iman approached him. This was also a potential threat. Iman. Jeremy's voice trembled with warning. I am one of the few grand masters of alchemy among humans, with widespread friendships across all realms. If you dare to harm me, even if you are the Roman, you will meet a terrible end. Iman nodded. Thank you for reminding me. As he spoke, he reached out and forcibly removed Jeremy's storage ring. Just as Jeremy had said, he was indeed one of the few grand masters of alchemy among humans. And since he hadn't been formally convicted, Brittany had merely imprisoned him without confiscating his possessions. This gave Jeremy the opportunity to detonate the pill furnace and escape from the celestial prison with Rico. Now, Iman took direct action, removing Jeremy's storage ring along with other treasures. Then, under Jeremy's terrified gaze, Iman lifted his foot and stomped heavily on his dantian. Bang! Instantaneously, the muffled sound of impact and screams erupted simultaneously. This Grandmaster of Alchemy, renowned throughout the Great Divine State, had his dantian shattered by Iman's stomp. Jeremy's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the youth before him. He could not comprehend how Iman could have the audacity to treat him this way, destroying his dantian so ruthlessly. Now, it's your turn. The villain dies from talking too much. So now, Iman wasted no words and directly struck out at Rico. But just as he moved, an intense sense of danger surged in his heart. A sharp sword chi slashed through the air, aiming straight for Iman. At the same time, a voice with a teasing tone rang out calmly. Killing Rico? Show me how you would do it. Before the voice even faded, the sword chi was already upon him. Peak Earth Transformation Realm. There was actually a Peak Earth Transformation Realm, Sword Saint hidden within this palace. The strength of this sword chi, though not on par with Channing, reached the level of a Sword Saint. An unknown Peak Earth Transformation Realm Sword Saint. Iman sighed inwardly, then raised his left hand. extending his index finger to lightly tap at the incoming sword chi. From the divine treasury at his fingertip, a pale golden sword chi instantly burst forth. Mahavajra sword chi. Bang! The two razor-sharp sword chis collided. The sword chi of the unknown sword saint was directly destroyed by Iman's single finger. How is this possible? The newcomer was a young man with sharp features and a domineering posture. Yet now, his eyes betrayed shock. Wasn't the Roman a master of spears? Why could he unleash such a powerful sword chi? And the sword chi's intent far surpassed his own, enough to be revered as a deity. Sword god. I never expected that someone as young as you would already be a sword god. I cannot let you live. Die! The young man roared, his long sword immediately emitting hundreds of beams of light. Densely packed, they filled the air. In an instant, this endless array of sword lights rained down toward Iman like dense raindrops. Iman's face remained expressionless. He lifted his left hand, gently pinching a Mahavajra sword chi, and met the dense sword light head-on. Inside the sleeping chamber, Clara, Rico, Layla, and Jeremy heard the young man's words and were instantly dumbstruck. Sword god. Iman was actually a sword god. How old was he? The title sword god carried more weight than Roman. The Roman was the pinnacle among the younger generation in the great divine state, but such talents existed in every world. Yet a 17-year-old sword god, describing him as a prodigy would be an insult. Rico had just awoken from his brush with death. He didn't have time to feel excited before completely freezing up. His mind was filled solely with the word, sword god. The Iman he always looked down upon, viewing as merely a treasure child, was not only the Roman but also a sword god? Jeremy's pale lips trembled. Are today's young people all this insane? He couldn't help but recall the 25-year-old sword god Edmund, the 27-year-old sword god One Strike, fragrant deity Drunk Flower, pill deity Full Hall, and others. Now, there was an even younger sword god Iman. These individuals were each more outrageous than the last. Jeremy was only a grandmaster of alchemy, not yet having achieved the status of a deity. Layla, sprawled on the ground, gazed at that figure blankly, her thoughts racing. She murmured to herself, if only I hadn't rejected Iman back then. At that moment, Layla wished she could rewind time to the day they first met, to make amends for everything she had missed. Hearing Layla's words, Clara's heart grew even more complicated. The Roman was terrifying enough. Now she was told that Iman was a sword god. If she hadn't been bewitched into attacking the Lin family, then the Roman and the sword god would both be her subjects. Kill him, you must kill him. Clara's increasingly aged face was filled with frenzied murderous intent. I did nothing wrong. It's them who are wrong. Kill him, ah. Chapter 75, Divine Swordsmanship. Now, Sherry was just like Jerry back then. Under immense mental stimulation, she was on the verge of going mad. Her face contorted with fury, her eyes fixed fiercely on Iman's figure. She wished nothing more than to rush forward and tear Iman into pieces with her own hands. Only with Iman dead could she continue to be the empress of Aliyah country, a wise and benevolent ruler. At this moment, facing Iman, who had reached the sword god level, this youth held nothing back. As a peak earth transformation realm powerhouse, he unleashed his full strength. Each slash was heavy as Mount Tai. Iman, with his left hand, pinching a faint golden sword chi, danced gracefully under mysterious footwork, clashing with the unknown earth transformation realm sword saint. Although this opponent's cultivation far exceeded Iman's, Iman had once fought two emperors from both the divine and demon realms, merely two major realms apart. If he couldn't surpass that, he might as well cut his throat now and stop claiming to be the greatest among all realms. Suddenly, Iman scoffed lightly. So you're from the ancient noble Yi family. The person in front of him was precisely Green Mountain Sword Saint Urban from the Yi family, one of the 8 great ancient noble families. However, in the original storyline, Rico and the ancient noble families didn't have much interaction, leading relatively peaceful lives. But now, this Green Mountain Sword Saint suddenly appeared here. It must be because recently, Iman had suppressed Rico too harshly, even crushing his backing, Jeremy. Thus, fate once again granted Rico an advantage. If Iman's guess was correct, Rico should be the lost bloodline of the Yi family, and not just any bloodline, but a direct descendant. The ancient noble Yi family had become Rico's new backing. When Urban heard Iman's words, he couldn't help but sneer. Knowing it's an ancient noble family present, yet you don't kneel immediately. Iman laughed. 5th noble family? Seeking death. Upon hearing the words 5th noble family, Urban instantly went mad. His sword suddenly glowed with a bluish-green hue. Then, countless green-tinged sword lights surged into the air, forming a massive, bluish-green sword mountain over 100 meters tall, exuding an earth-shaking aura, crushing down upon Iman. Rumble. At this moment, the Empress's bedroom was completely destroyed. The entire palace turned into ruins. The commotion had already caught the attention of others, but seeing that terrifying bluish-green sword mountain, no one dared to approach even a little. Everyone in the palace, including eunuch Chief Kishengwi, had fled far away. As the bluish-green sword mountain descended, a sword suddenly appeared in Iman's right hand. An imposing golden sword chi soared into the sky, like a towering curtain rising from the ground, striking forcefully towards that bluish-green sword mountain. Rumble. The clash of swords resonated throughout the area. The terrifying sword chi wreaked havoc, completely destroying the buildings within the palace. Urban's eyes widened. He screamed in horror, divine-level swordsmanship. You've actually cultivated divine-level swordsmanship? In the Yi family, there was only one school of divine-level swordsmanship. It was the Yi family's ancestral technique. To date, only the head of the Yi family had achieved it. Yet here, today, another divine-level swordsmanship appeared through Iman. Moreover, its quality surpassed the Yi family's divine-level swordsmanship. Originally, Urban had developed a retreat mentality, but greed suddenly flooded his eyes. Good, keep it up. Iman growled lowly. At this moment, his left index finger glowed faintly with gold. His divine treasury fully opened. Terror-inducing and vast power continuously replenished Iman's body. In the next instant, Iman slashed out another sword strike. The great Freedom Shenjin sword chi. Faint golden sword light rippled across the void. Like water waves, it rushed toward Urban. He's a monster. Absolutely a monster. His cultivation is clearly inferior to mine, yet he can activate divine-level swordsmanship twice. Urban bellowed, break through it. Rumble. Another bluish-green sword mountain fell from the sky, meeting the terrifying golden ripples. Simultaneously, Urban shouted hoarsely, quickly, take Rico away. Rico is the main branch's lost bloodline. We must ensure his safety. As soon as he finished speaking, 13 figures darted out from the void, hastily carrying Rico and the other 3, fleeing in the opposite direction. Planning to leave just like that? How easy do you think it will be? Immediately, before his right-hand sword strike landed, Iman suddenly swung his left hand. Another ripple of golden sword chi spread across the void. The 2 golden ripples resembled a butterfly's wings. It slowly unfurled and flapped its wings in the void. Rumble. Puff. The first ripple of golden sword chi collided with Urban's green sword mountain, unleashing an earth-shaking roar. The second ripple of golden sword chi swept across 5 martial artists of the Yi family, severing them at the waist. Their upper bodies fell to the ground, while their legs continued to run frantically for another 100 feet before collapsing. One strand of sword chi grazed Jeremy's legs, cleanly slicing off his shins below the knees. Jeremy screamed in agony. My legs, find my legs quickly. The martial artist carrying Jeremy had a sinister look. Shut up, old man. Your life is almost gone, and you still want your legs. If you want your legs, go down and find them yourself. Jeremy immediately stopped talking and let himself be carried away quietly. Seeing Rico and the others leave, Urban's lips curled into a sinister smile. Iman, now we can fight without holding back. As he spoke, Urban's aura grew stronger. The green sword in tint spread behind him like an ink-painting scroll. So what if it's divine swordsmanship? I will kill you, and everything will be mine. Without waiting for a response, Urban attacked again. The sword in tint rose like a mountain. The entire palace trembled violently as the earth rapidly ascended under the sword in tint, forming a true mountain. This mountain, 300 zhang tall, bore boundless might and sword in tint. It came crashing down upon Iman. This sudden scene shocked the entire capital of Aliyah country. Even Jessup and Enzo, who were fighting, paused involuntarily. That sword-shaped mountain, it's the Green Mountain Sword Saint of the ancient noble Yi family. Who is the one fighting him? Thanks to the widespread use of communication talismans and spirit nets, many had seen videos of the Green Mountain Sword Saint on the spirit net and recognized him instantly. People rose into the air, finding high points around the capital, watching the palace from afar. It's Roman. It's actually Roman. But that doesn't make sense. Roman clearly uses a spear. How could he use a sword? What's so strange about that? I've even seen Roman use a saber and cultivate saber intent. This is too exaggerated. Look at Roman's sword intent. It looks just like the sword god level intent described on the spirit net. You mean, Roman is a sword god? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Amidst the commotion, Iman struck out with his sword. A slight smile appeared on his lips. If I don't show you divine swordsmanship, you'd have run away already. Iman's whisper sounded like a gentle breeze, passing through the void and into Urban's ears. At that moment, Urban felt a chill run down his spine. This strike. Mountain-cleaving slash. Chapter 76. Descendant of a celestial deity? The descendant of the celestial deity I killed? In the capital city of Aliyah State, Aiden Manor. This place had already been taken over by Channing, serving as the stronghold of the 14 states in Aliyah State. The original plaque was replaced with 14 states external branch. The 14 states was an intelligence trading organization, not an assassin group. Apart from the headquarters and a few key locations, the rest did not need to be hidden. And at this moment, within the compound of the branch, a huge fissure had appeared on the ground sometime unknown. Channing lay flat at the bottom of the pit, shivering. Outside the large pit, a girl dressed in green, with bright eyes and beautiful features, squatted outside the pit, leaning her head down to look at Channing. She said with a smile, Leader Curtis, it's a battle between sword gods. Aren't you going to watch? Channing's voice came hesitantly and filled with shame. Don't talk to me. I want some peace. Embarrassing. Totally embarrassing. At this moment, besides being embarrassed, Channing wished he could travel back a few days to strangle his former self. That Roman Iman turned out to be a sword god. He, merely a covering sea sword saint, actually boasted about taking a teenage sword god as a disciple. Back then, when Iman rejected him, Channing felt that Iman was missing out on a great opportunity. Now he realized that Iman hadn't even taken him seriously. Channing had already imagined what kind of news would spread in the coming days. Shocking. Roman turns out to be teenage sword god. Explosive news. Covering sea sword saint boasts about taking teenage sword god as disciple. Therefore, when Channing saw Iman wield godlike sword intent with divine level sword Dao, he immediately opened up a huge fissure in the ground and hid inside. Too damn embarrassing. He couldn't face anyone anymore. No wonder I always felt something familiar about Iman. Turns out it's the aura of a sword god. From the bottom of the pit came Channing's voice, full of shame and annoyance. Loretta, leave me alone. I want to be by myself. But the girl in green, Loretta, didn't leave. Instead, she squatted at the edge of the pit, still smiling. Leader Curtis, how do you think Iman trained? He's only 17, right? Roman, teenage divine doctor, and now a sword god. Also, last night, the formation trapping the Yuran family, Nangong family, and Prince Yan's residence, leading them to fight among themselves, that was laid by Iman, right? He must be at least a master-level array master. Channing's low voice sounded. What's so special about it? Our 14 states Blade God and Sword God also became divine-level experts in their teens. And my Grandmaster Bentley is also a young man under 100 years old. Loretta responded with an oh, then should we try to get Amon to join our 14 states? Channing lifted his head. I gave Amon a cloud sword token before. The probability is high that Amon allowed Eminent to absorb it. After a pause, Channing pondered and said, if that doesn't work, I'll have my teacher appear personally and take Amon as a disciple. Pure Sword God title holder, the second best Sword God in the world. Although Iman's Sword Dao True Intent had reached the level of Sword God, in Channing's heart, it was far below his teacher. If Iman could become his junior brother under one sword gate, his prospects would be limitless. The strongest Sword Dao in all realms was in the Sword Hall of the 14 states. Apart from pure Sword God, there were 3 other titled Sword Gods in the Sword Hall of the 14 states. By the way, Aleka once mentioned that she met a peerless sword cultivator in Holy Hill. It seems to be this future little junior brother. Loretta pondered outside the pit. Would that Mr. Lin really agree to learn from Leader Sword? Channing raised his chin slightly, confidently. Of course, my teacher is the second best Sword God in the world. Even for higher Sword Dao, he will make the right choice. The top Sword God, naturally, is Bentley. Only, Bentley has not taken a Sword God title. Meanwhile, above the ruins of the Imperial Palace, dull golden sword chi surged into the sky, immense sword intent nearly splitting this area in half. This one strike was of ultimate force. Urban's sword intent just rose like a green mountain when he was nailed to the spot. Cleaving. Huashan. What mountain is Huashan? Even though Urban was well informed, he had never heard of such a mountain. At this moment, his eyes were completely blank. His thoughts plunged into brief terror. His eyes were entirely occupied by this incomparably supreme strike. Suddenly, Urban burst out laughing wildly. So that's it. So that's it. This is the power of a sword god. This is the power of a sword god. In an instant, Urban's sword intent changed drastically in a moment. The originally greenish mountain also underwent a metamorphosis in this instant. Boom. The mountain that rose from the ground grew even taller once more, expanding to nearly 1,000 feet high. It blocked out the sky, merging with the surging sword intent. I am a sword god, and I shall slay all enemies in this world. After killing you, I will challenge the current sword god and seize the title of sword god. The sword emerges from the green mountains, unmoving like a mountain. Iman, prepare to die. Urban's wild and unrestrained voice arose with this strike. He met Iman's sword head on. Everything happened in a split second. Iman raised his eyes slightly. Oh. The sword in his hand remained unchanged. In the next moment, the two sword intents collided in the air. An earth-shattering boom erupted. Then, the 1,000-foot-high sword chi mountain, under Urban's terrified gaze, crumbling rapidly before his very eyes. Urban opened his mouth, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His aura instantly weakened. Even the sword in his hand fell to the ground. My sword intent, shattered? Urban sat collapsed on the ground, disbelief evident in his eyes. Had his newly ascended divine-level sword intent shattered before it could settle? Was his realm as a sword god just gone like that? Iman nodded. This is the cleaving mountain strike. Unmoving like a mountain? So you stood still, waiting for me to cleave through you? Urban's body began to tremble, muttering, how could this be? How could this be? His sword intent was shattered. The sword in his hand also fell to the ground. For the rest of his life, he would never be able to pick up a sword again. At this moment, Urban had just reached the peak of his life, only to be cast into endless despair immediately after. Beyond redemption, Iman retracted the divine storage on his left index finger. In an instant, that divine-level sword intent vanished without a trace. He looked at Urban on the ground, not knowing why. Suddenly, he felt that this person's appearance seemed oddly familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before, but he couldn't recall where right away. Iman shook his head, grabbed Urban by the left foot, and walked toward the direction of the Lin family. Urban's sword intent was not only shattered. His bones, meridians, and dantian were all reduced to powder. He resembled a rag bag filled with rotting flesh. Iman brought him back to the Lin family and locked him in the dungeon. Take a look. What relation does this guy have to the demon realm? Iman tossed Urban in front of Dahishan Mogashan. Dahishan Mogashan looked at Urban, stunned. Another heavenly deity lineage? Iman paused. Heavenly deity lineage. Another one? Dahishan Mogashan hurriedly said. The few people from the Wu Di family last time also had the aura of heavenly deity lineage. The aura on this person is different, but is undoubtedly a descendant of a heavenly deity. Iman pondered silently. Originally, he thought these ancient families were related to the demon race. But now, Dahishan Mogashan told him that they were descendants of heavenly deities. Now, at least it can be clarified. The ancestors of the Yi family and the Wu Di family were two heavenly deities. Urban, who had been lying listlessly on the ground, suddenly lit up with excitement in his eyes. So our Yi family is so powerful. Our ancestor was actually a heavenly deity. Ha 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 ha. Iman, Roman, what if you are a sword god? Release me quickly. Our Yi family's ancestor is a heavenly deity. A heavenly deity. Urban's voice verged on madness. Iman looked at Urban and suddenly exclaimed, ah, I remember now. No wonder I felt the lost and disoriented look of this guy was familiar. 10 years ago, the heavenly deity I killed also had the same look before he died. That wasn't your Yi family's ancestor, was it? Chapter 77, Heavenly King Snowmelting Pill. Urban stared blankly at Iman, confusion flooding his eyes. Iman, had he really taken down a celestial deity? And there was even the possibility that it could be an ancestor of the Yi family? At this moment, Urban was completely dumbfounded. He didn't have time to figure out how this little old man in front of him could immediately tell that he was a descendant of a celestial deity. The cabin paused for a second. 10 years ago? Iman nodded slightly. After taking down that celestial deity, I casually refined him into the divine realm of secrets. Urban. So, The divine realm of secrets coveted by all worlds was actually the resting place of his own ancestor. Amon then turned to look at the Kavin. If you don't behave, I wouldn't mind refining you into a sovereign's secret realm either. The Kavin shivered suddenly. He quickly knelt on the ground, trembling as he said, "This old servant swears undying loyalty to my master. No second thoughts." Even though he had already sworn a blood oath with heart demons, the Kavin, being the kind of demon lord who was sly and unpredictable, fearing the strong and bullying the weak, needed to be reminded often. Urban looked blankly between Amon and the great black heaven divine beast. A divine sovereign? Secret realm? This unremarkable-looking little old man in front of him was actually a divine sovereign? No wonder he could see through that he was of celestial deity lineage. Urban's mood was like a roller coaster ride, up one minute, crashing down the next. Just then, he recalled a previous rumor. Divine power appeared suddenly in Aaliyah Kingdom. This matter hadn't spread across all worlds. It only circulated within small circles as gossip, concerning deities who dared to spread rumors carelessly. Not long after the appearance of divine power, came the news of the Nine Dragons Cauldron. Some who knew the truth naturally linked these two events together. Thus, many firmly believed that the Nine Dragons Cauldron was inside Sacred Hill Mountain. But now it looked like that display of divine power might have been from this little old man, a divine sovereign, actually meekly called himself old servant in front of Iman, and Iman had taken down a celestial deity. Who exactly was Iman? Iman paid no attention to the shock on Urban's face. Casually giving him a kick into the prison cell, he said, "That's good. Keep an eye on him. People from the Yi family should come to save him." The Kavin nodded repeatedly. "Old servant will never disappoint my master." Rico was supposed to return to the Yi family and claim his heritage soon. When that happened, the Yi family would be his backing. With their fates intertwined, they would both benefit each other. Since Iman had knocked down Grandmaster Jeremy of Alchemy, because of fate's effect, Rico gained an even more powerful backing. Now, what Iman planned to do was, once again remove Rico's support, further stripping away his fortune. The unsleeping Marquis wasn't suitable to act against the Yi family anymore. Doing so would inevitably cause fear towards the 14 states among various forces. The 14 states were officially engaged in the intelligence business. If they faced resistance, how could they make money? But Iman had many aliases, and he had a new soul pearl. When the time came, he could just sacrifice a minor alias. Given the conflicts with the Yi family, and with Urban, their talented young member, imprisoned in Lin family, with Rico definitely stirring things up from the side, he had no worries that members of Yi family wouldn't show up. Iman's plan was to shape Rico into a world-class jinx, someone bringing misfortune to anyone who associated with him. Inside the prison, Alfonso looked at Urban, whom Iman had kicked in, with pity. After a brief silence, he said in a taunting tone, "Your Yi family is about to suffer misfortune. Did you know? Iman is the unsleeping Marquis." Urban. Iman stretched lazily and left the dungeon, muttering softly to himself, based on this pattern, where would the opportunities for a son of fate usually hide? Right, auctions and black markets. World-defying treasures that not even big shots recognize, just waiting for the son of fate to stumble upon them. Besides the Nine Dragons Cauldron, what other opportunities did Rico have in Aaliyah Kingdom? Iman carefully searched his mind. All these information he knew were gleaned indirectly from the system while completing missions. Heavenly King Snowmelting Pill. Suddenly, Iman's eyes lit up. Hidden on an inconspicuous mat in the capital's black market was a high-grade heaven-level, Heavenly King Snowmelting Pill. In the end, it was picked up by Rico at a low price since no one recognized it. The most important use of this Heavenly King Snowmelting Pill was to increase the speed of martial artists' true essence circulation. Increasing the speed of true essence circulation means the cultivation techniques and divine abilities could also run faster, ultimately speeding up the cultivation process and the release speed of divine abilities during combat. To the black market. Earlier, due to Amon and Urban's earth-shaking battle, Enzo and Yujin Qing, who were fighting in front of the Duke's mansion, took the opportunity to stop. Each of them ran off. Now, at least on the surface, the entire Aaliyah capital had returned to peace. Just as Amon was about to leave the Duke's mansion, Alize happened to walk over from the direction of the front hall. Seeing Amon, her eyes brightened slightly. "You're back. Now they're all saying outside that you are a sword god. Nephew, are you really a sword god?" At this time, Alize was holding an exquisitely crafted, brand new message jade token. Her gaze toward Iman was filled with little stars. Iman scratched his head. "Well, I've learned just a bit, it's fine." "Alize, just a tiny bit. Can't you use a different phrase?" But by saying so, Iman obviously admitted it. Iman looked at Alize. "By the way, is there anything else going on in the mansion?" Alize composed herself and nodded. "Prince Six has come." Iman raised an eyebrow. "Xuanhuan?" Alize nodded. "He wants to be the governor and join the 14 states." Currently, Eminem was having detailed discussions with Xuanhuan in the front hall. Alize found it boring, so she came out on her own. Empress Clara was definitely finished. Due to that imperial decree, the citizens of Aaliyah would not tolerate her. Iman was the young divine doctor who saved all the people of Aaliyah. If Clara dared to issue a decree ordering the extermination of the Lin family, well, if it succeeded then that would be another matter. But now that it failed, if she does not abdicate her position as empress, there will inevitably be someone taking advantage of the situation to rebel within Aaliyah. Thus, Prince Six Xuanhuan came to the Duke's mansion right away to meet the state guardian. Iman nodded, showing no particular reaction. Eminem was a seasoned bureaucrat. Such matters he could handle easily. The Lin family indeed needed to support a loyal governor and the master of Aaliyah martial house. As for that cloud sword order, Eminem had long since refined it. "Aunt, do you want to go out?" Iman changed the subject as he looked at Alize. Alize's eyes lit up. "Yes. Let's go." Immediately, Iman took Alize and left the Duke's mansion. At this moment, the streets and alleys near the Duke's mansion were already strewn with ruins. And before this, Iman had foreseen these events. So he made arrangements in advance to relocate nearby civilians to other places. Therefore, there weren't any casualties. At present, the servants of the Duke's mansion were beginning to clean up the mess. Nephew, where should we go now? Alize looked at Iman, excitement evident in her tone. Usually, she was either cultivating or on her way to cultivate. She rarely went out to play. Iman licked his lips, a trace of anticipation in his eyes. Black market. The black market was located in the western part of the capital. Here, a large number of idle drifters gathered, creating a chaotic scene. All sorts of things that were not available on the market or were banned would appear here. The largest gambling house in all realms, Linglong Pavilion, was right in the center of the black market. Of course, the existence of this black market was actually tacitly approved by the Alia royal family. Most of the profits from the black market flowed into the hands of the former empress. Now, because of the series of events recently, the black market was particularly lively. Just as Iman and Alize stepped into the black market, a somewhat lecherous voice came from behind. Please hold, young masters. A man in gray clothes with a shifty gaze approached, whispering mysteriously, I have a partial map leading to the location of the Nine Dragons Cauldron. Do you want to take a look? Not interested? No problem. I also have the exclusive cultivation secret manual of Roman. Quality assured. Triple refund if fake. Chapter 78, Unparalleled Emperor Guide. Roman's exclusive cultivation secret manual? Upon hearing this, Sky immediately became interested. She glanced at Iman and then asked with interest, tell me, what exclusive cultivation secret does the Roman have? The man's eyes lit up instantly. He moved closer and said mysteriously, as everyone knows, the Roman is the greatest prodigy in the divine world. He cultivates both medicine and martial arts, mastering sword, saber, and spear. And he has already advanced to the divine realm. In the future, he will definitely surpass Ethan and become the first strongest being in all realms. Iman. Sky looked at Iman again and raised an eyebrow, asking, is the Roman also a saber god? Nowadays, Sky studies under Edmund and naturally began to cultivate saber techniques. The man was sure, naturally. In fact, the Roman achieved today's accomplishments all thanks to one cultivation method. That is, the unique invincible body divine skill. While speaking, the man took out a grayish, ancient-looking manual from his bosom. Waving it in front of Sky, he said, this skill encompasses everything. It includes the Roman sword techniques, saber techniques, and spear techniques. Sky could barely hold back her laughter and continued to ask, how did the Roman's manual end up in your hands? The man quickly explained, the Roman and I are fellow disciples under the same master. I am the senior brother. He is the junior brother. What he has, I naturally also have. Iman. Seeing Sky nodding in agreement, the man hurriedly handed over the manual, the unique invincible body divine skill for just 1,000 high-grade spirit stones. 1,000 high-grade spirit stones, you won't lose or be cheated. Sky accepted it and flipped through it. Lower rank yellow class? The man lifted his chin slightly. This is a growing cultivation manual. As long as it is cultivated continuously, sooner or later it can advance to upper rank heaven class, even divine level skills. Sky coughed and returned the manual. Who are you? And who is your reclusive master? Seeing Sky return the manual, the man couldn't help but show some frustration. Thus, he said, naming myself will astonish you. I am Xuanhuan, the 3 absolute sword saint. My master and the Romans' master is the 10,000 absolute sword god Simeon, who shakes all realms. Iman. He stared incredulously at the man claiming to be Xuanhuan. If it really were that 3 absolute sword saint. At this moment, Xuanhuan was still making his final effort. Originally, I didn't plan to sell this cultivation method. But observing the 2 young masters, you are both outstanding, having a bond with the unique invincible body divine skill. How about this, half price for the unique invincible body divine skill, only 500 high-grade spirit stones. While speaking, Xuanhuan deliberately made a painful expression. Finally, Sky had enough fun. She shook her head. If it's so powerful, you should keep it for yourself. 3 absolute sword saint? Never heard of. Xuanhuan became anxious. Do you think I haven't practiced? It's just that my talent is too poor, but I became a sword saint relying on the unique invincible body divine skill. After a pause, he added, unfortunately, a few days ago, I encountered a formidable enemy and suffered serious injuries. In between, Xuanhuan, with full vigor, didn't forget to cough a few times. Iman, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up, I'll buy this manual for 1 high-grade spirit stone. Xuanhuan was stunned. Sir, that's not how bargaining works. Iman nodded. 10 low-grade spirit stones for a lower-rank yellow class skill. That's its value. Xuanhuan. If you don't want to sell, it's fine. Speaking, Iman pulled Sky to leave. Seeing this, Xuanhuan hurriedly said, sell. 1 high-grade spirit stone. No less. By the way, do you too want the map of the 9-dragon divine tripod? Iman casually tossed a spirit stone. No need. Then he took the unique invincible body divine skill and left with Sky, who had much to say but held back. After they left, Xuanhuan gently touched the high-grade spirit stone in his hand, a sly smile appearing on his face. Heh, truly naive rich kids, who've never seen the world. Just picked up a trashy lower-rank yellow class skill and sold it for a high-grade spirit stone. Wonder where these 2 gullible ones come from. From a distance, several people paused to watch the entire process. One of them couldn't help laughing upon hearing this. 3 absolute sword saint. Wasn't that your junior brother just now? Didn't recognize him? Recently, this self-proclaimed 3 absolute sword saint Xuanhuan was very active in the black market of Sage Kingdom. One moment he was selling cultivation manuals, and the next moment he was selling maps of the 9-dragon divine tripod. But after all these days, he had only managed to make 1 sale. Xuanhuan asked with confusion, junior brother? Which junior brother? Someone teased him. Isn't Iman, the Roman, your junior brother? Haroun instantly froze, exclaiming in shock. What? You mean that person just now was the Roman? Seeing Haroun's expression, the people around burst out laughing. With a dazed look, Haroun lamented, oh no, if that person is really the Roman, then my heavenly unique invincible body divine skill might be real. Otherwise, why would the Roman buy it? If the heavenly unique invincible body divine skill is real, then my map of the 9-dragon divine tripod must also be real. How about this, 300 high-grade spirit stones for a map? Would any of you like one? The others around. Iman, who had already walked far away, handed over the manual to Sky. Aunt, hold on to this. It's a true treasure. Damn, I'm such a genius. I got an emperor-level cultivation method for just one high-grade spirit stone. Sky took the manual, looking bewildered. What did you say? An emperor-level cultivation method? Iman nodded. This cultivation method is originally named Unique Emperor Guide, created by an emperor in the divine world. Just as Haroun said, it's a growing type cultivation method. Once we get back, I'll show you its true form. And that Haroun was indeed the famous 3 absolute sword saint from 500 years ago. Only, he made his fortune through deceit and trickery. Even after becoming a sword saint, he couldn't kick the habit. Then he was beaten into a cripple by someone he wronged. This Unique Emperor Guide originally belonged to Rico. It wasn't his current opportunity. Instead, it came after Rico obtained the 9-dragon divine tripod. While visiting the black market in the capital of the Holy Dynasty, Rico encountered Haroun. He similarly exchanged one high-grade spirit stone for this emperor-level cultivation method. Now, Haroun appeared in Sage Kingdom earlier than expected. Clearly, it was due to Rico's luck, making him obtain this emperor-level cultivation method earlier to boost his strength. However, Iman beat him to it. With Haroun here, Rico must also be around. Celestial Snow Pill. Let's go. Meanwhile, on the other side of the black market, Rico was strolling down the street with a charming young girl. Suddenly, Rico's face turned pale, and his heart started pounding. He felt as if something extremely important to him had suddenly left him. Tengu, what's wrong? The young girl beside Rico asked anxiously. Is it because the toxins of the tin fragrant soft bone powder haven't fully cleared yet? Rico. At the mention of tin fragrant soft bone powder, he instantly bristled. That strange feeling was instantly replaced by intense shame. No, nothing. Rico almost squeezed those words out through gritted teeth. The girl added, is it fear of encountering Iman? Rico. Can we not mention Iman? The girl looked at Rico seriously, saying, don't worry, Tang brother. You are now part of our Yi family. Even if Iman has 10 gallbladders, he wouldn't dare touch you. As she spoke, confidence shone in her eyes. Hearing her words, Rico felt a surge of courage in his chest. He was actually the grandson of the current patriarch of the ancient Yi family. In the future, he might even become the patriarch of the ancient family. The ancient family stood at the pinnacle of the universe. Humph. Even if Iman is the Roman and a sword god, he's ultimately just a local from the vast world of Shanzhou and Sage Kingdom. How can he compare to me in status? Thinking of this, Rico couldn't help but puff out his chest, his face showing a hint of arrogance. At that moment, they completely forgot about Urban. What's that? Suddenly, Rico noticed an unremarkable little stall by the roadside. On the stall lay a golden pill, looking incredibly luxurious, which caught his attention. With his keen perception of various medicinal herbs, he immediately judged that the golden pill was definitely a heavenly grade pill, perhaps even an upper-class heavenly grade pill. Chapter 79. Swallow it in one gulp. A heaven-grade superior spirit pill. In all the myriad worlds, it is considered at the pinnacle. Even within the primal ancient family, it is an extremely rare treasure. At least for the younger generation, they do not even have the qualification to catch a whiff of it. Rico sensed the existence of this heaven-grade superior medicinal pill, and his breathing became rapid. However, in the next moment, a familiar figure suddenly came into Rico's sight. Iman. How could Iman be here? In an instant, Rico's already not so good expression immediately turned pale. Elder cousin, what's wrong? The young girl beside Rico saw him suddenly become unsteady. She couldn't help but ask with concern. Cassie, be careful, that's Iman. Rico's eyes were fixed on Iman as he murmured. Ever since Roman's cover was blown, Iman's figure mysteriously vanished from the spiritual network. Even when occasionally some images leaked out, it seemed like something was smeared over his face, making his features indistinct. Thus, the former tri-absolute sword, Saint Haroun, didn't recognize Iman. Everyone thought it was the action of the human sovereign dynasty and Mountain River Academy, aiming to protect the Roman. But in reality, all Heavens Mobile was Iman's business. The spiritual network covering all the myriad worlds was also built up by Iman himself. To make his own figure disappear was naturally effortless for him. Iman just didn't like being gawked at like a monkey wherever he went. Of course, there were still many people who took images of Iman using message jade talismans without sending them to the spiritual network. Iman was powerless about those cases. Although he could intrude into others' message jade talismans through the spiritual network, he couldn't possibly search each one. Hearing that Iman had come, Cassie hurriedly looked along Rico's gaze. Suddenly, her eyes lit up brightly. That young brother is the Roman? What a peerlessly handsome youth. I wonder if he is married. Rico. Cousin, whose side are you on? Your dear Uncle Urban is still confined in the Lin family. But soon, Rico thought of another matter. Iman's attainments in pharmacology surpassed even his master Jeremy. Maybe Iman had also recognized that heaven-grade superior pill. Unacceptable. Can't let Iman get that heaven-grade superior pill. With this thought in mind, Rico disregarded everything else and strode forward. Cassie followed behind, calling out incessantly, Elder cousin, slow down a bit. At this moment, Iman stood before the street stall. He immediately saw that golden, opulent, yet somewhat overly extravagant pill. He couldn't help but be taken aback. So this is the Emperor Snowmelt pill? No wonder it has been left here for who knows how long without anyone buying it. Anyone with basic knowledge of pharmacology would realize. This pill had a membrane made of gold threadgrass sealed around its outer layer. Gold threadgrass was a special kind of poison. Its medicinal properties possess strong penetration and destructive power against pills. Even heaven-grade pills, if enveloped by gold threadgrass for long periods, would lose their efficacy. And the gold threadgrass shell around this pill had existed for at least 200 years. Even if it were a heaven-grade superior pill inside, it had long turned into a pile of medicinal dregs. Of course, in Iman's eyes, the Emperor Snowmelt pill under the gold threadgrass remained intact. Its medicinal nature hadn't been damaged. Clearly, there was another layer separating the gold threadgrass and the Emperor Snowmelt pill. Iman slightly turned his head. Just then he saw Rico bringing a charming young girl hurrying towards him. His lips curled up slightly, then his fingers moved gently. An imperceptible flow of chi slipped into the golden pill. Then, Iman smiled at Sky beside him. Aunt, we've encountered something good again. It's this pill. Sky, tightly hugging the book, Peerless Imperial Guidance, quickly said upon hearing this. Another good find. Buy it. Before she finished speaking, Rico's voice rang out. Boss, I want this pill. As he spoke, Rico reached out, snatching the golden pill into his hand. The stall owner was an old man in tattered clothes with a weathered face. Seeing Rico, he couldn't help but be stunned. Buying this waste pill enveloped by gold threadgrass? Before the stall owner could say anything, Iman's lazy voice sounded. Rico, you still dare to appear before me, trying to snatch my treasure? Don't think I won't dare kill you. Rico glanced at Iman, a cold smile flickering at the corner of his mouth. I am the direct grandson of the Yi family's patriarch from the primal ancient clan. My status is as noble as the crown prince of the human sovereign dynasty. Dare you kill me? As Rico spoke, he deliberately raised his pitch, letting his voice carry further. At this moment, the surrounding people, hearing these words, stopped to watch. This Rico is actually the direct grandson of the head of the primal ancient family. Primal ancient family? The Yi family? I wonder which one is stronger between the Yi family and the fifth family that was destroyed by Lord Emmanuel. The fifth family had a true god. It should be the fifth family that's stronger. Hearing the surrounding comments go astray, Cassie's face couldn't help but turn red. She hastily said, Roman, this is the black market. It has its own rules. You can't just attack someone here while doing business. It wasn't that attacking was not possible, but once one attacked in the black market, they would face the boycott of all black markets across the myriad worlds. They would never be able to trade here again. There were many treasures not available on the open market within the black market. Of course, once outside the black market, it no longer mattered. Cassie's clear voice immediately hushed the crowd's chatter. Then, she looked at the pill in Rico's hand and whispered, Elder cousin, the outer layer of this pill is made of golden thread grass. Even if it's a heaven-grade superior pill inside, it's now a useless pill. Are you sure you want to compete with Roman for it? Hearing the phrase, compete with Roman, Rico suddenly seemed invigorated. Ever since meeting Iman, he frequently suffered losses. If he could snatch this pill from Iman's hands, his thoughts would instantly become clear. His cultivation would advance rapidly. Rico then grunted, my cousin is right. This is the black market, a place for business. You didn't ask the price or pay for it. Why do you claim this pill is yours? Boss, this pill. 100 high-grade spirit stones. I'll take it. Hearing 100 high-grade spirit stones, the honest old carpet vendor was immediately startled. Just as he was about to speak, Iman's voice sounded, 100 high-grade spirit stones? Are you serious? I'll offer 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. Hearing 10,000 high-grade spirit stones, everyone around was stunned. Could it be? This pill is really a treasure? Everyone's eyes were now fixed on the pill wrapped in golden thread grass in Rico's hand. Rico clenched his teeth and immediately said, 100,000. This time, his main purpose for coming to the black market was to redeem Layla's younger brother Bohan from Linglong Pavilion. Naturally, he brought enough spirit stones. Now, since he encountered a heaven-grade superior pill, he couldn't worry about it anymore. 1 million. Iman's voice rang out softly. I heard, young master, you spent 3 million high-grade spirit stones to redeem Plain Marquis illegitimate daughter from Linglong Pavilion recently. Just wondering, compared to that illegitimate daughter, which is more important, this pill? Rico grunted, then 3 million high-grade spirit stones. Hearing them bidding like this, everyone around was dumbfounded, and the old stall owner sat down hard on the ground. Damn, 3 million high-grade spirit stones? Do I even have the fortune to spend so much? Probably just stepping out of the black market gate. I'd be killed and my goods taken, torn apart into pieces. 5 million. Iman continued to raise the bid. 10 million. Rico's eyes turned slightly red. 20 million. Iman's voice remained leisurely. Rico took a deep breath. 30 million high-grade spirit stones. Hearing this bid, there was another wave of exclamations. Cassie couldn't help but pull at Rico's sleeve. Spending 30 million high-grade spirit stones on a potentially useless pill. To the Yi family, this was extravagance. Spirit stones weren't just currency. They were also resources for cultivation. A flash of reluctance crossed Iman's eyes. Then he sneered, fine, I'll let you have this pill. But, Iman sized up Rico from top to bottom. The meaning was clear. If Rico dared to step out of this black market, he would definitely rob and kill him. Rico grunted. He directly threw a storage ring to the stall vendor. Here are 30 million high-grade spirit stones. Take good care of it. The old man grimaced and trembled as he picked up the storage ring. As for Rico, in front of everyone, he crushed the golden thread grass membrane covering the pill, revealing a snow-white pill. Instantly, the aroma of the pill wafted through the air, spreading everywhere. The medicinal properties of this pill aren't damaged. There's actually something between the pill and the golden thread grass. That's it, the Heavenly King Snowmelt pill, a heaven-grade superior spirit pill, a treasure that can triple a martial artist's true essence circulation speed. 30 million high-grade spirit stones for a heaven-grade superior, Heavenly King Snowmelt Pill. Worth it, too valuable. In today's capital of Aaliyah Kingdom, it's a mix of dragons and snakes. Naturally, there were people who could recognize the Heavenly King Snowmelt Pill. Immediately, everyone present looked at Rico with a burning gaze. Clearly, more than one person had the idea of killing for loot. They were all waiting for Rico to leave the black market. As for being the direct grandson of the head of the primal ancient family, when robbing and killing, they could just cover their faces and deny it. Humph. Rico slightly squinted his eyes and checked the pill briefly. The medicinal properties are intact, there's no problem at all. Then, he opened his mouth and swallowed the Heavenly King Snowmelt Pill right in front of everyone's astonished gazes. The same moment, Iman pulled Sky and swiftly retreated to the back of the crowd. Chapter 80. Who is so unjust and diuretic in the sky? Cassie, standing beside Rico, was taken aback when he swallowed the pill without a word. She could not help turning pale with shock. Eldest cousin, how could you just swallow this pill? This is an ancient pill from several hundred years ago that has yet to be appraised by any alchemy master. What if it's poisonous? After swallowing the pill, Rico raised his chin slightly and said proudly, I am disciple of Grand Alchemy Master Jeremy. Can't I tell if a pill is poisonous? As he spoke, he first flashed Iman a victorious smile. Then, under everyone's watchful eyes, he crossed his legs and closed his eyes, sitting right in the middle of the black market street. He began to refine the power of the Heavenly King Melting Snow Pill on the spot. The effect of the Heavenly King Melting Snow Pill was to increase the circulation speed of true essence. Just now, I consumed a water spirit celestial crystal, whose rich water energy has already protected my heart pulse. Even if this pill really contains poison, it can't harm me at all. Rico was the son of fate, always having good luck wherever he went. Previously, he had found a water attribute treasure, the water spirit celestial crystal, right here in the black market. Moreover, he possessed a body immune to 101 poisons. Therefore, Rico was not at all afraid of the poison now. He even wanted to try Iman's 10 fragrances softening muscle powder. More importantly, this Heavenly King Melting Snow Pill was something Iman saw first. To snatch it away in front of him would drive Iman crazy with anger. Thinking of this, Rico felt an intense thrill and indescribable satisfaction. Even without Layla, I can still snatch treasures from you. After swallowing the Heavenly King Melting Snow Pill, Rico regained his confidence. Cassie, however, felt something wasn't quite right. Instinctively, she looked towards Iman and her eyelids twitched instantly. She saw Iman already leading the girl beside him, who was as bright as the moon, retreating far away. They left the area. At the same time, they were watching the current Rico with a look that was both expectant and excited. Cassie stood there dazed for a moment. Suddenly, she realized something. Then, in a panic, she hurriedly fled from the scene. In the next instant, a strange sound came from Rico's body. Rumble. Gurgle. It sounded like thunder, or like the muffled noise produced during air turbulence. Before the surrounding crowd could figure out what the sound was, whoosh, Rico soared into the sky with the yellow trail, only leaving behind a pungent stench where he had been. Following closely, gray-yellow droplets began to fall from the sky. Some people nearby were caught off guard and were splattered all over their bodies and faces. How did it start raining? Why does this rain smell so foul? It smells like vomit. What the hell? Who lacks martial virtue to have diarrhea in the sky? Someone couldn't hold back and started vomiting on the spot. In an instant, the entire district fell into chaos. Everyone was scrambling to avoid being hit by the falling fecal rain. Cassie was somewhat relieved that she had run fast enough. Otherwise, being the closest to Rico, she would have been thoroughly soaked in urine and feces. At this moment, someone finally reacted. They hastily looked up at the sky. They saw Rico's figure sitting cross-legged in the air about 50 feet above the ground. Below him, a stream of grayish-yellow liquid was spurting downwards, turning into raindrops mid-air. It's Rico. He actually has diarrhea in the sky. So, you mean to say that after eating that high-grade heaven-tier Heavenly King Melting Snow Pill, Rico farted himself up into the sky, and then started having diarrhea there? Isn't he a disciple of Grand Alchemy Master Jeremy? How did he get affected too? Didn't you know? Jeremy is nothing but a fame-seeking charlatan who frequents brothels and keeps boy favorites. Maybe Rico is Jeremy's pretty boy. Yes, look at how much Rico is expelling like rain. Maybe Jeremy visited him often. Cassie. At this moment, this naive young talent of the Yi family suddenly felt an intense sense of social death. This is my long-lost cousin? People who had just escaped the range of the fecal rain also subconsciously looked up at the sky. Then, a gust of wind blew. An even more violent wave of grayish-yellow fecal rain descended from the sky. Instantly, half of the black market fell into chaos. Many people scrambled for cover, trying to avoid the falling rain. Meanwhile, high in the sky, Rico kept his eyes tightly shut, still maintaining his seated position. His heart was still filled with excitement. So this is a high-grade heaven-tier Heavenly King Melting Snow Pill? The speed of true essence circulation has indeed increased. Moreover, there's a refreshing sensation of purification. It's just like floating in the sky. Ugh, it feels strange down here. And wet. No, that's not right. This isn't right. In the next moment, Rico abruptly opened his eyes. The street scenery of the black market vanished. Yejin beside him also disappeared. Instead, he was surrounded by blue skies and white clouds. Rico's expression instantly changed. What's happening? Did I really ascend to the sky? Startled, his anus tightened. The gushing stream stopped immediately. His body lost momentum along with it. Then, whoosh, clang, Rico plummeted from the sky. He landed headfirst, heavily hitting the ground, creating a large pit on impact. His upper body was embedded underground, leaving only his legs outside, kicking frantically. Upon seeing this, those around him flinched. Rico recovered from his daze and shock. Without hesitation, he circulated his true essence, trying to free himself from the ground. Then, before everyone's horrified eyes, a stream of grayish-yellow water suddenly shot out from between Rico's legs. It dispersed in midair, becoming a fecal yellow fountain. Carrying a strong stench, it attacked once again. People were greatly alarmed and fled in panic. Damn, Master Yi, you can stop now. I swear, I won't snatch your pill anymore. Don't punish us like this anymore. My shop, my shop. Rico, compensate for my shop. At this moment, Rico was buried in the middle of the black market street. The fountain spouting below was dozens of feet high. The spring water, falling, covered the entire block. Countless pedestrians, shops, and vendors suffered. Elsewhere, Sky instinctively looked at Amon beside her, realizing this must have something to do with Amon. Amon frowned. Strange. Why did he poop? Sky was stunned. Didn't you do this? Amon still frowned while pinching his nose, disgustedly saying, I gave him fire flow powder, which would at most make him catch fire all over and streak naked on the street. Why is he pooping on the street instead? And almost got me splattered. But he should be shooting flames, right? He will shoot flames for sure. As Amon spoke, he looked at Rico expectantly. Sky. Sure enough, right after Amon finished speaking, Rico, who had finally struggled out from the ground, spewed a yellow flame filled with a foul smell from his rear end. This bizarre flame instantly enveloped his whole body, burning off his clothes and hair, until nothing remained. This strange flame only burned clothes, not flesh. In an instant, Rico stood naked in the center of the street, looking bewildered and helpless. Then, Rico realized something. He tried to circulate his true essence again to escape. As soon as the true essence flowed, the flame shooting from behind Rico turned into a grayish-yellow jet. The powerful counterforce sent him flying into the sky again. Then, even more violent torrential rain fell from the sky, covering the entire black market. Everyone in the black market was caught off guard and instantly soaked in this horrifying substance. Everyone ran away while cursing. Is this the legendary 9 layers of water and fire? Iman had already brought Sky into a nearby store. He watched the scene, pondering. Truly, the son of destiny is indeed the son of destiny. After returning to the Yi family, his luck has increased, even surpassing before. With such luck, it's incredibly hard to trick him. Iman was almost certain. Rico probably consumed some water-type treasure, evolving pure water power inside his body, protecting his meridians and dantian. Otherwise, Iman's fire flow powder wouldn't merely make him disgrace himself on the street. It would leave hidden injuries in his meridians and dantian. But because of this water power clashing with fire flow powder, it caused imbalance of water and fire in Rico's body, leading to the public display. Sometimes spraying water, sometimes spraying fire. Physically he didn't get hurt, but psychologically, it was absolutely devastating. Bang! Not long after, Rico fell from the sky again, his rear occasionally spewing fire, water, or both simultaneously. From Rico's mouth came despairing, shrill screams. He covered his face with his hands, rushing madly toward the outside of the black market, with water and fire intertwining all the way. The entire black market was instantly filled with an unbearable stench. Chapter 81. One sword. Iman, I want to take you as my disciple, are you willing? Iman watched Rico's nude figure walking away. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. His good fortune has dissipated by a large portion? Iman seemed to have discovered new territory. Not, this kind of operation can also cut off the good fortune of a blessed child? This time, aside from intercepting the unparalleled Emperor Guide, when Rico was completely unaware, he hadn't caused him any real harm. But at this moment, Iman found that Rico had lost more good fortune than he had ever lost before. So, is it true that making Rico publicly humiliated can weaken his good fortune? Thinking so, Iman waved his hand. The 7 communication jade tokens he had previously placed nearby transformed into 7 streaks of light, appearing before him. Fortunately, I set a restriction on them. Otherwise, recalling the torrential rain of feces that had fallen from the sky just now, Iman couldn't help but shiver. He swore that he only wanted Rico to streak publicly. He didn't mean for the other party to spurt all over the sky. Who would have thought that guy actually ate a water property treasure beforehand, resulting in internal water and fire conflicts, ultimately leading to imbalance. But the fiery stream and that water force have already formed opposing forces within Rico's body, interdependent and mutually restrictive, unable to dissipate in a short time. Doesn't this mean that Rico will spurt water or fire anytime and anywhere for a long time? Seeing Iman's malevolent smile, Sky looked suspiciously at the 7 communication jade tokens Iman had put away, saying, You even prepared the communication jade tokens in advance? Iman nodded. Didn't Rico say? He is the direct grandson of the patriarch of an ancient family. His streaking photos and spurting photos should be worth a lot. Sky. Rico was definitely going to acknowledge his roots and return to the Yi family. And as the direct grandson of the Yi family's patriarch who had been lost outside, Rico's welcoming ceremony would not be small. Iman decided to release these recorded spurting and streaking videos on Rico's most glorious day. Just then, a slightly disheveled female voice sounded, Champion Ho, did you do something about Rico? Then, a faint smell wafted through the air. Sky quickly covered her nose, looking terrified. Don't come near me. With a face full of anger, Cassie's expression froze instantly. She stammered, I just got a little bit, not smelly. Just then, although Cassie ran fast, she never imagined that Rico's spraying range would cover the entire black market. Caught off guard, she had some stuck to her body too. Even after washing many times, some odor still lingered on her body. Of course, the whole black market smelled like this now. Cassie realized this and said irritably, This isn't my smell, it's obviously coming from outside. Champion Ho, did you do something to Rico just now? Cassie hands on her hips, eyebrows raised in anger, looking like she wanted to confront someone. Holding her nose, Sky returned to Amon and sneered. This tea house is our Lin family's business, protected by formations inside and out. How could the stench from outside seep in? It's clearly your own smell. Rico eating randomly and spraying feces on the street has nothing to do with our Amon. Sky's voice was loud and clear, as if speaking the truth. Cassie's face turned red, hurriedly stepping back several steps. She subconsciously lifted her sleeve to sniff. Indeed, there was still a faint stench lingering on her body. Just when Cassie was somewhat at a loss, a rather lecherous voice accompanied by a pungent odor came into the tea house. Champion Ho, how should I handle these 30 million superior spirit stones? It was the street vendor from earlier, peeking his head in sneakily. At that moment, this street vendor was closest to Rico. Now, his head and body were covered in grayish-yellow liquid. You, get out, don't come in. The tea house owner immediately became enraged. Immediately after Imon and Sky entered the tea house, he activated the formation, thus sparing this tea house from disaster. Earlier, when Cassie came in, there were no obvious signs on her body, so the tea house owner didn't stop her. Now, seeing this old man grinning with yellow teeth, covered in filth, about to enter the tea house owner directly activated the defensive formation, ejecting the old man. At this moment, the streets of the black market were filled with stagnant dirty water. The entire street was unbearably foul. As the old man fell in, water splashed everywhere. Amon looked at the old man who had been thrown out and said with a smile, your disciple is the triple extreme sword god Huan. With his protection, how can you not handle those 30 million superior spirit stones? The old man was stunned. Cassie was also stunned. Sky looked at Amon incredulously. This old man is that Huan's master from just now, the 10,000 absolute sword god. Simeon? Imon pointed outside with his chin. Isn't that triple extreme sword saint waiting right over there? Hearing Imon expose his identity, the old man instantly fled with Huan. Indeed, this 10,000 absolute sword god was real. However, he was also crippled due to swindling. In the original plot, Rico had benefited from these two master and disciple, so he used them for his own ends. Eventually, he spent enormous resources to cure their injuries. Of course, these two fellows often offended people by swindling, and as they were both unscrupulous individuals, they caused Rico much trouble, making him very busy for a while. These top-tier scoundrels could be left for Rico to deal with. Upon hearing the words, 30 million superior spirit stones, Cassie felt almost on the verge of spitting blood. Those 30 million superior spirit stones were painstakingly gathered by Cassie for Rico. As a result, she unknowingly bought a poisonous pill, and unknowingly made the Yi family lose face. The Aaliyah Kingdom black market announced a 3-day shutdown. A comprehensive cleaning was conducted. Although most shops were protected by formations and were not invaded by the filthy substances, the main part of the black market was street vendors. Now, the black market streets clearly couldn't host any stalls anymore. What Rico sprayed wasn't ordinary excrement. Water and fire forces collided inside his body, forming an effect similar to purging impurities. Those were the accumulated impurities within a martial artist's body. They were not easy to clean up. Besides the cleaning costs, the black market management also attributed the losses incurred during the 3-day shutdown to Rico. The black market manager took the bill to the Yi family spokesperson. Cassie followed them to the Yi family residence. Amon and Sky waited until there was no more odor outside before leisurely returning to the Lin family. Nephew, you say this is really an Empyrean level cultivation method? As soon as they returned to the back courtyard, Sky could hardly contain her eagerness. Amon was about to speak when he heard a clear voice drift over. What Empyrean level cultivation method? Amon's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this voice. How did this guy come so fast? He had just sent Augusta and Carissa away, and now another one showed up. At this moment, in the pavilion of the Duke's mansion, 3 people were sitting. Eminem and Channing were cautiously accompanying a young man. The young man wore a black robe and carried a long sword on his back. He had a handsome and dashing appearance. His eyes, bright like stars, occasionally shone with sharp light, reminiscent of a sword. Clearly, he was the one sword, the sword god of the 14 prefectures. Channing chuckled. Master, look, that's Champion Hoemon. Doesn't he have a familiar aura? That's the aura of a sword god. Just like yours, Master and Grandmasters. Imon. Upon hearing this, one sword felt the strange sensation in his heart gradually dissipate. It was the aura of a sword god. No wonder it felt so familiar. Yeah, Master has it too. Imon, I wish to take you as my disciple. Are you willing? One sword looked at Imon seriously and asked. Chapter 82, Predestined Master and Apprentice. Imon. This guy is actually quite polite, knowing to seek my opinion first. Seeing Imon remain silent, Ed slowly stood up. He folded his hands behind his back, chin slightly raised, assuming an air of a reclusive master. Then he leisurely walked up to Imon. But just as Ed approached Imon, his eyelids suddenly twitched. A strangely familiar sensation washed over him. This feeling, why does it seem like? Just as Ed's thoughts arose, he heard Channing's voice. Master, don't you also find Imon quite familiar? That aura of a sword god, so similar to yours and our ancestors. Master, you and Imon are truly predestined master and apprentice. Imon. He glanced at Channing, feeling quite speechless. This guy is going to get a beating for sure. Ed snapped back to reality. He carefully examined the youth before him from head to toe. The youth wore a moon-white brocade robe, exuding an air of nobility with a hint of laziness. It was as if he hadn't fully woken up yet. His eyebrows and eyes were clear and sharp, his demeanor graceful. He didn't look like the lackey they had investigated at all. Most importantly, there was a sharp edge in Imon's aura, clearly indicating he had reached the divine level in sword intent. Ed breathed a sigh of relief. Then, with an inscrutable expression, he said, I observe that your sword intent has indeed reached the divine level, but it is scattered and not condensed, clearly self-taught without proper guidance. If I'm correct, you must have inherited the legacy of some named sword god, inheriting his sword intent. If you become my disciple, not only will you receive my guidance, there may even be an opportunity to learn directly from my master, the first supreme being of all worlds, Alistair. One day, breaking through the heavenly gate and becoming a true deity won't be far off. Iman. Thank you. No need. As for being self-taught, I'm not self-taught. Do I still need an alias? Also, are all of you so bored? Why do my great-grandson and grandmaster insist on taking me as a disciple? Do I just have a face meant for a disciple? Previously, you've met many top-tier sword geniuses, yet you weren't this eager. At this moment, Iman felt an absurd sense of powerlessness. Damn it. My alias, this is being ruined by my own people. He looked at Channing with a lifeless expression. Channing was winking at him frantically, giving hints. In that moment, Iman felt this guy deserved a beating more than Augusta. Eminent appeared calm, but his heart was pounding. His daughter was a disciple of the Blade God. Now, the Sword God wanted to take his eldest grandson as a disciple. Doesn't that mean the Lin family will also be one of the core families of the 14 states? The 14 states just eliminated an ancient noble family. Sky stood to the side, obediently playing the role of a bystander. Her beautiful female master had said, keep the alias hidden. Apart from those who already know, even this sword elder cannot be told. Ed's gaze remained on Iman. He was waiting for Iman's response, but for some reason, his heart was inexplicably trembling. He had a bizarre thought, but thinking of what Channing had just said, Ed's heart calmed down. This Iman is definitely destined to be my disciple. In the next instant, Ed heard the youth in front of him ask in a profound tone, are you discreet? Ed didn't react. Iman asked again, I'm asking if your mouth is tight. Iman's words startled Eminem, Channing, and Sky. Wait, don't you know who this person in front of you is? The ruler of the 14 states, the sword god Ed, standing at the peak of all worlds. You dare to speak to the sword god like this? Ed, however, didn't feel anything amiss. He subconsciously replied, tight. My mouth is naturally very tight. Then come with me. As he spoke, Iman turned and headed toward the inner hall of the Duke's residence. The three in the garden looked at the two departing figures with incredulous expressions. Inside the flower hall of the Duke's residence, Ed sat in the main seat. Looking at Iman, he said seemingly nonchalantly, you don't wish to be my disciple? And you're afraid of rejecting me publicly, making me lose face. Iman shrugged, neither confirming nor denying. Ed stared into Iman's eyes, seeming to recall something. He mused aloud, I can be certain that you have no master. Your sword intent could only have been inherited from some sword god, cultivated using his sword intent. Finding a teacher to guide you in the early stages is the best choice. And in this realm of all worlds, apart from me, only my master has the qualifications to teach you. So, bringing me here was to have me introduce you to my master. Alistair? Iman. Why didn't I notice before that you talk so much? Ed nodded. Alright, wanting to be my little junior brother isn't out of the question. But my master is the strongest being in the realm of all worlds. His temperament is peculiar and he's irascible. He's not easy to get along with. Even as a youthful sword god, you might not catch his attention. I will contact my master for you right now. Whether he agrees to take you as a disciple depends on your fate. Iman. Peculiar temperament, irascible, not easy to get along with? So, this is how you usually describe me? Ed seemed to realize something and hurriedly covered up. What I just told you. Keep it to yourself. Absolutely don't tell anyone. As he spoke, Ed didn't wait for Iman to respond. He took out a communication talisman jade, found the transmission symbol for Ethan, and transmitted his voice secretly into it. Master, I found an unparalleled genius in Alea country. A 17-year-old youthful sword god. Just a tiny bit less outstanding than I was back then. Master, would you consider taking him as a disciple? He's the recently renowned Roman. However, this Roman has a poor temper and bad character. If you really plan to take him as a disciple, you need to temper his nature, pretend not to accept him first, let him cool off for a few days, make him come and beg you. By the way, master, this Roman carries forget troubles Sir's red dust order. If our 14 states don't act, it might be snatched away by the 3,000 guests. Iman took out the communication talisman jade without expression. He turned on the external audio function. Then, the message Ed just sent echoed abruptly in the flower hall. Master, I found an unparalleled genius in Alea country. A 17-year-old youthful sword god. Just a tiny bit less outstanding than I was back then. Master, would you consider taking him as a disciple? He's the recently renowned Roman. However, this Roman has a poor temper and bad character. If you really plan to take him as a disciple, you need to temper his nature, pretend not to accept him first, let him cool off for a few days, make him come and beg you. By the way, master, this Roman carries forget troubles Sir's red dust order. If our 14 states don't act, it might be snatched away by the 3,000 guests. Ed. He looked up in shock, staring blankly at Iman and the communication talisman jade in his hand. What is this situation? How did the message end up on Iman's communication talisman jade? I clearly didn't add Iman's transmission symbol. Suddenly, Ed seemed to realize something. Trembling, he opened Ethan transmission symbol, initiating a face-to-face communication. At the same moment, Iman's communication talisman jade vibrated slightly. He casually tapped it open, and then, whoosh, Iman's figure appeared inside Ed's communication talisman jade. Ed. Crack. The grand chair under Ed shattered into pieces. He fell to the ground in disarray. Chapter 83. A hall of flowers intoxicates 3,000 guests. One sword chills 14 states. Flash sat on the broken remains of a chair, completely at a loss. Iman found a chair and sat down carelessly. He crossed one leg over the other, propped his chin up with one hand, lounging lazily and watching the flustered Flash with an almost smile. Flash's lips quivered slightly. He tentatively called out, Master? Iman nodded, Swoosh. A small mushroom cloud seemed to rise from Flash's head. Then, wisps of white smoke started emanating from his eyes, mouth, and ears simultaneously. Iman. Is it that hard to accept? The CPU is burning dry. Flash shuddered. He hurriedly climbed to his feet, standing respectfully before Iman with his hands hanging by his sides. Disciple Flash pays respects to Master. At this moment, he finally understood where that overwhelming sense of familiarity had come from, and that heart-wrenching dread. It all made sense now. This youth before him was his master, the unsleeping Marquis. How could he not have recognized him? For a disciple to take in their own master as a disciple, anything but being terrified would be strange indeed. No wonder. When Xuanhuan was attacked by the Guillermi of the fifth family, Master was there in an instant. No wonder, when Master was placed on that life or death arena which could detect bone age and soul age, there were no restrictions triggered. At this moment, everything that had previously been inexplicable suddenly became perfectly logical. Iman looked at Flash with a half-smile. So, temperamental, easily angered, difficult to get along with? Thud. Flash dropped to his knees. Trembling, he said, Master, I was just trying to scare. Scare? As he spoke, sweat poured down his face. Who was he scaring? The Roman? The Roman was Master. Flash wanted to slap himself. He also remembered how, in the back garden earlier, he had put on airs in front of his master, lecturing and attempting to guide him. That intense feeling of social death nearly made Flash want to rip open the ground and crawl inside, too ashamed to face anyone. Fortunately, only he and Master were present. Otherwise, his reputation as a sword god would have been ruined forever, turned into a laughingstock throughout the realms. All because of Cleveland. He had already sensed something odd, but Cleveland distracted him with a few words. Once he returned, he would beat him soundly. Seeing Flash's mortified expression, Iman waved his hand. Enough, I won't hold these things against you. My identity must never be revealed to others, especially not to Xuanhuan. Under no circumstances tell her. Xuanhuan couldn't keep secrets. If she knew, everyone in the 14 states would know too. Fortunately, over time, through Iman's persistent efforts, the stigma of licking dog had finally been removed. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare remove this unsleeping Marquis facade in front of Flash. Flash quickly stood up, slapping his chest in assurance. Rest assured, Master. My lips are sealed. I won't tell anyone. Especially not Junior Sister Xuanhuan. After a pause, he timidly asked, Master, do you know about Junior Sister Xuanhuan's resolve to marry me? Iman. What am I supposed to say to that? Seeing Iman's expression, Flash instantly understood. It seems Master knows. Junior Sister Xuanhuan is not far from experiencing social death herself. Besides, Junior Sister Xuanhuan having taken Master's aunt as a disciple meant Master's seniority dropped 2 ranks. Once Junior Sister Xuanhuan learns Master's true identity, she'll be so socially dead, she might try to burrow into the ground. Thinking this way, Flash felt a bit more balanced. Even if faced with social death, he shouldn't be the only one. However, he realized he'd misspoken again. So he hurriedly changed the subject. Master, are you planning to move against the Yi family? Iman hummed. But the unsleeping Marquis and the 14 states cannot act openly again. Destroying one ancient family establishes authority. If another is destroyed, it will be too much. All realms will see the 14 states as enemies. Hearing this, Flash instantly grasped something. He asked tremulously, Master, do you have another disguise? Iman nodded, half smiling. Nick the old man is also me. Flash. Recalling calling Nick that old man, Flash wished he could faint immediately. Blame this foul mouth of mine. But now, he felt immensely shaken. Master is actually Nick? That means Denshin Thomas and Xiangshan Brianna are also Master's disciples. That power which shook all heavens and 10,000 worlds, whose strength was no less than that of the 14 states, those 3,000 guests. They are also part of Master's power. So, a hall of flowers intoxicates 3,000 guests, one sword chills 14 states. All belong to Master? It flows quite smoothly. Flash looked at the youth before him with a face full of shock. The 14 states had already inspected the life or death arena left by Han State. It was confirmed that the restriction on it was the Chi Xian Sunling prohibition left by the great Scarlet Heaven demon god of the demon world. Not only could it detect bone age, but it could also detect soul age. Master's flesh and soul were both not over 100 years old. From inside out, they were tender enough to drip with water. Then, Flash recalled another matter. Master was not only tender enough to drip with water, he was also the young divine doctor who saved Aaliyah's state. So, the ghost Dr. Asura that Xuanhuan has been looking for. Just as he was about to ask for confirmation, Iman interrupted him. You know what you're thinking. There's no need to say it out loud. Flash closed his mouth in disgruntlement. It seemed this was an acknowledgement. This thing is for you to play with. As he spoke, Iman tossed a small pagoda into Flash's arms. It was the 5th family's clan treasure, the Divine Wasteland Pagoda. When Flash caught the Divine Wasteland Pagoda, his eyes immediately lit up. This Divine Wasteland Pagoda had been recast from an ordinary divine artifact, transformed into a sword path divine artifact. Now, it could be called the Divine Sword Pagoda. Thank you, Master. When Flash looked up, he found Iman had long disappeared. He couldn't help but reach out, gently stroking the Divine Sword Pagoda in his hand. In the next moment, a green light flashed over Flash's body. The sharp-as-a-sword young man had vanished. Instead, there was now a servant from the Guagong Manor, as ordinary as could be. Iman. What kind of hobby is this? Why have all my disciples become like this? Brianna and Xuanhuan love to pretend to be maids. Flash, this exalted sword god, brazenly transformed into a servant. Iman, you're back. Where's our master? Cleveland saw Iman return alone and couldn't help but ask in surprise. Amon glanced at him. Your master went back. Aunt, let's study that divine emperor-level cultivation technique. Amon waved at Sky. Sky was a bit dazed. Nephew, didn't you bow to the sword god as your master? Amon explained casually. Sword god said my talent is too high. He can't teach me. As he spoke, he pulled Sky away from the back garden. Talent too high, can't teach? What does that mean? Eminent and Cleveland exchanged puzzled looks. At that moment, in the sky above, a fist brimming with sword chi suddenly appeared. It struck hard against Cleveland's eye socket. Bang! Cleveland screamed in pain and flew backward. Chapter 84 Grand Brightness God King? Channing hadn't realized what had happened yet. He was already airborne. A moment later, Channing's shrill scream fell from the sky. Master, why did you hit me? Ed's voice was cold and emotionless. I suddenly remembered that it has been some time since I guided your cultivation. Today I happen to have an itch in my hand, so I will personally guide you and see if you've improved. Boom. Whoosh. Clang. Then, Channing's body dropped from the sky, smashing heavily into the rear garden of the Duke's mansion, creating a huge crater in the garden. Eminem. He was completely stunned. Wasn't everything fine just now? How did it turn out like this? And this is guidance and cultivation? Eminem shivered involuntarily. At least my eldest grandson didn't become the sword god's disciple, otherwise. At this moment, Ed descended from the sky and lightly landed before the big crater. He looked at Eminem and said respectfully, Eli, you don't need to worry. I was just fooling around with my disciple. I will personally restore this place. Eminem. Eli. You. Are you calling me? Hearing sword god speaking to him in such a tone, Eminem felt as if he were dreaming. Moreover, it wasn't just his imagination. Sword god seemed to be somewhat respectful toward him. An illusion. Definitely an illusion. Too many things have happened these few days. I haven't slept well. Go back to sleep. Go back to sleep. Shaking his head, Eminem walked toward his room. Channing struggled out of the bottom of the pit. Seeing Eminem walking away, he instinctively stretched out his hand. Brother Lin, don't go. Ed. Brother Lin? Who are you calling Brother Lin? Without thinking, Ed kicked Channing back into the pit. Then he leaped into the pit and began punching and kicking Channing again. Moments later, with a series of blood-curdling screams, Channing flew into the air once more. Master, at least I'm a sword saint. Please save some face for me in front of everyone. Ed sneered coldly. Sword saint? Talk about being a sword saint when you remove that pure title. As for saving face, rest assured, there are formations inside and outside the Duke's mansion. No one can see you being beaten. While talking, Ed didn't stop his fists. Channing's wails instantly spread throughout the Duke's mansion. The servants and guards all lowered their heads, pretending not to notice. Hall, the major domo, kept mumbling. Small scene, just a small scene. We've seen far greater spectacles and won't make a fuss over such a minor matter. Our young lord is the Roman and a sword god too. After grumbling for a while, Hall said, What are you all standing around for? Get back to work. The servants, with stiff expressions, hurriedly lowered their heads and got back to work. No one dared to look up. Channing's miserable voice came down once again. Master, I know you're upset because you never took Iman as a disciple. But this anger shouldn't be vented on me. Shouldn't you be beating up Iman instead, Before Channing could finish, his voice turned into even more pitiful cries. Ed was so angry he gnashed his teeth, daring to mention Lin. Mentioning Master to me. This foolish disciple even thought of taking his grandmaster as a disciple. Since Master ignored him, this fellow invited me specifically to get me into trouble. Although Channing was innocent and Iman never blamed anyone, thinking about how humiliated he was in front of Master, Ed wished he could kick this unlucky disciple to death. If I don't properly discipline you today, this resentment can't be relieved. With this thought in mind, Ed's punches became heavier, each punch carrying an intent like a storm. Holy crap, Master, how did you cultivate fist intent? Seeing Ed's fist full of fist intent, Channing was scared witless. Ed, so what if it's fist intent? Have you forgotten who taught me? In the next instant, the massive shadow of Ed's fist enveloped the entire Duke's mansion. Inside the room, Eminem covered his head with the quilt. Illusion, it's all an illusion. How could Sword God use fist intent to discipline a disciple? I must still be dreaming. In the backyard of the Duke's mansion, in Iman's separate courtyard, Sky raised her head, staring blankly at the sky. After a while, she stiffly turned her gaze to Iman. Heaven knows how much willpower Sky had used to resist the urge to take out a communication talisman and capture this scene from above. The god of sword using fist intent to beat up a sword saint. Such a unique scene might never happen again. But when she saw Iman clearly, her expression froze once more. Iman was holding a communication talisman in his hand, wearing a mischievous smile as he recorded the entire scene playing out in the sky. Sky was stunned for a moment. Iman, doing this isn't good, right? Iman shrugged. There's nothing wrong with it. As he spoke, he put away the communication talisman and placed the unparalleled Emperor Guide on the stone table in front of him. Come on, let's study this divine Emperor-level cultivation technique. In the original plot, Rico had revealed the true form of this divine Emperor-level cultivation technique by dripping blood to acknowledge ownership. Originally, Iman thought it was too far-fetched, finding the idea of acknowledging ownership through blood utterly ridiculous. But now, it seemed that things weren't so simple. Rico's identity, the direct grandson of the Yi family patriarch of an ancient lineage, carried within him the bloodline of a celestial deity. And the old ancestor of the Yi family, that celestial deity whom Amon had defeated, wasn't an ordinary celestial deity either. He was likely the descendant of a mysterious ancient race from the divine realm, possibly related to the one who left behind the unparalleled Emperor Guide. Aunt, try dripping your blood on this book, Amon said, looking at Sky. Sky nodded and used her essence energy to pierce her fingertip. A drop of blood shimmering with moonlight slowly dripped onto the book. Buzz. In the next instant, a faint golden ripple bloomed from the unpaired Emperor Guide. It really works. Iman's eyes lit up. Although Sky didn't have the bloodline of a celestial deity, she possessed the moon goddess body, one of the most top-tier divine bodies across all realms. At this moment, the unparalleled Emperor Guide began to tremble wildly, its emitted golden light becoming increasingly brilliant. In the next instant, an ancient voice echoed from the unparalleled Emperor Guide. Thousands of autumns and dreams. What year is it tonight? Little girl, did you awaken me? Sky looked at Iman, bewildered. Inside this book, could there be an old bearded grandpa? Iman rubbed his forehead. Just a charlatan. Don't mind him. Charlatan? Young man, make your words clear. Who are you calling a charlatan? I am the Darren of the divine realm. How dare you call me a charlatan? In the next instant, the unparalleled Emperor Guide suddenly stood upright as if choking itself. Two golden eyes appeared on the cover of the book, staring rudely at Iman. Sky widened her eyes. She suddenly remembered something. Recently, the divine power outside the city also claimed to be the Darren. Could it be you? What? This already pure golden book suddenly jumped up. I am the true Darren. How dare someone impersonate the mighty Darren? Truly unforgivable. Speak. Where is that scoundrel who dared to impersonate my mighty Darren? Chapter 85. As the heavenly emperor, I shall suppress all enemies in this world. The golden book stood upright like a person. It used the two lower corners as legs and the two upper ones as arms. Its golden eyes were filled with arrogance. But at that moment, a white-haired head suddenly leaned over. While swallowing saliva, he hesitantly said, "This book looks very delicious. Two masters, can I eat it?" Xuanhuan, Kevin, had somehow come over. He looked at Iman with an eager expression. Sky stared at Xuanhuan, surprised. Aren't you the new one called, what's it? Hobart. Xuanhuan quickly corrected, "Master, this old servant is called Hobart." Iman. At this moment, he finally realized. The Satan in his mouth and this guy's Hobart were definitely not the same thing. Before Iman could speak, on the desk, the golden book that had been arrogant just now suddenly let out a terrified and sharp cry. Instinctively, it wanted to throw itself towards Sky, but Iman slapped it down with his palm. Why you? Who are you? The golden book got up from the desk, its golden eyes showing fear as it looked at Xuanhuan. In its perception, this thing in front of him, which was neither human nor ghost, could really eat it. Meanwhile, this golden book, self-proclaimed great brightness divine king, also instinctively stretched out the top right corner of the book and made a motion to wipe its mouth. He looks quite delicious too. If I could eat him. Thinking this, the golden book couldn't help but swallow its own saliva. Iman. Sky. So these two were thinking of eating each other? Sky slapped the golden book onto the table. Don't eat my old servant. What exactly are you? Where is the divine emperor technique you promised? The golden book performed a backward roll and stood up again. He lifted his chin again. You little girl actually dare to be disrespectful to me. I am the great brightness divine king of the divine realm, not some divine emperor technique. Bang. Then, he was slapped onto the table by Sky once more. Sky frowned and sneered. Since it's not a divine emperor technique, what use do I have for you? Hobart, give this thing to you to eat. Xuanhuan's eyes lit up, ready to pick up the golden book. Iman sat on the stone stool, not intervening. Sky appeared harmless. But in fact, she was also a genuine big villain, almost killing the main character. Extracting information from this kind of trivial matter did not require Iman's intervention. The golden book screamed, "Don't come over. I'm the divine emperor technique. But this divine emperor technique cannot be opened. Seeing Xuanhuan charging at him, the golden book hurriedly explained, unparalleled imperial guidance is the unparalleled divine power created by Dan. Under heaven, only the bloodline of Dan can unlock it. Hearing Dan, Iman's heart moved, blurting out subconsciously, as the heavenly emperor, I shall suppress all enemies in this world? The golden book looked confused. What? Iman. Nothing. Turns out it wasn't the same Dan. You continue. Iman sat cross-legged, continuing to watch the show. Upon hearing Iman's words, the golden book's eyes brightened slightly. As the heavenly emperor, I shall suppress all enemies in this world? Sounds powerful. It puffed out its chest and shouted sternly, as the heavenly emperor, I shall suppress all enemies in this world. Iman. Sky. Xuanhuan stuck out his tongue and licked his own nose lightly, then laughed. Divine emperor technique? Dan? If I eat you, wouldn't it be like eating the divine emperor technique? Seeing this, Sky imitated Xuanhuan, sticking out her delicate pink tongue, trying to lick her nose, but she found she couldn't reach. Then she poked Iman's arm. Nephew, how does he manage to lick his nose? Iman. Don't ask me. I don't know either. Seeing Xuanhuan approaching, the golden book quickly said, not the same. I am just the spirit of the book guarding the divine emperor technique. Eating me won't get you the technique. Xuanhuan reached out and picked up the golden book. Aren't you the great brightness divine king? How did you become a book spirit? To my knowledge, the great brightness divine king of the divine realm is still well and alive in the divine realm. The golden book was still struggling at first. When he finally understood what Xuanhuan had said, he immediately lost his composure. What? There's another great brightness divine king in the god realm? Damn it, which bastard dared to impersonate me? I am the great brightness divine king. As he spoke, the golden book's aura suddenly weakened. He hung limply in Xuanhuan's hand and somewhat listlessly said, I am indeed the great brightness divine king, who made the Xuanhuan in the demon realm wish he were dead. Later, I was refined by Dan and became the spirit of the book for unparalleled imperial guidance. Dan promised that if I found him a worthy successor, he would restore my physical body. xuanhuan held the golden book in his hand and sneered. You beat the xuanhuan so badly that he wished he were dead? The golden book instantly straightened up. That's right. In that battle, I beat the xuanhuan so badly that he cried out for his father and begged on his knees. Hold on. In the next moment, the golden book suddenly opened its eyes wide, looking at the old man before him with terror. You are. The xuanhuan interrupted him. A master's servant. The golden book sharply looked at Amon, thoughts racing through his mind. Then he clenched his teeth and said, only Dan's bloodline can open and cultivate unparalleled imperial guidance. Any non-Dan bloodline will die upon touching it. Great Brightness Divine King wasn't foolish. He could already confirm that this old man must be the xuanhuan, one of the 24 celestial kings of the demon realm, willing to be an old servant in the human world. These two young men and women before him must have extraordinary backgrounds. And just now, it was awakened by a drop of lunar divine blood from sky. Amon looked at the golden book and said quietly, so, this unparalleled imperial guidance is like the devil summoning scripture? Did Dan leave this thing to find a body for his rebirth? Great Brightness Divine King widened his eyes and said incredulously, what nonsense? The xuanhuan touched the top of the book. Master means the Dan you're talking about is dead? Dead for a very long time. Probably right after he sealed you in this book. Great Brightness Divine King. Suddenly, Amon thought of something amusing. Oh right, there's someone of Dan's bloodline locked up in my dungeon. Use their blood to try this cultivation method. See if it really summons a Dan. As he spoke, Amon snatched the golden book, joyfully heading toward the dungeon of the Duke's residence. The xuanhuan touched his nose, then instinctively glanced at Sky. Master, aren't you surprised? Sky nodded truthfully. I am. Just, how did you lick your own nose? The xuanhuan. Sky looked at the xuanhuan seriously and asked again, so, how did you lick your own nose? Chapter 86, Seizing the Harem of the Son of Fate. The Bradford covered his face. Since I'm not human, isn't it normal to lick my nose? Sky looked regretful. I thought I could get a cultivation technique from the Divine Emperor. But it turns out I can't practice it. Her voice carried a tinge of grievance. The Bradford coughed. My lord, aren't you curious about the other master? Sky shrugged. Curious? How could I not be? But if he could tell, wouldn't he have already said it? Alas, I should go back and practice. The saber techniques my master taught me are not well learned yet. With that, she turned around and left. Worthy of being the ancestor's aunt, your thoughts really are unconventional. Surely the little ancestor doesn't intend to really bring Martin out. Thinking this, the Bradford hurried to the prison cell. He couldn't forget how Amon used the remnant spirit scripture he left behind to summon his lingering spirit. In the dungeon of the Duke's mansion, Urban stared in horror at Amon. Trembling, he asked, Ethan? After learning Amon's true identity from Brett, Urban wished he could bash his head against the wall. The Ethan, the one who wiped out the Wu Di family. It turned out to be Amon. The power among the 8 ancient families was evenly matched, with only their hidden cards varying. If the Ethan could wipe out the Wu Di family, he also had the power to annihilate the Yi family. Now, while the ancient families trembled at the mention of the Ethan, Urban found himself trapped by this big shot. Amon glanced at Brett. The man still hung on the wall, with his arms pierced through the pipa bone. Seeing Amon look over, Brett quickly forced a sycophantic smile. At this point, the fake Roman had been thoroughly tamed by the Bradford. Even if someone attached a tail to him now, he would wag it like a propeller. Amon remained silent. He tossed the golden book in front of Urban. Look, is this guy a descendant of Martin? The golden book hovered in front of Urban. Indeed, it's Martin's bloodline. Though extremely diluted, it's enough to activate unparalleled imperial guidance. Do you want to let him cultivate unparalleled imperial guidance, kid? Urban looked bewildered. Martin's bloodline? What does that mean? Amon nodded. In the original plot, Rico cultivated unparalleled imperial guidance and eventually became a divine emperor. But it remains unknown whether Martin truly died leaving no soul residue or ultimately became Rico's stepping stone. Without hesitation, the golden book transformed into a beam of golden light and entered Urban's body. Buzz. Moments later, a golden ripple emanated from Urban's body. Instantly, it dyed his entire being pure gold. Urban suddenly widened his eyes, 2 golden rays shooting from them. Snap crack. Inside his body, there were crisp sounds. The cultivation that Amon had crippled, along with swordsmanship, were instantly restored. Not only that, Urban's meridians and dantian were filled with pure golden energy. His aura rapidly expanded. He broke through the Heaven Gate realm and entered the semi-deity realm within seconds. An imperial-level technique, unparalleled imperial guidance? Feeling the strength surging within his body and the resonating intent in his mind, Urban's eyes went wide. He lowered his head, staring blankly at his hands. I became a deity? I actually became a deity. Ha ha ha. Amon, I don't care if you're the Ethan or the Roman. Now, you must die. Urban suddenly lashed out. A purely golden palm imprint, radiating terrifying power, solidified and pressed down towards Amon. Behind him, Brett, still hanging on the wall, watched Urban with disdain. Sure enough, the moment the golden palm imprint appeared, it dissipated. Will you crawl out yourself, or do I need to force you out? Amon stared at Urban's chest, half smiling. The Bradford echoed, Master, there's no need for you to lift a finger. This old servant will take care of him, and even get an extra meal. The Bradford's eyes gleamed as he stared at Urban's chest. In the next instant, Urban suddenly shivered. Then, he collapsed like a deflated balloon. The golden book unwillingly flew out of his body. What kind of monster are you? The golden book, Great Brightness Celestial King, looked at Amon with golden eyes full of terror. The Bradford chuckled. Great Brightness Celestial King from the Divine Realm? I believe you have already recognized me as the ruler of the abyss in the netherworld, the Bradford, right? My current master cut me down with one strike when I was at my peak. If it weren't for my lingering shadow hidden within a cultivation technique, there would be no Bradford left in this world. Now, I am my master's servant. The golden book widened its eyes, looking at Amon in disbelief. One strike, to cut down the Bradford? Though merely a celestial king, the Bradford held a status in the netherworld akin to many demon emperors. He was a demon king who ruled over the 24 heavens of the netherworld, possessing a significant standing in the netherworld. Even the first demon emperor of hell, Elwyn, couldn't achieve cutting down the Bradford in one strike. No wonder the Bradford only remained a demigod. Even his current body seemed temporarily condensed. Just now, the great brightness celestial king had no idea what happened. His power was scattered in an instant. Brett, hanging on the wall, and Urban, lying on the ground, were utterly stunned. The Bradford from the netherworld? The great brightness celestial king from the divine realm? Iman ignored their shocked gazes. He looked at the fallen golden book and asked, well, has the unparalleled imperial guidance been activated? The golden book hastily replied, activated, it's activated. And, I sense traces of Emperor Yi inside it. Emperor Yi must still be alive. Iman waved his hand. The golden book landed in his palm. Then, Iman channeled his divine will into the golden book. At this moment, the golden book dared not resist anymore, obediently opening itself, allowing Iman's divine will to enter. It was a world bathed in golden light. Everywhere was filled with radiant gold hues. In the center of this world, stood a naked woman with golden hair and eyes. Iman paused. Who are you? The golden-haired woman shrank back, then softly said, I am the great brightness celestial king, Iman. The great brightness celestial king is female? Why did I meet a male earlier? The golden-haired woman, hearing this, frowned. He is an impostor. I am the true great brightness celestial king, Iman. Suddenly, he recalled that Rico indeed had a concubine with golden hair and eyes in his harem. She held a higher position than the others. Even the Empress Milagros, who considered herself the queen of the harem, bowed to her command. So it was her. Was this considered seizing the harem of the son of fate? Iman rubbed his temples. Put some clothes on first before speaking. The face of the great brightness celestial king turned red as she explained, I usually sleep naked, so I forgot to put clothes on. As she spoke, she waved her hand. Golden light gathered, forming a splendid palace attire like the blazing sun, covering her body. Iman nodded. What about the unparalleled imperial guidance? Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the capital city of Sage Country, a tranquil villa. This place served as the base of operations for the Yi family in this world. Rico, sprawled in the room, suddenly felt a piercing pain in his heart. It was as if a part of his life was being severed by someone. Overwhelmed by the sensation, a gray-yellow fountain shot upwards. Like a sharp sword, it tore through the roof. The previously picturesque villa was instantly enveloped in a gray-yellow mist. Inside the villa, dozens of Yi family disciples covered their noses and fled. What on earth is Rico? Spewing again. How many times has this happened? This is the direct grandson our family head just acknowledged? Why does he defile everywhere like this? What happened, Cassie? Someone looked at Cassie, who was also running out pinching her nose. Cassie stammered, to the Roman. So handsome, the Roman. The rest of the Yi family. Chapter 87. Rico, still has to go. For half a year? Elsewhere. Ted, the leader of the Yi family delegation, saw off the black market manager with a grim expression. Although this was merely the black market of the Sage Kingdom, Ted did not wish to offend them. Without hesitation, he paid the cleaning fee as well as 3 days' worth of compensation. The black market was the most unique place in all the realms, having existed for an endless number of years, spreading across every corner. Behind it were several mysterious and ancient forces providing support. It was a gray area that lay between darkness and light, where not only could taboo treasures, absolutely forbidden from circulation on the market, be purchased, but it also served as a perfect place to sell stolen goods. In a world where martial artists fought and killed, many items couldn't be revealed in public. Thus, the black market offered convenience to these martial artists. Major powers across all realms naturally had their shops within the black market too. However, the black market had its rules. It was strictly a place for business, and any martial conflict was forbidden. Violators would face boycotts from all black markets across the myriad worlds. Even the ancient family did not dare to easily offend the black market, which owed its power to the perfection of commerce and trade principles. Every establishment of a black market received recognition from local powerful figures, and even shared part of its profits. For example, the black market of the Sage Kingdom was established under the support of the royal family. This was precisely why the black market thrived across the myriad worlds. What exactly happened? Why has he become like this? After the black market manager left, Rico could barely control his temper. After finally finding the rightful grandson of the family head, he did not expect him to have changed into such a state. Publicly, diarrhea? This was far beyond just embarrassment. Beside Ted, an elderly man dressed in dark yellow attire stroked his beard thoughtfully and said, it may not be so bad. Perhaps it's turning out well for misfortune. This elder was the physician who came along with the Yi family delegation, Brendan. Ted was taken aback. Turning out well from misfortune? Brendan nodded. Rico seems to have consumed a supreme treasure of water affinity and then swallowed a spiritual item of fire affinity, forming two opposing forces inside his body. The clash of these forces caused an imbalance of water and fire, leading to a disruption in his internal organs, thus causing the excretory behavior. You can think of it as purification through suffering. Of course, Brendan continued, the purification will conservatively last about half a year. Ted was speechless. Half a year? Did Rico really need to suffer this for half a year? Can we not stop this somehow? Brendan pondered. There is a way. Find a powerful spatial spirit artifact and block his rear orifice. Ted was again silent. Before he could speak further, Brendan added, The impurities expelled during this purification have merged with the water and fire energies within him, turning into toxic substances. Therefore, the things he expels are highly toxic. Ordinary storage spirit artifacts cannot withstand this corrosion. So, we must use a more potent one, at least lower grade celestial rank. In that moment, the elder felt deeply powerless. At this time, Rico's furious voice erupted. Iman. It must be Iman. He tampered with the pill. I want to kill Iman. Elder Ted, you must avenge me. Upon hearing Rico's voice, Ted turned away, pretending not to hear. To avenge you by killing Iman? While the Yi family stood proudly among all the realms, they naturally didn't care about the champion lord of the divine continent. But to rescue Rico, they had already lost Green Mountain Sword Saint. Despite Ted's strength, he was only late-stage Earth transformation realm and far inferior to Urban. But this humiliation by Iman needs retribution. A Green Mountain Sword Saint at the Earth transformation realm wasn't Iman's match. However, the Yi family had a genuine Sword Saint, a Celestial Phenomenon Realm Sword Saint. If this Celestial Phenomenon Realm Sword Saint could defeat Iman, maybe they could ascend to the Sword God. Nonetheless, there was still another matter. I'll contact All Realms Mobile first to suppress news about Rico. Ted covered his nose and left the courtyard. Meanwhile, elsewhere, some of the young martial artists of the Yi family, after hearing Rico's shouts, instinctively moved farther away. A few girls surrounded Cassie and chirped, Cassie, did you really see Champion Lord? Is he really that handsome? Yes, although there are images of Champion Lord on SpiritNet, his face is smeared like what Rico sprayed out. It's impossible to tell what he looks like. Cassie spat and then said seriously, he's very handsome, super handsome. Then, she took out her communication jade token and projected the image for everyone to see. What do you think? Isn't he handsome? Those around looked closely and their eyes instantly lit up. So this is Champion Lord. He really is handsome. In the picture, the youth stood with arms crossed, dressed in a light white brocade robe, slender and tall with broad shoulders and a slim waist. On that elegant and graceful face, his brows and eyes were striking, and at the corner of his mouth hung a lazy smile. The several girls of the Yi family let out gasps of admiration. Cassie wore a smug look. Quickly send me a copy. Me too. Sure, but this image can't be posted on SpiritNet, or else his face will get smeared again. Okay, noted. Immediately, these individuals stored the image of Iman into their own communication jade tokens. A few even used it as a screensaver. But just at that moment, a weak yet sharp voice suddenly sounded. What are you all doing? Iman is our Yi family's enemy, and you're doing such things in private. Layla's face was deathly pale as she stared at the images of Iman on the jade tokens. Her eyes blazed with fury. Do you still have any sense of belonging and honor for your ancient family? Cassie turned her head, glancing at Layla. What right do you have to lecture us? Beside Cassie, a young girl harumphed and mocked, a bastard daughter, a dog-like lowlife who got lucky enough to become Rico's bed servant. Really? Do you consider yourself part of the Yi family? Hearing this, Layla's already deathly pale face grew even whiter. But the girl wouldn't let up, adding, or do you want to use us to fight against Champion Lord for you? Champion Lord isn't just Champion Lord. He's also the divine doctor who saved the Sage Kingdom. Do you people of Sage have no gratitude toward him? Layla staggered backward. Then, she abruptly fell into a familiar and warm, but a bit stinky, embrace. Apologize. Rico held Layla with one hand around her waist, while his other arm wrapped around her. Apologize. Ice is my woman, and she's part of our Yi family. Alice, apologize to Ice immediately. Cassie stepped forward, protecting Alice behind her. She sneered, most of the 30 million upper-grade spirit stones you took came from Alice. Who are you asking to apologize? As she spoke, she instinctively covered her nose. Chapter 88. The Heaven Moves, the God of Prison. Ever since Rico was propelled into the sky by his own fart at the black market, in Cassie's eyes, Rico had lost all dignity. Most importantly, his waste had splattered onto her, causing her to be despised by Baron. Now, as she saw Rico approaching with a foul stench once more, Cassie felt nothing but intense dislike for him. When Rico heard the phrase, 30 million high-grade spirit stones, he instantly felt a surge of energy. The true essence in his body began to rage uncontrollably. Then, whoosh, bam, swoosh, rustle, yellow gas, carrying gray liquid, erupted from behind him. The massive recoil sent Rico and the Layla he held flying into the sky again. Holy crap, run. Seeing this nightmare unfold once more, Cassie was startled. She grabbed Alice from behind her and fled madly toward the perimeter. The other members of the Yi family had yet to realize the severity of the situation. They simply looked up, dazed, watching the two figures in the sky. Wait, how did he get up there? What is that smell? Those around hadn't fully comprehended what had just happened. Many people watched in curiosity as someone flew into the sky with a loud noise. Then, gray liquid poured down like rain, covering not only the villa rented by the Yi family, but even the small hills outside the villa weren't spared. Previously, due to Rico's multiple incidents inside the room, the entire villa reeked. So the Yi family members had already moved to the open areas outside the villa, only to now be caught in disaster. Most didn't realize what was happening, still looking up, until they were drenched head to toe. It's Rico. He's at it again. Gah. In an instant, disciples of the Yi family, one of the 7 ancient primordial families of all worlds, scrambled away while cursing. A few distinguished individuals quickly activated their defensive spirit artifacts amidst the chaos. The Yi family's base in Aaliyah Kingdom descended into complete disarray. As for Rico in the sky, a layer of grayish-yellow cloud had formed beneath him, making him look as if he were riding on clouds. Thick, gray-yellow liquid continuously rained down from the cloud. Layla, who was held in Rico's arms during the ascent, had fainted long before reaching the sky. Although Layla's condition had stabilized, her shattered meridians and dantian were not repaired. She was now completely incapacitated. She couldn't withstand Rico's toxic odor and was poisoned unconscious. Down below, Cassie had witnessed such scenes from Rico before. Her reaction was quick. While activating a defensive spirit artifact, she dragged Alice to safety, escaping the disaster. But others weren't so fortunate. Primordial family disciples were seen covered in sticky fluid, including Galen and Ted. Ted was contacting the messaging service of the All Worlds mobile network using a communication jade token, trying to have them suppress the news about Rico's mishap in the black market. Just as negotiations began, a manager from All Worlds mobile network witnessed this elder of the primordial family being doused by falling liquid. Recalling the incident in Aaliyah Kingdom's black market and Ted's current negotiation content, the manager instantly understood what had happened. Through the transmission, the manager could smell Ted's odor even through the imagery. Advisor Yi, maybe you should wash up first? The manager coughed, suppressing laughter. Ted stiffened. After some time, he forced himself to agree to the manager's demands despite feeling nauseous. Fine, 30 million high-grade spirit stones it is. And the current incident cannot appear on the spirit web either. While speaking, Ted instinctively wiped his face, then couldn't help but vomit. Manager. All right, nothing else, I'll hang up. Wait. Just as the manager was about to cut off the connection, Lewis expelled the filth from his body with true essence. He then said seriously, there's another condition. Roman image must reappear on the spirit web. Hearing this, the manager's initially restrained expression turned indifferent. Restore the image of the Roman on the spirit web? Sure, 1 billion. Ted was taken aback. What did you say? The manager said with a half-smile, half-serious expression. If the Yi family pays 10 billion, Baron's true appearance will reappear on the spirit web. Ted. Just now, he had intended to spend 3 to 5 million to erase today's events from the spirit web, but he never expected that the other party would demand 30 million right off the bat. 30 million high-grade spirit stones were no small sum. Even for Ted, it would sting. If not for Rico's latest skyward escapade, he would have tried every means to haggle the price down. But now, with matters concerning Baron, the other side actually demanded 1 billion right away. Though Baron was a hero of the human race in Zhongzhou Great World, he was also the common enemy of all alien races in Zhongzhou Great World. If Iman's true appearance were hung on the spirit web, the aliens would surely try every possible means to attack him. Can it be cheaper? Ted took a deep breath, and then vomited. 100 billion. The manager remained unperturbed. Ted. It's settled. Then, he proactively cut off the connection. Next, he ran to a corner and began vomiting madly. He even threw up yesterday's leftovers. Meanwhile, at the other end of the 10,000 worlds, a young man in splendid attire was playing with an exquisite communication jade token in his hand. A sneer appeared on his face. The image of Baron was erased by God of Prison personally. A mere Yi family? But why did God of Prison help Baron? God of Prison, a mysterious and powerful supreme-level expert in the 10,000 worlds, established All Worlds Mobile, created the spirit web, linking the entire 10,000 worlds as one. It could be said that the emergence of God of Prison completely changed the lifestyle of all martial artists in the 10,000 worlds. At the same time, Iman looked at the golden vortex in front of him, frowning slightly. King of Great Brightness said seriously, the unparalleled Emperor Guide is inside the golden vortex. Entering this vortex, you can see the true, unparalleled Emperor Guide. Iman stroked his chin. If I enter this vortex, you can get into my body and replace me? King of Great Brightness was stunned. What? Suddenly, Iman turned to look at King of Great Brightness. By the way, King of Great Brightness, your name starts with Yi? What's the full name again? Jean. The blonde woman blurted out without thinking. Then her expression froze. Iman eyed King of Great Brightness with interest. So, in the original plot, Rico was a despicable ancestor rider? Chapter 89. The Mandate Stone. The self-proclaimed Great Brightness God Emperor Jean looked at Iman with a shocked expression. She couldn't figure out why, being a divine emperor herself, even though her physical body was gone and her divine soul severely damaged, she still possessed the essence of a divine emperor. The youth before her couldn't be more than 50 soul years old, not even a fraction of her age. Yet somehow, she had revealed her name to him, Jean. Although few in the divine realm remembered that name today, it was hard not to draw connections since the heavenly emperor's surname was Yi. Seeing Jean's expression, Iman knew his guess was right. Actually, Iman hadn't initially suspected this Great Brightness God Emperor's identity. But when he recited, as the heavenly emperor, I shall subdue all enemies in the world, the Great Brightness God Emperor involuntarily repeated it too. This was intriguing. Also, the Cavan had firmly believed that this one was indeed the Great Brightness God Emperor. That guy likely had ulterior motives. Iman remained vigilant against the Cavan. The two were obviously working together covertly, but such cooperation was normal. If Iman could subdue a demon world demon king so easily, he wouldn't be the villain but the favored protagonist. And that golden vortex was clearly a trap. When Iman entered the vortex's domain, the first thing he saw was a naked, stunningly beautiful woman, a rare sight of unmatched beauty. Most men would probably be thrilled and drop their guard, perhaps even following her blindly into the vortex. The excuse about preferring to sleep nude only worked on those who were ruled by base instincts. In the past 12 years, Iman had resisted countless temptations from beautiful women while completing the system's insane tasks. He admitted that Jean, also known as Martin, was exceptionally beautiful. But the more attractive someone was in such an unreasonable setting, the more problematic it became. Iman was sure that everything coming out of this Great Brightness God Emperor's mouth was a lie. He wasn't a favored protagonist, nor did he have the ability to exude an aura that made everyone bow in reverence. His followers and disciples were mostly picked up from death's doorstep and rescued from dire straits. Even the Cavan had been forced to swear blood oaths multiple times. As a villain, Iman didn't gamble on people's hearts. He couldn't afford to lose. Seeing the slightly mocking gaze of the youth, Jean sat down unceremoniously on the ground. I admit it. I am Martin. As the Heavenly Emperor, I shall subdue all enemies in the world. Though Jean's words sounded dominant, her face was full of frustration. She had already sensed the aura of the Yi clan's bloodline. Through her round, the three absolute sword saint, handing her over to any descendant of the Yi clan would give her a chance to return to the world. But her round sold her to this kid for just an upper-grade spirit stone. Jean thought if she used seduction, took over this kid's body, and found a descendant of the Yi clan, she'd succeed. Yet the kid saw through her plan instantly. Jean wasn't without thoughts of force, but without a physical body and a damaged divine soul, her power was diminished. She would have acted long ago if she could. The only thing she could use against the youth was the golden vortex, but Iman wasn't falling for it. I want the * Peerless Imperial Guide star. Looking at the unceremonious Jean on the ground, Iman said seriously. The Peerless Imperial Guide? Planning to give it to that girl with the moon goddess physique? Jean glanced at Iman. The Peerless Imperial Guide isn't suitable for her. Iman interrupted her. It's not for her. Moon goddess physique. Iman had already chosen a cultivation method for Alizé. The Peerless Imperial Guide was naturally for his grandfather. Jean responded with a humph and looked at Iman expectantly. Let's make a deal. I'll give you the Peerless Imperial Guide, and you send me to the Yi clan to find a successor. Send you to the Yi clan and add 2 divine emperor level enemies for myself? Jean was speechless. Iman continued, if you don't give it, fine. I'll refine you and take it directly from your divine soul. Bagua Cauldron. In the next moment, Iman shouted. Boom. The void trembled. The Bagua Cauldron broke through the void and appeared beside Iman. It now stood at about 10 feet high. After arriving beside Iman, its lid lifted slightly. A grayish stone fell into his hand. What's this? Iman was a bit confused. The Bagua Cauldron hummed and vibrated a few times. Iman suddenly remembered. Forgot about this. Earlier, he had thrown the blood essence crystal into the Bagua Cauldron. He used the method of refining the life soul pearl to refine the blood essence crystal. But the result was just a dull gray stone? That's the mandate stone. How did you get the mandate stone? When Jean saw the grayish stone in Iman's hand, her eyes instantly lit up. Can you give me this mandate stone? Her eyes were fixed on the gray stone in Iman's hand. You give me the mandate stone, and the Peerless Imperial Guide will be yours immediately. This is the physical form of the Peerless Imperial Guide. As she spoke, Jean stretched out her hand and lightly drew in the air. A long golden 9-clawed divine dragon appeared in her hand. I refined this using the residual soul of the Darren. Iman. You say this is the mandate stone? What can it do? Jean chuckled awkwardly and then explained. The mandate stone can help me reconstruct my body and divine soul, and even offers a chance to return to my peak. She didn't hold anything back. After all the open and hidden exchanges earlier, Jean had already recognized the reality. Playing mind games with the young man before her was futile. He was unswayed by any means. It was better to be straightforward. Iman narrowed his eyes. The Life Soul Pearl was one of the most top-tier innate treasures in the divine realm, rare and invaluable. The method to refine the Life Soul Pearl was given to him as a reward for completing a system task. If that was the case, this mandate stone should be on par with the Life Soul Pearl in terms of level. Reconstructing a divine emperor's body and divine soul, Iman threw the mandate stone back into the Bagua Cauldron. Then, he summoned with his hand. The golden 9-clawed golden dragon landed in Iman's hand. Iman sensed slightly and indeed found a profound cultivation method within. If I give you the mandate stone, then what? Jean spoke seriously. Then you would have saved my life, and we would become the most steadfast allies. To be honest, even if I go to the Yi clan and find a successor, women are fine. I can at most bind my life with hers, so we share the same destiny. But if it's a man, I can't resist whatever he wants to do to me. As she spoke, the Empress Martin dissipated the golden radiance around her. The originally radiant golden hair turned black instantly. She looked at Iman pitifully, pleading earnestly. Iman pointed to the golden vortex. What is that? Jean hurriedly said, it's a divine soul prison I made using the residual soul of the Darren. Even if a divine emperor's divine soul falls in, it will be trapped inside. With a thought, I can make them suffer endless torment. Iman tugged at the corner of his mouth. So previously, this woman definitely wanted him to suffer endless torment. Let's see how you behave. If you behave well, I'll give you this mandate stone. If not, I'll throw you in there. As he spoke, this notion slowly dissipated. Hey, why are you leaving? Iman's voice sounded, naturally, to deal with the Cavan. Beside Iman, the Cavan immediately slumped on the ground upon hearing this. Chapter 90. The incident of spanking Melinda's bottom had become known throughout the divine realm. Iman cast a faint glance at Carson. Just this glance sent the mighty demon king who was feared across the 3 realms and 6 directions to collapse on the ground, almost losing his soul from fright. When Carson lifted his head again, Iman had already left the cell, but he remained seated on the ground, not daring to move an inch. The golden book floated up. In its glittering golden eyes was evident regret. Agreed to give this guy a good lesson. Why did he just walk away after one look? Hey, big old black, the man's long gone. Why are you still lying there? Carson shot a lingering look of terror at the golden book. What do you understand? I'd rather be beaten by him. I don't want to be looked at with that kind of gaze. To let out anger with a beating, and then have the matter passed. But leaving it like this, silent and unknown, might result in an outbreak anytime. Hard to even die if wanted. Heaven only knows how long he'll have to live in dread. Was I eating a dragon heart, or a Kirin gallbladder, or my mind clouded by xuanhuan oil? How could I think about scheming against this little ancestor with a rotten book like you? Hearing these words, the golden book couldn't help but shrink back. Tisk, look at your spinelessness. He's only in Xian Guang realm martial artist. No matter how powerful, how scary can he be? Carson glanced at her, then nodded. Right? You're right. That little ancestor is only in Xuanhuan realm martial artist. Not scary at all. Just treat him as in Xuanhuan realm martial artist. Gene. This black bastard actually turned around to frame himself. Returning to his room, Iman took out his communication talisman jade. Looking at the 4 characters xuanhuan mobile in the upper right corner of the screen, he hesitated for a long time. Finally, his finger tapped lightly. The original text, xuanhuan mobile, instantly changed to divine realm connectivity. Xuanhuan mobile, divine realm connectivity, and the spiritual network of the devil telecom were essentially the same thing. They merely existed separately in 3 different layers of the world. Ordinary communication talisman jade would receive signals only if within a certain realm, but Iman's communication talisman jade was specially made. In the human world, he could receive signals from the spiritual network of all worlds of the 3 realms and 6 directions. Instantly, within the communication talisman jade, countless communication imprints started jumping wildly. Iman's eyelids twitched sharply. Subconsciously, he tapped the most fiercely jumping imprint. Then, a clear yet boisterous female voice suddenly filled Iman's mind. Holy crap, holy crap. Diviner, are you high? Actually sat on His Majesty's cloud bed, pinning the Emperor over your knee and spanking her. Even swelled up her bottom. How did you manage that? Getting the Emperor to lie obediently on your lap while you spank her bottom. Iman was jolted abruptly. What's going on? How could a third party know about this? More alarmingly, the identity of the woman sending him the message. She was none other than the Crimson Sky Divine King Lori, under Justine's command, one of the 9 heavens divine kings. Of the same type as Augusta, especially talkative, especially garrulous. Yet Augusta, being covertly flirtatious, appeared aloof in public and only transformed into a chatterbox online. While this Crimson Sky Divine King was openly flirtatious, saying whatever she wanted, passing on anything, reputed as the best gossip mouthpiece in the 9 heavens divine nation. Once she knew something, the whole divine realm would know. Iman hurriedly opened other communication imprints. Indeed, all these messages were asking the diviner of 9 heavens about pressing the Alicia down on his lap and spanking her bottom. Iman felt dizzy, almost falling onto the bed. How does she know? The system clearly assured me it had sealed the entire palace of 9 heavens. No one should know. Could the system have deceived me? Justine wouldn't tell anyone else. The next moment, in the communication talisman jade, Lori's voice sounded again. Read but didn't reply. Ha, diviner. You're indeed still in the divine realm. I said it. That old man Selin is unreliable, using the divine divination array several times, saying you were in the lower realm, luring His Majesty down there to find you, and you were still in the divine realm. Diviner, when do you plan to marry our empress? With her bottom swollen by your hand, you can't avoid taking responsibility. Iman. Justine in the human world? His eyelids twitched sharply, suddenly remembering the sudden warning sign before. Though dangerous, not fatally so. Turns out Justine descended to the human world. Iman couldn't help shivering again. That old man Selin has done me a great harm. I just took your brother away, and you betray me like this. Iman couldn't help grabbing his hair fiercely. He hurriedly closed the conversation with Lori. Justine is in the lower realm. In the future, I can't be so blatant. Once she finds out, Iman felt an odd ache in his bottom. Justine wouldn't do anything to him. Worst case, she would spank him back. As for marrying Justine, this sentence was automatically ignored by him. There were many who wanted to marry Justine, but it remained just wishful thinking. Iman tried to calm down and found another message. Gabe, sort out the information on the Heaven Mandate Stone, Emperor Yi, in the Tallulah and send it to me. On the other end of the communication talisman jade, at Divine Realm Connectivity headquarters, a young man with a lazy expression and a bright red lip print on his face suddenly sat up straight. He hastily retrieved the communication talisman jade and respectfully replied, Sure, Divine Lin, I'll do it immediately. While speaking, he put the sleeping beauty in his arms to bed. Then, he dressed quickly and rushed out. This person was Gabe, the head of Divine Realm Connectivity. Hearing Iman's instructions, Gabe did not delay for a moment. He immediately set off to investigate the 3 matters Iman mentioned. Divine Lin. This was the alias Iman used when founding Divine Realm Connectivity in the Divine Realm. Of course, this alias wasn't casually created. It was actually one of the God Emperors from the system task targets. After eliminating him, Iman took over his identity and power, building Divine Realm Connectivity on this existing foundation. Thus, in the eyes of others in the Divine Realm Connectivity backed an extremely ancient force. Soon, Gabe sent the information on Emperor Yi, the Heaven Mandate Stone, in the Tallulah. After reviewing it, Iman breathed a sigh of relief. He glanced toward the direction of Sacred Hill and muttered, Rico, being provoked like this by me, Mitron Buju Ti Chan Kai Chi Jiu Dao Long Sun Ding Laba. Now, there was still some time before the 9-fold Dragon Deity Cauldron appeared. The 9-fold Dragon Deity Cauldron was a blessing for the Son of Destiny. If Rico wished, he could pay a price to have it appear earlier. Now, Rico had been thoroughly humiliated by Iman. His reputation was almost synonymous with stench. The 9-fold Dragon Deity Cauldron was now Rico's only hope for revenge against Iman. Just as Iman had anticipated. After entrusting the equally foul-smelling Layla to Clara for care, Rico left the Yi family camp without looking back. Alone, he entered Sacred Hill. Iman, you made me suffer such humiliation. Rico, will remember this. When I obtain the 9-fold Dragon Deity Cauldron, I will tear you apart into pieces. As he spoke, Rico produced a black feather in his hand. He directly pierced his chest, dripping a drop of heart blood onto the feather. A moment later, the feather emitted black light and vanished before Rico. Rico's originally pale complexion became even paler. Behind him, a pair of black wings suddenly grew and vanished along with him. Chapter 91. Indeed, it's Rico's scent. At the Guogong Manor, Iman was sitting by the window, carefully reviewing the information sent by Atticus. So that's how it is. The Destiny Stone actually has the power to reconstruct the physical body and reshape the divine soul. In the history of the divine realm, there once was a divine emperor who was almost completely annihilated. A nearly dissipated remnant soul accidentally attached itself to the Destiny Stone. Millennia later, this divine emperor reappeared in the divine realm. Iman stroked his chin with one hand. However, beneath the details of the Destiny Stone, Atticus added many annotations. The Destiny Stone and the Soulbound Gemstone were both treasures of the innate level. Both were naturally formed by the universe. They could not be crafted by human hands. These kinds of treasures undoubtedly had many other unknown abilities. But the number of Destiny Stones was extremely scarce. Any deity possessing such a treasure would keep it meticulously concealed, treasuring it as their ultimate means of survival. Who would idly experiment with such treasures? The Destiny Stone and the Soulbound Pearl are both innate level treasures that can't be refined by human hands? Amon couldn't help but stroke his chin again. Then, he thought about it, and felt relieved. Back when the system was still with him, it had casually bestowed several layers of buffs on him. This turned Iman from an ordinary person into someone with nearly invincible strength. He had subjugated the lofty Sherry, spanking her on his lap. Now, although the system had left, the talents and skills accumulated in Iman's body remained at their peak levels without any diminishment. It wasn't surprising that the formula thrown out by the system could refine innate level treasures like the Celestial Soul Stone and the Soulbound Pearl. Iman then glanced at the information on Yetion D. Should likely be Yetion E equals Martin. Martin. Throughout the history of the divine realm, the only figure daring enough to claim the title of Heavenly Emperor. The records did not specify whether Martin was male or female, nor reveal their real name. The documents only clearly stated that during battle, Martin radiated like a blazing sun hanging in the void. A vast expanse of space tens of thousands of miles around was enveloped by golden light, blinding all who looked upon it. Martin disappeared 7 million years ago. Their last appearance was alongside the Darren. Afterwards, the Darren returned, but his personality dramatically changed, as if he were a different person. Meanwhile, Martin never reappeared. It seems that Jean did tell the truth for a few moments. The current Darren is fake. The true Darren was refined into the Golden Book's soul band, the Golden Vortex. 9-Dragon Divine Cauldron. Just as Iman cast his gaze towards the 9-Dragon Divine Cauldron, a tremendous explosion echoed within the sacred Mount Qing. Immediately after, a roar resounded across the sky. Iman was momentarily stunned. Then, he abruptly turned to look towards sacred Mount Qing. Is Rico really this impatient? I thought he'd wait at least a few days before trying to obtain the 9-Dragon Divine Cauldron. At this moment, above sacred Mount Qing, a colossal dragon shadow appeared. This dragon shadow was pitch black, adorned with broad, black wings on its back. It nearly covered the entire sacred Mount Qing. Clearly, it was the true form of one of the 6 realms' ancient dragon emperors, the Feathered Dragon King. In an instant, the entire state of Aliag was abuzz. That's the true form of the legendary Feathered Dragon King. The 9-Dragon Divine Cauldron is really in the state of Aliag. In no time, countless martial artists who were watching from the sidelines started moving, rushing towards sacred Mount Qing. The 9-Dragon Divine Cauldron, the legendary Dragon Emperor's divine artifact. If one could obtain this divine artifact and receive the Dragon Emperor's legacy, they could become revered beings in all dimensions and even ascend to the divine realm sooner or later. Somewhere on sacred Mount Qing, before a towering 3-zhang Darklight Gate, Rico was completely stunned. He didn't expect that attempting to use the forbidden technique recorded in the dragon feathers to prematurely activate the 9-Dragon Divine Cauldron would cause such a disturbance. The massive feathered dragon shadow hovering above was precisely what burst out from this Darklight Gate. Had he known, Rico would never have recklessly triggered the forbidden technique. Using this forbidden technique directly consumed 30 years of his lifespan. Rico had only recently broken through to the initial Spirit Sea realm and didn't have much more lifespan than an ordinary person, perhaps up to 120 years at most. Losing 30 years in an instant, Rico visibly aged, appearing like a man in his 30s or 40s. Not only that, but the commotion caused by the emergence of the 9-Dragon Divine Cauldron made the event widely known. Almost unable to hold back, Rico spat out a mouthful of blood. Thank you for opening the 9-Dragon Divine Cauldron. Now, this treasure belongs to me. Suddenly, a sinister voice sounded. Then, a sharp edge tore through the air, aiming straight for Rico's nape. Not good. Rico was taken aback, his body twisting to try and evade this sharp attack. But at this moment, Rico had just expended a large amount of life force, with his bodily functions severely declining. Moreover, the opponent's cultivation far exceeded his own. The moment the other party's voice fell silent, the attack had already descended. Clang. But just at this moment, a sword shadow appeared, blocking that attack. Ted emerged by Rico's side with a dark expression. Elder Yi. Rico heaved a sigh of relief, a look of gratitude for surviving a calamity appearing on his face. Who? Ted ignored him and instead looked toward a corner, growling in a low voice. I, Roman. The voice sounded again. At the same time, even more fierce attacks fell from the void, enveloping Ted and Rico. Iman? Upon hearing Roman, Rico immediately went mad. Iman, you still dare appear before me? Roman? Iman? The person in hiding was instantly provoked, roaring furiously, I am Park Gucky, the 3rd-generation Roman of the Daehan Kingdom. Iman is merely a thief who stole the title of Roman. As these words fell, an even sharper sword beam appeared, almost cleaving through the void, slicing toward Rico and Ted. So it's someone from the Han Kingdom. A mere person from the Han Kingdom dares to tamper with our ancient clan's divine artifact. Rico, if you can take away the 9-Dragon Divine Cauldron, go inside and retrieve it now. In Ted's hand, the longsword's blade reappeared, directly attacking Park Gucky. Ted naturally knew well. This Park Gucky was merely creating confusion here to buy time for the people inside. The Han Kingdom's people had already entered within that dark light gate to obtain the 9-dragon divine cauldron. Rico shuddered suddenly, then said, "Elder Ted, rest assured. I will definitely retrieve the 9-dragon divine cauldron." Speaking, Rico realized that this Ted had likely been following him all along. He had witnessed the entire process of opening this dark light gate. So he added an explanation, "I didn't intentionally come here. It was some consciousness guiding me." Shut up. Ted was already battling Park Gucky. The other party was also at the Earth transformation stage, with comparable strength to him. Hearing Rico babbling there, explaining something, Ted wished he could strike with his sword. Hurry up and get the 9-dragon divine cauldron. Yes, yes. Rico took out a pill from his robe, swallowing it. Then he gritted his teeth and dived into the dark light gate. Behind the dark light gate lay a vast space of darkness, and within this dark space floated countless colorful beams of light, rendering this darkness splendidly multicolored. Now, many martial artists had already entered here, fighting each other. These martial artists' goal was the massive object standing at the center of the dark space. These people were pushing forward one after another. Whenever someone approached that giant object, they would be repelled by the later arrivals. Then they would fight each other again. Rico was somewhat bewildered. Strange, there's only one entrance. Where did they all come from? But soon, he saw what these martial artists were competing for. At the center of this dark void stood a huge cauldron, about 9 zhang tall. The cauldron was completely black, entwined by 9 divine dragons. It was precisely the 9-dragon divine cauldron. In the darkness, the source of the colorful beams of light was the 9-dragon divine cauldron. This is mine. Rico's heart was pounding, but he did not lose his reason and quickly hid in a dark corner. With a flick of his right hand, he took out a palm-sized black scale. It was the true token of the 9-dragon divine cauldron. Take it. Rico's true essence wildly circulated within him. Following the method recorded on the black scale to claim the 9-dragon divine cauldron, he attempted to seize this divine artifact. Puff. A dull sound came from behind him. However, nothing spurted out. It seemed, as Brendan, the physician from the Yi family, had said, something had blocked the back. But in the next moment, Rico's eyes widened in surprise. The 9-dragon divine cauldron remained completely motionless. How could this be? Take it. Rico bit his tongue in desperation, spraying a mouthful of essence blood onto the scale. At the same time, his true essence circulated more wildly. A strong stench spread in the air. Ripples rippled across the surface of the black scale. Only now did the 9-dragon divine cauldron seem reluctant to tremble. Then it slowly flew toward Rico. Just then, an all-too-familiar voice, one akin to a nightmare, suddenly echoed in Rico's ears. Stop fighting. This way of fighting won't kill anyone. Oh no, it's the 9-dragon divine cauldron, flying towards Rico. Within the space, those martial artists who were engaged in combat were momentarily stunned upon hearing this. Hell, it stinks. Sure enough, it's Rico's smell. Rico. Chapter 92. Rico, you violate martial virtue by fighting with feces. At this moment, Rico was hiding in a dark corner, covered head to toe in darkness. Even if someone deliberately searched for him, it would be very hard to detect his presence. But at this moment, Rico was performing a secret technique, doing his utmost to subdue the unruly, 9-fold dragon divine cauldron. True essence was furiously circulating throughout his body. Behind him, it was like a floodgate had opened, creating an unstoppable torrent. Although a powerful storage magic treasure had been used to block the back orifice, collecting all the excrement within, a considerable amount of gas still escaped, permeating the void. Following this pungent smell, the many martial artists present quickly locked onto Rico's location. Sure enough, it's Rico. It's damn stinky. Stinky? We still have to go through with it? Don't kill him. He can invoke the 9-fold dragon divine cauldron. He must have secrets regarding this divine artifact on him. Seize him. Immediately, several martial artists pinched their noses and headed toward where Rico was hiding. The rest were crazily attacking the black cauldron, trying to prevent it from reaching Rico. For a moment, the entire dark space trembled violently. At this moment, Rico's face was ashen, darker than a pot bottom. His hatred for Iman reached a new peak. The voice that had clearly betrayed him earlier undoubtedly belonged to Iman. Moreover, if not for Iman adding who knows what into his heavenly king melting snow pill, how could he possibly embarrass himself like this? Undoubtedly, Rico was a son of fate, already achieving the Spirit Sea realm at the age of 18. In Sage Kingdom, a newbie village, he was considered one of the top prodigies. Under normal circumstances, Rico's current opponent should have been early antagonists like Eminem and Sky, whose cultivation should not exceed the Mystical Light realm or the Purple Mansion realm, and they would accompany Rico's growth in the form of experience packages. But now, Iman directly summoned a large number of wild monsters and big bosses that should not be present in the newbie village. This went far beyond Rico's capacity. Meanwhile, Iman had silently arrived here through the boundless heavenly accumulation grand formation. In his hand, he was playing with a small cauldron approximately a foot high, entirely dark green with 9 dragons coiling around it. It was precisely the 9-fold dragon divine cauldron. For this 9-fold dragon divine cauldron, Iman had done countless setups here. The instant Rico invoked the 9-fold dragon divine cauldron, it was directly intercepted and fell into Iman's hands. As for what the martial artists were currently vying for, it certainly wasn't the 9-fold dragon divine cauldron. The entire Holy Chill Mountain, including this dark space, was enveloped by the boundless heavenly accumulation grand formation. On the surface, this formation was of the highest grade heaven rank, because this world of Sage Kingdom could only support formations up to the heaven stage. If the boundless heavenly accumulation grand formation were transported to the divine realm, this would be one of the supreme divine formations in the divine realm. Within the boundless heavenly accumulation grand formation lay a terrifying illusory formation. Using the power of illusion, it transformed another object into the appearance of the 9-fold dragon divine cauldron. Right now, Iman was crouching in a certain corner, watching Rico with interest, wanting to see how this son of fate would break the situation this time. Soon after, martial artists found Rico's hiding place. Just as they were about to drag him out, suddenly, Rico gritted his teeth. "You forced me." Suddenly, he reached behind, pulling out the spatial spirit treasure that was blocking his rear. Splat. Instantly, it seemed as though a mountainous flood burst forth from behind him, unstoppable and overwhelming. But this time, Rico had experience from previous incidents and merely stumbled a few steps. He wasn't knocked airborne by the tremendous backlash. "What did we force you? Damn, you're spraying again." Seeing this, the approaching martial artists stared at Rico in horror. Yet these few didn't retreat, but instead bolstered their protective true essence or defensive artifacts. A sinister smile appeared on Rico's face. With one hand, he guided. Swish. The gray-yellow excrement that erupted from his rear, resembling a geyser, seemed to receive direction. It condensed into 8 water columns, each over 70 feet long. These 8 gray-yellow water columns twisted like 8 spiritual serpents in mid-air, and they rapidly expanded, visibly swelling faster and faster. The instant those few martial artists got close, the 8 water columns struck them like sharp sword chi blasts. Bang! The next moment, something utterly astonishing occurred. Those martial artists, whose cultivation had already reached the deity passage realm, saw their protective true essence and defense artifact barriers, were instantly shattered by those 8 water columns resembling sword chi. The viscous liquid instantly splashed all over them. Those sword-like water columns carried an immense impact force. Even the deity passage realm martial artists couldn't help but retreat after being hit a few times. More terrifyingly, there was additional damage on these water columns. How is this possible? Ugh. Seeing this scene, the surrounding martial artists were stunned and quickly covered their noses while retreating. Is he a feces warrior? Can diarrhea be used like this? The several deity passage realm martial artists who had rushed forward earlier, while retreating, they were vomiting. At the same time, they shouted loudly, "Don't come over! The feces are poisonous. It has strong corrosiveness that can destroy protective true essence and the barriers of defensive artifacts." At this moment, their heads, faces, bodies, even mouths were covered with gray-yellow filth, and red streaks of blood hung at the corners of their mouths. Clearly, both physically and mentally, they had suffered heavy blows. On the other side, Iman was also taken aback. How can this work? Indeed, a son of fate is a son of fate. No matter how desperate the situation, they can always turn danger into safety. Even diarrhea can evolve into a supreme weapon. They say that a spear dipped in feces can kill anyone it strikes. But with Rico, he didn't even need a spear, just straight-up feces, which happened to be toxic. With such a powerful weapon, who dared to get close? Double damage. No, triple damage. The overwhelming stench also possessed large-scale destructive power. At this moment, Rico was suspended in mid-air, relying on the 8 giant water columns. He looked like a huge gray-yellow spider, displaying its might fiercely. Around him a black shadow had long since risen, protecting him from all external odors. But he still instinctively pinched his nose. Rico is pioneering an outer soul bone. No, wait, it's 8 feces spears rather than 8 spider spears. Huh. These 8 feces spears are actually formed with sword intent. I nearly forgot. Rico is also a genius swordsman who has already condensed his sword intent at this point. In the original storyline, at 18 years old, Rico displayed his sword intent, intimidating everyone and earning much good fortune. But Iman's sudden outburst overshadowed the young champion and the youth divine doctor. He revealed the grandeur of a sword god, like a blazing sun blocking out the countless stars. In comparison, Rico's sword intent seemed dim and insignificant. At this moment, Rico's face was hideous, with his sword intent blooming. The 8 water columns beneath him were truly like 8 enormous spider legs, supporting his body. "Seize it!" Rico roared. The 8 gray-yellow spider legs beneath him grew thicker. The speed at which the 9-fold dragon divine cauldron flew toward him also increased dramatically. That Rico really has the ability to seize the 9-fold dragon divine cauldron. Quickly stop him. Absolutely cannot let him succeed. Seeing this scene, the surrounding martial artists' faces changed drastically. Many of them disregarded the filth and charged over directly. Scram! Rico roared. 2 spider legs beneath him suddenly exploded, transforming into a shower of gray-yellow water swords, sweeping indiscriminately in all directions. For a moment, the entire dark space was in chaos. Those 2 martial artists were forced back by this terrifying attack. Rico's excrement was a result of intense fire and water forces colliding within his body. It cleansed his marrow while being expelled outward, almost endlessly. Rico, you violate martial virtue. As a martial artist, you are using feces to fight. Ugh. Even these determined martial artists were driven to mental breakdown by Rico's sudden barrage of flying feces. Despite having decades, even centuries of fame, having seen countless filthy tactics, this level of filth was something they had never witnessed before in their lives. Rico had a hideous sneer hanging at the corner of his mouth. He controlled the other 6 spider legs, entangling the 9-fold dragon divine cauldron. Then, behind him, a pair of black wings appeared, carrying Rico toward the entrance of the dark space. This 9-fold dragon divine cauldron feels odd. A hint of doubt suddenly arose in Rico's heart. But now wasn't the time to dwell on this. Chapter 93. Some ancient families survive, yet wish they were dead. Night fell quietly. Mount Shengqiu was plunged into boundless unrest. At the moment the 9-dragon divine tripod emerged, a piercing sound tore through the air. Countless martial artists surged toward it. Many were near Mount Shengqiu, securing advantageous positions. They awaited the 9-dragon divine tripod's appearance, ready to snatch it at once. The sage martial mansion lay at the foot of Mount Shengqiu. Many martial artists had their eyes on this place. But as they approached, an enormous bung bird image abruptly soared skyward. Scram. Alric wore dark green robust attire, holding a long spear in his hand. His brows and eyes were stern, revealing intense killing intent. The power of the Xuanhuan battle formation fully manifested at this moment. It burst forth with strength comparable to that of a heaven phenomenon realm martial artist. Xuanhuan battle array. Enforcement hall of Han Great Rivers Academy. Quickly retreat. Upon seeing Alric and the 108 enforcement officers of Rivers Academy appear, those who aimed to seize the Sage Martial Mansion immediately grew pale and hastily withdrew. They dared not harbor any further thoughts of invading the Sage Martial Mansion. The nation of Dahan far surpassed Asura. Accordingly, the enforcement hall of Dahan's Rivers Academy was even more powerful. This time, people from both the Rivers Academies of Asura and Dahan resided in the Sage Martial Mansion. Sue was guarding Brittany, who was recovering from injuries. Seeing Alric's emergence, subduing all sides, she felt a slight relief. Yet, sorrow also crept onto her face. Sue thought of Unkit and others who were ambushed and killed by Livia. They were among the most outstanding figures of the younger generation in Desia's Rivers Academy. If given enough time, they would eventually become like Alric, capable of handling challenges independently. Although Livia and others had received their due punishment, impaled and displayed at the eastern gate of Sage's capital, Unkit and the other talents could never return. Nan Gong family. Thinking of this, Sue narrowed her eyes, shooting out terrifying killing intent. Now, the Desia Rivers Academy had completely withdrawn from the competition for the 9-Dragon Divine Tripod. Instead, they were focused on clearing out the Nangong and Yuan families. High in the sky, Alric and the other 107 enforcement officers did not enter Mount Xingqiu. They occupied strategic locations around the Sage Martial Mansion, silently observing. Rico had already emerged from within the light gate with the 9-Dragon Divine Tripod. That is, the 9-Dragon Divine Tripod. Though it was night, Mount Xingqiu was as bright as daylight. The moment Rico appeared, several auras locked onto him. Kill him, seize the tripod. Dozens of powerful martial artists barely gave Rico any time to react. They attacked from all directions. Barth, who was fighting Ted, saw this. A powerful sword intent suddenly erupted from him, blasting Ted away. Ha ha ha. Rico, you indeed have the method to open the 9-Dragon Divine Tripod. This treasure is mine now. Barth laughed. He was closest to Rico. Thus, he reached first. Don't force me. Rico's gaze was fierce, his voice hysterical. He was utterly mad. The 6 spider legs beneath him had reverted to 8. 6 of them turned into water columns, tightly wrapping around the 9-Dragon Divine Tripod. Seeing Barth charging, Rico instantly placed the tripod on the ground. The 8 spider legs behind him extended abruptly, transforming into 8 gigantic swords, each over 200 feet long and entirely gray-yellow. Force me? No, I'll slaughter you. Triumph filled Barth's eyes. At this moment, he was closest to Rico. As long as he killed Rico, the ancient Dragon Emperor's heritage artifact would be his. A massive sword shadow pierced the void, descending upon Rico. Ted's eyes bulged with rage, roaring angrily. To dare harm my primeval family's eldest grandson, Huanation, you are doomed. Just as Ted was about to act, a loud roar came from Rico above. 8 directions sword stir. 10,000 swords returned to origin. Boom. Then, the 8 sword shadows beneath him exploded suddenly, transforming into a flurry of sword lights. They flew off in all directions. The protective true essence surrounding Barth was shattered by the dense sword energy. And then, what the hell is this? Rico, you, using feces as a weapon. What 8 directions sword stir, 10,000 swords return to origin. More like 8 directions shit stir, 10,000 shits return to origin. Barth was forced back by the sword. Fecal matter dripped from his head, face, and body. Could not help but land on the ground, starting to vomit wildly. Barth was a Earth Transformation Realm martial artist, so he naturally had no injuries on his body. But at this moment, his psychological trauma was utterly devastating. Just now, while he was speaking, it seemed to have splashed into his mouth as well. Thinking of this, Barth almost vomited bile. Ted, who had already rushed forward, was similarly drenched from head to toe. He stared blankly at Rico, his mind in chaos. The 10,000 spirit ring. How did you remove the 10,000 spirit ring? Rico waved his hand. The sky-filled sword shadows spun around and once again shot off in all directions, forcing back dozens of martial artists who were rushing over. Elder Ted, now is not the time to talk about this. The divine artifact is already in hand. Let's go quickly. As he spoke, the excrement Rico ejected suddenly transformed into a huge sword, coalescing beneath his feet. Then, he waved his hand again. Streams of gray-yellow water wrapped around the 9-Dragon Divine Tripod. Elder Ted, get up here quickly. Standing on the feces sword, Rico called out urgently. Smelling the overwhelming stench around him, Ted struggled fiercely within. Then, with gritted teeth, he said, you go first. I'll stay behind to cover your retreat. I, Ted, would rather die in battle here and leap down from here. I absolutely will not get on your feces sword. Rico, of course, saw through Ted's thoughts. He said angrily, the ancient Dragon Emperor's divine artifact is already in hand. Elder Ted, are you still worried about this? As he spoke, Rico split off 2 streams of gray-yellow viscous water, binding Ted's body and carrying him to his side. Then, riding the feces sword beneath his feet, they headed toward outside of Mount Xingqiu. Ted's body stiffened. He looked at the flowing feces sword underfoot and the dripping water on his body. His eyes instantly became hollow, looking like he had lost all hope. I really was carried away by a feces sword. My reputation of a lifetime is gone. Wanna leave? Leave a piece of yourself. Barth endured the nausea. Sword intent erupted from his hand, breaking through the sky of swords covered in feces and charging towards Rico again. Elder Ted, provide the rear guard quickly. Seeing this, Rico immediately turned pale with fright. If only Rico was here alone, he wouldn't even bother with Ted and would just run directly. But in this Mount Shengqiu, there weren't just Barth, but also other Earth Transformation Realm and even Heaven Phenomenon Realm martial artists. Rico needed a meat shield, and at this moment, besides Barth, the other martial artists also rushed over. Don't worry, Elder. My sword can break through their protective true essence. Rico hurriedly added. Ted. Is that even a sword? At this point, Ted had completely given up. Feces be damned. Better than death. But just as Ted was about to strike, Rico's roar echoed again. 8 directions sword stir. 10,000 swords return to origin. 8 yellowish-brown sword shadows reappeared, enveloping the void. Then, countless sword feces shot out in all directions once more. This time, the range and density were 10 times greater than before. Barth yelled and immediately retracted his sword intent. Turning around, he ran. This battle couldn't be fought anymore. Using feces was one thing, but feces that could penetrate their protective true essence. The faster Rico's true essence circulated, the faster and more abundant the output from behind. At this moment, his true essence circulation speed had already reached its limit. So, Rico didn't wait for Ted to act. Flying along the way, continuously using 8 directions sword stir and 10,000 swords return to origin. Under the terrifying sword intent enhancement, a torrential rain of feces fell across the entire Mount Shengqiu. The martial artists who were about to chase after Rico to seize the 9-dragon divine tripod began screaming, fleeing with their heads covered. They weren't afraid of the sword feces, but sword feces that could penetrate their protective true essence were terrifying. Rico, being the direct grandson of an ancient family's patriarch, truly can unleash such terrifying sword feces. I concede defeat. Someone shouted this. Ted's lips quivered. At this moment, he wished he could faint right then and there. The 8 ancient families. Some ancient families may have perished, but left behind purity in the world. But some, clearly still alive, were better off dead. After Iman shouted this, he also started fleeing with his head covered. This time, he was convinced and admitted defeat. This kind of physical and psychological double attack, Iman could not perform it, so he conceded defeat. He directly left Mount Shengqiu via a teleportation array, escaping like a frightened rat. However, for Rico to leave Mount Shengqiu wasn't going to be that simple. Iman wouldn't let them leave so easily. At this moment, the hidden path array within the boundless heavenly formation had silently activated. Within Mount Shengqiu, 2 peak Earth Transformation Realm powerhouses, Jessup and Enzo, still lay in ambush. Greed gleamed in their eyes as they fixated intently on the 9-dragon divine tripod. However, at this moment, the corrosive rain of feces suddenly poured down. These 2 peak Earth Transformation Realm powerhouses also fled out one after another. That Rico simply disregards martial virtue. I'm going to kill him. Jessup bellowed in rage. Chapter 94, Human Form Pig. In the morning, Enzo and Jessup took advantage of the commotion caused by Iman's battle with Urban and immediately stopped fighting, fleeing into Holy Mountain. On this very day, the Great Xia Rivers and Mountains Academy, in conjunction with the Great Xia Dynasty, broke through the headquarters of the Nangong family. The Nangong family resisted to the death, suffering countless casualties. They were almost wiped out. At the same time, the patriarch of the Yuan family, Jackson, was taken down swiftly by Blue, the dean of the Great Xia Rivers and Mountains Academy. The Yuan family still existed, but was on shaky ground. They became a rat crossing the street that everyone wanted to beat. At this moment, Jessup was on the verge of madness and breakdown. He was drenched with sword droppings from the sky. This elder of the Yuan family instantly lost it mentally. He was about to rush out to fight Rico to the death. Seeing this, Enzo hurriedly held him back. Don't be impulsive. Rico has the ancient Yi family behind him. Whether your Yuan family can get through this crisis depends on Rico. Enzo spoke rapidly. He was afraid that Jessup might act impulsively. Although Enzo was extremely tempted by the 9-dragon divine tripod, he could only suppress his greed and anger when he thought about his current situation. Although Yan Wangfu was temporarily safe, it had already been targeted by the young emperor who had just ascended the throne of the Great Qian Dynasty. It was also in imminent danger. They couldn't count on the kingdom of Han or the demon clan. Working openly with them would be suicidal. But if they could ally with the ancient Yi family, both the Yuan family and the Great Qian Yan Wangfu could escape their current predicament. The ancient families had been shaking the heavens and earth for countless years. Even at the peak of human emperor's power, they were wary of the ancient families. Jessup suddenly came to his senses. He took a deep breath and then couldn't help but start vomiting. After a while, he stuttered, "Okay, I will protect Rico." Immediately, the two of them raised protective true essence. Facing the sky full of sword droppings, they pursued Rico and Ted. "Little friendy, don't panic. I'm here to help you," Enzo shouted loudly. As he spoke, the fist intent of Dodgy Sky fist pierced through space. Jessup didn't speak, but he had already drawn his sword, with a grand sword intent projecting a huge sword shadow in the sky. 2 peak Earth phase masters moved in unison, instantly pushing back the martial artists pursuing Rico. Rico felt the pressure around him ease. Overjoyed, he exclaimed, "Thank you both for coming to my aid. The ancient Yi family will never forget your great kindness." Hearing these words, Jessup and Enzo's eyes revealed smiles. Ted stood behind Rico. His face remained ashen. "Enough chatter. Land now. Do you want to make yourself an even bigger target?" Rico immediately realized. He promptly dispelled the sword droppings under his feet, carrying the 9-dragon divine tripod into the woods. So it's Enzo and Jessup. These two have teamed up. The great Qian Yan Wangfu has indeed betrayed humanity. Kill. Traitors to humanity must be exterminated by all. Facing the ancient dragon emperor's divine weapon, the martial artists present found an excuse and surrounded again. Seeing this, Rico waved his hand. He shouted loudly, "Swords move from all directions. 10,000 swords return." Jessup, Enzo, and Ted were alarmed. Before Rico finished speaking, they hurriedly held him down. "Rico, no need for you to act. Leave it to the three of us." The martial artists rushing over also heard Rico shout. They were startled and wanted to avoid the attack. But seeing Ted and the others restraining Rico, they relaxed and attacked boldly. Rico looked regretful. At this moment, true essence flowed within him, still spurting. 8 spider legs had transformed into tentacle-like things, wrapping around the 9 Dragon Divine tripod. Ted whispered, "Where is your 10,000 spirits ring? Quickly put it away." Rico looked embarrassed. Then he shook his head firmly. "No. This 9 Dragon Divine tripod is still disobedient. If I let go, it will vanish immediately." Ted. Between dignity and the 9 Dragon Divine tripod, well, he chose the 9 Dragon Divine tripod. And at this moment, a large group of martial artists was already attacking. These 3 urgently protected Rico and the 9 Dragon Divine tripod in the middle, retreating while fighting. At the same time, all 4 couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled. Strange, when did this holy mountain become so vast, stretching endlessly? Could it be because of the 9 Dragon Divine tripod? Iman returned to the marquee residence with the genuine 9 Dragon Divine tripod. He no longer cared about what happened in Holy Mountain. All objectives were achieved. He intercepted the 9 Dragon Divine tripod. He made Rico lose face in public and stripped away a wave of his fortune. After this battle, Rico's fortune was not only damaged, but his reputation was completely ruined. It was just like turning a mill with no pants on, losing face endlessly. For quite a long time, Rico would be unable to shake off the title of excrement martial artist. Even if Rico could still become famous in the future, this incident would still be an eternal black spot for him. Iman, satisfied, sent the 9 Dragon Divine tripod to the 1,000 illusion space. Inside the 1,000 illusion space, the 8 trigram furnace gently shook. A nearly imperceptible ripple gently spread. That originally somewhat restless 9 Dragon Divine tripod instantly became submissive. Iman had already seen the records of Feathered Dragon Emperor and information about the 9 Dragon Divine tripod. This 9 Dragon Divine tripod was created by the ancient Feathered Dragon Emperor after hunting down 9 quasi-imperial dragon kings that were almost at the emperor level. It was forged using their quasi-imperial bodies. It ranked as an imperial-grade artifact. However, during the ancient era, when the Feathered Dragon Emperor died in battle, the 9 Dragon Divine tripod also lost its rank. Its power was similar to the Divine Wasteland Tower, Great Wasteland Cauldron, and Primal Wasteland Bell. And this artifact contained all the inheritance of the Feathered Dragon Emperor. Iman directly materialized a large hand. He grabbed the 9 Dragon Divine tripod and turned the cauldron upside down. He began to shake it vigorously, pouring out everything inside. Found it. Suddenly, Iman's eyes lit up. In his hand, there appeared a dark golden pill. This pill was Iman's ultimate goal, the dragon-subduing pill. The Feathered Dragon Emperor hunted down the 9 great dragon kings and used their bodies to forge the 9 Dragon Divine tripod. The dragon pearls of those 9 great dragon kings were refined into this dragon-subduing pill. After consuming it, one could Chungfu body, change into a divine dragon form, and gain the power of the 9 dragons. In the original plot, Rico swallowed the dragon-subduing pill, and thus soared to the sky. From being a top genius in Alea country, he leaped to becoming an unrivaled genius who shook the entire world. Just getting grandfather the power of the 9 dragons should suffice. No need for the divine dragon form. This dragon-subduing pill was naturally prepared for Eminent. Changing his physique could also cure the hidden injuries in Eminent's body. The dragon pearls of 9 quasi-imperial dragon kings were refined into this dragon-subduing pill. Across the entire universe, there was only one such pill. Those 9 quasi-imperial dragon kings belonged to 9 different dragon species. Among them, 2 dragon species were already extinct. In the next moment, Iman recalled the scene presented by the system, showing Rico after swallowing the dragon-subduing pill. He couldn't help but shiver. While fighting someone, suddenly turning into a dragon was one thing. His desires also became especially intense, often engaging in fierce battles with dozens, even scores of women from different races, almost sweeping all the females within sight. In Rico's harem, there were not only human, demon, fiend, and barbarian women, but also other bizarre races. It was practically walking on Earth as a human-shaped breeding boar. Speaking of which, Rico should thank me. I saved him from becoming a breeding boar. These were the negative effects of the dragon-subduing pill. This pill was left by the Feathered Dragon Emperor for his successor. The dragon race naturally wouldn't have any issues, but humans taking it would cause big problems. Becoming a human-shaped breeding boar was the best outcome. No wonder that guy Rico didn't spare even his own ancestors. Iman muttered under his breath. Then he tossed the dragon-subduing pill into the 8 trigram furnace, using the power of the 8 trigram furnace to re-refine this divine pill. Chapter 95. Sangkong Demon Empress, a female fairy? Just as Iman was about to dispel his thoughts and leave the illusion space, a gentle and intellectual female voice appeared in his mind. Little one, the 9 Dragon Divine tripod contains the inheritance of a dragon emperor. All the experiences and memories from an inverted realm cultivator to a dragon emperor. You're just going to give them up? The appearance of this voice wasn't abrupt. Instead, it felt natural, as if it should have appeared at this very moment. Iman was stunned for a moment. There's actually a woman hidden inside the 9 Dragon Divine tripod? But when he thought that this was originally Rico's fortune, he let it go. It didn't seem strange that there was a woman hidden in Rico's fortune. In the original storyline, after swallowing the suppression pill, the first time someone helped him with his physiological issues, it seemed to be the woman inside the 9 Dragon Divine tripod. Although not in real physical form, the spiritual illusion she constructed made Rico experience euphoria. Emperor Yulong? Iman's thoughts once again turned substantial. He glanced at the 9 Dragon Divine tripod carelessly tossed aside, lying askew. He spoke these 4 words. The 9 Dragon Divine tripod trembled slightly. Then, a pair of arms as white as jade emerged, gently pushing against the mouth of the tripod. A woman dressed in rainbow-colored silk clothing, with an absolutely stunning appearance, appeared before Iman. Embedded in the center of her forehead was a crimson jade. It gave her already exquisite face an additional touch of exotic beauty. This woman looked exactly like the human form of the Tallulah that Atticus had sent. It is indeed this emperor. The Tallulah's gaze was candid, her voice soft and moist, making it easy for people to lower their guard. But deep within her voice lay a hint of almost imperceptible allure. By swallowing the suppression pill, you can gain the body of a dragon deity and become my heir. I, the emperor, will personally guide you to supremacy, achieving eternity. Before she could finish speaking, Iman casually pointed to the two massive entities beside him, both mountain-like. Do you know who they are? Following Iman's finger, the Tallulah saw them. In the next moment, her body trembled, immediately falling into a daze. Those are the horns of the Paxton? Paxton, one of the 6 path masters and the strongest dragon. Now, the horns of the strongest dragon were apparently snapped off and thrown around here like trash. At this moment, the remaining soul of the Tallulah was relying on the embodiment formed by a treasure within the 9 dragon divine tripod, but she could still clearly sense the enormous vital essence contained within those dragon horns. Clearly, the Paxton was still alive. This was even more terrifying than death, snapping off his horns while he was alive and tossing them here. Yet, the Paxton, the strongest dragon, couldn't do anything about it. What kind of place was this? Who was this seemingly harmless young man standing before her? Iman looked at the Tallulah seriously. Behave. Dare to use mind control on me again, and I'll peel your dragon skin and pull out your dragon tendons, hanging them on those horns. These words were spoken with lethal intent, fully warning. The Tallulah shivered suddenly and hurriedly nodded obediently. In me, I understand. Iman humphed and then dissipated his thoughts. The Tallulah plopped down on the ground, breathing heavily. Her eyes filled with lingering fear as she gazed at the Paxton's horns. Am I truly blinded by tortoise oil or eaten the heart of a dragon and gall of a chelan, to try to bewitch such a ruthless youth? The Tallulah did not doubt Iman's words. She saw clearly. The aura from the broken ends of the azure dragon horns matched the aura emanating from Iman's thoughts. It seems finding a successor to help me restore my physical body is going to take much longer. Huh? What's that? Suddenly, the Tallulah noticed another part of this space. Scattered on the ground were silky, snow-white hairs. That's Alicia's hair? The Tallulah felt dizzy, feeling as though her entire dragon being was affected. Paxton's horns were terrifying enough. Why were there also Alicia's hairs here? In that pile of hair were many curly, obviously from a private area. Suddenly, unable to hold back, the Tallulah burst into wild laughter. Ha 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 ha, that Sankong fairy always boasted to me about her silky fur. Now, it's all been plucked clean. Piske. Even that private area was not spared. And the Paxton, his proudest asset, his horns, are now gone, leaving him bald. Ha 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 ha. Whether it was Alicia or Emperor Qinglong, they had all lived from the ancient times to the present. They were ancient figures from the same era as Emperor Yulong. Although he had died, those two must be suffering worse than death right now. Thinking of this, Emperor Yulong couldn't help but laugh more wildly. Iman. Alicia, a female fairy? Why didn't the system tell him? The true form of Alicia was a 9-tailed white fox. When he plucked her fur, she was in her true form. It was impossible to tell if it was male or female. Of course, Iman didn't have much concept of gender when it came to beast forms. I definitely can't go to the demon realm again. This was even more serious than slapping Melinda's bottom. Iman couldn't help but pull his hair again, saying somewhat troubledly, first, there was Heavenly Emperor Yi Tian and Jean, and now there's another one, Emperor Yulong. I'm really robbing Rico of his harem. The news that the 9-dragon divine tripod had appeared and was obtained by someone from the primordial Yi family had already spread throughout all realms. For the next 7 days, countless martial artists rushed in from all directions, flooding into Sacred Hill. 18 human dynasties, ancient families like the Han state and Was state, all martial artists arrived. Beast race, demonic race, and barbarian race martial artists from the great world of China also wanted a piece of the pie but were repelled by the sudden appearance of Qin Iron Cavalry. Rico, Ted, Jessup, and Enzo were hiding inside Sacred Hill. They had already lost their way completely within Sacred Hill and could not find a way out. At this moment, Sacred Hill had become a battleground for martial artists. Besides competing for the 9-dragon divine tripod, many people settled personal grievances here. Outside Sacred Hill, dozens of sky phenomenon realm experts stood in the void, confronting each other at a distance. These sky phenomenon experts could see something strange happening within Sacred Hill. Therefore, they only faced off outside the mountain, without rashly entering. On the 7th day, the sky phenomenon martial artists outside had grown impatient. One elder from beyond the great world of China, after observing for 7 days, could not resist being tempted. Sacred Hill is formed from this area's dragon vein and, together with the imperial city before the mountain, precisely creates a natural formation of azure dragon playing with pearl. If I perform a blood sacrifice on the ordinary people in this city, I can activate azure dragon playing with pearl for my use, to mobilize the power of this heaven and earth. At that time, no matter what is inside Sacred Hill, nothing will be able to stop me. Even if mapped heaven realm martial artists come, they won't be a match for me. The elder's eyes gleamed with intense light. His cultivation had already reached the peak of the sky phenomenon realm, and he was also an unparalleled master of formations rarely seen in the world. Martial artists from beyond the great world of China did not regard the lives of beings in this world as significant. In the eyes of sky phenomenon experts, especially martial artists from outside the great world of China, the lives of ordinary people in this world were not considered valuable. Thinking of this, the elder no longer hesitated. He directly cast a large blood-red array toward the capital of Aliyah. At this moment, there were also many outsiders within the capital of Aliyah. Blood refining array. Everett, are you mad? Stop it, quick, stop it. Someone immediately recognized the origin of the Scarlet Array and the Elder's identity and loudly stopped him. Everett let out a cruel laugh. Hehehe. Leave quickly. Otherwise, you will turn into my offerings along with these locals. As he spoke, the large array instantly opened up, and scarlet shadows covered the entire city. The residents and martial artists screamed in terror and fled toward the outskirts. Iman looked up and watched Everett in the sky with disdain. Everett? What kind of soul hall elders has this guy eaten that would make him laugh like this? In the courtyard, Fernan, who was holding a broom and sweeping seriously, nodded in agreement. Exactly. Iman rubbed his temples. Do you know what the soul hall is? Fernan was about to nod, then shook his head in confusion. Iman. Then why aren't you making a move? Fernan cried out in surprise and hastily put down the broom. But just as he was about to act, a cold blade light descended like a massive sky curtain, directly splitting the blood refining array covering the capital of Aliyah into pieces of shattered fragments. Who dares disturb the citizens of Aliyah shall be killed without mercy. That indifferent and emotionless voice echoed through the heavens and earth. Corresponding with it was a scarlet god burial flower. Seeing those two unexpected figures, Everett was instantly frightened out of his wits. God of blades, goddess of fragrance. Considering it is your first offense, please spare my life. With frost and flowers intoxicated, her beauty was unparalleled, her charm transcending the ages. But in Everett's eyes at this moment, she was no different from a lethal demon. The response to him was a slash that cut through the void. Chapter 96. Enlightenment in a single thought. The saber god advances. With one stroke of the saber, Everett, this master of formations at the peak of the celestial phenomenon realm, was directly blown into a mist of blood. Then, he turned to ashes. The scene was deathly silent. Everyone looked incredulously at the unparalleled figure floating in the air. Although Everett did not reach the Grandmaster level, he was still a renowned formation master known throughout all realms. That blood refinement formation was ranked as a mid-grade celestial formation, perfect for both attack and defense. 50 years ago, Everett had once used the blood refinement formation to trap 6 celestial phenomenon experts. After 49 days, he had refined them alive. But now, with one stroke from Augusta, the blood refinement formation turned to ashes. And with another stroke, Everett no longer existed in this world. This is the disciple of Ethan, the saber god Augusta. Many people lifted their heads, gazing up at that figure in the sky. Though she was an unrivaled beauty ranking third on the beauties list, at this moment, her awe-inspiring 2 strokes overshadowed her beauty. Saber god, disciple of the Ethan. These were the only 2 labels for Augusta at this moment. It took nearly a dozen breaths before someone spoke up, saying in a slightly dry voice, "Does the 14 states also seek to contest for the 9 dragons divine tripod?" A sneer crossed Augusta's face as she glanced towards Sacred Hill Mountain. Is the 14 states short of divine artifacts? As she spoke, her body inadvertently swayed. Immediately after, a series of crisp, pleasant sounds drifted away with the wind. Many keen-eyed people saw. Hanging at Augusta's waist was a 3-inch tall, light golden bell. The vast bell. The clan treasure of the 5th family from the primordial era. One of the most supreme divine artifacts in all realms. The corners of many martial artists' eyes began twitching. This divine artifact that once upheld the destiny of the 5th family was now merely hanging at the saber god's waist. Oddly enough, this small golden bell suited the clear-featured, snow-white-clad saber god perfectly. You lot behave. If you dare involve ordinary people in the struggle for the divine artifact, I won't show mercy with my saber. After warning them again, Augusta's figure blurred and vanished into the capital of Sage Country. This moment, everyone let out a collective sigh of relief. Inside the capital of Sage Country, cheers erupted. The citizens of Sage Country never expected that the saber god, who had long left, would return and save all the city's people. Augusta had already landed within the mansion of the Duke. Approaching Amon, she patted his shoulder lightly. She laughed. Hi, little Lin, long time no see. Did you miss me? Ed. His expression instantly stiffened, looking at Augusta in disbelief. Little Lin? You call him Little Lin? Alright, even if you don't know he is master. But where did you learn this lively manner? You act cold and aloof in front of others, but show your true self on the spirit web? If those martial artists outside knew you were actually like this, what would they think of you? Just as Ed was stunned, a clear voice suddenly rang out, Young Master Lin. This maid sweeping the floor seems quite extraordinary. Ed. Sweeping maid? This is aimed at me. Upon hearing this, Augusta curiously looked at Ed. In the next moment, her eyes widened. Elder Brother Sword. How did you end up here? Still dressed like this? Carissa froze. Elder Brother Sword? The sword god Ed? Carissa hurriedly bowed to Ed. Carissa, one of the 3,000 guests, pays respects to the sword god. Ed also hurriedly returned the bow. He then said, Sage Country has been quite lively recently, so I came to take a look. As for this attire, Ed glanced at Augusta and Carissa, feigning innocence. Weren't both of you also disguised as maids earlier? Carissa rubbed his nose, appearing somewhat embarrassed. Augusta shrugged. I thought you were invited by Channing to take Little Lin as a disciple. Now that you know Little Lin is the sword god, do you dare not take him as a disciple? Augusta's tone was full of gloating. Ed's expression immediately froze, wishing to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. If Iman is the sword god, one cannot take him as a disciple. Even Augusta understands this. Why did I lose my mind? No, I must find an opportunity to give Channing a lesson. Ed coughed and quickly changed the subject. Little sister Xuang, you seem to be in a good mood? Augusta casually sat down on a chair. Seeing Master naturally improves my mood. Most importantly, Master stood up for me. She directly wiped out an ancient family. Although the event has passed, Augusta still seemed to be walking on clouds, feeling as light as a feather all over. Her mood was exceptionally upbeat. Looking at Amon became more and more pleasant. She felt like hugging him and giving him a kiss. Seeing Augusta like this, Ed earnestly advised, "Sister Xuang, look at you now. What kind of image are you showing? You should always be mindful of your status. How can the saber god of the 14 states display such a frivolous demeanor?" Upon hearing this, Augusta twisted her body uncomfortably. Amon, upon hearing these words, looked at Ed with bewilderment. Then he looked at Augusta, who was now acting awkwardly. So, Augusta maintained her aloof and cold demeanor in front of others, standing high above everyone, never smiling. But once on the spirit web, she immediately turned into a chatterbox. All because of Ed? Amon couldn't help gritting his teeth, saying, "I think she's fine this way. Why should a young person have to put on airs?" Seeing Iman say this, Augusta's face lit up with joy. She said seriously, "Right, I am still young. Why should I act like those staid old fossils? Putting on airs every day. It must be exhausting." As she spoke, Augusta relaxed completely. The suppressed frustration in her heart dissipated instantly. Her thoughts became clear and unobstructed, feeling incredibly comfortable. In the next instant, the sharp saber intent that occasionally surfaced around her instantly turned into a gentle breeze. Her entire aura became peaceful. Her saber intent advanced further. Her own strength underwent a tremendous transformation. Amon glared fiercely at Ed. Ed quickly shrank his head. Then, he stared speechlessly at Augusta. So, all these years, had he been holding sister back? Augusta's talent surpassed even Ed. If she had released her true nature earlier, her strength would have soared far beyond what it is now. The last time when Tanner attacked Augusta, Iman wouldn't have needed to intervene at all. Ed was about to dig himself into a hole again. At this moment, he finally understood why Master allowed Sister Xuang to participate in the life and death arena of the Han Kingdom. Clearly, it was to remind Sister Xuang that she was still young. No need to imitate the elderly all day long. Carissa also looked at Augusta, unable to hide his shock. Seriously, she broke through just like that? Originally, there was little difference between them. But now, with one thought, Augusta's saber intent and cultivation both surged, surpassing Carissa. The breakthrough happened in an instant. Even Augusta herself hadn't realized what happened in that fleeting moment. She reached into her robes and pulled out a red crystal, handing it to Amon. "Little Lin, here you go. Play with this." Ed covered his face. Another Little Lin? Could someone who makes her break through her mental barrier and become so unobstructed be just any ordinary Little Lin? But remembering Iman's instructions, Ed didn't dare say anything more. However, this wasn't bad either. When Master faces a social death, Sister Xuang will join too. Amon stared at the red crystal in his hand, his eyes widening. "Blood essence crystal? Where did you get this?" Augusta waved it off. "When we were raiding the fifth family, I found it on a grand elder. Unfortunately, the treasure vault of the fifth family was looted by Xyler first. The place was mostly empty." At this moment, Ed looked at Augusta eagerly. He hoped she would say something bad about Xyler. That way, the social death would be even more intense. Augusta continued, "After all, the fifth family was a renowned ancient family, with a deep and rich heritage. Fortunately, Xyler plundered their treasure vault, leaving them without the means to resist. Otherwise, the 14 states might have had to pay a heavy price to take over the fifth world." Ed's worries finally eased. He then realized, Master is Xyler and had already emptied the fifth family's assets long ago. Therefore, he confidently entrusted the fifth world to the 14 states. In the past few days, after refining the vast bell and the great desolation cauldron, Augusta and Carissa went to the fifth world, intending to resolve its core resistance. But they discovered that the fifth family within had already lost all ability to fight back. Iman glanced at Ed. He naturally saw through the sword god's disciples' little schemes. Augusta didn't have as many ulterior motives as Ed. Iman looked again at the blood essence crystal in his hand. It came from a grand elder of the fifth family. This seems to confirm that the fifth family and the demon world's scarlet blood abyss truly have intricate connections. However, such matters can be investigated gradually over time. At present, he had the lingering souls of Emperor Etienne and Feather Dragon Emperor in his possession. This blood essence crystal could be refined into another heavenly mandate stone. Once he completely subjugated these two empresses, Iman didn't mind allowing them to return to this world. Thinking this way, he casually tossed the blood essence crystal into the 8 trigram furnace within the illusory space. But at this very moment, a loud sword howl reverberated through the sky outside the Duke's residence. "I, Conan, the third-generation Roman of Great Han Kingdom. Iman, you despicable, shameless, dirty, vulgar, filthy thief who stole from the Roman of Han Kingdom, come out and accept your death." Conan revealed the sword god realm sword intent on his body without reservation, which soared into the heavens. The concealment array in Sacred Hill targeted only those who obtained the 9 Dragons Divine Cauldron. Only those who obtained the 9 Dragons Divine Cauldron would become lost in Sacred Hill. Conan, having tracked Rico for a long time within Sacred Hill without success, could only leave and seek trouble with Iman. And also, Iman, that sword god realm sword intent you possess is clearly the Ajax sword intent of our great Han Kingdom's first sword god Ajax, from 12.2 million years ago. You shameless thief, quickly return the Ajax sword intent. Chapter 97. Went out with a broom. At this moment, in the capital of Aliyah, everyone's mood had just settled down, only to be stunned by Barth's words. What? 1.2 million years ago? Faxon's sword god? How did Han country suddenly have a sword god from 1.2 million years ago when it was only established recently? A little more than 1,000 years ago, Han country was established under the patronage of the Great Qin Dynasty. And within less than 100 years, this country betrayed humanity and became a pawn of the demon race. Now, although Han country has announced its separation from the demon race, many human forces have clearly stated that they will absolutely not accept Han country back into humanity. At this moment, Barth, in the name of the third-generation Roman of Han country, was standing in front of the Lin family mansion, spouting nonsense and provoking Iman. Many martial artists inside and outside the capital of Aliyah felt nauseous upon hearing this, but more people were shocked. This Barth is also a sword god, and his cultivation has even reached the Earth transformation realm. I heard that a first-rate genius appeared in the divine continent. This is a good opportunity to see what that top genius is like. Who knows how that so-called Roman would fare against a sword god at the Earth transformation realm? But the divine continent indeed hides dragons and tigers. A tiny Han country could produce a sword god at the Earth transformation realm. Martial artists outside the divine continent wore a schadenfreude look on their faces. The name of the Roman, they have certainly heard of. Single-handedly breaking through the heavenly tower, crippling the young generations of the demon, beast, and barbarian races in the divine continent. Later rumors spread that the Roman was actually a teenage sword god. Naturally, many were incredibly curious about that Roman. In recent times, for the sake of Roman, these 3 words, Han country has completely opposed Iman, with extremely filthy means. All kinds of water armies on the spirit web have directly labeled Iman as a thief. Iman rubbed his brow. Weren't you saying that you were going to set up a life and death arena in front of Han country's capital? Why haven't you taken action yet? Iman finally managed to complete those annoying system tasks. He thought he could take it easy for some time, but big and small troubles still keep finding their way to him. Xuanhuan looked towards Ed. Ed had already promised her that he would go immediately regarding this matter. Ed said with a bitter smile, "It's already being arranged. It's just that the Qixin age prohibition for detecting bone age and soul age is somewhat complicated." Ed didn't think that the Han people would arrange for young people to go up the 14 states life and death platform honestly. As for what Xuanhuan suggested, that Ed personally goes up there, that's simply impossible. Given the shameless nature of the Han people, they might surrender the whole country upon seeing Ed. Then, that life and death platform would lose all its significance. At this moment, Ed wished he could rush out directly and cut that idiot who dared to be disrespectful to his master into pieces. But if he did so, Iman's cover identity would most likely be blown. Previously, Xuanhuan had already revealed herself to help Iman. If Ed showed up again, it was feared that all the powers of the cosmos would start targeting Iman. Iman wasn't afraid of being targeted, but he was afraid of his cover being blown. Just as Xuanhuan was about to get up, she was held back by Carissa. "Let Lord Lin handle this himself. If we act, the Han people will retreat, but will not let go easily." Xuanhuan looked at Iman. Iman rubbed his brow. "I'll handle it myself." While speaking, he picked up the broom that Ed had thrown aside and headed towards the front door. At this moment, inside the Duke's mansion, Eminem had already swallowed the long-suppressing pill and entered seclusion. Sky was also in seclusion. Now, her moonset burial god chapter was at a critical point. When she emerged from seclusion, she would likely break through to the mystic light realm from the spirit sea realm. Currently, the head steward Hall was in charge of the mansion. Mac. Seeing Iman walking towards the gate with a broom, Hall couldn't help but worryingly say, "Be careful." Although everyone knew that Iman was very strong, the people in the mansion were still worried. That guy outside who called himself the 3rd-generation Roman is also a sword god, and he is even a sword god at the Earth transformation realm. Iman smiled reassuringly at him. "Don't worry." Then, carrying the broom, he pushed open the gate. At this moment, Barth was holding a long sword, his eyes cold, staring unblinkingly at the gates of the Duke's mansion. His Earth transformation realm cultivation merged with the sword god level sword intent, transforming into a terrifying whirlwind, forcing all the onlookers nearby away. Seeing the opening of the mansion gates, Barth's expression changed instantly. But when he saw Iman coming out with a broom, his face darkened again. Those who were watching from a distance saw this situation, and their expressions became more colorful one by one. What was going on? He just walked out with a broom? Indeed, the #1 genius of the divine continent acted unconventionally. "Iman, you shameless little thief. You cowardly turtle hiding in its shell. You finally dared to come out." Barth's face darkened. The long sword in his hand had already been drawn, pointing straight at Iman. "Now, cripple yourself and kneel before me, returning the title of Roman to our great Han country. Otherwise, you and the mansion behind you will become history." Barth barked out coldly. Iman lazily yawned, first glancing up at the nearly noon sun overhead. Then he said, "Stop talking nonsense. It's not early anymore. Let's hurry up and fight. I still need to go back for lunch after we're done." "Barth? Lunch?" Hearing the word lunch, Barth felt suddenly nauseous and couldn't help but run quickly to the side of the street and started vomiting uncontrollably. "Iman." The surrounding people. Iman asked somewhat bewildered, "What's wrong with him?" From a distance, a martial artist who had come out from Sacred Mount said immediately, "It's said that this guy was having breakfast when he encountered Rico being chased and killed. Then, he got sprayed all over the face with feces mixed with breakfast. This is probably why he ran out of Sacred Mount." Iman. Alright, that fake 9-dragon divine cauldron was still in Rico's hands and had been preliminarily refined by him. Iman was quite looking forward to seeing the scene when Rico returned to the Yi family with it. "Roman, cheer up, defeat that Han person." At that moment, a series of clear cheers were heard. It was Cassie, Alice, and a group of young women from the Yi family, looking at here with starry eyes. "Wow, that's the Roman, indeed more handsome than in the images. He looked at me. He actually looked at me. Hey, wake up, Iman is our enemy." "Heske, who said? Our Yi family hasn't offended the Roman." Elder Urban was taken away by Iman. "Who's Urban? I don't know him. Urban used to bully my father, crippled my father's legs. Iman did well." "Oh, it's him. Then he did well to capture him." Iman. Is the Yi family having an internal conflict? Are these young descendants of the Yi family so carefree? The surrounding martial artists were equally speechless. These offspring of ancient families have grown up in a honeypot. They simply don't know the harshness of the world. And at this very instant, Barth, who was just throwing up madly, suddenly attacked with his sword. He slashed down towards Iman. Shameless ambushing. "Be careful, Roman." With the alarmed cries of several young women from the Yi family, Iman slowly raised his head. A purple light flamed around him suddenly. In the next moment, his broom moved. Frigid spear beams formed a purple-golden spear shadow, rushing towards the sky. Boom! The broom struck heavily against the sword blade. Barth felt an immense force coming through his sword. He nearly couldn't hold onto his sword. Iman raised an eyebrow. So what kind of sword god are you? Just a watered-down counterfeit. Barth's sword intent wasn't cultivated by himself. Even this fellow didn't reach the level of a sword saint. Instead, another sword god had implanted his sword intent into Barth's body. Really? Barth sneered, then die. Barth's eyes were full of ferocity. His mouth twisted into a sinister smile filled with killing intent. He directly summoned the sword god's sword intent within his body. An overwhelming sword intent burst forth, transforming into a deep red sword beam, condensed to its extreme, 10 zhang long. Its power reached the peak of the celestial phenomenon realm, slowly slicing towards Iman, who was mere inches away. Chapter 98. The vast, desolate, imprisoning heaven finger? A terrifying and grand sword intent erupted, instantly enveloping half of the capital city of Aliyah. It seemed as if it was to allow everyone a clear view of this strike. Hence, the speed of this sword light was not fast. One might even say it moved at a snail's pace. At this moment, from an outsider's perspective, Iman had no way to avoid it. He could only take it head on. This was, after all, a peak heavenly phenomenon realm sword strike. Everyone held their breaths, eyes glued to the figure before the Duke's mansion's gate, afraid of missing any detail. Even the heavenly phenomenon realm experts outside Sage, Capital Mountain, turned their gazes over, facing a peak heavenly phenomenon realm strike. How would this Roman respond? And in the backyard of the Duke's mansion, Edmund's eyes filled with murderous intent almost became tangible. Damned Han Kingdom people, actually daring to scheme against little Fenwick. Given her current realm, she naturally saw it clearly. This strike did not belong to Conan, but a sword god who reached the sky-reflecting realm, embedding his sword intent within Conan's body, thus allowing Conan to possess the power of a sword god for a short while. Of course, he was merely a vessel carrying the sword intent, a disposable tool. After this event, he wouldn't live long either. That sword intent being only at the heavenly phenomenon realm, because Conan's strength could only bear up to heavenly phenomenon realm sword intent. One sword nodded. This is Twilight Sword God Camden's Twilight Sword intent. He should be nearby. Edmund abruptly stood up. I'll kill him. One sword rubbed his forehead. Looking at the girl's reaction, clearly, her instincts had realized something, but her mind couldn't keep up with her instincts. Thinking about this, One sword also recalled himself. If Iman hadn't actively revealed his true identity, not to mention his mind, even his instincts wouldn't have caught up. Beside him, Kinna, seeing Edmund stand up, pushed her back down. She shook her head slightly. You've been too active lately. This isn't the right time for more actions. Let me handle it. Little Fenwick carries the red dust decree. I have a reason to protect him. Twilight Sword God Camden? Don't worry, once he shows his face, he'll be done. Kinna sneered, her eyes flashing with equally cold murder. For some reason, thinking of those Han Kingdom people scheming against Iman made her unable to suppress her urge to kill. One sword, confirming the look in her eyes. Another one whose mind hasn't caught up with her instincts. Speaking of which, why does Master need so many disguises when he has nothing to do? The Roman of River Mountain Academy, the young divine doctor who saved the Aliyah Kingdom, the Nevernight Marquis of the 14 States, the Antoine Lord of the 30,000 Guests, and that righteous yet villainous Supreme Doctor of the All Heavens, the divine Dr. Asura. There might be even more. In the future, be more careful when speaking to avoid inadvertently offending Master's other identities again. At this moment, outside the Duke's mansion gate, as if a great eon had passed, or just a fleeting instant, that deep red glowing sword strike finally landed, and at the same moment, Iman also made his move. His left index finger activated his spiritual storehouse. The great freedom black gold sword chi instantly strengthened the broom in his hand. Iman violently swung the broom, striking heavily onto that sword light. Pang! A muffled sound, under the incredulous gazes of all surrounding spectators. That terrifying deep red sword light was directly dispelled by this one sweep, dissolving into tiny specks of light. Conan, who was close at hand, felt his right hand go numb. The sword in his hand flew out immediately, exploding mid-air. Conan almost spat out a mouthful of blood, looking at Iman in disbelief. That was the invincible Twilight Sword intent entrusted within his body by the Twilight Sword God. Just like this, it was dispelled by Iman using a broom? Not a sword. A broom. A broom. Not just Conan, but everyone around was bewildered. If you had dispelled the sword intent with a sword, it would have been understandable. But what did you use a broom for? Iman's movements were fluid. Without any pause, he stepped forward and kicked hard at Conan's chest. Conan's body flew away like a shadow, smashing into the tea house opposite the Duke's mansion. For a moment, silence fell upon the entire inner and outer areas of the capital city. After an unknown amount of time, someone murmured, "What exactly is Iman's cultivation?" He was always at the chi condensation stage, wasn't he? Fools would believe he was at the chi condensation stage. Broom sword god. The few Yi family girls watching were star-eyed. Excited cheers rang out. But while everyone was still in shock, an incredibly authoritative voice suddenly sounded. Indeed, it is the sword intent of our Han Kingdom's Sunshin sword god. Iman, you have stolen the sword intent of our Han Kingdom's predecessor. Your crime is unforgivable. Die. Before his words had fully left his mouth, a golden red sword light, resembling a sunset, suddenly descended from the sky. This strike carried the belief of certain death, not holding back in the slightest. Clearly, it was using full force. In an instant, the entire Aliyah capital began to tremble slightly. The Twilight Sword intent, the sunset strike, the supreme expert from the Han Kingdom, Twilight Sword God Goss. Twilight Sword God is a sky-reflecting realm powerhouse. With him making a move, Iman is definitely dead. Someone cried out in shock, obviously recognizing the origin of that golden red sword light. Twilight Sword God Goss, the supreme sword god from the Han Kingdom. Above the heavenly phenomenon realm, sky reflecting. And there are 3 stages within sky reflecting: true essence reflection, flesh body reflection, and essence spirit reflection. This Goss is precisely an absolute powerhouse at the flesh body reflection stage. The surrounding martial artists began to retreat backward. Many people sighed helplessly. The era of Roman has yet to truly begin, but it's about to end. That sunset strike was like a massive golden red sun. Falling from the high sky, it carried endless sharpness, heavily cleaving toward Iman. But seemingly due to the warning earlier by Edmund, Goss's sunset strike had already reached its pinnacle of refinement, concentrating all power into one point. The target was only one: Iman. Overwhelming killing intent surged like stormy waves, crazily assaulting Iman's mind. Iman lifted his head slightly. His eyes narrowed slightly. He started calculating the pros and cons of now destroying the Han Kingdom. This Han Kingdom is a significant tool for the progeny of destiny entering humanity and unifying mankind. Iman's plan was to use the Han Kingdom to counteract Rico, further consuming his destiny. But he never expected. The Han Kingdom was like a sticky plaster. It had directly attached itself to him because of the title of Roman. If he were to act now and destroy this Han Kingdom, Rico would undoubtedly find another, even more uncontrollable existence elsewhere, helping him with the process of unifying mankind. And at this moment, due to the 9-dragon divine tripod, Rico and the Han Kingdom have already intersected. With the temperament of the progeny of destiny, it wouldn't be long before these two sides turned from enemies to allies. Rico would become the son-in-law of the Han Kingdom. Iman's plan was to achieve 2 goals at once during that time: destroy the Han Kingdom and weaken Rico's destiny. However, now the Han Kingdom was desperately causing trouble for him. Iman's short temper couldn't help but flare up a little. In the void above, a more piercing scarlet glow suddenly appeared. Blood-like petals slowly blossomed, striking after being struck, directly shattering that terrifying sunset strike. Perfume deity. Kenna. Goss's expression changed drastically, immediately shouting, "Perfume deity, could it be that you 30,000 guests intend to intervene in Han Kingdom affairs?" Never did he expect Perfume deity Kenna to make a move at this moment. The blood-red funeral flowers bloomed in the void. A faint purple figure emerged from the flower's stamen. Kenna ignored Goss's words. She extended her ivory-like finger, lightly pointing at the void. The vast, desolate, imprisoning heaven finger. Boom. A huge finger, like a pillar reaching to the heavens, heavily pressed down on a spot in the void. Iman. The vast, desolate, imprisoning heaven finger? Iman's eyes couldn't help but twitch slightly. Chapter 99. Delivered fertilizer. Boom. With a deafening explosion, that patch of void exploded outright. A pale blood mist spread out, but in the next instant, that cloud of blood mist rapidly converged, forming into a human silhouette. It appeared to be a middle-aged man, black hair and long beard, holding a golden red long sword. Indeed, it was Gifford, the unparalleled strongman of Han Kingdom, the Twilight Sword God. Gifford possessed the cultivation of body mirroring heaven realm, with an indestructible body that could regenerate from a drop of blood. Even if his body was blasted into blood mist, as long as his primordial spirit remained, he could quickly recover. Gifford looked at Carissa with shock and anger on his face. Perfume God, your 3,000 guests already have the means to deal death. He didn't expect that. This perfume god would directly try to kill him. The 3,000 guests still had quite a bit of business in the Han Kingdom. Were they willing to give all that up? Meanwhile, the other martial artists around them stared at Carissa's figure, their eyes filled with disbelief. None of them expected that this titled perfume god, the top perfumer of all realms, would possess such terrifying combat power. Twilight Sword God, a body-mirroring heaven realm powerhouse, had his corporeal body shattered by just one finger. From today onward, we must reassess the strength of the 3,000 guests. But why did the perfume god make a move to protect Roman? It's the mundane order. Roman has Wang Yujun's mundane order on him. The perfume god also came to Aaliyah Kingdom because of the mundane order. Carissa's expression was indifferent. That peerless beauty showed no extra emotion on her face. Her response was still the same vast wasteland sky prison finger. Boom. The void trembled. The giant finger that connected heaven and earth reappeared, heavily pressing towards Gifford. Gifford's appearance was sinister. Grand sword intent erupted. The golden red light reflected off the sword in his hand. It seemed like a scorching sun rising high in the sky, clashing against Carissa's vast wasteland sky prison finger. At the same time, Gifford's figure flickered, disappearing from the original spot. When he reappeared, he was already behind Carissa, one of the top 3 beauties of all heavens. Since you've delivered yourself here, I shall capture you, to be my bed slave. Gifford gazed at Carissa's silhouette, his sinister expression showing more greed. But in the next moment, something that terrified him occurred. Before him, Carissa vanished without a trace. Instead, there was a finger that reached up to the heavens. The vast wasteland sky prison finger. Boom. Gifford's body exploded again. Then, an ancient copper-colored tripod descended from the sky, pressing heavily on Gifford's writhing flesh. The vast wasteland tripod. Stop. Looking for death. Right at this moment, 2 streaks of sword light pierced through the void, charging straight at Carissa. They were evidently 2 body-mirroring heaven realms powerhouses. Facing these 2 ambushers, a bloodthirsty excitement flashed across Carissa's eyes. Since you're delivering yourselves as fertilizer, I won't hold back. But only 3. It's still a bit too few. Her hands formed seals. Crimson burial flowers bloomed, extending slender petals. The entire sky turned blood red. In the center of the flower, a faint purple became the only contrasting color. directly repelling the two body-mirroring heaven realm martial artists. With a wave of her hand, the vast wasteland tripod flew into her hand. A battle outside the city. While seizing this opportunity, Gifford recovered his corporeal form. But at this point, he was severely weakened. The mortal body did not mean endless immortality. If she killed him multiple times, his corporeal form could still be destroyed. The three Han Kingdom powerhouses exchanged glances, knowing full well that with this perfume god around, they couldn't touch him on. This Carissa's strength is just a notch above mine. Gifford's voice echoed in the ears of the other two. All three of us together can definitely take her down. The other two nodded. Immediately, the trio headed east of Aaliyah Kingdom's capital, towards Sacred Hill. The corners of Carissa's lips lifted slightly. She stepped through the void, leaving blossoms in her path, following closely. After a short while, the battle between the four unfolded in the sky over Sacred Hill. The entire Sacred Hill shook. Numerous martial artists inside Sacred Hill scattered instantly. Amon quietly withdrew the Life Soul Pearl. 3 Heaven Mirror Realm martial artists? No problem then. As long as it wasn't someone at the level of 5th Green Tomb. 10 Heaven Mirror Realm martial artists wouldn't stand a chance against Carissa. Amon was that confident in the disciple he had trained. Suddenly, a clear, refreshing fragrance entered his nostrils. Edmund's clear voice rang in his ears. Quickly return with me. The Han Kingdom's target is you. Forget about that park something. He won't last long. Speaking, a soft, white hand grabbed Iman's arm, leading him back to the Duke's mansion. Barth, still slumped in the tea house, opened his mouth. Then a mouthful of blood spewed out. In the back courtyard, Flash raised his head, watching the battle in the eastern sky. Perfume god. She won't be in trouble, will she? His tone was somewhat worried. After all, she's family. Augusta released Iman and glanced up. She's the perfume god, a master of primordial spirit. Body mirroring heaven realm? Flash suddenly understood. Body mirroring heaven only meant an indestructible corporeal body. The primordial spirit could still be destroyed. Perfume god Brianna, the top divine level perfumer of all realms. The fragrances she created could not only nurture the primordial spirit, but also poison it. At this moment, she hadn't immediately slain those 3 people. She must be fishing to lure more Han Kingdom powerhouses. Then she would capture them all at once. At this moment, Augusta suddenly remembered something. She looked at Iman. Little Fenwick, when I wasn't here, I heard you saved Brittany from the River Academy with a single incense? Iman. He coughed and fished out a red dust token from his robe, handing it to Augusta. Here, play with this. Augusta took the red dust token, her eyes instantly brightening. This is... Seeing this, Flash also got excited. Say it quickly. Little sister, show your defiance. Say something disrespectful about Wang Yujun. Master brother is waiting for your social death. Master brother has already socially died. You can't stay out of it. Then, Flash heard Augusta continue. This is Senior Wang Yujun's red dust token? With the red dust token, you can ask Senior Wang Yujun of the 3,000 guests for one wish he can fulfill? Where did you get it? Only now did she remember. Brianna appeared here because of this red dust token. Amon sat down and said casually, just, somehow got it. But the wish has been used. Augusta put away the red dust token happily. It's fine. This is Senior Wang Yujun's token. When I take it to see him, maybe he'll really grant me a wish. Flash was a bit dumbfounded. Gone? Augusta was puzzled. What's gone? Flash, never mind. When did little sister become so easy to fool? One casual somehow got it, and she doesn't even question it? And according to Augusta's usual temper, hearing someone on par with their master, she'd have to denigrate them a few times. Now how has she become so polite? Iman glanced at Flash. Flash 缩了缩脑袋, 干笑两声. Suddenly, Augusta seemed to remember something. She hurriedly said, right, master brother, can you contact our master? Flash. He instinctively glanced at Iman. Augusta waved her hand. No problem, little Fenwick is one of us. Flash. Of course I know he's one of us, but that's not what I meant. Augusta said earnestly, in the 5th world, I met a very strange person who wanted to see Master. Seemed like he wanted Master to help find someone. Iman's expression changed slightly. A strange person? Could it be? And Flash's face had already become serious. You agreed? Augusta glanced at him. No. Why would finding someone require meeting Master in person? That person's intentions are clearly impure. But he showed me an image of the person he's looking for. Asked me to show it to Master. Speaking, Augusta frowned again. But for some reason, I feel this image shouldn't be shown to Master. As she spoke, Augusta snapped her finger. A figure appeared before the 3 of them. It was a youth dressed in white, with elegant features and an ethereal bearing, resembling a noble young man untouched by the world. Amon looked at this youth, whose features were oddly familiar. His expression instantly froze. Isn't this just the male version of Empress Lacinian of the 9 Heavens? She actually tracked him down here, and specifically requested to meet him. Could it be that she really discovered something? Flash subconsciously started to say, this is... Before he finished, Brianna, carrying a blood-stained tripod, descended from the sky. 3 humans, 2 demons, a total of 5 body-mirroring heaven martial artists, all captured. Just right to take back as flower fertilizer. Brianna's voice couldn't hide her joy. Absolutely bountiful harvest. Flash's eyes couldn't help but twitch violently. Using body-mirroring heaven martial artists as fertilizer? From her tone, it sounded like she had done this plenty of times. Worthy of being another disciple of Master. Just like Sister Xuang, they're different inside and out. When Brianna saw that figure, she couldn't help but frown. Isn't this the strange person we met in the 5th world? Upon hearing Brianna's words, the heart Iman had been hanging on to finally died. Luochinian really did come. Chapter 100 Turned Enemies. Iman subconsciously shrank to one side, instinctively reducing her presence. The person Jamie was looking for was definitely herself. Moreover, Jamie had likely already suspected Ethan. That's why she wanted to meet Ethan. Even the image that Jamie gave to Suellen must have contained her will. Fortunately, apart from his loose lips, Suellen was still very reliable in other aspects and did not betray Iman. Iman muttered inwardly, "That damned Selen. What did he say to Jamie? Not only did he deceive her into the lower realm, but he also targeted her alter ego. However, she had indeed been too arrogant these days. Roman's disguise drew insane targeting from Hongwa people, and Ethan's disguise had brought over the person she least wanted to see. Indeed, once the disguise was dropped, troubles came knocking one after another. It seemed she needed to find a way to trick Jamie back to the divine realm. Brianna felt something was missing. She scanned the courtyard several times, finally spotting Iman huddled in the corner. Her mood instantly improved. Her beautiful eyes curved slightly. Brianna placed the blood-stained cauldron aside, then walked up to Iman and patted his shoulder just like Suellen did. "Carly, why do you look like this? Are you hurt?" Ed barely restrained his inner schadenfreude. Carly again. This senior or junior sister was previously rather restrained. After capturing 5 flower manures, she completely let loose. "We'll see how you socially die then." Iman's expression stiffened. "No, just found your heavenly imprisonment finger quite novel." Upon hearing this, Brianna immediately laughed. "Right? The divine artifact of Ethan, Dahan Cauldron. This is the mystic art I enlightened from it. One finger from Dahan to imprison the world." Looking at Iman with profound depth, she asked, "Want to learn? I can teach you." Ed. Iman. So that was the deal. Suellen also joined in, pushing Brianna aside. "Does Carly need your teaching? Even my senior brother can't teach him." Ed. "Why are you mentioning me again?" At this moment, Suellen threw Jamie's image at Ed. "Senior brother, if you're free, check out this person's background. I feel he's up to no good with our master." Ed. "Am I really free? You make it sound like you're busy." But he still put the image in the transmission Jade token and instructed the 14 states to start investigating the person in the image. Meanwhile, Suellen's attitude changed dramatically. All the previous pretentiousness was gone. She leaned towards Iman and said with a laugh, "Carly, any more tofu pudding? I want the savory one." Brianna chimed in, "Me too, but I want the sweet one." Iman looked up at the sun that was slightly westward. "Eating tofu pudding at this time? Fine. Lunch hasn't been eaten yet anyway." Thinking this, he turned to Ed, "Sweet or savory?" Both Suellen and Brianna's gazes fell on Ed. Ed's face froze as he stammered, "See, can I not eat tofu pudding?" Brianna fought 5 flesh-bodied mappers alone, defeating them all. A shock reverberated throughout the realms. Many forces reassessed the power of the fragrant deity and the 3,000 guests. At this moment, around Holy Hill Mountain, the martial artists fighting for the 9-dragon spirit cauldron became quieter. Many secretly rejoiced that Brianna wasn't interested in the 9-dragon spirit cauldron. As long as she didn't move against Iman, who held the forgetful gentleman red dust order, this notorious goddess wouldn't intervene. Well, so far, only Hongwa was stubborn, still clamoring on the spirit net, targeting Iman. Others, Rico was covered in dirt and blood. Behind him trailed 8 stinky gray-yellow spider legs. Rico looked up at the sky, filled with resentment. "Fragrant deity Brianna. Why should the fragrant deity help Iman? If she helped me, I could definitely escape my current predicament." Rico hadn't slept for 7 days. His eyes were bloodshot. The 9-dragon spirit cauldron floated above his head. Now, this originally pitch-black cauldron had turned 9-colored. It emitted dazzling brilliance every moment. During the day, it was fine. Once night fell, Rico became the brightest star in Holy Hill Mountain. No matter where he hid, he was always found first. At this moment, this divine artifact cauldron had been thoroughly refined by Rico. But no matter how many methods he tried, he could not dispel the 9-colored brilliance on it, let alone draw it into his body. On the other side, Ted was also in a sorry state, with quite a few injuries added to his body. In these 7 days, in order to protect Rico, Ted had practically risked his life. The only consolation was that Rico had indeed refined the 9-dragon spirit cauldron. For the Yi family, this was undoubtedly a stroke of luck amidst their misfortune. At this moment, Ted was about 30 feet away from Rico, forming a triangle with Enzo and Jessup to protect Rico in the center. Because Iman has the red dust order of forgetful gentlemen, so fragrant deity protected him. If you had the red dust order, fragrant deity would also protect you. Ted swallowed a healing pill, then took a deep breath before continuing. If you have the red dust order, you can give the 14 states an upper grade heaven rank xuanhuan fruit. Blade God and fragrant deity will also protect you. Although Ted and others were trapped inside Holy Hill Mountain, they could still use their transmission Jade tokens to connect to the spirit net. Amidst the killing and fleeing for their lives, they could still maintain contact with the outside world. Rumors had already spread outside. Blade God and fragrant deity protected Amon not because he was the Roman of the Rivers and Mountains Academy, but because of the xuanhuan fruit and the red dust order. Xuanhuan fruit was one of the most supreme medicinal herbs across all realms, rarely encountered. Even though Eminem only asked for 1 quota for the 14-state sword hall, outsiders believe the 14 states did not want to owe this favor. As for the red dust order, Eminem might obtain other treasures of the same level. Upon hearing this, Rico gritted his teeth and said, "He's just lucky. If it were me." At this moment, a thunderous explosion rang out beside them, filled with intense killing intent. "They're here, attack." A ragged youth swung his long sword madly, charging over like a lunatic. His originally pure white clothes had turned grayish yellow. "Xuanhuan Muge. We are both martial artists from noble families. We share the same root. Should we kill each other just because of some small misunderstandings?" Hearing the word misunderstanding, Ted grew almost exasperated. Your filth. Your whole body is filthy. Xuanhuan Muge snarled through gritted teeth. "How could a clean person like me be connected with shit warriors like you? I swear I will definitely slaughter Rico, that scum." Before he finished speaking, Rico suddenly roared. 8 directions sword movement. 10,000 swords return to origin. In the next instant, the spider legs behind him transformed into giant swords of feces yellow color, flying in all directions. Splat. Zayap. The sky was filled with sword feces, spreading everywhere. The martial artists of the xuanhuan family immediately went insane. A few days ago, these people had come to aid Rico and company. But Rico must have gone crazy, launching the 8 directions sword movement. 10,000 swords returned to origin as soon as he saw them. After several times of this happening, they became enemies. Xuanhuan Muge and other martial artists from the xuanhuan family had pursued Rico and his group day and night for 3 days within Holy Hill Mountain. I will kill you. Xuanhuan Muge completely lost his mind. True essence raged within him as he charged towards Rico without any restraint. Rico coldly snorted. A pair of black wings suddenly unfurled from his back, and he recklessly dashed in one direction. Enzo and Jessup naturally did not wish to clash with another ancient noble family, the xuanhuan family, so they followed closely behind. Ted had no choice but to keep up. As the two groups chased and fled, they quickly left the dense forest. Moments later, an endless expanse appeared before their eyes. Elder Ted of the ancient Yi family. That's the xuanhuan family actually chasing the Yi family people. That's the 9-dragon spirit cauldron. Rico, it's Rico. Rico has finally exited Holy Hill Mountain. The moment Rico stepped out of Holy Hill Mountain, the heavens shook. Martial artists waiting outside instantly attacked, their target being the 9-dragon spirit cauldron hovering above Rico's head. Chapter 101 The Demon King's Urinal. In an instant, to the south of Holy Hill, various martial arts skills and magical powers, colorful and dazzling, came crashing down in chaos. And at the same moment, the Yi family warriors who had been waiting for a long time also acted simultaneously, intercepting those martial artists attempting to seize the 9-dragon divine tripod. Instantly, a chaotic battle broke out. Although the strength of the Yi family warriors was formidable, they were ultimately outnumbered. Very soon, some martial artists broke through the blockade and attacked Rico. Seeing this, Rico's eyes almost burst with fury. He roared explosively. 8 directions sword stir. 10,000 swords returned to the source. Boom. Behind him, 8 enormous grayish-yellow swords instantly grew over 30 zhang, approximately 100 meters, long. They transformed into sword rain, spreading out in all directions. For a time, within a 5 li radius, approximately 2.5 kilometers, sword waste rained from the sky. An indiscriminate attack. Bad news, retreat quickly. The originally chaotic scene instantly became even more chaotic. Regardless of whether they were from the Yi family or the martial artists trying to seize the 9-dragon divine tripod, they let out blood-curdling screams and immediately turned to run. Prior to this, the martial artists who had experienced this within Holy Hill felt as if a nightmare had returned. Their legs gave way, collapsing on the ground. They howled in their mouths. Damn it, how could we forget that Rico is a waste martial artist, without a valve at the back? He just sprays whenever he wants. This large-scale indiscriminate attack has little killing power but extremely high humiliation value. High up in the sky, several heaven stage martial artists of the Yi family twitched their eyes sharply. Just now, they were still thinking about questioning the xuanhuan family why they were moving against Rico, but now it looks like not questioning them is already giving the Yi family enough face. xuanhuan brother, after this matter is over, I will definitely visit to apologize. Don't let this incident harm the harmony between our two families. Yanko of the Yi family directly lowered his stance. Speaking to Anchor, a heaven stage martial artist of the xuanhuan family, Anchor's face also twitched violently. He nodded expressionlessly, gritting his teeth. Just a misunderstanding. Over these 7 days, after discussions among the 7 ancient noble families, a decision has been made. Since the 9-dragon divine tripod is now in Rico's hands, this divine artifact should belong to the Yi family. The martial artists sent by the other 6 ancient noble families would assist Rico in securing the divine artifact. However, given the current situation, everyone except the Yi family themselves is besieging Rico. Rico's approach, spraying indiscriminately when disagreed, is incredibly hate-inducing. There's no friend left. More importantly, what he sprayed out had powerful corrosiveness. The protective true chi of Earth transformation stage martial artists couldn't withstand its corrosion. It was dismantled in an instant. Only top-grade heavenly spirit artifacts could resist that terrifying corrosive force. Fortunately, Rico only has spirit C-stage cultivation. This kind of attack has greater humiliation than lethality. It can corrode protective true chi and defensive spirit artifacts but cannot harm the physical body. At this moment, many martial artists splattered with it have completely gone berserk. They let out savage roars like beasts, rushing towards Rico recklessly. At this point, the desire to tear Rico limb from limb has thoroughly surpassed the thoughts of seizing the divine artifact. Rico saw this. His eyes likewise radiated a dangerous madness. You forced me to do this. Rico bellowed loudly. Upon hearing these words, Ted and the others' faces changed drastically. Having spent 7 days with Rico inside Holy Hill, they naturally knew what trump cards Rico had. Disciples of the Yi family, run fast. Ted's face turned green with terror. He screamed out a mournful cry like a cuckoo bleeding its heart out toward the nearby Yi family martial artists. Enzo and Jessup did not utter a word, turning around and fleeing. Their speed had reached the limit possible at that moment. Above Rico's head, on the 9-dragon divine tripod, the 9-colored light shone brightly. Faintly, 9 dragon shadows appeared intermittently. Gurgle, gurgle. Inside the 9-dragon divine tripod, a sound like bursting bubbles echoed. Boom. The next moment, a thick grayish-yellow water column shot straight into the sky, exploding instantly in the sky dozens of miles high, transforming into 9 grayish-yellow divine dragons. Diving down from the sky, an odor, 10-fold to 100-fold stronger than before spread out. The void within a dozen-mile radius was instantly covered by grayish-yellow mist. Damn it, run. Ugh. At this moment, seeing this, the heaven stage martial artists who were prepared to act all turned pale with shock. including Yanko and Anchor among the ancient noble family martial artists. They instantly scattered and fled. Damn it! He actually loaded such filthy stuff into the 9-dragon divine tripod. He is desecrating the divine artifact. Some of them cursed while running. Their voices were distorted. Though these martial artists were battle-hardened, with incredibly strong mental fortitude, when faced with such a situation, anyone would choose to avoid it. Not to mention, Rico actually used the divine artifact as a chamber pot. That already unbearable filth became even more terrifying after being fermented by the divine artifact, insulting and lethal at the same time. The effect compounded. Yanko wanted nothing more than to kill Rico. As the legitimate grandson of the family patriarch, how could he do such things? It was as if the reputation of the Yi family had been nailed to the pillar of shame, a stain that couldn't be erased no matter what. But Rico paid no heed. 9 grayish-yellow divine dragons roamed through the sky. This was the power of the 9-dragon divine tripod, far surpassing his own strength. Those who were too close to Rico and failed to escape in time were directly blasted away by the 9 divine dragons. Come on, grab it. Don't you want to snatch it? This is my divine artifact. If you've got the guts, come and take it. Rico was also in a frenzy. His eyes instantly locked onto Cliff. The Xuanhuan family, right? You want to snatch my divine artifact, right? Today, I'll let your Xuanhuan family know the consequences of offending our Yi family. As he spoke, Rico rode the 9 divine dragons and charged towards Cliff. Cliff cried. He ran and wailed as he went. Don't come over here. I'm sorry. I really know I was wrong. I'll never dare to again. Please spare me. Spare me. At this moment, this Earth transformation stage powerhouse from the Xuanhuan family seemed to find that 2 legs weren't enough for him. Thus, he fell to all fours and scrambled on hands and knees across the ground. However, moments later, Cliff felt himself suddenly lifted off the ground, carried into the air by one of the grayish-yellow divine dragons. The overwhelming stench enveloped him from all sides, directly engulfing his entire body. White foam instantly spewed from Cliff's mouth, and he passed out immediately. At this moment, nobody noticed. The divine artifact above Rico's head gradually changed. It increasingly resembled a chamber pot. Amon stood atop the highest tower of the Lin family, looking southeast. Involuntarily, he shivered violently. Should I not have done that? Giving Rico the Blackheart Dog King's chamber pot. The Blackheart Dog King of the monster realm. Previously, to complete a certain system task, Iman raided the Blackheart Dog King's lair, accidentally bringing back the Dog King's chamber pot along with it. Iman didn't realize its existence until now. Only when preparing to replace the 9-dragon divine tripod with other items did he discover this chamber pot in the illusion space. Without hesitation, Iman gave it a look of disdain and tossed it into Holy Hill, substituting for the 9-dragon divine tripod. Now, after leaving Holy Hill and losing the illusionary enhancement of the great array of limitless heaven, the chamber pot gradually revealed its true form. So, at this moment, the composition of the 9 grayish-yellow divine dragons created by Rico wasn't just his own, but also the Blackheart Dog King's. Fortunately, that thing is only an ordinary divine artifact. Looking at Rico's plummeting luck, Amon couldn't help but shrink further into himself. Although I took the 9-dragon divine tripod from the Son of Destiny, I also prepared another divine artifact for him. Even though it's a Monster King's chamber pot, it's still perfect in every way. The story won't give Rico any other compensation, right? This guy is actually directly attacking the Xuanhuan family's base now? Chapter 102, 2 Divine Emperors as Maids. Rico wore a chamber pot on his head and rode 9 large, ash-black dogs. He directly charged into the Xuanhuan family's base camp. For a moment, cries and shouts filled the heavens and earth. Iman shrank his neck. He muttered, I didn't expect he would really use the Dog King's chamber pot as a toilet bowl. At first, he intended to casually throw some trash at Rico. But that thing is a son of fate. While luck remains, what is lost will inevitably be compensated for in another place. Rather than letting Rico gain any uncontrollable unknown opportunities, it was better to give him a well-understood divine artifact directly. And, even if the Dog King's chamber pot wasn't thrown at Rico, Iman would still have discarded it. The Black-Hearted Dog King, though not as formidable as the Feathered Dragon Emperor, is still a supreme ruler in the demon realm, a tyrant-level powerhouse, absolutely fitting the temperament of a son of fate. Naturally, the Dog King's chamber pot is also a divine artifact. Iman stuffed an inheritance cultivation method of the Black-Hearted Dog King's clan inside. This was considered compensation for intercepting the peerless Imperial Guide last time. Yeah, and very thoughtfully provided him with a dog deity core fused with the Dog King's essence. However, the true form of that Black-Hearted Dog King is a large black-furred dog. If Rico really swallowed that core, who knows, he might cultivate into an unprecedented dog deity body. Iman naturally looks forward to this. Furthermore, if that Black-Hearted Dog King knew his chamber pot had been refined by Rico, no one knows what might happen then. When Iman looted the Black-Hearted Dog King initially, he was ruthless enough. Iman raised his head and looked up at the sky. In a voice only he could hear, he murmured, Isn't there really some kind of heavenly order? The instructor said, It is infinite fun to struggle against heaven. If there is really a heaven, I'll use this son of fate as a pawn to properly challenge the heavens here. Rico was utterly crazy now. As the true form of the Dog King's chamber pot appeared, the 9 yellowish-gray divine dragons Rico wielded gradually changed their appearance. They transformed into 9 towering 100-jong-tall, ash-black, stench-emitting dogs. For a moment, deafening barks resonated through heaven and earth. Large dogs carried Cliff. Chasing after other martial artists from the Xuanhuan family, they rushed into the Xuanhuan family's encampment. The 7 primordial ancient families are located in 7 directions surrounding Sacred Hill Mountain. The xuanhuan family resides 80 miles south of Sacred Hill Mountain, in a small valley. With defensive formations set up, they established camp. No one expected Rico to attack the xuanhuan family outright. And the defensive formation set up by the xuanhuan family against those 9 ash-black dogs seemed like paper-thin protection. It was instantly corroded to ashes. Above high skies, Greg's eyes went dark, almost falling down. He quickly grabbed about to explode anchor. Xuanhuan brother, regarding the world rich in celestial crystal mines you mentioned last time, I represent our family head, agreeing to help the xuanhuan family seize it. Upon hearing Greg's words, Anchor's expression slightly softened. Below, the xuanhuan family's base camp was already submerged under a flood of feces. The entire small valley turned into an open-air septic tank. Hundreds of xuanhuan family disciples struggled and wailed in the pit. Warriors scattered and fled in all directions. No one dared approach Rico. Anchor retreated several miles backward again. His lips trembling, he said, "Forget it. Let it be. Consider it a trial. After enduring this tribulation, I believe these young ones' dispositions will become more resilient." High above, other warriors from the ancient families. What the hell is going on here? A life or death trial was promised. Now, it has turned into a living dung trial. Greg wanted to stop Rico, but looking down at that foul-smelling open-air septic tank, and those still rampaging 9 large dogs, he immediately backed off. At least Rico is only a spirit sea realm warrior. Even relying on the power of a divine artifact, causing havoc with feces, it's hard to last, and no lives are lost. Thinking of the phrase, causing havoc with feces, Greg's face couldn't help but twitch. He spoke again to pacify the warriors of other ancient families, promising countless compensations. Only then did he manage to calm their anger. This chaos continued until sunset. The 9 ash-black dogs slowly dissipated. Finally, what spewed from Rico's rear became smaller and smaller, until it finally stopped. Rico rose to fame in one battle. The 3 words, "shit warrior," firmly attached to him. Along with it, the whole Yi family's reputation suffered, covered in a grayish-yellow cloud. When Greg found Rico, he was sprawled helplessly on the ground. With Rico as the center, within a dozen miles, not a single soul could be seen. Even Ted, Jessup, Enzo, and others had vanished without a trace. Rico's outburst had intimidated everyone. No one dared to snatch his divine artifact anymore. But now, Rico's eyes were vacant, with no focus. He just sat there, lost in thought. Rico. Greg's expression was equally stiff. He hesitated before stepping forward to Rico. "I am your 7th uncle, Greg." Rico's eyes flickered slightly and immediately regained their luster. He hastily stood up, respectfully bowing. Rico greets 7th uncle Greg, who held the title Sword Saint, the greatest swordsman under the rank of Sword God, even surpassing sea-covering Sword Saint Channing. "7th uncle, this is the divine artifact I seized for the family. The junior member wishes to present this divine artifact to the family." Rico pointed beside him at the 6 tall, black-brown chamber pot. Greg's face twitched uncontrollably before he stuttered, "No, it's not necessary. The primal ancient families reward and punish clearly. Since you have obtained this divine artifact, it belongs to you." A struggle flashed across Rico's eyes. Ultimately, after gritting his teeth, he accepted. Rico thanks the family for its gift. This divine artifact was nothing like the 9-dragon cauldron he had anticipated. Although it was unclear what went wrong, this chamber pot-like item was indeed a genuine divine artifact, and an extraordinary one at that. Inside, it also contained a significant divine-grade inheritance. All in all, it should not be inferior to the 9-dragon cauldron. Most importantly, once thoroughly refined, it could be used to replace the previous ring when attached behind. Obtaining this divine artifact, and this inheritance, I will surely defeat him on. Rico clenched his fists tightly, his eyes burning with fiery determination. Seeing Rico's enthusiastic look, Greg couldn't help but cough. Then, with solemn seriousness, he said, "Rico, you still lack training and are not ready to return to the family. At this moment, the Heavenly Secrets realm is about to open. The Patriarch has decided that you should remain in the great divine world, striving for the inheritance within the Heavenly Secrets realm. Rico, do not disappoint the Patriarch's expectations of you." Rico's expression froze, then he smiled bitterly and nodded. It seemed he needed to obtain the inheritance from the Heavenly Secrets realm to officially gain the Yi family's recognition and return. As night fell and silence enveloped everything, the chaotic Aaliyah kingdom finally regained its tranquility. In the Duke's residence, inside Iman's courtyard, 2 breathtakingly beautiful women stood before him. One wore a crimson gown, radiant like the bright sun. Jean, who had restored her physical form using the Destiny Stone. The other wore a black dress, cold and proud, unmistakably feathered dragon emperor, originally named Elizabeth. Elizabeth glanced at Jean hesitantly, then said, "You are Emperor Yi Tian?" Jean lifted her chin slightly, proudly replying, "Yes, it's this emperor. As the Heaven Emperor, I shall suppress all enemies in this world." "Elizabeth." Iman rubbed his forehead, interrupting the two. "Enough, stop with the useless talk. My 2 disciples, one a blade goddess and the other an incense goddess, have always been treated with high esteem and pampered since childhood. They can't continue serving as maids. Now, you 2 will be the maids of my Lin family, responsible for caring for Suellen and Brianna's daily needs." Jean. "Elizabeth, could you please clarify? Your 2 esteemed disciples were pampered since childhood and can't be maids. So why do you think we 2, both empresses of the Divine Emperor level, can serve as maids?" Chapter 103. Being a maid is pretty good. This emperor likes to serve others best. Jean was clearly irked. Her willow eyebrows furrowed, and with a look of deep resentment, she said, "I, Dan, should subdue all foes under heaven. How could you make this emperor be your maid?" Iman sized up the illustrious Dan from head to toe. She wore a bright red dress, her black hair like ink flowing down to her waist. The face that could be described as peerlessly beautiful now brimmed with anger. Amon propped his cheek on one hand and said with an enigmatic smile, "Or, I can send you two back to the divine realm and dragon world and pin a sign on you, to tell the whole world who you are, Dan and Henley." Hearing this, Jean shivered involuntarily. At present, she had only attained the level of demigod. If she returned to the divine realm and revealed her identity, that would be nothing short of a nightmare. Elizabeth quickly capitulated. No, I don't disagree. I'm willing to be a maid. Then, she gently tugged at Jean. In a low voice, she added, "This little ancestor not only snapped off the Azure Dragon's 2 horns, but also plucked every single feather off Finley, including those feathers." Iman. Confused, Jean asked, "Which feathers?" Elizabeth glanced at Jean's lower body. Instantly, Jean froze, stepping back in horror. Elizabeth continued, "This little ancestor helped restore our physical bodies, so serving as maids for a few days isn't too much to ask. Being his maids won't diminish our dignity." During this period, Elizabeth had stayed within the Thousand Illusions space. There, she witnessed numerous taboo objects. Facing Amon, this former dragon empress felt nothing but terror. More importantly, Elizabeth had personally witnessed that incredibly rare heavenly mandate stone, found across the 3 realms and 6 paths, which this little ancestor refined using a peculiar alchemy furnace. Refining primordial treasures. As a dragon empress, Elizabeth had lived countless years and had never seen anyone refine such things. Yet Iman accomplished it. Furthermore, both women were revived by Iman using 2 heavenly mandate stones. Naturally, their lives were now in his hands, let alone making them maids. Even if Iman wanted these 2 former empresses to warm his bed, they wouldn't dare refuse. And currently, the cultivation levels of Elizabeth and Jean were like the great dark heaven demon god, merely at the demigod stage. To recover their powers, they needed to cultivate themselves. But cultivation depended on Iman's permission. Jean covered her legs and stared at Iman for a long time before hesitantly saying, "Being a maid? I thought we'd be guards or something. Ha ha ha. Being a maid is good. This emperor loves being a maid." A maid was fine. It was better than death. A maid wasn't a slave after all. Iman, seeing Jean's posture, half smiled. "Enough. Stop covering yourself." "Nothing I haven't seen." Elizabeth widened her eyes, looking at Jean incredulously. "Seen?" Jean's face turned scarlet instantly. She hastily defended herself. "Those were just shadows conjured up previously, not my real form. Now it's a physical body, so how can it be the same?" After a pause, Jean weakly asked, "Just being a maid then? No other requirements?" Iman glanced outside the city walls. "There is. Now, both of you go clean up that mess outside the city." Jean sighed regretfully. "I thought it was about warming the bed or something." Elizabeth. Morning dawned, with perfect light. Last night's rain had lasted all night. The filth around Sacred Hill was completely washed away by the sudden heavy rain. The originally foul air became refreshingly clear. At the Marquis residence, Eminem and Sky remained in seclusion. Iman wasn't worried. Now, the matter of the 9-dragon divine tripod seemed to be settled. Although some still had designs on the divine artifact, considering the formidable Rico, they ultimately abandoned their plans. Of course, apart from Rico and the instigator, others couldn't know whether the artifact shaped like a chamber pot was indeed the legendary 9-dragon divine tripod. However, matters concerning the Holy Dynasty hadn't concluded. The celestial mystic realm was about to open. Then another round of chaos was inevitable. "Shaolin, are these maids prepared for us?" Augusta was already dressed as a maid, sitting opposite Iman eating bean curd soup. Upon hearing Iman had arranged maids for her, she was pleasantly surprised. Iman rubbed his forehead. "You two are grandmasters of the deity rank. Looking like maids every day, does that look proper? Moreover, now all the realms know that you two are staying at my place." Similarly dressed as a maid and adding sugar to her tofu pudding, Carissa couldn't help but feel somewhat embarrassed. She didn't understand what was happening herself. To stay in the Lin family, she actually pretended to be a maid. Iman has the red dust order. Staying here will surely lead to finding master. Yes, that's it. Thinking of this, Carissa felt at ease. As for Augusta, she couldn't be bothered with reasons. She stayed because she liked it. Looking for the Gabriel? Long forgotten. Beside them, Jean and Elizabeth, disguised as ordinary maids, were bitter expressions. They obediently stood behind Augusta and Carissa. At this moment, these 2 empresses realized that Iman's 2 disciples were no ordinary people. They harbored enormous and terrifying potential. Once unleashed, their future achievements might even surpass their own prime. No wonder they were the disciples of a powerhouse. Even before reaching divinity, they already had the aura of an emperor. Augusta immediately returned to her true form. She looked at Ed and asked, "Didn't you prepare one for my senior brother?" Ed looked eagerly at Iman. Just then, the great dark heaven demon god trotted over eagerly. There is. I am the servant of this master." Only then did a smile appear on Ed's face. He knew Iman's identity. Naturally, he could guess that these 3 maids and old servants were definitely not ordinary people. A master must treat everyone fairly. Iman rubbed his nose. The great dark heaven demon god really understood. "Master, the Longshan shopkeeper from Linglong Pavilion is here." Flu Chi's voice came in at this moment. With 3 powerhouses sitting in Iman's courtyard, Flu Chi truly didn't dare enter. He could only report from outside the door. Iman waved his hand. "Let him in." Longshan Een walked into the courtyard with a light step, looking rather pleased. Then, thud. This great shopkeeper of Linglong Pavilion in Alia country, directly prostrated on the ground. He slightly raised his head, eyes wide open in shock, staring at the 3 people surrounding Iman. God of knives? Fragrance god? Wait, and sword god? At this moment, Longshan Yin's mind was completely muddled. He thought the god of knives and fragrance god would be treated like ancestors in the Lin family, hidden away most of the time. Who knew that these two stunning goddesses were actually dining with Iman at the same table? And when did the sword god arrive? Longshan lay on the ground, not daring to move an inch. Seeing this, Iman couldn't help but cough. Shopkeeper Longshan, there's no need for such a grand salute. Please get up quickly. Longshan shakily got up from the ground. Although Linglong Pavilion's background wasn't much smaller than the 14 states or the 3,000 guests, both were top-tier forces spread across all heavens. But Longshan was just a minor manager responsible for Alia country. In front of Ed, Augusta, and Carissa, he dared not breathe loudly. He took out a storage ring from his chest and said cautiously, Master Lin, this is 50 million high-grade spirit stones. Please accept it. Calling Iman Master Lin suddenly made Longshan feel less pressure. It seemed that their relationship had been inadvertently brought closer. Iman was stunned. 50 million high-grade spirit stones? Longshan hurriedly replied, following your instructions. I have sold Bohin to Rico for 50 million high-grade spirit stones plus 3 supreme heavenly-grade spirit weapons. The 3 supreme heavenly-grade spirit weapons were taken by Linglong Pavilion. These 50 million high-grade spirit stones were delivered personally by Longshan to Iman. Iman casually received the spatial bag containing the spirit stones and tossed it to the great dark heaven demon god. 50 million high-grade spirit stones plus 3 supreme heavenly-grade spirit weapons. I didn't expect Bohin to be so valuable. Rico sure spared no expense. These spirit stones were paid by the Yi family for Rico, right? Longshan saw Iman accept the spatial bag and instantly smiled. Yes, they were indeed sent by the Yi family. Just last night, Rico left Alia country with the Han siblings and that empress, heading to the Xia Dynasty. The Xia Dynasty should be quite lively now, especially Jeremy and that greenish battle king. Thinking of this, Iman couldn't help but start to look forward to it. What was regrettable was that Rico didn't come to cause trouble for him. Iman wanted to appreciate his masterpiece. Just how much luck had Rico lost? But since you didn't come find me, I'll go find you. Chapter 104. Even if they are trash, we must make use of their remaining value. Seeing the evident regret in Iman's eyes, Faulkner chuckled and continued, the other members of the Pingyuan Home Manor have already been prepared to be sent to the forbidden mining area for mining. Young Master Lin, rest assured, they will absolutely not escape. Iman frowned. Why do you want to send them to work in the mines? Faulkner was taken aback. A sinister smile appeared on Iman's face. Wasn't it just Layla and Bohin that Rico took away? Then let's send these people to torment Rico. Faulkner's expression froze. This young Master Lin really is frugal, not wasting a single grain of rice. Even if they are trash, we must make use of their remaining value. Faulkner laughed. All right, I'll arrange it immediately. Countless methods were already formulated in his mind on how to use these people to torment Rico. It was quite a technical skill. Since there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. Iman pointed at the table in front of him. Care to sit down and eat together? Faulkner glanced at the 3 intimidating powerhouses seated by the table, each with "Do not approach" written all over their faces. He waved his hands repeatedly. No, I have other matters to attend to. I must take my leave now. As he spoke, Faulkner practically fled from this small courtyard. Looking at Hall waiting at the gate, he couldn't help but complain quietly, Grand Steward Su, why didn't you tell me those 3 powerhouses were here with young Master Lin? Hall feigned innocence. You didn't ask. Faulkner was speechless. If those 3 powerhouses weren't there, he would indeed have happily stayed behind to have lunch with Iman, to foster some personal relationship. But the presence of those 3 powerhouses sitting quietly beside Iman made Faulkner feel as though needles were piercing him. How could he dare to linger any longer? Seeing Faulkner leave, Augusta suddenly looked at Iman and said solemnly, if you find that Rico is an eyesore, I can go and split him in 2 right now. Iman looked horrified. Don't talk about such disgusting things during mealtime. Augusta was momentarily stunned. Then he reacted. What if this one slash of mine caused that thing to explode? Thinking about such a scene, Augusta's complexion turned slightly pale. Even goosebumps broke out on his arms. Immediately, he abandoned the idea of slashing Rico. Too damn disgusting. Even the tofu pudding in the bowl lost its appeal. Ed and Carissa exchanged glances. They saw the fear in each other's eyes. They had already recalled what happened yesterday at Sacred Peak Mountain. This meal simply couldn't continue. Matters concerning Sage State were temporarily concluded. The majority of the visiting martial artists had already left Sage State. 3 days later, Eminem and Sky also emerged from their seclusion successively. The 2 major opportunities originally belonging to Rico, the Dragon Restraint Pill of Feathered Dragon Emperor and the Unparalleled Divine Guide of Emperor Yi, have instead bestowed upon Eminem. Currently, Eminem's hidden injuries have been completely healed. The cultivation technique he practiced has also transformed into the Divine Emperor level technique, the Unparalleled Divine Guide. His cultivation level has directly broken through to the Purple Mansion realm, becoming the first Purple Mansion realm martial artist in Sage State's history. Now, Eminem looks more than 10 years younger. As for Sky, she has advanced to the profound light realm thanks to the Moonlight Burial Scripture. Being the body of the moon deity, her talent is among the best in all realms. With her divine body awakened by Iman, her cultivation naturally progressed rapidly. Father, aren't you really coming with us to Great Xia? Sky looked at Eminem before her, filled with reluctance. Eminem shook his head. The current situation in Sage State requires someone to handle it. As the state protector of Sage State, I cannot just walk away. In everyone's view, the matter here has ended. However, for Sage State, everything has just begun. A country cannot function without its ruler. But Empress Autumn Luo, you has already fled with Rico to the Great Xia Dynasty. Now, from the court to the common people, everything is in chaos. Ruling a country cannot rely solely on martial power. Additionally, regarding the Sage Martial Hall, the previous Hall Master Jerry went mad. while the other elders either escaped or died. The Sage Marshal Hall is almost paralyzed. Eminem has decided to support Crown Prince Chochoya as the new emperor. As for himself, he will return to the Sage Marshal Hall and personally serve as the Hall Master. Having refined the Cloud Sword Command, Eminem is now part of the 14 Prefecture Sword Chamber. The 14 prefectures have also arranged personnel to assist Eminem in Sage State. This time, Great Xia Mountain River Academy admitted 2 disciples from Sage State. One is Sky. The other is Brooklyn, Sky's friend at the Sage Marshal Hall. As for Iman, as the Roman, he was originally a disciple of the Mountain River Academy. At this moment, they were preparing to set out for the Great Xia Mountain River Academy. Eminem looked at Iman and said hesitantly, "By the way, those 2 people strung up outside the East Gate. Are they still going to be left hanging there?" It had been more than half a month now. Adela and Amiel were still alive, occasionally emitting a few cries. A cold gleam flashed in Iman's eyes. Let them continue hanging there as a warning to those with ulterior motives. Eminem nodded. Very well. Only in this way could they Jun Sir Xiao Wei Sir the Wicked. At this moment, the Nangong clan had been completely exterminated. Only Adela and Amiel, who were made into human skewers, hung outside the capital city gate of Aliyah State. Eminem patted Iman's shoulder. Then he patted Sky's little head and told her, "Go on. Try not to play with communication jade tokens too often." Sky was a bit sad, but hearing Eminem's words, she instantly became alert. "Father, I'm already at the profound light realm cultivation stage. You said that once I reach Spirit Sea stage, I can play with communication jade tokens." Eminem kept a straight face, looking serious yet earnest. Cultivation is like rowing against the current. If you don't advance, you will fall back. Don't slack off. While you're playing with communication jade tokens, other martial artists are diligently cultivating and improving their strength. How about this? After arriving at the Great Xia Mountain River Academy, you can play with the communication jade token for no more than half an hour each day. Don't even think of hiding it from me. I'll have someone supervise you. As the manager of the Aliyah branch of the 14 prefectures, I can know your situation immediately. Sky's expression completely froze. Any lingering sadness and reluctance vanished. The imperial capital of Great Xia. Inside a certain inn, Rico's face was dark enough to drip water. He gritted his teeth and said, "I, Rico, am the legitimate grandson of the patriarch of the time-honored ancient family. That damn Mountain River Academy actually dared to reject me." The 19 Mountain River Academies were the highest academies of the human race today. Although Rico had become the Grand Elder Jeremy's disciple from the Great Xia Imperial Academy, he still yearned to enter the Great Xia Mountain River Academy. Yet he never expected to be outright rejected, especially when he heard that the 2 quotas from Aliyah State. One was taken by Sky, while the other went to the unknown Brooklyn. This stirred him up. Well, nowadays, Rico plugged the chamber pot he took from Dog King behind him. It was completely blocked there. Unless he wanted to, not a hint of smell would escape. However, that thing was ultimately Dog King's chamber pot. Now, Rico emitted another kind of strange odor. Make them regret it. Jeremy, who had lost both legs and could only sit in a wheelchair, said expressionlessly, "Joining the Great Xia Imperial Academy also offers opportunities to enter the Heavenly Secrets realm. Rico, this time you must perform well. Tell the Mountain River Academy. What the hell is called regret?" Hearing the word regret, Layla and Chiluayu exchanged glances quietly. They had long experienced what regret truly meant. Chapter 105. The Son of Destiny turned into a dog? Rico did not notice the expressions on these 2 people's faces. He took a deep breath and said, emphasizing each word, "Indeed. I will definitely make the River Academy know what it means to regret. I want to defeat Iman with dignity under everyone's watchful eyes and erase the shame of the past." Just thinking about how it was Iman who had added ingredients to that Emperor melting snow pill made Rico furious. It had caused him to become a feces warrior, turning into a complete laughingstock, unable to return to the Yi family immediately. There were also the younger generations of the Yi family who should have been flattering and pleasing him, but they all avoided him like the plague. After Ted and Yanko paid him 50 million high-grade spirit stones as ransom, they too fled far away. Thinking about these things, Rico couldn't help but lose his mind with rage. Jeremy saw the hatred in Rico's eyes and suddenly said, "Disciple, we can ally with Han Country to deal with Iman." Although Han Country lost 3 Sky Reflection Realm powerhouses, including the Twilight Sword God Gifford, they had not stopped their hands. They continued to boast endlessly on the spirit web about retaliating against Iman and even 3,000 guests. Rico nodded slowly, indicating agreement. Though the Irvin from Han Country had once attacked him in Holy Hill Mountain, there were no eternal friends, only eternal interests. Now that he had refined the divine artifact, Han Country could continue cooperation. The Heaven's Secret Realm is an opportunity. I will let Iman suffer endless calamities in the Heaven's Secret Realm. The ferocious murderous intent flashed in Rico's eyes. "All right, master, I'm going to start cultivating now. Luayu Rubing, you may both leave now." Rico stood with his hands behind his back, appearing somewhat superior. Jeremy opened his mouth but thought of Rico's current status and didn't say more. Layla pushed Jeremy and left the room with Clara. Rico surveyed the surroundings and then fetched an array disc to envelop the room. Then, he flipped his hand, revealing a black pill emitting a blackish halo. Black God Pill. Looking at the pill in his hand, Rico licked his lips slightly. Although it differs somewhat from the records, it is indeed the same divine artifact, just mistaken for the 9-dragon divine tripod. In the talisman Rico received, it was recorded that within the 9-dragon divine tripod lay a crouching dragon pill capable of changing one's physique, along with the heritage of Feather Dragon Emperor. Within this chamber pot-like divine artifact, similarly, lay a powerful pill capable of altering one's physique and the inheritance of a mysterious deity. Originally, after the Emperor melting snow pill incident, Rico shouldn't dare take any medicine rashly. But the inheritance within the divine artifact gave him great confidence. Over the past few days, Rico had already begun to attempt cultivation using the inheritance technique inside the divine artifact, showing initial effects. In just 3 short days, he reached the peak of the initial spiritual sea realm. However, to truly enter the gate and obtain the true god-level techniques from the inheritance, he must consume the black god pill to alter his constitution. The mysterious entity leaving this inheritance would not deceive, right? Looking at the black pill in his hand, Rico gritted his teeth and closed his eyes. He swallowed it directly. Then, he sat down cross-legged, beginning to run the inherited secret technique to refine the pill. Rumbling. A thunderous boom echoed from Rico's belly. Then, boom, boom, boom. His posterior released another flood, stretching out endlessly. However, at this moment, the Demon King chamber pot blocked everything, so all excrements entered the Demon King chamber pot. A dark glow emanated from Rico's body. A huge black dog silhouette slowly appeared above his head before plunging directly into Rico's body. Woof, woof, woof. Involuntary massive barks came from Rico's mouth, and in the next moment, these barks suddenly turned into screams of agony. Rico hugged himself tightly and began rolling on the ground. Needle-like black fur sprouted from beneath his skin. Amidst increasingly piercing screams, a furry black dog tail sprouted from Rico's buttocks. The next instant, black light enveloped the entire room. An unknown amount of time passed. The light faded. Rico was gone. In his place was a large, sleek black dog. Woof, 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 woof. The big black dog, shocked, struggled to its feet, knocking over furniture in the process. A mirror fell from the table. The moment the big black dog saw its reflection in the mirror, its body froze instantly. Panic and confusion filled the dog's eyes. I've actually turned into a dog. How could this happen? Rico's eyes widened as he saw himself clearly in the mirror, emitting a sharp and mournful cry. This cry was not human, but rather an ear-piercing bark. No. I need to calm down, stay calm. Yes, cultivation. This must be the after-effect of that pill. The inheritance technique. Yes, cultivating the inheritance technique. If I cultivate the technique, I'll surely recover. The large black dog hurriedly lay on the ground and silently began to circulate the inherited technique, while communicating with the Demon King chamber pot lodged at his rear end. As the inherited technique circulated through his dog form, Rico found it increasingly easier to handle. After a short while, the inheritance technique finally changed. An extremely profound technique slowly emerged from the artifact in his rear and flowed into his mind via his anus. The Black God's Secret Scripture. With the circulation of the Black God's Secret Scripture, the pain in Rico's body gradually dissipated. An unknown amount of time passed. The sleek, black-furred dog disappeared, replaced by a completely naked human body. Rico opened his eyes and looked down at his smooth hands, letting out a long sigh of relief. Finally, he had returned to human form. Not only that, under the dual effects of the Black God Pill and the Black God's Secret Scripture, Rico had successfully broken through to the profound light realm. Bark, 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 bark. Rico was visibly shocked. He realized he couldn't speak human language anymore. Subconsciously, he looked toward the mirror beside him and almost fainted. In the mirror was a naked man, with a human body, dog head, and there was a furry black dog tail behind his buttocks. Bark, bark. Baba bark. How could this be? It must be due to incomplete cultivation. He needed to continue cultivating. Rico forced himself to stabilize his emotions and sat cross-legged on the floor to continue practicing. Outside the room, Layla heard the barking from inside Rico's room, and her expression showed concern. Although the array formation inside the room dampened most sounds, some faint barks still leaked out. Sister Loyu, is Rico alright? Clara and Layla's injuries were once again healed by Jeremy. However, Jeremy had also paid a considerable price, which ultimately fell on Rico, consuming much of his luck. Clara's face remained expressionless. What could happen to him? Nothing bigger than what happened on Sacred Hill Mountain, right? Layla didn't respond. The incident on Sacred Hill Mountain had made Rico a laughingstock in everyone's eyes. If it were anyone else, they might have ended their own life long ago. Let's go. We should head to the Dasha College first. Hearing Dasha College, Clara's eyes lit up with excitement. Before River Academy, Dasha College was the highest institution of learning in the Dasha dynasty. She hadn't dared dream about River Academy. Due to Jeremy's connections, Clara, Layla, and Bohan had all been accepted into Dasha College. Inside the room, after an unknown amount of time, the upper half of Rico's face finally returned to normal, but his mouth and nose remained a raised dog snout, and he hadn't regained his ability to speak like a human. Helplessly, Rico found a black lower face mask to cover the dog snout. Once the Black God's Secret Scripture is perfected, I should be fully recovered. Just as Rico pondered this, his communication jade suddenly moved. A slightly impatient voice came from inside. Rico, why haven't you arrived at River Academy yet? Rico paused. River Academy? Fortunately, the communication jade allowed the conversion of martial spirit consciousness into sound. Rico hastily replied, bark, bark, bark. No, wait, River Academy? Why are you going to River Academy? Cassie asked, why did you bring a dog along? Rico. Cassie continued, a dog is fine, just make sure it doesn't bite anyone. There's a heavenly secret realm spot available at River Academy. Naturally, we have to go there. As disciples of the ancient family, they've reserved spots for us. Rico. Reserved spots for them, but not for him. He was also a member of the Yi family and even the grandson of the family head. At that moment, Rico's anger peaked. But in the next instant, hey. The champion prince, it's the champion prince. The champion prince has come. The champion prince smiled at me. Cassie's voice shifted from cold and impatient, became extraordinarily excited, as if she was a little girl with a serious case of infatuation. The excited voices of Alice and the other young ladies of the Yi family followed closely. Then, the communication through the messaging jade was cut off. Rico. Chapter 106. just before reaching the peak, slapped back. Woof 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 woof. Woof 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 woof. In an instant, furious barks resounded throughout the inn. Many guests who were about to check in were instantly startled. Does this inn keep dogs? From these dog barks, it's clearly a vicious dog with demon lineage. Quick, quick, let's go. Don't get bitten by the dog. Suddenly, those who were preparing to check in all left the inn one after another. The innkeeper's face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. He looked at the assistant beside him and said through gritted teeth, "Hey you, go upstairs and check. Just which bastard brought a dog inside? Hey you, put up a sign outside. No dogs allowed in this inn." At that moment, Wiley wheeled Esmond in his wheelchair along with Jetty, Caitlin, and others. They slunk out of the inn, heading towards the Daxia Academy. It wasn't that these people didn't want to wait for Rico, but things were too strange over there. Not only was the room sealed by an array, but terrifying dog barks kept coming from inside. Waiting at the Daxia Academy would be the same. Wiley pushed the wheelchair, moving quickly. His expression was excited and agitated. "Old Master Ace, can I really become a disciple of the Daxia Academy?" Esmond sat steadily on the chair. Upon hearing this, he stroked his beard, smiling and nodding. "This old man has arranged everything. Once we arrive at the academy, the three of you will officially become inner disciples of the Daxia Academy." Esmond felt relaxed at this moment, finally leaving that nightmare-like Aaliyah kingdom. No need to live in constant fear. Yes, first thing upon returning, he'd find a pair of good legs to replace his own. As a great alchemy master, getting new legs was a piece of cake. The other three, hearing the words inner disciple, all showed looks of pleasant surprise. Even Caitlin, who held a high position, was no exception. Although the Daxia Academy might not compare to the Mountain River Academy, it had profound heritage and was once the premier institution of the Daxia dynasty. Becoming a disciple of the Daxia Academy was also extremely difficult, let alone becoming an inner disciple. Wiley clenched his teeth and said viciously, "Once we reach the Daxia Academy, I'll train hard. I will trample Iman into dust, letting him suffer eternal torment." Esmond nodded slightly, that Iman merely had good luck to gain the sword intent of sword god Xuanhuan from the Han Kingdom, hence his current achievements. But having refined someone else's sword intent, he will have little chance of making significant progress in the future. Don't worry, this old man has already selected teachers for all of you. As long as you train diligently, surpassing Iman is just a matter of time. Jetty, Wiley, and Caitlin's eyes lit up immediately. They hurriedly thanked, "Thank you, old Master Ace." Esmond being a great alchemy master, the masters he found for them were certainly no ordinary people. Wiley and Jetty's eyes shone even brighter. Originally, they were illegitimate children who lived in the shadows. Now, they became inner disciples of the Daxia Academy, directly ascending to the peak of life. These few people got more and more excited talking. They began discussing and envisioning their futures. Unconsciously, they crossed bustling streets and arrived at a secluded area. "Esmond, you old dog, you actually dare to return to the capital." Suddenly, a somewhat familiar voice boomed beside them. Immediately after, overwhelming pressure descended from the sky, directly overturning Esmond's wheelchair. "Who are you?" Esmond tumbled miserably several times on the ground before regaining his senses, shocked. He struggled to get up from the ground, but unfortunately, without two lower legs, he could only struggle on the ground. The newcomer did not reply. Instead, he stomped on Esmond's face, pressing him down. Then, like raindrops, fists began falling onto Esmond's body. Esmond screamed loudly and struggled desperately, but it was to no avail. His dantian had been exploded by Iman. Though repaired, it was not yet fully healed. His cultivation had not fully recovered, so he was no match for this person. Soon, Esmond curled up on the ground, completely motionless. Jetty, Wiley, and Caitlin were all terrified. Is the law enforcement in the Daxia capital really this bad? That was Esmond, the top alchemist of the Daxia dynasty, and he was beaten in broad daylight. In the next moment, the newcomer lifted Esmond as if he were a chick. Then, he coldly looked at Jetty, Wiley, and Caitlin. "You three, traveling with this old dog, must not be good either. Today, I'll give you all a lesson." Bang! While speaking, he waved his hand. Jetty, Wiley, and Caitlin's figures flew out like three fallen leaves. That terrifying force struck their dantians, once again shattering them. In the next moment, the man grabbed Esmond and disappeared in a few leaps. How could this happen? Caitlin lay stiff on the ground. Her gaze was empty, losing its focus. Jetty and Wiley were also sprawled on the ground, looking bewildered. Originally, they were about to reach the peak of their lives, becoming inner disciples of the Daxia Academy. But who would have thought? Just before reaching the peak, they were slapped back into the depths of despair. Their benefactor, the great alchemy master Esmond, was abducted right in the middle of the street. Sister, what should we do?" Wiley's face was deathly pale. "Should we still go to the Daxia Academy?" He clutched his dantian with one hand, looking helplessly at Jetty. Jetty looked at Caitlin. Caitlin's face was bitter. "Let's go back to the inn. Old Master Ace hasn't given us the credentials for the academy yet." Jetty and Wiley looked miserable. This wasn't Sage Kingdom anymore. Without credentials or a guide, the Daxia Academy wouldn't even spare them a glance. The three tried to get up but found that their shattered dantians made standing impossible. Though not fatal, it left them unable to stand. Caitlin, having been an empress once, still had some resolve. She gritted her teeth and said firmly, "Crawl back." Buster. Yes, Buster, the head manager of Linglong Pavilion in Sage Kingdom. Now he had been promoted to be the chief manager of Daxia Linglong Pavilion. He dragged Esmond to the front gate of the War Prince mansion. Smashing Esmond against the closed gate of the mansion, a thunderous boom echoed. Due to the scandal between the Nadine consort and Esmond, War Prince ordered the mansion closed to visitors. No one dared to anger the War Prince in Daxia. Master Lin said this War Prince isn't a good guy either. Buster sneered. Then he pinched his throat and roared loudly, It's just the consort of a petty war prince. Old man here will sleep with whomever I want. What can the war prince do to me? War prince old dog, if you know what's good for you, offer the Nadine consort to me. The Nadine consort and I are true love. After saying this, Buster turned and vanished. Boom. Then, everyone inside the war prince mansion went completely mad. War prince burst out like a crazed lion. Esmond, you old dog, you dare to show your face to me. Give me your life. Esmond was sprawled at the gate of the war prince mansion. His face was green with fear. At the same time, at the xuanhuan Academy, Iman originally planned to quietly enter the Xuanhuan Academy, but due to Cassie's shout, he instantly became the focus of everyone. The champion prince is here. The champion prince has really come to our xuanhuan Academy. That man in the moon-white brocade robe, impossibly handsome, is the champion prince. In an instant, Iman became the center of attention. Hundreds of Xuanhuan Academy students gathered from all directions, surrounding Iman in the middle. Champion prince? In the crowd, a man holding a short blade silently approached Iman. If the champion prince dies in this xuanhuan Academy, a cruel smile flashed across the man's face. The short blade in his hand gleamed with a dark green light under the sun, clearly coated with a lethal poison. Chapter 1077 Killer's Pavilion. The Great Xia Rivers and Mountains Academy is located 30 miles south of the Great Xia capital. 60 miles further southeast lies the largest lake within the Great Xia Dynasty's territory, Green Dragon Lake. At this very moment, the entrance to the Great Xia Rivers and Mountains Academy is teeming with people. Disciples who usually keep to themselves and focus on their cultivation have emerged upon hearing that the true Roman has come to the academy. In the past few months, the Great Xia Rivers and Mountains Academy has been plagued by the fake Roman, suffering untold hardships. Previously, many had already suspected that the former Roman was an imposter. How could a young genius who single-handedly penetrated the heavenly passage tower be so unsavory? And now, the arrival of the true Roman brings a sense of relief as if clouds have parted to reveal the moonlight once more throughout the entire Great Xia Rivers and Mountains Academy. Meanwhile, at almost the same time, on top of a building not far from the entrance, 7 figures were observing everything below. One of them frowned slightly and sneered, "What a grand scene for the Roman, bringing 4 maids, and even an old servant along just to go to school. More ostentatious than our ancient clan disciples." These 7 individuals are precisely the ones sent by the ancient clan to enter the heavenly secret realm via the Rivers and Mountains Academy. Although the Great Xia Rivers and Mountains Academy has promised some formal disciple quotas to the ancient clan, there are still a few days before the official assessment for admission into the academy. Currently, they are only temporarily residing here and have yet to officially join. The other 6 people present felt somewhat odd upon hearing the youth's words. Iman's maids? Are you sure those 4 really are maids? The youth who spoke earlier hesitated for a moment. He suddenly recalled a rumor. Once, inside the imperial palace of Sage Kingdom, the third-ranked beauty and saber goddess Edmund had disguised herself as Iman's maid. Not possible, absolutely not. A prestigious saber goddess disguising herself as a maid once is one thing, but how could she consistently serve Iman as a maid? And those are 4 maids. Surely they can't all be of that caliber. Also, Michael, look at the behavior of your clan's women surrounding him. Why should distinguished disciples of the ancient clan revolve around Iman? Michael furrowed his brow. He sneered, "Gary, Iman is the Roman who single-handedly breached the heavenly passage tower. If Cassie and others wish to be close to Iman, it's their choice. What does it have to do with you?" Gary glared at Michael. "Close to Iman? Don't forget, the Green Mountain Sword, Saint of your Yi family, is imprisoned in the Lin family. Now that Iman has come to the Rivers and Mountains Academy, it's the perfect time when the Lin family is vulnerable. If I were you, I would have led men to slaughter the Lin family and rescued the Green Mountain Sword Saint long ago." Hearing these words, Michael and the others instinctively backed away from Gary. Killing the Lin family and rescuing Urban while Iman was away? 2 living human pikes were still standing outside the eastern city gate of Sage Kingdom's capital. The Yi family head had also ordered them not to act rashly or provoke the Lin family. Michael furrowed his brows. The matter concerning Urban will be decided by the higher-ups of the Yi family. It's not something we should meddle in. Our purpose here is to enter the heavenly secret realm, not deal with the Roman. Do your Zisong clan have enmity with the Roman? Gary snorted with disdain. Cowards! Just like the fecal martial artist Rico of the Yi family. Upon hearing Rico, Michael's face flushed red. "Gary, you're asking for death." At this moment, another person hurriedly stood between Michael and Gary. "Stop quarreling. Quickly look. What is that person doing? Holding a poisoned blade. Does he intend to assassinate Iman? But why is he circling in place?" At this very moment, the man with the poisoned weapon was continuously changing his position in the crowd. His aura, appearance, and even physical form all kept changing as the crowd moved, consistently reducing his presence. Himph! What kind of prodigy from the Rivers and Mountains Academy? I've been here for over an incense stick's time, and not a single person noticed me. Once I kill the so-called Roman, I'll take the opportunity to slaughter a few more to vent my anger. The man concealed his murderous intent and gradually approached Iman. However, at this moment, the surrounding crowd had already fallen silent and retreated dozens of feet away. Everyone frowned as they watched the man holding the short blade. His expression alternated between fierce and calm, muttering incomprehensible words under his breath. The short blade in his hand, it's the 7 Killings blade of the 7 Killers Pavilion. A killer from the 7 Killers Pavilion has infiltrated the Rivers and Mountains Academy. Is he planning to assassinate Senior Brother Lin? Naturally, among the disciples of the Rivers and Mountains Academy, there were no shortage of those with broad knowledge. Someone immediately recognized the short blade in that man's hand. 7 Killers Pavilion, a notorious organization of killers. It was rumored. The critical injury of the human race Sacred Emperor was related to the 7 Killers Pavilion. No, this person is not just a killer from the Seven Killers Pavilion, but also the son of Vice Dean Yuan. No, the traitor Jackson. Yuan knew. Yuan knew. It's really him. Wasn't he long dead on the demon battlefield? Why is he here now? Demon battlefield? The Yuan family originally defected to the demons. It makes sense that Yuan Nu didn't die. Upon hearing the name, Yuan Nu, the crowd burst into a commotion. Yuan Nu, the only son of Jackson, the patriarch of the Yuan family. It was said he had died in battle against the demons 30 years ago. No one expected him to reappear at this moment. At this moment, Yuan Nu's body trembled slightly, seeming to be released from some kind of state. Then, he stumbled and fell to the ground. How can this be? Yuan Nu's expression changed drastically as he looked around and met with countless derisive eyes. Iman crossed his arms, half smiling, half sneering. Yuan Nu. Only then did Yuan Nu look up at Iman. Iman, die. As he spoke, his body became a blur, charging toward Iman. However, the moment Yuan Nu got close, Iman held what seemed like a brick in his hand. Then, smash! The brick struck Yuan Nu squarely on the head. Yuan Nu's eyes rolled back as his body went limp and fell straight down. Silence fell over the area. Everyone looked at Iman with awe. That Yuan Nu was a divine passage realm warrior, and senior brother Lin felled him with a single brick. Roman, this is truly the real Roman. Cheers erupted from the crowd. At this moment, the enforcement disciples of the Great Xiao Rivers and Mountains Academy arrived. Greetings, senior brother Lin. The leader, a youth who bore some resemblance to Unkit, spoke up. Senior brother Lin, should we take this man back to the enforcement hall for questioning? Iman nodded slightly. At the same time, he inwardly sighed. It seems the harm caused by Jackson to the Great Xiao Rivers and Mountains Academy is even more severe than imagined. Indeed, there are traitors everywhere. He must find time to deal with that Vice Dean Yuan. Yuan Nu had already been taken away by the enforcement hall disciples. In the distance, the faces of those few ancient clan disciples darkened. Iman had made a divine passage realm assassin lose his way without making a sound. More terrifying still, without affecting anyone else. Maze formation. That Iman is also an array master. Gary's face turned extremely ugly. Then he looked at Michael. Michael, since you are here for the heavenly secret realm, why is Iman here? You should also know. If he goes to the heavenly secret realm, do we still have a chance? Michael frowned. So what? Gary's lips curled into a sinister smile. Have Cassie assassinate Iman. Swish. In the next moment, Michael had already drawn his sword, pointing the tip directly at Gary. Gary. The Zisong clan has enmity with the Roman. If you want to kill the Roman, go do it yourself. Don't involve my Yi family. The roar reverberated clearly and loudly throughout the entire Great Xiao Rivers and Mountains Academy. At this moment, all eyes within the academy turned towards the top of that building. Gary's face turned green. Chapter 108. Who does he think he is? Who does he think I am? Michael, don't spout nonsense here. When did I say I wanted to kill Roman? How can you besmirch my honor like this? Gary came back to his senses and screamed in a shrill voice. He never expected that Michael would shout out their whispered conspiracy. Nowadays, Iman's reputation at Daya Academy was soaring like the sun at midday. Offending Iman meant they would be unable to move here at all. Michael sneered. I besmirch your honor? He shook the communication jade token in his hand. All the words you said just now were recorded by me. Would you like me to play it for everyone to hear? Gary. The faces of several disciples from other ancient families also turned unnatural. Their goal was heavenly mystic realm. And among humans in the entire divine world, the generation under 100 years old was virtually broken, with no rising new blood. The only one who could threaten them was Iman. And now, due to the chaos Rico had caused, the Yi family seemed like an active volcano about to erupt. Moreover, the Green Hill Sword Saint Urban was captured by Iman. Therefore, these people planned to use the Yi family as a tool against Iman. But Michael wasn't buying into it. Gary, put away your schemes. This time, although my Yi family has suffered losses, we still know right from wrong. Want to use my Yi family as a pawn to deal with Roman? Dream on. Michael's voice remained loud. In recent days, because of Rico's tirade on Sacred Hill Mountain, the other ancient families hadn't stopped piling on, using various tricks to exploit the Yi family. Naturally, Michael maintained vigilance against these people. With a cold glance at the others, he put away his sword and left. After Michael departed, Brittany appeared before Gary and the others. His face showed no emotion. Gentlemen, please follow me to the law enforcement hall. Among the crowd, Cassie pointed at her nose. With a bewildered tone, she said, Is Gary crazy? To have me act against Roman? Who does he think he is? Who does he think I am? One blow from Roman could crush 100 of me. The surrounding people. Do ladies from ancient noble families really speak so down to earth? While it made sense, wasn't it inappropriate to say this publicly? Behind Iman, Elizabeth, who looked like a maid, nudged Jean, who was similarly dressed as a maid. This little girl looks like your descendant. Jean's expression stiffened as she whispered harshly. At most, we're from the same clan, not descendants. Your mother is still a maiden. Where do descendants come from? Jean's body was restored using the mandate stone. It was restoration, not reconstruction. It was still Jean's previous body. This was the true meaning of the word mandate. Both Rico and Elizabeth, in body and soul, lived anew. They weren't reconstructed bodies or possessed corpses. However, this body was currently only at the semi-divine realm. Looking at Cassie, who was secretly peeking at Iman, Jean was equally speechless. What kind of brain circuits do these young members of the Yi family have? The one imprisoned in Lin family's dungeon, Urban, shared a close bloodline with Cassie and Michael. But this peculiar brother and sister, one loudly conspired while the other developed a crush on Iman. Could it be that they truly didn't hold grudges? Iman, however, wasn't surprised. Ultimately, it was all because of Rico. As the child of destiny, he came with some rather bizarre settings. being brothers with outsiders while becoming mortal enemies with family. No matter where he went, first being ridiculed and ostracized by everyone. Then, turning things around, showing off, shocking everyone. Now, Rico had just claimed his lineage. He should still be in the stage of ridicule and alienation. Especially after the incident on Sacred Hill Mountain, these young members of the Yi family kept him at a respectful distance. As the villain opposing Rico and shining with the halo of Roman, these young members of the Yi family naturally gravitated towards Amon, highlighting the greatness of the child of destiny and the naivety of the clan's younger generation. And now, Iman was eagerly awaiting the day Rico turns the tables. He didn't mind making Rico's moment of glory his personal arena. On the first day the real Roman arrived at Daya Academy, he was assassinated. This instantly stirred up a great wave in the Daya dynasty. The dean of Daxia Shanha Academy, Blue, and the Daxia human emperor were furious. They personally investigated the matter. Originally, the atmosphere in the Daxia imperial capital was already exceptionally tense, but now it became even tenser. At this moment, Iman had already arrived at Daxia Shanha Academy, in a separate courtyard prepared for him. It was adjacent to Qinglong Lake. On one side was a shimmering lake, and on the other side were lush mountains. The environment was serene and rich with spirit energy. Sky looked around at the surroundings and couldn't help but hesitate. Checking the route as we came here, it seems quite far from where classes are held. If we go to class, won't it be somewhat inconvenient? Iman casually sat down on a recliner. He pointed to a few people on the other side. Over there, you have a sword god, a saber god, and an incense master. You want to learn something? Just go directly to them. Ed perked up instantly upon hearing this. Originally, he felt a bit aggrieved. Elizabeth and Jean both came along, but his old servant Rolf was left behind in Aaliyah country's Lin family. Now, however, hearing that he could instruct teacher's aunt, the grievances vanished into thin air. Augusta had already recovered her true appearance. She moved a small stool and sat next to Amon. Then she glanced at Ed, saying irritably, Qingying is my disciple. You teach another one? Sky didn't really mind. Brooklyn was utterly dumbfounded. Saber god? Sword god? Incense master? These three seemingly ordinary servants were actually these three god-tier experts. Carissa looked at Brooklyn and said, not bad. Want to learn perfume making? I can teach you. Brooklyn's face flushed red, surprise evident in his eyes. Really? Can I? Carissa nodded. Shaolin brought you to Daxia, treating you like family. Your aptitude isn't bad. Becoming a master perfumer shouldn't be a problem. But first, you need to accept me as your teacher and join the 3,000 guests. Disciple Brooklyn pays respect to master. Without hesitation, Brooklyn knelt and bowed deeply to Carissa. This was the legendary incense master, offering to take him as a disciple. Opportunities don't come twice. Soon, he would send a message home to ask if their old Qin family cemetery has been enlightened. Thank you, Iman. Thank you, Sky. You lit the fuse for our old Qin family's ancestral grave. Ed was speechless, then couldn't help but smile bitterly. 2 maidservants, each taken by one. Now 2 apprentices, again each taken by one. But, these 2 still haven't caught up mentally. Their bodies followed Iman to Daxia very honestly. Yet their mouths still call him Little Lin. Augusta scooted closer to Iman. Little Lin, how did you do it? Iman paused slightly. Do what? Augusta said seriously, that maze array trapping you in new. I want to learn too. Iman nodded. Okay, no problem. In the next moment, his voice echoed again in Ed's mind. Those 2 maidservants, one is the heavenly emperor Yi Tian of Divine Realm, the other is the feathered dragon empress of Dragon Realm. If you're really idle, go ask them. Just as Ed, full of disappointment, nearly stumbled to the ground. From outside the door came an elderly voice. I am Acton, Vice Dean of Daxia Shanha Academy, wishing to take Sky as a disciple. What does Baron think? Chapter 109. You rebellious disciples. In the capital of the Great Xia Kingdom, at the Tianyuan Inn, Rico finally suppressed the inexplicable agitation within him. He slowly stood up, exhaling a long breath. But as soon as he opened his mouth, woof woof woof. Damn it, still unable to speak human language. Rico's face was incomparably grim. He touched his mouth and nose again. Still, they were the protruding dog snout and dog nose. Forget it. Though he looked like a human with a dog's features, he had cultivated into the legendary divine body after all. Rico, expressionless, took out a clean set of clothes from the storage ring and put them on. He hid his furry dog tail away. Then, he took out a mask that covered the lower half of his face to conceal the dog snout. It was time to report to the Great Xia Academy. Once I join the Great Xia Academy, I'll seize the slot for the heavenly mystic realm. With my current strength, seizing that slot will be a piece of cake. At this moment, an overpowering confidence flashed in Rico's eyes. Iman, now that I've cultivated into the divine body, you're only fit to be a stepping stone for me. I look forward very much to our next meeting. Thinking this, Rico deactivated the formations around him. He opened the door. Then, rolling sounds. 3 figures tumbled clumsily into the room, falling in front of Rico. Rico goggled. Woof woof woof. Bohan was about to pour out her grievances when she suddenly heard Rico's bark. Her body froze instantly. Even Layla and Clara stared at Rico incredulously. What happened? Did that bark just come from Rico's mouth? When they saw Rico's current appearance clearly, they were even more stunned. Why did he wear a black mask over the lower part of his face? Does this make him appear mysterious? Feeling a little embarrassed, Rico took out the communication talisman jade. I am currently cultivating a form of silence meditation and cannot speak. By the way, what happened to you 3? Where's my master? Rico's voice reverberated from the communication talisman jade. He had already noticed their injuries. Hearing this, Bohan immediately howled loudly, Brother-in-law, you must do us justice. It was War King, that old rogue, who not only kidnapped Elder Ace but also shattered our dantions. Brother-in-law, you must kill that old rogue, War King, and avenge us. This was an inn with people coming and going. Bohin didn't hold back her voice. Many guests passing by in the corridor immediately stopped. They looked at Rico's room with horror. Kill that old rogue, War King? Avenge them? Who was War King? First in military merit, first in combat power, first in lethality in the Great Xia Dynasty. Acclaimed as the first king of Great Xia. Where did these country bumpkins come from, daring to insult War King? War King naturally had no shortage of supporters among the public. Immediately, someone rushed into Rico's room and kicked Bohin. Woof woof woof. Seeing this, Rico reacted instinctively. Then, silence reigned. Everyone stared at Rico in disbelief. The barking sound seemed to have come from this masked man. Next moment, the inn staff, guards, and the innkeeper came running upon hearing the commotion. There's that damn dog hiding here. Hand over that dog and compensate for the inn's losses. Otherwise, don't blame us for being unfriendly. The innkeeper, with a stern face, shouted angrily. That dog had been barking for quite some time. The highly piercing barks clearly belonged to a higher bloodline of the dog demon race. Many intending guests had been scared off, causing the inn to lose numerous spirit stones. Rico's face was as dark as night. His voice echoed from the communication talisman jade. I am Rico, the legitimate grandson of the clan head of ancient Yi family, and a true disciple of Supreme Elder Jeremy of the Great Xia Academy. Are you looking for death by creating trouble here? Hearing this, everyone fell silent. Good. So you are the disciple of that disrespectful old thing, Jeremy. No wonder you dared to insult War King. Ancient Yi family's Rico. Could it be that defecating martial artist? F***K. It really is him. Run. This guy, if he doesn't agree with something, sprays right after. No wonder he keeps a dog. Turns out he uses that to feed it. In an instant, the surrounding guests, watching for entertainment, turned pale and fled. Rico's notorious history had long been spread far and wide via communication talisman jades. Now seeing Rico in person, these people ran in terror. The innkeeper's face turned ashen, following suit. The title, defecating martial artist, too intimidating. Rico watched this, his face uglier than ever. Woof 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 woof. He couldn't hold back and let out another series of dog barks. At the same time, he started spraying frantically from behind. But it was all caught by Dog King Yehu. Bohin shrank her head and said hesitantly, Sis, does your brother-in-law really keep a dog inside his body to help with digestion and excretion? Layla. Shut up. He's not your brother-in-law. No way. Go to the Great Xia Academy first. I will help you heal your dantions. Looking at the three people on the ground, Rico's eyes had already turned blood red. Bang. Then, the dog tail hidden in his pants suddenly broke through the fabric and hung down behind him. This was how dogs behaved when they were angry. Layla. Bohin. Clara. So there really is a dog in you? Meanwhile, in the Xuanhuan Academy, Long Lake Cottage, where Iman resided, Augusta squinted his eyes and looked at the gate of the courtyard. Acton, let him in. I want to see what kind of person dares to snatch my disciple. Sky tugged at Augusta's sleeve and asked a question she had long wanted to ask. Master, didn't you say that my pseudonym must be kept secret, never letting anyone know I'm your disciple? But now, things seem to be getting out of control. Augusta. Even so, it's not allowed. You are my disciple. That old fellow can't have designs on you. Qingying, although I'm only 6 years older than you. Remember, one day as a teacher means a lifetime as a father. I have only one disciple, and you can only have me as your master. Sky's gaze was firm as she nodded heavily. Master, rest assured. I only have you as my master. Xuanhuan listened with gradually excited eyes. Suddenly, she was looking forward to seeing this master-disciple pair's reaction to the identity of that little ancestor over there. Carissa looked at Brooklyn, who was still stunned. You're also my only disciple. You cannot do such a traitorous thing, understood? Brooklyn trembled, then hurriedly replied, No, I won't betray my school. Only then did Carissa feel satisfied. Seeing no movement inside, a second voice came from outside the door. Roman, it's Blue. The Blue who sells paintings at the entrance of the Heavenly Tower. Who would have thought that during my year-long absence for artistic inspiration, someone dared to impersonate you and stirred up trouble in the Great Xia Xuanhuan Academy? Thankfully, you intervened. Right, about what I said last time. How did you consider it? Your talent in painting is the strongest among all I've met. It absolutely can't be wasted. If you become my disciple and your aunt becomes Master Gu's disciple, we will have double good news. Hey, Roman, Iman, let us and Master Gu talk. Blue, Dean of the Great Xia Xuanhuan Academy. Also a disciple of Auric, Dean of the Xuanhuan Academy. Xuanhuan looked at Iman in disbelief. This Blue wants to take Iman as a disciple. He's my master. How dare this old coot speak such blasphemy? Iman's head ached. All you rebellious disciples. Some dream of defeating their masters, while others fantasize about making their masters their disciples. Iman always thought that Blue had suffered some foul play. That was why he sent Jackson with Bao Sungi to stir up trouble in the Great Xia Xuanhuan Academy. It turns out this guy had been traveling outside for a year, and just returned recently. Blue, originally a saint in the art of painting, used painting as a path to enlightenment, almost obsessively. His paintings were his martial arts. Once, on a demon battlefield, a single stroke of his pen sealed the sky and earth, trapping and killing 13 peak demonic tribes Tianxiang realm strongmen. Then he faced the siege of nearly 100 demon lords. And finally, with just a breath left, he was dug out of a pile of corpses by Iman. Now, Blue had reached the realm of paint deity. Iman waved his hand. The tightly closed courtyard gates opened silently. In an instant, Xuanhuan, Augusta, and Carissa transformed back into servants and maids. They weren't very eager to meet the dean of the Great Xia Xuanhuan Academy. Blue and Acton trotted in happily. Blue glanced around the courtyard, nodding satisfactorily. Lin boy, we finally meet again. You actually brought maids and servants? These few aren't good enough. They look like idiots. I'll get you some more clever ones later. So, have you decided yet? Are you going to become my disciple? Chapter 110. Edmund's Disguise. Blue appeared to be in his youth. He was dressed in a loose white robe, with his black hair casually hanging down. The originally white robe was splattered with ink of various colors, making him look rather unkempt. At first glance, he didn't seem like the dean of the Great Xia Mountain and River Academy at all. Beside Blue stood a little old man. With completely white hair and beard, he wore a dark gray robe, looking exceptionally neat. This was none other than one of the two vice deans of the Great Xia Mountain and River Academy, Acton. At this moment, Acton's sharp eyes had already landed on Sky. Even though Sky's divine body was concealed by talismans, her demonstrated aptitude and bone structure were still considered top-notch. From the moment Sky stepped into the Mountain and River Academy, she caught the eye of many old scholars. Each one was eager to accept Sky as a genuine disciple, and Acton moved faster than most. Upon hearing that Blue was coming to see him on, he eagerly followed along. Just outside the door earlier, unable to contain himself, he shouted. Now, after waiting for Blue to finish speaking, Acton pushed aside Blue. He quickly approached Sky, assuming an air of a worldly sage. I am Acton, Vice Dean of the Great Xia Mountain and River Academy and the Cypress Martial Saint. Little girl, would you like to be my disciple? Sky shook her head, earnestly saying, but I already have a master. Acton's eyes widened. You have a master? Who is your master? Is he stronger than me? I'm the Cypress Martial Saint. I possess the peak celestial phenomenon realm cultivation, just half a step away from the heaven reflection realm. In Acton's view, Sky originated from the state of Aliyah and only recently broke through to the spirit sea realm. Even if she had a teacher, it wouldn't be too powerful. She should make the right choice. Sky subconsciously glanced at Edmund. Edmund stood up and picked up a broom casually. The Cypress Martial Saint, huh? I'm Qingying's master, wanna fight? Edmund did not reveal her true form and still looked like a plain maidservant. Moreover, she had just broken through her heart barrier, entering a brand new realm. Her overwhelming strength was long since concealed. Acton's white eyebrows knitted slightly. You are Sky's master? Blue also turned to glance at her. These two people held high positions. They were no inexperienced fools. Naturally, they didn't think Iman would let Sky follow a maidservant as her master. A person from the 14 prefectures? Suddenly, Blue seemed to remember something and asked another question. Edmund smiled brightly. Yes. Acton frowned deeper. What does a person from the 14 prefectures do in our Great Xia Mountain and River Academy? Although Edmund had represented Roman in the life and death arena of the state of Han and made her stance clear, the 14 prefectures remained the first intelligence organization of the myriad worlds. They had cooperated with the majority of clans and forces across the myriad worlds. Now, this woman appeared openly at the Mountain and River Academy, which made Acton cautious. Edmund paused. Yes, what was she doing here at the Great Xia Mountain and River Academy? Shouldn't she continue searching for the Gabriel? But soon, she saw Sky. Her heart relaxed instantly. I'm here to teach my disciple. So, Edmund said earnestly, Qingying is my disciple. If I don't come, your bunch of old farts will snatch her away. And I am also a mentor at the Mountain and River Academy, so naturally, I can come to teach my disciple. As she spoke, Edmund flipped her hand. A river mountain order appeared in her hand. Hearing Edmund's words, not only Blue and Acton, but even Iman and Ed were taken aback. When did this girl become a mentor at the Mountain and River Academy? Iman was unaware as well. Ed couldn't help but stroke his forehead. Indeed worthy of being Master's outstanding disciple. Her disguises are just as unpredictable as Master's. Holy Dynasty Mountain and River Academy. Mentor Ling Yu. Seeing the River Mountain order clearly, Blue's expression changed. A mentor's River Mountain order was different from a disciple's. This woman from the 14 prefectures was indeed a mentor at the Holy Dynasty Mountain and River Academy. Thus, her identity shouldn't be an issue. The higher-ups of the Holy Dynasty Mountain and River Academy must know her identity. Acton squinted his eyes slightly. His aura began to rise. Mentor of the Holy Dynasty Mountain and River Academy? Alright then, let the old man see what you're made of. Since Sky had a master and even a mentor at the Holy Dynasty Mountain and River Academy, Acton naturally couldn't snatch the disciple directly, but he still felt somewhat disgruntled. Edmund's lips curled slightly. Then she swung the broom in her hand, sweeping it toward Acton. Ever since Edmund saw Iman wielding a broom to subdue that so-called third-generation Roman of the state of Han, she had fallen in love with this feeling. Seeing the broom about to strike down, it seemed as though hundreds or even thousands of shadows were contained within that single sweep, dense and overlapping, forming one powerful sweep. Like a mountain pressing down on the top of his head, it came toward Acton. Acton's expression changed. He continuously shifted his footing, frantically retreating backward. But the broom followed him like a shadow, always pressing down on Acton's head, forcing him to retreat further back. And then, he was swept out of the courtyard. With another swing of the broom in Edmund's hand, bang, the door to the courtyard shut directly. Acton, did he just get literally swept out? That woman has at least the cultivation level of Heaven Reflection Realm. No wonder she's a mentor at the Holy Dynasty Mountain and River Academy. However, where did she suddenly appear from? Ling Yu? I've never heard of this person before. Though being swept out was embarrassing, Acton would naturally not continue fighting with Edmund recklessly. So he found an excuse to leave, grumbling while retreating hastily. Being expelled by a mentor of the Holy Dynasty Mountain and River Academy, well, not embarrassing. Edmund glanced outside the door and humphed. Good, he knows his place. Then she looked at Blue. You want to take little Lin as your disciple? Blue's eye twitched slightly. You are also the teacher of the Roman? Edmund tossed the broom aside. No. Blue let out a sigh of relief and chuckled nervously. That's good. The Roman has extraordinary talent in painting, and I couldn't bear to see his talent wasted, so I wanted to guide him into the way of painting. My realm in painting is second only to someone in all the worlds. Even my teacher, Chancellor August, cannot surpass me in painting. In all the world, those who can teach Iman painting are only that person and I. Speaking of painting, Blue's eyes lit up with strong confidence. Iman. At this moment, Carissa asked curiously, who is that person? You're the second best in painting, so who is the first? Of course, Carissa knew the reputation of Blue, but she didn't expect this renowned painting deity to claim that he was only second best in the heavens. Hearing this, respect flashed across Blue's eyes. That predecessor calls himself Wu Daozi. At the Northern Crown Great Wall on the Divine Magic battlefield, I once witnessed Wu Daozi paint a picture of hell, burying 3,000 gods and demons from the underworld. If not for Wu Daozi's actions, the Northern Crown Great Wall might have been breached by the blood abyss of the underworld, and all the worlds would have fallen. And I, after witnessing Wu Daozi's hell painting, gained enlightenment in the true meaning of painting, breaking through to become a painting deity. Unfortunately, I am already a named disciple of my teacher, otherwise, I would have switched to be under Wu Daozi. There was some regret in his tone. Although a named disciple isn't a direct disciple, they are still a disciple of Auric. Despite achieving the realm of a painting deity, Blue never boasted about it. In his heart, Wu Daozi was the true painting deity. Iman. I worked so hard painting for you, showing you the essence of painting, only for you to switch allegiances right in front of me, jumping from one fence to another? Ed subconsciously looked at Iman. He felt that Wu Daozi and Blue's words sounded oddly familiar. So Ed asked quietly, Prince, can you draw? Iman hesitated, stammering, just a little bit. It's okay. Ed. A little bit. Huh? Got it. Wu Daozi must be Master's alter ego. At this moment, Blue looked at Edmund. He said meaningfully, however, Wu Daozi prefers to remain low profile and never boasts about this. Otherwise, the title of the first strongest in all the worlds should belong to Wu Daozi. Hearing this, Ed's eyes grew excited. Younger sister, quick, attack Wu Daozi and defend Master. Chapter 111. Blue was dumbfounded. As she spoke, Blue looked at the plain-looking maid in front of her, eagerly anticipating her reaction. Killian was the deputy dean of Xuanhuan Academy. Yet, he had been chased out with a single sweep of the broom by this girl. As the dean of Daxia Xuanhuan Academy, Blue felt she must regain face. Augusta nodded indifferently. If you say so, then it is. Ed. Blue's expression froze. Facing Augusta's nonchalant response, she felt like hitting cotton with a punch. Earlier, when swinging the broom, this woman radiated power and seemed fiery-tempered. Now, she was questioning the status of Ashton, the strongest being across all realms. Wasn't she a powerhouse from the 14 states? Why such a calm response? Augusta looked at Blue with a calm and serious tone. Ashton has never claimed to be the strongest being across all realms. We in the 14 states have also never proclaimed Ashton as the strongest being across all realms. The title of the strongest being across all realms was imposed on Ashton by people like you. As she spoke, Augusta shrugged helplessly. Her posture and demeanor were exactly like Iman's usual little habits. So now, whoever you want to call the strongest being across all realms, that's who it will be. Can we in the 14 states control what you say? Ed. Blue. Carissa nodded vigorously beside them. That's right, that's right. Senior Ashton is beyond caring about these vain titles. Iman scratched his nose, feeling a bit embarrassed by what Augusta and Carissa said. Sky wore a curious expression. She looked at Augusta. Master, why is Senior Ashton called the strongest being across all realms? Augusta showed contempt. Initially, it was a bunch of rats who cowered in the sewers and screeched only in the shadows after being terrified by Ashton, trying to build up hostility against him. Back then, the 14 states had just been established and were already at the center of controversy. The appearance of the title strongest being across all realms caused an uproar throughout all realms. Countless forces and world-renowned supreme experts immediately used this as an excuse to join the siege on the 14 states and Ashton. Ashton carried Ed in one hand and Augusta in the other, with both sword intent and blade intent manifesting simultaneously. He taught through killing. In the carnage, he cultivated these two into sword god and blade god. Later, as more strong figures died at Ashton's hands, their descendants naturally bestowed the title strongest being across all realms upon Ashton. Dying at the hands of the strongest being across all realms sounds better than dying by some unknown minor figure. But neither my master nor we in the 14 states have ever taken that so-called title seriously. It's merely a vanity. While speaking, Augusta cast a disdainful glance at Blue. Ed. Not so, little sister. Your sudden enlightenment makes me very uncomfortable. Iman's cheeks flushed slightly. Being praised openly by Augusta, he felt quite bashful. Blue's face stiffened. It seemed she had been despised by her. You don't care, but I do? Blue touched her nose, saying hesitantly, Senior Wu Daozi didn't care about these empty titles either, seemingly unable to find words to counter Augusta. Thus, Blue hurriedly changed the subject. She looked at Iman and said with forced seriousness, Iman, learning the way of painting under me will bring you nothing but benefits. Your talent in painting must not be wasted. Her tone revealed some bitterness. I saw your divine level sword intent. Although it has reached the divine level, it is scattered and unrefined, clearly refined from other sword paths. Your sword achievements should stop here, with no further advancement possible. If not, that sword god from the 14 states would have already appeared to take you as a disciple. So, painting is the best choice for you. As she spoke, Blue looked at Iman full of expectation. Ed. Wait, isn't there someone here not getting invited? Am I missing something? Isn't it because I don't dare turn things upside down? My hands itch. I really want to beat Channing. Is Channing still in Aaliyah country? I'll summon him to Daxia later. Augusta moved closer to Iman, placing her hand on his shoulder. Little Lin, What do you think? Iman sighed. Let's talk about it later. I'm not really interested in painting or anything like that. Indeed, this is the consequence of unmasking. All sorts of strange troubles keep coming one after another. Blue wanted to persuade again, but seeing the obvious annoyance in Iman's eyes, she could only reluctantly close her mouth. Augusta, on the other hand, laughed joyfully. She naturally approved of Iman's decision wholeheartedly. Dare say little Lin's sword path stops here? Wait until he shows his real strength, and you old fossils will be scared to death. Blue rubbed her temples and smiled bitterly. Actually, I came this time mainly for another matter. A year ago, Iman had clearly rejected Blue. So, this time he only tried a little harder, without expecting much. Iman understood. The Heavenly Secret Realm? Blue's expression turned serious. The Heavenly Secret Realm was originally an opportunity granted by that unknown peerless strongman to the younger generation of humans in our Holy Dynasty in the Great Sunzhou world. But now, martial artists from outside have descended one after another, trying to get their hands on it. So, I hope you can lend a hand to block those outside martial artists. The young generation of humans in the Great Sunzhou world has already broken its chain. In the past decade, it has gradually recovered some vitality thanks to the Heavenly Secret Realm. But now, a large number of outside martial artists have arrived. What they want is not just the opportunities of the Heavenly Secret Realm. There is also the Heavenly Deity inheritance within. They clearly intend to uproot the Heavenly Secret Realm. Blue couldn't help but become restless. Outside martial artists are very powerful. Not only do they include the 7 ancient primeval families, but also the martial arts Holy Land and mysterious inheritance martial artists. The Xia Dynasty simply cannot afford to offend these people. They could only temporarily agree to these people's demands to join the Xuanhuan Academy. While speaking, he glanced at Augusta. The 14 states actually also had quotas for the Heavenly Secret Realm. This made Blue feel very dissatisfied. Augusta humphed. Why look at me? The Heavenly Secret Realm was originally created by Ashton after slaying a heavenly deity. To put it bluntly, your Xuanhuan Academy's quotas are given by us of the 14 states. Blue looked at Augusta incredulously, her eyes instantly widening. Carissa added beside her. It's about the Heavenly Secret Realm. Senior Ashton gave them to your Xia Dynasty. Her tone was filled with a hint of pride. For some reason, ever since she met Ashton last time, she just wanted to take him back and tie him to the bed. Yes, and Iman too. She wants to take him on back and tie him up as well. No, why would I tie up Senior Ashton? Find an opportunity to just take him on back. Chapter 112. Baiguan Great Wall. Blue stared blankly at Augusta in front of him. At this moment, his expression could no longer be described as mere shock. After a long while, he finally spoke, his voice dry and hoarse. Is what you said true? The Heavenly Secret Realm was created by Qinbei Dax Sr. after slaying a celestial deity? Until now, all legends about the Heavenly Secret Realm claimed that 10 years ago, a celestial deity came from the Divine Realm. In the Great Xia Dynasty of Shenzhou, it left behind the inheritance of a celestial deity, benefiting the human race of Shenzhou. But now, the woman from the 14 states standing before them was saying, the Heavenly Secret Realm was created by Dax after slaying a celestial deity from the Divine Realm. A celestial deity from the Divine Realm was refined into the Heavenly Secret Realm. This completely overturned Blue's understanding. On the side, Sky and Brooklyn both gazed at Augusta with wide eyes, not blinking for a moment. They were all aware of Augusta's identity, especially Sky, whose face had turned rosy due to extreme excitement. Dax is her grandmaster after all. Iman couldn't help but shrink back, trying to lower her presence as much as possible. Augusta slightly lifted her chin, speaking with an air of arrogance. Or what? If it weren't for this, how could I have become a mentor at the Holy Dynasty Xuanhuan Academy? Ed wished he could slap himself. What a blunder. Why hadn't he thought of using this matter to get another alias at the Holy Dynasty Xuanhuan Academy? His junior sister sure was sharp. Ed couldn't help but sneak a glance at Iman. Iman had already shrunk into a ball, nearly invisible. Blue suddenly realized. He shivered and waved his hands hurriedly. No, what I mean is, Senior Dax, he really can kill a celestial deity? Martial artists who open the sky gate and shatter the void can become gods. Beyond the sky gate, there are void gods, true gods, and then celestial deities. Previously, when Blue mentioned Wu Daozi subduing 3,000 demon deities with a single painting, they were only void gods. But Dax had slain a celestial deity. These two concepts were entirely different. On the other side, beside the open-air stove, two maids who were pretending to cook heard this and couldn't help but sneer. Celestial deity? According to that old fellow Dahaitan, this little master has butchered an uncountable number of divine kings. Dahaitan, one of the 24 rulers of the demon world, a divine king with a position in the demon realm. Just because he accidentally saw this person's true form, he was chopped down with one stroke. Augusta snorted. She instinctively moved closer to Iman. Her expression grew more arrogant. It's just killing a disobedient celestial deity. Then she glanced sideways at Blue. Also, don't call Senior Dax Senior. Dax is under 100 years old, still part of the young generation. How old are you? Blue's face twitched. He stammered. 397. Augusta pursed her lips. So old. Blue. He joined his master Oryx door with his own skills, so he could only be a registered disciple, not a genuine disciple. At this moment, the dean of the Great Xuanhuan Academy lacked any aura of authority, completely suppressed by Augusta. Originally, Blue still harbored thoughts of helping Thompson save face, but now, he lost all interest. A mischievous smile flashed across Augusta's eyes. Humph, you actually dared to think of taking little Lin as a disciple? For some reason, every time she thought of this Gaichanja trying to take Iman as a disciple, Augusta couldn't help but want to hit him. After a pause, she continued, so what if I killed a celestial deity? That North Crown Great Wall spanning across the myriad worlds, repelling the scarlet blood abyss. Upon hearing Augusta say these words, Iman immediately became restless. What, Dean Liu, what did you want to say earlier? Oh right, asking me to stop those celestial martial artists, wasn't it? Hearing Iman's sudden interjection, Augusta finally shut her mouth sheepishly, realizing she had gotten carried away. Ed's body trembled slightly. He couldn't help but look at Augusta. Wouldn't this girl say that the North Crown Great Wall was also created by Dax? That vast wall stretching billions of miles through space indeed appeared 12 years ago. And looking at his master's guilty expression now, it must be related to him. Ed's face filled with resentment. Why did his junior sister know about this, but he didn't? Iman rubbed his nose and retreated further back. Blue looked at Augusta in surprise. Augusta snorted. Little Lin is talking to you. Blue snapped back to reality and hurriedly said, right, that damned group of celestial martial artists. Pausing for a moment, he continued, nowadays, the human race of our Xianzhou is weak. Holy Emperor is still recovering from his severe injuries, and my teacher, who enjoys a life of leisure, has vanished without a trace. So, I can only concede to those celestial martial artists. Iman, this matter is exceptionally dangerous. It will make you a public enemy of all celestial martial artists. I'm just here to ask for your opinion. In that instant, Blue's expression became unusually serious. Precisely because of Iman's existence, he had agreed to let the celestial martial artists join the great xuanhuan Academy. Iman dismissed it nonchalantly. It doesn't matter. I'm already in the eye of the storm anyway. Even if not for this reason. Those celestial martial artists were thorns in Iman's side. The previous Yuan was likely caused by them. Combined with the threats from Han Kingdom and the alien races of Shenzhou, he felt there wasn't much difference anymore. Blue saw Iman agree readily. A smile appeared on his face. Champion Ho never disappointed. If any elder dares to act unethically and bully the young, I will certainly step in to protect you. If I cannot protect you, I will invite my teacher, the Dean of Xuanhuan Academy, Sage August, Prime Minister of the Holy Dynasty, to come out of seclusion, although it might not be easy to find him. Iman. Thanks, no need. Augusta said irritably, Little Lin is my person. You don't need to protect him. Ed. Carissa opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but realized his position was rather awkward now, so he closed his mouth sheepishly. Blue ignored Augusta, keeping his gaze straight. Just wait for my news. Blue merely had this idea and hadn't made a decision before getting Iman's consent. Iman, are you really unwilling to take me as your master and learn the art of painting from me? Blue looked at Iman, deciding to make one more attempt. Iman. Damn, here we go again. Seeing Iman's discomfort, Blue laughed awkwardly. I'll handle you and New and Jackson's affairs. You don't need to worry about this matter. I should take my leave. Speaking of which, Blue almost fled in panic. Seeing Blue's near flight-like departure, Iman poked Augusta's arm with a hint of amusement in his eyes. He seems pretty scared of you. Augusta huffed. He damn well should be. What right does he have to be my teacher? Oh, right, Little Lin, the array formation. The one you used to trap you in New. Should I be taught it now? Iman nodded. Sure. Beside him, Carissa chimed in. I want to learn too. Ed remained silent, but also approached. Iman, let's do it together. Brooklyn came to Skyside. She said incredulously, Xingying, your nephew is going to give lessons to those three big shots? The god of knives, the god of swords, and her newly revered teacher, the fragrant goddess, all surrounding Iman, listening to him teach. Is this really the Iman, Lin Little Lord, that she knew? Chapter 113. Body flies ahead, brain chases after. Actually, apart from the awkwardness with Ma, Iman still enjoyed being with these disciples of his. He had taught them all personally. If they weren't a good fit, how could he have accepted them as disciples? Moreover, without their help, it would have been impossible for Iman to complete those 1080 crazy system tasks in just 12 short years. At that moment, Iman's explanation of formations wasn't exactly quiet. Gradually, even Jean and Elizabeth were drawn over. When these two former empresses who once dominated the Divine Realm and Dragon Realm clearly heard what Iman was saying, they were instantly struck speechless. He's teaching them what? Elizabeth widened her eyes, disbelief covering her face. Jean's voice squeaked out between gritted teeth. Formation in void, traceless formation. Mastering either one makes one a grandmaster of formations. In my era, there were people in the 3 realms and 6 paths who could achieve formation in void or traceless formation. But to accomplish both formation in void and traceless formation, and combine the two into one, absolutely no deity has ever done it. As Dabheim said, this is indeed an unearthly little ancestor. Formation in void. No need for formation plates, foundation, or even formation eyes. With void as the formation diagram, a thought creates a formation, and the traceless formation is even more shadowless, formless, leaving no trace. Even after activation, those within the formation cannot perceive it. The combination of the two is practically killing without any trace. Immediately, these two empresses from the Dragon and Divine realms also sat down obediently. They even conjured paper and pens, carefully recording Iman's lecture. The next day, late morning, in Diaxia Nation's Shanha Academy, Longhu Villa, Big Sword Leader, I have some interesting news for you. The mentors and students of Diaxia College have started to protest and refuse to attend classes. A chirpy and unusually exuberant female voice echoed. Flash looked at Loretta in front of him, his eyelids twitching slightly. Channing? Didn't I ask Channing to come? Loretta's originally flushed face, due to extreme excitement, instantly deflated. Leader Ling said Aaliyah Nation can't do without him, the Lin family can't do without him, and his younger brother Eminem can't do without him. So he sent me. Flash. What the heck does he mean by younger brother Eminem? He's my ancestor. Also, can't do without him? He's just too afraid to come. Just then, Loretta's eyes lit up. She darted over to Augusta, who had just emerged from the room. Big Frost Leader, I have a particularly interesting piece of news for you. Now, the mentors and students of Diaxia College are protesting and refusing to attend classes. Augusta's eyes sparkled. She pulled Loretta over, urgently asking, "Tell me, what's going on?" Loretta immediately grinned. Though she felt Augusta seemed a bit different from usual, she didn't give it much thought. It's about Rico. When Rico joined Diaxia College yesterday, the news spread like wildfire and Diaxia College erupted. Now, Rico is setting up a stage at the entrance of Diaxia College. He boasts that if anyone inside Diaxia College can defeat him, he will voluntarily withdraw. Otherwise, he will be the chief of Diaxia College. Now, it's extremely lively over there. However, Rico's talent is truly formidable. Within a few days, his cultivation has already reached the profound light realm. Hearing Loretta's words, Amon, who was drowsily washing up nearby, mumbled somewhat unclearly, "Rico broke through to the profound light realm?" Loretta nodded, yes. Amon was suddenly wide awake. Rico broke through to the profound light realm? Given his talent, if there were no special circumstances, it would take at least 10 years to break through to the profound light realm. And those special circumstances? He took that dog god pill. Could it mean that Rico turned into a dog? Amon hurriedly spit out the foam in his mouth, rinsed again. "I'm going to see the commotion." As he spoke, he dashed toward the door. Seeing this, Augusta hastily said, "I'll go too." She swept up her skirt and followed, grabbing Amon around the waist and flying into the sky. "Hang on, wait for me." On the other side, Carissa held a bowl of sweet tofu pudding in one hand and a fried dough stick in his mouth. Seeing this, he also rose into the air, following them. "Loretta." She raised her head and stared blankly at Augusta and Amon as they flew away. Unbelievably, she blurted out, "Big Frost Leader. Actually carried Lord Lin away? Didn't Big Frost Leader like Nocturnal Prince? Why is she now so intimate with another man?" Flash rubbed his forehead. "It seems that your Frost Leader's body is flying ahead while her mind is chasing after. Once her mind is lost, her body starts to act immediately." Flash noticed this long ago. Frosthan has now completely given up and let herself go. Frosthan's little infatuation with Nocturnal Prince was no longer a secret among the upper echelons of the 14 states. Except for Nocturnal Prince, well, now even Nocturnal Prince knows. Seeing the performance of Sister Brianna, she also seems to be a disciple who wants to rush into something. "Are you two coming?" Flash looked at Sky and Brooklyn, who were cross-legged meditating in a corner of the courtyard. Brooklyn seemed a bit agitated. Upon hearing Rico's name, she opened her eyes suddenly wide open. Her head shook like a wave drum. During the time when Rico was spewing nonsense, Brooklyn was at Sagewu Mansion. If it weren't for the scholars from Great Han Shanha Academy setting up an array to block those filth, Sage would have been covered in feces long ago. Sky waved her hands continuously. "Senior uncle, that thing is too disgusting. I'm not going." Flash rubbed his forehead. "Alright, then I won't go either." In front of Diaxia College's main gate, on a square platform, Rico, dressed in black, wore a half-black mask covering the lower part of his face. Standing with his hands behind his back, he surveyed all around him arrogantly. At this moment, Rico had regained his initial confidence and flair. His hair, which was burned off by Iman's flames, and the lifespan consumed by forbidden techniques had all been restored. However, there was always a faint trace of blackish aura lingering between his brows. This was a sign of excessive consumption of good fortune. "Since you have prevented me from entering Diaxia College, show me your capabilities. I have been waiting here for half an hour, yet not a single person dared to step forward. Is Diaxia College nothing more than a bunch of cowards who only know how to talk?" In his hand behind his back, Rico held a communication talisman jade. The voice came from inside the communication talisman jade. At this moment, outside Diaxia College's gate, quite a few people had gathered. Most of the protesting disciples and mentors inside Diaxia College had congregated here. There were also many who had come to see the spectacle upon hearing the news. The expressions on the faces of Diaxia College's disciples were extremely ugly. It looked as if they had eaten something incredibly disgusting. "Rico!" Finally, someone couldn't hold back. A young man wearing college student attire shouted lowly, "Fight me? Every time you fight, you run like diarrhea. Who in the universe dares to fight you? Have some guts and stop spraying crap." Hearing this youth's words, other students echoed in agreement. Yes, have some guts and stop spraying crap. You, a dung warrior, dare to show your face and want to enter our Diaxia College. If I were you, I would have committed suicide long ago. That's right. Why don't you go to Xuanhuan Academy? People from the Primal Yi family are all in Xuanhuan Academy. Roman is in Xuanhuan Academy. He's probably afraid. Hearing these voices, Rico's eyes instantly turned cold. He again activated the communication talisman jade in his hand. Then, pft, ist, rumble, splash. Strange sounds reverberated across the heavens and earth. F***CK, run fast. He's enraged and doing it again. Hearing these familiar sounds, the surrounding warriors fled in disarray. Rico's expression froze as well. He couldn't help roaring, "Woof woof 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 woof." Dad isn't running. Not running. Who knows why the communication talisman jade would emit such sounds? The sound of diarrhea continued. After hearing these barks, people ran faster. Does Rico poop so much that dogs were attracted? Chapter 114, Rico's Arena of Slaughter. In the original plot, Rico, who had that much ridiculed lucky constitution in front of countless people, naturally faced endless doubts and dissatisfaction when he joined the Daxia Academy. Therefore, Rico similarly erected this square platform before the gates of Daxia Academy, challenging the disciples of Daxia Academy. During that battle, Rico showcased his cultivation at the Mystic Light Realm and dominated the match with absolute superiority. He consecutively defeated dozens of core disciples of Daxia Academy, becoming the chief disciple of Daxia Academy in one fell swoop. joining Daxia Academy under the watchful eyes of the crowd, and apprenticing under Jeremy. This was one of Rico's most glorious moments in the early stages. But now, the progression of this plot hasn't changed. Rico's cultivation has similarly reached the mystic light realm. Similarly, a platform stands before the gates of Daxia Academy. However, the details are vastly different this time around. The moment of glory has directly turned into an arena of slaughter. Witnessing the drastic drop of Rico's luck, Iman retracted his communication talisman with a mischievous smile on his face. Using a communication talisman as if it were a mouth? As long as Rico's communication talisman is connected to the spirit network, what sounds came from inside wouldn't be controlled by him anymore. And at this moment, standing atop the platform, Rico's heart was filled with uncontainable rage. His body trembled as he let out cries almost akin to a mad dog, while the sound of continuous firecrackers coming from the communication talisman in his hand became even louder. Mixed together with the barks from Rico's mouth, the overall scene appeared incredibly bizarre. Surrounding martial artists, hearing these strange sounds, recalling Rico's great achievements on Sacred Hill Mountain, immediately sped up their escape. Ruff ruff ruff. Ruff 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 ruff. I didn't fart. You all come back here. Rico was so angry that he started stomping. Suddenly, he seemed to sense something. His mind flickered, subconsciously looking towards a certain direction. Then, he saw a figure that made him hate down to his bones. Ruff ruff. Ruff ruff. Iman. Sure enough, it's you. You actually dared to appear before me. At this moment, Iman wasn't wearing any disguise. He stood in some corner, watching Rico embarrass himself with keen interest. But amidst this chaotic crowd, he had no presence whatsoever. To Rico's eyes, however, Iman was like a large lantern in the dark, exceptionally conspicuous. Ruff ruff ruff. Rico let out even more frenzied barks. Soon after, he realized that his mouth could only bark and not speak human words. With a grimace, Rico again activated the communication talisman. Then, SSS, rumble. Even louder cracker sounds erupted from the communication talisman. Damn, this communication talisman is broken. Rico threw the talisman to the ground and crushed it underfoot. He then took out another communication talisman. Iman, you finally showed up. Dare to come up and fight me. This new communication talisman hadn't been linked to the spirit network yet. It served perfectly as a megaphone. Rico's bloodshot eyes fixed intently on Iman. At this moment, although he was furious beyond compare, his confidence was soaring. According to the intelligence given by Han Kingdom, Iman merely received the legacy of Sword God Ajax of Han Kingdom by chance. Having refined a strand of Ajax sword intent, he gained his current strength. No matter how powerful Sword God Ajax was, he was still just a mortal. What Rico received, on the other hand, was the inheritance of the Demon King from the Demon Realm, a deity-level powerhouse. Moreover, protected by divine artifacts, there's no way Iman can be his match. Facing Rico's nearly deranged gaze, Iman instinctively shrank back, retreating continuously. No, I don't dare. He was scared too. This guy really will cause chaos. Rico must want to lure him onto the platform, then publicly disgrace him. No way would he fall for it. Meanwhile, those people frantically fleeing suddenly calmed down upon hearing Iman. Iman, Roman. Roman is here too? Roman, do not go up on that platform. Yes, absolutely don't go up. That Rico intends to spew filth all over you. Hearing increasingly exaggerated shouts from around him, Rico felt as if his chest would explode. Clearly, this wasn't how things should be. Standing here, he should be receiving everyone's attention and worship. Why did it turn out this way? Ruff ruff ruff. Under extreme anger, Rico again let out dog barks. Since you won't come up, then I'll come down to find you. In the next instant, above Rico's head, a massive black dog image suddenly appeared. His body also soared into the air, accompanied by the shadow of the big dog, charging straight toward Iman. What's going on? Why is there a dog avatar above Rico's head? Is he man or dog? Hearing these voices, Rico became even more enraged. A terrifying aura burst from him, spreading out in all directions. Woof 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 woof. The murderous intent in Rico's eyes intensified, and his barking grew sharper. But just as he was about to get close to Iman's attendant Brianna suddenly stepped forward, shielding Iman behind her. Great, desolate, imprisoned heaven finger. Brianna pointed out with one finger. Bang! A giant finger appeared out of nowhere, striking Rico. Clang! A loud sound like the clash of metal spread out. The avatar above Rico's head was shattered. His body flew backward like a cannonball. Then, it collided with the entrance gate of Daxia Academy, sliding down inch by inch. The mask on his face shattered into dust under the violent impact. The dog mouth that had been hidden was now exposed to everyone's sight. At this moment, many people stopped to watch. Seeing Rico's appearance, everyone's eyes twitched slightly. Dog mouth? How did Rico end up with a dog mouth? Is this guy really a dog? Or did he eat too much X and turned into a dog? Many others then looked at the attendant behind Iman. Great, desolate, imprisoned heaven finger? This move seemed to have been used by Fragrance God before. Could that seemingly ordinary attendant really be Fragrance God Brianna? Brianna frowned slightly. Not dead yet? While speaking, a faint tinge of crimson appeared in her eyes. She was about to summon the burial flower for gods. Iman remained expressionless, grabbing Brianna's wrist, signaling her to stop. Iman didn't want to see his disciple targeted by some inexplicable force. Augusta looked at Iman in surprise. One strike from Brianna could seriously injure a transcendent flesh sky reflection realm expert. Yet it didn't kill Rico. She didn't think Brianna held back. Augusta instantly recalled how Iman had previously stopped her from killing Rico. Could it be? Before Augusta could think further, a supremely authoritative voice rang out from within Daxia Academy. Fragrance God, this is Daxia Academy. In front of Daxia Academy's gate, you injured a disciple of Daxia Academy. Is this bullying Daxia because no one can challenge you? A man wearing dark blue robes, bearing a resemblance to Jeremy, walked out from the entrance gate of Daxia Academy. Senior brother. Seeing this person, Rico's eyes lit up. This was none other than the vice-chancellor of Daxia Academy, son of Jeremy, Yusef. Yusef subconsciously glanced at Rico. Then, his expression froze. What happened to your mouth? Rico quickly felt his mouth. Indeed, the mask was broken. Senior brother, I recently killed a dog demon. That dog demon bit me before dying, and I ended up like this. This excuse had been prepared beforehand. Yusef frowned slightly. Then, he released martial arts spirit consciousness, sensing Rico briefly. After confirming Jeremy's mark on him, he let out a sigh of relief. There are many counterfeits these days. At this moment, around them, the disciples of Daxia Academy were not having it. Vice-Chancellor. This Rico is not a disciple of Daxia Academy. Not at all. We firmly oppose Rico joining Daxia Academy. Right. We refuse to be classmates with a shit martial artist. A hint of ruthlessness flashed across Rico's eyes. He stared fiercely at everyone present, memorizing each of their appearances. Humph. 30 years here, 30 years there. Don't underestimate a poor young man. Yusef's face darkened. Biting his teeth, he coldly smiled. If you don't agree, then quit yourselves. As soon as the words left his mouth, the scene fell silent. No one expected the vice-chancellor of Daxia Academy to say such a thing. Just then, Iman's voice suddenly echoed. Since Daxia Academy doesn't want you, go to Mountain River College. Chapter 115. Complete loss of control. At this moment, Iman's eyes were practically gleaming. Such a good thing. In the Daxia Academy, these adorable and exceptionally talented young disciples. You mean to say that just because you say no, it's no? The xuanhuan Academy and the Daxia Academy naturally have a competitive relationship. It's not only about the competition for resources. It also includes these outstandingly gifted, powerful young disciples. Although the xuanhuan Academy is the premier institution of the human race, people have different preferences. Many exceptionally talented people who could enter the xuanhuan Academy just prefer the Daxia Academy and don't want to go to the xuanhuan Academy. At this moment, Iman never expected that this vice principal would stab him in the back right after appearing. In the original storyline, the disciples of the Daxia Academy fought to protect Daxia and humanity. During the war with the Han Kingdom, they fought to the death without retreating. Ultimately, they were all wiped out. And these people did not join the xuanhuan Academy even though it existed. They remained disciples of the Daxia Academy. As for Jeremy, Yusef, and others like the Palace Master Marco, they had long joined Rico in defecting to the Han Kingdom. Now, since the Daxia Academy chose to abandon these people for Rico, Iman was not going to be polite. At this moment, there was complete silence on the scene. Everyone looked at Iman, their eyes filled with disbelief. Iman's voice rang out again. Since the Daxia Academy abandoned all of you for a backdoor Wu warrior, my xuanhuan Academy will naturally open its doors wide. Shut up. Before Iman could finish speaking, Yusef interrupted him. This scoundrel, daring to poach disciples from the Daxia Academy right before his eyes. Yusef's face darkened, his gaze icy cold. What are you, to dare to speak such arrogance and try to sway my Daxia Academy's disciples? If you say another word, even if you are the Roman, I will kill you. As soon as he finished speaking, a sharp cry suddenly erupted. The Great Wasteland Imprisonment Finger. Boom. A gigantic finger descended from the sky, pressing heavily upon Yusef. Yusef's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly circulated his true essence, trying to respond. But the pressure from that finger was too overwhelming. It directly shattered Yusef's true essence, crushing his body. In an instant, Yusef fell to the ground, his body seemingly immobilized. He could only helplessly watch as the giant finger, whistling through the air, pressed down toward him. Buzz. But at this moment, a thick earth-yellow light barrier suddenly appeared, protecting the entire Daxia Academy, including Yusef and Rico at the gate. Carissa's Great Wasteland Imprisonment Finger struck hard against this barrier. Boom. With a deafening roar, the Great Wasteland Imprisonment Finger dissipated, while the barrier began to tremble violently. After a long while, it slowly calmed down. Fragrance Deity looked at the barrier, smiling coldly. Earth Primal Formation. This Earth Primal Formation was clearly the protective mountain formation of the Daxia Academy. It had guarded the Daxia Academy for thousands of years. Fragrance Deity. An aged voice echoed from within the Daxia Academy. It was the Palace Master of the Daxia Academy, Marco. Marco's voice was low, barely suppressing his anger. Just now, the vice principal merely spoke harshly. Why go so far, sir? Carissa snorted. Iman, I've got your back. Do you understand? Iman. No, what are you doing now? Iman suddenly remembered. Back in the Tangsu Gura, script error. This term wasn't fully translated in the provided structure of the 3,000 guests Penglai Island. He had collected many mental foods from his previous life, exchanged from the system. First came the Great Wasteland Imprisonment Finger, and now this. This Carissa must have secretly read his treasures. This moment, Carissa had revealed her true form. A stunningly beautiful girl in purple dress, her beauty unparalleled. Her waist-length black hair shimmered with a faint purple glow, swaying in the wind. That tall, graceful figure stood steadily in front of Iman. Her phoenix-like eyes gazed disdainfully around. A powerful aura spread everywhere, suppressing many people to the point where they didn't dare breathe. Everyone looked at Carissa with fear. One of the top 3 beauties on the list of the most beautiful women? Without absolute power, such a beauty list would merely be a plaything of the powerful. Augusta stood quietly beside Iman. Earlier, she wanted to make a move, but Iman held her back. Yusef remained sitting on the ground, still looking terrified. If not for Marco activating the Earth Primal Formation earlier, he would now be nothing but a bloody mess. Iman. This moment, Rico's voice suddenly rang out. I never expected that the illustrious Roman would be a coward who only dares to hide behind a woman. He crawled up from the ground. Hatred and jealousy burned within him. Carissa, such an unparalleled beauty, should belong to him. Compared to Carissa, the women by his side, Layla, Clara, and even xuanhuan, were nothing but trash. Why? Why should Carissa protect Iman? And Augusta, the blade deity, why would they all stand by Iman? Thinking of this, Rico's chest began to heave violently. His mouth let out barks like a rabid dog. Iman, if you have any courage, come fight me one-on-one, fair and square. Prove that you are the Roman who conquered the Tower of Heaven. Otherwise, you're just a fraud. A coward who hides behind women. Although he suffered from Carissa's great wasteland imprisonment finger, Rico was not seriously injured. His eyes, like those of a rabid dog, glared at Iman. Iman waved his hands repeatedly. No, 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 I don't have the courage. What the hell? I'm the antagonist, not the protagonist with good fortune. After being provoked a few times, am I supposed to go risk my life? Pausing for a moment, Iman spoke again. Ladies and gentlemen, my offer still stands. If you do not wish to stay in Daxia Academy and be among the defecators, the Xuanhuan Academy is always open to you. Except for Rico, our Xuanhuan Academy does not accept defecating warriors. His words fell. Many disciples of Daxia Academy present showed determination in their eyes. But just now, Deputy Principal Yusef had already made his stance clear. Between these Academy disciples and Rico, Daxia Academy chose the latter. Hearing the term, defecating warrior again, Rico's eyes bulged red with rage. His barking grew louder and louder. Iman, you coward. Apart from using drugs and hiding behind women, what else can you do? You're just a coward. Iman nodded repeatedly. Right. I'm a coward. I'm a wimp. I don't dare to fight a defecator. Woof woof woof. Upon hearing Iman's words, Rico completely lost it. He started emitting angry barks from his mouth. About to rush out of the protective mountain formation, Yusef was alarmed. He grabbed Rico's ankle. Then, splash, Rico fell face first onto the ground. At this moment, Marco, who had not appeared inside the academy, could no longer sit idly by. Roman, though your name is renowned, you are merely an ordinary disciple of Daxia Xuanhuan Academy. What qualifies you to speak on behalf of Xuanhuan Academy? As the words fell, another voice echoed softly. He has the qualification. What Iman says represents my intentions, Jaden's intentions. All disciples who leave Daxia Academy can enter our Xuanhuan Academy. Jaden's voice carried far. Pausing, he added, except Rico. The prone Rico stared blankly. Then his mouth opened wide, spewing out blood. That last clause about excluding Rico was too pointed. Inside Daxia Academy, Marco's face turned so grim it could drip water. Was Jaden mad to publicly break ties like this? Didn't he know this would disrupt the balance of the Daxia Dynasty? The Holy Dynasty would never allow this to happen. Others looked at each other in dismay. Suddenly, a young man in mentor robes timidly asked, then, mentors? Can mentors join Xuanhuan Academy? Yes. Boom. This time, the scene completely went out of control. And just then, Iman added another statement. From now on, Daxia Xuanhuan Academy's Heavenly Mystery Realm qualifications will not be allocated to Daxia Academy anymore. Chapter 116. If I have no shame, I shall be invincible under heaven. Upon hearing Iman's final words, not only the people at the gate of Daxia Academy, but even Marco, who had remained unseen within the academy, revealed a peculiar expression on his face. Suddenly, Marco burst into laughter and stood up immediately. He walked through the air, step by step, until he reached the entrance of the academy. Standing high above, he looked down upon Iman. Iman, aren't you being too carried away? The quota for Heavenly Secrets Realm. How could you have the qualification to meddle with it? Iman raised his head and looked at Marco with a half smile. Then tell me, why don't I have the qualification? Beside him, Augusta glanced at Iman in mild surprise. The quota for the Heavenly Secrets Realm had already been given to the human race by the 14 states, making it an internal matter of the humans. The 14 states would not interfere. Just as she was about to say something, she felt the hand that held her wrist move slightly. Augusta promptly closed her mouth. She lowered her head and looked at the fair and slender hand holding her wrist, lost in thought. Yes, this hand is beautiful, just like Master's hand, warm. Carissa also noticed. She believed Iman was going to leverage the relationship with the 14 states to influence the quota for the Heavenly Secrets Realm. Augusta held significant sway in the 14 states. Blue, you explain to him why he cannot influence the qualification for the Heavenly Secrets Realm. Marco wore a black robe. His face was aged, his hair and beard white, but his eyes were sharp and full of ridicule as he looked at Iman. If Iman hadn't mentioned the quota for the Heavenly Secrets Realm, Marco might have really feared it. It didn't matter if disciples left, they could always be replaced. But if the mentors all fled to the Xuanhuan Academy, Daxia Academy would truly collapse. Blue sighed helplessly. The qualification for the Heavenly Secrets Realm was given to the human race by an invincible predecessor, then delivered to the Xuanhuan Academy of Daxia Dynasty by Chancellor of the Holy Dynasty and Dean of Xuanhuan Academy, Auric, for distribution. Although the quotas are allocated by the Xuanhuan Academy of Daxia Dynasty, according to what Auric meant, various forces of the Daxia Dynasty and even the human race from the Great World can receive a share and gain access to the Heavenly Secrets Realm. In other words, the quotas for the Heavenly Secrets Realm can only be altered by my teacher, Auric. As he spoke, Blue, already present at the scene, secretly glanced at Augusta. The four maidservants around Iman. One became Sharon Carissa, and the one whose wrist was now held by Iman. Her identity became apparent. She must be Blade Saint Augusta. What the hell? Fortunately, I ran fast yesterday, without losing my head and siding with that old fool Raphael. Otherwise, I'd definitely get beaten up. That old fool must have eaten Dragonheart and Kylan Gall to dare challenge such a big figure for a disciple. However, seeing Augusta's current demeanor, it was clear she wasn't planning to intervene in this matter. This made Blue breathe a sigh of relief. At least, The 14 states would not interfere in the internal affairs of the human race. Iman nodded. Oh. Now, Auric has changed his mind. Marco froze, then couldn't help laughing out loud. Chancellor August changed his mind? You say change and it changes, eh? He was cut off mid-sentence. Suddenly, he resembled a duck whose neck was pinched, unable to utter another word. In Iman's hand appeared a communication jade token. Then, a clear male voice rang out from the jade token. Starting today, all quotas for the Heavenly Secrets realm will be reclaimed and redistributed by the xuanhuan Academy of Xia Dynasty. The voice was melodious, naturally amiable. Everyone who heard this voice immediately recognized it. This is Chancellor Auric's voice. It really is Chancellor Auric. No matter where these martial artists came from, as long as they were part of the human race in the great world, they were all indescribably excited. Great Sage Auric, Chancellor of the Holy Dynasty, and Dean of the xuanhuan Academy. In the human race today, this name was like a beacon, illuminating the once dim future of the human race, reviving its vitality. Marco's body trembled. He had certainly heard Auric's voice before and even met Auric personally. Although unwilling to believe it, Marco knew this was indeed Auric's voice. How could this be? Auric, as a great sage of the human race, how could he go back on his word? Iman sneered inwardly. In the past few years, he had been busy completing system missions. He simply didn't have the time to deal with these people, so he had temporarily put up a false front. He handed over the quotas for the Heavenly Secrets realm. Besides, those quotas ultimately fell into the hands of the younger generation of the human race. Therefore, Iman did not dwell on it. At the same time, he wanted to see how things would change after altering many events by completing system missions. But the fact was, nothing changed. Those who were supposed to be traitors remained traitors. Iman was a minor villain. Auric was a major villain with a capital A. Being a big villain, what's wrong with going back on one's word? If I have no shame, I shall be invincible under heaven. At this moment, the scene fell silent once again. Although Auric did not explicitly mention depriving Xia Academy disciples of their right to enter the Heavenly Secrets realm, but reclaiming the quotas and redistributing them through the xuanhuan Academy of Xia. This meant that if Xia Academy wanted quotas, they would have to ask the xuanhuan Academy of Xia. And now, the xuanhuan Academy of Xia clearly intended to crush the Xia Academy. Iman lifted his chin slightly. Did you all hear? The quotas are being reallocated, so there's nothing left for Xia Academy. Of course, disciples who want to enter the Heavenly Secrets realm are welcome to join the xuanhuan Academy of Xia. Marco gritted his teeth and forced out a few words. Blue. Blue waved his hand urgently. I said, Iman's words represent my thoughts. Damn it. He himself found it hard to contact the teacher. But the teacher sent the message directly to Iman's communication jade token. How could he intervene? Yesterday afternoon, he just wanted Iman to prevent the extraterrestrial martial artists from entering the Heavenly Secrets realm. But unexpectedly, this guy pulled off a massive move. He reclaimed all the quotas for Xia Academy, even for other forces in Xia. Now, Iman wasn't just at the eye of the storm. He was standing on a bed of knives and fire. However, he thought the teacher was an old conservative. Just like the Holy Emperor, always rigid and inflexible. Never expecting him to also go back on his word. Going back on his word is good. This way, no one can be taken advantage of. The Holy Emperor was once such a conservative, almost being deceived to death. Good. Anger surged in Marco's heart, and he couldn't help but laugh aloud. I will personally visit the Holy Dynasty to meet the Holy Emperor and Chancellor August. I'll settle this matter then. With these words, he waved his sleeve and vanished. Faced with the situation, Marco was helpless. Meeting the Holy Emperor and Chancellor August? Marco knew what he had been doing these years. Xuanhuan and Adela, these collaborators, were all behind his back. How dared Marco visit the Holy Dynasty? Iman watched Marco leave, a sneer flashing across his lips. At this moment, he noticed Rico's luck weakened further. Obviously, Yusef's words bound the destiny of Xia Academy with Rico. The severe blow to Xia Academy affected Rico's fortune. Bark. At this moment, Rico was still being dragged by Yusef by the hind legs. Otherwise, he would have rushed out long ago to fight Iman desperately. Chapter 117. Senior Sister Qinshin, come to Xia to expose him. The crowd gradually dispersed. All over the Xia Academy, there was an atmosphere of gloom and despair. Although Tuesday had already issued an order prohibiting everyone from leaving the academy, at this moment, many people's hearts were no longer at the Xia Academy. Mr. Ace, what do you think about this matter? Tuesday looked at Jeremy, who sat in a wheelchair, having lost both legs, and his eyes twitched slightly. At this time, Jeremy's face was bruised and swollen, and his eyes had turned into panda eyes. Longshan Een threw Jeremy to the doorstep of the War King's mansion. However, the War King did not dare to kill him. This was the great world of Shenzhou where humans were few in number, and Jeremy was one of the rare great alchemy masters. Killing him would result in the destruction of the War King's mansion the next day. So, the War King only took out his anger by beating Jeremy severely before throwing him back to the gates of the Xia Academy that same night. Jeremy's eyes now brimmed with resentment. After visiting Aliyah Kingdom, he felt utterly humiliated. No matter how many methods he tried last night, the injuries on his face remained unchanged. These injuries weren't inflicted by the War King, but were left by the person who abducted him. Are you certain that the voice transmitted from Iman's communication talisman really belongs to Auric? Upon hearing Jeremy's words, the corners of everyone's mouths twitched again. At this moment, Jeremy's voice was high-pitched, and his beard was much thinner. Clearly, some part of him had been crippled. Likewise, this was done by the person who abducted him. Of course, Jeremy didn't know that. Therefore, the blame firmly rested on the War King's head. Master is right. Rico, standing beside Jeremy, also spoke up. He wore a black lower face mask, and his voice came from a communication talisman. This was a high-level meeting within the Xia Academy. Rico originally had no qualifications to be here. But under the control of Yusef and Jeremy, Rico had become the chief disciple of the Daxia Academy and was brought along. How can we be sure that the voice was Oryx? What if it was forged by Iman? Don't doubt. Someone as bold and reckless as Iman can do anything. Rico's words made everyone fall into deep thought. Previously, Iman's presence had been overwhelming. Add to that the fragrant kinnenness standing before him. Thus, no one dared to doubt. Besides, who would dare to fake the voice of Saint Dynasty Prime Minister Oryx? At this moment, another vice principal of the Daxia Academy, Xuanhuan, spoke softly. According to information from the Saint Dynasty, Prime Minister August hasn't appeared in public for 3 years. No one knows where he has gone. It's said that the Saint Dynasty's little princess, xuanhuan Rosalie, has been searching for Prime Minister August for 2 years, without any results. Bark bark bark. Fake. The voice Iman produced must be fake. That despicable Iman couldn't possibly have contacted Prime Minister August. Does he even deserve it? Bark bark bark. Let's go ask the xuanhuan now to expose Iman personally. Bark bark bark. Dog barks echoed simultaneously with the voice coming from the communication talisman throughout the hall. Hearing Rico's voice, everyone's mouths twitched wildly. Thinking about the dog mouth hidden beneath Rico's lower face mask, many high-ranking members of the academy barely managed to suppress their laughter. Jeremy coughed, his voice sharp and effeminate. Rico is right. Now, only the Nadine of the Saint Dynasty, the xuanhuan, a disciple of Oryx, can expose Iman. Iman was the Roman and enjoyed immense prestige among humans. Even if someone accused Iman of faking it, no one would believe it. Only if Oryx's disciple came in person could they uncover the truth. Rico's dog eyes grew increasingly excited. Right, also. Iman mentioned wanting to take in disciples and mentors from the Daxia Academy, right? We should send spies into the Xuanhuan Academy while we're at it. Once the timing is ripe, we can overthrow the entire Daxia Xuanhuan Academy. Stop. No more talk about sending spies. Hearing these final words, everyone was startled. Send spies to the Xuanhuan Academy? Is that even a sensible suggestion? Amiel and Adela, father and daughter, were still impaled outside the eastern gate of Aliyah Kingdom's capital. Most terrifying of all, the Nangong family was no more. Yet, this father and daughter still lived. Worse than death. Thinking about their fate, everyone shook their heads repeatedly. Go to Xuanhuan Academy as a spy? If anyone wants to go, fine, but I'm not going. Rico also came to his senses. He awkwardly put away the communication jade charm. Iman's display of power had been too domineering and too brutal. There were certainly people who feared death not at all, but living like this was far too terrifying. Since that's the case, I'll go see Emperor E right now and have him contact Nadine xuanhuan Rosalie. Xuanhuan stood up and left the grand hall. Emperor E of Daxia was the paternal uncle of the Emperor of Daxia. His status in Daxia was on par with King War. At the same time, he was also a nominal elder of the Daxia Academy. He had close ties with one of the nobles of the Saint Dynasty. Actually, if not for Jeremy's scandal, King War would have been on the side of the Daxia Academy. Daxia Xuanhuan Academy. Dragon Lake Villa. The moment Iman returned, Blue rushed in right after. Iman, do you even know what you are doing? Blue's expression was particularly serious. The quota for the Heavenly Secrets realm is of great importance. Today, your actions may provoke mass outrage if someone fans the flames behind the scenes. I'm afraid you won't be able to hold up. Iman found a small stool and sat down. Yechan hurriedly brought over a cup of tea. Iman took a light sip, and then? He thought Blue had come to ask about Oryx. He had even prepared an explanation, but unexpectedly, he actually came to care for him. Blue took a deep breath. Let's just drop this matter. I can't let you take risks just for the sake of the Heavenly Secrets realm. Earlier, Blue's plan was to have Iman secretly eliminate those extraterrestrial martial artists within the Heavenly Secrets realm. At most, it would count as cutthroat competition. But now, Iman's series of actions had directly blocked the path for many. He didn't even give them a chance to compete. In other words, anyone who wanted to enter the Heavenly Secrets realm must join the Xuanhuan Academy, except for the martial artists from ancient families and celestial holy lands. Other extraterrestrial martial artists had already been shut out by Blue, and yesterday afternoon, due to matters involving Gary et al., Blue used this issue as an excuse. He expelled some disciples from ancient families from the Xuanhuan Academy. Originally, these people still had a chance to enter the Heavenly Secrets realm through other quotas. Now, Iman had closed off these alternative routes. Although Iman had the Blade God and the fragrant kinnenness by his side, certain people still had numerous ways to deal with Iman. And another thing, has my teacher gone senile? How could he agree to your rampant mischief? Blue's expression was incomparably serious. Give me the way to contact your teacher. I will talk to him personally. Upon hearing this, Flash, who was watching the drama unfold nearby, froze momentarily. Blue's teacher? Oryx, the Prime Minister of the Saint Dynasty? Could it be? Wait, no. My master is the Nevernight Marquis of the 14 prefectures. It was quite normal for him to have some relationship with the Prime Minister of the Saint Dynasty. Thinking of this, Flash dismissed the odd thought from his mind. Iman took another sip of tea. I've gone senile? Right then, Blue suddenly took out a communication jade charm. Then, his expression changed dramatically. My teacher has been missing for 3 years. No wonder I couldn't contact him. Iman, you faked the voice of my teacher earlier? My senior sister xuanhuan is coming to Daxia to expose you. Puff. As soon as the words were out, Iman sprayed the tea out of his mouth. What nonsense. Who are you saying is coming? Chapter 118 on the way. Iman was getting restless. The anti-counterfeiting campaign didn't really bother him. It was just that he dared not face Rosalie. To avoid Rosalie, Iman hadn't logged into Zhubian's account for 3 years. Even the great Zhou Tian rejuvenation pill that extended the emperor's lifespan by 3,000 years was delivered using the ghost physician Asura alias the liar goddess Rosalie, the little princess of the human Holy Dynasty, Kalin's true disciple. 3 years ago, on the Northern Crown Great Wall, With one lyre, she played a piece called The Soul Chaser, slaying 18 Sky Reflection Realm powerhouses from the Crimson Blood Abyss in one go. She instantly became famous throughout all heavens. At the same time, she was the first to openly declare herself as the rogue disciple seeking to surpass her teacher. Rosalie was different from Brianna and Augusta. Brianna and Augusta would at most mutter in private. They regarded transcending their teachers as an unattainable life goal, but they absolutely did not dare to show even the slightest intention in front of Evernight Duke or Wu Yujun. But Rosalie acted right in front of Callan. Each time thinking about this made Amon almost break down. I really took teaching my disciples seriously. Why do they all turn out so strangely? Seeing Amon's rather disheveled state, Blue sighed. You can be reassured. My senior sister Lyre Goddess is gentle and has a very good temper. She won't treat you badly. Amon. Really? I don't believe it. Pausing for a moment, Blue awkwardly coughed and said again, if she really blames you, just say everything was my idea. I made people impersonate the teacher and spread false news. Meanwhile, on the other side, Flash wore a poker face. God knows how much willpower he used to suppress his facial expressions. What the hell? What's going on here? Could it be? The previously dismissed bizarre thought surged back in his mind. The great human sage, Chancellor of the Holy Dynasty, founder of the Rivers and Mountains Academy, Callan, is also my teacher's another alias? This is too outrageous. No wonder teacher asked if my mouth was tight before revealing the identity. Speaking of which, how many earth-shaking aliases does teacher have? The influence of Chancellor Callan in the Divine Continent. Even Wu Yujun and Evernight Duke combined cannot compare. Callan was revered by humans as the great sage. His prestige even surpassed that of the Emperor, the #1 target on the ethnic extermination list of the Divine Continent. However, according to the information obtained from the 14 states, that Lyre Goddess was also a rogue disciple who wanted to surpass her teacher. 3 years ago, she seemed to want something with Callan. In the end, she scared Callan away. He never showed up since then. No wonder teacher has this bitter expression now. By the way, how old was teacher 3 years ago? Flash's thoughts flew into the clouds. Iman felt like he had 2 headaches at once. He had avoided her for 3 years. And yet, Rosalie hasn't given up. Had he known, he wouldn't have played the Callan card. In the past 12 years, to complete his mission as soon as possible. Except for the mission intelligence, he had no time to care about anything else. Thinking Rosalie had already given up. Now, he probably wouldn't slip up, right? Neither Augusta nor Brianna recognized him. Iman pinched the bridge of his nose. Then he pointed at Flash, Sword God. Pointed at Augusta, Saber God. Finally, pointed at Brianna, Fragrance God. One more Lyre Goddess, and I'd have enough for a mahjong game. Blue. Instinctively, he looked at that plain-looking servant-dressed man. This damn guy was actually the Sword God of the 14 states? Looking again at similarly dressed servants, the Saber God and Sword God. No wonder Iman was so bold, fearless. Blue's eyes twitched. Did these deity-level experts have some peculiar fetish? They liked to dress up as servants. It seems that only those 2 sweeping maids were normal folk here. Yeah, Killian could only bully them if he wanted to save face. Brianna has revealed her identity. Although she still dresses like a maid, she isn't deliberately hiding. Right now, she was playing with the vast wasteland tripod, planning to cultivate an exquisite spirit plant using the flower fertilizer inside. When Augusta heard Iman call her name, she moved over with a small stool and sat next to Iman. Hesitating for a moment, she picked up Iman's left hand, placed it in her palm, and examined it closely. Blue swallowed hard, forcing his wandering thoughts back. Even so, you shouldn't have spread false orders from the teacher. The stakes in this matter are too high. Augusta suddenly looked up, giving Blue a look as if he were an idiot. Who said Xiao Fenwick was spreading false messages? Did Tuesday or Jeremy tell you that? Or Chancellor August himself? Blue froze. He immediately realized, you mean, the people from Daxia Academy want to use my senior sister to deal with Iman? Rosalie's age is about the same as Augusta and Brianna. She is several hundred years younger than Blue. But Rosalie is a direct disciple of Auric, while Blue is only a registered disciple. Therefore, Blue must address Rosalie as senior sister. Augusta didn't say anything more. She lowered her head again, continuing to examine the hand in her palm. Iman slightly turned his head and glanced at Augusta. Seeing her meticulous manner, he did not pull his hand back. Iman nodded. Rest assured, those words were indeed spoken by Auric. But you have to find a way to keep Rosalie from coming to Daxia. Flash had already collected his thoughts. He nodded solemnly. Auric indeed said it personally. Not letting Lyre Goddess come to Daxia was also something Auric said. Blue's face was full of bitterness. But she has already said out. The people from Daxia Academy did ask my senior sister for help through someone, but before that, she was already on her way here. Iman. He wished he could bash his head against a bean curd pudding. The news that Lyre Goddess would personally descend upon Daxia Dynasty to expose the Romans spread quickly like wildfire. For a moment, everyone was in an uproar. So, did Iman misrepresent the message earlier? Did Chancellor August never intend to revoke the Heavenly Secrets realm qualification? It must be so. Otherwise, how could Chancellor August, the great sage of our race, go back on his word? It's impossible, absolutely impossible. The Roman could never be such a person. How is it impossible? We will know the truth when Lyre Goddess arrives. Humph, what kind of Roman? That Iman is clearly an imposter. The real Roman is in Han country. What? A Han countryman? You can spout off on the spiritual web fine, but you dare to come to our Daxia dynasty and speak blasphemy. Brothers, beat him up. Hell, don't hit me. I'm not from Han country. I am the 7th son of the Zisang family of the 8 great primal ancient houses. Stop it, stop it. Not from Han country? Then we should beat you even more. If it weren't for your sudden appearance, how would Rivers and Mountains Academy have revoked those quotas? Beat him up well. Hey, hold on, there's new news. That's fine, Just read it out. We'll listen while beating him up. Emperor of Han officially warned Emperor of Daxia, demanding the Daxia dynasty return the Heavenly Secrets realm belonging to Han. Otherwise, Han will advance its army to destroy Daxia and reclaim the Heavenly Secrets realm. What nonsense! How did the Heavenly Secrets realm become Han's? The Han Emperor said the deity who left the Heavenly Secrets realm is their ancestor. So, it should belong to Han. Chapter 119 waiting for them to reach the clouds before kicking them down. Less than half a month remained until the Heavenly Mystic Realm opened. Before Rosalie could arrive in Great Xia, the envoy of the Han Kingdom had already arrived first. Just as that ruler of the Han Kingdom had said, the Han people had come to reclaim the Heavenly Mystic Realm. That Heavenly Mystic Realm was left behind by Emperor Arthur, an ancestor of the Han people. Emperor Arthur was the senior brother of Sword Saint Ajax. Similarly, a figure from 12 million years ago. Over 10 million years ago, he transcended the heavens and ascended to the divine realm. 10 years ago, the now celestial deity Arthur specially descended from the divine realm to leave us the Heavenly Mystic Realm for the Han Kingdom. Unimaginably, our Heavenly Mystic Realm was shamelessly stolen by the Xuanhuan Academy. What? You ask why Emperor Arthur left his inheritance within the borders of the Great Xia Dynasty? Because over 12 million years ago, more than 90% of the human race's territory was land of the Han Kingdom. Nowadays, such claims were widespread on the Spirit Network. This sudden move by the Han Kingdom, not just the Great Xia Emperor, even Tuesday, Jeremy, and others within the Great Xia Academy were taken aback. What was going on with the Han Kingdom? Why did they want to meddle in everything? The three-body reflecting heaven powerhouses of the Han Kingdom, including Twilight Sword St. Gifford, were still acting as plant fertilizer inside Fragrant Goddess's wasteland tripod. Was this envoy group from the Han Kingdom here to offer their lives? Upon hearing this news, Rico barked excitedly. Not long ago, he had established contact with the Han Kingdom, offering to represent the ancient Yi family to collaborate with the Han Kingdom. And the Han people readily agreed. In the Long Lake Manor of the Great Xuanhuan Academy, Carissa stroked the wasteland tripod, looking in a certain direction. The plant fertilizer is still somewhat insufficient. This time, it will be perfect to gather some more. Augusta snorted coldly. If you want to die, then just go ahead. Carissa frowned slightly. Augusta continued to sit beside Iman, holding and playing with Iman's hand. If the Han Kingdom truly had the guts to challenge the Heavenly Mystic Realm, they would have acted 10 years ago. This time, they found a patron. Carissa paused. Outside the great world of Huaxia, forces from all realms. Augusta nodded. Iman made the decision to reclaim all Heavenly Mystic Realm slots back to the Great Xuanhuan Academy, severing the path for those otherworldly martial artists completely. The reaction from the Great Xia Academy was to bring in Rosalie for false play. Desperate, otherworldly martial artists resorted to direct force. The Han Kingdom served as their tool. Carissa looked puzzled. But why did the martial artists outside the great world of Huaxia remain inactive for the past 10 years without any attempts to seize the Heavenly Mystic Realm? Augusta hesitated. She didn't know either. Iman shrugged. He knew why. Because of the storyline. During the last decade, Iman, this minor villain character, hadn't broken free from the story's control. Though he silently changed many plot elements by completing system tasks, the ongoing storyline remained unchanged. Now, Iman had escaped the storyline's grasp. Under his series of brilliant moves, the storyline was in shambles. The veil before the world's living beings gradually lifted. Without any awakening, they were breaking free from the predetermined plot lines. For example, only when Rico ventured out of the great world of Huaxia into all realms, did he cast his gaze upon the martial artists of the Huaxia world, finally noticing what had long been ignored. This wasn't good news for Rico. Having just left the newbie village and entered new maps, the Chosen One faced not small challenges at his level but rather superbosses worldwide. Although these otherworldly martial artists temporarily haven't sought trouble with Rico, the nature of the Chosen One, however, invited ridicule and criticism from many. Moreover, after the battle at Holy Hill, Rico had indeed offended quite a few people. They would find Rico eventually. Thinking of Rico, however, it was necessary to temporarily deter those otherworldly martial artists. The Heavenly Mystic Realm wasn't Rico's fortune. It was Iman's gift to the entire human race of Huaxia. Iman looked at Augusta, hesitantly asking, why do you keep holding my hand? Augusta was taken aback, then somewhat confused. I don't know. It just feels like gripping your hand brings a special sense of security. Iman pressed his lips together. Then, go ahead. Junior swordswoman. Looks like my sister can't catch up mentally with her physical actions. However, both he and Augusta were orphans who had experienced brushes with death. Sometimes, they indeed lacked a sense of security. A faint anomaly stirred in Carissa's heart. Suddenly, he also felt an urge to pinch it. Iman pondered for a moment. Do you think if we directly expose the truth about the Heavenly Mystic Realm to the public, those people might behave better? Augusta's eyes lit up. Yes. The Heavenly Mystic Realm is a gift from my master to the human race of Huaxia. How could such filthy things dare covet it? Humph. I secretly recorded when my master killed that celestial deity and refined it into the Heavenly Mystic Realm. Then, we just release it directly? Junior swordswoman. No, senior sister. Why were you at the scene when master was hunting the celestial deity? And I only found out about this after the fact. Moreover, the reason I knew about it was because of Augusta's loose tongue. Thinking about this, junior swordswoman wore a resentful expression but dared not look at Iman. Augusta pouted. Master said he would take you there to demonstrate swordsmanship. What did you say back then? Oh, you said you were already 18 years old, an adult? That you wanted to wander on your own. So, master took me instead. Junior swordswoman. He wished he could bang his head into Carissa's plant fertilizer. A glimmer of longing flashed in Carissa's eyes. Then, he hesitated. Will Elder Ashton agree with this? Everyone believed that the heavenly mystic realm was a legacy left by a celestial deity from the divine realm. Now, they were telling them. It was because Ashton slaughtered that celestial deity and used its body to refine the heavenly mystic realm. This completely overturned everyone's understanding. Augusta raised her chin. My master said anything concerning the human race, Brother Sword and I can decide. Junior Swordswoman nodded seriously. Most importantly, this decision was made personally by Ashton. Junior Swordswoman, by exposing this, I believe no one will dare to think of the heavenly mystic realm anymore. Not long ago, Ashton eliminated an ancient family. It was enough to intimidate all realms. Han Kingdom's heavenly mystic realm? What arrogance. Augusta added. There's also that overconfident Rosalie. See if she still dares to fake Xiaolin. Junior Swordswoman. Almost forgot, his junior sister and another junior sister were mortal enemies. Amon coughed. We don't need to be in a hurry. Let those people fly to the clouds before kicking them down. If his guess was correct, Edlin should have already contacted the Han Kingdom people. Surely, he would also participate. At that time, using this event, his luck should be weakened further. Junior Swordswoman and Augusta nodded in agreement. I'll talk to Master first. As she spoke, Augusta was holding Amon's hand with one hand, while taking out a communication jade charm with the other. Right. Suddenly, Augusta's expression turned serious. Senior brother, how did the investigation go on that peculiar person who wanted to meet Master last time? Junior Swordswoman frowned. I mobilized all intelligence networks across the 14 states, but could never find that person. It's as if that person never appeared at all. Even in the entire fifth great world, besides you and Fragrant Goddess, no one has seen that person. Augusta frowned without a word, silently putting away the communication jade charm. Before finding out who that person really was, she didn't plan to contact Ashton using the jade charm. Junior Swordswoman glanced at Amon with the corner of his eye. Amon rubbed his temples and slightly waved his hand, indicating no need to investigate further. That was a celestial emperor from the divine realm. You wouldn't find him. At this moment, under Edlin's promotion, the Han Kingdom's envoy had already arrived at the Great Xia Academy, meeting Tuesday, Jeremy, and others. The leader of the Han Kingdom's envoy was none other than the fourth-generation Roman, Griffin, appointed by the Han Kingdom's ruler. They discussed for several hours. Then, met many martial artists from various realms. After confirming their support, the Han Kingdom's envoy proceeded to the Great Xia Palace under the escort of Tuesday, Jeremy, Edlin, and many powerful figures from various realms. By now, night had fallen. The Han Kingdom's envoy marched confidently toward the Great Xia Palace. Their disdain was evident. A faint blue figure stood on high heaven, carrying an ancient zither on its back, calmly observing the Han Kingdom's envoy below with cold eyes. Chapter 120. Your ancestor enjoyed a drink with a ghost? This woman was none other than Rosalie, the little princess of the human Holy Dynasty and the goddess of music. Ranked among the top 3 beauties in the All-Heaven Beauties list, she was as renowned as Brianna and Augusta. However, unlike Brianna's serene elegance or Augusta's cold aloofness, Rosalie was like a rich and vibrant flower in full bloom, bright, bold, and grand. Her sharp features exuded an almost aggressive beauty. At this moment, Rosalie stood quietly in the sky, her gaze coldly fixed on the scene below. Currently, in the capital of the Great Xia Dynasty, there were no shortage of strong individuals, even several Sky Mirror realm powerhouses. Yet oddly enough, no one detected Rosalie as she stood in midair. Master was right. These old men from the Great Xia Academy are all collaborators. Wanting to use me as a pawn? A look of disdain flashed across Rosalie's lips. In the next instant, a faint ripple emanated from around her body, and she vanished into thin air. At this time, within the Great Xia Imperial Palace, lights shone brightly. Emperor Zane sat upon the dragon throne, his expression grim as he coldly stared at the group in the Grand Hall. Zane was 22 years old, having studied under Acton, the vice president of the Great Xuanhuan Academy. Crowned for only 5 years, he had already shown himself to be a wise ruler by clearing up corruption, implementing reforms, and changing governmental policies. Under his governance, the once declining Great Xia dynasty gradually regained its vitality. However, Zane's reforms inevitably touched the interests of the established noble families of the Great Xia dynasty, facing resistance led by Conli, Xuanhuan, and the 8 ancient clans. Fortunately, the Great Xuanhuan Academy consistently supported Emperor Zane. Otherwise, this young emperor might have been dead without a trace long ago. At that moment, Zane spoke sternly. You claim that the heavenly mystic realm belongs to Han State? Griffin stood in the center of the Grand Hall, his posture upright, and a hint of arrogance on his face. Indeed, the heavenly mystic realm is a legacy left by our ancestor Emperor Yan Gaisuan for Han State. He never would have imagined that after 12 million years, our territory would be stolen by your kind. We will not discuss territorial issues for now. This time, we merely demand that you return the heavenly mystic realm. Griffin's voice rang out loudly, echoing throughout the Grand Hall. Within the Grand Hall, the ministers who rushed to the palace wore extremely displeased expressions. Humph, truly, shameless people know no limits. The Han State is peerless indeed. A young man in court attire couldn't help but curse. Griffin raised his chin slightly. Thank you for the compliment. Others. Marco, as the head of the Great Xia Academy, do you also believe this? Among the ministers, a white-haired elder stepped forward, his eyes icy cold and fiercely staring at Marco and his group. Traitors are always more despicable than enemies. Marco sighed softly. Prime Minister, as you know, I always adhere to reason rather than sentiment. If it weren't for undeniable evidence, why would I get involved in this messy affair? There was undisguised triumph in Marco's tone. That elder was none other than Prime Minister Geoffrey of the Great Xia Dynasty, also the younger brother of Acton. Geoffrey sneered. Evidence? Griffin smiled lightly. Since we dare to demand the heavenly mystic realm, we naturally have evidence. The elders of the ancient lineage families can testify. Upon hearing this, the ministers' faces instantly changed color. Ancient lineage families? Although one of the 8 ancient lineage families, the 5th family, had been wiped out by Lord Unsleeping, the 8 ancient lineage families had become 7, a disgraceful loss of face. But they were not Lord Unsleeping, and Great Xia was not the 14 states. With the involvement of the ancient lineage families, they had to tread carefully. Moreover, the Han State delegation did not just consist of the ancient lineage families. An elderly man slowly stepped forward with a mild smile. This old man, Buddy, the patriarch of the Zisong family, can bear witness that the heavenly mystic realm was indeed left behind by Emperor Yayan Geisuan. Our Zisong family has existed for an incredibly long time, even longer than the history of the human Holy Dynasty. According to our family records, the Central Earth was once unified by Emperor Yayan Geisuan, establishing the mighty great Han Divine Dynasty which united all the races of Central Earth. Emperor Yayan Geisuan is the ancestor of today's Han State. Now, Emperor Yayan Geisuan has long ascended to the divine realm, becoming a lofty celestial deity. 10 years ago, the celestial deity who left the inheritance of the heavenly mystic realm was Emperor Yayan Geisuan himself. Unfortunately, he came and went hastily, failing to notice that his ancestral land had been stolen. After Buddy finished speaking, several others appeared. Indeed, the Xuanhuan family can also testify. The Huyan family's ancient records state the same. The Tuoba family can bear witness that the one who left the heavenly mystic realm 10 years ago was indeed Emperor Yayan Geisuan. After leaving the heavenly mystic realm, Emperor Yayan Geisuan came to my Guihai family and enjoyed a drink with our ancestor. Unfortunately, he did not realize that his ancestral land had been stolen. The prehistoric Su family also has records stating that the heavenly mystic realm belongs to Han State. Seeing representatives from 6 prehistoric families standing up, Rico grew anxious. Why weren't there any Yi family members? He gritted his teeth and stood up. The Yi family can also testify. 3 years ago, while I was traveling, I encountered treasures left by Emperor Yayan Geisuan. Through those treasures, I obtained the divine artifact within Holy Hill Mountain. Rico wore a mask covering the lower half of his face, and his voice came through a communication jade talisman. Rico's words successfully made everyone fall silent. The scene of the competition for the divine artifact at Holy Hill Mountain reappeared in everyone's mind. Actually, you didn't have to make your stance known. Regardless, the momentum built up by 7 prehistoric families speaking simultaneously was undeniable. After a brief silence, other extraterrestrial warriors who had come with the Han State delegation also stepped forward, echoing their claims. For a moment, their voices shook the heavens. That immense momentum formed a terrifying wave that fiercely surged towards the human emperor of Great Xia. Zane grunted softly, his hands tightly gripping the armrest of the dragon throne, fingers digging into it, blood trickling out. But he knew that he had to persevere. He could not yield. Emperor Zane was the human emperor. Every word he spoke carried immense weight. If he made even the slightest concession, it would be tantamount to admitting that the heavenly mystic realm belonged to Han State. Then, these people would have just cause to seize the heavenly mystic realm from the Shanha Academy. Rico looked at Emperor Zane on the dragon throne, his eyes filled with satisfaction. This was once the revered and high-ranking human emperor of Great Xia, whom he used to worship as a deity. Just like that. Seeing the paleness on the human emperor's face, Rico felt incomparably relieved and delighted. All the grievances that had been pent up inside him for so long were finally unleashed. Jing. In his arrogance, Rico directly called out the name of the human emperor of Great Xia. Your Great Xia dynasty is nothing but a group of thieves. First Iman shamelessly stole the title of Roman from Han State, and now you are occupying Han State's heavenly mystic realm. Bu Guoji's eyes gleamed with amusement. Indeed, why don't you quickly return the heavenly mystic realm? Otherwise, Great Xia will face the wrath of the entire universe. The faces of the Great Xia ministers turned pale. Even Gu Tianhua couldn't help but tremble slightly. At this moment, Great Xia wasn't facing these extraterrestrial warriors alone but the forces they represented, the giants from across the universe. The strength of the 7 prehistoric families even surpassed that of the Great Xia dynasty. If these forces decided to forcefully seize the heavenly mystic realm, even a holy dynasty would have to yield. At this moment, most of the ministers in the hall felt their hearts sink to rock bottom. Some had already begun wavering. Your Majesty, it's just the heavenly mystic realm. We might as well return it to Han State. The one speaking was Conley, Emperor Zane's uncle. He used the term return instead of hand over, clearly acknowledging that the heavenly mystic realm belonged to Han State. Xuanhuan, who hadn't shown up for a long time, also stood up. Your Majesty, for the safety of Great Xia, please return the heavenly mystic realm to Han State. At this moment, the faces of the court officials were ashen, and many had already joined Conley and Xuanhuan. A trace of blood trickled from the corner of Emperor Zane's mouth, and confusion flashed in his eyes. Was it really time to admit defeat? Seeing the blood at the corner of Zane's mouth, Bu Guochang's delight was evident. This young human emperor of Great Xia, though showing the demeanor of a wise ruler, was still too young. One more push, and he would surrender. But right then, a clear female voice suddenly rang out. If you want the heavenly mystic realm, come find the 14 states. Why torment the Great Xia dynasty? Her words stunned everyone. When they turned around, they saw a graceful, charming young girl in green robes, standing by the entrance to the hall. She carried a sword on her back, her steps steady as she approached the center of the hall, and gracefully bowed to Emperor Zane on the dragon throne. I am Loretta from the Sword Hall of the 14 states. It's an honor to meet the human emperor of Great Xia. Sword Hall Loretta, the feathered sword saint of the 14 states. Upon hearing Loretta's name, many frowned. An elder from the Guihai family even snorted coldly. We demand that the Great Xia dynasty return the heavenly mystic realm. What does it have to do with you from the 14 states? Loretta straightened her body, looking at him with some surprise. Aren't you from the Guihai family? You just said that the heavenly god who left the heavenly mystic realm had a drink with your ancestor? Your ancestor had a drink with a ghost? Chapter 121. Your Hongwa ancestor is already gone. Having a drink and chatting with a ghost? What does that mean? Everyone wore a bewildered expression. But at this moment, seeing Loretta appear, Haley on the dragon throne couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. She then forced herself to regain her composure and silently paid attention to everything happening below, meticulously noting down all those court officials who had just echoed Yisrael and War Prince. Feathered Feather Sword Saint, what exactly do you mean? Anatoly frowned. He never expected the 14 states to interfere at this point. However, his confidence was immediately bolstered by the sight of martial artists from all corners of the universe standing behind him. Oh no, I don't have any other intention. Loretta asked curiously, that Jacob, is he really your Hongwa ancestor? Anatoly snorted coldly, Emperor Yuan Jacob, who doesn't know of him in the great divine world. Loretta muttered under her breath, but I didn't know. The others present were speechless. If someone else had said this, it would surely invite ridicule. But this person was the Feathered Feather Sword Saint of the 14 states, the head of the first intelligence organization of all the worlds. Not to mention, most people present were hearing about Emperor Yuan Jacob for the first time. The same went for the earlier mentioned sword god Ajax. No one knew of them unless a Hongwa person mentioned it. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Anatoly frowned and shouted, Feathered Feather Sword Saint, what's your true purpose here? What does our Hongwa Sky Secrets realm have to do with you from the 14 states? Ignoring Anatoly, Loretta turned back to the elder from the Xuanhuan family and repeated her question in an incredulous tone. Your Xuanhuan family's ancestor? Did they truly drink and chat with the heavenly deity who left behind the Sky Secrets realm? The elder of the Xuanhuan family felt his face twitch. Recalling Loretta's previous words, he suddenly felt absurd. But at this point, there was no room for him to take back his words. He immediately puffed up his chest. Yes, Emperor Yuan Jacob drank and chatted with my ancestor before returning to the divine realm, and personally guided me, allowing my cultivation to advance. Loretta barely suppressed a laugh and looked around at the other martial artists present. What about you all? Did you also meet Emperor Yuan Jacob of the Sky Secrets realm? Edlin couldn't help but be moved by Loretta's pretty and charming face and immediately stood up. I, Edlin, the direct grandson of the head of the primeval Yi family. It was thanks to Emperor Yuan Jacob's guidance that I obtained the divine artifact within Sacred Hill. Upon seeing Edlin, Loretta instantly screamed and jumped far away. Edlin? You shit warrior, stay away from me. Back, back, back. Edlin's face froze. His visible upper half turned visibly red in an instant. The tense atmosphere in the hall became even more bizarre. Loretta, don't be unreasonable. Just because you're from the 14 states, you can't act however you want here. We are doing this for Hongwa, taking back the Sky Secrets realm. What does it have to do with the 14 states? At this moment, Buddy of the Zisong family couldn't help but angrily rebuke. Loretta had already retreated far away from Edlin. In the next instant, her demeanor changed dramatically from a naive neighborhood girl into the sharp-edged Feathered Feather Sword Saint. Then, Loretta stared at Anatoly and asked slowly, you said the one who left behind the Sky Secrets realm was your Hongwa ancestor, Yuan Jacob? Anatoly's eyes narrowed slightly as he gave a cold smile. Of course. Loretta nodded. Unfortunately, I must inform you that your Hongwa ancestor is already gone. What did she mean? Before others could figure out the meaning of her words, Loretta continued, 10 years ago, a heavenly deity secretly descended into the world and came to the great divine world. My lord Immortal Knight saw him and cut him down with one stroke. He refined his body into the Sky Secrets realm and dumped it on Disya Dragon Phoenix Mountain. So, Mr. Whoever of the Xuanhuan family, your ancestor actually drank and chatted with a ghost? Were you guided by a ghost in your cultivation? At that moment, the entire Imperial Palace Hall fell into complete silence. Everyone widened their eyes in confusion, staring blankly at Loretta, including Haley on the dragon throne. What was she saying? Sky Secrets realm was created by Lord Immortal Knight, slaughtering a heavenly deity and refining its corpse. Nonsense. At that moment, someone finally burst out in frustration. Dasha's War King was the first to jump out. He glared at Loretta. Ever since the Sky Secrets realm appeared, everyone has known it as the legacy left by a heavenly deity for humans. How could it possibly be something created by Lord Immortal Knight after killing a heavenly deity and refining its corpse? Yes. Anatoly also came back to his senses and shouted loudly, if you want to gild the lily of Lord Immortal Knight, choose another place and method. Killing a heavenly deity? Is Lord Immortal Knight even capable of that? Yisrael pointed at Loretta and yelled angrily, this is sheer nonsense. Your Majesty, arrest this witch immediately. I see that you from the 14 states want to monopolize the Sky Secrets realm. Don't think that because you from the 14 states annihilated the Wu clan, you can do as you please. There are many in the entire universe who can deal with you. I once witnessed a painting deity's power on the Northern Crown Great Wall. One stroke sealed heaven and earth, slaying 3,000 demons from the Crimson Blood Abyss. If that senior painting deity were to act, what would Lord Immortal Knight amount to? Jing Jing's eyes lit up slightly, staring intently at Loretta. As the human sovereign, he naturally discerned that the yelling around him was an embodiment of their guilty conscience. Loretta gave a cold laugh. Her hand flipped, revealing a message-transmitting jade disc in her palm. Buzz. In the next instant, a massive image appeared right in the center of the Imperial Palace Hall. The image showed a towering man in golden armor with a heroic demeanor. He held a divine sword dazzling like the sun. Even through the screen, all in the hall felt overwhelmingly blinded. Heavenly deity. This armored man was absolutely a heavenly deity. I am a heavenly deity under the great light god king of the divine realm, descending by his command. Who are you, daring to block my way? The golden-armored heavenly deity's voice resounded with immense authority. Facing him was a faint black silhouette, Lord Immortal Knight. Then, Lord Immortal Knight's clear voice sounded. Great light god king? The greatest scapegoat between the divine and demonic realms? Heavenly deity, you managed to withstand one of my blade strikes. I'll use you for a demonstration for my disciple. There was a hint of regret in his tone, as if disappointed by the weakness of the heavenly deity. I intended to use you for demonstrating sword intent to another disciple, but he is rebellious now and insists on doing everything himself, refusing to come over. As he spoke, dominant blade intent surged upwards, filling the entire scene. What is this? Blade intent? How could there be such blade intent in the mortal world? Who are you? The golden-armored heavenly deity's frightened voice echoed. His figure was swallowed by the blade intent. Moments later, the blade intent dissipated. The golden-armored heavenly deity reappeared in the picture, but his eyes had dimmed, fear still lingering in them. In the next moment, the heavenly deity's corpse fell down and vanished from the screen. Then, the elegant black silhouette grew larger, coming closer to the front of the screen. Good disciple, did you see clearly? Then, a crisp female voice sounded, audacious yet somewhat weak. Not very clearly. But don't worry, master. I have recorded it and will review it carefully. Right, master? How should we handle the corpse on the ground? It's a heavenly deity's corpse, so it shouldn't be wasted. Lord Immortal Knight waved his hand. The golden armored deity's corpse reappeared on the screen. Disciple, what do you think we should do? Behind the screen, the unseen young girl paused for a moment and softly said, the human race of the central world has declined day by day, and the Daxia dynasty has been nearly destroyed by the beast race. Let's leave it for Daxia. All right, wait while your master refines this divine corpse, into the sky secrets realm. The image ended there. The entire hall fell into complete silence. Chapter 122. Hand rises, knife falls, head rolls. At this moment, Loretta's tender and delicate chin was slightly raised, her face cold and arrogant, looking down upon all. But in her heart, she was overjoyed. Fortunately, Leader Curtis went crazy this time and didn't come. All the attention is mine. And Leader Fernan, rebellious phase? Ha 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 ha. Ethan summoned a sword cultivator deity to demonstrate sword Dao for you, but it turned out that Leader Fernan was in his rebellious phase. Leader Fernan and Leader Curtis are truly worthy of being master and apprentice. They're both so miserable. At this moment, inside the Imperial Palace Hall, everyone's breathing was slightly hurried. They tilted their heads, staring blankly at the image frozen in midair. Ethan, to sever a deity. He transformed the body of that deity into a divine realm of deities and gave it to the great Xia dynasty, to the human race of Shenzhou. Ethan could slay a deity. Was he a man or a god? It seemed Ethan only did this because of the words of the unseen girl behind the scene. The lively female voice's owner should be the current blade goddess Augusta, a doting mentor who went crazy over her disciple. The title lived up to her name. That Wu Di family died without any grievances. Great Xia's emperor, Vlad, stared wide-eyed at the aerial image, waves of shock surging through his mind. The divine realm of deities that would allow the Great Xia to recuperate and revitalize its national prestige was actually given by Ethan to the Great Xia. But at this moment, Vlad suddenly sensed a gaze looking at him. Instinctively turning his head, he met Loretta's meaningful eyes. Vlad instantly understood what Loretta meant. My act is over. Now it's your turn as the emperor. Vlad cleared his throat and said with a smirk, the envoys from Han State. Did you see clearly enough? That dead spirit is your ancestor, right? Pausing, Vlad then looked at the elder of the Guihai family with evident delight in humiliating them. And the elder of the Guihai family who feasted and guided you in cultivation, was it that ghost? Hearing these words filled with mockery, everyone snapped back to reality. The faces of the primordial family's members were deathly pale, unable to speak a word. As for the elder of the Guihai family, he wished he could dig a hole right there and bury himself. Feasting and receiving guidance on cultivation from a ghost? How utterly shameful. His hard-earned reputation ruined in an instant. How could he ever show his face again? If it were another powerful figure, it might be different, but this was Ethan, the one who once wiped out a primordial family. False. All of it is false. Suddenly, Griffin emitted a beast-like roar. This projection is clearly forged by your 14 states. How can a mere mortal under 100 years old like Ethan slay a deity? If this projection is real, why didn't Ethan come personally to confirm it? Griffin seemed almost deranged. Seeing their plan about to succeed, the Great Xia court already wavering, even the Great Xia Emperor couldn't withstand pressure from myriad worlds and was ready to concede. Yet, at this crucial moment, the 14 states interfered. Moreover, Griffin didn't believe Ethan could kill a deity. Loretta retracted the aerial image, glancing sideways at Griffin. What status does Ethan hold, and what sort of trash are you to ask him to come personally? After a moment's silence, Loretta remembered something Augusta once said and couldn't resist, taunting him further. Keys cost 3 low-grade spirit stones each. Do you deserve it? Griffin scowled. I do. Of course Roman, do. Loretta snorted. Deserve my ass. Griffin. It took those around them quite some time to recover from the shock. Hey, you're Piaoyu Sword Saint. How can you curse and use such filthy language? However, the people present from the primordial families looked at Griffin as if he were an idiot. Are all Han State people like this? Just now, didn't you feel the overwhelming divine aura radiating from the deity in the image? Or maybe you've never even seen a deity's power before. And that single slash by Ethan was simply breathtaking and unparalleled. Even though it was just an image, it still conveyed an immense force. In that instant, some instinctively tried to record it with transmission talismans, but found them shattered by Ethan's terrifying blade intent. Was this something a human could do? Loretta looked at Vlad, saying meaningfully, Your Majesty, here we have the human race's great Xia. Han State, they are traitors of the human race. Vlad nodded, a chilling killing intent entering his tone. Everyone, kill without mercy. As soon as the words left his mouth, on the Great Xia court, a grand formation abruptly rose. Hundreds of black armored soldiers surged out from the grand formation, surrounding the Han State envoy group. The extraterrestrial martial artists, seeing this, their faces flickered with various expressions before they coldly retreated to the side. In this round, they lost. Or rather, from the very beginning, they were just a bunch of jesters, always performing diligently in Ethan's palm. Rico, among the crowd, also retreated with the extraterrestrial martial artists. His eyes burned with intense anger, and he emitted a ferocious growl. Even now, he still didn't understand. This time, there was no Iman. Why did he still lose? Park Kook-chang and other Han state envoys were filled with terror. No mercy? Great Xia's emperor, how dare you? We are the esteemed people of Han state. Everyone stop. At that moment, Great Xia's king suddenly shouted, Your Majesty in war, envoys should not be harmed. Roman is an envoy of Han state. Jing Ling's indifferent yet deadly voice sounded, Roman? What sort of Roman is this? And who says they are envoys? These people clearly broke into our Great Xia dynasty intending to overthrow it. King, do you want to die too? Seeing Jing Ling's undisguised killing intent, King shivered involuntarily. He had no doubt that if he continued to obstruct, Jing Ling would kill him without hesitation. Immediately, King retreated to the side with a sullen face. Hurry, run. Seeing King step aside, Park Kook-chang abandoned all hope of a miracle. A formidable aura erupted from his body. He turned into a blur, rushing towards the palace door. Boom. But in the next moment, the array protecting the palace descended, directly pinning Park Kook-chang to the ground. A black-armored general stepped forward. Raising his hand, the knife fell. Plop. Park Kook-chang's head hit the ground. His martial Dao spirit, just about to escape, was instantly torn apart by the power of the surrounding array. Then, within the palace hall, a storm of blood and rain ensued. Moments later, all 136 envoys from Han state were slaughtered without any survivors. Marco and Rico's faces turned pale, but those extraterrestrial martial artists wore cold expressions. Han state was merely a tool for them to seize the heavenly secrets realm. After the Han state corpses were cleared away, Jing Ling's even more authoritative voice rang out again. Gentlemen, is there anything else? Yes. Rico's voice came from the communication jade token in his hand. Dare I ask, Piaoyu Sword Saint, did Ethan truly give the heavenly secrets realm to our Great Xia dynasty Wuchang, free of charge? Hearing Rico's voice, Loretta instinctively took several steps back. Then she spoke formally, That shit martial artist, can't you speak normally? Rico. Marco understood Rico's meaning, and repeated what Rico said. Piaoyu Sword Saint, did Ethan truly give the heavenly secrets realm to our Great Xia dynasty free of charge? Loretta nodded. Of course. Marco scoffed. Since the heavenly secrets realm belongs to our Great Xia dynasty, it is our property. But Iman falsely claimed Prime Minister August's words, and seized the slots for heavenly secrets realm for the Xuanhuan Academy. Imperial musician is coming to Great Xia dynasty to expose Iman. What does Piaoyu Sword Saint think about this matter? Loretta. Going around in circles, they ended up right back where they started. Chapter 123. The Liar God, the Battlefield of Slaughter. How should I watch? Of course, I'll be watching while lying down, sitting down and munching on snacks. With Elder Frost and Elder Sword protecting us, even if Iman really fabricated Oryx's orders. So what? The Liar God Rosalie? Our Elder Frost is just rubbing his hands in anticipation, waiting for her to come and start this charade. Loretta sneered. So, how do you venerable elders from the ancient families see it? Just now, weren't you all quoting scriptures and citing ancient text from your family records to prove that the heavenly mystery realm was left behind by some emperor named Nathaniel of the Han Kingdom? Now why are you not speaking up? The martial artists of the ancient families hadn't caught their breath yet when their expressions froze again. Their faces flushed red, and they were frantically scratching at the ground with their toes, wishing they could scratch out a heavenly mystery realm right there. This was way too embarrassing. At this moment, the martial artists of the ancient families wished the matter would end quickly so they could leave this troublesome place. But unfortunately, Rico and Tuesday jumped out to stir things up again. You two could die of frustration, couldn't you? Wait until the Liar God arrives before bringing this up. However, when they looked at Rico, a glint of schadenfreude appeared in their eyes. Fittingly for someone who thrives on chaos. Good at stirring trouble, but incapable of achieving anything useful. The disciples of the Yi family had not been expelled from the Xuanhuan Academy, so this time around, the Yi family wasn't involved in the matter. But Rico stepped forward, representing the Yi family as the direct grandson of the Yi family patriarch, dragging the Yi family into the mix. Well, let it be. The ancient families should be involved together. Suddenly, Joa also spoke up. Saint Sword Drifting Feather is right. Venerable elders of the ancient families, how do you see it? The martial artists of the ancient families wore exceptionally grim expressions, glaring viciously at Tuesday and Rico. Tuesday opened his mouth, but before he could speak, Rico stood up again. We of the ancient families must uphold justice. Iman is despicable, not only impersonating the Baron of the Han Kingdom, stealing the marquis credit, but also fabricating an order from the Chancellor of the Holy Dynasty. Such a shameless person is truly the common enemy of our race. I urge your majesty to deal with this beast as soon as possible, otherwise, when the Nadine Liar descends, even you may not escape blame. The group of ancient family martial artists. Your Yi family is one thing, don't drag us into this. We've already decided not to get involved. Yes. Recalling the information obtained earlier in the Holy Dynasty, Tuesday became resolute. I respectfully ask His Majesty to issue an edict to arrest Iman. Otherwise, if the Nadine of the Holy Dynasty blames us, our great Xia cannot afford the punishment. Joa's expression turned cold, and he said mockingly, Tuesday. Hearing Joa call him by name, Tuesday's expression changed slightly. Just as he was about to speak, Joa interrupted him. Tuesday, I remember you said earlier that you have concrete evidence proving the heavenly mystery realm belongs to the people of Han Kingdom. So, are you deceiving the Emperor? Upon hearing deceiving the Emperor, Tuesday's face turned pale. Killing intent began to color Joa's tone. Seize Tuesday. Who dares? At this moment, the War King and E-King both stood up simultaneously, flanking Tuesday on either side. Many court officials within the palace also stood up. His Majesty, absolutely not. Master Beiyu of Beiyu Palace is the headmaster of the Great Xia Academy, a pillar of the state. At this point, many realized that Zhou was using this opportunity to target dissenters and thoroughly purge the court. If Tuesday fell, next would be E-King, War King, and other conservative ministers. Humph. Gudian sneered. Tuesday has committed the crime of deceiving the emperor, worthy of death. Yes, Tuesday dared to deceive the emperor, attempting to seize the heavenly mystery realm for himself, unpardonable sin. Reformist court officials in the hall also stood up. In an instant, the atmosphere in the hall became tense again. Loretta suppressed her excitement. Fight, fight. This trip indeed didn't go to waste. She could watch this grand drama unfold. No one noticed. A small, delicate spirit device called a Dharma was hidden in her hairpin. Everything happening in this imperial palace hall was being projected to another place. In the Great Xuanhuan Academy, Long Lake Cottage, Iman sat on a little stool, eating snacks while enjoying the scene intently. Ed lay sprawled on the ground, eyes staring blankly at the night sky. He finally understood what he had missed 10 years ago. He actually let a whim and rebellion back then make him refuse his master. No wonder after returning shortly, Augusta broke through immediately and earned the title of Blade God. Most importantly, after today, probably all realms would know about the rebellious period of the Sword God. The boomerang thrown a decade ago slashed heavily across Ed's shoulders now. It only wished he could travel back 10 years and strangle that rebellious version of himself. Suddenly, while sitting beside Iman eating snacks, Augusta's brows slightly furrowed. She abruptly turned her head to look at a certain direction in the night sky. Rosalie has arrived. As she spoke, Augusta already stood up. The vast intent of the blade surged through the void, welcoming the blue figure. Clang. Almost simultaneously, the clear sound of a harp rang out, its whooshing sound waves colliding with the intent of the blade. They then vanished without a trace. Soon after, melodious harp sounds echoed in the sky above the Great Xia capital. Sound waves? A hint of disdain flashed across Augusta's lips. Immediately afterward, her body soared into the air, arriving above the void. The sound of bells resonated throughout heaven and earth. Primal bell. The confrontation between the Blade God and the Liar God was naturally not hidden from those in the palace. Tuesday's eyes lit up. This liar sound, it's Her Highness. The Nadine is here. While speaking, someone had already run out of the hall, lifting their head to gaze at the night sky. Zhong Jing frowned tightly and also stood up, walking outside the hall. At this moment, high in the night sky, two figures in white and blue, equally extraordinary, faced each other. Harp sounds clashed with bell chimes, while the intent of the blade traversed the horizon. Ha 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 ha. Outside the Imperial Hall, Tuesday's excited voice rang out again. Indeed, it's Her Highness. Humph. Amon dared to fake Prime Minister August's order. Her Highness will certainly not let him off. The heavenly mystery realm quota for the Shanha Academy of Great Xia must be returned. Upon these words, several people present changed expression. Zhong Jing, Jeffrey, and others wore exceptionally grim looks, never expecting Rosalie to arrive so quickly. They hadn't had time to devise a strategy. Liar God Rosalie wouldn't care about what Roman or not. Her personal prestige far exceeded even the Roman. Meanwhile, the faces of the ancient family martial artists and other extraterrestrial warriors showed smiles. As long as the Shanha Academy of Great Xia relinquished the quotas, they could enter the heavenly mystery realm. Just in the next instant, however, a bright red flower slowly blossomed in the night sky, a burial flower for gods. A light purple figure walked out from the flower stigma. Fragrance God Brianna. Everyone was stunned. Blade God Augusta. Fragrance God Brianna. Liar God Rosalie. The top 3 beauties on the list of beauties from all realms were all appearing in the Great Xia Dynasty at once. This was the first time ever the top 3 beauties had appeared together. In the next instant, 3 figures intertwined in midair and started fighting directly. In Long Lake Cottage, Iman couldn't help but cover his face with both hands. Why did they start fighting immediately upon meeting? Seeing Iman's expression, Sky quickly consoled him. Nephew, don't worry. With Fragrance God and my master here, Liar God won't do anything to you. Ed shrugged. Your nephew, my master, just doesn't want to witness this battle royale, or meet the princess who actually acted on the desecration of ancestors. Her Highness, don't panic, I will assist you. At this moment, Tuesday's voice, raised deliberately, echoed through the heavens. He rose into the air, ready to join the fray. Scram, scram, scram. Almost simultaneously, 3 different voices shouting scram merged in the void, becoming one. Then, a huge finger, a huge palm, and a huge fist descended from the void and simultaneously struck Tuesday. Bang! Tuesday's body exploded in midair, like a brilliant fireworks display. Chapter 124, 3 tender cabbage plants. Marco's body exploded. His flesh and blood scattered through the air. In the next instant, those pieces of flesh rapidly converged, reconstituting Marco's body once again as it landed messily within the Imperial Palace grounds. Marco knelt on the ground, panting heavily, his eyes brimming with fear. He was a powerhouse at the peak of the flesh manifestation stage, but in that brief moment just now, he had truly felt death looming over him. Many thanks to Nadine for saving me just now. If not for Nadine's timely intervention, I would have already died under the combined attack of Maureen and Sharon. Marco's voice trembled. However, just as Marco finished speaking, boom, a thunderous roar came from above the high heavens. A gigantic fist descended from the sky, crashing heavily onto Marco's body. The fist dissipated. Marco's body had been flattened into a meat patty, tightly adhered to the palace floor tiles. Should you dare to misinterpret this again, I will kill you. Rosalie's voice was crisp and pleasant to hear, but it carried an unparalleled dignity. Marco, now flattened. At this moment, everyone in the palace, be it Joa and others, or the extraterrestrial warriors, looked at Marco with sympathetic eyes. The three greats, Maureen, Sharon, and Gale, appeared together for the first time. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that up in the high heavens, those three extraordinary deified women did not truly fight. They were merely testing each other. Why did you? An old man who has lived who knows how long, but in, and at this moment, above the void, Augusta, Carissa, and Rosalie had ceased their fighting. However, the auras around them began to escalate dramatically. Their energies intertwined, growing more confrontational. Down below, Rico raised his head, looking up at the three peerlessly beautiful women under the night sky with an infatuated expression. Although their bodies were shrouded in a thin mist that obscured their true appearances, Rico's eyes still flashed with intense lust. In a voice only he could hear, he muttered, "Such women should belong to me. What are Layla, Clara, and that xuanhuan, simply inferior and unsightly? Humph. But now that I have inherited the Divine King's legacy, becoming a deity is only a matter of time. At that time, I will definitely bring these three peerless beauties into my chambers." Rico clenched his fists, his eyes full of obsession. But just in the next instant, PFFF, boom, splashing sound. Suddenly, a loud gurgling sound erupted from the communication jade talisman in his hand. At the same time, a faint beam of light silently seeped out of the jade, converging at Rico's rear end, turning into a haze of yellowish-gray light. Rico's body froze instantly. What was going on here? Why did his communication jade talisman keep emitting such strange noises one after another? His rear passage was clearly sealed by a divine artifact. Even if there were any waste, it couldn't possibly make a sound. The surrounding martial artists turned to look. When they saw Rico, their expressions immediately changed drastically. This guy, sprayed again. All present recalled the terror of being dominated by Sherdongbafong and Wancher Guizong. Though not everyone had been to Holy Hill, images of Rico's rampant actions there had long been spread throughout all realms via communication jade talismans. The Yi family had already given up completely. Originally, they intended to use spirit stones to bribe the inter-realm communication service to prevent those images from spreading online. Who knew? Rico argued rationally, using those spirit stones to redeem Bohan from Linglong Pavilion instead. Since then, the spread of those images had become uncontrollable. Up in the high heavens, upon hearing that familiar abnormal noise from below, Augusta and Carissa also turned pale. Augusta hurriedly said, "There's a shit martial artist down there today. Rosalie, let's settle our grievances later. I bid farewell." As she spoke, Augusta turned and left, seemingly fleeing in panic. Carissa quickly added, I also take my leave." Last time, her vast desolation prison Skyfinger failed to harm Rico. Now, hearing Rico's gurgling sounds again made her feel a little intimidated. Seeing that gray-yellow light mist behind Rico, Carissa felt uneasy. She promptly followed Augusta's departure. Only Rosalie remained, standing alone in midair, looking lost and unsure. Driven by curiosity, she too had watched those videos. Especially the final scene where Rico rode 9 large dogs into the Xuanhuan family stronghold, flooding the small valley entirely and putting the Xuanhuan family's martial artists through a **T test. Rosalie didn't know how vast the area of her psychological shadow was. Wait for me. The next moment, coming back to her senses, Rosalie's figure darted forward, turning into a pale blue streak of light. She followed Augusta and Carissa and went to Dasha Mountain and River Academy. And below in the Imperial Palace, it was already in utter chaos. Everyone was fleeing in all directions, afraid of being tainted by Rico. "Your Majesty, formation. Gudian chased after Joa while shouting madly. Ah yes, the formation. Joa came back to his senses too, and immediately he spurred on the seal in his hand, yelling at the same time, "Feces martial artist, get out of my Imperial Palace." Rumble. With a deafening roar, Rico's body was blasted flying out directly. Everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. At Long Lake Compound, a cold gleam flashed across Iman's eyes. That damned feces martial artist actually dared to have designs on my apprentices? Little Lord can't kill you right now, but I'll make sure you are thoroughly socially dead. As long as Rico's communication jade talisman connected to the spirit network, Iman, the founder of this network, could control Rico's jade talisman at any time, monitoring everything about Rico. Just now, Iman had heard every word Rico muttered to himself. Those 3 water-laden, innocent-looking tender cabbages he had pampered, usually taking them along during missions, guiding them personally through system tasks. They were his obedient apprentices he worked hard to cultivate. What was that Rico, and who did he think he was to even think about his cabbage? At this moment, Iman felt that his previous methods of dealing with Rico had been too gentle. But just then, Iman's expression froze slightly. Oh no, the little cabbages have come. Then he suddenly stood up, practically running back to his room in haste. He slammed the door shut. Sky scratched her head. What little cabbages? Ed. The 3 little sisters are the little cabbages. Then what am I? A big radish? Though she didn't know when Carissa and Rosalie joined the sect. Judging by age, Carissa and Rosalie were indeed junior sisters. What little cabbages? Where is little Lynn? Augusta and Carissa descended from the sky, but saw no sign of Iman, feeling somewhat disappointed. Ed shook his head. Master Lin has gone to sleep. He said he wants to eat little cabbages tomorrow. Augusta responded with an "oh," and said, "I'll take care of it." Just then, Rosalie also arrived at Long Lake Compound. Ed hurriedly got up and greeted her. 14 provinces. Ed pays respects to Her Highness. Rosalie was startled and quickly returned the greeting. She hadn't expected Ed to be here as well. So, you know my master's whereabouts? A glint of joy flickered in Rosalie's eyes as she looked at Ed expectantly. Ed opened his mouth but didn't know where to start. You? Our master was scared by you and fled back to his room. By the way, this junior sister Qinshan, deity of music, is quite fierce, nearly pushing down master and devouring him whole. Augusta raised an eyebrow, half smiling. Looking for your master? Didn't you come here to expose frauds? Rosalie snorted. Only a fool like Blue would not recognize their own master's voice. Blue, who was just outside the door, intending to knock and meet Rosalie, upon hearing this, immediately stiffened and then quietly slipped away. Chapter 125. Master, who is handsomer between you and you? Dawn was breaking. Deep within the Daxia Academy, it remained brilliantly lit. The senior figures of Daxia Academy, the elders from the ancient families, and several martial artists from the Han Kingdom who were spared from the disaster and remained at Daxia Academy had gathered together, discussing through the entire night. They finally decided that the high-ranking officials of Daxia Academy would go to the Rivers and Mountains Academy of Daxia to meet with the Qin Sun, Qin God. They hoped the Qin God would uphold justice and reclaim the qualification for Heavenly Secrets realm, though last night's events ended in utter failure, and an embarrassing spectacle made the already damaged reputation of the ancient families even worse, especially for the Guihai family. Their ancestor was seen enjoying a drinking session with a ghost, but concerning the Heavenly Secrets realm, neither the Daxia Academy nor the ancient families were willing to give up. Though this realm was created by Ethan after killing celestial deities, these people weren't Ethan. The allure of the Heavenly Secrets realm and the inheritance of celestial deities was immense for the ancient families. Ethan had already given the Heavenly Secrets realm to the Daxia Dynasty. As part of the Daxia Dynasty, Daxia Academy must secure its share of the quota. As for Ethan, after one night, Ethan had indeed become the undisputed strongest being across all realms. Even these ancient families had become utterly submissive, no longer daring to provoke the 14 provinces. Rico, standing behind Jeremy, hesitantly asked, "Will the Qin God really uphold justice for us?" Upon hearing Rico's words, everyone present couldn't help but twitch their eyes. Last night, because of Rico's sudden outburst, the Qin God was frightened away. Otherwise, matters might have already been resolved. However, what was Marco thinking, bringing this troublesome martial artist into Daxia Academy? Now, the morale within Daxia Academy was low, and many people's hearts were already elsewhere, specifically at the neighboring Rivers and Mountains Academy. Marco naturally had his considerations. Rico was a powerful weapon. Once unleashed, unexpected results could be achieved. Even the likes of the Blade God, Fragrance God, and Qin God had to steer clear when he burst forth. Furthermore, behind Rico stood the ancient Yi family. Maintaining Rico did not require much spirit stone expenditure, but if Rico were to leave for another force, turning his back on them, directing his power towards Daxia Academy, even Marco would be left without a place to cry. Calmly looked at Rico, nodding slightly. That Amon dared to falsely convey Prime Minister August's orders, which is a capital offense by itself. According to reliable intelligence, the Qin God and the Blade God are enemies. With the Blade God protecting Amon, the Qin God will certainly not let it go easily. Rico breathed a sigh of relief. Yet when he heard that the Blade God was protecting Amon, envy and jealousy filled his heart. Why? Why should the Blade God protect Amon? When I become a god, I will take away the Blade God, as well as the Fragrance God and the Qin God. Calmly then turned to Jeremy. If the Qin God does not uphold justice for Daxia Academy, then we ask Senior Ace to intervene, requesting an audience with Emperor Shang and Prime Minister August. Jeremy, a rare alchemy grandmaster among humans, had extensive connections. With him leading the way, they would certainly meet the human race's holy emperor, and perhaps even find Prime Minister August, who had been missing for 3 years. Sitting in a wheelchair, Jeremy's voice remained high-pitched. Rest assured. If the Qin God cannot resolve this matter, this old man will take action personally. Dawn has broken. We cannot delay any longer. Let's head to Rivers and Mountains Academy and meet with the Qin God. Rosalie was a disciple of Auric, thus also belonged to the Rivers and Mountains Academy. Coming to Daxia, she naturally resided there. Daxia Academy was now at a critical juncture of life and death. If they failed to secure the Heavenly Secrets realm quota, then from this point forward, Daxia Academy would exist in name only, eventually being completely absorbed by the Rivers and Mountains Academy. Currently, Marco, Jeremy, Youssef, and other high-ranking officials of Daxia Academy set off for Rivers and Mountains Academy. Dragon Lake Manor. Elizabeth and Jean, 2 Divine Empress maidservants, were busy at the outdoor stove. Iman sat in a chair, half asleep, watching the 3 little white cabbages in the courtyard, dazed. Meeting Rosalie again after 3 years still left Iman feeling somewhat uneasy. Back then, he nearly succeeded in becoming her master, leaving no trace of anything else. But he shouldn't reveal himself in front of Rosalie. The divine artifact xuanhuan had fully merged into Iman's body, masking the aura of his disguises. Having concealed his identity even in front of Suellen and Brianna, Iman now had some confidence in himself. He believed that even if the Empress of 9 Heavens appeared before him, he could hide his disguise. At this moment, Rosalie hadn't noticed Iman's presence. All her attention was focused on Suellen. Suellen had already resumed her cold demeanor, also staring at Rosalie coldly. The air seemed to explode with a small burst as their gazes met. Enemies should seek reconciliation rather than enmity. What happened between you two that made you enemies? Why don't you tell us? Maybe we can solve the problem. Brianna stood between them, looking puzzled. She thought it was because Suellen's straightforward nature caused her to say something inappropriate. In such cases, things could be solved by just speaking openly. Suellen snorted. She said my master isn't as handsome as her master. Ed. Isn't your master and her master the same person? Ed sneaked a look at Amon. Master, who is handsomer between you and you? Amon pretended not to see and simply laid his head on the table. No one knew if he was asleep or hiding like an ostrich. Brianna widened her eyes in disbelief. Just because of this little thing, you two became enemies? Rosalie snorted. Your master isn't as handsome as mine. Brianna. Speak clearly. My master Arnigen is the most handsome man among all beings. How could he not be as handsome as yours? Xuanhuan laughed coldly from the side. You are worried too, Brianna. Although, my master, Arnigen, is indeed recognized by our 3,000 guests as the most handsome man among all beings. In the next moment, all three looked at each other, seeing the murderous intent in each other's eyes. Ed ran to Iman's side, somehow getting a bag of sunflower seeds, cracking them while watching the drama unfold. Aren't both your masters the same? And Sky and Brooklyn shrunk into the corner like two quails. These three renowned figures from all realms would become rivals just over whose master was handsomer. But at this moment, Jean brought a tray to the table. The tofu pudding is ready. Do you want it sweet or savory? Xuanhuan, savory. Must be savory. Brianna, such fragrant and smooth food should be sweet. In the next moment, their gazes once again turned to Rosalie. Tofu pudding? Rosalie looked into the bowl, seeing the strange, white, smooth, soft food emitting a rich bean fragrance, and subconsciously said, this is tofu pudding? It should be paired with red peppers for a spicy flavor. Heresy. Xuanhuan and Brianna said simultaneously. Rosalie hummed, you are the heretics. Elizabeth placed the red chili peppers on the table. 3 young lords, let's eat first. Rosalie was confused. Young lords? Elizabeth smiled without answering. Judging by the guilty expression of that little ancestor, this equally brilliant and godlike Qin deity must also be his disciple. Rosalie didn't pursue it further and sat down. Iman happened to lift his head at that moment, their eyes meeting instantly. Rosalie felt her heart miss a beat, instinctively saying, little brother, have we met before? Iman. Little brother, what kind of nonsense is this? Xuanhuan sat beside Iman quite naturally, lifting her chin slightly. Roman, you don't recognize him? Rosalie suddenly understood. This was the Roman who conquered the Tower of Heaven a year ago. But Rosalie still felt something was off. However, in the next moment, Rosalie widened her eyes in bewilderment. What are you doing? She saw Xuanhuan naturally pulling the boy's left hand, placing it in her palm, and gently kneading it. What is going on here? Chapter 126. While they're all here, let's hurry and raid their base. Edmund didn't even raise an eyebrow at Rosalie's stunned gaze. Xiao Fenwick's hands are warm. I'm warming my hands. As she spoke, she placed her other hand in Iman's palm. Iman felt a bit of a headache. He wanted to pull his hand back but found that Edmund's 2 delicate little hands were indeed exceptionally cold, like 2 pieces of premium ice jade radiating bone-chilling coldness. Iman's brow faintly furrowed. Rosalie shifted her gaze and snorted. In broad daylight, you're grabbing onto men. How utterly shameless. She and Edmund were archenemies who had clashed countless times. But at this moment, even Rosalie herself didn't notice that her tone was somewhat sour. Edmund snorted without retorting. Suddenly, Carissa also approached. Xiao Fenwick's hands are really warm? Let me try too. Without waiting for a reply, she eagerly grabbed Iman's other hand and held it in hers. Indeed very warm. Carissa couldn't help but close her eyes slightly, feeling as though a long-held wish had finally come true. She glanced at Edmund in surprise. Edmund pouted, clearly displeased. Rosalie stared blankly at the 2 women across from her, renowned alongside herself throughout all realms. These 2, what have they been drunk on? Early in the morning, they're already fawning over the same man, subtly vying for attention. However, why do I feel an urge to join them? But at this moment, Iman only felt a chill run through him. It felt like his facade was being peeled off. The confidence he had just established now wavered. The disguise shouldn't fall apart, should it? Otherwise, these 2 would never dare be so brazen in front of him. Iman said with some helplessness, how am I supposed to eat with both of you like this? Rosalie. You're thinking about eating while being served by 2 peerless beauties. I'll feed you. Edmund held Iman's left hand and raised a spoon, bringing the savory tofu pudding to Iman's lips. Seeing this, Carissa hurriedly presented the sweet tofu pudding before Iman. Come on, Xiao Fenwick, try the sweet tofu pudding. It's absolutely better than the savory one. Edmund glared fiercely at Carissa. Xiao Fenwick doesn't like sweets. Carissa huffed, not to be outdone. You won't know until you try. Instantly, their gazes collided in the air. The atmosphere at the table grew tense. Iman. Rosalie. One sword shrank his head, quietly picked up his soy milk and fried dough sticks, and fled the dining table. TSK, if these 2 disciples, who aspire to become masters, knew the boy before them was their master, wouldn't that be something? I'd love to see these 2 disciples publicly humiliate themselves. Iman, it's bad news. At this moment, the courtyard gate of Longhu Pavilion was suddenly crashed open. Blue rushed in hastily, but upon seeing the scene at the table, he instantly froze. What the hell is going on here? Dagger God and Fragrance God, these 2 big shots, are actually holding Iman's hands? In their current posture, it seems like they're competing to feed Iman. Blue's eyes widened, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Rosalie looked at Blue, sternly stating, you're no spring chicken, and you're acting so rashly. What kind of behavior is this? Blue's body stiffened again as he noticed Rosalie sitting on the other side. What's going on here? My senior sister is actually still here? Blue couldn't help but want to scratch his head. He stammered, say, senior sister, you are still here? Rosalie snorted. Or what? What bad news did you just mention? Iman gently tried to pull his hands back, but he found that the 2 mischievous disciples gripped tighter than ever. Ultimately, he could only ask helplessly, what exactly happened? Upon seeing Blue's sudden arrival, Edmund and Carissa retracted the tofu pudding they were about to feed Iman. Blue cautiously glanced at Rosalie. Just Tuesday, along with people from Daxia Academy, are already at the mountain gate, asking for my senior sister to arbitrate for them. Initially, Blue thought the sky was falling. After all, last night, Rosalie almost fought with Edmund and Carissa. It was possible that Rosalie might make things difficult for Iman, but he never expected his senior sister to have spent the night here. Not only did everything go peacefully, but she was also having breakfast with Iman and the others. Rosalie narrowed her eyes. Let this palace arbitrate for them? Blue opened his mouth, about to say something. Suddenly, he recalled Rosalie's words from last night. Only a fool like Blue wouldn't recognize the voice of their master. So, her senior sister wasn't here to cause trouble. She was looking for their master. Blue didn't utter a word. Rosalie's bright red lips curled slightly. Let them come, and I will arbitrate for them thoroughly. Her tone was filled with sarcasm. Last night, Rosalie watched the entire process unfold. Tuesday, the leader of Daxia Academy of the Human Race actually conspired with Han Country and extraterrestrial martial artists, intending to seize the heavenly secrets realm belonging to Huaxia. Now they had the audacity to ask her to mediate? No wonder Master decided to revoke Daxia Academy's qualification for the heavenly secrets realm. If resources weren't reclaimed, it would probably breed many ingrates. Blue stammered. Let them come here? Rosalie huffed. Come here? Do they even deserve that? Let them wait outside the entrance of xuanhuan Academy. I'll deal with them after I finish breakfast. As she spoke, Rosalie lowered her head and put some chili into her tofu pudding. She tasted it lightly, finding it indeed delicious. Forget sweet or salty. Such food should be spicy. Rosalie raised her head again and looked at Iman across the table. For some inexplicable reason, seeing Iman clearly made her inexplicably want to get closer to the youth. He must have seen my master. Perhaps through Iman, I can find my master. After pondering for a moment, Rosalie hesitated and said, Young Master Lin, how about you try the spicy one? Iman. Edmund and Carissa shot murderous glances at Rosalie. Rosalie mumbled, I was just saying. Blue twitched at the corner of his eye. This must be a dream. For an instant, he had the illusion that Rosalie was going to feed Iman. As a princess of the Holy Dynasty and the revered music goddess, how could she do such a thing? Iman, I'm leaving first. Saying this, Blue turned around and fled. At the entrance of xuanhuan Academy in Daxia, Tuesday, Yusef, Harvian, and Jeremy led all the top officials of Daxia Academy. Behind them were many martial artists and citizens of the capital city, creating quite a formidable presence. Please wait a moment. My senior sister is having breakfast. Blue's voice came from inside the academy gate, but the gate remained tightly shut. The faces of the Daxia Academy group darkened to the extreme. They arrived in such a grand manner, only to receive a closed door. Jeremy's face turned grim, almost fuming with rage. Very well, Blue. I will remember this. I personally came to xuanhuan Academy, and ended up being locked out. Sage Country bullied me, and when I returned to Daxia, you people still bully me. Do you think I'm just clay? At this moment, Blue said to Raphael, let's go through the back door to Daxia Academy and bring the disciples back. Raphael stared with wide eyes. What did you say? Blue explained matter-of-factly, since they're all here, let's hurry and raid their base. The disciples of Daxia Academy are the future pillars of Daxia. We should bring them to xuanhuan Academy before they are corrupted. Except Rico. Chapter 127. Look at Iman. He's the real one to steal the home. Acton's eyes lit up more and more as he heard this. That's right. Why didn't I think of it? Come on, let's go steal the home. Immediately, the two old men left Daxia xuanhuan Academy in high spirits. They galloped wildly toward Daxia xuegong like two runaway wild horses. Had it not been for Marco personally restraining the disciples, they would have left Daxia xuegong long ago and reported to their xuanhuan Academy. Just as the two arrived at the gate of Daxia xuegong, they saw a familiar figure lurking around suspiciously. Iman? Roman? Blue and Acton were both astonished. Why are you here? Upon seeing the two arrive, Iman's eyes gleamed with confidence. He declared, naturally, to steal the home. Then, with a look of indignation, he continued, Marco, that old scoundrel has gone too far. He actually activated an array formation to forcibly detain our xuanhuan Academy students in Daxia xuegong. How can this be tolerated? Acton. Blue nodded earnestly, right? Now all those inside Daxia xuegong are our Daxia xuanhuan Academy disciples. We're here to rescue them from their plight. Acton. Why hadn't he realized before how shameless his own dean was? To come and steal their disciples, and still speak so boldly. Cough. Dean. Roman. Taking well, welcoming back the disciples might not be so easy. Acton's expression turned serious. The Sky-class Superb Earth Euro array protecting Daxia xuegong is already activated. Our plan might not be as easy as it seems. At this moment, Daxia xuegong was enveloped by a yellowish light barrier, precisely from the Sky-class Superb Earth Euro array. Blue frowned slightly, his face turning serious. That rascal Marco even kept this move in reserve. Running a Sky-class Superb array cost a fortune every breath. Even when leaving Daxia xuegong, Marco didn't forget to burn money activating arrays. Who was he trying to guard against? Iman remained calm. Leave it to me. Blue was stunned. Leave it to him? Acton instinctively responded. This is a Sky-class Superb array. Can you handle it? Iman nodded. No problem. I've studied some array formations. I should be fine. As he spoke, a ray of light flickered at his fingertip, which then tapped on the light barrier before him. Instantly, 108 faint ripples spread out slowly on the yellowish barrier. In one area, they started to oscillate repeatedly. Blue's eyes widened in disbelief. Array patterns? He could clearly see that the 108 shallow ripples were indeed 108 intersecting array patterns. Under the influence of these 108 patterns, the barrier of the Sky-class Superb Earth Euro array began to tremble slightly. Soon, a large opening appeared, big enough for a person to pass through. Acton stood there dumbfounded. It can be done this way? The Earth Euro array wasn't broken but still operated normally. Only a hole had been opened in the barrier. Iman nodded. Sure thing, let's go in. Saying that, he stepped into the formation. Acton nudged Blue with his shoulder, and said in a baffled tone, such a skill, unheard of. At least it's the caliber of an array grandmaster, isn't it? Were you planning to take such a world-renowned talent as your disciple? Blue. He felt like crawling into a crack in the ground. Blue gritted his teeth. Keep this between us. Absolutely don't leak it out. He didn't know if this skill was indeed what an array grandmaster possessed. But if other array masters knew that Amon, at such a young age, had such profound knowledge, those prestigious array academies across the universe would surely come to snatch him away from Xuanhuan Academy. Humph. Roman can only belong to our Xuanhuan Academy. Acton nodded earnestly. Then his shoulder was hit hard by Blue, who asked in a surprised tone, "You dare laugh at me? Didn't you also want to compete with the sword deity for a disciple?" Acton. If only there were a crack to hide in. At that moment, Amon's voice came again. "What are you two standing around for? Get in here." Hearing this, Blue and Acton hurriedly followed in. "Oh right, Amon. Where are my senior sisters?" Blue's voice sounded somewhat nervous. Clearly, he didn't quite want to meet his illustrious senior sister. Amon's voice was also somewhat unnatural. "They are at Xuanhuan Academy, holding back those people from Marco." It was inevitable that the plan couldn't remain secret. But if Rosalie, Augusta, and Carissa were all present at Xuanhuan Academy simultaneously, even if Marco and his group detected the disturbance here at xuanhuan, they would have to stay put at Xuanhuan Academy. Amon said again, "You two go ahead and gather the people. Except for Rico, take everyone. Students, mentors, or elders." Blue nodded. He thought the same thing. Acton hurriedly asked, "Where are you going?" Amon couldn't help rubbing his hands together, a look of excitement on his face. "Of course, I'm going to check out the treasure vault at xuanhuan." xuanhuan had nearly 10,000 years of heritage. Who knew how many treasures it held? As he spoke, Amon strode off briskly and soon vanished from sight. Blue and Acton exchanged glances and understood each other's thoughts. Innocent. These two old fellows were truly naive. They only came to steal disciples. Look at Amon. He was here to truly steal the home. Blue chuckled. "This time, let's make sure that old Marco loses both wealth and people." xuanhuan had 3 treasures: the treasure vault, the scripture library, and the trial illusion realm. With nearly 10,000 years of accumulation, even though Iman's Qianxian space contained countless treasures, nobody ever complained about having too many treasures. Moreover, many chose xuanhuan over Xuanhuan Academy precisely because of these 3 treasures. This time, Iman aimed to cut off the roots of xuanhuan. Without these 3 treasures, who would come to xuanhuan in the future? Iman first arrived at the treasure vault, a towering 17-story building with a massive gate. Who dares to intrude on this sacred ground without permission? In an instant, a hoarse voice echoed. This was the great elder guarding the treasure vault, a former prince of the Holy Dynasty and a peak Tianxiang realm powerhouse, named Gorin. Currently, xuanhuan was closed, and no disciple could move around freely. Anyone coming to the vault at this moment must not be a disciple of xuanhuan. Gorin had to be cautious. This Gorin, although not a good person, fought to the death in the original plot, sacrificing himself for the country. No, Gorin is not a good person because he dislikes Rico and makes things difficult for him. So, he must be a good guy. Iman intentionally leaked his aura to be discovered by the other party. In the next moment, Gorin's slightly hunched figure appeared before Iman. "You are." Before Gorin could finish speaking, he smelled a peculiar fragrance that entered his nostrils. Then, he felt a sudden weakness all over and collapsed on the ground. Gorin stared blankly at Iman with wide eyes. Iman didn't say anything but waved his hand. "Wish." The old prince's body flew out and gently landed in front of Blue and Acton. "Take this old treasure away." Blue. Acton. Iman had already activated the divine artifact Qianxian in his left palm. "Take it." Rumble. With a rumbling sound, the huge tower and its protective array were uprooted and absorbed into the Qianxian space. At this moment, everyone inside xuanhuan looked in shock toward the direction of the treasure vault. Such a massive treasure vault had just disappeared. Right then, Blue's voice rang out. "I am Blue, Dean of Xuanhuan Academy. Will you come with me to Xuanhuan Academy?" Before the xuanhuan disciples could react to what happened, another earth-shaking tremor occurred within the academy. Then, the towering 18-story scripture library, more prominent than the treasure vault, vanished as well. Blue. Acton. Everyone. Chapter 128. To practice the mystic art, one must first castrate oneself. A tumult erupted within the entirety of the Great Xia Academy. Everyone stared dumbfounded in the direction of where the Sutra Pavilion and Treasure Repository stood. 2 such monumental buildings, simply gone? Blue and Acton had initially intended to wax eloquent and persuade the disciples of the Great Xia Academy to join them for the Xuanhuan Academy. But now, they too were thoroughly stunned by what Iman had done. Moreover, at their feet lay an equally bewildered Gorin. No, this Gorin was a peak celestial phase powerhouse, on par with Acton. How did Iman manage to directly toss this old prince over here, saying he's some old treasure and telling them to carry him back? After taking away the Sutra Pavilion and Treasure Repository, Iman quietly came to the exterior of the Trial Illusion. Unlike the towering and conspicuous Treasure Repository and Sutra Pavilion, the Trial Illusion was just an ancient thatched cottage, yet it contained profound secrets, holding a virtually real illusory world. This place was Iman's main objective for his visit. The Sutra Pavilion and Treasure Repository of the Great Xia Academy were built later. As for this Trial Illusion, it was the foundation upon which the Great Xia Academy was established. The entire Great Xia Academy was built around this Trial Illusion, and this location of the Trial Illusion was the place of fortune for the Son of Destiny. In the original storyline, Rico gained entry into the Trial Illusion after joining the Great Xia Academy. His first entry allowed him to comprehend a divine-level great mystic art, 10-phased heavenly kingdom. This mystic art could cultivate 10 primordial heavenly realms within the body, capable of accommodating and refining the 10 fundamental forces of the universe. In critical moments, it could unleash tenfold combat power. Thanks to 10-phased heavenly kingdom, Rico's strength skyrocketed qualitatively. Now that Amon was here, he would not allow Rico to obtain this mystic art. This trial illusion was, in fact, a divine-level illusion array. Hidden within was the inheritance of a fallen ethereal god. 10-phased heavenly kingdom was precisely the life-bound mystic art created by that ethereal god. Unfortunately, that brilliant ethereal god, who held boundless potential, died here before ascending to the divine realm, leaving his mystic arts within the illusion array. For millennia, no one in the Great Xia Academy discovered the truth about this trial illusion. However, for Iman, capturing a divine-level illusion array wasn't particularly difficult. With a flick of his hand, a furnace radiating pale gold with blazing firelight flew out. The 8-trigram furnace. In the next moment, the 8-trigram furnace emitted a terrifying suction force. The thatched cottage before him offered almost no resistance as it was uprooted from the ground and sucked into the furnace, rumbling. With the disappearance of the trial illusion, the entire Great Xia Academy began to tremble. Even the nearby capital city of Great Xia and the Great Xuanhuan Academy south of the capital shook along. At the same time, at the entrance of the Great Xuanhuan Academy, Tuesday, Jeremy, Yusef, and others' faces changed dramatically. They could clearly tell that this intense vibration originated from the Great Xia Academy. What's going on? Tuesday hastily took out his communication jade token, wanting to check if he missed any messages. But his jade token remained eerily silent, showing no signs of any message. However, the violent trembling from the direction of the Great Xia Academy continued. Thunderous rumbles kept coming through. Even the ground beneath their feet was shaking violently, as if experiencing an earthquake. Tuesday clenched his teeth. Back to the academy. Just as he finished speaking, boom, the previously tightly shut gate suddenly opened. An unremarkable-looking maid walked out with a broom in her hand. The Nadine summons you inside. Her tone was cold, devoid of emotion. Tuesday's expression froze. Nadine Qingshan summoned them at this very moment? Coincidence, or... Tuesday clenched his teeth. He bowed humbly towards the maid and said in a low voice, "Please inform the princess that we have other matters." Jane remained cold. "You are free to leave, but you needn't come again." Saying this, she turned and returned inside. Tuesday opened his mouth to speak. Jeremy whispered, "The academy is protected by the Earth Yuan 2 array, so nothing serious should happen. We need to focus on securing our spot in the heavenly secret realm. Rico is still inside the academy. If something really happens, he will notify us in time." Rico hadn't come along initially, or rather, he was sent back halfway through the journey. Last night, Nadine Qingshan was scared off by Rico. If the princess encounters Rico again and recalls the unpleasantness from last night, the matters concerning the heavenly secret realm might fall through once more. Tuesday also thought of Rico and felt reassured. This is a formidable trump card. When necessary, unleash the ultimate move. Sherdong Bafong, Wanshirgui Zong, even divine sense realm powerhouses would have to flee in panic. With Rico guarding the Great Xia Academy, Tuesday felt completely at ease. Thus, he stepped into the gate of Shanha Academy without any burden on his mind. At this moment, Amon looked at the flatland left after the trial illusion's disappearance. This trial illusion is also Rico's destiny. After I take it away, if I don't compensate him, that damned plot will surely send some other treasures to Rico. Hey, I happen to have a divine-level mystic art. Let's give it to Rico. Iman flipped his hand, and a radiant, ancient-looking jade slip appeared in his palm. The Sunflower Manual. First chapter, first paragraph. To practice this mystic art, one must first castrate oneself. Upon mastery, eternal life can be achieved. Rico, you dare to think about my little bok choy, little master will make you no longer a man. A wicked smile spread across Iman's face. Although many realms have supreme treasures capable of restoring the flesh, once Rico practices this mystic art, even as a divine emperor, he won't be able to restore himself. Then, with a perverse touch, Iman added another section at the beginning of the second chapter. No need for castration. Success is still possible. A man should remain intact. Iman sealed this section with a special restriction. It would only appear after castration when incomplete. Iman flicked his finger and placed the ancient-looking jade slip on the site where the trial illusion once stood. In reality, this Sunflower Manual is just an ordinary ethereal god-level mystic art. However, after Iman's modifications and disguises, it appears even more powerful than the Black Mystery Scripture Rico previously obtained. Iman didn't believe Rico could resist practicing it after comparing it to the Black Mystery Scripture. At this moment, though the trial illusion was gone, this place was still where Rico's destiny lies. As long as the Sun of Fortune's luck remains, all treasures appearing here will eventually end up in Rico's hands. After completing everything, Iman vanished in a flash. Not long after Iman left, Rico appeared beside the ruins of the trial illusion. Facing the empty white space, he was instantly at a loss. Last night, he had already received the qualification to enter the trial illusion. If nothing unusual happened, Tuesday would specially activate the trial illusion for him upon return. But now, such a huge trial illusion was actually gone. Just as Rico was at a loss, a sudden tremor occurred between his brows. What's that? Instinctively, Rico moved to the center of the vacant lot. He saw a jade slip half buried in the soil, looking ancient and mysterious. Is this a mystic art jade slip? It was always pressed under the trial illusion. Now that it's gone, it has revealed itself. Rico picked up the jade slip and delved his mental energy into it. In the next moment, Rico's expression froze. His lips quivered, muttering inwardly. To practice the mystic art, one must first castrate oneself. Mastery leads to eternal life? Chapter 129. No need to castrate oneself for success? Rico's mind was buzzing. He stared at the content in the jade slip, his breathing becoming heavier. Achieving great success in this divine ability, one could gain immortality. These 8 words filled Rico's head right now. Immortality? According to the records in the Black Secret Canon, even the strongest in the legendary 3 realms and 6 paths the supreme god emperor of all universes, could not achieve immortality. But mastering this divine ability would grant immortality? 超越神帝. Stay calm. I need to stay calm. Rico shakily put away the jade slip into his bosom. To practice this divine ability, one must first castrate oneself. Yes, self-castration is a must. Rico muttered in his heart while walking unsteadily back. Go back and do it immediately. Castrate myself? Wait, castrate? In the next moment, Rico's mind suddenly became clear. Castrate? Become a eunuch? Instantly cold sweat seeped out on his forehead. Almost, he was about to castrate himself because of a mysterious origin divine ability? No way. I still have plans for housing the blade god, incense god, and loot god. Absolutely can't castrate myself. But what if this sunflower manual is real? If I really become immortal? Thinking of this, Rico's heart began pounding again. At this moment, his thoughts ran astray again. He hugged the jade slip and staggered back to his living quarters without caring about what happened inside the Great Xia Academy. The Black Secret Cannon. My Black Secret Cannon is a God-King level cultivation method. If this sunflower manual can surpass the Black Secret Cannon, then the sunflower manual is truly real. Rico sat cross-legged on the cushion, took out the Black Secret Cannon, and placed it side by side with the sunflower manual. Boom. In the next instant, a faint golden light exploded from the jade slip carrying the sunflower manual. It sent the Black Secret Cannon flying. It seemed like this God-King level cultivation method did not even qualify to stand beside the sunflower manual. Woof woof woof. Huge surprise flooded into his mind. Rico couldn't help but let out excited barks. This divine ability was absolutely real. The God-King level, Black Secret Cannon, didn't even have the qualification to be mentioned alongside it. Immediately, Rico gritted his teeth. A few inches. For immortality. So be it then. Moreover, he had regenerative elixirs that could regrow lost limbs. He had room for regret. However, Rico didn't act rashly. He first tried cultivating the content of the sunflower manual. Instantly, black true essence energy circulated within him. An overpowering, cool, and lethal aura surged out of his body. Indeed, a divine level ability. Ouch. In the next instant, Rico felt his energy stagnating all over. He suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. The nearly formed image of the divine ability instantly vanished. Do I really need to castrate myself? Rico sat dumbfounded on the cushion, two inner voices battling fiercely within him. One voice whispered demonically, castrate yourself. Achieve this divine ability, and you'll surpass the God Emperor. A few inches can grow back any time. The other nodded vigorously. Yes, yes, yes. He's right. Rico's eyes turned slightly red. He bit his lip and stripped off his pants. Puff. Oh, woof. Woof, woof, woof. With a scream of agony, that few inches flew out. Blood spurted out, instantly dyeing the cushion beneath him red. Rico's face turned pale, and he quickly used his true essence energy to seal the wound. Then, he shakily picked up the jade slip of the sunflower manual before him. Again, he immersed his mental energy into it. Rico forcibly endured the pain in his crotch and attempted cultivating this divine ability once more. This time, the divine ability flowed smoothly, with no previous blockages. Soon, the cycle of the sunflower manual's divine ability was established in his body. Huh? There's a second section? Could this be the second move of this divine ability? Suddenly, Rico's heart stirred. A restriction within the jade slip seemed to break, revealing the second section of the sunflower manual. Rico was overjoyed. The second section of the sunflower manual must be even more powerful than the first. With tension, excitement, and anticipation, he cast his mental energy into the second section of the sunflower manual. But in the next instant, Rico's eyes widened, and he couldn't help muttering aloud. No need for castration to succeed. Men are better complete. And then, Rico saw the entire content of the second section of the sunflower manual. It described how to cultivate the sunflower manual without self-castration. It particularly emphasized that under the condition of not self-castrating, the effects of cultivating this sunflower manual would be better, faster, and stronger. The probability of achieving immortality would also be higher. Rico's eyes widened. His face was deathly pale, and his lips quivered non-stop. Puff. Suddenly, Rico felt a warm sensation in his groin, only to realize that his true essence had gone astray, and fresh blood spurted out once again. And behind him, it was like a floodgate had opened, with a continuous stream. Caught by the Dog King Night Pot. Whether it was from excessive blood loss or anger, Rico felt everything go black. First catch it back. Fortunately, I have limb regeneration elixirs. Rico forced down his mixed emotions of shock and anger, quickly picking up his treasure. He pressed it against the wound. Then he hastily took a spiritual herb, ground it into powder, and applied it to the wound. But in the next moment, Rico's true essence within his body shuddered lightly. Snap. That thing was directly shaken off again. Rico, woof woof woof. What's going on? Why can't it stay? Rico picked up his treasure again and tried pressing it back. Puff. This time, a sudden jet of blood shot out from the wound, directly smashing Rico's treasure into smithereens. Woof woof woof. At that instant, from Rico's mouth came a series of heart-wrenching cries. My treasure, how could this happen? Then, Rico rolled his eyes. He immediately fainted. At that moment, the Great Xia Academy was completely in chaos. The scripture repository, treasure vault, and trial illusion had vanished without a trace. Then, shortly after, those Han Kingdom martial artists who had been lurking inside the Great Xia Academy suddenly rushed out. They fled desperately toward the outside of the Great Xia Academy. Han Kingdom people. It's the work of Han Kingdom people. The Han Kingdom people stole the 3 treasures of our Great Xia Academy. Why are Han Kingdom martial artists inside the Great Xia Academy? Currently, Palace Master Bayu is at the Mountain River Academy. Go. Let's go to the Mountain River Academy and ask Palace Master Bayu why there were Han Kingdom people inside the Great Xia Academy. Those voices filled with incitement continuously assaulted everyone's minds inside the Great Xia Academy, making many want to confront Marco for answers. Many disciples spontaneously organized themselves and headed toward the main gate. At that moment, the Empyrean Yuan Tua array surrounding the Great Xia Academy had already dissipated. Jaden and Thompson looked at each other. They naturally recognized that voice belonged to Amon. While stealing the scripture repository, treasure vault, and trial illusion, he also pinned the blame on the Han Kingdom people. However, thinking about how the Han Kingdom people had spread rumors and slandered Amon all over the spirit net, Amon's actions now didn't seem entirely wrong. It was just tit for tat. Thompson scratched his head. Are we too redundant here? Jaden glared at him. What do you mean redundant? Isn't there still an old treasure waiting for us to carry back? Chi-Ju. Chapter 130. Not only stealing my disciples, but also trying to steal my Grand Elder. Since yesterday, the disciples of Daya Academy have been suppressing their anger due to Rico's situation. The entire Daya Academy resembled an active volcano ready to erupt at any moment. And at this very moment, a large group of Han Kingdom people emerged within the academy. The Han Kingdom delegation? These people from the Han Kingdom delegation intended to snatch the Heaven Secrets realm gift given by Immortal Marquis to the Daya Dynasty and fabricated absurd lies. Last night, they were all beheaded by order of the human emperor. News of last night's incident had already spread across the spirit net. With live broadcast available, Marco could not hide it even if he wanted to. Now, the disciples and mentors of Daya Academy actually encountered warriors from the Han Kingdom delegation within the academy who had stolen their 3 treasures of the academy. At that moment, the suppressed rage erupted instantly, reaching its peak. Thousands of disciples of Daya Academy gathered together and walked out of the academy. Chanting loud slogans, they moved in a massive and imposing procession towards Daya River and Mountain Academy. Some mentors and elders tried to stop them, but the momentum of the disciples was too strong for them to prevent. More mentors and elders joined the crowd. The tide was unstoppable. Acton carried Goran while Blue followed at the rear of the group. Originally, these two thought they would only persuade a few disciples to return to River and Mountain Academy with them. Unexpectedly, under Iman's brilliant maneuver, the whole of Daya Academy came with them. To go to River and Mountain Academy and demand an explanation from Marco? Once they arrived at Daya River and Mountain Academy, these young disciples would no longer belong to Daya Academy. Your Highness. Blue, grinning from ear to ear, happily said, our Daya River and Mountain Academy is just short of a vice president position. As soon as you arrive, you will immediately become the vice president of Daya River and Mountain Academy. Goran looked bitter and could not utter a single word. Iman did not leave Daya Academy at this moment. He came to Rico's residence, seeing Rico lying unconscious, bleeding profusely on the floor. He couldn't help but stare in disbelief. This guy acted too fast. Didn't expect him to make up his mind after hesitating for only a few days. During this period, Rico suffered greatly because of Iman. In retaliation against Iman, Rico spared no effort to enhance his strength. Faced with the legendary divine power promising eternal life, Rico dared not hesitate for a moment. Iman chuckled wickedly, taking out a message jade and aimed at Rico. Snap, snap. After taking hundreds of photos, he left contentedly. However, Iman did not leave Daya Academy. With thousands of years of accumulation, there were certainly more treasures. Iman had no intention of leaving anything for Marco. Immediately, like locusts sweeping through, wherever he went, nothing was left behind. Inside Daya Academy, everything he could carry away was gone. Even the array stones of the superior rank Earth formation that had protected Daya Academy for thousands of years were dug up and taken away. At this moment, Marco and others had already arrived at a small square within Daya River and Mountain Academy. You wait here. Jean did not spare them a second glance before heading towards Green Dragon Lake. Around the small square, passing by disciples of Daya River and Mountain Academy pointed at these people occasionally. Jeremy's eyes almost spewed fire. He lowered his voice sharply. Damn, Rosalie! How dare he be so disrespectful to me? Upon hearing this, the others could not help but sneer. As a divine master and princess of the Holy Dynasty, she far outweighed Jeremy, a great master of alchemy. Marco remained silent, holding a message jade in his hand. The messages he sent earlier received no reply, disappearing into the void. Thus, half an hour passed. Suddenly, there came a roaring sound outside. It seemed to be protesting for some reason, demanding an explanation from someone. The sound grew closer, as if thousands of martial artists suddenly stormed into River and Mountain Academy. The surrounding air became chaotic. Marco and others were already growing impatient. Hearing this noise, their eyes lit up instantly. Harvey softly said, could it be that River and Mountain Academy has incurred public wrath? A hint of smile flashed across Marco's eyes. River and Mountain Academy unilaterally reclaimed the spots in the Heaven Secrets realm, not only ours. Within the human territory, many are dissatisfied with River and Mountain Academy. Before he finished speaking, a thunderous shout sounded right next to them. Tuesday, you have acted unjustly, harboring warriors from the Han Kingdom. Now that a great disaster has occurred, you should give an explanation to all the disciples of the Daya Academy. Yes, the Han Kingdom warriors were sentenced to death by His Majesty. Why do you harbor them? Then came even louder accusations, overwhelming and oppressive. It made their heads buzz loudly. This is the people of Daya Academy? What exactly happened? Tuesday and his companions were dumbfounded. Before leaving, Tuesday activated the Great Earth Formation Array to prevent any escape by the Academy disciples. He never expected that the Daya Academy disciples would suddenly come to River and Mountain Academy at this time, demanding an explanation from him. What exactly happened? What kind of explanation did they want? And how did they get out? Why are you, as disciples of the Daya Academy, appearing in River and Mountain Academy? Yusef remained relatively calm. He stepped forward and shouted sternly, "It isn't now." Just then, Iman suddenly appeared. He was dressed in purple gold brocade robes with a half-face mask on, holding the cloud-patterned purple gold spear. His voice had an unusual warmth. "Fellow students, the registration for the Daya River and Mountain Academy is here. Please follow me." "Baron, that's Baron." Seeing Iman dressed as Baron and calling them fellow students, at that moment, the eyes of the Daya Academy disciples burned with fervor, and they followed Iman immediately. Everyone knew Iman was Baron, but when he truly wore the attire of Baron, the impact on these people was unimaginable. This was the #1 prodigy of the divine continent, the idol of all human youth martial artists. Even those who originally didn't plan to join the Daya River and Mountain Academy hesitated no longer and followed. "You come back. No one is allowed to leave." Tuesday was instantly flustered. "If you dare to leave with Iman, you are no longer disciples of the Daya Academy." In the crowd, a young man suddenly turned and bowed deeply to Tuesday. His voice was clear. "Thank you, Palace Master Bayu, for your understanding. The Daya Academy has already made its choice between us and Rico. We have long ceased to be disciples of the Daya Academy." Then, more and more people stopped and bowed to Tuesday and others. Looking at these people, Tuesday's expression grew darker, and he snarled, "Is it because of this small matter that you are rebelling against the Daya Academy? Do you not feel indebted to the teaching and nurturing you received here?" The first young man to speak responded, "Of course, we do not forget the teaching and nurturing of the Daya Academy. But we have also paid tuition fees, 8,000 high-grade spirit stones each year, which is not a small sum. Besides, our usual mentors have chosen to join River and Mountain Academy with us this time." Tuesday almost burst into flames with anger, nearly spitting blood. At that moment, Blue's voice suddenly sounded, "Tuition fees? What tuition fees? Our Daya River and Mountain Academy does not have tuition fees. 8,000 high-grade spirit stones per year? You really dared to ask for it." Then, Tuesday, Yusef, and others saw Blue and Acton walk out leisurely. Acton was carrying someone, the Grand Elder of the Daya Academy, Goran. "Tuesday, you bastards, not only stealing my Daya Academy disciples and mentors, but also kidnapping the Grand Elder." Chapter 131. Rico castrated himself. Marco felt darkness cloud his vision. Upon seeing Goran being carried on Dustin's shoulder, he could no longer hold back and spat out a mouthful of blood. Goran was the Grand Elder guarding the treasure vault. The fact that Goran was carried to the Dashia Mountain River Academy meant that the scripture repository had already fallen. "Your Highness, Nadine." Suddenly, Marco straightened his back and shouted sharply, "Please, Her Imperial Highness, take action for us." His voice was firm and resolute, echoing throughout the entire Dashia Mountain River Academy. A moment later, Carly finally spoke. "What action?" Though it was just 4 words uttered lightly, it greatly boosted Marco's morale. He quickly said, "Iman, a disciple of the Dashia Mountain River Academy, is lawless and defiant. He dared to forge an order from Chancellor Augusta of the Holy Dynasty to strip our Dashia Imperial Academy of its heavenly mystery realm quota. I beg your highness to uphold justice for our academy." Who said it was fake? Hearing this sentence, everyone was stunned. What's going on? Could those words really be spoken by Auric? Wasn't it said that Chancellor August has been missing for 3 years? A bunch of idiots. Chancellor August is this palace's master. Could you possibly think that I can't even recognize my own master's voice? Marco felt as if struck by lightning, dazed and nearly falling to the ground. At this moment, he felt that all hope was utterly shattered. Suddenly, Jeremy's cold voice rose. "You're really the Holy Dynasty Nadine? Not someone Iman found to impersonate her." Ting. The sound of a zither rang out. Pa. It seemed as if an invisible hand struck Jeremy hard across the face. Jeremy let out a miserable cry as he was sent flying into a large tree beside the square. "Nasty thing, get lost." There was silence once again around them. Many people looked at Jeremy's thin figure, recalling past events. This Grand Elder of Dashia Imperial Academy, a Grandmaster in alchemy, was known to enjoy both men and women, visiting brothels, keeping male companions, and even having an affair with the Empress of Dashia War King. And the disciples of Dashia Imperial Academy felt an incredibly complex mood. Dashia Imperial Academy was no longer what it used to be. Then, another clear and icy female voice sounded gently. "Jeremy, did you not consider reflecting on yourself when you rejected the invitation from Dashia Mountain River Academy and tried to join Holy Dynasty Mountain River Academy, only to be turned away? Have you ever thought about finding the reason within yourself?" Hearing these words, everyone present wore an expression of disbelief, all looking at Jeremy. All of Dashia Dynasty knew that the Dashia Mountain River Academy had once invited Jeremy to join, but he refused outright. Everyone believed it showed Jeremy's unwavering loyalty to the Dashia Imperial Academy. Now they were told that Jeremy wanted to join Holy Dynasty Mountain River Academy but was refused. Marco, Harvian, and other high-ranking officials of the Dashia Imperial Academy looked at Jeremy with eyes full of disbelief. They never knew about this. Before this, they still celebrated that Jeremy, this Grandmaster of Alchemy, was loyal to the Dashia Imperial Academy. Turns out, this so-called loyalty was just a joke. No one doubted this voice. The owner of the voice was the Aryuan god, one of the twin gods of the 14 prefectures, head of the world's top intelligence organization. Jeremy lay under the tree, his face flushed red, eyes filled with rage. "We leave." Marco, with a stern face, gritted out these 3 words through clenched teeth. He couldn't stay another moment, wanting to escape immediately. Harvian and the few elders of Dashia Imperial Academy next to him exchanged glances. Then, Harvian looked at Blue, hesitatingly saying, "Can we also join the Dashia Mountain River Academy?" Blue's face broke into a bright smile. "Of course." "Pooh." Marco spat out another mouthful of blood, staggered, and fell to the ground. "Harvian, as deputy head of Dashia Imperial Academy, you are also betraying it." Marco screamed. Harvian looked ashamed, turning away, unable to meet Marco's gaze. Blue, Dustin, and others smiled even more brightly. When the Daxia Imperial Academy delegation came, it was a grand procession of nearly 100 people. Returning, only a handful remained. Yusef carefully carried Jeremy, walking last. Jeremy was also aware that he had been rejected by the Holy Dynasty Mountain River Academy. Even on that occasion, Yusef had followed to the Holy Dynasty, hoping to find a way out at the Holy Dynasty Mountain River Academy. But in the end, they didn't even get inside the gate of the Holy Dynasty Mountain River Academy. They were turned away. When this group returned to the Daxia Imperial Academy, they instantly froze. This is what place? Marco looked bewildered as he observed the desolate scene with many buildings missing from the Daxia Imperial Academy. His lips trembled. Where is the scripture repository? Where is the treasure vault? And where did the trial illusion go? Jeremy lifted his head and stared in shock at one direction. My alchemy lab? Why did it disappear? Pooh. Marco once again spat out blood and fell backward. This time, not only were there no mentors or disciples left in the Daxia Imperial Academy, the Daxia Imperial Academy itself was almost completely emptied. Blue. I will never share the sky with you, Mountain River Academy. Lying on the ground, looking up at the blue sky and white clouds, Marco let out a mournful cry like someone who had lost their parents. Gone. Everything was gone. At this moment, the dozen elders and mentors who chose to stay at the Daxia Imperial Academy regretted it deeply. If they had known the academy would become like this, they should have stayed at the Daxia Mountain River Academy. Jeremy said to Yusef, go to Rico's place, see if Rico is still there. Yusef hurriedly led Jeremy towards Rico's residence. Hearing Rico's name, a glimmer of hope flashed in Marco's eyes. Rico was a disciple of an ancient noble family. As long as they could gain the support of the ancient noble family, there was still hope for the Daxia Imperial Academy. Go to Rico. Marco shakily got up and followed them. When they arrived at Rico's room, they were instantly stunned by the scene before them. Rico's pants were half off, his lower body covered in bloody flesh, lying face up on the ground, already unconscious. Jeremy's lips trembled. He quickly urged, quickly, give him healing medicinal pills. At that moment, Rico's lower body wouldn't stop bleeding. The blood flowing onto the floor had formed a small stream. If these people hadn't come, it wouldn't take long for this man blessed by fortune to bleed to death. Yusef put down Jeremy and rushed forward, using healing pills to help stop Rico's bleeding. Marco couldn't tell what expression he should make on his face now. Marco asked numbly, did you find any clues? Who did this to him? Yusef examined the wound carefully, then spoke in a tone of disbelief. From the looks of the wound, Rico castrated himself. Marco. Jeremy. Others. Chapter 132. Iman. Someone is asking me to find and kill me? Did Rico castrate himself? Everyone present wore an expression of incredulity. Why would he castrate himself when he has nothing better to do? Does he think it's in the way? At this moment, everyone could see on the ground in front of Rico, there was a bloody mess, mangled flesh, which should have been Rico's jewels. So, not only did he castrate himself, but he also utterly destroyed it. There was no way to reattach it. It was said that by Rico's side were two women who had followed him all the way to the Great Xia, one of whom was once the Empress of Aliyah. Now that Rico is disabled, what will happen to these two beauties? Will they live as widows? Several elders instinctively looked at Jeremy. This great master of alchemy, the supreme elder of the Great Xia Academy, seemed to be in the same condition. No wonder they are master and apprentice. Ahem. At this point, Yusef coughed and said, Junior brother, you must have accidentally injured himself while trying to cut off the tail that appeared behind him. The word tail made his face twitch again. Was this new disciple of father's human or dog? People stared closely. Sure enough, from under Rico's buttocks, a fluffy black dog's tail poked out. An unknown amount of time passed. Rico gradually regained consciousness. He lay in bed, eyes wide open, staring blankly at the ceiling above him. Who am I? Where am I? And what should I do? Right. The manual of the sunflower. No pain down there. Was it just a nightmare? Suddenly, Rico's eyes lit up. It must have been a dream. In the dream, he practiced the manual of the sunflower and ended up collapsing on the ground. But now, he was perfectly fine, lying in bed. What a realistic nightmare. Rico breathed a sigh of relief, reaching down to greet his old friend. But in the next instant, his expression froze. A mournful howl escaped his mouth. Bark, 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 bark. Where did it go? How could it be gone? At this moment, in the outer hall, Jeremy, Yusef, Tuesday, and others were all present. They heard the sharp dog-like cries coming from inside the room and fell silent. Yusef coughed and said, I keep saying, it was definitely an accident. How could someone castrate themselves? Ha ha, ha ha ha. Listening to Yusef's awkward laughter, the rest remained silent. Jeremy's face was particularly gloomy. After being thrown back to the academy by the War King mansion, he didn't even have time to recover his legs. He tried every possible method to restore his manhood. Unfortunately, his testicles were completely shattered. Even with limb-regenerating elixirs, that part couldn't be restored. Unless they found the legendary top doctor in all realms, the Gabriel. If the Gabriel were to intervene, not only could that part grow back, even the dead could be pulled back from the gates of hell. However, the Gabriel had a peculiar temperament, being both righteous and wicked, with a mysterious and unpredictable presence. Even the 8 ancient families working together couldn't locate him. Creak. At this moment, Rico, now fully dressed, emerged from the room. Seeing the people sitting in the outer hall, his expression stiffened. Tuesday asked upon seeing Rico, Rico, what happened? Why did you castrate yourself? Hearing such a straightforward question from Tuesday, Rico felt bewildered. So, lying in bed, neatly dressed, meant they had already discovered him. Instantly, Rico's face flushed red with embarrassment. He thought this would be his deepest secret, yet everyone knew about it. Rico gritted his teeth, took out a message jade charm, and said almost indifferently, Disciple accidentally obtained a godly supreme skill, but practicing this skill requires self-castration. Now, the Great Xia Academy is being suppressed by Iman in the Great Xia River and Mountain Academy, barely able to breathe. As the chief disciple of the Great Xia Academy, disciple naturally shoulders the responsibility to revive it. Therefore, disciple has sacrificed my body to practice this skill. If the academy needs it, disciple is willing to offer this skill to the seniors. Upon hearing Rico's words, everyone present was stunned speechless. What kind of godly supreme skill required self-castration to practice? Tuesday's old face twitched violently as he glanced subconsciously at Jeremy. This kind of skill, Jeremy should be able to practice too, right? Jeremy coughed. Since it's a godly supreme skill, focus on your cultivation. People like Jeremy and Tuesday had lived for countless years. A divine supreme skill that required self-castration to practice? This sounded more like a trap than anything. Only someone inexperienced like Rico would believe such a thing. It seemed that the sudden appearance of dog-like features on Rico must have been due to him practicing some haphazard technique. Even a dog wouldn't practice the god-level skill that Rico proposed. Seeing everyone's expressions, Rico couldn't help but feel regret. Although the manual of the sunflower was indeed a genuine god-level supreme skill, he realized he had been misled. The person who left the manual of the sunflower must have had some perverse interest. Rico really wished someone could join him in self-castration and then accompany him to read the second part of the manual that claimed no need for self-castration. Just reveal the second part? No way. Tuesday stood up. He originally intended to pat Rico on the shoulder, but retracted his hand after remembering the youth's alias. Rico, you are now the only hope of our Great Xia Academy. Don't worry. We will spare no effort to cultivate you. If there is even a glimmer of hope, this old man will find the Gabriel for both you and your master to restore your bodies. After painting an enormous pie in the sky, Tuesday sighed deeply and turned away. He didn't want to investigate Jeremy's case any longer. Given the current state of the Great Xia Academy and Jeremy's willingness to stay, it was best to let bygones be bygones. Rico opened his mouth, puzzled. What exactly happened? Didn't Nadine Gale expose Iman for us and regain the heavenly secret realm quotas? Jeremy sat silently with a grim face. Yusef looked helpless as he recounted what had transpired. Rico frowned deeply. Iman really quoted Oric's original words? Yusef nodded slightly. Rico slowly sat down, his somewhat effeminate voice emanating from the jade charm. Now, I have 3 plans. Free from his worries, Rico's mind was crystal clear. First, recruit all the extraterrestrial warriors expelled by the Mountain and River Academy into the Great Xia Academy. Second, lead these extraterrestrial warriors, along with the Great Xia Dynasty warriors who lost their qualifications, to blockade the entrance of the heavenly secret realm. As he spoke, Rico's eyes exuded confidence. Though the author of the Manual of the Sunflower had a strange penchant, it was a real god-level supreme skill. Combined with the divine king-level technique, Black Mystery Scripture, Rico was confident he could defeat Iman and avenge himself. Finally, spread the word. Someone is offering 100 million high-grade spirit stones to get the true lord of the 14 states, Randall, to call forth the first killer of all realms, Shadow Killer Deity, to assassinate the human Imperial Chancellor Auric. Once Auric is dead, the human Imperial Dynasty and the Mountain and River Academy will crumble. Hearing this, Jeremy and Yusef were dumbstruck. The legendary #1 killer in all realms, the Shadow Killer Deity. This killer had records of slaying deities. Not only was he cruel and bloodthirsty, but he also had a fanatical love for wealth. Just spreading this news would ensure the Shadow Killer Deity took up the task without Randall having to do anything. To hire someone to seek out the Shadow Killer Deity costs 100 million high-grade spirit stones. So, the actual reward for this task would be unimaginable. Using Randall's name was simply an open stratagem. If the Shadow Killer Deity managed to kill Auric, it would appear to the outside world that Randall did it, regardless of who actually hired him. Everyone would cheerfully push the matter further. Randall gave the heavenly secret realm to the human Imperial Dynasty? I'll personally create an unhealable rift between Randall and the human Imperial Dynasty. At that moment, Rico felt a great surge of confidence, as if the fate of the world lay in his hands. As for whether Randall would blame him afterward, I only said to use 100 million high-grade spirit stones to ask Randall to look for someone. I never said Shadow Killer Deity was found by Randall. Yusef hesitated, looking at Rico. But where will you find 100 million high-grade spirit stones and the reward for Shadow Killer Deity? 100 million high-grade spirit stones was not a small amount. The Great Xia Academy, recently looted, could not come up with so many spirit stones. And the reward for Shadow Killer Deity was astronomical, far exceeding the outcome's value. Otherwise, the demon and magic races would have long hired Shadow Killer Deity to hunt down Auric. A Funkong glint flashed across Rico's eyes. Don't worry, I have a way. Jeremy couldn't help but recall his disciple's outrageous luck when he saw Rico. He nodded slightly, then hesitated for a moment before saying, incidentally, we can also look for the Gabriel. Rico paused. Right. The #1 divine doctor of all realms, the Gabriel. Perhaps he could really make his precious parts grow back. The Manual of the Sunflower could succeed without self-castration. I will release this news and let everyone spread it as fast as possible. Jeremy exhaled deeply, then said to Yusef, Ming Tong, go meet Tuesday and discuss the recruitment of extraterrestrial warriors. Once the news about the Shadow Killer Deity coming out to kill Auric breaks, the Great Xia Academy might be thrown into chaos as well. At the same time, in Dragon Lake Villa at the Great Xia Academy, Amon took out the deck of cards he had redeemed from the system and hadn't had time to play yet. He threw them to his 3 apprentices. Then he taught them how to play landlord. At that moment, the top 3 beauties on the beauty rankings, who were ranked at the divine level, were gathered around, immersed in the game, shouting terms like trio with kicker, straight, and bomb. Rosalie even forgot the purpose of her visit. If I didn't get the chance to settle things through martial prowess, then I'll wipe you clean on the card table. 4-2's bomb. Amon was sitting on a small stool, carefully crushing several medicinal herbs and mixing them according to a certain ratio. Ed curiously asked, approaching closely. Young Master Lin, what are you doing? Iman glanced up at Augusta. Your junior sister has been poisoned by cold toxin. I am preparing an antidote for her. Ed, what? Augusta is poisoned? Augusta subconsciously looked over, a barely noticeable gleam flashing across her eyes. It's just a bit of cold toxin, nothing serious. For twos? I've been waiting for your 4 twos to detonate my royal bomb. Royal bomb? Rosalie. Ed. He breathed a sigh of relief. With Master personally handling it, junior sister should be fine. These years, Augusta followed in the footsteps of Randall, traversing all realms, participating in countless battles big and small. This cold toxin must have been from an accidental ambush during one of those battles. But it wasn't serious. Augusta, being carefree, paid no attention to it. Just at that moment, Ed subconsciously took out a communication jade talisman, and his face suddenly changed dramatically. He stood up abruptly, startling the other 3 who were still playing landlord. Augusta asked somewhat puzzledly, what happened? She had never seen Ed lose his composure like this before. Ed's face turned ashen as he gritted his teeth. Someone offered 100 million high-grade spirit stones to have our master seek out the #1 killer of all realms, shadow killer deity, to assassinate the chancellor of the Holy Dynasty, Auric. Iman. What? Someone asks me to find myself to kill me? Chapter 133. A Swordsman's Burden. The road ahead is filled with master's traps. On the other side, Rosalie's bright phoenix eyes instantly filled with killing intent. She threw the small woman holding a document onto the table and pulled out a communication jade token with a deadly expression. At this moment, on the Spirit Network, everywhere was inundated with news about the Shadow Executioner's bounty on Auric. Hope I never find out who has the guts to put a bounty on my master. When Auric topped the alien hunter leaderboard, Rosalie had rushed into the alien territory alone, massacring everything in sight. Augusta's brows also slightly furrowed. Of course, she could tell this was an overt scheme. If Auric really fell to the Shadow Executioner, blame would certainly fall squarely on the Duke of Eternal Night. Carissa's brows also creased. Don't worry. If the Shadow Executioner targets Prime Minister August, our 3,000 guests will not stand idly by. Over the years, the 3,000 guests had been secretly supporting the human race of Divine Land. Not long ago, Carissa publicly declared his stance outside the capital city gates of Sage. Ed watched him on with concern and transmitted in secret, Master, we must be vigilant against this. After pausing, Ed searched his memory for information about the Shadow Executioner. This top assassin in all realms became famous over 30,000 years ago, causing endless bloodshed across the universe. Perfect. This is definitely not Master's cover identity. Ed then confidently continued transmitting, Master, even though you are the strongest being in all realms, a visible arrow is easy to dodge, but hidden arrows are hard to guard against. The Shadow Executioner is like a stinky rat lurking in the dark alleys, never facing anyone head-on. His personality is treacherous and lustful, greedy and bloodthirsty, dirty and despicable. Rumors say he delights in killing, being one of the worst scoundrels in all realms, beyond redemption. He went silent for 100 years, but re-emerged 9 years ago. At that time, under the commission of the demon race, he assassinated a god descended from the divine realm. Afterward, using many dirty means, he attempted the assassination of many significant figures in various realms, especially gods descended from the divine realm. Given the character of this old villain, once he accepts a task, he will stop at nothing to force you to appear. Perhaps even by threatening Sister Gale. Who knows what more outrageous things he might do. As Ed spoke, his face grew increasingly grim. Meanwhile, Augusta and Carissa realized the possibility. They both looked towards Rosalie. But at this moment, there was only unyielding determination in her gaze, no trace of fear. Amon sighed deeply and replied telepathically, So, what exactly do you think I might do? Ed. Dollar at hashtag or hashtag $T carat hashtag at %. What on earth? What are you talking about? I'm talking about the Shadow Executioner, not you. Could it be? Only heaven knows how much effort Ed exerted at that moment to maintain his facial expression, but he still stared dumbfounded at Iman. He transmitted hesitantly, Master, you're only 17. That Shadow Executioner is at least 30,000 years old. His voice trembled as if about to cry. Iman stroked his forehead. The Shadow Executioner from before was eliminated by me 9 years ago. I thought the Shadow Executioner persona was good, so I used it myself. All those actions you described, where I used despicable means to assassinate important figures and deities, were done by me. Ed. Thump. The renowned sword god finally couldn't hold back and fell backward onto the ground. WEF. Tricked again by Master's cover identity. Prepared for everything except for cover identities. Master, you're forcing me to practice silence. In this instant, the great sword god felt the road ahead was filled with countless traps, all dug personally by his own master. However, Ed also breathed a sigh of relief. Since the Shadow Executioner is actually my master, then this overt scheme becomes a complete farce. Even so, why do I still feel like banging my head against the wall? Senior brother, what's wrong? Seeing Ed sitting on the ground with a constipated expression, Augusta couldn't help but approach. Iman cleared his throat. He probably said something wrong again. Ed. Embarrassed, he stood up from the ground. Augusta scratched her head and looked into Iman's eyes. Little Fenwick, what do you think we should do about this? Iman was taken aback. Ask me. Augusta nodded. At this moment, Rosalie and Carissa also focused their gazes on Iman. Iman shifted uncomfortably in his seat. Why did he always feel like his cover identity was crumbling? Just take it. They said they want a higher Duke of Eternal Night with 100 million high-grade spirit stones, right? Why waste a good offer of 100 million high-grade spirit stones? You too can represent Duke of Eternal Night. Find that person and accept the commission in front of everyone for Duke of Eternal Night. Augusta's eyes lit up. 100 million high-grade spirit stones were no small sum. Previously, Rico had used 50 million high-grade spirit stones to redeem Bohin from the Linglong Pavilion. It wasn't that Bohin was valuable. Rather, the Linglong Pavilion was overcharging. Rico was easy to fool. Rosalie furrowed her brows. But my master. She had also heard of the name Shadow Executioner. Prime Minister Auric, although a Skygate realm powerhouse, wasn't known for his combat prowess. He was more like a mentor, guiding the human race of divine land through the darkness. Iman glanced at Ed. Ed immediately understood. He cleared his throat. Your Highness, there's no need to worry. The Shadow Executioner is actually my master, Duke of Eternal Night. Rosalie. Augusta. Carissa. Rosalie stared in shock at Ed. What did you say? Ed slightly raised his chin, but then suddenly remembered she was also Master's disciple. So he reigned in his pride. The Shadow Executioner is our master, Duke of Eternal Night. Who else in all realms could slaughter deities besides my master? Rest assured, my master won't go assassinate the Prime Minister. My master isn't going to commit suicide. However, I know about Master's cover identity, but my junior sister knows nothing. There will definitely be a chance to see her social death. Rosalie's eyes widened with disbelief. Duke of Eternal Night is the Shadow Executioner? The killing intent in Rosalie's eyes visibly diminished. She pondered for a moment before saying, then how about having Senior Duke of Eternal Night, as the Shadow Executioner, go to that person and collect another round of bounty? I remember. Inviting the Shadow Executioner requires quite a lot, doesn't it? Augusta's eyes sparkled as she nodded continuously. They were really going to get rich. However, brother is right, except for my master. Who else in all realms could slaughter deities? Master is the Shadow Executioner? Unexpected yet logical. But at this moment, Carissa spoke hesitantly, but the Shadow Executioner has been famous for 30,000 years, while Senior Duke of Eternal Night is less than 100 years old. Ed explained with a laugh. Because the Shadow Executioner from 30,000 years ago has already been eliminated by my master. The current Shadow Executioner is now one of my master's cover identities. Carissa. This is allowed? Augusta lifted her chin proudly. That's just how awesome my master is. Right, let's first check who posted the mission on the Spirit Network. Iman tossed the vial in his hand to Augusta. There's no need to check, Rico did it. But where did that guy get 100 million high-grade spirit stones from? Iman had another cover identity, the founder of All Realms Mobile, the jail god. Rico posting a message on the Spirit Network? In Iman's eyes, it was no different from running around naked. Earlier, Rico had already been overcharged several times by the Linglong Pavilion, yet he still had so much money now. Truly, he was the son of destiny. 100 million high-grade spirit stones, he could casually take out. And there's also the commission prepared for jail god. However, if he continues to spin like this, even the son of destiny can't sustain it, and soon enough, his destiny would drop to a level requiring execution. Augusta sat down beside Iman and grabbed his hand. No matter where those 100 million high-grade spirit stones came from, they're going to be ours very soon. Iman nodded. Then he took the medicine solution he had just prepared, put it into a thumb-sized jade bottle, and handed it to Augusta. 1 drop per day, for 7 days straight to clear the cold poison. Ah, okay. Augusta hurriedly accepted the vial, and carefully tucked it into her clothes. Just then, the gate of Longhu Manor was suddenly pushed open. Blue stumbled in, shouting, Sword God, Blade God, save us. Please help me contact Duke of Eternal Night. That bastard Shadow Executioner wants to kill my teacher. Chapter 134. Rico must be seriously ill. The few people in the courtyard instantly fell silent. Ed's eyes lit up, and he looked at this clueless junior brother with anticipation on his face. Speak up. Say more. Finally, I'm not the only one to be socially dead. Blue did not notice Ed's gaze. He rushed directly to Iman's side, speaking hurriedly. Iman, quickly give me teacher's contact information, then hide yourself. And senior sister, you can't stay in this place of trouble. The Shadow Killer God, that old bastard, will use any means to hunt down targets. Any despicable and shameless methods are within his capability. Eventually, he will target you too. Allegedly, the Shadow Killer God is a lecherous old man, just like Jeremy, preying on both genders. If you fall into his hands, the consequences would be unimaginable. Iman. Rosalie finally couldn't hold back. Stop talking. She started nervously digging her toes into the ground. At this moment, Rosalie wished she could open up a crevice in the earth and stuff this junior brother inside. While ignorance is bliss, Blue had cursed so badly, calling him an old bastard, lecherous old man, preying on both men and women, who was spreading such rumors. Moreover, she had just learned Ethan was the Shadow Killer God when her junior brother barged in and started cursing. She glanced at Ed apologetically. Though Ed wore a stern expression, he felt profoundly satisfied inside. Finally, another fellow disciple would join him in being socially dead. How eagerly he awaited the day Master exposed himself. The looks on these people's faces at that time would be very entertaining. Especially junior sister Augusta. She imagined how junior sister would react upon learning Iman was the Master. Augusta seemed to sense something. She raised her eyes and cast Ed a meaningful glance before lowering her head again and gently playing with Iman's hand. Ed felt quite puzzled by Augusta's look. Carissa kept mumbling in her heart despite her poker face. Ethan is truly pitiful now. Everyone in all realms who curses the Shadow Killer God is actually cursing Ethan. Fortunately, my teacher isn't the Shadow Killer God. Blue shrank back, somewhat bewildered. Senior sister. Afraid that Blue might blurt out something inappropriate, Rosalie interrupted him hastily. Ethan has already taken care of this matter. You needn't worry. The Shadow Killer God won't take on the task to assassinate our master. Knowing Ethan was the Shadow Killer God was too significant. Without permission from Ethan himself, she wouldn't tell Blue. Ed coughed lightly and joined in, Rest assured, President Liu, Master August will be fine. Pausing for a moment, he added, also, the mastermind behind this incident is Rico, a disciple from the Daxia Academy. Blue let out a sigh of relief, relaxing completely. Ethan could slay heavenly deities. With this powerful person giving assurance personally, Blue had no reason to worry. Originally, he came here to request Ethan protect Master Auric. But the next moment, Blue frowned again. Rico is the mastermind? That dung warrior? Who gave him the guts to plot against my master, the Primal Yi family? As he said this, Blue recalled another matter. By the way, the investigation of Yuan-Nu's assassination attempt on Amon has concluded. Behind Yuan-Nu were shadows of the ancient families. On the surface, he was incited by Gary of the Zisong family, but in reality, the true mastermind was Yi Jie of the Yi family. Amon nodded. Unexpected, yet reasonable. Everyone knew that someone like Yuan-Nu could never harm Amon. And the greatest beneficiary of this incident was the Yi family. Among the 7 ancient families, only the Yi family's disciples, due to Yi Jie, remained in the Mountain River Academy. Amon had been used as a pawn by Yi Jie. Amon didn't believe that Yi Jie or Cassiag, disciples of the ancient family, were fools. Amon immediately said, let the Yi family members remain at the Mountain River Academy peacefully, without giving them quotas for the heavenly mystery realm. Blue's eyes brightened immediately. The Yi family came to the Mountain River Academy with the ultimate goal of entering the heavenly mystery realm. Now, wanting to enter the heavenly mystery realm? Dream on, President Liu. Just as Blue was contemplating ways to deal with the Yi family's disciples, Augusta suddenly stood up and approached. Her face bore a smile capable of mesmerizing anyone. Blue's expression instantly turned blank as he gazed at the girl before him, her beauty unmatched and elegance unrivaled. For a moment, he was utterly at a loss. Bang! In the next instant, Augusta waved her hand. Blue let out a wail. His figure instantly flew out of Longhu Lake Villa. Augusta's tone was icy. Don't think just because this is your territory, I won't dare to hit you. Blue's body smashed heavily into a rock formation within the Mountain River Academy. Half his body was embedded in the rock, leaving only his 2 legs outside, kicking frantically. Blue's eyes were filled with confusion. Blade's deity. Why did he hit me? Augusta looked at Rosalie, her gaze full of challenge. Rosalie stammered, he deserves it. That slap was well deserved. Augusta snorted and sat back down beside Amon. Senior brother, you go ask Rico for spirit stones. I don't want to deal with that pile of dung. Ed felt a bit helpless. He didn't want to deal with a shit warrior either. But such dirty and tiring work still had to be done by him. Although Loretta was also in the Daxia Dynasty, he doubted she could keep pressure on Rico over this matter. Suddenly, Ed took out a communication jade from his chest. Then he said somewhat astonishingly, Rico is stirring up trouble again. He actually put forward another billion of high-grade spirit stones, asking teacher to find the Gabriel to help heal an elder of the Yi family. This time, Rico didn't hide and used his real name. Augusta. Amon. It seems Rico must be seriously ill. Paying to have me hunt for myself was one thing. But now he wants me to help heal his elders? No. Does he really not know what kind of relationship the Gabriel has with the Yi family? Right now, the name Gabriel was still on top of the ancient family's hit list. That hit list only had one name, the Gabriel. Augusta spoke up, well then, 2 billion high-grade spirit stones. Might as well take it. To ask my teacher to act? Pay first, then do the deed. Not a single coin less than 2 billion high-grade spirit stones. The 14 states was the #1 intelligence organization in the world, selling information where business was openly conducted. Nocturnal Marquis would naturally accept orders too. But Nocturnal Marquis rule was always, pay first, then do the job. Of course, most of the jobs accepted by Nocturnal Marquis were completed by Ed and Augusta. Rosalie and Carissimi exchanged glances and silently lit a candle for Rico in their hearts. Rico's scheme, without doubt, was quite sophisticated. If the context were different and the targets were others, it might indeed have a surprising effect. But he never imagined Nocturnal Marquis was Shadow Killer God. As for Gabriel, Amon knew exactly what was going on. Jeremy and Rico's master-student pair had already been thoroughly ruined in some aspects. Now they were merely grasping at straws due to desperation. Afraid Jeremy's identity wasn't enough, they invoked the name of the ancient Yi family. Ed sneaked a glance at Amon and then said, I'll go to Daxia Academy immediately to get the spirit stones from Rico. Chapter 135. The Sword God descends. Rico is shocked. Someone had commissioned the Evernight Marquis to take action, seeking out the Shadow Killer God to assassinate the Sage Dynasty Chancellor Auric. This shocking news spread rapidly across the entire divine world of mortals. In an instant, the human realm was in an uproar. The ancient family disciples who had been expelled from the River and Mountain Academy were greatly invigorated upon hearing this news. Coincidentally at this moment, news arrived that the Great Xia Academy was accepting new students once again. Descendants of ancient families and extraterrestrial martial artists almost immediately decided to join the Great Xia Academy without any hesitation. If Auric was indeed slain by the Shadow Killer God, then the River and Mountain Academy would surely collapse. At that time, the secret realm quotas for heavenly secrets would inevitably fall into the hands of the Great Xia Academy. They would still have a chance to enter the heavenly secrets realm. Within less than half a day, the Great Xia Academy rallied its strength, enrolling over 1,000 disciples. These thousands of disciples all came from beyond the divine world of mortals, from the myriad heavens. Of course, young martial artists native to the Great Xia Empire also wanted to sign up to join the Great Xia Academy, but they were turned away by Tuesday. Apart from new disciples, the Great Xia Academy also recruited many mentors, all hailing from extraterrestrial realms. Meanwhile, inside the inner circle of the Great Xia Academy, Jeremy looked at Rico somewhat hesitantly and said, Apprentice, I heard that the ghost doctor Asura has a grudge against the ancient families. Will he really be willing to come forward and treat our injuries by invoking the name of the ancient families? Jeremy's voice grew increasingly shrill, and his movements became unusually effeminate. A flash of powerful confidence flashed through Rico's eyes. The ancient families have awed the myriad heavens for countless years, naturally possessing the grace to accommodate others. By invoking the name of the ancient E family to invite the ghost Dr. Asura, it is giving him a way out, showing that my ancient E family is willing to reconcile with him proactively. If I were the ghost Dr. Asura, I would certainly take this opportunity and would never continue to oppose the ancient families. Jeremy nodded slightly, indicating agreement. He, as a Grandmaster Alchemist, did not have the courage to be an enemy of the ancient families. And now, these two pieces of information have been released. Rico even spent a large amount of spirit stones to commission the Heavens Mover to spread the news as quickly as possible, just waiting for the Shadow Killer God and the ghost Dr. Asura to arrive. Given the style of the Shadow Killer God, as long as Rico can afford the price, he will definitely accept the mission. So now, it's just waiting for the ghost Dr. Asura. Buzz. At this moment, a massive sword in tint pierced through space. A black-clad youthful figure slowly appeared. Instantly, the entire Great Xia Academy, along with the nearby capital of the Great Xia Empire, shook. That is, the Sword God of the 14 provinces. Did the Sword God actually descend on the Great Xia Academy? At this moment, everyone raised their heads and looked at the youth dressed in black brocade with fervor. Sword God, one sword, second only to the peerless in swordsmanship throughout the myriad heavens. It's rumored that the Sword God was still rebellious 10 years ago. Rico. One sword's voice was clear but sharp like a sword. Hearing his name, Rico shivered involuntarily. An ominous premonition welled up from within him. Ancient E family's Rico greets Lord Sword God. Under one sword's sharp gaze, Rico gritted his teeth and stood up, bowing deeply to the Sword God floating in midair. His voice resonated through the communication talisman in his hand. One sword's voice remained unvaried. You posted 2 missions on the Spirit Network, one to find the Shadow Killer God to assassinate Human Sage Dynasty Chancellor Auric, and the other to invite the ghost Dr. Asura to heal your elders. The Evernight Marquis has taken on the mission. One sword didn't lower his voice. His voice echoed like thunder. Upon hearing these words, the martial artists within the capital of the Great Xia Empire widened their eyes in shock. What? To commission the Evernight Marquis with 100 million high-grade spirit stones to seek the Shadow Killer God to assassinate Human Sage Dynasty Chancellor Auric. Was this posted by Rico? How dare he? The humans of the divine world of mortals instantly became furious. Inside the Imperial Palace, the Emperor of the Great Xia Empire, Joa, shattered the dragon throne beneath him. Standing on the Great Hall, he looked toward the direction of the Great Xia Academy, his eyes filled with killing intent. Truly well done, Yi family, truly well done, Rico. Daring to plot against a great sage of our human race within my Great Xia's territory. Within the River and Mountain Academy of the Great Xia, Michael, Cassie, and others all wore incredibly grim expressions. That fool Rico actually personally posted the mission on the Spirit Network. Michael gritted his teeth. Is he really of the Patriarch's lineage? I merely used the Roman as a small tool while staying behind the scenes. Inside the Great Xia Academy, Rico was utterly dumbfounded. This was completely different from the calculations made previously. The relationship between the 14 provinces and the Human Sage Dynasty is extremely close. The first reaction upon hearing that someone was seeking the Shadow Killer God to assassinate Prime Minister Auric of the Sage Dynasty should have been to mobilize all available resources to protect Auric and confront the Shadow Killer God, right? Why didn't the Evernight Marquis of the 14 provinces play by the rules? Wasn't he afraid that the Shadow Killer God would take advantage of this opportunity to strike and kill Auric? Suddenly, Rico thought of another terrifying possibility. Cold sweat streamed down his forehead. Lord Sword God, what kind of joke are you making? I did indeed post the mission to find Asura the Ghost Doctor. But seeking out the Shadow Killer God has nothing to do with me. Please, Lord Sword God, look into it clearly. Even through the communication talisman, those around could hear the trembling in Rico's voice. He sounded as if he was about to cry. Damn the 14 provinces, damn the Sword God, damn the Evernight Marquis. As an intelligence organization, when accepting missions and selling information, shouldn't it be done one-on-one, secretly, to protect the client's privacy? What does announcing it publicly achieve? With such behavior, who would dare hire you for intelligence gathering in the future? Previously, when Rico was planning, he felt like he had overlooked something. Now, he finally understood what he had missed. The assassination of Auric should have been a top-secret mission, at least not posted by himself. Otherwise, regardless of success or failure, he would not be able to move freely within the human territory of the divine world of mortals. A trace of mockery colored One Sword's voice. Don't you think that as the #1 intelligence organization in the myriad heavens, the 14 provinces can distinguish who posted which mission? Also, doing business with the 14 provinces should be conducted at their hall, not on the Spirit Network. Going to the 14 provinces hall to post a mission naturally ensures client confidentiality. But since you chose to post it on the Spirit Network, making it public, the 14 provinces naturally have no obligation to keep anything confidential for you. Rico's face turned deathly pale. One Sword ignored Rico's plea and continued speaking to himself. The Evernight Marquis rule is to pay first, then accept the job. Finding the Shadow Killer God costs 100 million high-grade spirit stones. Finding Asura the Ghost Doctor also costs 100 million high-grade spirit stones. Total 200 million high-grade spirit stones. One Sword's voice carried a terrifying pressure, sweeping over Rico's mind. Rico trembled uncontrollably, finding it difficult to breathe. Can? One Sword, no can. Rico. Chapter 136. Associating with Rico is always trouble. At this moment, Rico felt an urge to spit blood. He had never imagined that his meticulously planned stratagem would bury himself even before it began. But those 200 million high-grade spirit stones, Rico did not dare not to hand over. 200 million high-grade spirit stones. Where was he supposed to get 200 million spirit stones from? He had originally thought that the 14 states would ignore his commission and instead take action to protect Auric. In his plan, There was no existence of a reward of 200 million high-grade spirit stones at all. But what he had never expected was that the Evernight Marquis not only accepted his commission, but also demanded payment on the spot. The 14 states. This was simply here to extort money. At that moment, Rico looked at Jeremy miserably. Jeremy noticed Rico's gaze and instantly froze. Your meaning is to let this master pay the 200 million high-grade spirit stones? When making the plan, didn't you vow confidently that you could come up with the spirit stones? So, when you said, have my ways earlier, you meant taking it from this master? Jeremy was a grandmaster of alchemy, naturally rich beyond imagination. But 200 million high-grade spirit stones were not a small sum for him either. Not to mention, his elixir chamber had just been looted, all taken away. Jeremy's face twitched fiercely. At this moment, he suddenly realized that ever since he took Rico as his disciple, he hadn't encountered much good fortune. Firstly, his scandal was exposed, turning Jeremy into an object of public disdain overnight. Then, to help Rico escape trouble, he even blew up his innate elixir furnace. Afterwards, his Danteon was destroyed, his legs crippled. Even his beloved items were ruined. To date, his elixir chamber in the Great Xia Academy had been completely cleared out by someone. And now, Rico wanted him to cough up 200 million high-grade spirit stones. Jeremy felt like he must have owed Rico something from a previous life, coming back to repay it in this one. However, facing the oppressive gaze of Flash, Jeremy did not dare utter a single no. Master, I am the direct grandson of the patriarch of the ancient Yi family. As long as I can obtain the inheritance in the heavenly secret realm, I can return to the Yi family, or even become the heir apparent. For the Yi family, 200 million high-grade spirit stones are nothing. By then, your disciple will definitely recommend you to be a guest elder of the Yi family. Rico sent messages to Jeremy through a communication jade token. Jeremy glanced at the communication jade token, momentarily speechless. This kid was promising pies to his own head. However, becoming a guest elder of an ancient noble family, Jeremy was indeed tempted. Still, he replied Rico via the communication jade token. What about the remuneration for the Gabriel and Shadow Assassin Demon's Lair? Hearing this, Rico slightly breathed a sigh of relief. Rest assured, Master. The remuneration for the Gabriel and Shadow Assassin Demon's Lair has been prepared by your disciple long ago. They are the extraordinary opportunities obtained by your disciple 3 years ago in the fallen mountains of Aaliyah Kingdom. Your disciple has no immediate use for them, so they're perfect as remuneration for these two big shots. Upon hearing Rico's words, Jeremy felt reassured. He was genuinely afraid that his disciple would continue exploiting him. Immediately, Jeremy lifted his head and looked up at Flash in midair. 200 million high-grade spirit stones. This old man will pay. Seemingly to highlight something, Jeremy waved his hand. Buzz. This space gently quivered. A milk-white river suddenly appeared in the air. Carrying overpowering spiritual power, it soared upward. In this instant, the density of spiritual energy within the entire Great Xia Academy instantly rose to another level. 200 million high-grade spirit stones. It was just an abstract number. But when 200 million high-grade spirit stones truly appeared, what a shocking sight. At this moment, everyone lifted their heads and stared dumbfoundedly at the boundless, milk-white river flowing in the sky. It seemed like a divine dragon soaring and coiling in the ninth heaven. Sitting in his wheelchair, even Jeremy couldn't help but straighten his back slightly. Although, at this moment, his heart was bleeding. But this pose must be maintained. Jeremy wanted to see shock on Flash's face. But there was none. Flash's face showed no extra expression. In the treasure vault of the 14 states, forget about merely 200 million high-grade spirit stones. Complete spirit stone veins, or even divine stone veins were countless. The 14 states were not short of money. But who wouldn't mind more money, especially when it's delivered right to the doorstep? Master was right. Rico is just a big sucker. Flash slightly curled his finger. That river of spirit stones floating in the sky was collected into his spiritual artifact. But in the next moment, Flash frowned slightly. Not enough. These only amount to 180 million high-grade spirit stones, still 20 million short. Jeremy. Rico. Others. Jeremy's cheeks were slightly red. He hadn't expected that this sword god could discern the exact number of spirit stones with just a thought. These are all the spirit stones old man has on him. While speaking, he glanced at Tuesday nearby. Tuesday's face changed drastically. He tried his best to ignore Jeremy's gaze, but those two burning beams were too prominent to overlook. More and more people followed Jeremy's line of sight toward Tuesday. The old face of Tuesday flushed. He couldn't help cursing this master-disciple duo in his heart for involving him. Suddenly, he gritted his teeth and said, the remaining 20 million high-grade spirit stones, old man will provide. But, can Ethan really invite Demon Shadow Slayer and Asura Ghost Doctor? Flash's lips curled slightly. Of course. Demon Shadow Slayer? Asura Ghost Doctor? Really? I am so looking forward to the scene when you find out the truth. According to my master's perverse taste, he would certainly reveal his identity at some point, killing with an even more brutal blow. Now, there was the fake Roman locked in the dungeon of the Marquis Mansion in Aaliyah Kingdom, as well as the Green Mountain Sword Saint from the Yi family. Both knew Iman's true identity. However, that Green Mountain Sword Saint had advanced, becoming Green Mountain Sword God, and he was tamed by that old servant of the Lin family. It wouldn't be long before he would wear a new disguise and become a sword pointed at the Yi family. Unlike Jeremy, Tuesday wasn't ostentatious. Instead, he handed a storage spirit tool over to Flash. Flash glanced down at the storage spirit tool in his hand, then waved it off. He returned 250 high-grade spirit stones to Tuesday. These are 250 extra high-grade spirit stones. 200 million is 200 million. One more or one less isn't 200 million. Also, here is the contract of the 14 states. One contract is for seeking Demon Shadow Slayer to assassinate Prime Minister August. The second contract is for finding Asura Ghost Doctor to heal the elders of the Yi family. As he spoke, two pale golden documents floated down from the air and landed at Rico's feet. Then, Flash's figure disappeared into thin air. The world fell silent. Inside the Great Xia Imperial Palace, the Great Xia Emperor Shi Jing opened her mouth wide, revealing white teeth. Good, good, good. What a Great Xia Academy. What a Tuesday. What a Jeremy. What a Rico. How dare they? How dare they? When she truly heard that the 14 states had accepted the commission and generated contracts, Shi Jing's anger reached its peak. Assassinating Prime Minister August. If it were aliens or celestial warriors, it might be understandable. But these commissions were issued by humans of the Great Xia Dynasty. One was the head of the Great Xia Academy, the other was the Grand Elder. Wasn't this equivalent to defecating on her head? Your Majesty. At this moment, Jeffrey suddenly spoke up. We, the Great Xia Dynasty, must respond to this matter. Otherwise, it's no different from treason. Shi Jing's face was full of killing intent. Of course we have to respond. Chapter 137. Ancestor of the Yi family again? Just as Ichabod was about to issue an edict, his figure suddenly paused. Then a trace of unrestrainable ecstasy appeared on his face. Immediately, Ichabod tidied up his clothes and performed a respectful bow toward a certain spot in the void. The ministers below exchanged glances upon seeing this. Your Majesty. Jeffrey's expression was even more astonished. Ichabod straightened up, his face carrying an unfathomable smile. As for this matter, there's no need for us to interfere. We only need to watch the show. Prime Minister August has personally spoken. The stage is set by the Prime Minister himself. I can't dismantle it for him. What excited Ichabod even more was that Prime Minister August seemed to be within the Great Xia Dynasty. Meanwhile, within the capital of the Great Xia Kingdom, Bohan, with her neck retracted, looked at her elder sister, hesitatingly asking, Sis, should we still go to the Great Xia Academy? Ever since last time, when Xuanhuan, Bohan, and Layla were crippled by a stranger, Rico had sent them to recuperate in an estate within the capital. Now, their injuries have finally improved. At least, their crippled dantians have been restored. Originally, they had planned to report to the Great Xia Academy today. But now, Bohan hesitated. To dare plot against the Imperial Prime Minister was tantamount to treason in the eyes of humans of Shenzhou, deserving death by all. Bohan was afraid. Xuanhuan remained silent. Layla's eyes were filled with gloom. What's there to be afraid of? Ai Chun is not a martial artist of Shenzhou. He is the direct grandson of the Yi family patriarch of the primordial aristocratic family, destined to become a major figure who will lead the primordial noble family. Repeatedly crippled, cured, crippled again, cured again. Layla's psyche was beginning to warp. Even the supreme power, Lord Ashton, accepted Ai Chin's commission. What do we have to fear? Let's go to the Great Xia Academy. Xuanhuan also nodded slightly. Let's go. They were already fully on board with Rico's plan. No way to back down. Besides, the Tri-Absolute Sword Saint and 10,000 Absolute Sword Deity will protect us. Behind them, the Tri-Absolute Sword Saint Haroun and the 10,000 Absolute Sword Deity Simeon nodded continuously. Haroun pounded his chest as he promised, Rest assured, masters, when my disciple and I recover our cultivation, those from the 14 provinces and Auric are nothing but a pack of dogs and chickens, nothing to worry about. Currently, both Haroun and Simeon looked full of anticipation. If they could receive treatment from the Grandmaster Alchemist Jeremy, there would be hope to recover their cultivation. The titles such as Tri-Absolute Sword Saint and 10,000 Absolute Sword Deity were simply too impressive. Even Xuanhuan was intimidated. Immediately, the five of them did not hesitate further and headed for the Great Xia Academy. In a corner on the street, former plain Marquis of Sage, Eddie, stared venomously at this group like a poisonous snake. Your Majesty, who would have thought you'd forsake your kingdom for that white-faced Rico? And those two rebellious children. I, Eddie, swear I will make you all pay. At this moment, Eddie wore the attire of a servant from the Linglong Pavilion. A fiendishly evil plan emerged in his mind as his eyes flickered. Bohan, since you can lose 3 million high-grade spirit stones, you can just as well lose 30 million, 300 million, 3 billion, 30 billion. You can destroy the Han family, and you can destroy Rico. Eddie's face twisted maliciously, then vanished without a trace. Within the Great Xia Academy, Rico began meticulously arranging the next steps. Although that public scheme encountered some mishaps, losing 200 million high-grade spirit stones to the 14 provinces. Fortunately, though the process had problems, the outcome was good. The plan continued to progress smoothly. Regarding Asura Medic's actions, Rico couldn't be sure. But given the Shadow Killer's style, as long as he paid enough, Auric was doomed. At this moment, the heavenly secret realm was about to open. Due to this public scheme, the human realm of Shenzhou was in turmoil. Perfect timing for fishing in troubled waters. One must always prepare for all eventualities. We cannot rely solely on the Shadow Killer. Go to Longkei Mountain in the Great Xia now, to the entrance of the heavenly secret realm. Block the entrance. At this moment, Rico's eyes sparkled with immense confidence. The Divine Art Sunflower Manual had reached minor completion. Coupled with the enhancement from the Black Mystery Codex, Rico's current self-confidence verged on arrogance. Right at this moment, the message jade token in his hand vibrated. My cousin Urban has escaped from the Lin family and successfully advanced to become a sword deity. Rico's eyes lit up directly. But in the next instant, a flash of shock and anger appeared in his eyes. The heavenly deity who fell in the heavenly secret realm is my Yi family ancestor. Damned Ashton. He actually killed my ancestor. However, since it's the inheritance of my Yi family ancestor, I absolutely cannot let it fall into someone else's hands. At the same time, this news swept through the entire myriad worlds like a storm. The heavenly deity slain by Ashton and refined into the heavenly secret realm was actually one of the 7 ancient noble families, the Yi family's ancestor. The Yi family was a sword cultivator family, and that heavenly deity also happened to be a sword god. Didn't they say earlier that the heavenly deity was the ancestor of Han state? How did it become the Yi family's ancestor? The heavenly secret realm is about to open. Is this news deliberately spread by the Yi family to claim the heavenly secret realm? But will the Yi family dare to acknowledge this ancestor? I still want to know if he is the ancestor of Han State or the Yi family. There were various discussions on the spirit net. However, the people of Han State were unusually silent. Their faces were still swollen, so they dared not show up on the spirit net for the time being. Inside the Yi family, the expressions of the high-ranking members were extremely unpleasant. Although they did not know where this news came from, it certainly was not baseless. Coincidentally, Rico is at the Great Xia Academy, while Michael and Alice are at the Mountain River College of the Great Xia. The voice of the Yi family patriarch was indifferent. Xuanhuan, Urban, Ted, the three of you go to Shenzhou again. No matter what, assist Michael in seizing the heavenly secret realm. Yanko and Ted nodded slightly. Urban was somewhat hesitant. What about Rico? The Yi family patriarch. Don't mention that pile of shit. How could that unambitious son of mine give birth to such a good-for-nothing thing? Using the Yi family's name to invite Medicazura? Does that idiot even know what Medicazura has done? Is that Rico thinking that the other ancient noble families haven't isolated their Yi family enough? If not for Medicazura looting most of the fifth family's wealth and causing them to lose over 80% of their foundation, the fifth family would not have been destroyed so thoroughly within such a short period of time. Medicazura could be considered the absolute public enemy of the current 7 ancient noble families. Rico actually wanted to reconcile with Medicazura. Little Lindsay, should this medicine be taken orally or applied externally? Externally? How do I apply it? What method should I use? Little Lindsay, please help me. Augusta held the small medicine bottle given by Iman, looking at Amon full of anticipation. Amon, after sending a telepathic message to the Emperor of Great Xia using Oryx's voice, then heard Augusta's words. He looked at Augusta in confusion. What did you say? Help you apply medicine? Augusta's cheeks turned slightly red, then she nodded seriously. At the same time, she looked at Amon with expectation. I don't understand medicine principles. What if I use the wrong method and worsen the cold poison? Iman just returned. He nearly fell flat on his face due to missing a step. Chapter 138. The Starry Sea Pavilion. The War God Clement. Ed hastily turned his face away, not daring to look any longer. Amon looked at Augusta's eyes filled with hope and found it impossible to say no. He nodded slightly, then took Augusta's left hand and rolled up her sleeve. A segment of pale, slender forearm appeared before Iman. Augusta's skin was delicate and fair, almost translucent, but within that pallor lay an almost imperceptible whiteness. It was caused by cold poison. A flash of ferocity passed through Iman's eyes. Who poisoned you? As he spoke, he dripped a drop of medicinal liquid onto the Tsuchi point on the inside of Augusta's left elbow. At the same time, a faint spiritual light glowed at his fingertips as he gently massaged the Tsuchi point. Augusta's cheeks flushed pink. She scratched her head with her right hand. I forgot. Iman. How could she forget something like this? However, if she had forgotten, then she might have already taken her revenge. On the other side, Sky and Brooklyn were secretly looking over. Brooklyn leaned close to Sky's ear and whispered in a voice only the two could hear. Qingying, why do I feel your master has a thing for your nephew? Sky nodded solemnly. Before coming to Daxia, my father asked me to try to bring my master and my nephew together. Afterwards, we'd each go our own way, with me calling her master and her calling me aunt. Brooklyn, Della and Rosalie, who were playing Go Fish with a deck of cards, seemed somewhat distracted. Della's voice carried a touch of melancholy. Is it still not too late for me to poison myself now? Rosalie. She replied incredulously, you're attracted to him too? Della looked like life had lost all meaning. I thought my master would be my only one in this life. But when I saw Iman, I realized there could be a top 3 in my life. I'm truly a Jia woman. Rosalie. Indeed, a Jia woman, even planning on senior Ethan. Rosalie coughed to change the subject. So, Iman knows medicine? Della looked astonished at Rosalie. Don't you know? 3 years ago, Iman was the young divine doctor who saved the state of Aliyah. Rosalie's eyes widened instantly. Iman was that young divine doctor? The plague that swept through Aliyah state 3 years ago was something Rosalie knew about. That terrifying pandemic, if unchecked, would not only affect Aliyah but also threaten the Daxia Empire and potentially spread across the entire human territory. Several powerful doctors from the Holy Dynasty had also gone secretly to Aliyah state to try and provide aid, but they all failed. If it weren't for the appearance of that young divine doctor, who timely controlled the plague, even the Emperor of the Holy Dynasty might have personally visited Aliyah state. But at that time, the Holy Emperor was critically injured. Appearing publicly could lead to unimaginable consequences. For a while, Rosalie had been focused on finding Auric, paying little attention to external matters. So she didn't know that Amon was the young divine doctor. Looking at Amon again, a new spark appeared in Rosalie's eyes. Della nudged Rosalie's shoulder. You're not falling for Amon too, are you? Rosalie shook her head firmly. Nonsense. My heart belongs only to my master. Yet her eyes betrayed a flicker of panic. Why did Amon seem more appealing the more she looked at him? In Rosalie's heart, the image of Auric was quietly fading. Taking its place was Iman's silhouette. Oh heavens, how long had she known Amon? Was she also a Tao woman? Watching Iman apply medicine to Augusta made her even more uncomfortable. The usually prickly Augusta, who kept everyone at a distance, had become unusually docile before Amon. Right then, Amon's fingers lightly massaged Augusta's soft and tender skin, causing a brief moment of daze in his mind. Suddenly, it seemed as if Iman had entered another realm. Under the cover of the 1,000 transformations, the divine concealment scripture roared into action. His cultivation, previously stuck at the peak of the mystic light stage, instantly broke through, entering the purple mansion stage. In an instant, Iman felt a roar in his mind. The purple mansion opened, housing the martial spirit. Unaware of what was happening, Iman's consciousness entered the purple mansion. This was a chaotic space, seemingly boundless. In the center of this space, a small purple glow flickered. What is this? Within this vast and boundless purple mansion, apart from Iman's own martial spirit, there was actually a second presence. Misty purple sapling. The sapling was about 3 feet tall, entirely enveloped in a hazy purple aura. Between the branches and leaves of the sapling hung a fist-sized, pale purple fruit. The misty purple aura surrounding the sapling was emitted by this pale purple fruit. Iman tried to touch the little sapling with his thoughts, but in the next moment, the scene before him changed. Augusta's magnified, perfectly beautiful face reappeared before Iman. Iman couldn't help but feel dazed once again. Seeing Iman's dumbfounded expression, Augusta couldn't help but blink. Little Lin, what's wrong? As she spoke, she reached out her right hand and lightly touched Iman's forehead. That icy cool sensation instantly snapped Iman back to his senses. Ah, nothing. Do you feel better? Iman withdrew his hand. At that moment, the drop of medicinal liquid had already completely merged into Augusta's chi point. Augusta, blushing, nodded slightly. Much better. I'm no longer cold. As she spoke, she stuffed her hand back into Iman's palm. The originally ice-cold hand now carried a trace of warmth. A smile appeared on Iman's face. That's good. Meanwhile, a hint of doubt surfaced in his heart. What just happened? Why did he break through while detoxifying Augusta? And what was that sapling inside his purple mansion? Thinking this, Iman couldn't resist and gently poked Augusta's delicate, fair cheek. Augusta's eyes widened instantly, a trace of barely noticeable joy flashing across her eyes. Does it need to be applied 6 more times? Her voice was filled with anticipation. Iman nodded slightly. Once a day. After 6 days, you'll be fully recovered. As he spoke, he gently lowered Augusta's rolled-up sleeve. Right at that moment, Carissa suddenly came over. Little Lin, take a look at me too. I've been poisoned. Augusta, why are you joining in? Iman turned around and looked at his other female disciple blankly. You're also poisoned? Examining Carissa closely, Iman was at a loss. It's not too late for you to induce vomiting now. Carissa wore a regretful look. Augusta sneered. Rosalie was speechless. Ed silently gazed at the sky. He felt that it wouldn't be long before he would have 3 mothers-in-law. Master was completely a little white rabbit, targeted by these 3 big gray wolves. These 3 younger sisters not only had their eyes on Master's mask, but also kept an eye on Master himself. If they knew about Master's secret identity, they would likely devour Master thoroughly in no time. Daxia Academy. Gary, who had successfully joined Daxia Academy, eagerly sought out Rico. Faced with this unexpected Zisong family young master, Rico felt somewhat bewildered. Rico, isn't the champion Marquis's signature skill, the heaven-rank upper-class divine skill, Heavenly Light Echo? A thought flashed through Rico's mind. Could there be something wrong with this Heavenly Light Echo? A mocking smile spread across Gary's face. There's far more than just a problem. That Heavenly Light Echo is the ultimate technique of Clement, the war god of Starry Sea Pavilion, one of the 3 great martial holy lands in the universe. Upon hearing Gary's words, Rico's eyes lit up instantly. You mean Iman stole the Starry Sea Pavilion's ultimate technique? Gary squinted his eyes. It might not be as simple as just stealing. 6 years ago, Clement charged deep into the Northern Crown Great Wall alone with a spear, and has been missing ever since. Rico's eyes lit up instantly. Are you saying? Gary nodded slightly. Iman's Heavenly Light Echo doesn't have a legitimate origin. So, we plan to invite Starry Sea Pavilion disciples to Daxia Academy under the name of the ancient noble families. Rico understood immediately. I am the direct grandson of the Yi family patriarch and can fully represent the Yi family. Extend an invitation to the Starry Sea Pavilion. Gary smiled. With the rebuilding of Daxia Academy, we should indeed boost its reputation. Once the Starry Sea Pavilion people arrive, we will head to Daxia Mountain and River College to challenge them. Chapter 139. Iman, rest assured, I haven't committed suicide. The Starry Sea Pavilion, one of the 3 great martial arts holy lands of the myriad worlds. It has dominated the starry sky for countless years, with a history far more ancient than that of the primordial noble families. These 3 martial arts holy lands are like 3 living ancient histories, documenting the past and present of the myriad worlds. At this moment, Rico looked at Gary in front of him, his eyes twinkling mischievously. Inviting martial artists from the Starry Sea Pavilion to the Daxia Academy under the name of the primordial noble families might not be enough. We must have a backup plan. Gary looked at Rico in surprise. A sinister look flashed across Rico's eyes, which were growing increasingly similar to those of a dog. Create momentum. Spread the news that Iman killed the holy son of the Starry Sea Pavilion and stole the heavenly level superior divine skill, Heavenly Light Back Shadow. Put the Starry Sea Pavilion on the hot seat. They won't dare not come. Gary's eyes twitched. This was just their guesswork. They could use it as an excuse to get the Starry Sea Pavilion people to investigate Iman in the divine continent. But Rico, without any confirmation, was ready to spread this news, truly putting a martial arts holy land on the hot seat. However, considering how this person had dared to scheme against the Evernight Marquis before, although he paid the price of 200 million superior spirit stones, he achieved the expected results. Now, many people in the myriad worlds were spreading the word that the Shadow Executioner was on the way to the divine continent. Seeing Gary's expression, Rico smiled smugly. Don't worry, Brother Zisong, this news will not come directly from us. I'll have others spread it online. Having learned from the 200 million spirit stone loss, Rico wouldn't act personally again. He already had the right person in mind. The 10,000 absolute sword god, Simeon, that little old man who conned him out of 30 million superior spirit stones in the Sage Capital black market, turning him into a poop martial artist, was actually the 10,000 absolute sword god Simeon. And now, Simeon had become his subordinate. Jeremy even agreed to help Simeon and Zachariah recover from their injuries. Spreading the news about the executioner Clement through the mouth of the 10,000 absolute sword god would naturally be more credible. Actually, this idea came from the Han Kingdom people. Previously, they kept spreading that the Roman belonged to Han, and that Amon was merely a thief who stole the title. Even Amon's strength allegedly came from inheriting the sword god Ajax of Han Kingdom. Though discerning people knew these were fabrications, many still chose to believe them, including some humans in the divine continent, who even joined the chorus condemning Amon. Night fell. Amon sat cross-legged on the bed with closed eyes, the powers of all worlds' divine storage surging within him. Since his cultivation had broken through and entered the purple mansion realm, he could now open the second divine storage. The first divine storage was on his left index finger, so the second one would be on his right index finger. As for the divine skill for the second divine storage, Amon had long prepared it. The supreme grade divine power spear art, Heaven's Light Controlling Deity. The spear technique Heavenly Light Back Shadow he used earlier was the starting move of spear art, Heaven's Light Controlling Deity. Boom. Thunder-like rumbles echoed around Amon's right index finger. With the previous experience, Amon's second divine storage on his right index finger condensed instantly. The extremely condensed spear light appeared and was immediately locked by surrounding formations before dissipating into nothingness. Seated on the bed, Amon pondered for a moment. Then, with a flip of his hand, a faint golden glow appeared. A divine power charm. The great divine power 10-phase Heavenly Nation. Although it barely reached the void spirit level, it had enormous potential. In the original storyline, Rico continued using it even after becoming Heavenly Emperor. However, even as an imperial-level divine power, it wasn't too precious for Amon. Whether it was the supreme grade black gold sword chi on his left index finger or the spear art, Heaven's Light Controlling Deity on his right index finger, both had surpassed the imperial level. After hesitating for a while, Amon directly integrated this divine power into his right index finger. To refine divine storages, besides requiring rare treasures, one also needed powerful skills. The potential of 10-phase Heavenly Nation made it perfect for refining divine storages. Buzz. At that moment, a buzzing sound emanated from inside Amon's right index finger's divine storage. As 10-phase Heavenly Nation merged in, a faint shadow appeared at the center of the storage. Indeed, it was the manifestation of the deity within the divine storage. Not only that, Amon noticed that the spear art, Heaven's Light Controlling Deity within the divine storage also underwent a slight change. The 10 primordial forces, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, yin, yang, and space, were now reinforcing the spear art, Heaven's Light Controlling Deity. He transformed the original single strike into 10. These 10 strikes not only complement and counter each other but can also stack together, exploding with 10-fold combat power. Amon pursed his lips, extremely satisfied with this outcome. After refining the divine storage, Amon began to study the small sapling inside his purple mansion. He searched through his memories but found no record of this sapling. Could a tree really grow inside the purple mansion? Whenever Amon's thoughts or primordial spirit approached the sapling, his consciousness would involuntarily retreat from the purple mansion. After several repeated attempts, Amon gave up and just observed it from afar. Could this tree have been left by the system? This tree grows in my mind. See, what is its nourishment? The purple gas on this tree seems to be nurturing my primordial spirit. The next morning, Elizabeth and Jean had just prepared salty tofu pudding, sweet tofu pudding, and spicy tofu pudding. Blue then rushed in. Amon, what's going on with you? You learned the superior heavenly level divine skill, Heavenly Light Back Shadow, from where? Or did the holy son of the Starry Sea Pavilion really die at your hands? Amon was washing up. Upon hearing Blue's words, he nearly swallowed the foam in his mouth. What are you talking about? About the holy son of the Starry Sea Pavilion and him dying at my hands? Amon lifted his head, looking at Blue blankly. Starry Sea Pavilion? Holy son? It seemed somewhat familiar. Suddenly, Amon dug out a rarely used alias from the corner of his memory. Without realizing, he blurted out, the Starry Sea Pavilion has a new holy son? Blue felt dizzy upon hearing this. New holy son? What did he mean by that? If there's a new holy son, then there must have been an old one. So, was the news spread last night true? Did the holy son of the Starry Sea Pavilion really get killed by this baron? Rosalie sat before her spicy tofu pudding, frowning slightly. Explain clearly, what exactly happened? Augusta and Carissa then picked up their message jade tokens and checked the news on the spirit net. Suddenly, Augusta sneered, someone is spreading rumors on the spirit net that little Fenwick killed the holy son of the Starry Sea Pavilion, that notorious killer Clement, and stole his divine skill, Heavenly Light Back Shadow. Little Fenwick, what do you say? Amon sighed in relief. So that's what this was all about. But weren't those people too bored? First, they paid me to find me and kill me, and now they're spreading rumors that I committed suicide. Amon had black lines all over his face. Rest assured, I haven't committed suicide. Blue. Chapter 140. Let's go challenge the Rivers and Mountains Academy. Blue stared blankly at Amon. At this moment, his mind was somewhat numb. You didn't commit suicide? Of course, I know you didn't commit suicide. Why would you want to do that out of the blue? What I'm asking is, what's going on with the holy son of Starry Sea Pavilion and the heavenly light reflection? At the same time, Augusta, Carissa, and Rosalie all looked at Amon. In those three pairs of bright eyes, a hint of amazement flashed simultaneously. Starry Sea Pavilion, one of the three major martial arts holy lands of Myriad Worlds. It could be said to be one of the oldest forces in this realm of Myriad Worlds. The holy son of Starry Sea Pavilion was equivalent to the crown prince of the supreme martial empire of Myriad Worlds. Amon's words. He didn't commit suicide? Suicide. Amon did not kill the holy son of Starry Sea Pavilion. So, Amon himself is the holy son of Starry Sea Pavilion. On the other side, it almost choked on his soy milk as it sprayed out through his nostrils. Master's little disguises are truly varied and extraordinary. Fortunately, this time, he kept his mouth shut and finally didn't make any more blunders. Augusta's eyes shone brightly. asking in surprise, "Little Lin, you're the holy son of Starry Sea Pavilion?" Iman was speechless. It happened 6 years ago. If it weren't dug up, I might have forgotten it myself. Back then, to complete a certain system mission, he just made a small disguise and entered the Starry Sea Pavilion. But Iman's presence was too strong. Even if he repeatedly tried to remain low-key, he was still discovered by the chief of Starry Sea Pavilion and established as the Holy Son of the Holy Land. Before Iman appeared, the position of Holy Son in Starry Sea Pavilion had been vacant for over 100 years. But due to some old fellow's reasons, after completing the system mission, Iman dove into the Northern Crown Great Wall and vanished completely. As for the heavenly light reflection, Iman couldn't help but feel the urge to grab his head. 12 years, 1,080 system missions, all kinds of strange disguises, bizarre skills, countless and endless. Those unimportant matters, he simply didn't bother to remember. Iman had even forgotten that he was once the Holy Son of Starry Sea Pavilion. How would he have the leisure to think about whose skill heavenly light reflection belonged to? Whatever skill suited the situation, he used it. Who would have thought that someone would use this matter against him today? However, if the old chief of Starry Sea Pavilion knew he was still alive and well, perhaps, maybe, should be very happy. That old fellow had always been chasing after him, trying to take him as a disciple. Iman found it annoying, which was why he fled into hiding. Blue stood there dazed for a moment, then suddenly jumped up. He looked at Iman and stammered, "Why you are the Holy Son of Starry Sea Pavilion?" Iman nodded. Blue repeated, "So, you didn't kill the Holy Son of Starry Sea Pavilion?" "Ah, no, you didn't commit suicide?" Iman. Upon hearing this, Augusta glared fiercely at Blue. "Old man, how do you talk? Why would our little Lin commit suicide when he's perfectly fine?" Carissa also chimed in from the side. Exactly. Little Lin is sitting here perfectly fine. What nonsense are you spouting?" Rosalie gave Blue a cold glance. Blue couldn't help shivering and stuttered. If it's like this, good. But in the next instant, he seemed to think of something and looked at Iman incredulously. "Aren't you our Rivers and Mountains Academy's Roman? How did you become the Holy Son of Starry Sea Pavilion?" Iman didn't respond, clearly not wanting to answer such a question with a high risk of blowing his cover. On the other side, Ed muttered inwardly. "So what if you're the Holy Son of Starry Sea Pavilion? If Master revealed any of his other disguises, it would scare the daylights out of this junior Master brother. However, one must be really careful when speaking from now on. Master's disguises span such a wide range, from the paramount grandees of myriad worlds to the prodigious Holy Son of Starry Sea Pavilion. If I say the wrong thing again, it's not that he feared Iman would blame him. It's mainly the intense social death and shame that were unbearable." Augusta casually fed Iman a bite of salty tofu pudding, then said proudly, "What if my little Lin is the Holy Son of Starry Sea Pavilion? Who knows, he might even be the chief of true martial sanctuary." Upon hearing this, Iman nearly spat out the tofu pudding in his mouth, but he couldn't help coughing violently. Startled, Augusta quickly reached out and gently patted Iman's back to soothe him. Ed froze, then his face began to twitch uncontrollably. The first-ranked true martial sanctuary among the 3 major martial arts holy lands, its chief. "Little sister, did you accidentally reveal another of Master's disguises?" However, indeed, Master's disguises do span quite a large spectrum. From being the holy son of one holy land to becoming the chief of another, it was unknown how the disciples of these 2 great holy lands would react upon learning the truth. Blue was startled by Augusta's words. He was just about to rebuke her but abruptly remembered the identity of the young girl in front of him, and instantly dared not make a sound. This young girl was the cherished disciple of the greatest doting master of myriad worlds. "Iman, what do you plan to do?" Blue coughed, deciding to change the topic. "Should we directly reveal your identity, or?" That moment, Ed, Augusta, Carissa, and Rosalie all looked at Iman simultaneously. Iman wiped his mouth with Augusta's handkerchief. "Let's see what the Starry Sea Pavilion people say when they arrive." The Holy Son of the Starry Sea Pavilion? He could certainly discard this long-forgotten disguise if needed. Although Rico had made some progress this time and didn't come personally, this incident was undoubtedly orchestrated by Rico. Iman wanted to use Rico to confirm something. Regarding the little sapling inside the Purple Mansion, the heat around Shadow Killer wanting to kill Auric hadn't died down yet. A 6-year-old unsolved case reappeared before the public. It turned out that Clement, the Holy Son of Starry Sea Pavilion, did not die at the Northern Crown Great Wall, but was killed by Roman Iman in the great world of Sunzhou, Shenzhou. Even Clement's high-level celestial skill, heavenly light reflection, became a signature move of the Roman. This news immediately caused a stir across the myriad worlds. Before Clement, Starry Sea Pavilion hadn't established a new holy son for over 100 years. One could say, Killgod Clement was the first genius of Starry Sea Pavilion in nearly a century. And now, the Great Xia Academy of the Daxia Dynasty within the great world of Shenzhou, along with the 7 ancient families of myriad worlds, sent direct invitations to Starry Sea Pavilion. Starry Sea Pavilion did not disappoint. They already sent someone to the great world of Shenzhou. I didn't expect Starry Sea Pavilion to agree so readily. Gary and other members of the ancient families were filled with joy. Let's go challenge the Rivers and Mountains Academy. Rico's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Though he had already prepared to block the entrance before the heavenly secret realm, it wouldn't stop him from scouting the Rivers and Mountains Academy early. Gary was slightly stunned. We're going directly? Without waiting for Starry Sea Pavilion's people? Rico snorted. His voice transmitted through the communication jade. Starry Sea Pavilion is here to deal with Iman. The ancient families are here to challenge the Rivers and Mountains Academy. Since Rivers and Mountains Academy has reclaimed the heavenly secret realm quota, let's represent the Great Xia Academy and demand it back. I want to see the faces of Blue and Auric when we stomp each member of the Rivers and Mountains Academy under our feet. What right will they have to monopolize the heavenly secret realm quota belonging to the Daxia Dynasty? Upon hearing these words, the eyes of Gary and others also lit up. Although they were celestial martial artists, they were now also members of the Great Xia Academy. Suddenly, Gary hesitated. Brother Yi, perhaps you shouldn't get involved. If you appear, probably no one from Rivers and Mountains Academy would dare face you. Especially the students from the Xuanhuan family and other ancient families retreated several steps. They had all been affected by Rico's influence. If not for the sake of the heavenly secret realm, who would cooperate with a fecal-level martial artist? Rico. Chapter 141 Rico, watch my 10 fragrant soft bone powder. Rico looked at the few people present, gritting his teeth in hatred. But he was well aware. If not for the existence of the heavenly mystic realm, he and these primal ancient family disciples would have been mortal enemies with unresolved grudges. The battle at Sacred Hill had become an unshakable shadow in the hearts of many primal ancient family disciples, especially the members of the Xuanhuan family. They had clearly gone to help Rico, only to be humiliated by him, even using feces to flood their entire family compound. That battle became a laughingstock not just for the Yi family. Fortunately, this joke smelled too strong for most people to discuss during their leisure time. Now, Rico was a world-class weapon of mass destruction with immense deterrent power, and one that inflicted maximum mental damage. Unless someone was sure they could kill him in one blow, no one dared to face him. Fragrant Goddess Kenan's great wasteland imprisonment finger strike could even defeat a mighty expert whose physical body mirrored the heavens. Yet it didn't even injure Rico. Of course, everyone knew it was because Rico obtained the 9 Dao Dragon Divine Cauldron deep within Sacred Hill. By now, no one dared to covet this divine artifact anymore. There were rumors that the divine artifact was inserted into Rico's anus to catch waste. Rico gritted his teeth. I don't need to make a move, but I must be present. He was certain that if he wasn't there, even if he obtained a slot, they wouldn't give it to him. Gary and others nodded indifferently. Actually, they hoped Rico would take action, teaching the Mountain River Academy a harsh lesson with the 8-direction sword movement. 10,000 swords return to the source. But a shit warrior's attack, the Mountain River Academy absolutely wouldn't dare to accept it. Just as they were about to gather people and head to the Mountain River Academy, Marco's voice suddenly rang out. The Mountain River Academy people have already blocked the main gate of the Daxia Imperial Academy. Scholars of the Imperial Academy, our dignity rests on your shoulders. Hearing Marco's voice, the new Daxia Imperial Academy fell silent. What nonsense! Mountain River Academy people, blockading the gate of the Daxia Imperial Academy? What peculiar tactic was this? They went to challenge the Daxia Mountain River Academy for the sake of the heavenly mystic realm slots. Why would the Daxia Mountain River Academy come here to blockade instead of preparing for the heavenly mystic realm? As everyone puzzled over it, a clear female voice suddenly echoed. Daxia Imperial Academy, daring to put a bounty on Chancellor August of the Mountain River Academy, your actions are akin to demons, making you traitors of the human race. Chancellor August is magnanimous, and the human emperor overlooks the past, but as members of the human race, we cannot stand idly by. Today, Brooklyn, a disciple of the Daxia Mountain River Academy, comes to blockade the gate of the Daxia Imperial Academy. Until half a month from now, before the opening of the heavenly mystic realm, all persons of the Daxia Imperial Academy are forbidden to enter or exit this gate. To pass through this gate, you must defeat me. Brooklyn's bright voice, filled with confidence, echoed across the entire Daxia Imperial Academy through a magical amplification device. Brooklyn. Upon hearing this name, there was little reaction among the other scholars within the academy. These warriors, who came either from beyond the heavens or the Han Kingdom, joined the Daxia Imperial Academy merely for the heavenly mystic realm. But inside the academy, Layla and Bohan's eyes instantly turned red. Brooklyn, once an ordinary inner disciple of Sage Wu Mansion. Though she had decent talent, it certainly wasn't enough to qualify her for the Mountain River Academy. But because Brooklyn was from Iman's lineage and grew closer to Sky, she was taken into the Mountain River Academy by Iman and became an official disciple. Now, she even dared to block the gate of the Daxia Imperial Academy. The envy and jealousy in the eyes of siblings Layla and Bohan almost burned like two raging flames. Bohan's newly repaired Dantian began to ache faintly again. Big sister, if you had followed Iman back then, would we have become disciples of the Mountain River Academy now? Bohan muttered. Layla clenched her fists so tightly that her nails dug into her flesh. A rough red bloodline trickled from the corner of her mouth. Her newly rebuilt Dantian, which cost a fortune, started to crack subtly. Layla leaned on her brother, her face flushed red, screaming hoarsely. I do not regret it. I do not regret it. Truly, do not regret it. You have to believe me. That Iman offended the Han Kingdom and killed the Holy Son of the Star Sea Pavilion, a sacred martial site. The Han Kingdom won't let him go, nor will the Star Sea Pavilion. Iman won't live long. He's bound to die. Bohan quickly supported his sister, dumbly saying, yeah, right. However, sister, just how strong is Iman's talent? He even beat the Holy Son of a martial sanctuary. And it's said that Iman shattered the Dusk Sword God's sword intent with just one sweep. Rico, brother-in-law, though he is from the primal ancient family, other than spewing feces, it seems like he can't do anything else. Puff. With those words, Layla finally couldn't hold back, and she spat out a mouthful of old blood. Her previously cracking Dantian instantly exploded. She rolled her eyes and fainted. Bohan was greatly alarmed. He hurriedly picked up Layla and ran outside. Elderace, my sister has fainted again. Rico had a gloomy expression. Brooklyn is nothing. How dare she come to my Daxia Imperial Academy and make trouble? Suddenly, a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Since you came here on your own, then this time, I will personally deal with you. As he spoke, Rico strode towards the main gate of the Daxia Imperial Academy. Hearing that Rico would personally take action, the disciples present all changed their expressions. They moved slightly backward but followed him with hesitation. Find cover first. If things go badly, run immediately. Gary whispered to the surrounding primal ancient family disciples. We know, once Rico gets mad, he doesn't distinguish between friend or foe. At this moment, A platform had already been set up in front of the main gate of the Daxia Imperial Academy. It blocked the entrance completely. Brooklyn wore green clothes without makeup, a hint of excitement and nervousness flashing across her pretty face. But when she thought about her identity now, one of the 3,000 guests, a true disciple of xuanhuan, meeting lifted her chest and looked down at the Daxia Imperial Academy. On the other side of this platform stood the disciples of the Mountain River Academy of Daxia. Their faces were filled with righteous indignation, and they loudly shouted slogans. Among them were former Daxia Imperial Academy students. Originally, these people felt somewhat ashamed for betraying the Daxia Imperial Academy. However, when they learned that Rico intended to find the Dark Shadow Death God to assassinate Prime Minister Auric of the Sacred Dynasty, and that the Spirit Stones were offered by the Grand Elder and Palace Master of the Daxia Imperial Academy, that tinge of shame instantly turned into anger. Brooklyn, who do you think you are, coming to our Daxia Imperial Academy to make trouble? Since you are blocking the gate, then I, Rico, will personally break through this gate. Rico's voice echoed through the communication jade amulet. His figure landed on the platform, facing Brooklyn. Rico? Upon seeing Rico, panic flashed in Brooklyn's eyes. No. Why did you start pooping as soon as we arrived? This question successfully made everyone silent. Former Daxia Imperial Academy disciples had left due to not wanting to be associated with this pile of feces. Now, it was these very people who teamed up with Rico. A vicious light gleamed in Rico's eyes like an evil dog. Woof 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 woof. Die. Rico lunged toward Brooklyn like a fierce hound. Brooklyn took half a step back. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something, raised her hand, and yelled in a soft voice, Rico, watch my 10 fragrant soft bone powder. Thud. Upon hearing 10 fragrant soft bone powder, Rico's body went limp as if responding to a conditioned stimulus, instinctively falling from midair. Brooklyn frowned and muttered under her breath, oh no, wrong one, threw it incorrectly. That's not 10 fragrant soft bone powder, it's fragrance adjusting pollen. Where did I put the 10 fragrant soft bone powder? Rico. The surrounding people. Chapter 142. The Fragrance Deity's Great Wasteland Prison Heaven Finger? At the same moment, within the Daxia Academy, Layla, who had just consumed a pill to barely stabilize her injuries, opened her eyes. She grabbed Bohan's sleeve and urged, hurry, take me to the mountain gate. Bohan was momentarily stunned. But sister, why to the mountain gate? You should be resting. Wait for Elder Ace to finish his tasks and recast your Danteon. Speaking of recasting, the Danteon made Bohan numb all over. Recast Danteon, again and again. Heaven knew how many times Layla's Danteon had been recast since she officially followed Rico. Now, Layla's Danteon was like an egg, shattering at the slightest touch. This time, it burst without even being stepped on. With a savage expression, Layla snarled, I want to see Brooklyn get what she deserves. The current Daxia Academy is filled with world-renowned geniuses descending from the heavens. A tiny person like Brooklyn dares to cause trouble here. I want to see her trampled underfoot by these geniuses. Even if she went to the Daxia Mountain River Academy with Iman, she's still just a small cannon fodder. Quickly, take me to the mountain gate. Bohan sighed helplessly, supporting the pale-faced Layla as they headed toward the mountain gate of the Daxia Academy. Oh, right sister, I saw father. Suddenly, Bohan cautiously asked. Layla's body stiffened. Because of brother-in-law's 50 million high-grade spirit stones, father has joined Linglong Pavilion and arrived in Daxia. He doesn't blame us. At this moment, Rico lay sprawled on a high platform, utterly disheveled. Listening to Brooklyn's words, he felt an overwhelming sense of shame and rage. Woof woof woof. You dare to play tricks on me. As he spoke, Rico exerted strength and leaped into the air, lunging at Brooklyn once more. Oh, found it. 10 fragrances limbering powder. Facing Rico's attack, Brooklyn remained calm, raising her hand. Seeing this, Rico's expression changed drastically. His body froze midair, twisting strangely 3 times to narrowly avoid a puff of smoke. Bang! In the next instant, Rico fell awkwardly onto the stage again. Oh, wrong again. Brooklyn patted her pristine forehead and then rummaged through her storage spirit tool on the high platform, seemingly undisturbed. Where did I put the 10 fragrances limbering powder? Rico. Others around. This Rico was literally haunted by past trauma. That girl merely shouted, 10 fragrances limbering powder, twice, and this fellow collapsed on his own. Disciples of the primordial noble families exchanged glances. It looks like we've found Rico's weakness. To deal with Rico in the future, just shout, 10 fragrances limbering powder. Clifton from the One-Run family murmured. Gary glanced meaningfully at him. What if that guy doesn't respect martial virtue and sprays it again? Clifton couldn't help but shiver, then clenched his teeth. Then we'll go to Amon and buy the real 10 fragrances limbering powder. We are here for the heavenly secret realm. We don't have deep-seated grudges against Iman or the human race of Shinjo, right? The others from the primordial noble families were startled. Yes, they came for the heavenly secret realm, not because of any deep grudge against Iman or the humans of Shinjo. That heavenly secret realm wasn't essential for them. It was just an opportunity for trials and tribulations. Across all realms, there weren't just remains of the heavenly secret realm. Countless places held inheritances left by even higher deities. Recently, the disciples of the primordial noble families had been misled by Rico. It was Rico who had enmity with Roman, not the primordial noble families. Besides, another rumor spread widely lately, claiming the deity killed by No Night Marquis was actually Yi family's patriarch. What did this have to do with them? Just as the disciples of the primordial noble families were speechless, a somewhat hoarse female voice suddenly rang out. Brother Yi, Brooklyn isn't Amon. She absolutely doesn't have that special 10 fragrances limbering powder. Layla, deathly pale, arrived at the mountain gate, supported by Bohan. When she saw Rico frightened into cowering by Brooklyn's mere 2 sentences, she couldn't help but speak up to warn him. Rico suddenly regained awareness. Yes, Brooklyn isn't Iman. How could she possibly have Iman's crazy 10 fragrances limbering powder? Iman's 10 fragrances limbering powder could even break through his own 101 poison-immune body. Such precious anesthetics wouldn't be easily given away by Iman. Brooklyn scratched her head and giggled. Ah, you figured it out. Brooklyn. At that moment, Rico's eyes instantly turned bloodshot red. He climbed up from the ground, his voice emitting a snarling roar from beneath his half-face mask like an enraged hound. Brooklyn, who was rummaging through her storage spirit tool, froze and suddenly looked up. That, Rico, you can speak human language now? Rico was stunned for a moment. That sentence had not come from the message Jade slip, but from his own mouth. Can I speak human language now? He hurriedly focused inward and then rejoiced immensely. Provoked by Brooklyn, the true essence within his body surged wildly, breaking through his cultivation. He reached the middle stage mystical light realm, finally regaining the ability to speak like a human. In the back of the crowd, Iman smiled faintly. Worthy of being a son blessed with good fortune, even able to turn things around in adversity. But the higher one climbs, the harder one falls. Who said Brooklyn didn't have the 10 fragrance limbering powder? At this moment, Rico finally regained his once confident self. Boom! A thunderous sound resonated from his body. The cultivation of the middle stage mystical light realm burst out unreservedly, stunning everyone around him. Middle stage mystical light realm. This Rico actually broke through to the middle stage mystical light realm. He is only 18, right? Even the extraterrestrial martial artists couldn't help but change their expressions. 18 years old, middle stage mystical light realm. Even in all the heavens and myriad worlds, such talent would be well deserved. More importantly, Rico had always been wandering outside, growing up in Sage Kingdom, a backward place. Yet he managed to break through to the middle stage mystical light realm on his own strength. On the other side, people like xuanhuan and Ted from the Yi family fell into deep thought. Rico's cultivation should be related to the deity's inheritance inside St. Xiao Mountain, but his foundation is solid, without any sign of weakness. If he could receive family training, he would surely achieve something in the future. Ted muttered to himself. xuanhuan's eyelids twitched. Let's wait and see after 6 months. Rico must be pulled back for half a year. During these 6 months, he wouldn't step into the ancient Yi family for even a moment. At this moment, on the high platform, Rico seemed determined to unleash all the humiliation and frustration he had endured over this period. His aura reached its peak in an instant, and immediately, a black flame wave burned around his body. Brooklyn, given that we were classmates, I won't kill you, but I will destroy your dantian, strip you naked, and hang you at the entrance of Daxia Academy. Rico remembered how he was once stripped and left naked on the street by Iman. The ferocity in his eyes almost became tangible. Brooklyn blinked, somewhat hesitant. Rico, long time no see, why do you seem like a fop now? You're very similar to xuanhuan from the palace. Rico suddenly paused. He recalled, castration wasn't necessary to succeed. Die! Rico screamed and slapped toward Brooklyn with a palm. The black force condensed in midair, transforming into a large black dog. Dog. This is what you got from deep within St. Xiao Mountain. The dog deity inheritance? Brooklyn still stood where she was, her eyes showing no fear. Hearing Brooklyn's words, Rico grew more deranged. But at that very moment, Brooklyn suddenly called out loud, Great Wasteland Prison Heaven Finger. Boom. A finger 3 zhang long descended from the sky, rushing straight toward Rico's large black dog. Great Wasteland Prison Heaven Finger? The fragrance deity's Great Wasteland Prison Heaven Finger? As soon as the Great Wasteland Prison Heaven Finger appeared, everyone present was thrown into chaos. Chapter 143. Iman said just one sentence, and the fragrant deity took you as a disciple? Boom. The vast wilderness imprisoning Heaven Finger clashed heavily with Rico's palm in the air. Brooklyn let out a muffled groan. She stumbled backward for over 10 steps before stabilizing herself. Rico, on the other hand, stood rooted to the spot, motionless. The disparity in cultivation and strength between the two was immediately evident. However, despite this, Brooklyn's performance still stunned everyone. After all, Rico was at the mid-stage profound light realm. In contrast, Brooklyn had barely entered the spirit sea realm. Perhaps Rico did not use his full strength, but Brooklyn managed to withstand a blow from someone at the mid-stage profound light realm with her spirit sea realm cultivation. Indeed, the vast wilderness imprisoning Heaven Finger was formidable. Brooklyn. At that moment, a nearly Fengkong's Suho-sung suddenly echoed. Layla's eyes were like those of a vicious wolf, fixated on Brooklyn. Why can you perform the fragrant deity's vast wilderness imprisoning Heaven Finger? Vast wilderness imprisoning Heaven Finger. Back in Aliyah Kingdom, the fragrant deity used this finger technique to crush the dusk sword god of Han Kingdom. Since then, this peerless divine skill created by the fragrant deity has become renowned throughout the realms. And now, Brooklyn actually performed the vast wilderness imprisoning Heaven Finger. In Layla's view, even if Brooklyn joined the Great Xia Mountain River Academy, she was merely the most lowly outer disciple. Now, she was even sent to be cannon fodder. But, she could actually perform the fragrant deity's divine skill. Fragrant deity Carissa, one of the 2 deities of the 3,000 guests, and one of the top 3 beauties in the realms, a legendary figure, would never impart her divine skills to someone like Brooklyn. Although a certain idea had already taken root in Layla's mind, she refused to accept it. Brooklyn first cast a wary glance at Rico opposite her. Then she said calmly, because the great fragrant deity is my master. As she spoke, Brooklyn raised her chin slightly, looking proud and haughty. Her words fell into an eerie silence. The fragrant deity is Brooklyn's master? What kind of joke is this? Before this, the majority of the people present had never heard of Brooklyn. At this point, someone had already gone online to check Brooklyn's information, only to find out that Brooklyn was one of the 2 disciples recruited by the Great Xia Mountain River Academy in Aliyah Kingdom. Brooklyn's martial talent was considered a minor prodigy in Aaliyah Kingdom, but compared to the great Xia Dynasty, she was at best average. How could the fragrant deity take someone like her as a disciple? It's impossible. Absolutely impossible. Layla went completely mad. How could the fragrant deity take you as a disciple? What are you? Why should you become the fragrant deity's disciple? Brooklyn glanced at Layla, a flash of resentment crossing her eyes. She suddenly recalled how this person once made Amon bear the meaning of being a tango, almost turning him into a laughingstock. Though it was clear now that Amon was just acting with her, Brooklyn couldn't help but feel resentful. Immediately, Brooklyn grinned, speaking with a touch of mischief. I don't know. Amon asked the great fragrant deity to guide me in cultivation, and then the great fragrant deity directly took me as a disciple. Suddenly, she added, the only true disciple, the first disciple. At that moment, not only Layla but also Rico on the opposite side were utterly stunned. Amon? He asked the fragrant deity to guide Brooklyn in cultivation, and then, the fragrant deity took Brooklyn as a disciple. Even as a true disciple, the first disciple? Are you hearing what you're saying? Though Amon is the Roman, does he have that much influence? The 3,000 guests stand above all, and the name of fragrant deity Carissa reverberates throughout the realms. A single word from Amon, and the fragrant deity takes you as a disciple? But aside from this explanation, there seemed to be no other reason. Could it be because Amon possesses the Red Dust Order? But can the Red Dust Order really have such immense power? At that moment, many people present developed a yearning for Arnigin's Red Dust Order. Earlier, everyone assumed Brooklyn was talking about a nominal disciple. Now, they were told that Brooklyn was a true disciple, and even the first disciple. Even the people from the Great Xia Mountain River Academy were dumbfounded. No wonder Brooklyn dared to block the gate of the Great Xia Academic Palace alone. Indeed, the one blocking the gate was only Brooklyn. The others from the Great Xia Mountain River Academy were just there to watch. Layla gazed dully at the slender figure on the high platform. Once, in the Aaliyah Marshal Mansion, due to Amon, this Brooklyn wasn't even worthy of tying her shoes. But now, because of Amon, Brooklyn became a true disciple of the fragrant deity. At that moment, Layla felt an excruciating pain tearing through her heart, ravaging her mind and insides. If only, had she not treated Amon the way she did back then, now, could she have become the disciple of fragrant deity? But she had pushed it all away with her own hands, destroyed it all. Regret? Layla had regretted countless times already. But this time, Brooklyn delivered a fatal blow directly. Compared to becoming a disciple of the fragrant deity, everything before was nothing at all. Layla felt her vision go dark. Pooh. In the next moment, her mouth erupted like a fountain, blood spurting out several feet high. Then, she fell straight to the ground. Sis. Bohan came back to his senses and hurriedly supported Layla, forcing healing pills into her mouth desperately. Brooklyn stood on the platform. She glanced coldly at Layla, frowning slightly. Why isn't she dead yet? Thinking this, she turned her hand over, and a token appeared in her hand. If you don't believe me, this is my master's xuanhuan order. With the xuanhuan order in hand, I can mobilize all resources of the 3,000 guests. Having swallowed the pills and somewhat recovered, Layla heard the words xuanhuan order and Brooklyn's subsequent statement. Another spurt of blood gushed out. Then she passed out completely. At this moment, a deathly pallor crept onto Layla's face. Only now did Brooklyn feel satisfied. She then looked at Rico opposite her. Is that your bedmate? Seems like she still pines for another man. Rico's body trembled slightly, and the killing intent in his eyes became palpable. His bedmate? After cultivating the sunflower scripture, he had lost his ability in that aspect. And Rico was well aware of Layla's feelings toward Amon. If Amon hadn't cut off all ties completely without giving Layla any room for regret, he was certain that Layla would have gone back to Amon long ago. Also, how could Amon manage to get fragrant deity to take Brooklyn as a disciple? Die. Thinking of Layla, thinking of his ruined body, the killing intent in Rico's chest couldn't be suppressed any longer. Boom. He suddenly attacked, his body resembling a large black hound lunging towards Brooklyn. In Rico's eyes at this moment, the person in front wasn't Brooklyn but Amon. He wanted to tear this person to pieces. Above Rico's head, a huge dog-shaped Dharma manifestation suddenly appeared, intensifying his aura further. Seeing this scene, the martial artists around the platform all retreated. At this moment, Rico's aura increased more than double compared to before. Rico was serious now. People from the Great Xia Mountain River Academy were preparing their power. They would intervene immediately if anything went wrong. Just as things were reaching a critical point, Brooklyn's clear voice rang out again. 10 fragrances paralysis powder. As she spoke, she waved her hand. Rico responded with a shrill voice. I'll believe you when hell freezes over. The moment he finished speaking, Rico saw that Brooklyn's body seemed shrouded in a dreamlike light. Then, a familiar, nightmare-inducing aroma infiltrated his nostrils. Rico felt his body weaken. The rapidly circulating true essence within him became as heavy as a mountain. Then, the Dharma manifestation above his head, the black flames enveloping him, vanished in an instant. Thud. Next, Rico crashed heavily onto the platform. Rico. Everyone else around. She really has 10 fragrances paralysis powder. Chapter 144, The Fortune Fruit Tree. Rico helplessly lay on the ground, unable to resist cursing under his breath. Another 10 fragrant limbs softening powder. Will you people ever finish? I've already forged the Black God Divine Body and cultivated the Divine King's technique. My cultivation has even reached the mid-stage of Profound Light Realm. Why can't I get past this hurdle of 10 fragrant limbs softening powder? Damn, Amon, I will tear you apart. At this moment, Rico's eyes were full of ferocity, but the deep-seated powerlessness from within his soul made him unable to even curse aloud. Brooklyn, on the other hand, took several steps back, then gently patted her chest with an expression of lingering fear. So scary, so scary. When this guy goes crazy, he's just like a mad dog. Luckily, I managed to drug him before he could release it, but this smell. Brooklyn couldn't help but cover her nose again, continuing to retreat with a look of disgust. At this moment, Rico was lying on the ground, and beneath him, there was already a yellow, wet patch. Clearly, realizing something was wrong, Rico had prepared to unleash his ultimate move, to move the divine artifact from his rear. But before he could release his ultimate move, he was knocked out by the 10 fragrant limbs softening powder. The true essence inside his body stopped flowing, making it impossible for him to perform 8 directions sword movement, myriad swords returning to their origin. However, Rico remained in a state of incontinence. Although he didn't vomit, he still managed to soil himself. Below the dais, the surrounding martial artists naturally noticed this as well. Almost everyone covered their noses and retreated, with similar expressions of lingering fear. 10 fragrant limbs softening powder is indeed Rico's nemesis. If we have that 10 fragrant limbs softening powder, we won't have to worry about Rico releasing his ultimate move. At this moment, all eyes were fixated on Brooklyn atop the dais with a fiery gaze. Brooklyn felt uneasy under everyone's stares. In the next instant, she waved her hand. A rainbow seemed to streak across the void. Then, a dreamlike mist enveloped Brooklyn's body, and at the same time, a soul-penetrating fragrance emanated from her, completely dispersing the foul odor coming from Rico. Fragrant mist swirling. This is indeed the artistry of a perfumer. That Brooklyn has truly become a real perfumer. Not surprising, being the direct disciple of the perfume deity. Seeing this scene, everyone immediately understood what was happening. Brooklyn not only mastered the great wasteland heaven imprisoning finger technique of the perfume deity, but also became a true perfumer in just a few short days. Perfumes act directly on the primordial spirit, making them more precious than comparable elixirs. And in all the worlds, the number of perfumers is far fewer than elixir masters. The Holy Dynasty doesn't have any perfumers. Bohin looked at the dreamlike figure atop the dais and murmured, "This is the legendary perfumer. Luckily my sister fainted. If she knew Brooklyn has become a true perfumer, she would have died of anger." Puff. Layla, whom he was supporting, spewed another gush of blood. Bohin. So she was still conscious. But now, Bohin glanced at Layla with a hint of resentment. This unambitious sister of his was absolutely worthless. If she hadn't fallen out with Amon and had kept hanging on to him, perhaps the one to become the perfume deity's disciple and perfumer might have been him. He completely forgot that his behavior back then was no better than Layla's. Meanwhile, outside the crowd, Iman's eyes gleamed brightly. At this moment, he could clearly see strands of almost imperceptible pale purple gas were silently seeping out from Rico's body into the surroundings. These purple gases were strikingly similar to the purple mist swirling around the sapling in his purple mansion. Fortune. Amon was certain. Those purple gases were Rico's fortune. Now, Rico had been defeated by Brooklyn in an almost humiliating manner. His fortune had once again been stripped away. Instead of dissipating as previously imagined, the stripped-away fortune was guided by some mysterious force, entering Iman's purple mansion, being absorbed by the sapling, serving as its nourishment. Previously, Iman had used various means to suppress and strip away Rico's fortune, which was similarly absorbed by this sapling. Before, Iman couldn't see the fortune. He judged Rico's fortune based on the sense of crisis that returned when he released malice toward Rico. But just yesterday, Iman's cultivation broke through to the purple mansion realm. The sapling rooted within his body manifested along with the appearance of his purple mansion. Through this sapling, Iman finally witnessed the legendary fortune. Iman observed the sapling inside his purple mansion using his martial Tao primordial spirit. After being absorbed by the sapling, Rico's fortune underwent a special refinement process before being absorbed by the pale purple fruit. With the absorption of fortune, the purple hue of the fruit deepened slightly. Could this be the so-called fortune fruit? It looks quite delicious. The moment Iman thought this, the sapling gently swayed. Instantly, 2 words appeared in Iman's mind. Not ripe. Iman. At this moment, he finally understood why his consciousness was always repelled from the tree sapling whenever he tried to get close. It seemed the sapling feared he would steal the unripe fruit. However, Iman could clearly perceive that the sapling lacked autonomous consciousness and reacted purely out of instinct. A tree instinctively guarding itself against me stealing its fruit. What does it think I am? I wouldn't eat things randomly. That Rico ate whatever he saw, not only becoming a defecating martial artist but also turning into a dog. No, this isn't right. Suddenly, a realization dawned on Iman. This sapling refines Rico's fortune and then transforms it into another form of fortune. The two kinds of fortune are similar yet somewhat different. Aware of this, Iman instinctively looked up at the sky, feeling an epiphany within his mind. The one who has been manipulating my fate should be the heavenly Tao of this world. And the reason I could break free from this manipulation is because of this sapling. This must be the ultimate reward left for me by the system. I have to see what will happen when this sapling grows into a towering tree. But since this sapling feeds on fortune, I must keep capturing Rico and strip him thoroughly. Thinking about this, Iman couldn't help but glance at Rico atop the dais. At this moment, Rico lay there like a dead dog on the high platform. His fortune continued to drain away steadily, being absorbed by the sapling in Iman's purple mansion. I'll pull off a big stunt next time and harvest heavily. Now, I need to go back and detoxify my little cabbage. Thinking of Augusta, Iman felt a strange sensation. Yesterday, while detoxifying her, he had inexplicably broken through. Let's try again today. 7 days, 7 acupoints. Today, it should be the ace-long point on the calf. Chapter 145. My grand apprentice, sworn brothers with my grandfather? Brooklyn looked at Rico, who was still in a state of urinary incontinence, and couldn't help but frown. The vast wasteland prison heaven finger. Brooklyn cried out. Suddenly, an enormous finger 3 zhong, Chinese unit of length, long appeared. On the dais, she flicked her finger. Whoosh. Rico's body, trailing a gray-yellow afterglow, flew into the Great Xia Academy. What the hell? Get out of the way quickly. Inside the Great Xia Academy, those martial artists who had just emerged from their cover were terrified by the sight and scurried away like rats. On the side of Mountain River Academy, peals of laughter erupted. Brooklyn said somewhat speechless, "Stop laughing for now. Come up here a few people to clean this mess up." The disciples of the Mountain River Academy hurriedly stopped laughing and climbed up the dais, cleaning up the filth left by Rico. Brooklyn is a fragrance god disciple and a genuine perfumer. They naturally wanted to maintain good relations with her. Amon felt the atmosphere was somewhat strange when he returned to Long Lake Villa. Ed's face showed a pained expression as he gritted his teeth and said to Loretta, standing in front of him, "Loretta, starting now, you are my true disciple." Loretta wasn't Ed's apprentice but an incomparably talented person absorbed by the Sword Hall of the 14 states. If it were any other time, hearing that the head of the sword school wanted to take him as a true disciple would have filled Loretta with ecstatic joy. But right now, seeing almost tangible murderous intent in Ed's eyes, Loretta felt like sitting on pins and needles, thorns pricking his back, and a fish bone stuck in his throat. Words of refusal almost fell from his mouth. But Ed didn't give her any chance to refuse. "I'll give you 3 days. 3 days. I want your sword path to reach its pinnacle then. Challenge Yanko and snatch his sword saint title for me." Ed roared these words. On the other side, Frosthan, Kinna, and Luo Wusung, who were playing landlord, also fell silent, playing cards much more quietly. This was what Iman saw when he returned. "What happened?" Iman asked in astonishment, looking at Ed in rage. When Ed saw Iman return, his facial expression changed from pain to constipation. He ground out between his teeth, "That bastard Channing. He formed sworn brotherhood with old Master Lin. Iman. My grand apprentice and my grandfather have become sworn brothers?" Iman stared dumbfounded at Ed, and Ed felt like the sky was falling down. In terms of seniority, old Master Lin is his great-grandfather. His disciple becoming sworn brothers with his own great-grandfather. What does that make me? You call me master, and I call you ancestor? Even if Channing doesn't know, apart from this relationship, Eminem is still Sky's father, and Sky is Frosthan's disciple. This rebel disciple Channing obviously aims to put himself on par with him. At this moment, Ed could not wait to rush to the Aaliyah kingdom and beat the living daylights out of that bastard Channing. But now, Ed thought of another way to punish Channing. To cultivate Loretta into a sword saint. Channing's goal has always been to defeat Yanko and seize the sword saint title. Since this is the case, he, as the master, would have to create more obstacles on that rebellious disciple's path to success. Before this, it wouldn't be easy for Ed to cultivate a sword saint. But now, there are 2 Empress servants in this small courtyard, especially the Empress Dan, who is genuinely an Empress of sword deity. Iman instinctively looked at Frosthan. Seeing this, Frosthan hurriedly discarded the terrible cards in her hand back into the pile. Then, amidst the death glares of Rosalie and Kinna, she shuffled the cards and said with forced laughter, "Luckily, old Master Lin did not adopt Qingying as his granddaughter, or I'd have to be a generation junior to her." Iman rubbed his forehead. "Forget it. Ignorance is bliss. The cover can't fall off. Anyway, Ed will do something. Miss Frost, follow me for a moment." As he spoke, Iman headed toward his room. Frosthan's eyes lit up and she hurriedly followed. "Calling me Miss Frost makes us sound too formal. Just call me by my name." Iman nodded. "Wait." Kinna shot up from his seat and anxiously questioned, "Why is a man and a woman going to your room alone?" Iman paused, his cheeks slightly red, "Just applying medicine and detoxifying Frosthan. The ace-long acupoint is on the lower leg." Although, Iman didn't want his little cabbage to be seen by others. With someone like Blue around, unpredictable and always popping out unexpectedly, who knows when he might appear suddenly? What if you touch Frosthan inappropriately? Kinna hastily said. The excitement in Frosthan's eyes was instantly replaced by annoyance, and she glared fiercely at Kinna. Rosalie pondered for a moment, then said, "I shall come too. In case something happens between you and Kinna or vice versa, I can offer help." Frosthan. Kinna. Iman. "Fine. It's just applying some medicine. Do you have to be so serious? Am I unmasked now?" Iman subconsciously tightened his clothes while again activating the artifact xuanhuan in his left palm. But he still felt a chill. Watching the 4 enter Iman's room, Loretta prodded the sword before him. "Boss sword, what's going on with them?" The sword shot Loretta a glare. "Call me master." Loretta shrank his head back. "Mas. Master." The sword, HMPF Ed, then said mysteriously, "They are just pitiful creatures struggling in despair, waiting for a social death." Loretta was lost, clearly not understanding. The sword continued, "Now, I will demonstrate the extermination sword path, passed down by your grandmaster." As he spoke, he slowly raised his hand and drew his sword. A mysterious sword intent enveloped the entire Long Lake Villa in an instant. Extermination sword path? Jean and Elizabeth came over upon hearing this. In the next instant, Jean's eyes widened in shock and disbelief. What kind of sword path is this? In Amon's room, Frosthan sat on Amon's bed, her face slightly red as she lifted her skirt a bit, revealing a slender, snow-white calf. How unfortunate. This could have been a private moment if it weren't for those 2 extra pairs of eyes. Shameless. Seeing this, Kinna huffed jealously. Rosalie didn't speak, but also felt a twinge of jealousy. Frosthan humphed, stretching her leg out in front of Iman. Iman remained silent. He pulled up a stool, sat in front of Frosthan, placed her delicate calf on his lap, took out a bottle of medicine, and dropped a drop of liquid on ace-long point on her calf. Instantly, Iman's fingers shimmered with spiritual light, gently touching the white jade-like skin. Frosthan felt a sudden tingling sensation travel up her leg, causing her body to shiver involuntarily. Her fair face flushed noticeably. Iman pursed his lips and gently massaged ace-long point, rubbing the antidote into her skin. Kinna and Rosalie watched, biting their lips lightly, suddenly envying Frosthan, wishing they could replace her. Next time, I must poison myself more often, externally rather than internally. Kenna mumbled inwardly. At that moment, Iman was softly rubbing Frost Han's fair leg, focusing part of his mind on sensing his own body. Increased heart rate, blood flow, and essence circulation speed. Cheeks were heating up. Then, boom. An internal boom resonated within Iman's body. His cultivation broke through again, reaching the peak of the initial Purple Mansion stage. In an instant, an indistinct avatar began forming above his primordial spirit. When the avatar fully materializes, it signifies the divine communication stage. Iman looked blankly at Frost Han. Why did his heart rate increase, blood flow faster, and essence accelerate just by giving medicine to his disciple? And then breakthrough? Could it be physical contact? But even when he spanked Frost Han, nothing happened. Iman overlooked one detail. Back then, his cultivation level was directly maximized by the system. Little Lin, what's wrong? Frost Han's clear eyes stared intently at Iman. Kenna and Rosalie noticed Iman's odd state and moved closer. Iman regained his senses and was about to speak, when a loud voice called from outside the door. Iman, are you there? It's your second uncle here. When you were born, I held you and got peed on. Iman. Chapter 146, Iman's second uncle. Several black lines instantly appeared on Iman's forehead. He had already guessed who the visitor was. In the Daxia dynasty, Alexander, the second uncle of the Lin family, was also the second elder brother of his own patriarch. Iman was born on the battlefield. Before Iman was born, Jialing Pass, on the western border of Alia state, was in a precarious state. Eminem, Baylor, and Leora, who was heavily pregnant, all put on their armor and led the Lin family Azure Dragon army to fight in the western frontier. At that time, it was during a tumultuous period for the entire human race. The sacred dynasty's emperor was gravely injured, and the younger generation of human powerhouses were completely wiped out. Jialing Pass was in imminent danger of being overrun by the demon army. Iman was born at that critical moment. Just when life and death hung in the balance, Alexander descended from the sky with a group of Lin family disciples. After a fierce battle, Alexander successively slew 3 great demons within the demon army, turning the tide and resolving the crisis at Jialing Pass. Furthermore, at a crucial juncture, he saved Baylor, Leora, and Infant Iman who were trapped within the crowd of demons. As for peeing in his face, his second uncle, this second uncle actually flicked his little d*** right in front of everyone, and several times. Unendurable. So, Iman, regardless of whether this man was his savior, immediately opened the floodgates and peed in his face. However, at that moment, it seemed Alexander got even more excited and flicked several more times. Behind Alexander, the Lin family held an important position in the Daxia dynasty, although not as prominent as the 8 ancient clans. But they represented a rising power. The patriarch of the Lin family, Eminem, and Alexander's father, Bram, was a senior general in the Daxia dynasty. Under his command was 1/3 of the Daxia dynasty's military force. Yet, Eminem had already been expelled from the Lin family. Years ago, Eminem's wife, Iman's grandmother, was killed by a core genius of the Lin family. Enraged, Eminem killed that person. Then, he was expelled from the Lin family and left for Alia state. In Alia state, he established his reputation, step by step becoming the duke who guards the nation and grand elder of the martial academy of Alia. 17 years ago, when Alexander led 800 Lin family disciples to reinforce Jialing Pass, Eminem had already put aside his hatred but couldn't get over the hump in his heart. And Alexander, Eminem's second brother, was the first powerhouse of the Daxia Lin family. Originally, in the storyline, he was the final major antagonist. After Clara killed Sky and Rico came to the Daxia dynasty, Alexander became Rico's #1 enemy, suppressing him until he could barely breathe. Unfortunately, there was a traitor inside the Lin family, and with internal and external cooperation, Alexander was eventually removed. Thus, the Lin family became Rico's ultimate upgrade package. Iman didn't expect that this second uncle of his would come to find him at this time, and upon arrival, to reveal his dark history right in front of his disciple. Although his mask wasn't blown off yet, Iman felt chilly, as if the wind was getting through his mask. Augusta looked at Iman with astonishment when she heard the figure outside. Iman coughed. Don't mind him. Continue. As he spoke, his hands continued their work, gently pressing on Augusta's ace-long point on her calf. Augusta pursed her lips and stared intently at Iman without blinking. Her originally snow-white ear tips were now flushed red like blood. What a pity. Why did they have to follow? Otherwise, she would have definitely found a way for something meaningful to happen naturally. Rosalie glanced toward the door. Is that really your second uncle? Iman. If you want to scold my second uncle, go ahead. Rosalie. Why would I scold your second uncle? However, at this moment, the one truly cursing Iman's second uncle should be Rico. Carissa. Carissa was earnestly pondering what medicine he should take externally, ideally over his whole body. Better if he could be tied up while applying them. Hey, isn't this the Feather Sword Saint of the 14 states? What are you doing? In the next instant, a second voice rang out. Your Majesty the Emperor. Meeting Your Majesty the Emperor. Loretta's voice carried a hint of hopelessness. My master is teaching me swordsmanship? She had painstakingly practiced for over 20 years just to earn the title of Feather Sword Saint. Now, to cultivate to become a sword saint in 3 days? Was this even possible for humans? Your master? Both New Jing and Alexander's voices sounded simultaneously. Cough. The first swordsman of the 14 states, meeting His Majesty the Emperor, meeting the second uncle of the Lin family. Upon realizing that the black-clothed youth, who had previously gone unnoticed, was actually the legendary god of swords, both the second uncle of the Lin family and the emperor of the Daxia dynasty momentarily couldn't believe it. Holy crap. Why would the Lord of Swords from the 14 states appear here? And moreover, sitting on a small stool so casually? No wonder that old guy Blue had such a mischievous look on his face. But, Alexander always felt something was amiss. This heaven-renowned sword god, who recently swindled Jeremy and Marco out of 200 million high-grade spirit stones, was looking at him with a hint of respect. Respect? It must be an illusion, definitely an illusion. However, since the sword god was here, Alexander excitedly moved over a small stool, sidling up next to Ed, trying to chat him up. Ed didn't refuse anyone, and soon became buddy-buddy with Lin family's second uncle, Iman's second uncle. The two chatted from swordsmanship and martial arts to demon battlefields and heavenly trends, then on to poetry and music. All this under the shocked gazes of Nu Jing and Loretta. After about 15 minutes, Iman gradually stopped, the spiritual light at his fingertips slowly fading away. Then he put down the white skirt in front of him, setting Augusta's legs back on the ground. All right. Augusta looked somewhat reluctant. Is it over already? Iman nodded. It's done. Augusta seemed dispirited, but thinking about the acupressure points for tomorrow, her eyes filled with anticipation again. The xuanhuan point on the sole of the foot. But Augusta tried hard to hide her emotions. At all costs, she couldn't let any inappropriate feelings show. She just needed to know this herself. She must learn to keep her mouth shut. Otherwise, how could she continue to cuddle so openly and without restraint in the future? Humph. Only Carissa, that fool, would think she was an indecisive woman. But her acting skills definitely need improvement. She mustn't be seen through. Augusta never saw through Iman's disguise. She just refused to believe that she would change her heart. Seeing no anomaly on Augusta's face, Iman sighed with relief. For a moment, he even suspected whether he had revealed himself to Augusta. But if he really did, Augusta shouldn't react like this. Augusta looked at Iman with hopeful eyes and said, "Little Finwick, my leg is numb. Can you help me up?" "I'll help you." Before Iman could respond, Rosalie and Carissa stepped forward simultaneously, each taking one of her arms and lifting her off the bed. "Augusta, you two have had enough. Why are you causing trouble again?" In the courtyard, Ed and Alexander were deep in conversation about poetry and philosophy when Iman's door opened. Alexander instinctively looked up. Then his body froze, shattering the small stool beneath him as he fell onto the ground. You. Three peerlessly beautiful maidens walked out of the room. They were clearly the top three beauties of the heavenly beauty list. The goddess of knives, the goddess of fragrance, and the goddess of music. How could these three goddess-level beauties also be here? And more importantly, they came out of Iman's room. Iman followed closely behind them, almost stepping out right after them. Lin family's second uncle's brain was on the verge of overheating. Chapter 147. Why is your human emperor banner still emitting black smoke? Joa, standing nearby, reacted quickly. He hurriedly stepped forward and paid his respects politely. Joa of Great Xia pays respects to Nadine Luawu, pays respects to Sword God, pays respects to Fragrance God. Although Joa was the human emperor of Great Xia, he was not arrogant enough to believe he could ignore these deified-level powerhouses. Even nodded slightly. "Emperor Xia, you don't need to be so formal." Alexander also recovered from his surprise and hastily stood up to greet them. Eva nodded again and then sat down on a stone bench with Augusta and Carissa. Alexander and Joa forced themselves to look away, not daring to glance in that direction any longer. Alexander hurriedly laughed it off. "Haha, nephew, we haven't seen each other for years. So, have you eaten?" Iman, "Yes, I have." Alexander felt somewhat awkward. Originally, he had a lot to say to Iman. But now, in this small courtyard, there were actually 4 deified-level figures sitting. He had just gotten acquainted with Sword God, and now 3 more imposing presences arrived. Alexander was completely at a loss. At this moment, Joa intervened. "Roman, it was this emperor who asked Senior Alexander to bring me to meet you." Iman looked at Joa. "I want to ask Roman to help reform our government and clean up the court." Joa's tone was filled with frustration. Last time, he tried to use the Han Kingdom envoy mission as a pretext to clean up the court. He wanted to eliminate those like King War and King Yi who were cancers within the court. But when he truly attempted it, he regretfully realized he was still too naive and young. The waters of the court were deeper than he imagined. The old established noble families within Great Xia Dynasty had long entrenched themselves in the court. The power they controlled far exceeded his own. Especially the 6 ancient clans, full of formidable talents. Joa's military strength was simply no match for these people. This was even after the River and Mountain Academy acted, destroying the Nangong family and the Yuan family. Of course, although the Nangong and Yuan families were destroyed, their vast and complex roots still remained deeply rooted within Great Xia Dynasty. The River and Mountain Academy couldn't carry out a complete purge like in the 14 provinces. Iman frowned. "You want me to help you reform the court?" Joa nodded quickly. "I can't think of any other way." All usable people and forces had been used, but he still wasn't a match for those like King Yi and King War. In the original storyline, despite Joa's hard work in rejuvenating the Great Xia Dynasty, it was ultimately defeated by the Han Kingdom. Ultimately, too many stubborn factions were dragging him back, and some had secretly allied with the Han Kingdom. Now, although the Great Xia Dynasty had gained Heavenly Secret Realm, its national strength had increased. However, without cleaning up the corruption deep within, it would still be easily defeated. With Joa and Alexander's hopeful gazes on him, Iman shook his head slightly. "I cannot handle this matter." In an instant, the light in Joa's eyes dimmed. Alexander opened his mouth to speak, but in the next moment, Iman spoke again. "However, I can give you a divine artifact. With this artifact, you should be able to clear up the court and get rid of those corrupt officials." As he spoke, Iman flipped his hand, revealing a banner to Zhang tall with swirling black mist. This divine artifact is named xuanhuan. No, it's called the Human Emperor Banner. Whoever doesn't listen, just put them into the Human Emperor Banner. As he said this, Iman casually tossed the Human Emperor Banner to Joa. Joa widened his eyes, dumbfounded, as he caught the Human Emperor Banner. Beside him, Alexander was equally baffled. He instinctively blurted out, "Nephew, why is your Human Emperor Banner still emitting black smoke?" Iman coughed. Black smoke? You must be mistaken. This is clearly virtue energy. Dark purple virtue energy. Suddenly, everyone fell silent. Augusta, who hadn't spoken before, suddenly interjected. Exactly. This isn't black smoke. This is extremely refined dark purple virtue energy. Carissa followed suit. If you don't understand, don't talk nonsense. Eva added. This banner is the human emperor banner, naturally emanating the virtue energy of the human emperor. Joa. Alexander. What a joke, calling it a human emperor banner. Iman initially mentioned something about xuanhuan, but at this moment, the image of following one's husband flashed through second Uncle Lin's mind. Upon this thought, Alexander was startled. He quickly dismissed this ridiculous notion. Those were the top 3 beauties, 3 peerless deified women. Soon, Alexander recalled what happened just now. These 3 goddesses had walked out of Iman's room. In broad daylight, Joa regained his composure. His hands tightly gripped the human emperor banner as he said with excitement, "Thank you, Roman, for this gift." Iman smiled. "It's nothing, just a small matter." The moment Joa took hold of the human emperor banner, he sensed its power. This was a divine artifact, and it was one that he could completely refine and control. Moreover, at this very moment, Joa knew how to use the human emperor banner. Soul devouring, soul refining. Devour the spirits of living beings, refine them into battle souls, for my own use. In court, anyone who dared disobey would be directly refined into the 10,000 souls. No, the human emperor banner, becoming my battle soul, serving me. However, why does this thing resemble a demonic soul refining instrument? But it is countless times more sophisticated and powerful than a demonic soul refining instrument. Demonic soul refining instruments only produce simple puppets, but the battle souls refined by this human emperor banner still retain their intellect, even memories from their past lives. This is simply an excellent tool for controlling the court. Iman looked at Joa's excited expression and nodded secretly. This Joa was trained by Alexander. In the original plot, after Alexander's death, Joa took over, becoming the next antagonist opposing the Child of Destiny. To avenge Alexander, this young emperor went through many fits of madness, and his ultimate fate was death and the fall of his nation. The antagonist and the 10,000 souls banner, well, the human emperor banner, were simply a perfect match. However, Iman had already left a backdoor inside the human emperor banner to prevent Joa from losing his true self and being assimilated by the human emperor banner. Suddenly, Sword God said, although there is the human emperor banner's help, the situation in the Great Xia dynasty changes rapidly. These days, I will send people from the 14 provinces to assist your majesty. Currently, everyone's attention in the Great Xia dynasty was focused on the soon-to-be-opened heavenly secret realm. This was the right time to cleanse the court. But similarly, many eyes were watching the Great Xia dynasty. Thank you, Lord Sword God. Joa's face showed surprise. He didn't expect that Sword God would be willing to help him. Sword God smiled. It's a trivial matter. At this moment, Alexander approached Iman. He rubbed his hands and laughed slyly, saying, Grandnephew, your second uncle also has a favor to ask. Iman. Chapter 148. Being insulted to one's face has already become a habit. You, my second uncle. Iman felt this guy was cursing at him, and even had evidence. Alexander looked at Iman, with a trace of barely noticeable tension in his eyes. He leaned forward again, his voice trembling slightly. Iman, what happened back then was your great-grandfather's mistake. He has been atoning for it all these years. But he was indeed powerless at that time. Can you try to persuade your grandfather? Upon hearing Alexander's words, Flash, who was eavesdropping on the side, felt as if the world had collapsed. First, the second uncle of Master. Now it's the great-grandfather of Master. Isn't that my high ancestor? I, Flash, the sword god of 14 states. Just by going out for a stroll, I've ended up having a high ancestor. What made Flash more despairing was, there were still quite a few elders of Bram's lineage within the Lin family. They were real ancestors. Moreover, this lineage thrived, and Iman had many uncles and brothers. As long as Iman agreed to return to the Lin family, he, the honorable sword god, would suddenly have a pile of young yet senior elders. Even toddling children would have to be addressed as uncle. Flash looked at Augusta, Carissa, and Rosalie with a sense of hopelessness. Those 3 were also secretly looking over here, but their faces showed no unusual expressions. Flash's gaze was vacant. Indeed, ignorance is bliss. Iman also sighed, saying helplessly, you need to talk to my grandfather yourself? It won't work finding me. Actually, Iman still harbored some goodwill towards Alexander and people like Bram. Without delving into the original plot, where this entire clan sacrificed itself for revenge for Eminem. In the present context, Iman's pseudonym as Roman had been exposed, yet the Lin family never capitalized on this matter. 17 years ago, if not for Alexander leading 800 disciples of the Lin family to reinforce Jialing Pass, the entire family of Eminem, Baylor, and Iman would have been wiped out long ago. However, the events of that year were very complex, and Eminem's wife was the one who died under manipulation. He had emotional scars, so returning to the Lin family could only be decided by Eminem himself. Furthermore, yet, he was once again interrupted by Alexander. Nephew grandson, don't worry. Your second great-uncle isn't boasting. 1 year ago, I got lucky and obtained Danshan's paradise order. Before coming here, I used that paradise order to ask Danshan to intervene. At this moment, Alexander's tone was full of confidence and pride. Meanwhile, he sneakily glanced at the other 4 deity-level powerhouses in the yard. Originally, Alexander was somewhat unsure, but seeing that all 4 were present, he felt completely reassured. Especially the Blade God, Fragrance God, and Qin God. They had just come out of his nephew-grandson's room. Their relationship must be extraordinary. Plus, Danshan's arrival. With 5 deity-level powerhouses appearing simultaneously, what could Starry Sea Pavilion do? This issue would definitely be resolved. Thinking this, Alexander grew even prouder. he couldn't help but say to himself, humph, just killing a saint son of Starry Sea Pavilion. The saint son of Starry Sea Pavilion is actually called a killing god. I bet he's done nothing but evil, slaughtering people like cutting grass. Nephew grandson, you did the right thing by killing him. Killing that short-lived saint son is simply doing the world a favor and gaining great virtue. Gongjing also nodded repeatedly beside them. That's true. Who knows what they were thinking at Starry Sea Pavilion to establish such a wicked person as a saint's son. Roman, you've eliminated a cancer from Starry Sea Pavilion by killing that saint's son. They should thank you profusely. Iman. He felt his head was starting to ache. Being insulted to one's face has already become a habit. But, who said is coming? Iman asked uncertainly. Alexander blinked. Who? Oh, the elder brother of Fragrance God, Master Thomas Dan from 3,000 Guests. As he spoke, he couldn't help but glance at Carissa. Carissa forcibly suppressed the corners of his lips that were about to curl up, holding back his schadenfreude. Oh, my elder brother is coming. That's good. Very good. Iman. Never mind. If he's coming, let him come. Since 4 have already come, 1 more doesn't matter. The mahjong tiles prepared earlier won't be used then. How about an alternate universe version of Romance of the Three Kingdoms? Alexander and Gongjing left the Great Xia Mountains and Rivers Academy with satisfaction, and the atmosphere in Dragon Lake Villa instantly relaxed. Why didn't you tell Lin, Alexander, the truth? Flash looked at Iman, somewhat regretfully saying. He still wanted to see senior Uncle Alexander humiliated publicly. Iman, I didn't get a chance to speak. Alexander was so talkative, had a loud voice, and spoke so quickly. Even Augusta could not match him back then. But now, Augusta talked much less. Though he still often used message jade for idle chatter with Duke No Sleep. But he wasn't as flamboyant as before. This point made Iman quite satisfied. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Great Xia Imperial Academy, Brooklyn displayed her perfumer's skills, with aromatic mists swirling around her. She defeated 3 Shengongjing, Xuanhuan, martial artists from myriad worlds who joined the Great Xia Imperial Academy. Looking up at the brilliant girl on the platform, Layla, who had just woken up but refused to leave, wore a strange look of resentment. If she didn't see Brooklyn being defeated, humiliated, or even killed, the anger in Layla's heart would never subside. Sister, don't worry, Iman won't live long. Christopher whispered in Layla's ear. Iman killed Starry Sea Pavilion's saint's son. They won't let him off. Brooklyn, Sky, and others are just crickets after autumn. Layla took healing pills, her complexion improving slightly. At this moment, hope reignited in her eyes. Once the people from Starry Sea Pavilion arrive, it will be Iman's end. Chapter 149. The arrival of Star Sea Pavilion. Next, Brooklyn stood on the high platform, her hands clasped behind her back, and her chin slightly raised. With the cultivation of the Spirit Sea Realm, she had consecutively defeated 3 extraterrestrial martial artists of the Profound Light Realm. At this moment, Brooklyn's confidence was firmly established. Of course, she could defeat these people because of the mysterious incense art. The ingredients affected the primordial spirit. Although martial artists below the Purple Mansion realm did not have a martial path primordial spirit, they were still unable to withstand the infiltration of the incense. But, at this very moment, a vast shadow suddenly fell from the void, overshadowing the sky. This was an extremely lavish flying treasure ship, over 100 meters long from bow to stern, suspended in the air like a tiny mountain. Brooklyn frowned slightly, looking up at the treasure ship. At the same time, another figure landed beside her, standing shoulder to shoulder with her. Sky, that is the treasure ship of Star Sea Pavilion. The people from Star Sea Pavilion have arrived. Inside Daxia Academy, cheers erupted instantly. The disciples of the ancient families all heaved a sigh of relief. Finally, they came. Star Sea Pavilion has finally descended into the grand world of Divine Land. If the people from Star Sea Pavilion can really take care of Iman, then that would be for the best. Although they had previously said that they didn't have deep-seated grudges with Iman, and the heavenly mystic realm wasn't something indispensable, but naturally, they would try their best to get any treasures that could be obtained. It all came down to self-interest. Behind Daxia Academy's main gate, Layla and Bohan, the brother and sister duo, could no longer hide their excitement. Finally, they came. Iman, you're finally going to die. Daring to kill the holy son of Star Sea Pavilion, even Marquis Emmanuel cannot save you. Layla's body trembled violently, her knuckles turned white as she tightly gripped the sleeve of Bohan's robe. That's the flying treasure ship of Star Sea Pavilion. Bohan licked his lips. Sis, do you think we have any hope of being admitted to Star Sea Pavilion? Layla's eyes also showed a trace of longing. Star Sea Pavilion is one of the 3 great martial sanctuaries of all heavens and worlds. That is a true sanctuary, admitting only the supreme geniuses of all heavens and worlds. Not to mention us, even Rico or Iman, don't meet the threshold of Star Sea Pavilion. Layla still had some self-awareness, but at this moment, she couldn't suppress the corners of her mouth. That holy son of Star Sea Pavilion was the top genius of all heavens and worlds. It was said that when the holy son was young, his talent and potential hadn't fully unleashed when he was killed by Iman. The people of Star Sea Pavilion would never let Iman off. Friends from Star Sea Pavilion, Vice Palace Master Simeon of Daxia Academy greets you. This moment, an aged yet authoritative voice echoed through the universe. Instantly, boundless sword intent gathered, making the entire void become filled with killing intent. Simeon, myriad absolute sword god? The flying treasure ship hovering in the void trembled slightly, after which, a figure in cyan blue slowly emerged. This was a handsome young man with a slender build and a heavy aura around him. He was clearly a peak celestial phenomenon realm powerhouse, but at this moment, his expression was somewhat stiff. Simeon, the myriad absolute sword god, who had disappeared for hundreds of years, actually appeared at Daxia Academy. The reputation of this myriad absolute sword god wasn't too good. Simeon did not speak, but a second voice slowly arose. Elder Zachariah of Daxia Academy, greeting the friends from Star Sea Pavilion. The corner of the eye of the Star Sea Pavilion youth twitched. Trinity Sword Sage, Zachariah. Another notorious figure. In the next instant, two figures appeared in the void. They were precisely Simeon and Zachariah. At this moment, the sword intent emanating from them reached its peak, shaking the heavens and earth. At this moment, there was a tumult both inside and outside of Daxia Academy. These two sword deities and sword saints had clearly come from the depths of Daxia Academy. Myriad Absolute's sword god, Trinity Sword Sage. One claiming to be Vice Palace Master, the other an elder. When did Daxia Academy possess such characters? Marco, Yusef, and Jeremy wiped away the sweat from their faces. Since last night, the three of them had been working hard to treat Simeon and Zachariah. Jeremy had almost depleted his last resources. Finally, the Trinity Sword Saint and the Myriad Absolute Sword God returned to the world, and these two joined Daxia Academy. Simeon took up the position of Vice Palace Master, while Zachariah became an elder. At this moment, the two were in high spirits. Although their cultivation had not fully recovered, their sword intent was already infinitely close to its peak. Under the influence of these two, Daxia Academy also exuded a unique vitality. The disciples of the ancient families looked at each other. They never expected that within Daxia Academy there were such figures hidden. Although these two didn't have a great reputation, they were after all a sword god and a sword sage. Meanwhile, outside the main gate of Daxia Academy, the disciples of Mountain River Academy wore solemn expressions. Not only had people from Star Sea Pavilion arrived, even more astonishingly, a sword god and a sword sage walked out from Daxia Academy. In front of the treasure ship, the cyan-robed youth's expression recovered, and he said indifferently, Star Sea Pavilion, Songhai Chenkong. This time, we came here invited by the 7 ancient families to investigate the matter of our holy son. After his words fell, the hearts of the Mountain River Academy disciples finally died with certainty. It was indeed for Roman, and far back in the crowd, Yichin poked the side of Michael. Brother, did you invite the Star Sea Pavilion? Michael showed no emotion on his face. No. Yichin poked Xuanhuan again. Uncle 7. What about you? Did you invite them? Xuanhuan also shook his head. Yichin sighed. Uncle 7 brother. Once again, we've been represented by shit martial artists. Michael. Xuanhuan. Yichin continued muttering. I wonder if young Master Champion can get through this calamity. A twitch began at the corner of Michael's eye. When did his little sister become such a swooner? Xuanhuan deeply glanced at Yichin and then said, he cannot escape it. It takes Star Sea Pavilion 100 years to produce such a holy son, who was butchered by Amon. They will not let this rest. Fortunately this time Rico represented our Yi family. Otherwise, our Yi family might not even get a taste of the soup. Let's go, to Mountain River Academy. Meanwhile, Songhai Chenkong conversed with Simeon and Zachariah for a while before returning to the flying treasure ship. That enormous treasure ship slowly started moving toward the direction of Mountain River Academy. From start to finish, Songhai Chenkong did not suggest meeting representatives from the ancient families. Moreover, apart from Songhai Chenkong, no one else from Star Sea Pavilion appeared. Within Daxia Academy, everyone had gathered and was ready to follow the treasure ship to Mountain River Academy to interrogate Amon. But, the entrance of Daxia Academy was completely blocked by Sky and Brooklyn standing on the high platform. Sky, Brooklyn. The senior from Star Sea Pavilion has already arrived, and you two still dare to block the entrance here. Bohan shouted aloud under Layla's instigation. His voice carried a trace of ferocity. Brooklyn glanced at Layla and Bohan, then said indifferently, if you want to go out this door, you'll need to defeat me first. Sky, standing beside her, suddenly spoke up, or, you can go out the back door. Daxia Academy isn't just made up of its main gate. Brooklyn also nodded, exactly, or you could climb over the wall. I'm blocking the door, but I'm not blocking the walls. The surrounding others. Go over the wall. At this moment, Rico's listless voice sounded. He couldn't afford to miss Iman's downfall over something so trivial. Before Rico spoke, the disciples of the ancient families and extraterrestrial martial artists inside Daxia Academy had already jumped over the walls to chase after the treasure ship. Marco et al.'s faces were grim. Blocking the gate meant blocking the face. Disciples going over the walls would thoroughly ruin Daxia Academy's face. Chapter 150. After 6 years, you're still as stupid as ever. Layla's eyes were bloodshot, her excitement beyond measure. Her voice was weak yet urgent. Quickly take me to the Xuanhuan Academy. Bohan hesitated somewhat. But sister, your injuries. Layla gritted her teeth. Forget about that. I want to see Iman die with my own eyes. As long as Iman lived, she would never have peace. She would always be tormented by regret. In truth, Bohan felt the same way now. Without hesitation, he picked up Layla and leaped over the courtyard wall, following the main group heading towards the Xuanhuan Academy. On the high platform, Brooklyn looked at Bohan carrying Layla away and whispered, Qingying, do you think if Layla knew the truth, would she be so enraged that she might die? A flash of disgust passed through Sky's eyes, but I don't wish for her to die like this. For the Han siblings, death would be a release. Living would be torment. Brooklyn looked at Sky. Should we go back to watch the show? Sky nodded, raising her voice on purpose. The Daxia Imperial Academy has no face left. What's the point in blocking the entrance? In the future, disciples of the Daxia Imperial Academy can just climb over the walls. Dominic, who had already flown high into the sky, naturally heard these words. After Amon dies, I'll deal with you lot slowly. With that, his figure vanished into the void. Boom. In the next instant, with a slight exertion from Sky, the high platform beneath her feet collapsed. Together with it, the millennia-old prestige and dignity of the Daxia Imperial Academy crumbled into ruins. At the same time, in the Lin family estate, upon receiving the news, Bram, the patriarch of the Lin family, shot up from his seat. What? People from the Star Sea Pavilion are already here? Alexander, who had just returned from the Xuanhuan Academy, nearly tripped over the threshold upon hearing this. Father, what did you say? Who is already here? Bram held a communication jade token, his expression uncertain. People from the Star Sea Pavilion have arrived at the Daxia Imperial Academy on their treasure ship and are now heading towards the Xuanhuan Academy. Alexander's eyes widened. How could they arrive so quickly? The Star Sea Pavilion, located deep within the endless starry expanse, was at least tens of thousands of miles away from the divine world. Even using a stellar transmission array, it would take days to arrive. Bram clenched his teeth and asked, "What about the alchemy deity? Has there been any word from him?" Alexander calmed down. The alchemy deity is refining a batch of elixirs and says he'll come tomorrow. Though the alchemy deity hadn't arrived yet, four other deified level powerhouses were stationed by Iman's side. Each one's influence rivaled that of the alchemy deity. Bram made a decisive decision. Let's go to the Xuanhuan Academy. Alexander nodded slightly and headed out with the other senior members of the Lin family. Just then, an elderly voice floated in. "Patriarch, please wait." An elder with silver hair walked steadily into the hall. Previously, when the news spread that Amon was the Roman, you said Amon had not returned to the Lin family, and we couldn't profit from his name. Now, Amon is still not part of the Lin family. If the Starsea Pavilion wants to kill him, it has nothing to do with us. Behind the elder stood a large crowd of Lin family members. Scram! Alexander let out a roar. With a sudden wave of his hand, boom! A tremendous force erupted, sending the silver-haired elder and those behind him flying. "If you dare speak another word, I'll kill all of you bastards. Move!" Alexander led the charge out of the Lin family compound. After Bram and others left, someone struggled to get up from the ground, shakily helping the silver-haired elder to his feet. "Grand Elder, are you all right?" The silver-haired elder waved his hand. "I'm fine." Then, he looked in the direction Alexander and others had gone, a sinister smile forming on his lips. "The Lin family's strongest? Back then, I orchestrated Eminen's expulsion from the Lin. Imon, the rumored top genius of the divine world, was finally going to get what he deserved. Even the entire Daxia Xuanhuan Academy would be implicated. Soon, wouldn't that mysterious realm become theirs as well? Marco whispered. If Auric can intervene this time, it would be perfect. Rico, resisting the effects of the 10 fragrant limbs paralyzing powder, curled the corner of his mouth into a devilish smile. If Auric intervened to protect Amon, there would inevitably be a conflict with the Starsea Pavilion. Auric, a sage of the human race in the divine world, didn't have enough clout to make the Starsea Pavilion back off. Most importantly, if Auric showed up, then the Shadow Assassin would also gain a target. Rico had long prepared the reward for the Shadow Assassin. At this moment, Layla, Bohan, and the previously unseen Shilua you were all filled with anticipation. Only with Amon dead, could they, who had come out of Aliyah Kingdom, feel at ease. Just as everyone held their breath, several figures suddenly descended from the sky. From the Lin family, Bram greets the elders of the Starsea Pavilion. Bram was robust and gray-haired. At this moment, standing before the gate of the Daxia Xuanhuan Academy, he exuded an overwhelming aura, like a towering mountain. The matter has yet to be thoroughly investigated. As a holy martial arts ground, why must the Starsea Pavilion be so aggressive? Songhai Chungkong frowned slightly. Almost simultaneously, Jing Ming led a crowd of ministers from the Daxia Dynasty and arrived at the Xuanhuan Academy in great numbers. The Starsea Pavilion is a renowned holy martial arts sanctuary across the realms. Is it not impolite to come to my Daxia Dynasty without first meeting your emperor? Jing Ming walked to the front, shielding the Lin family members behind her, facing off against Songhai Chungkong. The presence of the emperor was evident. Your Majesty. At this moment, another voice rose. The King of the Daxia Dynasty stepped out from the crowd. Iman has committed grave sins, using despicable means to harm the holy son of the sanctuary. As the emperor of Daxia, will your Majesty not stand for justice and instead protect this criminal Iman? Xuanhuan also stood out, side by side with Conley. Please reconsider, your Majesty. Do not make a fatal mistake that would drag down the entire dynasty. Seeing both Conley and Xuanhuan step forward, Marco also came out, saying slowly, Iman is nothing but a notorious fraudster who killed the holy son and stole the sanctuary's divine power. He deserves severe punishment. The King of Daxia, the War King of Daxia, and the Chancellor of Daxia Imperial Academy. These three were nearly supreme beings under the emperor. Jing Ming's expression darkened. These old fools, wait until I am free to handle you all, sending you to play cards in the imperial banner. When Jing Ming saw Augusta and others playing cards in Longhu Lake Villa, she also became somewhat interested in this card game. Your Majesty, this matter has nothing to do with the Daxia Dynasty. Do not insist on ruining thousands of years of heritage. Rico's voice echoed ominously. Songhai Chungkong's lips curled slightly, very satisfied with these people's cooperation. Then he spoke again. Iman, our sanctuary's holy son has been missing for 6 years, still untraced. The radiant reflection is the holy son's innate power. Where did you obtain it from? Today, you must give the Starsea Pavilion an explanation. As the words fell, the flying treasure ship trembled lightly. Densely packed warriors appeared in countless numbers from the ship. Their terrifying auras merged into an ocean, surging toward the Xuanhuan Academy ahead. At this moment, Jing Ming, Bram, and Alexander all turned deathly pale. They retreated one after another. They hadn't expected that the Starsea Pavilion would send so many people. This treasure ship had the capability to obliterate the entire Daxia Dynasty. Alexander muttered, it's over, completely over. The Starsea Pavilion is this determined. Even if alchemy deity descends, and several deified level powerhouses join forces, they cannot stop them. Is that short-lived holy son really so important to them? Rico, Marco, and the others were full of surprise and joy. Iman is dead for sure. Even if the holy son of the Starsea Pavilion did not die by Iman's hands, the Starsea Pavilion would certainly reclaim the divine power from Iman. Rico was so excited that he danced around wildly. And at this moment, a sigh came from within the Xuanhuan Academy. Songhai Qingkong, after 6 years, you are still as stupid as ever. Chapter 151 Amon, the Holy Son of Star Sea Pavilion. At this moment, inside and outside the entire Daxiao Mountain River Academy was deathly silent. Everyone recognized this voice. Amon. The person speaking was indeed Amon. But what was he talking about? 6 years without seeing him. He was as usual, stupid? Who was he talking about? Theodore? This individual was a core disciple of the Star Sea Pavilion, a peak celestial image realm powerhouse. 5 years ago, he had challenged a true essence reflection sky realm expert with his celestial image realm cultivation and emerged victorious. How could Amon dare to say that Theodore was stupid? It was almost beyond imagination. However, what did 6 years of not meeting mean? Just as everyone was at a loss, Theodore's body instantly stiffened. In his dazed gaze, there was an excitement that could not be suppressed. An incredible thought repeatedly bombarded his mind. From childhood to adulthood, Theodore had always been seen as a genius. Whoever met him would praise him as an unparalleled genius. There was only one person who had ever said that he was stupid. In the next instant, Theodore's voice trembled, somewhat cautiously. Is it you? Amon's sigh sounded again. Come in and speak. Don't let outsiders make a mockery of us. At this moment, Theodore finally confirmed the thought in his heart. It really was him. Theodore's voice still trembled. Okay. But before he could act, on the magnificent flying treasure ship, several even more imposing figures stepped forward. They charged straight into the Daxiao Mountain River Academy right in front of them. Holy Sun, it really is you. I knew it. Holy Sun wouldn't die. You're right, Holy Sun. Theodore is indeed a fool, being used by others and not realizing it. Right. Only Theodore foolishly came to ask for punishment. We all came to confirm the Holy Sun's identity. Excited cheers echoed throughout the sky. Upon hearing these voices, the corner of Theodore's eye twitched violently. So that was it. Those old rascals. They had been plotting against him all along. No wonder they refused to show themselves from beginning to end, only letting him deal with the matter. The disciples who appeared just now also left the treasure ship and rushed into the academy. Theodore stumbled, hastily rushing inside as well. In this instant, the entrance of the Daxiao Mountain River Academy was enveloped in an extremely strange atmosphere. This sudden change caught everyone off guard. The two sides of martial artists, who were just confronting each other, were now staring blankly at each other. They saw confusion and bewilderment in each other's eyes. Bram's expression was dazed, and he said in a tone of disbelief, So, Amon, is the Holy Son of Star Sea Pavilion? Alexander nodded, also dazed. So why didn't he tell me? Roy tremulously replied, Teacher, you didn't give him the chance to speak? He suddenly remembered, back at Long Lake Villa, Amon had tried to say something several times, but Alexander had rudely interrupted him every time. It seemed that those interruptions were about this very thing. Then Roy recalled another matter. He shivered and said to Alexander, Teacher, can you help me dig a hole? Although Roy and Alexander did not have a formal master-student relationship, they had the bond of master and student. Privately, Roy called Alexander teacher. Alexander looked at Roy blankly. Why dig a hole? Roy, I think the bottom of a hole is more suitable for us. Alexander. At this point, he finally remembered what he had said in Long Lake Villa, and he recalled how strangely Sword God and the others had looked at him. Instantly, Alexander's face flushed red. At this moment, Elder Lin felt so embarrassed that he wanted to hug Roy and wail. Why did I talk so fast? Why didn't I wait for Amon to finish speaking? Why did I slander the Holy Son of Star Sea Pavilion? What a self-created problem. Also, Blue and Acton, those two old bristles. They must have known this all along. Otherwise, given their temperament, they wouldn't have stayed out of it. The officials like Bram also snapped back to reality. For a moment, they couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha. Amon, not only is he the Roman, but also damn the Holy Son of Star Sea Pavilion. Ha 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 ha. How could the Roman kill the Holy Son of Star Sea Pavilion? The Roman wouldn't commit suicide. Ha 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 ha. Deafening laughter spread far and wide. Who would have thought things would take such a dramatic turn? Amon was the Holy Son of Star Sea Pavilion. Amon killing the Holy Son of Star Sea Pavilion to steal divine abilities? How could Amon have committed suicide? On the opposite side, thud, thud, thud. Conley, Xuanhuan, Beiyu Tsangqiong, and Esmond, along with other senior officials of the Daxia Academy, collapsed to the ground directly. Simeon and Rong Daoxing wanted to turn around and run immediately. Rico and the disciples of the primal ancient families were diature and dazed, unable to recover for a long time. Amon was actually the Holy Son of Star Sea Pavilion? Then what was their plan this time? A joke? And 6 years ago? How old was Amon 6 years ago? He had already left Aliyah country, the Daxia dynasty, and the great world of divine state, becoming the Holy Son of Star Sea Pavilion. They thought the title of Roman was already extravagant enough. Now they were told that Amon was the Holy Son of Star Sea Pavilion. The Roman was merely the top genius of the great world of divine state, while the Holy Son of Star Sea Pavilion, he was an unrivaled prodigy across all realms. What was most infuriating was that he had kept it hidden all along. If not for the people of Star Sea Pavilion arriving personally, he might have continued hiding it. What kind of bizarre habit was this? If any of these primal ancient family disciples became the Holy Son of Star Sea Pavilion, they would announce it throughout all realms immediately. Rico's lips trembled. It's fake. It must be fake. Even if you are the Holy Son of Star Sea Pavilion. So what? I, Rico, have inherited the legacy of a divine king and forged the black god body. Also cultivated the divine level great power, the Sunflower Manual. I will surely defeat you in front of everyone, trample you underfoot. Rico's eyes were filled with ferocity, nearly driven mad. He and Iman had never truly clashed. Every time facing Iman, it was just Shangxin paralyzing powder. At this moment, immense frustration made Rico's eyeballs turn blood red. Pooh! Suddenly, a geyser of blood shot up into the sky. Layla slumped in Bohan's arms, spewing blood several feet high from her mouth. At this moment, her face was filled with a deathly pallor, unable to speak. The revelation of Iman's identity as the Holy Son of Star Sea Pavilion undoubtedly impacted Layla the most. Bohan's gaze was blank. Sis, didn't you say Iman couldn't even reach the threshold of Star Sea Pavilion? How did he become its Holy Son? Pooh! As soon as the words fell, blood again gushed from Layla's mouth into the sky. On the other side, Yi Zhankhan's lips quivered. Luckily, someone held me back, so I didn't go out to represent the Yi family. Oh, how can a piece of shit like Rico represent the Yi family? This incident has nothing to do with our primal ancient Yi family. It's all Rico's own doing. Michael also nodded continuously, quickly issue a statement on the Spirit Network. Rico does not represent the Yi family. This time, I, Michael, am the spokesperson for the Yi family. Cassie looked towards the academy, her eyes shining brightly. At the same time, she grabbed Yi Zhankhan's sleeve with one hand and Michael's arm with the other. Suppressing her excitement, Cassie's voice trembled. Uncle Seven, brother, your fence-sitting posture is really ugly. Outside the gates of the Daxiao Mountain River Academy, all kinds of expressions could be seen. Inside the gates, there was jubilation. Under the watchful eyes of Minnie, Blue, Vice-Dean Killian, and Shi Ju appeared, greeting the group from Star Sea Pavilion. Blue smiled. Everyone, the Holy Sun is at the Long Lake Villa within the academy. Let me guide you. Chapter 152. To snatch away a person, they would give up their pride. However, in the next instant, Blue's smile became somewhat stiff. The few old men from the Star Sea Pavilion did not pause for even a moment. With a whistling sound through the air, they directly swept past Blue and company. Then, they vanished without a trace. Harvey, standing behind Gorin, couldn't help but shrink his head slightly, a look of relief appearing on his face. He looked at Gorin and said in a low voice, Grand Elder, did you know about this all along? Gorin gave him a sidelong glance. Call me Deputy Chancellor. Harvey hastily corrected himself. Deputy Chancellor. Only then did Gorin appear satisfied and shook his head. I just found out myself? Harvey was stunned for a moment. Then why? When the rumor that Amon had killed the Holy Son of the Star Sea Pavilion first started, Harvey had sought out Gorin. Gorin had instructed him to stay put in the Mountain River Academy and go nowhere else. Harvey had followed his instructions. Gorin gave Harvey a meaningful look but remained silent. At the entrance to the treasure vault of the Great Xia College, a single dose of medicine from Amon had left Gorin stiff and immobile. That wasn't a sedative, it was healing medicine. After being carried back to the Mountain River Academy by Raphael, he regained his ability to move. Simultaneously, his internal injuries healed completely, and there were even signs that his cultivation was on the verge of breaking through to a higher level. From that moment on, Gorin decided to remain firmly at the Mountain River Academy. In fact, this time Gorin had come prepared to die. If the Star Sea Pavilion truly wanted to kill Amon, Gorin was determined to die before Amon did. As for keeping Harvey, having more cannon fodder added more strength. Blue suddenly slapped himself hard. Only now did he realize how serious the situation was. Trouble. These old beards have come here to snatch someone. Amon is the champion of our Mountain River Academy, not your Star Sea Pavilion's Holy Son. Hurry to Long Lake residence. We mustn't let the Star Sea Pavilion take away the champion. Blue shrieked and hurriedly rushed toward Long Lake residence. Raphael, Gorin, as well as another vice-chancellor of the Mountain River Academy named Eugene, also turned pale. Go! Protect the champion. When these people arrived at Long Lake residence, they heard ear-splitting wails echoing across the sky. Wah! Holy Son! You are really alive, which is so wonderful. TSK, TSK, TSK. Bad luck, the Holy Son is doing fine. How could he die? Oh yes, the Holy Son has endless blessings and longevity, as long as the heavens, living forever with power shaking the universe. Iman. Holy Son, how cruel-hearted you are. You haven't returned to see me in so many years. If I die one day, you'll never see me again. Ah? 6 elderly men surrounded Iman. One of them even hugged Iman's legs and wept loudly. Conroy and other disciples of the Star Sea Pavilion were pushed aside by these 6 old men. They couldn't even get close. Blue and the others stood frozen at the entrance, unsure whether to enter or not. Harvey gaped, instinctively saying, No, it's just a Holy Son, right? Is it really this dramatic? Blue gritted his teeth. Dramatic? Not at all. In the 3 major martial Holy Lands, the status of a Holy Son is only second to the Master. If the Master of the Holy Land falls or breaks through to the Divine Realm, the Holy Son can directly succeed the position of the Master. And before Iman, the position of the Holy Son in the Star Sea Pavilion had been vacant for 100 years. If the Master of the Star Sea Pavilion had met an accident during this period, the Star Sea Pavilion would be leaderless and in great turmoil. The myriad worlds were not peaceful. The crimson blood abyss of the demon world constantly watched with greed. Several masters of the 3 major Holy Lands fell while fighting against the invasion from the crimson blood abyss. Even the previous Holy Son of the Star Sea Pavilion was killed by demons from the crimson blood abyss. It was only until 12 years ago when the Northern Crown Great Wall emerged, sealing the rift between the crimson blood abyss and the myriad worlds, that the situation improved. But now, the Northern Crown Great Wall had become a new battlefield. Many warriors from the 3 Holy Lands and the myriad worlds frequently went to the Northern Crown Great Wall to hunt demons. At this moment, Blue clearly saw that those 6 old men, 5 of them were at the 3rd realm of Reflecting Sky, the Essence Spirit Reflecting Sky realm. The one hugging Iman's legs and crying was beyond the Reflecting Sky realm, entering the final realm of martial arts, the Heaven Gate realm, an absolute expert. Damn the Star Sea Pavilion. They're willing to give up their pride for nothing. To snatch a person, they actually sent these old coots to cling onto the champion's legs and cry. Playing the emotional card and moral blackmail. Who can't do that? Let's go in. Blue, with an ashen face, strode through the gates of Long Lake residence. And at this moment, on the other side of the courtyard, Ed, Augusta, Carissa, Rosalie, as well as Elizabeth and Jean sat in a neat row. They were cracking sunflower seeds and watching the drama unfold. The moment they saw Blue and company arrive, their eyes instantly lit up. Fight, fight. Ed muttered under his breath, excited to the point of trembling. Whenever Master falls off his high horse, it's always quite a show. Augusta craned her neck, looking around. Hey, what about that human emperor from Dacia and that second elder? Why don't we see them coming in? Rosalie cracked more seeds nonchalantly. They're probably contemplating the best posture for burying themselves right now. Carissa snorted twice. Even if they bury themselves, they will have to face reality sooner or later. Let's focus on this side first. It's also quite a spectacle. As soon as she finished speaking, the other five nodded simultaneously. Suddenly, Augusta suddenly remembered something she had long forgotten. She lowered her voice. The person who commissioned me to find the ghost Dr. Asura originally came from Star Sea Pavilion. The one who placed the order in the 14 states had concealed his identity, but Augusta confirmed the identity of the person through various channels before accepting the commission. Upon hearing this, Ed furrowed his brows slightly. If so, then there might be real trouble at the Star Sea Pavilion. But soon he thought of his master's string of alter egos. Gabriel, original doctor. There won't be any trouble. At this moment, Iman's expression was stiff, being surrounded by the 6 old men, feeling rather uneasy. It has only been 6 years since we last met. Is it really necessary to act like this? You old fellows usually take naps longer than 6 years. And the one hugging my leg crying, with such powerful lungs, you could live another few thousand years easily. How would I not see you again in the future? Blue cleared his throat, then spoke loudly. Disciple of Prime Minister Auric, Dean of the Dacia Mountain River Academy, Blue, pays respects to the elders of the Star Sea Pavilion. His voice echoed as if rolling thunder. Now, the elders of the Star Sea Pavilion couldn't ignore him even if they wanted to. The old man holding Iman's thigh turned his head, grunting in extreme dissatisfaction. Elder Supreme Elder Brantley of the Star Sea Pavilion greets you. Though he said greeting, he still held onto Iman's leg without letting go. Conroy stepped forward and bowed to Blue. Dean Liu, my senior clansman hasn't seen the Holy Sun for many years and has much to say. Let's talk outside. As he spoke, Conroy extended his hand to guide Blue outside. Blue's face remained grim, his body rooted to the spot like a wooden stake. He gritted his teeth. I also have a lot to say to my Roman. Chapter 153, Kidnapping in Progress. As Blue's words fell, the atmosphere on the scene instantly became tense. The 6 grand elders of Starry Sea Pavilion simultaneously cast a very unfriendly gaze toward Blue. Conroy's expression turned cold. Dean Liu, Iman is the holy son of our Starry Sea Pavilion. Blue was completely unafraid and did not back down. He stepped forward again. Wasn't your Starry Sea Pavilion's holy son supposed to be the god of war Clement? Iman is the Roman of our Great Siam Mountain River Academy. A year ago, he represented our Great Siam Mountain River Academy in the competition at the Heavenly Tower. His identity can be verified. His combat records can be verified. As he spoke, the aura around Blue abruptly rose. The cultivation realm of his physical body reflecting the sky was unrestrainedly released. Behind him, Killian, Eugene, Goran, Abby, and others also moved forward together. Their auras condensed around their bodies. Outside Long Lake Cottage, the Mountain River Academy disciples who had come over to watch the commotion were now gawking. Mentor Sug, who had once visited Sage Kingdom, said with a somewhat dazed expression, I thought that if the Roman was indeed the holy son of Starry Sea Pavilion, this matter would have been resolved. But now, it seems like things are getting more serious. Indeed, they are more serious. Beside him, Elder Brittany of the Law Enforcement Hall said with a bitter smile, if Starry Sea Pavilion came here to kill, we could still fight to the death, but now, it's clear they're here to snatch someone. However, people from the various Mountain River Academies of the Great Qin, Great Han, Great Tang, Great Ming, and Great Xian dynasties have all come to Great Xia. Our Mountain River Academy might not lose to Starry Sea Pavilion. 19 Mountain River Academies were interconnected, originally part of one family. The Roman was a disciple of the Great Xia Mountain River Academy, but also a disciple of the entire Mountain River Academy. Actually, as soon as news spread that Amon had killed the holy son of Starry Sea Pavilion, the various Mountain River Academies of the respective dynasties took action, sending representatives to the Great Xia dynasty to observe developments. As for the Holy Dynasty's Mountain River Academy, Rosalie was already in Great Xia. This person was second only to Dean Auric in the Holy Dynasty's Mountain River Academy. At this point, these people should get involved in the Roman contest, right? Inside Long Lake Cottage, those elderly men who had been surrounding Amon, crying, laughing, or talking non-stop, turned their heads when they heard Blue's words. In an instant, a terrifying aura soared into the sky, resembling a towering mountain pressing down on the entire Long Lake Cottage. Holy Son, he has been our Starry Sea Pavilion's holy son since 6 years ago. Blue's complexion suddenly turned pale, but he did not retreat at all. Senior sister, you should speak up too. Rosalie, who was watching the spectacle, stiffened. The sunflower seeds she held fell to the ground. Wait, I was just watching the show. Why was I suddenly dragged into this? And at this moment, everyone from the Starry Sea Pavilion followed Blue's gaze and looked in that direction. Then, their expressions also froze slightly. At this moment, Ed, Augusta, Carissa, and Rosalie were not hiding their identities. Instead, they were showing their true selves. Conroy widened his eyes, looking incredulous. Sword God, Fragrance God, Loot God, and Sword God? Who would have thought that the top 3 beauties of the All-Heaven Beauties list would all be present? Right here in this small courtyard, sitting in a row, eating sunflower seeds. Oh, there's another sword god. Seeing these 4 god-level titans, the people of the Starry Sea Pavilion quickly reigned in their own auras. Grand Elder Brantley finally let go of Iman's legs. He stood up and bowed toward those few individuals. Starry Sea Pavilion's Brantley greets you. This time, his tone and expression were much gentler, truly greeting them. Augusta waved her hand while eating sunflower seeds. No worries, please continue. Carissa also nodded, yeah, continue. Just ignore us. Rosalie didn't speak, but indicated agreement. Blue. Brantley. For god-level titans, 2 of them were leaders of the world's #1 intelligence organization, the 14 states, plus the renowned heavenly fragrances master, the fragrance god of 3,000 guests, Carissa, and a holy princess, the lute god Rosalie. Ignore them? What kind of nerve does it take to ignore these 4 god-level titans? However, at this moment, Brantley's attention was more focused on the 2 women dressed as maids. They seemed unremarkable, but he couldn't see through these 2. To sit alongside these 4, they shouldn't be ordinary people. Immediately, Brantley asked, may I inquire, who are these 2? Augusta spoke with grace. This is Elizabeth, the maid that little Lindsay gave to me. Carissa retorted boom on ly. Elizabeth is the maid that little Lindsay gave to me. Jean is your maid. Augusta scratched her head. Oh, I got it wrong. Anyway, they're all maids. Who's which doesn't matter. Jean. Elizabeth. Fine. If being a maid is what it takes, it's far easier than being the Dragon Empress of Tindi. The formations they learned previously and the swordsmanship they had just comprehended were unheard of in their days as the Dragon Empress of Tindi. Ed sighed helplessly. I still have an old servant, but he was left in Aaliyah Kingdom. Rosalie glanced at Amon, a hint of grievance in her voice. Little Lindsay. Why don't I have one? Amon gently stroked his forehead. Next time, I'll catch one for you. Ed's eyes lit up. Little Lindsay. Always little Lindsay. This junior sister lute god finally also called out, little Lindsay. Social death. Let's all socially die together. Siblings should be properly aligned. Oh right, tomorrow, we should have a pill god senior brother coming over. Ed's eyes twinkled, determined to thoroughly deceive this pill god senior brother. Elizabeth and Jean exchanged a knowing look. They saw the depth in each other's eyes. These 2 truly knew there was a reincarnation of a demon empress somewhere in these realms. Find the right time, find the opportunity, and snatch her over. Upon realizing that these 2 were indeed only maids, Brantley felt somewhat relieved. They were just ordinary people after all. Suddenly, he saw Augusta and remembered something. He immediately looked at a certain disciple of Starry Sea Pavilion. This disciple was responsible for liaising with the 14 states, entrusting Augusta to find the ghost Dr. Asura. But the task of finding the ghost Dr. Asura must never be revealed. The disciple looked at Brantley, shaking his head slightly to indicate this matter would be discussed later. Brantley understood and stopped looking at him. At this moment, Blue became somewhat anxious. Senior sister. The Roman is our Mountain River Academy disciple and the top genius of the Great Xiao world. He absolutely cannot be given to Starry Sea Pavilion. Although the Mountain River Academy accepts students from various clans and noble families, a holy son isn't an ordinary disciple. He is the successor to the leader of the holy place. If Iman really went back with Starry Sea Pavilion, he would no longer have any connection with the Mountain River Academy. Blue's plan was to keep Iman at the Mountain River Academy, making him the future pillar of the human race in the Great Xiao world. These words instantly refocused everyone's attention. However, because Ed, Augusta, Carissa, and Rosalie were present, the atmosphere wasn't as tense as before. Just then, Bram, Alexander, and Joa, among others, arrived at the gate of Long Lake Cottage. Seeing the commotion inside, they realized what was happening. Starry Sea Pavilion was trying to snatch someone from the Mountain River Academy. How exciting! Before Rosalie could speak, Augusta interjected first, her tone tinged with dissatisfaction. Aren't you going to ask little Lindsay what he wants? Her words fell. Everyone turned their gazes towards Iman once again. Chapter 154 Layla. Rico, you big fool. Iman felt a headache coming on. Sure enough, as soon as the mask slipped, all sorts of troublesome issues came knocking. Brantley was momentarily stunned upon hearing Augusta's words. Then he plopped down beside Iman and hugged one of his legs again, bawling his eyes out. Wah, holy son, please don't abandon us again. 6 years. Do you know how we've survived these past 6 years? Holy son, look at Conroy. When you were around to teach him, he became smarter. But ever since you left, he has become stupider than ever, and it keeps getting worse. If a normal person knew someone mastered the Holy Son skills, they would first confirm if that person is the Holy Son himself. But this fool Conroy rushed over to demand answers. Holy Son, if you don't return, Conroy will die from his own stupidity. Conroy? Me? How could I die from my own stupidity? But for the sake of the Holy Son, so be it. Without further ado, Conroy knelt on the ground, dragging himself towards Amon, hugging his other leg while sobbing. Grand Elder is right. Holy Son, come back with us? The Holy Land can't do without you. Neither can I, or else I might really die from being stupid. The other 5 Grand Elders also fell to the ground and began wailing along. This shocking scene shattered everyone's sense of normalcy. These are the Grand Elders of Starsea Pavilion, one of the 3 great Holy Lands? Blue's lips quivered. These old fellows from Starsea Pavilion have absolutely no shame. How thick must their skin be to weep openly like this in public? You are the Grand Elders of Starsea Pavilion. Can't you keep some dignity while sitting on the ground crying? Blue swayed, unable to imagine doing something like this, but Iman's heart sank. They weren't fake crying. He could clearly feel the profound grief within these 6 old men who had lived for thousands of years. It wasn't emotional blackmail. Rather, it was releasing long-suppressed emotions. Has something happened to the sect leader? Iman's voice echoed in Brantley's mind. Brantley visibly trembled. The sect leader was critically injured and barely alive, sealed within the mystical ice of 10,000 years. He won't last much longer. Holy Son, If you don't return to take over as sect leader, chaos will descend upon Starsea Pavilion. His voice was hoarse, heavy with sorrow. After a pause, Brantley continued telepathically. Initially, the Holy Land invited experts from the 14 states to find the Gabriel to treat the sect leader. But the Gabriel is elusive. Even Blade Deity can hardly track him down. Starsea Pavilion originally intended to ask Ethan to come out of seclusion. However, by then, Iman's critical moment was approaching, and the system mission was yet to be completed. So he was busily rushing through tasks, leaving no time to attend to anything else. In the end, the assignment for Starsea Pavilion was taken over by Augusta. Iman was silent for a moment, then shook his head and whispered to Brantley, "I won't return with you. But rest assured, Grand Elder, Blade Deity has found a clue to Gabriel. In no more than 3 days, he will go to Starsea Pavilion to heal the sect leader." Brantley suddenly looked up, staring dumbfounded into Iman's eyes. Is that true? If the Gabriel treats the sect leader's injuries, it would undoubtedly be the best option for Starsea Pavilion. Although the Holy Son is exceptionally talented, he is still too young and inexperienced, not ready to lead and gain everyone's trust. Even if he took over as sect leader, Starsea Pavilion would still face immense internal and external pressure. Iman nodded silently. You should believe in the abilities of the 14 states. Brantley's body trembled, and he stammered back, yes, yes, yes. Gabriel will definitely cure the sect leader. But, Holy Son, the waters of this vast world run deep. It's not as simple as it appears. You should still return to the Holy Land with us. Brantley didn't give up, continuing to persuade. Iman slightly shook his head and spoke aloud. There are still many things I need to finish in this vast world. I can't return with you now. As Iman's words rang out, Long Lake Villa instantly fell silent. Blue's eyes widened, unable to contain his excitement. Although Iman's words were tactful, the meaning was clear. He chose River Mountain Academy. Conroy, who was hugging Iman's other leg, froze again upon hearing this news. Then he clung to Iman's leg and cried even more intensely. Saint Son, please don't go. Saint Son, how can I live without you? Saint Son. Iman. Bang. He instinctively lifted his foot and kicked this guy away. It made it seem like he was some faithless scoundrel. That day, the originally restless Great Xia dynasty finally settled down completely. Everyone felt as if they were in a dream. Iman turned out to be the Holy Son of Starsea Pavilion. Didn't that mean, as long as he didn't die, he would inevitably become the headmaster of Starsea Pavilion? The holder of a martial sanctuary that dominated all the worlds. This identity was far more honorable than any heir of an ancient noble family. Even the crown prince of the Holy Dynasty couldn't compare. The crown prince of the Holy Dynasty was merely the crown prince of the human Holy Dynasty in the Divine Continent. But Starsea Pavilion was a martial sanctuary across all the worlds. At this moment, inside the Great Xia Academy, people were in a panic, with gloomy clouds hanging over them. Starsea Pavilion's 6 grand elders, 6 old men with white hair, especially Brantley who hugged Iman's leg and wept, had already been uploaded to the spirit net by someone. Although Starsea Pavilion reacted quickly and contacted Tiani Mobile to delete those videos, some people had still managed to keep copies. When the extraterrestrial martial disciples of the Great Xia Academy saw these videos, they almost couldn't help but flee in disarray. The effects of the 10 fragrances muscle relaxant on Rico had worn off. He sat dumbly in the courtyard, lost in thought. Just then, Bohan walked in. Brother-in-law, my sister wants to see you. Bohan's voice held no emotion. Rico's eyes flickered with disdain. After meeting Deity of Knives, Deity of Fragrance, and Deity of Strings, he couldn't stand Layla and Clara anymore. Especially now that Rico had castrated himself and no longer had those needs. His feelings towards these 2 women were purely filled with intense disdain. However, for some reason, Rico suddenly found Bohan to be delicately lovely and charming. He wanted to put his tail in her hand and let her hold it. As soon as this thought arose, Rico was startled. He hurriedly stood up. Let's go, to see your sister. At this moment, Layla lay on the bed, pale-faced, with a trace of deathly aura between her brows. Seeing Rico come in, she struggled to sit up and beckon him over. Baby. Slap. Next moment, seemingly mustering all her strength, Layla slapped him hard across the face. Rico, you big fool. How could I have ever liked such an incompetent piece of shit like you? If I had followed Iman back then, I would now be the wife of the Holy Son of the Martial Sanctuary. Immediately after, a storm of curses and regrets spewed from her mouth. Rico froze, his face darkening bit by bit. Layla cursed for over 100 breaths before gradually calming down. Then, as if her mouth were a fountain, she spat out another mouthful of blood. Her energy weakened, and moments later, she stopped moving altogether. Chapter 155 Edmund. Carry her back to the room and examine her body. Layla's chest was rising and falling slightly, her breath weakening with every moment, her body growing stiffer. Rico stood by her bed, his eyes filled with coldness. Just as Layla's breathing gradually ceased, about to exhale her last breath, a figure suddenly rushed into the room. After a brief hesitation, a pill glowing with 9-color light was forced into Layla's mouth. Then, the spark of life that was about to extinguish within her gave a fierce leap, instantly reviving strongly. The originally deathly pale face slowly regained its rosy color. Rico's body froze in an instant. His lips trembled, uttering in a voice full of disbelief, 9-turn revival pill. That is my 9-turn revival pill. Master, what are you doing? Master, why did you give this woman my 9-turn revival pill? The 9-turn revival pill was known as the heaven-defying pill. It was an ancient pill long lost to time, ranked at the pinnacle of celestial grade. It contained a vigorous vitality essence, comparable in potency to divine pills, though it could not resurrect the dead or regenerate bones. But no matter how severely a martial artist was injured, as long as they were not completely dead, this pill could save their life. Possessing a 9-turn revival pill was equivalent to having an extra life. This heaven-defying pill was something Rico obtained after risking his life in an ancient secret realm deep within the fallen mountain range, and he only had one. Originally, Rico had lent the pill to Jeremy for research. He hoped to decipher the formula of the 9-turn revival pill through this Grandmaster of Alchemy. However, Jeremy directly administered it to Layla. Rico felt like the world spun around him. This damned woman, she had just cursed him and said he was inferior to Amon, even regretting following him. Now, she had consumed his heaven-defying pill. This was his ultimate safeguard. At this moment, Rico wanted nothing more than to strangle Layla. Layla had already awakened, but she remained motionless on the bed. Originally, Layla, sensing her impending death, called Rico over to vent all the pent-up emotions in her heart through harsh words. She thought that after cursing him, she would die and be done with everything. Who would have thought that Jeremy would actually revive her with a pill? How could she face Rico now? Layla was so embarrassed she wanted to curl up and disappear. Jeremy was stunned. He was taken aback, saying, Ruali said, Ruabing was on the brink of death? Jeremy was a Grandmaster of Alchemy, but not a divine doctor like Gabriel. Given Layla's condition, he was powerless to help. Yet, at that moment, for some reason, Jeremy impulsively fed Layla the incomparably precious 9-turn revival pill. Thus, Layla lived, Layla was dumbfounded, and Rico was dumbfounded too. At this moment, Elwood finally rushed in from outside the door, throwing himself onto Layla. Sister, thank goodness, you didn't die. You didn't die. Layla. But I really didn't want to live anymore. Meanwhile, at the gate of Long Lake Manor in Mountain River Academy, Iman finally managed to see off the delegation from Starsea Pavilion. Watching the flying treasure ship soar into the sky, Iman let out a sigh of relief. But at that very instant, Iman's body stiffened, his eyes widening instantly. Then, his feet stumbled, and he fell backward abruptly. Watch out. As soon as the words left his mouth, Iman found himself falling into a fragrant, soft embrace. Edmund held Iman in her arms, her face full of concern. Little Lynn, are you alright? Iman shook his head in a daze. Looking at the rolling purple aura descending upon him from the void and the softness pressed against his back, only two thoughts remained in his mind. Edmund has really grown up, and where is this fortune coming from? Almost forming a waterfall of purple aura, under the guidance of the sapling, it surged directly into Iman's Zijin mansion. Previously, when Iman revealed his identity as the saint son of Starsea Pavilion and fiercely countered Rico, who manipulated everything behind the scenes, the fortune Rico lost then did not even amount to a third of what was happening now. Something must have happened to Rico. At this moment, Carissa and Rosalie also arrived by Iman's side, both making moves to catch him, but their speed was far inferior to Edmund's. Iman's face stiffened, and he muttered, I'm fine. As he spoke, Iman attempted to wriggle free from Edmund's embrace. But at this moment, Iman's Zijin mansion was already filled with a large amount of purple chi. As he wasn't a child of destiny, he naturally couldn't digest this much purple chi and could only rely on the sapling to slowly refine it. Iman's xuanhuan was enveloped by the purple chi, causing his body to move slower as well. Don't move. As a martial artist, you don't just fall for no reason. There must be something wrong. I'll take you back and check your body first. As she spoke, Edmund, although appearing stern, inwardly felt delighted as she scooped Iman up horizontally. Surrounded by a fragrant breeze, she carried him towards her chamber. I'm coming too. Carissa transformed into a streak and quickly followed behind Edmund. Rosalie, however, was even faster, entering Edmund's room before them. Edmund grumbled, Buman de Dunangdal. I need to examine Xiaolin's body. Why are you two here? Carissa retorted. I am the second best perfumer in all worlds. If there is an issue with Xiaolin's divine soul or Yuan Shun, I can help. And what about you, your highness? Why are you here? Rosalie replied, I'm here to join. No, to supervise you all. At this moment, in Long Lake Manor, Bram, Alexander, Nongjing, Blue, Acton, and others stood frozen. They could hardly believe what was happening. This was even more outrageous than when Iman suddenly became the saint son of Starsea Pavilion. What the hell is going on? The legendary ice knife goddess who was as aloof and noble as Ice Lotus actually hugged Iman and carried him back to her room to examine his body? And the perfume goddess and Qin goddess also eagerly followed in. Those were the top 3 beauties in the world, goddesses whom countless martial artists could only dream of meeting. Blue muttered, it seems I've been choosing the wrong opponents all along. The biggest rivals have always been the ice knife goddess and perfume goddess. Senior sister, you must work hard and can't let Iman be taken away by them. Ed covered his face, unable to bear the scene. Social death. Just wait and see how they'll handle this social death. At this moment, Iman's voice, filled with a lack of will to live, reached Ed's ears. Ed, go prepare 36 large veins of pure silver ore for me. Ed paused, responding subconsciously, pure silver ore? Iman. For puppet making. After the message ended, a terrified scream came from inside the room. I'm fine, there's no need to examine me. Hey, what are you doing? Why are you taking off my pants? Let me go. Then Carissa's excited voice followed closely. I have some ropes. Let's tie him to the bed before we examine him. Blue. Nongjing. Others. Bram poked Alexander beside him and whispered, second brother, will the ice knife goddess, perfume goddess, and Qin goddess become my great-granddaughters-in-law? Alexander's expression stiffened, his mind equally chaotic. Probably. Ed mumbled, I'll go prepare the pure silver ore. As he spoke, he turned and hurried out of the courtyard. Chapter 156 Iman's Disguises. Night had fallen. The moon was bright, and the stars were sparse. Iman sat alone in the courtyard, lost in thought. Earlier that afternoon, although Augusta, Carissa, and Rosalie used harsh words and touched him inappropriately, Even taking off his pants, they still maintained some restraint and did not go too far. At most, they tied Iman to the bed and thoroughly examined him from head to toe, inside and out, front to back for 3 hours. Only after confirming he was unharmed did they reluctantly end their examination. At this moment, the purple aura in Iman's purple mansion had been mostly absorbed by the sapling, and his body had regained its mobility. The originally purple hazy fruit on the sapling now emitted a purple golden luster. When Iman's thoughts approached the sapling again, it no longer repelled him. It's ripe. Not only that, the sapling, which was originally about 3 feet tall, had grown taller, and new buds had sprouted among its branches, clearly indicating that it would bear a second fruit. Now, Iman finally understood what happened with Rico. Layla. After learning that he was the holy son of Star Sea Pavilion, Layla almost died from anger. But just before she passed away, Jeremy saved her using a 9 revolutions heavenly turning pill. When Iman heard this news, only 4 words came to mind. What a waste. Iman had long known that Rico possessed a 9 revolutions heavenly turning pill. It was Rico's ultimate safeguard. In later plot developments, Rico once faced a life and death crisis and survived thanks to that pill. Now, it had been taken by Layla. No wonder Rico's good fortune diminished so drastically. However, Layla was one of Rico's harem members, an important character in the main cast, and a source of his good fortune. She was meant to protect Rico in critical moments. Thus, the heavenly law wouldn't allow Layla to die at this point, or to die without purpose. Now, Iman wondered, how could Rico maintain his harem when he had already become a eunuch? Iman had personally witnessed Rico cutting himself while practicing the xuanhuan manual, even recording it as evidence. Although martial artists at the body reflection heaven stage could achieve physical immortality and regrow lost limbs, after practicing the customized xuanhuan manual Iman provided, there was no hope of regeneration, not even if he became a deity. Moreover, according to recent intelligence, the previously escaped Daxia Prince Enzo was now bringing his daughter Mariah on the way back to Daxia. Mariah was also a student of the Daxia Mountain River Academy. Despite being Livia's disciple, she avoided punishment due to exposing the Nangong family's misdeeds. TSK, another harem member is about to arrive. It remains to be seen how Rico will react upon seeing Mariah. The current plot has been completely ruined by Iman. In the original storyline, Mariah met Rico during this period, and they consummated their relationship immediately. But now, Mariah has fallen for another man and given herself to a fake champion, while Rico has castrated himself. And the extraordinarily talented princess of Han country should make her appearance soon. Once Rico becomes the prince consort of Han, Iman will publicly announce that he castrated himself. Hee. Just then, Ed quietly returned. Master, we have gathered the 36 large silver mines. As he spoke, he presented a storage ring to Iman. At the same time, Ed glanced cautiously at the rooms of Augusta, Carissa, and Rosalie. TSK, those 3 senior sisters sure are intense. No wonder Master dares not reveal his true identity before them. If the disguise ever fell off, who knows if Master's frail body could handle all 3. On the other hand, this ultimate dream is something countless men across all realms dare not even dream of. For Master, it's effortless. I wonder what Master thinks about it. Ed didn't dare ask. Looking at Iman's calm expression, he asked another question. Master, are you planning to invite the Night God, hailed as the first puppet master of the 3 realms, to refine puppets for you? With your status, he shouldn't refuse, right? Iman gave Ed a light, indifferent glance. That single look made Ed shiver. He said nervously, you are also that person? Iman remained silent, tacitly agreeing. Ed. Fortunately, he had recently learned to control his mouth. However, his master's disguises were truly too exaggerated. The no-sleep marquis of the 14 prefectures, peerless in both sword and saber, taught students like him and his junior sister, who became sword gods and blade gods. The Oblivion Lord of the 3,000 guests, an emperor in alchemy, cultivated disciples like the alchemy god Dantang and fragrant god Carissa. The Bodhi was hailed as the supreme divine physician of all worlds. August Stark, Prime Minister of the Holy Dynasty, founded 19 landscape academies to nurture talent for the human race. The stringed instrument god Rosalie was groomed by him. The Shadow Assassinator, the #1 assassin across all realms, unparalleled in stealth and assassination. It seemed that one of the 3 grand martial arts Sungdi Zhangjiao in the depths of the starry sky was also a disguise of his master. Now, there was even this night god, the first puppeteer of the 3 realms. Indeed, there was also Wu Daozi, the drawing god on Northern Crown Great Wall, who once suppressed 3,000 demon gods with a single stroke. These disguises were not just mere aliases. Each disguise represented the pinnacle of its own path. Most importantly, Iman never said that these were all of his disguises. Ed's lips twitched slightly, then he timidly asked, Master, do you have any other disguises? You know my tendency. If I accidentally offend you again. Iman frowned and thought for a moment. Ed was indeed tight-lipped, but he had a habit of whispering behind people's backs. There's another one, the leader of the Heavenly Array Union. Others I don't quite remember clearly. Don't take it seriously, just a few words, it's not a big deal. Ed. The leader of the Heavenly Array Union. Another super emperor level powerhouse. But what does don't quite remember clearly mean? You think these things are unimportant and no big deal. But the social death will be mine. At this moment, Iman stopped talking. Those 36 large silver mines had already been taken out and put into the 8 trigram furnace. Puppet techniques were cast into the furnace, which began to roar as it operated. 3 days later, a puppet wearing the small disguise of Bodhi would go to treat the pavilion master of Star Sea Pavilion. Iman himself needed to stay here to help detoxify his disciple. Iman had already learned from Brantley about the injuries suffered by the Star Sea Pavilion's pavilion master. Therefore, that afternoon, he used the 8 trigram furnace to refine some 9 revolutions heavenly turning pills, the same kind that Layla took. However, with the pavilion master's injuries, 1 pill was obviously insufficient. So, Iman directly refined more than 30 pills. In 3 days, he would let the puppet deliver them. Iman had the formula. However many 9 revolutions heavenly turning pills he needed, he could refine. As for why not hand over the pills directly today to Brantley? First, the signboard of the 14 prefectures couldn't be tarnished. His brilliant disciple would definitely find the Bodhi. Secondly, if Iman handed over more than 39 revolutions heavenly turning pills to Brantley, with Brantley's state of mind at the time, he would surely reveal something. Iman didn't want his disguise exposed. After a little while, under Ed's shocked gaze, a flowing dark silvery figure slowly appeared before the two of them. Then, that dark silvery figure lightly wriggled and transformed into a figure clad in black robes with a vermilion ghost mask on his face. Vermilion face, black robes, Bodhi. Just at that moment, Augusta's voice suddenly sounded behind them. Senior brother, you're back? This is Bodhi. Chapter 157, Red-Faced Black Robe, Xyler. Augusta's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at the black-robed figure before her. She had only intended to sneak a peek at Iman, but unexpectedly, she encountered the Xyler. In the next instant, a flicker of doubt flashed across Augusta's eyes, and she couldn't help but sneak another glance at Iman. It seemed like 3 tiny question marks appeared on his smooth forehead. The Xyler chuckled. I heard that the God of Swords is looking for me, so here I am. The voice of the Xyler was old and hoarse. Even though he wore a mask, one could still sense the heavy air of twilight about him, as if he were an elderly man nearing the end of his life. Augusta was somewhat distracted. She casually took out a token shimmering with starlight and handed it to the red-faced elder before her. Since Senior Ghost Doctor has agreed to show up, you should be willing to meet that person. Although she had accepted Rico's commission on behalf of Conrad with a single sword stroke, now the Xyler mentioned the God of Swords, not Conrad. What Augusta handed over was precisely the communication token left by the commissioner. The Xyler nodded slightly and then took the token. Suddenly, Augusta seemed to think of something. With a wary look, she stared at the Xyler. I don't need you to detoxify me. One sword. Iman. Zack was the true disciple of Grand Elder Brantley from the Celestial Sea Pavilion and its absolute core. Since the leader of the Celestial Sea Pavilion was severely injured, he had taken on the task of finding the Xyler to treat the leader. However, the severe injury to the leader of the Celestial Sea Pavilion was no small matter. It required absolute confidentiality. Therefore, he had to change his name and identity, searching all over the world for the Xyler. Not long ago, the Xyler appeared and looted numerous prestigious families and sects, including the 8 desolate ancient families. His last appearance was in the Divine State world. Recently, Zack had been active in the Divine State world, placing orders in the 14 provinces, offering 5 divine artifacts as a reward, asking the 14 provinces to locate the Xyler. Now, where Zack was located was an intelligence hub he had established in the Divine State world. A 2-way teleportation array connected this place to the Celestial Sea Pavilion. This was why Brantley, Qinhai Chenkong, and others arrived so quickly. After leaving the Mountain River Academy, Brantley and Qinhai Chenkong came here. Iman had said that in 2 days, the Xyler would appear. They wouldn't leave until they met with the Xyler. Dawn broke. Brantley, Qinhai Chenkong, and the rest of the Grand Elders had not slept all night, feeling extremely uneasy. Master, we have news. Zack burst in, holding a communication token. The Xyler, no, Senior Ghost Doctor, has agreed to meet us. Zack was so excited that he danced around. Is that true? Brantley and everyone else present stood up, their expressions incomparably agitated. Zack nodded vigorously. Senior Ghost Doctor learned that the God of Swords from the 14 provinces is looking for him, so he personally went to Daxiao Mountain River Academy to meet the God of Swords. Just now, I informed Senior Ghost Doctor of our location here. Hearing this, Brantley and the others sighed with relief. True to the God of Swords, even the Xyler gives her face. Thinking of the white-clad woman he glimpsed yesterday, Qinhai Chenkong couldn't help but reveal a yearning expression. But the next moment, he received a heavy blow to the back of his head. Then, Qinhai Chenkong fell forward, sprawling on the ground. No one helped him up. Brantley coldly hummed. Put away your thoughts. You can't even dream of the God of Swords. That's our holy son's future wife. Qinhai Chenkong mumbled from the ground. I just thought? Brantley glared. You can't even think about it. Yesterday, under everyone's watchful eyes, Augusta carried Iman into the room, followed closely by the fragrance goddess and the loot goddess. The 4 of them stayed in the room for a full 3 hours. Although it was said to be for examining injuries, the passionate cries were not concealed. This event spread at an astonishing speed throughout the universe. For a time, the entire universe was filled with the sound of broken hearts. Countless brilliant young geniuses and accomplished young masters drowned their sorrows in alcohol, turning white-haired overnight. The 3 most beautiful women, who shared the top spot on the beauties list of the universe, were claimed by the same person. The number 1 genius of the Divine State world, the Roman, the Celestial Sea Pavilion's holy son, the killer god Clement, Iman, and these people from the Celestial Sea Pavilion naturally received the news. If it weren't for the critical condition of the leader, they would have acted differently. Brantley wished he could immediately rush back to Daxiao Mountain River Academy to serve as the master of ceremonies, to have Iman marry Augusta, Brianna, and Lua washing right there. The only ones in all realms who match our Celestial Sea Pavilion's holy son are the Blade God, Fragrance Goddess, and Zither Goddess. That was Brantley's original words. Now, looking at Qinhai Chenkong, Brantley couldn't resist kicking him fiercely again. Qinhai Chenkong lay on the ground, not daring to move an inch. At this moment, a hoarse voice rang out. Are you looking for me? In the next instant, a figure wearing black robes and a vermilion ghost mask appeared before everyone. The high-ranking members of the Celestial Sea Pavilion present were instantly stunned with joy. The masked figure, clearly an old man, had a presence as profound as the sea. A thin layer of black mist swirled around him, suppressing some sky-reaching malevolent aura. He looked mysterious and powerful. Even Brantley, a powerhouse of the Heavenly Gate realm, could not fathom the depths of this person. Gabriel. This person was definitely the legendary Gabriel. Instantly, everyone's breathing became rapid. He really came. Iman said 3 days, but Gabriel arrived on the second day. Brantley quickly tidied his clothes and bowed. I am Brantley from Celestial Sea Pavilion, meeting Lord Ghost Doctor. Our Celestial Sea Pavilion's leader is critically injured and may not have much time left. I earnestly request that Lord Ghost Doctor save our leader's life. Facing Gabriel, Brantley dared not hide anything. Even he, with his experience, respectfully called the other Lord. Gabriel was their last hope. Pausing, Brantley hurriedly continued. I don't know what compensation Lord Ghost Doctor requires. As long as the Celestial Sea Pavilion can do it, we will not hesitate even if it means death. Iman was taken aback. Compensation? He hadn't thought about this. The elder from the Celestial Sea Pavilion, though clingy, had been quite good to him. Silent for a moment, Gabriel spoke. Soul Stone of Heaven. I need Soul Stones of Heaven. Brantley's eyes lit up. We have them. In our Celestial Sea Pavilion, there happened to be 2 Soul Stones of Heaven. Iman was surprised. They really did have them. Immediately, he felt somewhat regretful. He had been stuck in a rut. Although Soul Stones of Heaven were unique to the divine realm, the deities liked to wander everywhere. Whether in the ruins they left behind or forces associated with the divine realm, there should be Soul Stones of Heaven. The 3 great martial arts sanctuaries were initially founded by the divine realm. The purpose was to help all realms resist the invasion of the Crimson Abyss from the demonic world. If even the 5th noble family had Soul Stones of Heaven, why wouldn't the Celestial Sea Pavilion have them? 2 stones. It wasn't too little. However, Iman's strategy for finding Soul Stones had always been correct. The Soul Stones of Heaven in the Heavenly Mystery Realm were the simplest and easiest to obtain. After all, that realm was something he himself had left behind. After pondering for a moment, Gabriel continued. With my current reputation, going to the Celestial Sea Pavilion will inevitably cause a series of troubles. Think carefully. Where there are people, there are differences. The Celestial Sea Pavilion was not monolithic. There were many who didn't want the leader to live. Gabriel had a notorious reputation across all realms. Internally, the Celestial Sea Pavilion would surely use this matter as leverage. This was another reason why Iman decided to go to the Celestial Sea Pavilion in puppet form. Life soul beads could also work on puppets. Iman's plan was for Gabriel to die and escape. So this time, he never intended to hide his whereabouts. Brantley and the others instantly understood. Brantley stepped forward and bowed to Gabriel. Lord Ghost Doctor, no matter what happens, the Celestial Sea Pavilion will take full responsibility. Chapter 158. Augusta, how could you use my premium incense to perfume your feet? Augusta was in a good mood. After bidding farewell to the Bodhi, she went to Brianna's room and traded for many premium incenses with various treasures she had found. She then fell asleep contentedly. Early in the morning, Augusta sat by the table, sipping salty soybean soup while scrolling through her communication jade tablet. Suddenly, her eyes widened as she exclaimed in shock. What is Starry Sea Pavilion up to? The news about Bodhi has already spread since he arrived at the vast star world. The spirit network was in an uproar. Explosive headlines kept bombarding everyone's minds. The first divine healer of all realms, Bodhi has appeared. He has now reached Starry Sea Pavilion, one of the 3 great martial arts holy sites. Numerous powerhouses across all realms mobilized and headed toward Starry Sea Pavilion. Especially the 7 primal ancient families, along with other victims tormented by Bodhi, issued bounty notices, promising heavy rewards for Bodhi's head, including the Primal Yi family. The previous matter of Rico seeking Ethan to find Bodhi turned into a joke. Rico barked in rage within the Great Xia Academy. Bodhi is righteous yet wicked. He is the first divine healer of all realms. Those seeking his medical help could form a line from the Central Earth to the Northern Crown Great Wall, and those wanting his life could fill an entire world. Because of Bodhi's appearance, all realms were buzzing again. At this moment, Flash almost buried his face in his bowl of soy milk. Last night, Iman's escape plan was finalized with his consultation. Moreover, Flash personally released the news of Bodhi's appearance through his unique channel. Now facing Augusta, he felt somewhat guilty. However, Augusta only paid slight attention to the matter. Starry Sea Pavilion, being powerful, wouldn't be easily targeted due to Bodhi. The real trouble lay with Bodhi himself. Then, she glanced secretly at Iman beside her. Suddenly, Augusta twitched her nose, frowning. What is this smell? So foul. Kenna couldn't help rolling her eyes on the other side. She pointed with her delicate chin toward a lump in a corner near the wall. Then she said disdainfully, over there, my senior brother has been fasting for half a year for the 8 treasures heavenly spirit pill and hasn't bathed either. At that moment, Flash, Augusta, and Lua Wushing noticed a person sleeping at the wall root. He looked dusty and dirty, emitting a faint, peculiar odor. It wasn't really stinky, but it was a mix of all kinds of strange medicinal smells, somewhat pungent. Augusta's eyes widened as she looked at the disheveled man. Your senior brother, alchemy deity Thomas? Kenna covered her face and nodded. First, she glanced at Flash, who had a handsome appearance like a bright young boy, then at her own messy and dirty senior brother. She instantly felt ashamed. Compare other senior brothers to mine. Beside her, Iman's expression was a bit stiff. Ultimately, it has come. These disciples of his seemed to have some peculiar quirks. Even Flash, who looked the most normal, liked to gossip behind people's backs and dug pits for his juniors. As for Thomas, unspeakable. Back then, the first time she met Thomas, he was clinging to an alchemy furnace, nearly dying from hunger. Thomas isn't sloppy, he's just lazy. Except for refining pills, everything else is lazy. At this moment, the man lying lazily against the wall, seemingly sensing something, turned his face slightly, mumbling, achoo. Rest assured, as long as I, Thomas, am here, Starry Sea Pavilion won't dare do anything to Amon. Let me sleep a little more. Then he turned over, snoring loudly. Kenna wished she could bury her face in her sweet soybean soup. Who is this guy? I don't know him. Absolutely not. Hearing this, Flash's eyes gleamed. Alchemy deity is truly obsessed with alchemy, completely cut off from the outside world. Hee. Finally, he couldn't hold back his laughter. This alchemy deity senior brother is surely a recluse who doesn't even check communication J tablets. Not a good sign. Not checking J tablets means knowing nothing. Otherwise, how can anyone dig a hole for him? Augusta ignored alchemy deity Thomas. She looked at Amon beside her. She gently poked his arm, her tone carrying a hint of coquettishness. Xiao Lin, I'm cold. Amon responded with an ah, and said, after we finish eating, I'll apply the medicine for you. Augusta nodded repeatedly. Rosalie felt increasingly sour inside. She put down the spicy tofu brain in her hand and spoke up, actually, applying medicine is something I can also? Before she could finish her sentence, she was pushed back by Carissa. Carissa couldn't help but feel frustrated at Rosalie's incompetence and transmitted her voice to her. You can apply medicine? Then when you're poisoned, you can do it yourself? Rosalie suddenly came to her senses. Right, she could also get poisoned. Amon's heart stirred. You can also what? Rosalie kept her composure and continued, I also think it's quite troublesome. Shaolin, I feel like I'm about to get poisoned too. I'll trouble you then. Iman. You feel you're going to get poisoned? What kind of bizarre feeling is this? Carissa added seriously, Shaolin, I have a premonition that I will also be poisoned soon. As she spoke, she gave Rosalie a meaningful look, simultaneously transmitting her voice. That poison which requires external application to cure, it will be ready soon. Rosalie's eyes lit up with a flicker of anticipation. Iman covered his face. His disguise truly seemed shaky now. Yesterday, the three female disciples still knew their limits and held themselves back. But what about the future? Iman had absolute confidence in the artifact xuanhuan, believing no one could see through its disguise. But the key issue was, these three female disciples' sixth sense and their instinctive bodily reactions were truly alarming. Now, Iman only hoped to strengthen himself as much as possible before they fully realized it. At least, he needed to have enough strength to fight back. He certainly didn't want to be overwhelmed by his own disciples. After breakfast, Iman sensed the Starry Sea Pavilion, finding it temporarily peaceful. The 10,000-year-old black ice sealing the Starry Sea Pavilion's master was slowly melting. Augusta eagerly pulled Iman towards her room, and Carissa and Rosalie silently followed in. Originally, Augusta was slightly dissatisfied, but both Carissa and Rosalie simultaneously transmitted voices to her. If you don't let us in, then when it's our turn, we won't let you in either. Recalling what these two mentioned earlier about their premonitions, Augusta suddenly remembered. These two would absolutely poison themselves, and then ask Shaolin to help them with the antidote. Thinking of this possibility, Augusta stopped opposing. Simultaneously, she sneered inwardly, Humph, let you enjoy for now. When my poison is cured, I'll learn the external application from Shaolin. I'll be the one to cure you when you're poisoned. But not now, they shouldn't notice anything yet. After closing the door, a small array emerged, completely sealing off the room. Augusta dispelled the stray thoughts in her mind and sat on the stool. Her cheeks flushed red as she knowingly asked, Shaolin, which part should we treat today? Amon said somewhat awkwardly, the soles of your feet, at the xuanhuan acupoint. Augusta's eyes shimmered, then she gently took off her shoes and socks, placing those dainty feet, carved as if made of premium ice jade, into Iman's lap. Instantly, a refreshing fragrance spread out. Smelling this rich aroma, Carissa looked shocked. Augusta, how could you use my premium incense to perfume your feet? Chapter 159. 6 Paths Primordial Cold Lock. The incense that Augusta had exchanged from Carissa were all rare and divine quality incenses unseen in the myriad worlds. These could calm the mind, steady one's breath, and consolidate the primordial spirit. Ordinary martial artists, even the ancient monsters of the Heavenly Gate realm, would find it hard to obtain. Due to no Night Marquis once gifting a divine artifact to Carissa. So, those divine quality incenses were half sold and half given by Carissa to Augusta. But she never imagined that Augusta would actually use that divine quality incense on her feet. However, Augusta's petite feet were crystal clear and quite beautiful, deserving of her divine quality incense. Immediately, Carissa no longer pursued the matter. Moreover, Augusta had given her an idea. Carissa was already planning what kind of fragrance she should apply to herself when Carly helped her with external detoxification. At this moment, Iman's mind also blanked for a second. That pair of slender, tiny, jade-white feet nestled into his arms. He almost lost control. Iman swallowed slightly and stammered, "Oh, 1 foot will do." Augusta's exquisitely beautiful face flushed slightly. Her voice was barely audible, "But my other foot is also cold." Iman subconsciously reached out to touch it. Indeed, Augusta's feet were unusually cold, abnormally so. Iman frowned, a trace of gravity flashing in his eyes. He placed one of Augusta's feet in his arms, picked up the other with his hand, and dripped a drop of medicinal liquid from a bottle onto the xuanhuan point on the sole of the foot. Then, Iman held the delicate, tender foot with one hand, while the fingertips of the other hand emitted a faint spiritual light, gently pressing and kneading the xuanhuan point. Augusta's eyes seemed to contain autumn water, staring at Iman without blinking. Her cheeks were rosy red, as if they could bleed. On the side, Carissa and Rosalie exchanged a silent glance. Learned. When the time comes, they would do the same. Time slowly passed. Iman's expression grew increasingly grave, his brows furrowing tighter. Suddenly, he looked up and said sternly, "Who exactly poisoned you?" Upon hearing Iman's words filled with extreme seriousness, Rosalie and Carissa couldn't help but look at Augusta. This cold poison might not be simple. Augusta scratched her head, her eyes flashing with confusion. Then, she began to try to recall. In fact, if it weren't for Iman discovering the cold poison in her body, Augusta wouldn't have known she was poisoned. What's wrong? Seeing Iman's expression, Carissa couldn't help but ask in a low voice. 6 Paths Primordial Cold Lock. Iman squeezed these 5 words out from between his teeth. By 6 paths, it referred collectively to the Great Ruin, the Great Desolate, the Demon World, the Dragon World, the Spirit World, and the Netherworld. The 6 paths primordial cold lock poison was refined using the utmost cold energy cultivated from the 6 rules of the 6 worlds. Initially, someone afflicted with this potent poison would only feel a slight chill in their body, with no other discomfort. But as time went on, the victim would gradually be locked and refined by this deadly poison, locking the physical body, locking the primordial spirit, locking the divine soul. Ultimately, refined into an ice puppet. Given Iman's medical expertise, having administered medicine to Augusta twice, her cold poison should have diminished. But now, the coldness in Augusta's body hadn't decreased. Instead, it was concentrated in her feet. At this moment, Iman finally recognized the 6 paths primordial cold lock. This kind of poison, he naturally could resolve. But thinking about how someone dared to plot against his little cabbage, wanting to refine her into an ice puppet, Iman couldn't suppress his murderous intent. The person who could refine the 6 paths primordial cold lock wouldn't be ordinary. Either they came from the realms of gods and demons, or had intricate connections with them. But whoever it was, Iman would not let them go. However, Iman also discovered there was another force within Augusta's body, slightly countering the 6 paths primordial cold lock. This kept Augusta from being completely locked by the poison for the moment. Iman recognized the source of this power. Sherry, Luo Chenshan. For a moment, Iman felt a bit complicated. When she found Augusta, she had probably confirmed her identity. Augusta, Carissa, and Rosalie hadn't heard of the 6 paths primordial cold lock. But seeing the nearly uncontrollable killing aura in Iman's eyes, they also realized the severity of the situation. Iman saw Augusta's expression and couldn't help but reassure her. Rest assured, I can cure this poison. Augusta looked at Iman's eyes and nodded slightly. Suddenly, she seemed to recall something and hurriedly said, although I don't know who poisoned me, I first felt my body becoming cold half a year ago. At that time, upon discovering the abnormality in her body, Augusta examined herself. Seeing that there was no serious problem, she put it out of her mind. Rosalie suddenly spoke up. Half a year ago? I remember half a year ago, you accepted the invitation from the sacred maiden Pepper of Taishan Holy Sect to go to the Taishan Holy Land. Was it during that visit? Rosalie and Augusta were once archenemies, so he was particularly attentive to Augusta's movements. Taishan Holy Sect, one of the 3 great martial arts holy places in all the myriad worlds, ranked alongside Starry Sea Pavilion and true martial holy land. Taishan's sacred maiden Pepper, once the universally acknowledged first beauty of all the myriad worlds, topping the beauty list for over 800 years. Nowadays, she ranks 4th on the beauty list. Augusta frowned. Half a year ago, Pepper obtained a fragment of a divine grade knife manual and invited me to restore it. But ultimately, it was proven fake. Suddenly, Carissa interjected. You mean Pepper? Not long ago, Pepper also invited me to Taishan Holy Sect, saying she found a dying divine herb in a spiritual secret realm and asked me to treat it. If not for Carly's red dust token, I would already be at Taishan Holy Sect by now. So, that dying divine herb was also fake? Rosalie sneered. Naturally fake. It won't be long before Pepper finds an excuse to invite me to Taishan Holy Sect. Maybe it's a fragment of an ancient divine level Qin score, or perhaps a broken divine level ancient Qin. These 3, a divine blade master, an incense god, and a Qin deity, hearing about a fragment of a divine grade knife manual, a dying divine herb, or fragments of a Qin score and an ancient Qin, they had absolutely no resistance. Moreover, the invitation came from a sacred maiden of a martial arts holy place. Carissa helplessly shrugged. 80% chance it was her. But we have no evidence right now. Pepper is the sacred maiden of Taishan Holy Sect. In terms of status and cultivation, she is no less than any of us. The Taishan sacred maiden Pepper is no mere figurehead. She is an absolute world-renowned powerhouse who has been famous for 800 years, destined to be the next leader of Taishan Holy Sect. Iman's expression had already calmed down. Evidence? That's something only chosen ones would use. Does an antagonist like me need evidence? And this time, the Gabriel arrived at Starry Sea Pavilion. That Taishan sacred maiden would also be present. At this moment, Augusta's weak voice sounded. Carly, should we continue? Iman refocused his thoughts. His hands gently resumed their work. The 6 paths primordial cold lock is also a cold poison, and the current detoxification method can still resolve it. However, the acupoints will need to be changed. To counteract the cold poison, external application is the best method, guiding the poison out of the body through the acupoints. It's safe with no side effects. If ingested internally, Rico's situation involved water and fire forces evolving into intense toxins, causing internal collisions. That outcome was relatively mild. In more severe cases, it could tear apart organs, crush meridians, shatter dantian, and result in complete loss of cultivation. The person who poisoned Augusta had sinister intentions. Even if they couldn't turn her into a puppet, they intended to destroy her. Iman, treating his own beloved, naturally chose the most reliable method with no side effects. This method of detoxifying cold poison is unique in this world. But now, Iman was eagerly looking forward to meeting that Taishan sacred maiden. Only I am allowed to bully my beloved. Chapter 160, Taishan Sacred Maiden. Daya Academy. Boom. Rico's door was suddenly shattered into powder. Seamus almost flew in, grabbing Rico by the collar. Let's go to the Starsea Pavilion. His voice was shrill, filled with impatience. The Bodhi. He was currently the only one in the entire 10,000 realms who might be able to restore their crippled bodies. And now, he was at the Starsea Pavilion. Rico was stunned for a moment before reacting instantly. Right. We did spend 100 million high-grade spirit stones to find the Bodhi. He has no reason to refuse us. But Master, the Starsea Pavilion is billions of miles away from the divine state great world. How are we going to get there? At this moment, Seamus's legs had already been restored. He held Rico's collar with one hand and moved swiftly. We will use the teleportation array to the headquarters of the Alchemy Alliance of All Heavens, then from there to the Starsea Pavilion. Alchemy Alliance of All Heavens. An alliance loosely formed by alchemists, dedicated to exchanging alchemy experiences and resources. However, this Alchemy Alliance of All Heavens never had an absolute core figure and remained scattered. Also, while it promoted exchange of experiences and sharing, everyone actually kept their own secrets and were wary of each other. If it weren't for the spiritual network and new message transmission J-disks re-establishing contact among members who were originally out of touch, this Alchemy Alliance would likely have dissolved long ago. Someone within the Alchemy Alliance once tried inviting alchemy god Thomas to join. Thomas found it too troublesome. Seamus was also a member of the Alchemy Alliance. Inside Dia Academy, there was naturally a teleportation array leading to the headquarters of the Alchemy Alliance. Rico's eyes lit up. Alchemy Alliance of All Heavens. 10,000 realms. Finally, he would leave this small divine state great world and look toward the more extensive 10,000 realms. But thinking of their destination, Rico felt as if he had eaten a fly. Starsea Pavilion. Amon, the sacred son of the Starsea Pavilion. That Amon is so shameless, as the sacred son of the Starsea Pavilion. He actually covets the heavenly mystery realm of our divine state great world. And now he refuses to leave the Dia dynasty. Thinking of Amon, Rico couldn't help but curse aloud. Seamus urged, "Stop cursing Amon for now. We need to hurry to the Starsea Pavilion and meet the Bodhi." Nowadays, countless powerhouses of the 10,000 realms have gathered, preparing to hunt down the Bodhi. We must cure our bodies before the Bodhi dies. Rico came back to his senses. He hurriedly exerted force and rushed towards the direction of the teleportation array with Seamus. The headquarters of the Alchemy Alliance of All Heavens was still very far from the Starsea Great World where the Starsea Pavilion was located. They needed to keep using teleportation arrays. Currently, no one knew why this brutal, eccentric physician, the Bodhi, had suddenly appeared flamboyantly at the Starsea Pavilion. But everyone realized one thing. This might be the end of the road for the Bodhi. The enemies of the Bodhi were simply too many. Meanwhile, in the Dia Imperial Palace, Susanna's eyes lit up after listening to her secret agent's report. Seamus, that old immortal has finally left. If you hadn't gone, I would have had a hard time making my move. My Empress banner has been thirsty for a long time. Summon Yisroel. In the Starsea Great World, inside the central star hall of the Starsea Pavilion, a large piece of mystic ice was slowly melting, emitting white mist that enveloped the entire star hall in clouds and fog. Brantley and the 6 Grand Elders watched solemnly, their eyes fixated on the increasingly clear figure within the mystic ice. The sect leader Reese of the Starsea Pavilion. Apart from Brantley and others, a few people stood further away. Their gazes were not at all polite, looking at the black figure standing before the mystic ice. I didn't expect that the old immortal Brantley would really invite the Bodhi. Among them, a young man in dark blue robes had a look of resentment in his eyes. Just a little bit more, and the position of sect leader would have been mine. This young man was none other than Crawford, the senior disciple of sect leader Reese. His cultivation had reached the peak of the mortal body sky reflection realm, just half a step away from the origin spirit sky reflection realm. Originally, with the disappearance of the Starsea Pavilion's sacred son, whose life was unknown, and Reese's demise, the position of sect leader would most likely have fallen to him. Just as Crawford was preparing to take over the Starsea Pavilion, news came that the sacred son was still alive. Then, the Bodhi appeared right before him. Although Crawford was unwilling, he dared not show it at this moment. This Bodhi is simply meddling in other people's affairs. And now he has shown up at our Starsea Pavilion with such fanfare. Does he think our Starsea Pavilion isn't chaotic enough? Crawford concealed the frustration in his eyes, but still cursed loudly in his heart. At this moment, countless powerhouses from the 10,000 realms had descended upon the Star Great World. Among these people, some were here to seek the Bodhi for treatment and healing. But many more were here to seek revenge. Though these people did not dare to make a move on the grounds of the Starsea Pavilion, they still caused quite a bit of trouble. Senior brother. Just then, a woman behind Crawford suddenly transmitted her voice. Tai Xian's sacred maiden Pepper requests your presence. Crawford's eyes slightly brightened, and his heart instantly flared with excitement. Tai Xian's sacred maiden Pepper. Crawford had been infatuated with her for 800 years. Without any hesitation, Crawford immediately disappeared from the Starsea Pavilion. The few Grand Elders present had already noticed Crawford's small actions. Brantley frowned slightly, but at this moment, he did not pursue anything further. In a secluded hall of the Starsea Pavilion, stood an absolutely beautiful woman with a graceful figure. Her face was stunning, exuding the charm and allure of a mature woman. Her well-proportioned body was veiled by a thin layer of light gauze, creating a tantalizing glimpse. She was none other than Pepper, the sacred maiden of Tai Xian. Pepper greeted Crawford with a slight bow as he entered the door. Linglong greets senior brother Ian. Crawford quickly walked over to help her. Sacred maiden, no need for formalities. Pepper subtly moved away, avoiding Crawford's hands without drawing attention. Crawford felt somewhat lost. He straightened his expression and forced a smile. I wonder what brings sacred maiden here. Pepper smiled sweetly. Not to hide anything from senior brother, I would like to meet senior Bodhi, and I hope you can introduce us. Crawford laughed easily. It's not a big deal. After senior ghost physician treats my master's injuries, I will take sacred maiden to meet him. Yu Lingong paused. Bodhi is here to treat your master's injuries? Crawford realized he had let slip too much but waved his hand dismissively. Only suffered some minor injuries, nothing serious. Pepper was speechless. If they even invited Bodhi, how could it not be serious? Back in the Starsea Pavilion, the expressions of Brantley and others were extremely grim. This was a crucial moment, with the entire Starsea Pavilion under surveillance through array formations. There was no way Crawford's words and actions could escape their notice. Crawford was utterly incapable and only brought about failure. No wonder, despite reaching the peak of the mortal body sky reflection realm, The sect leader was hesitant to name him as Sacred Son. Upon seeing a woman, Crawford forgot everything. He actually told the Tai Xian Sacred Maiden about the sect leader's injury. Did the Tai Xian Sacred Maiden have the same lack of sense as him? The three great martial sanctuaries of the 10,000 realms were constantly engaged in open competition and secret struggles among themselves. Conroy curled his lips and whispered, "If the Sacred Son knew about this, he would definitely not call me stupid anymore. Crawford is the real fool." Ghost Physician Amon Asura. I already know. However, the Tai Xian Sacred Maiden wants to see me? I've been worrying about finding a reason to meet her. A flash of killing intent flickered in Amon's eyes. After meeting Pepper, he would find out if she was the one who poisoned his little cabbage. A trace of mockery flashed in Tai Xian's Sacred Maiden's eyes before her expression turned excited. "Thank you, senior brother, for your trouble." Crawford laughed. "It's no problem at all." Chapter 161 Carlton. Wichlin. Wichian. What? The Gabriel appeared at the Starry Sea Pavilion because the Pavilion Master was critically injured and near death? No wonder the Starry Sea Pavilion has been acting low-key recently. It turns out it's because of this. I heard that the Pavilion Master's injuries were so severe even the Gabriel couldn't do anything about it. The Starry Sea Pavilion Master Reese has been dead for quite some time. Right now, they are wailing in the Starry Hall. Is this true? It's true. This is what the Grand Disciple Crawford of the Starry Sea Pavilion said with his own mouth. Haha, so there are people even the Gabriel can't save. What kind of supreme doctor of the 10,000 realms is he? Just a reputation-hungry fraud. Gabriel, come out. This old man will not share the same sky with you. Let's go to the Starry Sea Pavilion to kill the Gabriel. In a short moment, the news that the Starry Sea Pavilion Master had gone from critically injured to already perished spread like wildfire throughout the realms. The martial artists who had come to the Starry World, hearing these messages, immediately felt emboldened, all heading towards the Starry Sea Pavilion. Many hot-tempered and impulsive martial artists were even used as pawns, directly rushing towards the gate of the Starry Sea Pavilion. At this point, although the Starry Sea Pavilion's protective mountain array was already activated, these people were unwilling to let it be. Zither, Ancient Clan Leo, comes to pay respects at the Starry Sea Pavilion. Taba, Ancient Clan Aquila, comes to pay respects at the Starry Sea Pavilion. Sword Deity Sect Matthias specially comes to pay respects at the Starry Sea Pavilion. Please open your doors for an audience. For a time, famed clans and sects gathered before the gate, creating a tumultuous scene. No one mentioned the Gabriel, but each word of respect brought immense pressure upon the Starry Sea Pavilion. Inside the Starry Hall, the atmosphere was frozen to the extreme. Brantley's eyes seemed ready to shoot out flames. At this moment, he wished he could rush to the side hall and tear Crawford limb from limb. Meanwhile, Crawford, unaware of having caused all this, was talking fluently and laughing with the Grand Sage of Tai Xian, making her giggle incessantly. In the Starry Hall, Conroy looked at the Gabriel. "Lord Ghost Doctor, regarding the injuries of the Pavilion Master." The Gabriel glanced outside. "A bunch of clowns. It's fine. Once the profound ice melts, his injuries will heal." The faces of those inside the Starry Hall changed, disbelief coloring their expressions. "Heal?" The Gabriel nodded. This time, he had brought 36-9 revolutions return to heaven pills. As long as Reese had a breath left, even if he was shattered into pieces, he could still be revived. Now, only the 10,000-year-old profound ice remained a barrier. Indeed, this ice was somewhat troublesome. After pondering for a moment, the Gabriel said, "Open the array. Let them in," blocking the door, causing such a commotion. How unseemly. Just then, a clear voice suddenly sounded. "True Martial Sacred Land, St. Sun Carlton, specially comes to seek an audience with the Gabriel." Gabriel. Gabriel. Inside the Summer Mountain and River Academy, Amon, who had just finished applying medicine for Augusta and was resting on a stool, suddenly shuddered, breaking the stool beneath him and landing on the ground. His eyes widened, revealing a trace of bewilderment. True Martial Sacred Land, St. Sun? When did the true Martial Sacred Land have a St. Sun? How did he, the Pavilion Master, not know? And, Carlton? Which Lin? Which Yin? Little Lin, what's wrong with you? Seeing this, Augusta quickly ran over, helping Iman up. Iman muttered, "I'm fine, just feeling my buttocks a bit sore." Augusta slightly turned her face, sneakily glancing at Amon's bottom. She hesitated, then couldn't help but secretly reach out, lightly pinching it. So familiar. Iman. Rebellious disciple. Didn't you touch enough yesterday? At this moment, inside the Starry Hall, Brantley, noticing the Gabriel seemed off, hurriedly asked, "Lord Ghost Doctor, what's wrong with you?" Gabriel, "Nothing. I suddenly think it's better to let them wait outside. The commotion inside would be even more unseemly." Brantley and others exchanged puzzled looks. But right at that moment, rumble. The entire Starry Sea Pavilion suddenly trembled. The protective mountain array, which had been running, slowly stopped. Then, the gates of the Starry Sea Pavilion slowly opened. "If everyone has come to pay respects, please enter for a discussion." A clear voice calmly echoed. In the Starry Hall, Brantley and others all subconsciously frowned. It's Alban. What does he intend to do? Alban, the elder of the Array Hall, was also the top array master of the Starry Sea Pavilion. The protective mountain array was under his control. Outside the mountain gate, when the gathered martial artists saw the gate open before them, their eyes all lit up. Then, they surged into the Starry Sea Pavilion, one after another. Only at this moment did Crawford, who had triggered everything, finally realize something was wrong. He stood up with a start, somewhat bewildered, and said, "What's going on? What happened?" Pepper rubbed her forehead. For xuanhuan to have a disciple like Crawford, he must have had the worst possible luck. The master, various elders, and senior ghost doctor are all in the Starry Hall. Please follow me. Alban's voice sounded again. In the next instant, numerous powerful presences rushed toward the starry hall at great speed. The path was unobstructed. Iman's lips curled slightly. This time, although Gabriel appeared openly in the Starry Sea Pavilion, there was indeed a thought of retreat in mind. But there was another goal: to root out the traitors within the Starry Sea Pavilion. With Reese's cultivation being mysteriously injured meant he must have fallen into a trap. There is a mole inside the Starry Sea Pavilion. Of course, in the original storyline, this hadn't happened. 12 years ago, Iman's first system task was to establish the Northern Crown Great Wall, to seal the Red Blood Abyss and the rifts of the 10,000 realms. This move directly changed the landscape of the 10,000 realms. Now, although this mole, Alban, voluntarily jumped out, Iman's heart sank to the bottom. Carlton, why would someone use this name? And it was even the saint son of the true martial sacred land. Carlton, which yin? The Alicia Luo Chuyin resides within the 10,000 realms. If she really chose this alias for herself, doesn't that mean Luo Chuyin might already know his identity? I hope it's just a coincidence. Luo Chuyin shouldn't have been to the divine continent world yet, nor met me. And if she really confirmed my identity, she wouldn't seek out Gabriel. Iman comforted himself repeatedly in his heart. If Luo Chuyin found him, getting his bottom slapped would be the least of his worries. Iman feared this Alicia from the divine realm would take him back to the divine realm. Luo Chuyin is even more deranged than Carissa. While Iman was lost in thought, outside, Alban had already taken action, breaking the arrays around the Starry Hall. Then, hundreds of martial artists broke through the doors of the Starry Hall. Gabriel. Sure enough, it's Gabriel. Gabriel dared to raid the treasure vault of our ancient family. Truly a heinous crime. Unforgivable. Gentlemen, please hold off on attacking. I want to ask Gabriel to treat my ancestor. There's also my Taoist alchemy alliance. Iman ignored these chaotic voices. He had already seen through the eyes of Gabriel a young man as graceful as jade, resembling a noble scion of a turbid family. True martial sacred land. Saint Son Carlton. Chapter 162. Carlton? Leah. Inside the side hall of Starsea Pavilion, Crawford's face was deathly pale. He looked at Tai Xianxian Aleshalong opposite him and stammered, "Why, it must have been you who leaked the news." Aleshalong rolled her eyes, inwardly cursing what a fool. "I came to seek an audience with Bodhi, not to stir up trouble at Starsea Pavilion." Clearly, it was him who provoked the incident, yet he blames me for it. No wonder Crawford, being Reese's first disciple, has never been named as Starsea Pavilion's holy son. Not only is he stupid, but he also likes to shift the blame. Fortunately, my eyes aren't blind. I didn't fancy this fool. Aleshalong mocked inwardly, but on the surface, she remained expressionless, sighing. Is it possible that Elder Alban leaked the news? Could we just be covering for him? Now, Bodhi's enemies were led into Star Palace by Alban. Treating Reese's injuries might not proceed now. Anyone in Starsea Pavilion with half a brain knows Alban is a traitor. However, the initial information came from Crawford's mouth and reached the ears of Tai Xianxian. Then, it spread across the entire universe. To say these two are uninvolved, who would believe it? Actually, it wasn't a clever strategy, yet it successfully dragged Tai Xianxian and Tai Xian's sacred sect into the mess. Aleshalong was precisely brought in by Alban. Thump. Crawford sat down hard on the ground, his eyes lifeless. I just wanted to be the headmaster of the Holy Land. I never thought of betraying Starsea Pavilion. At this moment, Star Palace was still noisy. Malice, hostility, and desire mixed together, chaotically rushing towards Bodhi. And finally, Iman's heart could settle down. In the crowd, Carlton wore the robes of Xuanhuan Sacred Land's holy son. Her appearance was serene and aloof, with an easy and carefree demeanor. Despite standing amidst the chaotic crowd, she kept a certain distance from everyone else. This was clearly the male version of Leah encountered by Suellen in the Fifth Major World. Even the Empress of Nine Skies did not bother changing her appearance, but Iman felt puzzled. How did she become the holy son of Xuanhuan Sacred Land? However, according to the rules of the three sacred lands, the holy son would ultimately become the personal disciple of the headmaster. Initially, Iman did not want to become Reese's disciple, so after completing the task, she chose to disappear and run away. She abandoned even her disguise. Carlton had already sensed the gaze upon her. The corners of her mouth slightly curved upwards, revealing a very happy smile. Carlton took a small step forward and gracefully bowed toward Bodhi. Holy son Carlton of Xuanhuan Sacred Land, paying respects to senior ghost physician. Iman's lips twitched slightly. Is this Empress of Nine Skies so polite? Why haven't I noticed before? Thankfully, Bodhi isn't her true self but just a puppet body. Such a silver stream puppet, made of pure silver, emerged from a bagua furnace. It can transform endlessly and change its aura. Over the past 12 years, Iman conducted countless experiments, ensuring that even a god emperor like the Empress of Nine Skies cannot discern the puppet's true nature. However, the weakness of the silver stream puppet is quite obvious. It cannot last long. Being made of pure silver, it has low cost and insufficient strength. If not for Iman sacrificing a life soul pearl to enhance the puppet, the terrifying auras present here would tear it apart. Therefore, Iman sent the silver stream puppet. Its destruction wouldn't pain her. Bodhi spoke, his voice old and weary. When did Xuanhuan Sacred Land have a holy son? How come I don't know about it? Also, are all of you here to stop me from treating Star Master? At the end of his words, the entire Star Palace fell silent. Previously, those warriors who were shouting suddenly felt a choking sensation. As a supreme healer and unparalleled powerhouse, Bodhi's aura spread out instantly, making many warriors turn pale and begin retreating continuously. Just then, another equally aged voice rang out. We are not trying to stop you from treating Star Master. But, Bodhi, you've committed countless atrocities. Your hands are stained with innocent blood. Who knows this time? Are you really here to heal Star Master, or to kill? Upon hearing this, Iman's expression darkened slightly. Indeed, Bodhi has done some bizarre things, and offended many powerful figures of major forces. But to say her hands are stained with innocent blood? Over the past 12 years, she either followed storylines or busied herself with missions. Did he have time to xuanhuan the blood of innocence? If it came to killing, the Ethan identity had killed 100 times more people than Bodhi. Not to mention, in all the myriad worlds, there was an even more brutal shadow executioner. Yet, these people didn't see fit to uphold justice against those two. These people were merely seizing upon Bodhi's lack of backing by any powerful factions, using that as a pretext. Moreover, Iman suspected that some were using Bodhi's name to cause trouble, attributing non-existent crimes or colossal injustices to her. Although she had already decided to let the Bodhi persona disappear, before its disappearance, these issues still needed addressing. In the instant Bodhi's gaze locked onto that person, Carlton's voice sounded again. I entered Xuanhuan sacred land half a month ago and became their holy son. This time, I came to ask for your assistance in healing one of our seniors. Her words hung in the air. Another wave of voices rose up immediately after. Elder Ghost Physician, I also wish to invite you to heal my elders. Whoever disrespects Elder Ghost Physician first, I will be the first to deal with them. Elder Ghost Physician, please save my wife, Iman. It seemed that Bodhi's reputation hadn't completely fallen apart. But Carlton, or Leah, wasn't she the Empress of the Divine Realm? She wanted her help in saving someone? What peculiar logic was this? If Leah took action, it would be overkill in the myriad worlds. What injury could stump her? But Iman was somewhat relieved. Leah probably hadn't recognized her. Otherwise, with this Empress's temper, she would have stormed back to the great world of gods and dragged her back long ago. Leah's lack of action suggested she might have been detained by something. All three Wu Dao sacred lands in the myriad worlds had backgrounds tied to the divine realm. Xuanhuan sacred land was likely connected to either Leah or the Nine Skies divine kingdom. But at this moment, an immense, terrifying presence arose unexpectedly. Bodhi, having committed countless atrocities, your sins cannot be forgiven. Brethren, act quickly. His voice had barely faded when a massive black divine dragon avatar pierced through space, charging ruthlessly toward Bodhi. No one anticipated this. This was Starsea Pavilion's core celestial palace. How could anyone dare to act here without fearing Starsea Pavilion's retribution afterward? Danger. They are targeting the sect leader. Brantley's eyes widened with rage. He roared, trying to court death. Boom. Bright starlight flared around Brantley. His attack unfolded like a river of stars, a bright, resplendent torrent heading toward the black dragon. Good opportunity. Move, kill Bodhi. The experts from the 7 primal ancient clans exchanged glances. Kill. Instantly, 7 transcendental powers struck out simultaneously. 7 fearsome ultimate skills soared through the air. In that moment, chaos enveloped the entire celestial palace. At this very moment, the man imprisoned in the mystic ice suddenly opened his eyes. Heh. Bold. To dare to attack the savior of Reese within the celestial palace. Boom. As his words fell, the 100,000-year-old mystic ice exploded. Chapter 163. The great mystic Saint Celestia meets the ghost Dr. Senior. This move was aimed at Reese. The Gabriel was merely a spark to ignite chaos, or rather, a troublemaker. Although Iman wanted to take this opportunity to log the Gabriel out, he would not joke around with Reese's life. When that 100,000-year-old mystic ice had melted to a certain extent, he silently dispersed 36-9, turned back heaven pills into medicinal gas and forcefully injected it into the mystic ice. Reese, inside the mystic ice, was conscious throughout. After absorbing the medicinal power of the 36-9 turned back heaven pills, he had recovered from his critical condition. However, he did not immediately shatter the mystic ice. Reese was waiting for more people to reveal their true colors. One Albin is not enough. And at this moment, more and more people were making their moves. Some targeted the Gabriel, while others took advantage of the chaos to slaughter within the Starsea Pavilion. Zack, Conroy, and even Carlton, along with the great mystic Saint Celestia, became their targets. If they could incite a war between the 3 major martial sanctuaries, that would be perfect. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Reese directly broke free from the ice. The aura of a heavenly gate realm powerhouse spread out like an endless sea of stars in all directions. Humph, making a false show of strength. I don't believe you have much power after just recovering from serious injuries. Reese, even if you are the master of the Starsea Pavilion, don't think you can stop my revenge. A man dressed in black, cloaked in shadows, let out a loud cry. Although he spoke of seeking vengeance on the Gabriel, his real target was a primordial spirit reflecting Sky Elder of the Starsea Pavilion. Upon seeing this, the heavenly gate realm powerhouses of the 7 ancient noble families exchanged glances. Are we being used as pawns? These people weren't fools. They instantly realized what was happening. Humph. If we're pawns, then so be it. Killing the Gabriel is more important. A heavenly gate realm powerhouse of the Zisong family looked at the Gabriel and gnashed his teeth. The treasure house accumulated over countless years by the Zisong family had been plundered by this old man. He left nothing behind. This indirectly led to the downfall of the 5th noble family. If the treasure house of the 5th noble family still existed, they wouldn't have been defeated so quickly and thoroughly by the unsleeping Marquis. Now, being used as pawns was the least of their concerns. If they could kill the Gabriel and reclaim their family's treasure, everything would be worth it. Kill. Immediately, the 7 heavenly gate realm powerhouses of the 7 ancient noble families made no hesitation. They rushed towards the black figure in front of the 100,000-year-old mystic ice. Along with them were nearly 100 other powerhouses. In an instant, the scene became chaotic. But at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared before the Gabriel. Reese punched out with absolute dominance, forcing back the heavenly gate realm powerhouses of the 7 ancient noble families. At the same time, he kicked out again. kicking the black-clothed man who was attacking the Starseed Pavilion's Grand Elder away. Since you're asking for death, don't blame me for being ruthless. Hee. Iman. Such a familiar laugh. No wonder this guy has been chasing after me to take him as a disciple. It turns out he's also an escaped villain from the Soul Palace. No, a major antagonist. After laughing wildly, Reese charged into the crowd. Meanwhile, Carlton had quietly moved beside the Gabriel. Senior Ghost Doctor, rest assured, I will protect you. Iman. With you around, I'm not reassured at all. I came here to find death, not protection. Forget it. Since she's just a puppet, she can't see through anything. Iman had already noted down the martial artists who attacked him without hesitation. Apart from those who truly had grievances against him, such as the 7 ancient noble families and some other martial sects and noble families he had looted, most of the other martial artists, Iman was certain, he had never offended or had any connection with. He silently recorded these people, to investigate later and slowly settle accounts, to find out who was tirelessly building enmity against him. Gabriel, the first divine doctor of all worlds. Initially, Iman also planned to properly manage this alias. But one day, he discovered that this alias had, at some point, become everyone's target. But back then, Iman was either busy with missions or controlled to follow plotlines, leaving him no time to care about these matters. Eventually, he decided to let it slide and handed over all dirty and shady tasks to this alias. Over time, Gabriel transformed into a notorious yet ambiguous figure, both righteous and evil. Many warriors sought him for healing and saving lives, but even more came seeking vengeance. But now, the system mission was completed, and he had shaken off that damned plotline. What Iman had in abundance was time. There must be a mastermind behind all this. The purpose was most likely to prevent him from rescuing someone. Before the Gabriel, there had also been several renowned divine doctors in the myriad worlds, but ultimately, they all disappeared without a trace. At this moment, Daisy unleashed his full combat power. The black-robed Heavenly Gate Realm powerhouse enveloped in shadows was grabbed by Daisy and pressed down with his head. Then it was smashed repeatedly into the ground. Boom, boom, boom. Under the shocked gazes of the onlookers, the entire Star Sea Pavilion began to tremble. This was a Heavenly Gate Realm powerhouse, and yet, he was being hammered into the ground by Daisy. The Heavenly Gate Realm powerhouses of the 7 ancient noble families stopped in their tracks. Their faces turned pale. This is the chief of a martial sanctuary. He's simply a psychopath. Should we say that Gabriel is a psychopath? Daisy just recovered from severe injuries, but he's as strong as when he was at his peak. The man being pounded by Daisy had cultivation and strength nearly equal to the Heavenly Gate Realm powerhouses of the 7 ancient noble families. But in front of the current Daisy, he barely had any means to fight back. Do you want to continue? Brantley's aura as a Heavenly Gate Realm powerhouse had also escalated to its limit. He looked around with murderous intent, holding a bloody human head in his hand. Within the severed head, a primordial spirit wailed. Talbin. Outside the Starsea Pavilion, the presence of over 10 Heavenly Gate Realm powerhouses covered the entire Starsea Pavilion. This was the depth of Starsea Pavilion as a martial sanctuary. For a moment, everyone ceased fighting, not daring to make any rash moves. Gentlemen, this is the martial sanctuary of Starsea Pavilion, not a place for your vendettas. Right at this moment, a seductive yet stern voice rang out. Alessia's hair was slightly disheveled, clearly having gone through a fierce battle. Everyone fell silent. The cries of Alban echoed throughout the Starsea Pavilion. Many present, including Alban's primordial spirit and the Heavenly Gate Realm powerhouse being pounded by Daisy, could never have imagined that the medical skills of the Gabriel would be so astonishing. Separated by 100,000-year-old mystic ice, he managed to save Daisy. That 100,000-year-old mystic ice still needed at least 2 hours to melt completely. According to their plan, they were going to kill the Gabriel or shatter the mystic ice before it melted. Daisy was bound to die. In the Starsea Pavilion, some other warriors exchanged glances. This indeed was not the place for them to seek revenge. By now, outside the Starsea Pavilion, a web of barriers isolated the teleportation spells. If the Gabriel dared to leave the Starsea Pavilion, he was doomed. Immediately, many warriors silently left the Starsea Pavilion without saying a word. Daisy let out a slight sigh of relief. Then, he crushed the Heavenly Gate Realm powerhouse in his hand and threw the primordial spirit to Brantley. Take it and refine their souls. Find out who's behind them. Alban, the top array master of Starsea Pavilion, was actually a spy planted by someone in Starsea Pavilion. If not for the Gabriel, Starsea Pavilion might have suffered significant damage. Apart from Alban and the black-robed Heavenly Gate Realm warrior, other troublemakers in the Starsea Pavilion had already been slain by Daisy and Brantley on the spot. Daisy composed himself and bowed to the Gabriel. Thank you, Ghost Doctor, for saving my life. This time, Starsea Pavilion will definitely ensure your safety. The Gabriel waved his hand. Receive payment and relieve calamity. I really don't need safety. Daisy. Others. From what he said, the Gabriel did not intend to be overly entangled with Starsea Pavilion. At this moment, the great mystic Saintess Alessia suddenly bowed gracefully to the Gabriel. Great mystic Saintess Alessia from Taishan sect, meeting Senior Ghost Doctor. I have a request, hoping for your approval. The Gabriel looked at Alessia, and a cold smile flashed across Iman's eyes. Great mystic Saintess? It was you who poisoned my little white cabbage? Agreed. Alessia was overjoyed. Please move elsewhere to speak. As they spoke, the two walked away under everyone's watchful eyes, heading towards a side hall. Seeing this, Carlton hurriedly said, Wait, I invited him first. Chapter 164. Pepper. You want to atone for your sins, but why drag me into mutual destruction? On the other side, Crawford, covered in blood but carefully crouching in a corner, couldn't help but say with a hint of sourness. So what if you invited her first? Not only is Linglong the holy maiden of Taishan sacred sect, but she is also the 4th most beautiful woman on the list of beauties from all heavens. You are merely the holy son of Jinwu Holy Land. How can you compare with Linglong? Carlton. She wanted to follow, but thinking of her current situation, she could only sigh helplessly. Forget it. Anyway, they will come out in a moment. Carlton's heart was filled with helplessness. She never expected that coming down to search for her divine soothsayer would lead her to encounter such a mess. If only my divine soothsayer were here, he is full of wisdom and would certainly help me solve this problem. My dear divine soothsayer, where have you gone? If you were willing to come out, I would let you hit me. Hit wherever you like. Even if I swell up, I won't retaliate. At this moment, not just Carlton, many martial artists seeking medical help were also looking eagerly towards the annex hall. The Bodhi had an eccentric personality, being adept in both medicine and poison, with cultivation and strength far beyond imagination. Since they came for medical assistance, they could only obediently queue up. Rico and Jeremy were also among the crowd. Master, that's the Bodhi. Will he really be willing to heal our injuries? Rico asked hopefully. Jeremy nodded. That Bodhi seems easygoing. Besides, now the Bodhi is in danger. If he chooses to save people here at the Star Sea Pavilion, gaining favor and support, it would undoubtedly be his best choice. The more people the Bodhi saves, the more people will protect him. He chose the Holy Maiden of Taishian Sacred Sect because he must see the value behind Taishian Sacred Sect. If my guess is correct, the second person the Bodhi will meet should be the Holy Son of Jinwu Holy Land. Inside the annex hall, Pepper looked at the black-robed old man before her, unable to hide her excitement. Finally meeting the legendary Bodhi. Rosalie, the poison I prepared for you is about to be complete. And Brianna, you actually dared to stand me up? Do you think you can avoid trouble today just because you avoided yesterday? At this moment, Amon was using the eyes of the Bodhi to size up the woman in front of him. Although she looks pretty good, it's just that kind of beauty. Nowhere near as beautiful as her 3 white cabbages back home. There is absolutely no comparison. I wonder how this woman managed to dominate the beauty chart for 800 years. Moreover, external manifestation. Amon immediately saw that the Pepper before her was not the real one. It was an external manifestation, looking exactly like Pepper with the same demeanor. An ordinary person would find it hard to tell the difference. But she was facing the Bodhi, a ghost physician who sacrificed a life soul bead and exchanged power from the artifact xuanhuan. Amon instantly saw through her facade. This external manifestation was clearly created using another woman's physical body and spirit. Amon narrowed her eyes slightly. Pepper used the 6 paths yuan cold lock to refine Edmund into an ice puppet. Her ultimate goal was probably to refine Edmund into an external manifestation. No wonder she could top the list for 800 years. Anyone prettier than her has likely been refined by her. The Bodhi remained expressionless. Pepper took a deep breath and bowed gracefully to the Bodhi. I wonder if Senior Ghost Physician knows the poison of the Wumi flower. Iman's heart stirred again. Is it the poison of the Wumi flower derived from the rotten decay, formed by 1,314 kinds of divine plants? Hearing the Bodhi's words, Pepper's eyes lit up instantly. He really knows. Pepper suppressed her excitement and hurriedly nodded. Yes, this is the Wumi flower's poison. I wonder if Senior can lend a hand to help Junior refine the Wumi flower's poison. Senior can rest assured. After the matter is done, Junior will repay Senior with either the Wumi flower's poison or those 1,314 types of toxic spiritual plants as compensation. The Bodhi, adept in both medicine and poison. In Pepper's view, as a world-renowned toxic physician, he could not resist the temptation to personally concoct the legendary supreme poison, the Wumi flower's poison. As for the reward, Pepper sneered inwardly. The Bodhi has enemies everywhere. Could he even accept the reward? Iman was also sneering. The Wumi flower's poison is also a type of puppet poison. The poison person would gradually be eroded by the flower poison and ultimately transform into a floral puppet. If Iman's guess is correct, this Wumi flower's poison is meant for her third little cabbage, Rosalie. The Bodhi said, refining the Wumi flower's poison is not complicated, but divine blood is required as the catalyst. Pepper hurriedly said, divine blood is hard to find, but I have a divine body waiting to be harvested. Within the great Xia dynasty of the divine state, there is a moon goddess body. Hearing this, Iman could no longer suppress the killing intent rising within him. This damn woman not only poisoned his little white cabbage, she dared to target his aunt. In the original plot, after Sky was slain by Clara, her body was also taken away. It should have been this Pepper. Thinking of this, Iman couldn't be bothered to continue the act any longer. Without warning, the Bodhi made his move, grabbing Pepper's delicate and slender neck. Pepper's face turned pale with shock. She quickly pleaded, Senior, what are you doing? As she spoke, she began struggling desperately, but the grip only tightened. No matter how Pepper struggled, she couldn't break free. The Bodhi sighed deeply and said in a distant tone, actually, the reason I revealed myself this time is to atone for my sins. In recent years, I have committed countless killings, knowing well that I cannot escape the karma, so? His words didn't fade. They pierced through this annex hall, through the Star Sea Pavilion, and spread across the entire star world, even into the starry sky beyond. Everyone who heard these words instantly became dumbfounded. What did he mean? Aware of his deep sins, unable to escape the karmic retribution? Pepper was even more terrified, sensing what the Bodhi was about to do. No, you want to atone for your sins, but why drag me into mutual destruction? Pepper wanted to cry. Boom. In the next instant, the roof of the annex hall was suddenly blasted open by a powerful force. Then everyone saw the Bodhi holding an incredibly beautiful woman. He ascended step by step into the sky. Bodhi, what are you doing? Put down Her Highness, the Holy Maiden, immediately. When Crawford recognized the woman in the Bodhi's hand, he was instantly alarmed. Just as he was about to rush over, he was slapped away by Reese. At this moment, with everyone watching, the Bodhi walked out of the Star Sea Pavilion, holding Pepper. What are you going to do? Amidst everyone's shock, Someone exclaimed in alarm. Look quickly, the Pepper he's holding. Her appearance seems to have changed. That's not Pepper. It's Nicole, the dance goddess who ranked second on the beauties list 300 years ago. The dance goddess Nicole? 300 years ago. The dance goddess who was about to surpass Pepper and top the beauty list. But wasn't Nicole already dead? An external manifestation. Pepper has refined Nicole into an external manifestation. What? How could such a thing happen? That Pepper, how wicked and poisonous she is. For a moment, all the heavens were in an uproar. Chapter 165, Portia. If Gabriel is dead, then go find him on. Killing Pepper to avenge her own shall by tie. Note. This term seems out of context in English and might need clarification from the user if it's a nickname or a specific term. To Amon, killing was the most basic and least skillful form of revenge. The true art of vengeance lay in breaking one's spirit, making the enemy wish they were dead. Thus, at this moment, Amon was filled with malice. He immediately activated the puppet technique, stripping away all disguises on Pepper's avatar body. Everyone could now clearly see the truth about this avatar body. Nicole, the dance goddess, the second most beautiful woman among all heavens 300 years ago. She was once considered to have a chance to surpass Pepper and become the most beautiful woman of all heavens. She had stunned the entire cosmos with her dance, becoming the white moonlight in countless warriors' hearts, the red mole on their chests. For 300 years, Nicole's sudden fall left many warriors heartbroken overnight. But now, the truth of Nicole's fall turned out to be that she was refined into an avatar body by Pepper. There were also many Grandmaster puppeteers present. They could instantly tell that Nicole had been cruelly refined into an avatar body while still alive. Of course, Nicole had been dead for 300 years. Her sudden appearance wasn't recognized by everyone, but there were people arranged within and outside this vast world. A few extras shouting here, and there quickly stirred up memories in many people. Then, on the spiritual web, images of Nicole were pouring in like a flood. For a moment, criticism poured in without end. Pepper was in despair. Not. You old fellow felt guilty. So you're using me to atone for your sins. Pepper wanted to protest. But this avatar body wore Nicole's face. What made her even more desperate was, this avatar body still emitted her own soul origin energy. In other words, this revelation was like a hammer blow, directly striking her down. She didn't even have a chance to refute it. Pepper tried to make her avatar body self-destruct. But now, her throat was held by Gabriel. It felt as though she were being suppressed by a vast world. Not only could she not self-destruct, but she couldn't move at all. Gabriel, are you trying to shift the focus? This time, we are here to seek justice, not to seek redress for someone who died 300 years ago. At that moment, someone in the crowd bellowed loudly. Clearly, this person was either a supporter of Pepper or from the great profound sanctuary. Suddenly, many others came back to their senses. Gabriel sighed. A faint beam of light suddenly emanated from him. The vermilion ghost mask on his face and the black robe on his body disappeared in an instant. An elder dressed in white, with white hair and beard, kind-eyed, appeared before everyone. Gabriel? Everyone stared with wide eyes, incredulous, at the elder radiating warmth. This was the true face of Gabriel? This was completely different from what they imagined. Wasn't Gabriel supposed to have a sinister face, eyes full of murderous intent, a demon walking among humans? And why did he remove his disguise? Just as everyone was stunned, Gabriel's gentle voice spoke again. I know my sins are profound. Although I saved countless lives, my hands are stained with blood. So today, I offer my life as an explanation to everyone here. Oh, and when I raided the treasure vaults of the 8 ancient lineages, 13 martial deity sects, and 64 heavenly lineages, those treasures are hidden in the northernmost part of the myriad worlds, in the abyssal star sea. This is the treasure map leading to the treasure. My treasures belong only to the brave and steadfast strong. Brave young men, your journey lies in the stars and seas. Go, men who will soon be pirate kings. Everyone. No, what is this? Are you treating us like monkeys? Giving up your life as an explanation? Leaving behind treasures and a treasure map? What do you mean by stars and seas, pirate kings? Do we look like fools to you? However, in the next moment, boom, Gabriel gave no one a chance to react. After reciting these ridiculous lines, he directly, before everyone's eyes, exploded in a magnificent fashion. Blood and flesh flew everywhere, exploding into fireworks. In the sky of this vast world, it was spectacular and elegant. Then, completely annihilated, the avatar body of Pepper, which was held by Gabriel, was thrown far by the huge shockwave. Pepper heaved a sigh of relief and was about to flee. A mysterious force swept past her, wiping out the consciousness within this avatar body. From her true self, a mouthful of old blood spewed out violently. Her 1,314 divine plant corrupt toxins were still on the avatar body. At this moment, the entire starry world fell silent. Did he self-destruct? Gabriel just self-destructed like that? And left behind a treasure map? Everyone felt as if they were dreaming. The old demon who had killed countless people, universally despised, just self-destructed in front of everyone's eyes. He's dead. Gabriel is truly dead. At this moment, a man's voice suddenly sounded. It was a young man dressed in white robes with a gentle demeanor. In his hand, he held an 8-trigram wheel. On the wheel, 3 needles intertwined, all pointing to one word, death. That's the foremost fortune teller of all heavens, Hobie. Unbelievable. Master Hobie is actually here too. Someone called out his name. Master Hobie's calculations have never been wrong. If Master Hobie says Gabriel is dead, then that old demon really is dead. Ha 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 ha. Finally, the old demon is dead. Wait, the treasure map left by Gabriel. Fake. You believe that? Right. The abyssal star sea? That's the most chaotic star domain in all the worlds. Fake? If it's fake, then don't grab it. Damn it, stop. That's my ancient family's treasure. Battle broke out without warning. Inside the vast starry world, countless martial artists rushed towards the slowly falling treasure map from the sky. In an instant, the not-so-big treasure map was torn into countless pieces, causing countless martial artists to scramble for them. Inside the Stellar Sea Pavilion, the atmosphere in the hall was abnormally heavy. I didn't expect that his appearance this time was actually for the purpose of seeking death. Rhys sighed longingly. Those seeking medical help now looked desolate. It's impossible. I can't believe it. Rico muttered. It must be a fake. How could Gabriel die? He must have faked his death to escape. If Gabriel was dead, who would treat his damaged body? Would he really have to wait until he cultivated to the point of flesh reflecting the sky to regrow it? Jeremy patted Rico on the shoulder, looking helpless. That's the top fortune teller, Master Hobie. If Master Hobie says Gabriel is dead, then he really is dead. Rico looked utterly lost, sitting down heavily. That damn Gabriel, choosing to die now of all times. Mariah had already arrived in Dacia, waiting for him to favor her. And Bohan? Wait, why Bohan? On the other side, Carlton was also silent. Her gaze remained fixed on Gabriel. The earlier explosion wiped out Gabriel's primordial spirit and soul completely. Nothing was left. He died thoroughly and cleanly. Although the situation was very strange, very peculiar, and very unbelievable. But indeed, it was a clean death. Confusion flashed across Carlton's eyes. With Gabriel dead, what should she do next? At this moment, Portia greatly missed her godly physiognomist. Once I find the godly physiognomist, I will take good care of him and never go against his wishes. Whatever he wants to do, I will comply. Suddenly, beside Carlton, a woman dressed as a maid whispered, Young master, you shouldn't be disheartened. Actually, there's another divine doctor in this world. Carlton paused. Another divine doctor? The maid whispered. In the divine realm world, at Dacia's Mountain River Academy, the champion Ho. Also, the current Stellar Sea Pavilion Holy Sun causing a stir, Iman. 3 years ago, he resolved an incredibly terrifying plague, saving the divine emperor of the human race. Carlton's eyes lit up immediately. To be able to save the human race's divine emperor? Then Iman's medical skills must be extraordinary. Carlton said eagerly, let's go to the divine realm world and find Iman. Her words hadn't even finished when her figure vanished from the stellar hall. Chapter 166, Augusta's Little Scheme. The ghost doctor successfully fled, and Iman finally put his heart at ease. The identity of Gabriel was too dangerous. Aside from the fact that he had indeed provoked quite a few forces, there were people deliberately increasing the hostility towards him. If he were to accidentally reveal his true identity, it could truly be fatal. There's also Hobie. I shouldn't let this identity show up either. Using one identity to prove the downfall of another came with significant risks. A slip-up would result in both identities being compromised. Fortunately, Iman was well prepared. For a long time, Iman had been using the identity, Prison God, to build up momentum for Hobie. Prison God was the sovereign of the spirit network. In the realm of spirits, Hobie was the foremost prophet of all heavens and worlds tens of thousands of years ago. He made precise predictions and held a golden tongue. After seclusion for 10,000 years, he reappeared in the world. Not only Hobie, each of Iman's identities was carefully packaged and promoted through various channels before they debuted. Arnigen, Auric, Gabriel. These identities each had past records that were renowned worldwide. Iman even wrote brief biographies for them. Moreover, over the past 12 years, Iman used puppets or other incarnations to have certain identities appear simultaneously in specific places. Of course, no matter which world it was, there were always followers and rabble-rousers. Some things, even if they were false, would become real when spread widely enough. Otherwise, with so many supreme figures suddenly emerging in just 12 short years, it would be hard not to raise suspicion and investigations. However, some of Iman's identities, like Shadow Killer, didn't need any proof. Iman simply killed them and took their identities, along with their forces. Ed hurriedly ran in from outside. He opened his mouth to speak, but abruptly stopped. At this moment, Iman lay leisurely on a lounge chair, seemingly asleep. Augusta was resting beside Iman, her head on his leg, also sound asleep. Ed's pupils dilated, and he muttered, So my junior sister really has fallen for someone else? Though Iman and Lord Emmanuel were two separate identities, his junior sister probably didn't know. Brianna was preparing medicine nearby. Upon hearing Ed's words, she couldn't help but scoff. She's scum. Worse than me. Rosalie, who was studying a lute score, nodded seriously. She lowered her voice and said indignantly, Exactly. Though Brianna and I are also scum. We mostly only touched abs and pecs during our health check yesterday. But Augusta actually pinched little Lynn's bottom. At that moment, Augusta stirred. She wrapped her arms around Iman's waist, climbed onto the lounge chair, and nestled into his embrace. Ed. Fire seemed to blaze in Rosalie and Brianna's eyes. Scum. Rosalie murmured under her breath. It's just because she has the cold poison. When I get poisoned, I'll sleep in little Lynn's arms too. Why hasn't that damn Taishan holy maiden come to poison me yet? Seeing their expressions, Ed felt a playful urge and asked, Are you giving up on your master? Brianna grumbled. We've already said it, we're scum. What's wrong with having multiple lovers? Rosalie nodded. Exactly. Only 2 lovers. Ed blinked. 3 lovers? Brianna nodded. Your master, Lord Emmanuel, also wants to bind him back. Ed. You aren't scum. There isn't anyone more devoted than you. Regardless of how your master transforms, you can always pinpoint him. And wanting to bring him back. But it seems junior sister Augusta is a step ahead. Now, she's already embracing the master. How thrilling. Thrilled to see the day master falls, and the 3 sisters meet their social death together. Just then, Blue rushed in excitedly. He was about to speak, but froze instantly. Blue rubbed his eyes hard and muttered incredulously, What's going on here? That awe-inspiring, icy-cold goddess of frost Augusta, was now curled up like a kitten, sleeping in Iman's embrace? This was a tremendous shock to his worldview. Though, it was rumored outside that the top 3 beauties on the beauty list, the goddess of knives, fragrance goddess, and loot goddess, all admired Iman. But since it was just rumors, Blue didn't believe it much. But now, he couldn't help but believe it. Especially fragrance goddess and loot goddess. Their gazes at that moment seemed as if they could shred Augusta into pieces. That's not right. Didn't my senior sister like the teacher? Why is she also? Blue's mind was in chaos. Ed patted his shoulder and led him away from Longhu Villa. They couldn't disturb the good thing happening to the junior sister. Dean Liu, is there something? Only now did Blue regain his senses. He calmed down the jumbled emotions in his mind. He patted his forehead and said, the holy son of Jinwu Sanctuary has joined Daxia Mountain River Academy and officially become a disciple of the academy. A hint of worry creased Ed's brow. The holy son of Jinwu Sanctuary? Previously, though he had not personally gone to Starsea Pavilion, the 14 provinces still had secret lines within the Starry World, and through the communication jade tokens, Ed watched the entire live stream. Naturally, he also saw the new holy son of Jinwu Sanctuary. Isn't that the weird person Augusta met in the 5th Great World? In an instant, Ed's heart sounded an immediate alarm. Why are you looking for Iman? Because the holy son of Jinwu Sanctuary joined the Mountain River Academy. Blue froze. Right. Why should he look for Iman just because the holy son of Jinwu Sanctuary joined Daxia Mountain River Academy? Nowadays, Daxia Mountain River Academy was flourishing, and he, as dean, was busier than ever. But for some reason, he liked running to Longhu Villa whenever he had nothing to do. Whenever anything happened in the academy, or there was news, Blue would think of Iman first. After pondering for a while, Blue finally found a reason. I've arranged for the holy son of Jinwu to stay next door to Longhu Villa, so I came over to give a heads up. Ed. This younger master brother must have some instinct, but not very strong. However, concerning the holy son of Jinwu, forget it, let master handle it himself. Eli is resting. I'll pass the message for you. Blue looked at Ed and finally asked the question he had been wondering about all along. Why are you all staying here? Ed was taken aback. Why stay here? Of course, it's because our master is here. As for the other 3, their minds followed their instincts to stay here. The one sleeping by the wall was invited by Iman's second uncle. It's just unknown how long he would sleep. Looking at Blue, Ed said seriously, because we have nothing better to do. Blue. Chapter 167. True Martial Sanctuary, Saintess Carlton offers her greetings. Indeed, they were quite idle. While Iman was on a mission, the 14 states and the 3,000 guests waited at full readiness. The system provided clues and completion requirements for the tasks. Upon completing his system-assigned task, or rather, upon completing the mission across the myriad worlds, people like Bridger Carissa and Ed Augusta found themselves suddenly free. Augusta even took on an odd job to find the Gabriel, while Blue left with an envious look on his face. He still had much to do. Whether it was internal matters of the Daxia Xuanhuan Academy or the upcoming Heavenly Secrets Realm opening, all required his attention as the dean. Ed watched Blue's departing figure and shook his head slightly. But when he turned around, his pupils involuntarily constricted. A slender figure had appeared behind him, seemingly out of nowhere. The youth had exquisite features and an elegant demeanor, like a distinguished young gentleman amidst worldly chaos. Carlton, the new saint son of the true martial sanctuary. Ed was momentarily stunned. If this person were a woman, she might rival his 3 female disciples in beauty. Unfortunately, this was a man. Where had this person come from? Prior to meeting Augusta, Ed had thoroughly investigated this Carlton, and there had been no information about him anywhere in the myriad worlds, as if he had appeared out of thin air. After that meeting, Carlton showed up at the true martial sanctuary, becoming its saint son under the tutelage of the Grandmaster. Since then, Carlton's identity and background information appeared flawlessly on the Spirit Network, without any issues. Wait, a disciple of the true martial sanctuary's Grandmaster? One of my teacher's aliases is the Grandmaster of the true martial sanctuary. So, this Carlton has become my junior by default? Carlton of the true martial sanctuary greets Sword God. Carlton smiled handsomely and bowed respectfully toward Ed. Ed maintained his usual composure, returning the bow. Saint son, you're too courteous. Carlton's smile remained warm and gentle. This time, I have come to visit Roman. Hearing this, Ed almost instinctively refused but couldn't utter the words. Who is this person? His vigilant sword. Despite being a sword god with a clear heart, he nearly lost his composure facing Carlton. As the atmosphere grew tense, Iman's somewhat weary voice sounded softly. Let her in. What needed to happen would eventually happen. Now, he relied on the divine artifact xuanhuan and his unparalleled acting skills. If he couldn't hide it from her, then so be it. Iman gave up trying. He never expected the Gabriel's self-destruction to lead this Luo Chenyan straight to him. If only he knew, he would have solved her problem before the explosion. Carlton's eyes lit up. She bowed politely to Ed and stepped into the courtyard. At that moment, Augusta was still leaning against Iman. She instinctively turned back and then, whoosh, Augusta jumped off Iman, standing protectively in front of him with a wary gaze. It's you. Her previously affectionate eyes instantly filled with killing intent. Carlton was taken aback. Finding Augusta here was not part of her plan. Originally, she intended to meet Ashton through Augusta. Perhaps Ashton was her divine match. But Augusta seemed extremely wary, not passing the image containing her will to Ashton, leaving things unresolved. Had she not been preoccupied with true martial sanctuary matters, she might have personally met the supreme power of the myriad worlds. Moreover, it seemed Augusta harbored considerable hostility towards her. Elsewhere, Carissa and Rosalie stood up, frowning at Carlton. Jean and Elizabeth also frowned. Their instincts told them this youth was dangerous. Carlton pressed her lips together. She sensed she wasn't welcome here. Just then, a murmur arose. Is someone from Starsea Pavilion here? It's fine with me, the pill deity around. Starsea Pavilion won't dare harm Amon. Yawn. Let me sleep a bit longer. Soft snoring followed. Instantly, the originally tense atmosphere instantly dissipated. The figure outside the door slightly heaved a sigh of relief. Carissa looked at the youth before her and fell into deep thought. As someone who's a bit of a flirt, she should feel an urge to bind every handsome man she sees back to the mansion. This youth was as graceful and handsome as Amon, with equally outstanding features. Yet, she had no inclination to do so, and even felt rather repulsed by him, just like towards Augusta and Rosalie. Rosalie glanced at Augusta and asked in a low voice, "Do you know him?" Augusta frowned. "It's this person who gave me an image containing his will and asked me to pass it to my master, clearly not with good intentions." Carlton sighed with relief. So that was what happened. It seemed she overestimated things. However, this Augusta could actually see through her intent. This woman has the potential to become an empress god. Iman rubbed his face and yawned again. "True martial sanctuary's saint son? What do you want from me?" Hearing this voice once more, Carlton's heart skipped a beat for some reason. "I've never seen him, nor have I heard his voice. What is going on?" Carlton instantly regained her composure. She was an empress god, even if her cultivation was sealed. Her body wouldn't react unnecessarily. But before Carlton could figure out why this happened, a figure unexpectedly caught her eye. A young man, around 17 or 18 years old, slender and tall, looking drowsy and somewhat lazy. Carlton's heart constricted sharply. An inexplicable sense of familiarity overwhelmed her, making her head dizzy. Even her bottom started to ache faintly. She forcefully held back the urge to ask, "Have we met somewhere before?" Carlton froze. There was no memory of this young man in her mind. Yet as an empress god, her will was incredibly strong. She knew well that she wouldn't feel familiar with someone for no reason, especially the pain coming from her bottom. It confirmed one thing for her. Divine match. This young man must be her divine match. Though there was nothing about him that resembled a divine match. His posture, appearance, and entire aura were entirely different from any divine statue. He gave her a feeling far removed from what a divine match should be. But Carlton's instinct told her, this young man was definitely her divine match. Trying to grow flowers with effort often fails, but willows planted without care thrive. My divine match, how hard you've been to find. Carlton controlled herself, calming the excitement within. It was clear that the divine match was avoiding her. If she forcibly took him back now, it would likely backfire. After a moment's thought, Carlton made a decision. With a gentle wave of her hand, the next instant, the exceptionally handsome young man disappeared, replaced by a dreamlike maiden, beautiful enough to seem unreal. Saintess Carlton of the True Martial Sanctuary greets you. Carlton respectfully bowed to Iman. Iman was dumbfounded. Boom. The same moment, deep in the endless void, the enormous heavenly beauties list trembled slightly. A new name suddenly appeared at the very top. Together with Augusta, Carissa, and Rosalie, True Martial Saintess Carlton, the three perfections of the heavenly beauties list instantly turned into the four supremes. The originally 4th rank Pepper was pushed to 5th place. Chapter 168. Also here for detox? Cue up. 8,000 years ago, the all-worlds beauty list suddenly appeared across all dimensions and realms, emerging from the deepest void. Projected to certain locations within each great world through a special set of rules, this list featured the figures of 365 peerless beauties along with some basic information about them. For a time, there was an uproar throughout all worlds. No one knew who had established this list. However, the appearance of the all-worlds beauty list was undoubtedly a jubilant occasion for elderly lechers. Quite a few malevolent cultivators and kidnappers promptly set out, using the information on the beauty list to start abducting people. But the outcome left everyone astounded. The all-worlds beauty list wasn't just a beauty pageant. It was also a ranking of comprehensive strength. Any red beauty listed not only had stunning looks but also possessed formidable power and deep connections. Especially the top beauty 8,000 years ago. She was the leader of a major religious sect at that time. This all-worlds beauty list certainly wasn't what one might imagine as a concubine selection list. The predictable result was that countless malevolent cultivators were completely eradicated. And now, in this era, the beauty list has already taken root in people's hearts. 7 years ago, Augusta, Carissa, and Rosalie all appeared on the list simultaneously, sharing the top spot as the three beauties of the beauty list, pushing Pepper, who had dominated the list for 800 years, to 4th place. 7 years later, another figure joined the top of the all-worlds beauty list, joining the ranks of Blade Goddess Augusta, Fragrance Goddess Carissa, and Harp Goddess Rosalie, from the top 3 becoming the 4 absolutes. However, Holy Maiden Carlton of True Martial Saintly Land? No. Isn't Carlton supposed to be the new holy son of True Martial Saintly Land? How did they become a holy maiden now? Not only that, but they have topped the all-worlds beauty list alongside the 3 goddesses. Fine. You guys from True Martial Saintly Land actually play such tricks. Actually, True Martial Saintly Land was also bewildered. How did a perfectly good holy son turn into a holy maiden after visiting the divine state of Great Xia? The holy son. Ah no, the holy maiden is currently in the divine state of Great Xia. Send someone to meet the holy maiden and find out what's going on. Oh my god. Now that the leader is missing, and we finally got a holy son. Holy maiden. We can't afford any more mistakes? In an instant, a heavenly gate realm supreme elder of True Martial Saintly Land set out for the divine state of Great Xia. This elder was the same one who had initially recommended Carlton to join the leadership as a disciple. Meanwhile, deep within mystic profound saintly sect, Pepper's teeth were grinding almost to dust. Just when she was dealing with the exposure of her black jade talisman, the all-worlds beauty list had yet again added someone, pushing her down to 5th place. The top 4 are even tied for 1st place. No problem. Just another puppet poison to refine. Since you delivered yourself, don't blame me for being impolite. Even though the donkey flower poison failed, I still have other poisons. Pepper's enchanting eyes narrowed slightly, emitting a dangerous glint. Someone. Find out what's going on with that holy maiden from true martial saintly land. Earlier, during the Starsea Pavilion incident, Pepper had met Carlton. But back then, her entire attention was on the Gabriel, so she didn't pay much attention to Carlton. She never expected that true martial holy son would turn into a holy maiden and push her down to 5th place. The term 5th isn't very auspicious in the current All Worlds. If I could stay atop the All Worlds beauty list for a millennium, I would obtain the inheritance from within the list. Damn it. Just a little bit more. Less than 200 years. At this moment, Pepper dared not leave her quarters. At the same time, Great Xia Mountains and Rivers Academy. Carlton furrowed her brows slightly. All Worlds beauty list? When she first arrived in the All Worlds, this list wanted to include her too. But then, Carlton was the imperial deity incarnation of Luo Chanshan. The power of the All Worlds beauty list was directly suppressed by her imperial aura. Now, with her own issues and her cultivation fully sealed, she appeared on the list the moment she revealed her true form. But ranking alongside Augusta, Carissa, and Rosalie, Carlton glanced at the 3 women in the courtyard. Including Ed and the one sleeping in the corner, every one of them had the demeanor of an imperial deity. If none of them fell en route, becoming an imperial deity and dominating the 3 realms would only be a matter of time. And those 2 dressed as maids. Could they really not be real adolescent imperial deities? Carlton's shock was beyond description. She couldn't help but look again at the youth before her. Truly fitting of my divine countenance, to be surrounded by so many peerless figures. However, why did her heart feel so sour? Alright, he swelled up Her Majesty's bottom, and everyone in the divine realm knew about it. It still hasn't subsided. The divine physiognomist must take responsibility for this. Iman was dumbfounded, her mind in a bit of a tangle. Why wasn't this empress from the divine realm playing by the rules? She had come out swinging, transforming into her true form. Speaking of which, had she recognized her? If she really had, according to this aloof empress's temperament, she would surely take her away, then beat her bottom until it swelled up as revenge. But if she hadn't recognized her, why would she reveal her true form for no reason? At this moment, Iman was bewildered by Marilyn's puzzling actions. And why had Dust Falling Smoke taken on the pseudonym Marilyn? What was she planning? The others in Long Lake Cottage were equally stupefied. Edmund saw that Marilyn, now transformed into a woman, was smiling warmly as she sized up Iman. Her heart suddenly flared with anger. She moved swiftly to shield Iman behind her. Then she glared fiercely at Marilyn. So she's a woman after all. No wonder I felt her intentions weren't pure when I first met her. She's definitely here to snatch my man. At this moment, Carissa shared the same thought. This woman, just like Edmund and Rosalie, was undoubtedly a rival for her affections. Unable to resist, she also stood in front of Iman. Rosalie lowered her gaze and silently stood on the other side of Edmund, completely shielding Iman. She had long admitted to her own nature as a scumbag woman, raising her sword to her forehead. At this point, she realized, the woman in front of her must be one of her master's past romances. It seems, the 3 mistresses they thought they had might become 4. For mistresses, how thrilling. Her master was so outstanding. What was wrong with finding 4 mistresses for her? Unlike Layla and Pepper, those seductive bitches. If she guessed correctly, the person Marilyn had been looking for should be their master himself. Thinking this, Ed silently left Long Lake Cottage. Jean and Elizabeth, seeing Ed leave, also slipped out. It was best not to get involved in such a chaotic situation. Marilyn clearly wasn't an ordinary person. Just then, Sky and Brooklyn happened to return from outside. They were about to enter the courtyard when Ed stopped them. Elder Sword? Sky asked curiously. Fernan shook her head slightly. Inside, 4 women are fighting over 1 man. It's a grade A battlefield. It's best we stay out of it. I've just gotten 2 divine artifacts from the treasure trove of the 14 states. They're perfect for you too. Let's go find a quiet place, and let predecessors Elizabeth and Jean help you assimilate them. Brooklyn froze, pointing incredulously at her nose. I'm included too? Fernan smiled mysteriously. Of course. The relationship between the 14 states and the 3,000 guests? A mere divine artifact is nothing. Come along. Edmund, Carissa, and Rosalie looked at Marilyn, their hostility palpable. This was the first time these 3 women united against a common enemy. What do you really want? Edmund's voice was icy. Marilyn was startled. She wanted to take a good look at her physiognomist. But these 3 women blocked her completely. I heard that Roman is a divine physician, so I came to ask him to treat me. Marilyn adjusted her state, trying to sound as peaceful as possible. Earlier, I wanted to ask Gabriel, but he has already perished. So, I came to find Iman. Iman frowned slightly. She didn't doubt Marilyn's words. According to Scarlet Heaven God King Lori, before descending, Marilyn was still lively and well. At most with a swollen bottom. How could she get injured shortly after descending? In this world of myriad universes, who could harm Marilyn? Is it an injury or something else? Iman couldn't help but ask. Marilyn's eyes lit up. Asking this meant the physiognomist agreed. She knew the physiognomist wouldn't refuse her. She hurriedly replied, I was accidentally poisoned. Upon hearing the word, poisoned, Edmund, Carissa, and Rosalie's vigilance shot up instantly. Could it be another poison that needed external application to neutralize? Get in line. Carissa said first, there's always a first come, first served rule. Rosalie chimed in, yes, we were poisoned first. Little Lynn needs to cure us first. Iman. Marilyn. Edmund added, Little Lynn can't treat you for free. You have to pay up front. Chapter 169, does this poison require external application of medicine? Carlton pursed her lips. Though she couldn't see Iman, under her spiritual perception, Iman's current expression was crystal clear. There was an unmistakable tinge of worry in his eyes. The Imperial advisor still cares about me after all. However, I must restrain myself at all costs and absolutely cannot act impulsively. Under no circumstances should the Imperial Advisor notice that I have recognized him. Otherwise, with the Imperial Advisor's temperament, he will certainly leave again. Thinking of how the Imperial Advisor left the Divine Realm, leaving behind the Chancellor Seal symbolizing the identity of the Imperial Advisor of the Nine Heavens Divine Nation in the Goddawn Palace. Inexplicable bitterness welled up in Carlton's heart. She took a deep breath, suppressing the emotions in her heart. I wonder what reward the Marquis wants. As long as I have it, as long as you want it. Edmund turned around and looked at Iman. Iman sighed, about to mention Heavenly Soul Stones. But then he suddenly remembered that Gabriel had also requested Heavenly Soul Stones as payment from the Starry Sea Pavilion. So he swallowed the words on the tip of his tongue. Since they already had 2 Heavenly Soul Stones, and the Heavenly Secret Realm would soon open, there was no rush. Let's note it down for now. The relationship between the Starry Sea Pavilion and the true Martial Holy Land is relatively good. Since you are poisoned, I won't stand by idly. By the way, what kind of poison did you get? Hearing Iman say this, although Edmund and the others were extremely unwilling, they still moved aside. Carlton's eyes sparkled brightly, staring at Iman without blinking. She approached Iman, slightly shaking her head. I'm not sure either. I just went to the Northern Crown Great Wall once and found myself poisoned. Those seals she placed on herself could no longer be undone. She was truly sealed in the Heaven Gate realm. Moreover, Carlton discovered that her vitality was rapidly fading away at an alarming rate. Not lifespan, vitality. If Carlton were just an ordinary martial artist of the Heaven Gate realm, she would probably have perished long ago. But now, even with this rapid loss of vitality, she still felt extremely uncomfortable. Of course, as the Sherry, sweeping across the 8 desolations in 6 directions, unifying 1 divine domain, she had countless trump cards at her disposal. She wouldn't really die here. Just not yet. Carlton didn't plan on using those cards. If she did, she wouldn't be able to remain in the lower realms and would have to immediately return to the divine realm. In the true Martial Holy Land, there were still some disturbances not belonging to the lower realms waiting for her to resolve. The true Martial Holy Land was intrinsically linked to the Nine Heavens Divine Nation of the Divine Realm. As the Sherry Divine Nation, Carlton wouldn't stand by idly. Moreover, having found her beloved Imperial Advisor, she wouldn't leave either. Previously, when Carlton sought out Gabriel, she hadn't held much hope. Nor did she reveal herself, only saying she was treating an elder. After the death of Gabriel, Carlton came to find Iman with the thought that one might as well try everything possible. But she didn't expect Iman to be her Imperial Advisor. Since it's the Imperial Advisor, then this peculiar poison on her body shouldn't be too serious. Iman nodded. He sat down at a stone table nearby and said, "Hold out your hand." Under the murderous gazes of Edmund, Kenna, and Rosalie, Carlton's posture was light as she sat opposite Iman. Then she rolled up her sleeve, exposing her fair and slender arm, and extended it to Iman. Kenna grumbled unhappily, "It's just taking a pulse. Why does she roll up her sleeve so high?" Rosalie nodded vigorously. Exactly. She must be trying to seduce little Lynn." Edmund gave Carlton a faint glance, frowning. "How does her bottom seem so big sitting down like that?" Rosalie continued, "Absolutely intentional. Absolutely trying to tempt little Lynn." Carlton. Her face turned slightly warm. "That was because of your little Lynn's strikes." Iman felt somewhat uncomfortable too. "Seriously? Her bottom hasn't swelled down yet?" Iman coughed, and then placed his hand on Carlton's delicate wrist. The next moment, Iman's expression gradually darkened. Seeing Iman's changed expression, Edmund hurriedly asked, "What kind of poison did she get?" Iman pondered for a while before slowly saying, 9 sources burning heartlock. It's very similar to the 6 paths primordial cold lock you got. Poison refined from the 9 major elements: wind, thunder, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, yin, yang. It can lock the body, soul, and spirit. However, unlike the 6 paths primordial cold lock, the 9 sources burning heartlock cannot turn the victim into a puppet. Instead, it seals them and extracts their vitality. If Iman wasn't mistaken, the 6 paths primordial cold lock and the 9 sources burning heartlock were likely created by the same person. That person is somewhere in the 10,000 worlds. Moreover, the person who refined the 6 paths primordial cold lock that affected Edmund, Jade Linglong, had definitely seen that person. But for the person to be able to poison Dustfall Smoke, who was the Sherry, Iman found it somewhat unbelievable. Dustfall Smoke had directly sealed her cultivation to the small Heavenly Gate realm. Otherwise, this poison wouldn't even come near her. It was like looking for trouble and making things difficult for herself. This lower realms, though unable to withstand the power of a divine emperor, couldn't she seal herself to the divine heaven realm instead? The 3 Heavenly Gate realms, Small Heavenly Gate, Great Heavenly Gate, and Life-Death Heavenly Gate. Currently, Carlton was in the Small Heavenly Gate realm. However, even with self-sealing, Carlton's origin was still that of a divine emperor. And yet, the other party managed to poison her. Clearly, they were no ordinary individual. Iman suddenly remembered how someone was going to great lengths to defame and destroy Gabriel. A conspiracy. Absolutely, there was someone or some force secretly manipulating certain individuals to spread deadly poisons across the 10,000 worlds. Many divine doctors across the 10,000 worlds were obstacles to them. No wonder Jade Linglong, with her status, could obtain the 6 paths primordial cold lock, or even the poison of Wumi flower. Iman's heart sank slightly. Since Carlton could find him, that unknown force would likely set their sights on him as well. Fortunately, he had obtained 2 Heavenly Soul Stones from the Starry Sea Pavilion, and had already refined them into Life Soul Pearls. Otherwise, this situation would have been quite troublesome. And right at this moment, Edmund's somewhat anxious voice rang out. "So, does this kind of poison require external application of medicine to resolve?" Hearing the words, external application of medicine, Carlton first froze. Then, a hint of small anticipation flashed in her eyes. The Imperial Advisor applying medicine externally for her? Just thinking about it made it quite exciting. However, shouldn't he first treat the swelling on his own bottom, which also needed external medicine? The corners of Iman's mouth twitched, with poisons like cold, water, and fire. One mishandling, and it could damage the internal organs and even turn one into a spouting warrior like Rico. But applying external medicine for the sherry, this 9 sources burning heartlock was more intense than the 6 paths primordial cold lock. Applying medicine would be more complicated. Iman wasn't sure what Carlton was thinking inside. He pondered for a moment. I can temporarily suppress the poison in your body to stop your vitality from fading. Edmund is affected by the 6 paths primordial cold lock. I need to detoxify her first. A trace of small excitement immediately appeared in Edmund's eyes. Carlton wasn't disappointed. She nodded slightly. Then I will trouble Mr. Lin. There should still be vacant rooms in this Dragon Lake courtyard. As she spoke, she looked at Iman expectantly. Before Iman could respond, Rosalie suddenly said, yes, I'll show you. She made an inviting gesture toward Carlton. Carlton sighed in relief and stood up, saying, thank you, goddess of strings. Edmund and Kenna exchanged glances and subconsciously followed along. Iman watched the figures of the 4 women leave. Suddenly, an idea came to him. Would the mahjong tiles I prepared earlier be useful now? An empress playing mahjong? Quite down to earth. Then, he glanced at Thomas still lying against the wall, a look of disdain on his face. This guy, even eating eggs can't get it fresh and hot. Master! Ed's voice suddenly echoed in Iman's ear. Rico arrived at a hall in the 14 states, demanding the return of 100 million high-grade spirit stones for searching for Gabriel. Iman thought for a moment. Then, he sent a segment of imagery to Ed. Find an appropriate time to release this video. After Ed viewed it, he looked incredulous. Rico, castrated himself? Chapter 170. Arnigen descends upon the Taishan holy sect. When Iman prepared the sunflower manual for Rico, he naturally tampered with it. The entire process of Rico's self-castration was recorded in detail. It was then transmitted into Iman's communication jade token. This was the video segment handed over to Ed just now. Initially, Ed didn't quite understand why Iman was so concerned about Rico's affairs. Not until Rico survived Carissa's great desolate imprisoning heaven finger did Ed realize that Rico was no ordinary person. If Iman hadn't been secretly suppressing him all along, Rico would have soared to great heights long ago. Ed carefully stored away this video segment and quietly planned in his heart. Heard that Rico was preparing to block the entrance to the Heavenly Secrets realm? If this video were released at that moment, right, Master, there's one more thing. Ed hurriedly transmitted again. You didn't really send the treasures from the ancient clan and the martial deity sect to the boundless star sea, did you? He asked cautiously. The 8 ancient families, 13 martial deity sects, 64 various heaven families. These forces were giants, each occupying a complete great world. No one could imagine how many treasures lay in their treasuries. Though these items were stolen goods, it was a pity to just discard them. Iman glanced in Ed's direction. With some helplessness, he transmitted, go check in the storeroom of the 14 states. They're all there. Over the years, the treasures Iman had collected while doing missions, apart from those stored in the Thousand Illusion space, most had been casually thrown into the 14 states and Sanxianku storerooms. Ed was stunned. The 14 states, wealthy beyond imagination. So, it turned out that all these were treasures Master personally plundered. No wonder Master wanted the Gabriel alias to disappear. Indeed, it was quite terrifying. Once things settle down, another trip to the black market will be needed. Once the treasures from those ancient families, martial deity sects, and various heaven families flow into the black market, the credibility of the Gabriel's treasure map would significantly increase. Thinking of the treasure map, Ed's curiosity flared up again. Master, where does that treasure map you left lead to? Iman had nothing to hide, and directly transmitted, deep within the boundless star sea lies a secret realm. First, let someone go there to scout and clear obstacles for us. Once everything is ready, we'll go harvest the rewards. That secret realm also held Rico's opportunity. After reaching the Tianmin realm, he chased a villain into the boundless star sea and obtained it. Thanks to the secrets within, after entering the divine realm, Rico quickly established himself there. Now, with Rico's current cultivation level, he couldn't even approach the boundless star sea. He was completely cut off from it. However, there indeed were numerous issues needing resolution outside that secret realm. Thus, Iman took advantage of this situation by releasing a treasure map to have others clear the area. As for others getting it, that would be an opportunity for someone destined for greatness. One more thing. Find out who initially started stirring up trouble for Gabriel. Iman added. Ed nodded. Don't worry, Master. I'll investigate this personally. However, the smear campaign against Gabriel began on the Spirit Network before gradually spreading into reality. If the various Heaven Mobile were to assist, the investigation would be much easier. But that various Heaven Mobile has always refused to cooperate with our 14 states. Ed felt helpless. Nowadays, the Spirit Network has deeply penetrated everyday life across the myriad worlds. Everyone virtually possesses a communication jade token. Important intelligence is often conveyed through the Spirit Network. Despite the 14 states' desire to cooperate with various Heaven Mobile, they've consistently been rejected. Moreover, the rejection is well known. Neither Ed nor Augusta have even glimpsed the shadow of the prison god. Iman pondered for a moment. I'll give you a mark of the Spirit Network. If you need to find information, you can search the Spirit Network using that mark. But remember, you must keep an absolute distance between various Heaven Mobile and the 14 states. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Hearing Iman's words, Ed's eyes widened instantly. An inconceivable thought flashed through his mind. At that moment, his communication jade token vibrated. It was the mark mentioned by Iman. Suppressing the agitation in his heart, Ed merged his divine sense with the mark. Prison god. These two glaring words nearly blinded Ed. His body trembled, nearly losing grip of the jade token in his hand. Oh my god. Prison god. It's actually Prison God's Spirit Network mark. Master, is really Prison God. That bigwig who pioneered the Spirit Network, revolutionized communication Jade tokens, and unified the entire myriad worlds, is really my master. Ed felt like the world was spinning around him. The alias prison god is even more shocking than August Dark or Gabriel. This is a bigwig who has single-handedly changed the lives of countless beings in the myriad worlds. Nowadays, almost no one can live without the Spirit Network or communication Jade tokens. But 14 states must indeed keep a distance from various Heaven Mobile. As the #1 intelligence organization in the myriad worlds, 14 states is already feared by others. Once there's an opportunity, all parties in the myriad worlds will definitely gang up to destroy 14 states entirely. If anyone found out that various Heaven Mobile and 14 states share the same master behind them, then it would be game over, together with destruction. Even though 14 states' intelligence network is built on reality and never relied on the Spirit Network. But in others' eyes, the Spirit Network is the tool used by 14 states for collecting intelligence. The credibility of the Spirit Network would collapse overnight. They would rather give up using the Spirit Network and regress to primitive times just to destroy various Heaven Mobile. And they would use this as an excuse to launch another siege against 14 states. Ed also realized the severity of the situation. He hurriedly transmitted, "Master, rest assured, I'm tight-lipped. Besides me, no one else will ever know about this." Iman nodded and stopped transmitting. He glanced toward Carlton's room. At that moment, Carlton, Augusta, Carissa, and Rosalie were chatting loudly, seemingly arguing about something. The animosity among them was obvious. Iman felt a headache coming on. After a brief contemplation, he took out the mahjong set he had prepared earlier, along with a jade slip engraved with the rules, and placed them on the stone table. "I have something called mahjong which is quite interesting. Why don't you give it a try? Let's solve any issues at the mahjong table. I'm going for a stroll." As he spoke, Iman stretched lazily and walked out of Longhu Villa. Mahjong. The four came to the stone table, curiously looking at the small square pieces on it. Augusta's eyes lit up. Do Diju is played by 3 people. Mahjong fits perfectly for 4. "Want to try?" "Sure." The rules of Mahjong were simple and easy to understand. It was quite interesting. Seeing no one was paying attention to him, Iman sacrificed a life soul pearl. In the next moment, Iman's figure disappeared, replaced by a tall figure. The young man held a folding fan, dressed in white robe and blue shirt, exuding an air of elegance and nonchalance, yet with a hint of unrestrained wildness, just like a literati from the mortal world. "Sanxian Ku, Arnigen. The Taishian Holy Maiden has a dying divine plant? I, Arnigen, am also very interested in that divine plant. How dare someone poison my little cabbage? Killing one's body and heart, killing one's body and heart. What's the point of only punishing the mind without killing?" As he spoke, Iman kicked forward, directly creating a large hole in the void. Then he stepped into that hole. When Arnigen's figure reappeared, he was already in the realm of the Taishian Holy Sect, the great Taishian world. "Taishian Holy Maiden, my disciple told me you have a dying divine plant? Let me see what kind of divine plant deserves such a stir-up from a holy maiden of a martial arts sanctuary." Arnigen's voice echoed throughout the great Taishian world. Deep within the Taishian Holy Sect, Taishian Holy Maiden trembled, nearly falling down. She suddenly felt an immense sense of danger. "Arnigen? How did that old thing come here?" The leader of Taishian Holy Sect suddenly stood up, looking at the figure high in the sky. His already extremely gloomy face became even darker. Chapter 171. The Grandmaster of Taishian Sect was reforged into an external incarnation? At this moment, Taishian Holy Sect was in a state of disarray. The news that Taishian Holy Maiden Pepper had refined Nicole into an external incarnation, though only half a day old, had already spread throughout the heavens and worlds via the Spirit Network. While no one dared to cause trouble in the Taishian world for now, there was widespread condemnation on the Spirit Network. The influence of this event was only slightly less significant than that of the Gabriel's treasure map. Nicole's sect was also formidable. It was an entirely female sect known as the Marvelous Sound Shop, ranked 3rd among the 13 great martial arts sects across all heavens and worlds. Dance goddess Nicole was the chief disciple and primary successor of Dora, the head of Marvelous Sound Shop. When Dora learned of Nicole's death, her hair turned white overnight. Thereafter, she obsessively investigated for 300 years to uncover the truth behind her disciple's demise, but failed to find any answers. Currently, the obviously refined body of Nicole, devoid of thought or will, has been delivered to the Marvelous Sound Shop. On the surface, the sect remained calm. However, on the Spirit Network, this all-female sect had mobilized every connection they could to prepare for retaliation against Taishian Holy Sect to avenge Nicole. But no one expected that instead of waiting for Dora, Taishian Holy Sect waited for the master of 3,000 guests, Lord Arno. Facing this supposedly ancient man who had lived for untold ages, Taishian Holy Sect's Grandmaster's eyes flickered slightly. She had an idea in mind. A moment later, Grandmaster Ainsley's voice rang out slowly. "Please return, Lord Arno." The divine plant withered because Fragrance Deity broke the agreement. Seemingly holding in her anger, her tone was abrupt. Then, she muttered under her breath, only audible to those nearby. "You invited my disciple Fragrance Deity. Why did you, this undying old man, come here? My holy maiden daughter cannot meet with you privately." Lord Arno's eyes narrowed. "So, you're blaming my disciple?" Ainsley replied expressionlessly, not exactly blaming. Fragrance Deity agreed to the invitation, but indeed broke it. Had Fragrance Deity not promised to come, my daughter wouldn't have unsealed the divine plant, leading to its withering. Taishian Holy Maiden Pepper was Grandmaster Ainsley's daughter. Looking at Lord Arno standing high above, Ainsley's eyes flashed with a smirk. "You came to me. Don't blame me for being rude. You're right." As Ainsley's words faded, another elderly angry voice erupted. "If not for your disciple, how could our Taishian Holy Sect have lost a divine plant? In total, your 3,000 guests should compensate us a top-grade divine plant." At this moment, many within Taishian Holy Sect realized what was happening. Ainsley was deliberately provoking Lord Arno, ready to use him to set an example. Lord Arno was an apex-level powerhouse in all heavens and worlds, and his 3,000 guests were not to be underestimated. If Taishan Holy Sect took action against Lord Arno and even killed him, it would immediately quell the negative impact of the Nicole incident. Then, who would dare to speak up for justice on behalf of Marvelous Soundshop? Iman looked down at Taishan Holy Sect and understood their intentions. Want to make an example of me? Then let's see. Immediately, Iman stopped speaking. He unfurled his fan. A giant, kill character instantly condensed in midair. It then ruthlessly pressed down toward Taishan Holy Sect. Boom. The space shattered directly under the kill character. Huge spatial fragments flew in all directions. In this moment, Taishan Holy Sect was shocked. Though they were prepared to make an example of Lord Arno, they never expected he would attack without a word. Damn old thing. How can he lack such subtlety? How did he live so long? Ainsley cursed silently, then roared, "Activate the formation!" Rumbling. In an instant, thunderbolts raged above Taishan Holy Ground. A huge formation made purely of thunder power appeared in the sky, protecting the entire Taishan Holy Ground. At the same moment the formation activated, the giant, kill character fell. Boom. An earth-shattering roar. The entire thunder formation began to tremble wildly. Around the formation, space collapsed, and ghastly spatial rifts extended in all directions. Mountains split, and the earth sank wherever they passed. Taishan Holy Sect seemed to be experiencing the end of the world. Forget it, Lord Arno. You're courting death. Buzz. In the next moment, a mysterious light shot up into the sky, instantly smoothing out the spatial rifts around it. Magdalena and the 10 Grand Elders at the Tianmin realm appeared simultaneously, surrounding Arno in the middle. All 11 of them held divine artifacts glowing with divine Tao laws. And within the Taishan Holy Sect below, there lay a terrifying divine power, ready to erupt. At this point, news of Arno's arrival at Taishan Holy Sect had already spread on the Spirit Network. Countless eyes that had been focused on the Gabriel's treasure map shifted their gaze to the Taishan world. At this time, Iman looked at Magdalena opposite him, slightly dazed. No, what is going on here? The head of Taishan Holy Sect, an unparalleled powerhouse that has awed all realms for 5,000 years. Why? Is it an external incarnation? This Taishan head Magdalena was actually an external incarnation. At this moment, Iman could clearly see that the Magdalena before him was the true self, not an impersonation by someone else. But this body had been refined into an external incarnation, just like Nicole before, first being alive and refined into a puppet, then further refined into an external incarnation. The 3 great martial sanctuaries have backgrounds in the divine realm. The heads of the sanctuaries maintain certain connections with the divine realm. This is the fundamental reason why the 3 great martial sanctuaries remain prosperous without decline. Now, Magdalena has been refined into an external incarnation, while the divine realm remains completely unaware. The divine kingdoms behind the 3 great sanctuaries must also have problems. For a moment, Iman felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. The heads of the 3 great sanctuaries were having incidents one after another. 11 years ago, the head of True Wu Sanctuary fell. Iman took over the position as head according to the system task. Not long ago, the head of Starsea Pavilion suffered severe injuries near death. And now, the head of Taishan Holy Sect has been refined into an external incarnation. Thinking back to Aline mysteriously being hit by the 9 Origins heart-burning lock, adopting the name Carlton and becoming the holy son of True Wu Sanctuary. It seemed that True Wu Sanctuary also encountered some turmoil that required her, the Alicia, to handle personally. The great red heaven god from the demon realm, or Elwyn. Those muscle-headed beings couldn't have done such things. It seems this world is more interesting than I imagined. Iman bared his teeth in a grin, revealing his white teeth. Magdalena? No matter who you are, you're dead. Upon hearing Iman's words, Magdalena felt a slight tremor in her heart. A sense of extreme unease instantly surged up. But before she could react, Arno had already made his move. He stepped forward lightly. A pale grand road suddenly appeared. It seemed to come from nowhere, heading nowhere, eternal and endless. At this instant, Magdalena only felt everything before her eyes turned bleak. The entire world lost its color. Divine skill. No day, endless road. Amidst this pallor, Arno's cold voice entered Magdalena's ears. This time, you don't just want to use me to assert your authority. You also wanted to refine me into an external incarnation. Chapter 172. His Excellency, flee quickly, he's not human. Magdalena's face instantly turned pale. Antoine actually saw through her external avatar. Moreover, what made her even more uneasy was that this vast white road formed its own world, completely isolated from the outside. Even, Magdalena was shocked to discover that this external avatar couldn't sense the presence of the true self at all. It was as if the true self and the external avatar had become 2 entirely independent entities again. This was what terrified her most. Seeing Magdalena's rapidly changing expressions, Antoine smiled faintly again. My purpose in coming to the Grand Mystic Saint sect is to find out who's behind Pepper. The poison of indifference and the 6 paths primordial cold shackles used by Pepper are not from any world in existence. It seems clear now, it must be you. Back then, you used those divine-grade puppet poisons to refine Magdalena into an external avatar, didn't you? Hearing these words, Magdalena's originally somewhat uneasy expression instantly turned cold. How could you know about the 6 paths primordial cold shackles and the poison of indifference? The matter of the poison of indifference, Pepper only told Xyler. Suddenly, a bizarre guess arose in Magdalena's heart. Antoine, you are the Xyler. Antoine gave a slight smile but did not answer this question. You provided the raw materials for refining these divine-grade highly toxic substances to Pepper, probably wanting to use her to find alchemists or doctors capable of refining such poisons in the myriad worlds, and then eliminate them one by one? Upon hearing Antoine's casual words, Magdalena's frown deepened. Suddenly, her body trembled. Not good. He's deliberately talking nonsense with me, using me as bait to catch my true self. To lure my true self. Magdalena's true self knew Antoine had come, but was unaware of what happened next. The true self and the external avatar share the same consciousness and thoughts. Naturally, they wanted to make Antoine an example. Even more, they wanted to refine this supreme pharmacist who had trained the divine alchemist and fragrance god into an external avatar. So, the true self would definitely come personally to deal with Antoine. But at this moment, Magdalena realized just how terrifying Antoine was. With just a simple move, he severed the connection between the true self and the external avatar, and caused no great alarm to the true self. The true self, upon arrival, might not be a match either. Damn! Magdalena let out a shrill scream. Immediately after, a dazzling light erupted from her body. She was going to self-destruct. Even if the true self and the external avatar were disconnected, if the external avatar self-destructed, the true self would surely sense it. Knowing herself so well, sensing the external avatar's self-destruction, the true self would never take the risk to intervene. However, just before Magdalena's self-destruction, a tremendous force gathered from all directions, flooding into her body. Magdalena's soon-to-explode primordial spirit was instantly calmed. Her body was also immobilized, unable to move. Antoine sneered, disdainful. Fool, can you still self-destruct within my realm of supernatural power? Magdalena's eyes widened again. Realm of supernatural power? You're not human. Realm of supernatural power. It wasn't a so-called realm of laws, nor was it a boundary, but a real world. A world evolved from supernatural power. This was no longer the path of martial artists, but the method of deities. Antoine actually attained godhood in the human world. His strength was likely on par with the top warrior across all realms. Suddenly, Magdalena realized another thing. Edmund. You know the 6 paths primordial cold shackles on Edmund. Rumor has it that D gave the great vastness cauldron of the 5th family to fragrance god flower intoxicated. You know too much. Amon's expression turned cold. He did not like opponents who suddenly became smart. If she guessed that Antoine was D, could she also guess that D was Amon? Amon immediately clenched his fingers, tightening this realm of supernatural power. Magdalena's mouth opened wide, but her voice was abruptly cut off. Her primordial spirit, soul, and thoughts were thoroughly restrained. He's here. Suddenly, Amon sensed it. Then, he firmly clenched his fingers, which had been tightly closed. The vast white road instantly collapsed. It transformed into a white orb of light, containing Magdalena, held in Amon's hand. Our sect leader. What have you done to our sect leader? The instant Amon returned to reality, the 10 Grand Elders of the Grand Mystic Saint sect unleashed their incredibly violent attack. They wielded the 10 divine artifacts, unleashing incomparable colossal power that made the entire Grand Mystic Great World tremble violently. Antoine slightly turned his gaze, glancing at a corner of the void with the edge of his eyes. There stood a black-clad female figure. At the same moment, he unfurled the fan in his hand. A dreamlike 9-colored mist accompanied by an intoxicating fragrance spread out in all directions. In an instant, the Grand Mystic Saint sect's 10 elders in the Heaven Gate realm, as well as the outer circle of sky reflection and celestial phenomenon realm powerhouses who were forming an array to seal off the entire void, simultaneously widened their eyes. Then, they felt their eyelids becoming heavier and heavier. There was a faint drowsiness, as if they hadn't slept for thousands of years. Perfume. This is the legendary god-intoxicating perfume. Antoine truly is the foremost perfumer of the myriad worlds. Yawn. Then, these strong figures of the Grand Mystic Saint sect began yawning in midair one after another. Following that, these proud figures falling one by one from the sky like dumplings being thrown into a pot, crashing heavily on the ground. Of course, these martial artists had cultivated their physical bodies to the extreme. Even falling from a 10,000-foot height, they wouldn't die. But getting bruised or breaking an arm or leg was unavoidable. Meanwhile, many martial artists in the Grand Mystic Great World rushed over upon hearing the news. Some even secretly used transmission talismans to livestream the scene. Countless martial artists seeing this could not help but gape in astonishment. This was the skill of a god-level perfumer. Under the influence of the god-intoxicating perfume, even the primordial spirits of Heaven Gate realm powerhouses couldn't resist the terror of a perfume master. This Antoine is better not provoked. It's not unbreakable. It's just that those people from the Grand Mystic Saint sect didn't have the experience to deal with it. If they protected their primordial spirits with divine spirit defense talismans, even the god-intoxicating perfume would be powerless against them. Easy to say. Spirit defense talismans are extremely rare and priceless treasures, hard to come by no matter how much you pay. You've probably forgotten that in the Heavenly Fire Great World, there is a hidden master artificer who might forge such spirit defense talismans. The master artificer in the Heavenly Fire Great World. The master artificer Cashin? Yes, him. Amon looked toward a corner of the void and gently beckoned with his fingers. Since you're here, don't hide anymore. Let me see what kind of person has refined the Grand Mystic Saint sect's leader into an external avatar. His words fell. The entire Grand Mystic Great World suddenly fell into a deathly silence. Martial artists who were discussing where to find Cashin stopped speaking. Everyone gaped at Antoine, trying to digest the meaning of his words. What was he saying? The Grand Mystic Saint sect's leader, a giant of the myriad worlds, had been refined into an external avatar? How could this be possible? And below, inside the Grand Mystic Saint sect, it also fell silent. Pepper abruptly stood up, her originally alluring eyes now filled with shock, bewilderment, confusion, and other emotions. In that corner of the void, the woman about to reveal herself staggered, nearly falling over in the air. No. Is this Antoine crazy? How can you say something like this in public? Upon discovering my secret and holding my handle, shouldn't you use it as leverage, hint or threaten, propose conditions, bargain, and try to gain as much benefit as possible? At the very least, you should first probe my background, indirectly questioning and intimidating, coaxing out my identity, playing along while harboring knives within smiles, flattering while scheming, showing one thing but doing another, hiding plots within plans, hiding tricks within strategies. That's what we old monsters who've lived for tens of thousands of years should do when we meet. Why is this Antoine so naive, openly saying such things? How am I supposed to respond? Doesn't he fear that I will fly into a rage and destroy the 3,000 guests in the Central Land? Just as this woman was dumbstruck by Iman's direct hit, she heard her own voice, which should be Magdalena's, suddenly speak up. Highest self, flee quickly. He's not human. Chapter 173. A dead enemy is a good enemy. This voice was hurried and fast, carrying an impotent terror that instantly spread throughout the Taishian great world. Many people also recognized the owner of this voice. It was Kylie from the Taishian Holy Sect, the leader of the sect. Who was she addressing as Your Excellency? Could it be that this leader of the martial arts sanctuary really had been turned into an external avatar by someone, just as Domenico said? And that person, had they already arrived in the Taishian great world? For a moment, everyone followed Domenico's gaze to look at that corner of the void. This time, the woman in the corner of the void wore an equally bewildered expression. Why did I say something like that? He's not human? It sounds like I'm human. No, that's not right. This is a warning from my external avatar. In an instant, this woman realized what was happening. Those two incomprehensible sentences were clearly her external avatar trying to warn her. But what terrified this woman was that, even though her external avatar was there, she couldn't sense its presence or establish any contact with it. He indeed isn't human. The thoughts of this black-clothed woman moved extremely quickly. Almost immediately after Kylie's voice fell silent, she turned around and left, to escape. But just as the black-clothed woman started to move, this expanse of the void trembled slightly and then became as hard as steel. Her figure emerged from layer upon layer of the void. She was a woman dressed in black, her body enveloped by a faint layer of black mist. The aura around her was vast like the ocean. Even those at the Heavenly Gate realm couldn't discern her true strength. So, this was the person who turned the leader of the Taishian Holy Sect into an external avatar? The woman stood on top of the void, her eyes cold, staring at Domenico. What do you mean, Domenico? I dare say I have never offended you. Why would you slander me? Domenico carefully scrutinized the black-clothed woman. Then he nodded slightly. At least it's not an external avatar. Immediately after, Domenico took a step forward and unleashed a punch. A white fist in tension roared outward. Almost half of the Taishian great world was illuminated in a ghastly white. In this moment, all color vanished from everyone's sight. Eternal noon. End of the earth. This divine skill was even more vast and magnificent than before. The black-clothed woman across from him was no ordinary individual either. Skill realm. The black-clothed woman's face changed. You old monster. You have no martial virtue. How can you just start fighting without saying anything? This black-clothed woman had wandered through the world for countless years and had never seen anything like this. He didn't even know who she was, what card she held, or which force she belonged to. Right away, he used skill realm to fight her to the death. Within the skill realm, it wouldn't affect the real world. When divine beings fought fiercely in the lower realms, a skill realm would always evolve. This black-clothed woman reacted extremely quickly. At the moment the ghostly pale path descended, a black light suddenly surged from her body. Next, the black-clothed woman disappeared, replaced by a godbird thousands of feet long, completely black as ink, with black flames surrounding its entire body. The godbird spread its wings, emitting a thunderous cry. 9 long tail feathers unfurled, resembling burning black flames. Instantly, a scorching yet eerily cold aura spread far and wide. The originally pale end of the earth road instantly reflected a large area of darkness. Super divine bird, Kelsey? Amon squinted his eyes. So it's a creature from the Great Ruin. One of the 6 realms, the Great Ruin. Among the 3 realms and 6 paths, only within the Great Ruin could such super divine beasts as the Kelsey be born. But Iman wasn't clear on what exactly the Great Ruin was. The original plot didn't mention it. There was also no system mission related to the Great Ruin. The Great Ruin and the Wild Desolation were the 2 most special realms among the 3 realms and 6 paths. Previously, Iman had only vaguely learned about these 2 worlds through the system, because there were no relevant system missions, so he neither went nor paid much attention to them. Yet he didn't expect to actually encounter a super divine beast from the Great Ruin this time. Now, facing this super divine beast from the Great Ruin that was infinitely close to its true form, Iman felt no fear at all. He wore Domenico's cloak, possessing all of Domenico's power and methods. This cloak's power essentially came from various buffs the system applied to Amon during system tasks. After completing the task and leaving the system, those originally intangible buffs transformed into tangible forces stored within the artifact xuanhuan. That was the so-called power of the cloak. The soul pearl was an extremely special treasure, containing the power of life and soul. By sacrificing a soul pearl, one could activate the alter ego powers, granting them true life and soul. The divine artifact xuanhuan served as a bridge. Putting on the xuanhuan mask would allow the activated alter ego powers to possess Iman through xuanhuan, transforming him into that person. Normally, Iman was already a fusion of these alter egos and buffs. As long as he continuously trained and grew stronger, he could gradually obtain the powers of these alter egos, eventually merging these powers into one and breaking through to even greater heights. However, if he sacrificed a soul pearl, Iman could only temporarily gain the power of one alter ego, unless he sacrificed multiple soul pearls at once. Last time, proving Dr. Ghost and Asura's death using Hobie was an extremely risky move. That Hobie was just a puppet in the likeness of Hobie without any alter ego power, risking exposure with the slightest mistake. Of course, Iman could also exchange for an overworld alter ego from the divine artifact xuanhuan. But this lower realm was a fractured world, unable to withstand such power. After descending with Annabelle, he placed 720,000 seals on himself. Even if he donned an overworld alter ego, he would need to self-seal. At this moment, both Arno and Alistair were among the greatest in all realms. Their alter egos merely excelled in different fields and methods. A road stretching to the horizon, sending you to nirvana. Iman roared. Then he swung his fists, punching fiercely toward the enormous black phoenix. Terrorizing fist and tint erupted, manifesting as ghostly white roads crisscrossing within this divine skill realm. The chilling black flames surrounding the Kelsey were instantly suppressed. The darkness that almost filled the entire divine skill realm retreated visibly. The Kelsey emitted thunderous wails in the sky. Facing the storm of punches, confusion flashed across her eyes. This Arno is clearly a pharmacist. Why isn't he poisoning me or using incense? Why is he resorting to punches? And I'm about to ascend to true godhood. Why can't I even defend myself against Arno? This divine bird felt utterly aggrieved. Before she could use any abilities, she was thoroughly suppressed by the opponent. A shadow of death instantly enveloped her. Arno wants to kill me. The Kelsey shuddered violently and quickly begged for mercy. Spare my life. I can tell you everything you want to know. As a super divine bird, I can be your mount. I can warm your bed too. Iman remained unmoved. Behind him, a 1,000-foot-tall divine manifestation condensed, grabbing the long neck of the Kelsey. A dead enemy is a good enemy. What I want to know can be found on your corpse. Living beings lie. Memories are fake, but corpses don't. Crack. In the next moment, the divine manifestation exerted force, twisting the super divine bird's neck until it snapped. Simultaneously, her divine-grade spirit began to disintegrate. Killing the mind? That was a game played with defenseless insects. Faced with a dangerous god-level creature like the Kelsey, not acting fast enough could result in being killed oneself. Warming his bed? Dream on. His few little cabbages were already plotting how to climb his bed every day. As for a mount, compared to that, Iman was more interested in the meat of super divine beasts. Taking it home to stew and nourish his little cabbages. How tempting. And his parents, grandparents, aunt, and several disciples should all taste it too. The Kelsey's eyes gradually dimmed. Her fading divine consciousness continuously questioned. Is this Arno really sick? Why doesn't he follow the rules? I'm a mighty super divine bird. Don't I have any value to him? Unknowingly, some time had passed. The divine skill realm dissipated. Arno stood in the void, holding a 1,000-foot-long black phoenix. This scene abruptly entered everyone's sight. Chapter 174. Arnogen, do you think you are Ashton? In the entire Tai Xian great world, one could hear a pin drop. The martial artists who witnessed this scene through communication jade talismans were so shocked that they almost dropped the talismans in their hands. Divine bird. Phoenix. The reason why divine birds and divine beasts are prefixed with divine is that when they are born, the heavenly gate opens for them. Born as demigods. And the black phoenix held by Arnogen, although its neck had been snapped and it was thoroughly extinguished, its body still emitted a faint divine aura. It had reached the pinnacle of illusory deity, infinitely close to true deity. Everyone's eyelids twitched. Among all the worlds, there was another powerhouse who could slay deities. But this was the first time someone had slain a deity by snapping its neck. Who is stronger, Arnogen or Ashton? Suddenly, someone asked on the spirit net. Of course, it's Ashton. As the #1 powerhouse in all worlds, Ashton can even slaughter celestial deities. True, though the Black Phoenix is very strong, it appears not to have reached the realm of true deity. Last time, Ashton killed a true deity at the 5th family lineage. I found out the origin of this Black Phoenix. It's the legendary super divine beast, Hellish Divine Phoenix. Even a super divine beast at the illusory deity realm has the strength to combat a true deity. Snapping the neck of a super divine beast. Who says Arnogen can't slay a true deity, can't slay a celestial deity? So to speak, Ashton's throne as the strongest in all worlds might be unstable now. I look forward to seeing Arnogen and Ashton fight, to see who is truly the strongest in all worlds. In an instant, countless martial artists began discussing on the spirit net. However, the Tai Xian great world remained deathly silent. No one dared to speak. At this moment, Arnogen seemed to move slightly. The colossal creature he was holding instantly disappeared. Replacing it was the graceful silhouette of a woman. Tai Xian sect master, Magdalena. At this moment, Magdalena still radiated vitality. She hadn't fallen. But there was no mental fluctuation from her. Puppet. A puppet refined alive. Further refined into a body external avatar. Until this moment, the martial artists who were still doubtful finally believed. The sect master of Tai Xian Holy Sect had indeed become someone else's body external avatar. It should have been that hellish divine phoenix whose neck was snapped by Arnogen. Iman glanced at Tai Xian Holy Sect. Then his hand trembled, and he threw Magdalena's body to the front gate of Tai Xian Holy Sect. Pepper, come out and see me. Arnogen's voice wasn't loud, but carried an unusual authority. Inside Tai Xian Holy Sect, Saintess Pepper's body trembled slightly. She instantly collapsed on the ground. Why? Why does he want to see me? Could it be he discovered I intended to poison Brianna? But Brianna didn't come. I didn't get the chance to poison her yet. Just as Pepper's mind was in chaos. Arnogen, enough is enough. A light voice suddenly came from deep within Tai Xian Holy Sect. In the next moment, terrifying divine aura spread, enveloping the entire Tai Xian great world. No one felt surprised. As a martial sanctuary with an endless heritage and ties to the divine realm, how could Tai Xian Holy Sect not have any deities? That divine aura swept over every living being in the Tai Xian great world, but did not bring any pressure. It was like the spring breeze nourishing the earth, cleansing their souls. Arnogen's expression remained unchanged. His gaze had already penetrated layer upon layer of space, seeing the figure at the core of Tai Xian Holy Sect, a celestial deity. The Tai Xian Holy Sect's master has been refined into a body external avatar. As a celestial deity, you wouldn't know nothing about this, would you? Or are you the person behind that mongrel bird? There was a hint of ridicule in Arnajin's voice. Hearing these words, the people of Tai Xian Great World were stunned once more. This Arnajin was actually going to confront a celestial deity? Celestial deity. He sighed and said slowly, "Indeed, this is my negligence. A slight oversight nearly caused a great disaster. However, the corpse of that hellish divine phoenix must be handed over to me for handling." As he spoke, the celestial deity's tone gradually became stern. Arnajin looked at the celestial deity's figure, who was walking step by step toward Tai Xian Holy Sect. "Want the corpse of the hellish divine phoenix? To destroy evidence? You come and take it yourself?" With every step Arnajin took, this void gently trembled. Dark black footprints appeared where he stepped on the void. At this moment, Tai Xian Saintess's face turned deathly pale, and she lay limp on the ground, not daring to move. The celestial deity's tone gradually turned grim. "Arnajin, do you think you are Ashton?" Thinking back to Arnajin's previous style of doing things, the celestial deity made the first move. A terrifying force erupted from the depths of Tai Xian Holy Sect, a divine skill of great power. The divine skill realm manifested, enveloping Arnajin. Iman felt the scene before him change. In the next moment, he found himself in a space filled with spatial rifts and rivers of magma flowing through the void. This was not the divine skill realm. Deep within this space, a red-haired man sat cross-legged, naked from the waist up, his aura having decayed to its extreme. It seemed as though his life could end at any moment. This man looked exactly like the celestial deity Iman had just seen. Iman's brow furrowed slightly. This space was clearly a ceiling place, but it was nearly on the verge of collapse. Recalling how Carlton came to the All Worlds and immediately went to the true Wu sacred land, becoming its holy son, Iman had a rough guess. He looked at the red-haired celestial deity. If there's something to say, why can't it be said outside? Why create such a fuss and bring me here? The divine skill realm still existed outside, but it was just a ruse. The celestial deity sighed helplessly. That hellish divine phoenix has been planning for 1,000 years within the Tai Xian Holy Sect. How else could it have hidden from the spies she planted here? Iman nodded first. However, at the moment the red-haired man relaxed his guard, Iman threw a punch without warning. Boom! The terrifying Chen Yi caused the magma in this space to surge backward, and the spatial rifts also transformed into violent void storms. The celestial deity's expression changed. The decaying aura around him instantly vanished. Replacing it was an overwhelming flame power. A cruel smile appeared on the celestial deity's lips. "You've discovered it, then I will need to take more precautions." Roar! A massive beast roar erupted from the red-haired man's mouth. At the same time, a giant beast appeared behind him. The Qilin. This man's true form was a divine beast Qilin. Iman remained silent. He swung his fist and charged towards the red-haired man. The red-haired man laughed heartily. "Still that sentence. Arnajin, do you think you are Ashton?" As he spoke, the red-haired man punched towards Arnajin. Chapter 175. Also a heaven-slaying god? So, who is stronger between Arnajin and Ashton? The Qilin kept repeating this question. Iman couldn't help but twitch his lips. "Embarrassingly, I really am both. Though Arnajin and Ashton excel in different domains and master different abilities, their strength is on the same level. Ashton is the #1 powerhouse of all heavens and myriad worlds. Then Arnajin stands side by side with him as the top powerhouses. However, the 30,000 guests are a relatively peaceful force, causing no envy or enmity. While the alias Arnajin did make quite a few enemies during missions, it never reached the point of large-scale bloodshed. Therefore, Arnajin's true strength was always hidden. Not long ago, when Amon discovered that Magdalena had been refined into an avatar by the Hellfire Phoenix, he already realized that the Grand Xuanhuan Sanctuary had completely fallen. Thus, he always held back, not directly slaying the Hellfire Phoenix. Then, Iman mentioned Pepper to provoke this Qilin into action. Pepper was clearly also a pawn in his game. Now, Iman has finally reached the core sealing ground of the Grand Xuanhuan Sanctuary as planned. He no longer holds back. Rumbling, pale radiance erupted from Iman's body, transforming this space filled with flames, lava, and spatial rifts into ghastly white. In this instant, all of the void evolved into his domain of mystic powers. You! The Qilin's eyes widened. Incredulity filled his gaze as he beheld the whiteness before him. This place is the core sealing ground of the Grand Xuanhuan Sanctuary. His purpose for coming here was to destroy the seal. By allowing Arnajin entrance, the Qilin had the same intention. Even if it could not refine or slay this deity of all heavens and myriad worlds, the divine beast intended to use the other's power to loosen the spatial seals here once again. But the Qilin didn't expect this. Arnajin turned out to be so formidable. With terrifying fist intent, he actually created a realm of mystic powers within this extraordinary spatial seal. This is a seal. Even he can't create a realm of mystic powers inside a seal. Who exactly is Arnajin? This moment, the Qilin didn't notice when it revealed its true form. A colossal fiery Qilin, 10,000 feet long. This fiery Qilin felt its neck tighten as if being lifted by something. He's going to snap my neck. I'm a super divine beast at the heavenly deity level. How could he effortlessly lift me up like this? The divine Qilin tried to struggle. Yet, it horrifyingly found that its heavenly deity level power was thoroughly restrained. At this moment, the fiery Qilin couldn't help but recall a heavenly deity from 10 years ago who descended from the divine realm. Even Ashton couldn't take a single strike from that deity. Who would have thought? Arnajin also? Snap. In the next instant, the Qilin heard the sound of bones breaking in its neck. Soon after, it felt its divine soul choking. What kind of power is this? While snapping my neck, he's also crushing my divine soul. Earlier, This Qilin had witnessed the entire process of the Hellfire Phoenix's demise. Initially, it assumed that the Phoenix was destroyed because the true master perfumer used incense to annihilate its soul. Its own Qilin divine fire just happened to counteract the perfumer's fragrances. But now, after personally experiencing it, the other's power acted directly upon the soul through the physical body. This force, while snapping the neck, also twisted the neck of the soul, crushing it. People say eating dragon heart and Qilin gallbladder. Didn't know if Qilin meat tastes good. These were the last sounds the Qilin heard before death. So, he was going to eat me. I'm a super divine beast, used for eating? Isn't that a waste? Then, this Qilin's thoughts plunged into eternal darkness. After the Qilin's demise, the realm of mystic powers dissipated, and the space originally filled with lava and spatial rifts crumbled as well, replaced by a starry sky surrounded by spatial rifts. Seeing this starry sky, Iman was slightly stunned. It was clearly not a real starry sky, but a seal similar to a star world. Iman had seen such seals before. Even the spatial rifts around were eerily familiar. 12 years ago, completing his first system task, constructing the Northern Crown Great Wall, blocking the spatial rifts between the Scarlet Blood Abyss and the All Heavens and Myriad Worlds. At that time, the spatial rift leading to the Scarlet Blood Abyss was extremely similar to this seal here. This spatial seal should also be sealing a rift leading to the Netherworld. Two hazy rays of light emerged from Iman's eyes as he looked toward the other side of the spatial seal. The first thing that came into view was an enormous blade beam. It carried boundless divine power, spanning heaven and earth. Even after countless years had passed, this blade mark remained exceptionally clear. It still emitted terrifying destructive power. Holy crap, why does this blade mark look somewhat familiar? Iman frowned slightly. Suddenly, he exclaimed, "Ah," and patted his head. Could this flashy blade mark be left by me? But why would I slash at the void for no reason? Ah, I remember now. After a moment, Iman finally found the origin of this blade mark in the recesses of his memory. Back then, it was the strike that chopped down the Bradford. So, this spatial seal is sealing a rift leading to the Dark Abyss? Iman narrowed his eyes. When he was in the Dark Abyss, he did not notice such a spatial rift leading to all heavens and myriad worlds. And at that time, the Bradford was skulking around there doing who knows what. It seemed that upon returning, he should have a good chat with the master of the Dark Abyss. Also, if Iman guessed correctly, the Jinwu Sanctuary and the Starsea Pavilion were also suppressing and sealing spatial rifts leading to the Netherworld realms. Someone wanted to use all heavens and myriad worlds as sacrifices, to instigate a war between the Divine Realm and the Netherworld. However, Iman felt something wasn't quite right. Why sacrifice all heavens and myriad worlds to start a war between the Divine Realm and the Netherworld? Could it be that all heavens and myriad worlds are their main target? No need to panic. Carlton was at Long Lake Villa. She should know the truth. But this blade mark... Iman licked his lips. This was the blade mark from chopping down a demon king comparable to a demon emperor. If given as a reference to Little Cabbage, her blade and tint realm might advance even further. In fact, Full Hall Kinniness, One Sword Edmundness and Rosalie, these disciples, were all cultivated using the system's power by Iman. Rewards from completing system tasks were mostly used on these disciples. Plus, the system itself provided Iman with many unbelievable abilities. So, his disciples could achieve results in merely 12 years that some ancient beings spent hundreds or thousands of years cultivating. Like blessed children of destiny, Iman took out a transmission J token and imprinted the image of the blade mark inside it. Simultaneously, he muttered under his breath half-jokingly, "But where did the system come from, and where has it run off to now? What if the system is the true heavenly way, while that thing above Rico's head is a squatter false heavenly way?" Iman didn't notice. In the purple mansion, the small sapling exuding faint purple aura trembled imperceptibly. An unknown amount of time later, when Iman appeared in the sky above the Tai-Xian holy sect, holding a fire-covered dead Qilin, everyone was thoroughly stunned. The aura from this Qilin was exactly the same as that roaring heavenly deity within the Tai-Xian holy sect. Was it really slaughtered by Arno June? Previously, some people doubted that Arno June couldn't slay a heavenly deity. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he proved it to everyone by holding the corpse of a heavenly deity-level Qilin. He, Arno June, can also slay heavenly deities. So, who is stronger between Arno June and Ashton? Chapter 176. Neck twisting once again. Who is stronger or weaker? I do not know, but look at that Qilin. Isn't its neck also twisted? These words plunged the entire Tai-Xian world and the spirit network into silence once more. Twisting necks again? This method of killing gods by Lord Arno really stands out. What kind of hobby is this, favoring the twisting of necks? Wait, no, those weren't human necks, but those of divine birds and beasts. So, it's a preference for twisting the necks of birds and beasts. At this moment, after confirming there were no other significant beings worth noting in the Tai-Xian world, Iman tossed the fire Qilin's corpse into the thousand illusion space, to be piled up with that Kelsey. Then, Lord Arno's gaze fell on Pepper once more. Pepper's body trembled like a Saikong. Note, this phrase is hard to translate naturally here. Consider, like a sieve, her eyes filled with fear. Lord Arno's actions, having slaughtered two major deities in quick succession, had left a tremendous psychological impact on Pepper. And now, his hostility towards her was completely unmasked. Great Lord Arno. Just then, within the Tai-Xian holy sect, the only Grand Elder who hadn't acted stepped forward, trembling as he stood behind Pepper. The Tai-Xian holy sect has suffered a great calamity. The Sacred Maiden is already our only hope. Please, my lord, show mercy. The Tai-Xian sect master, Darius, had been silently transformed into an avatar by a hell god Phoenix. And the celestial deity guarding the sealed land of the Tai-Xian holy sect suddenly turned into a fire Qilin. The atmosphere throughout the sect was fraught with anxiety. If mishandled, this vast martial sanctuary could easily crumble into chaos. Now, the only way to stabilize the situation was for the Tai Xian sacred maiden, Pepper, to quickly ascend to the position of sect master. Then they would try to establish contact with the divine realm to resolve this issue. Lord Arno gave the Grand Elder a long, deep look before slowly saying, "The technique Pepper used to turn Nicole into an avatar is identical to how that Kelsey turned Darius. Does she look like someone whose mother has died?" Upon hearing these words, Pepper's face changed several times over. The trace of sorrow that had barely formed in her eyes was shattered by Lord Arno's next words. "In truth, this is all your internal affair within the Tai Xian holy sect. This lord does not care nor wishes to interfere. But for Pepper to dare target my disciple, wouldn't it make us appear weak if I didn't address this as her teacher? Easy targets? Listen to what you're saying. You just slaughtered 2 deities. Who would think you're easy to bully? Except targeting my disciple. Fragrant divine kinniness?" In an instant, people recalled the conversation between Lord Arno and Darius when he arrived, about meeting that supposedly dying divine plant, then being flatly refused by the fake Darius. People also thought of the dance deity Nicole. Thus, Pepper was planning to turn fragrant divine kinniness into a puppet as well? No wonder Pepper had topped the beauties list for 800 years, using such underhanded methods. So, previously, Lord Arno had come looking for trouble with Pepper. Those deities with twisted necks, the Kelsey and the Ink Cheelin, were simply collateral damage, all because of Pepper. Thus, some force expended enormous effort setting up this scheme. Through countless hardships, they finally managed to deal with the celestial deity of the Tai Xian holy sect and turned its sect master into an avatar. But all was lost because Pepper wanted to top the beauties list. Amon noticed the emotional fluctuations around him and added, "This time, not only must I stand up for my disciple, but another person will come too. If he comes, the Tai Xian holy sect might cease to exist. Pepper, you know who I am talking about." Pepper's face instantly turned deathly pale. At that moment, she felt all strength leave her body as she collapsed motionless on the ground. Pepper clearly knew who Lord Arno was referring to. Meanwhile, the powerful figures of the Tai Xian holy sect who had just been felled by the drunken spirit incense released by Lord Arno earlier, had already woken up, but they were still limp and powerless, unable to move. Seeing this scene, everyone within the Tai Xian holy sect heaved a sigh of relief. Lord Arno ultimately did not kill indiscriminately. Iman felt a bit regretful. He had wanted to kill to quell resistance and tease that little bug a bit more. But he hadn't expected that this sole great elder who hadn't attacked him would decisively strike her down. Iman gave this great elder a deep look. He was actually a demigod, with the heavenly gate open but not yet reaching void deity level. It must be said, the strength of the 3 great holy lands indeed surpassed the 7 ancient families. Since that is so, let's consider this matter settled. 1 fire Cheelin, 1 Kelsey. Still warm? Better take them back for soup quickly. As for the spatial crack sealed by the Tai Xian holy sect, leading to the territory of the dark sky demon god, the Dark Abyss. Now, the dark sky demon god was already an old servant of Iman's family. As long as he was alive, the demons in the Dark Abyss had to follow his orders. Without the word of the dark sky demon god, the Dark Abyss wouldn't dare invade the myriad worlds. How about finding some time to go to the Crimson Blood Abyss and capture the great Crimson Sky Demon God too? No, the Crimson Blood Abyss has been at war with the myriad worlds for countless years, involving imperial-level existences from both the divine and demon realms. Various interest disputes are beyond what a single great Crimson Sky Demon God can resolve. If Iman truly had the strength now, it might have been different. But even without his alias identity, he wasn't even a deity yet. Matters between deities and demons were not yet something he could get officially involved in. Seeing Lord Arno leave, that demigod great elder of the Tai Xian holy sect revealed a twisted smile on his face. In his hands, a divine soul that kept howling had appeared. It was clearly Pepper. "I will personally perform a soul search. Let's see exactly what kind of monstrous creature dared to harm our Tai Xian holy land. And the physical body of Ainsley, destroy it." This was the Tai Xian holy sect's great humiliation. Even if this body was still alive, it absolutely could not be used again as an avatar. The headmaster of a holy land represented its honor. Back at the Great Xia Academy, from a distance, Iman heard the loud sound of mahjong clattering from Dragon Lake compound. His lips couldn't help but curve slightly upward. The atmosphere was quite harmonious. However, when Iman stepped into the courtyard gate, he was somewhat taken aback. He saw an elderly man in black robes with gray hair and beard sitting desolately in the corner. It was precisely the first great elder of the Zhenwu Holy Land, Eden, also a demigod-level figure. The very person who cleared obstacles for Iman back then, helping him ascend to the position of headmaster of the Zhenwu Holy Land. Eden noticed someone walking into the yard, subconsciously lifting his head. Then, a familiar figure abruptly entered his line of sight. Eden stared dumbfounded. Subconsciously speaking, headmaster. Smack. Chapter 177, Black Chicken Soup? Hell Divine Phoenix Soup? Iman watched as Eden fiercely slapped himself, retracting the word, teach, that was about to escape his lips. Iman tugged at the corners of his mouth, and then sneakily glanced at the 4 people at the mahjong table. At this moment, the 4 beauties from the beauty list were seated by the mahjong table, engrossed in their game, completely oblivious to any external disturbances. It had to be admitted, the game of mahjong held its unique charm in any world, making people addicted and unable to extricate themselves. Of course, Iman had tampered with the mahjong set, so it could block divine sense probing. Any forced divine sense exploration would trigger a warning. With a natural expression, Iman walked into the small kitchen of the courtyard and transmitted sound to Eden. "Come over." Only now did Eden regain his senses from shock and hurriedly followed. He carefully scrutinized the young man in front of him. The brows and eyes were exactly the same as when he was younger, but now they exuded even more vigor and brilliance. The 3 great martial arts holy lands all had ties with the divine realm, and becoming the head of one required verification. Not just anyone could become the head of a martial arts holy land. This was also why the Hell Divine Phoenix chose to Mao Shan Lian Zhi Yu Zhi Tang Cheng Sun Wai Hua Sun rather than personally becoming the head of the Holy Land. Since Iman didn't become the head of Jinwu Holy Land as the Holy Sun, he needed to be verified. At that time, the system hadn't concealed anything for him, instead allowing him to openly show his true face to Eden, the first Grand Elder of Jinwu Holy Land. Thus, Eden was one of the few who knew Iman's true identity. Despite this, he unwaveringly chose to help Iman conceal his true self and clear obstacles for him. Over the years, using the numerous treasures Iman left behind in Jinwu Holy Land, Eden maintained the stability of the Holy Land on Iman's behalf. Back then, the Spirit Network had just started developing. Some old-timers instinctively rejected this new thing, so they hadn't added Iman's transmission mark. Busy with system tasks, Iman gradually lost contact. Not long ago, after the name Roman spread throughout the world, to avoid trouble, he withdrew his image from the Spirit Network. Those images that weren't removed were heavily blurred. As a result, Eden didn't realize that the Roman and the Saint Son of Star Sea Pavilion were actually the very person he had been missing. Recently, Eden had taken the initiative to accept Carlton as Iman's disciple on behalf of Iman. Carlton, being only a Saint Son, didn't need to be verified. Even if she did, only the head could verify her. So there was a mix-up, and the Saint Son turned into a Saint Daughter. At this moment, Eden felt like crying out of excitement. He thought the Saint Son he had finally found had been lured away by the Saint Son of Star Sea Pavilion. But now, the Saint Son of Star Sea Pavilion turned out to be the head of their own Jinwu Holy Land. This meant that once Daisy kicked the bucket, their own head might take over as the head of Star Sea Pavilion too. One person, heading two major holy lands. Furthermore, why did their head become the Saint Son of Star Sea Pavilion under a false name back then, only to suddenly disappear? It seemed he didn't want to apprentice under Daisy. Indeed, the head is closer to us in Jinwu Holy Land. If the head marries the Saint Daughter, while Eden's thoughts were swirling, and his old face almost blooming like a flower, Iman suddenly appeared before him and stuffed something fragrant into his mouth. In an instant, Eden felt every pore in his body opening up, and the accumulated internal injuries from years of battles began to heal slightly. More importantly, his somewhat shaky half-god realm stabilized a bit. Looking shocked at the young man in front of him, he asked, Palace Master, what is this? Iman remained calm. Black chicken. How is the saltiness? Eden. Jay just right, delicious. A black chicken? Your family's black chicken contains such terrifying essence? It even seems to carry fragments of divine law. You could say it's a divine chicken, I wouldn't doubt it. Wait, divine chicken? Earlier during the live stream, someone seemed to snap the neck of a divine chicken. No, wait, it was a black phoenix. Thinking of the other three people in this courtyard besides their Saint Daughter. No. Struck as if by lightning, Eden stood rooted to the spot. Iman nodded satisfactorily. It's fine as long as it tastes good. This was the Hell Divine Phoenix soup he had stewed using the 8-trigram furnace. All negative fire toxins, impurities, and even various primal forces inside were refined into the most basic divine principles. Little Cabbage was still poisoned, and wasn't suitable to consume such an extremely potent dish. The current black chicken soup was just right. However, Carlton, Luo Chanshin became his disciple due to Eden's remarkable efforts. Back then, Luo Chanshin was assisted by him to firmly take the throne of Empress of 9 Heavens. And with lightning speed, she unified the 9 Heavens divine realm, establishing a vast 9 Heavens divine nation. Could this be considered another of his little cabbages? Iman filled a large bowl full of broth for Eden and motioned for him to drink it slowly on the side. Eden shakily took the bowl, his body slightly trembling. He was certain that what was in the bowl was undoubtedly a legendary super divine beast. Hell Divine Phoenix. A super divine beast had been stewed into black chicken soup by their young master. Iman no longer paid attention to Eden. He took out 4 exquisitely crafted spirit artifact small bowls with heat-retaining functions. Pouring the translucent soup into these bowls, he brought them to the mahjong table. Someone just sent over a black chicken. I stewed it into soup. You can drink while playing. Augusta's eyes lit up. Xiao Fenwick, did you personally stew this? Iman nodded. You could say so. Stewed with the 8-trigram furnace, but it's practically the same. Carlton tasted a sip, her pupils dilating instantly. No. What kind of soup is this? Black chicken soup? How could there be such a black chicken in the world? As the Empress of 9 Heavens, she could be sure this was definitely a divine bird stewed into soup. Yet, this bowl was different from the divine bird soup Carlton had tasted before. An idea struck Carlton. Super divine bird. Seeing Carlton's shocked expression, Rosalie and Carissa hurriedly lifted their bowls and sipped cautiously. Rosalie's eyes were dazed, staring at Iman mechanically. Xiao Fenwick, where did you get this black chicken? Who could have possibly delivered a divine bird just to stew soup? Iman pointed at Carissa. Her master gave it. Hearing this, Carissa's face showed obvious panic. My master came? But he didn't see me. Is it because he knows I've changed my heart and become a slag woman, so he's angry and doesn't want me anymore? Clearly, these 4 had been engrossed in mahjong and hadn't noticed the updates on the Spirit Network. Looking at Carissa's melancholy face, Augusta's eyes flashed with a hint of satisfaction. Carissa thinks she's a slag woman? Can't she hold firm faith in herself once? Right at this moment, Eden, still squatting in the corner, slowly raised his head. He held a basin-sized large bowl, chewing while speaking indistinctly. Maybe you should check the Spirit Network first. Recently, Liao Yujun overturned the Taishian sacred sect for the sake of the fragrant deity. This black chicken was what Liao Yujun brought back from Taishian sacred sect. Mentioning black chicken, Eden's old face couldn't help but twitch. This black chicken had refined the leader of the Taishian sacred sect into an external avatar. Hearing this, the 4 quickly took out their communication jade tokens. Chapter 178. The soup cooked by a super divine beast must taste terrible, and it must be sour. The four had just opened the communication jade token when they were instantly bombarded with various messages on the spirit network, leaving them dizzy. The spirit network had completely exploded. Various eye-catching entries followed one after another. First was the appearance of the Gabriel, which triggered a series of events, especially that treasure map and the event involving the Taisu Holy Maiden Pepper. It had ignited the entire realm of Myriad Heavens. Then, another big shot from the Myriad Heavens, Lord Arno, appeared at the Taisu Holy Sect. To get even for his disciple, fragrant deity Carissa, he almost overturned the Taisu Holy Sect. Furthermore, he revealed that the Grandmaster of Taisu had been refined into an avatar. Finally, he forced the first Grand Elder of the Taisu Holy Sect to personally execute the Holy Maiden Pepper. And the most shocking thing was, Lord Arno, with an absolutely domineering attitude, twisted the necks of two major deities. One of these deities was none other than the heavenly deity realm's supreme divine beast, the Fire Kirin. At this moment, even Carlton, the Sherry, looked astonished. The black chicken soup in this bowl was indeed a super divine bird, and not just any super divine bird, but the hellish divine phoenix unique to the Great Ruins. Carlton couldn't help but murmur, so, the super divine bird I have never eaten in the divine realm. I actually got to eat it after coming to the lower realms? And it was cooked by my own celestial seer. Looking at the image of Lord Arno in the jade token, Carlton could be 100% sure that it was definitely her celestial seer. The problem with the Taisu Holy Sect was similar to the True Wu Sacred Land. Both issues stemmed from the sealed lands. No wonder she had no clue before. A force capable of deploying two supreme divine beasts was absolutely formidable. Fortunately, the celestial seer took action. In the heart of this Sherry, there was nothing her celestial seer couldn't solve. Unable to resist, Carlton glanced at the other three women at the mahjong table. Each of them possessed unmatched beauty and extraordinary talent, all with the potential to become divine emperors. These were absolutely her rivals. But strangely enough, why couldn't she dislike them? Carlton looked at Carissa again and couldn't help but say, this time, I benefited from fragrant deity. To think I actually drank the soup cooked from a super divine bird. Carissa had finished watching the entire process. She was still in shock. Upon hearing Carlton's words, she suddenly came to her senses and immediately broke into a cheerful smile. Her master indeed cared about her and was always paying attention to her. As soon as news spread that Nicole had been refined into an avatar by Pepper, Master immediately went to seek justice for her. For a moment, the shadow of disappointment in her heart vanished. Carissa gave Carlton a proud smile. It's all right. Good things should be shared together. As she spoke, she poked Augusta's arm and said with a grin, my master also went to stand up for you. She had only been outwitted by Pepper, but Augusta had truly been struck by the six-path primordial cold lock, recalling how Knightless Marquis once placed the legendary tripod over her head and directly gifted it to her. It didn't seem wrong for her master to go to bat for Augusta. Augusta first sneakily glanced at Amon, then flashed a huge smile. You have a really great master. Carissa nodded vigorously. Absolutely. I wish I could tie my master to the bed, marinate and pickle. Carlton. Danilo. The two stared at Carissa, stunned. They had never heard such an outrageous statement before. They really treated them like family. Amon rubbed her brow. Continue playing. I'll go roast suckling pig. Carlton was somewhat puzzled. What? Roast suckling pig? Augusta smiled slightly. That's roasting the Fire Kirin. Carlton. Just cooked the hellish divine phoenix. Now going to roast the Kirin. So, does my celestial seer usually play on such a grand scale? No wonder he gave up the power in the divine realm to return to the myriad heavens of the lower realms. In the divine realm, any god emperor or god king who obtained a supreme divine beast would seriously cultivate it into a mount or spirit pet. Even if it was the corpse of a fallen supreme divine beast, they would carefully preserve it, then use it for refining pills, forging artifacts, or crafting other treasures. Even the flesh of a void god realm supreme divine beast was a top-notch ingredient. Yet here, one was stewed and the other roasted. Such a scenario was unimaginable in the divine realm. Come, let's play mahjong. At this moment, with a very good mood, Carissa first savored several sips of phoenix soup delightfully. Then she invited the other three to continue their mahjong game. Carlton couldn't help but massage her forehead. This little girl actually didn't think there was anything wrong with Iman roasting, or stewing the divine birds and beasts sent by her master. She even happily shared them with everyone. So, she probably realized something but her brain couldn't keep up with her instincts. The other two seemed to be in a similar situation. Iman glanced at Thomas, who was still snoring loudly in the corner. Unable to resist, she asked, how much longer will that guy sleep? Carissa turned her head, a trace of helplessness surfacing in her eyes. My senior brother hasn't slept for half a year while refining pills. Probably a few more days. 6 bamboo sticks. Chi. Pong. Jin. Carissa. Amon came before Thomas and placed a cleansing robe charm on him. This thoroughly cleaned him from head to toe. Then she said to Jean and Elizabeth, you two clean up a room and carry him in. The two divine empresses quickly nodded and immediately set to work. After settling Thomas down, Elizabeth couldn't help but murmur softly, a super divine beast. I didn't eat one even when I was Dragon Empress. Jean rolled her eyes at her. Aren't you yourself a super divine beast? If you want to eat a super divine beast, just bite yourself. Elizabeth. Jean then cautiously glanced at Danilo squatting in the corner, feasting heartily. First, she swallowed hard, then said solemnly, actually, it's not that tasty. The meat of a super divine beast must be sour, especially when stewed into soup. It's so sour it's terrible. Elizabeth also swallowed saliva while nodding. Yes. It's not only sour but also bitter. Just thinking about eating a super divine beast is unpleasant. My own meat is sour, bitter, and astringent. I once bit my tongue while eating. It tasted really bad. Clang, clang. While the two divine empress maids were whispering and swallowing saliva, two giant bowls larger than wash basins landed before them. They were full of meat and broth. Jean and Elizabeth's eyes lit up instantly. Jean hurriedly picked up the bowl, cautiously took a sip, and said with satisfaction, "So fragrant, better than I imagined." Elizabeth already grabbed a piece of meat, stuffed it in her mouth, and chewed until grease dripped down her chin. Delicious, delicious, as expected from a super divine beast. It's delicious no matter how it's cooked. How lucky we are to follow such a master. Even dragon emperors can't get a super divine beast, yet he casually gives us one. Right. Being a maid here is much better than being an empress in the divine realm. By the way, when are we going to capture that reincarnated demon empress and bring her back? After finishing eating, we'll ask for leave and go immediately. Chapter 179, The Divine Spirit in the Divine Storage. At this moment, Iman had already thrown the Chilin's flesh into the bagua furnace for roasting. The bagua furnace was quite versatile, capable of refining pills, forging equipment, stewing soups, and roasting meat. The bodies of the hellish divine phoenix and fire Chilin were immensely vast. Placed within the thousand illusion space, they resembled two small mountain peaks. The amount currently being stewed or roasted didn't even reach 1,000th of their size. Iman had already found some clues he wanted from these two divine beasts. Though the hellish divine phoenix and fire Chilin originated from different worlds as super divine beasts, they both carried an extremely similar aura. It wasn't a cultivation technique, but rather a divine power. Although Iman hadn't seen that kind of aura before, he had donned countless disguises across the three realms. Finding such an aura wasn't difficult. After finding these clues, the remaining value of these two divine beasts was merely to be stewed into soup and roasted into meat. Under the guise of trying his hand at cooking for the first time, Iman sent the hellish phoenix soup to his grandfather and parents through a small teleportation array via a communication talisman. However, what left Iman speechless was that his parents, Baylor and Leora, had already led the 180,000 Azure Dragon army troops to slaughter at North Crown Great Wall. And within North Crown Great Wall, they had killed several enemy commanders and cut down numerous demon armies from the Crimson Blood Abyss. Forget it. If they like going, let them go. Besides, with Jarvis there, nothing should go wrong. Jarvis was none other than the younger brother of Selen, who controlled the Xuanhuan Grand Formation in the Nine Heavens Divine Nation. With him guarding, even if Iman's parents entered the Crimson Blood Abyss, they would be safe. At this very moment, Iman had already entered the Grand Concealment Array he had constructed for himself. The world of the Great Xia Dynasty could now support a divine-level array. Iman consecutively sacrificed the life soul beads twice, gaining the power of disguise. After the power of disguise dissipated, his cultivation and strength improved once again, smoothly breaking through the purple stage and entering the divine communication realm. Iman's primordial spirit also further strengthened, condensing into a primordial spirit dharma body. Right at this moment, Iman noticed that within the divine storage of his index fingers on both hands, two figures appeared, identical to Iman. Seeing the divine spirits clearly within the divine storage, Iman instantly widened his eyes. So this is it. This is the true meaning of divine radiance of all heavens. The divine spirit in the divine storage is my primordial spirit, or rather, the divine spirit is me myself. Iman tried to activate the primordial spirit within the divine storage. In the next instant, those two supreme divine powers, the supreme Vajra sword chi and heavenly light divine command spear technique instantly activated. Forming a sword and spear dharma body, they were held in his left and right hands. Previously, whenever Iman wanted to use the supreme Vajra sword chi or heavenly light divine command spear technique, he needed to first activate the divine storage before he could mobilize these two divine powers. But now, with the primordial spirit transformed into divine spirits within the divine storage, he only needed to mobilize the power of the divine spirit to instantly cast these two divine-level great powers simultaneously. The divine radiance of all heavens. So this is how it works. When the divine spirit within the divine storage matures, it can leave the storage and enter reality. It's equivalent to my dharma embodiment. Doesn't that mean I can continue creating new disguises? Ever since he experienced the benefits of using disguises, Iman had ventured down this path, never looking back. Of course, the divine spirits within the divine storage were not yet fully formed and remained in the primordial spirit state. Nevertheless, it still caused Iman's strength to surge dramatically. He could now simultaneously wield the supreme Vajra sword chi and heavenly light divine command spear technique through the divine spirit in the divine storage. Moreover, during the casting process, the two techniques operated independently without interfering with each other. They could simultaneously unleash the strongest power Iman could achieve now. If so, then I should open another divine storage. Iman's eyes lit up. If he could simultaneously cast two great techniques, why not 3, 4, or even more? Iman had no shortage of top-tier great techniques. He couldn't help but recall Carissa's frequently used primal wasteland imprisoning heaven finger. Then, he focused on his right middle finger. Yes, this spot will do. During fights, I can give you the finger, or make a peace sign. Meanwhile, Rico and Jeremy, this master-disciple duo, returned to the Great Xia Academy in a wretched state. How dare they? How dare the 14 provinces? They actually refused to refund my spirit stones. That was 10,000 upper-grade spirit stones. Recalling his previous experience at the 14 provinces branch, Rico was almost driven mad. People from the 14 provinces actually said that the Bodhi who committed suicide was a fake. The real Bodhi was alive and well, telling him to go back and wait patiently for news. Wait your mother. Bodhi had publicly detonated in front of everyone. The greatest fortune teller of all heavens, Hobie, had even personally declared that the individual had already perished. You 14 provinces, just for my 100 million high-grade spirit stones, are now uttering nonsense. Rico was ranting and raving, while condemning the shamelessness of the 14 provinces on the spirit net. However, his post seemed to sink like a stone into the sea, causing not even a ripple. Nowadays, the spirit net was filled with news about the Forget-Worries nobleman, Bodhi, supreme saintess of great profound saint sect, and the new four beauties of all heavens, including true martial saintess Carlton. Who would care about a mere martial artist's outcry? Jeremy watched Rico ranting, his face also turning grim. Those 200 million high-grade spirit stones, 180 million of which were his life savings. In a few days, the heavenly secret realm will open. Jeremy sighed and interrupted Rico's ranting. This is your last chance. It's rumored that the heavenly god within the heavenly secret realm is an ancestor of your Yi family. If you can successfully enter the heavenly secret realm this time, perhaps you could gain its inheritance and find a way to regenerate your limbs. Hearing Jeremy's calm yet slightly effeminate voice, Rico calmed down as well. His eyes narrowed slightly. If they don't let me in, then no one goes in. Recently, Rico had been preparing to block the entrance to the heavenly secret realm. At this moment, his cultivation had reached the peak of the mystic light realm. Moreover, he had cultivated the Plum Blossom Manual to the minor completion stage, combined with the power of the divine emperor-level technique Black Secret Canon. In the divine land world, and even across all heavens and worlds among the younger generation, even though his cultivation wasn't at the highest level, his true combat strength absolutely ranked him among the top. Of course, this was under the premise of excluding the likes of the Blade God, Sword God, Fragrance God, Alchemy God, and Zither God. But facing Amon, Rico felt absolutely confident. Rico believed that he had never truly lost to Amon. From beginning to end, he always lost due to the 10 Fragrances muscle relaxant. And now, arriving at the Great Xia Academy and coming into contact with the primal ancient clan, his cultivation and strength advanced rapidly, breaking through one level after another in alchemy and pharmacology. The body that was originally immune to 101 poisons had now successfully improved to being immune to 133 poisons. Currently, Rico was full of fervor, yearning for a head-on battle with Amon. By the way, Master, I heard, the newly crowned fourth beauty of all heavens, true martial saintess Carlton, also came to the Great Xia Dynasty? Suddenly, Rico's heart moved, asking tentatively. Although he was crippled, he still harbored aspirations. He couldn't help but develop some interest in the newly crowned beauty, the true martial saintess. Rico firmly believed that he would recover someday. Jeremy took out a communication talisman, frowning. True martial saintess actually joined the Great Xia River Mountain Academy, and she's currently with Iman. Rico's face darkened immediately. Iman, always Iman. The top three on the beauty list, Blade God, Fragrance God, and Zither God, all revolve around Amon. Now the top three have become the four beauties, and Carlton went to Amon again. Rico let out a roar. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Master, I plan to hold a medicinal tasting gathering in your name, inviting all the geniuses from all over the divine land world to attend. Of course, the medicinal tasting gathering was just an excuse. The four beauties of all heavens were all with Amon. Rico didn't believe these young geniuses from all heavens and worlds would remain indifferent. On the other side, Harris and others from the primal ancient clan were also discussing the gathering. Rico guessed right. The simultaneous appearance of the four beauties of all heavens indeed caused dissatisfaction among many people. However, Brother Z sang, this time we won't bring Rico, right? Why should we take a shit martial artist? Not bringing him. Absolutely not bringing him. What if he defecates on the spot again? The representative of the Yi family will be Michael. Chapter 180. If the ointment were effective, would the swelling last this long? Rico and the disciples of the venerated ancient family almost simultaneously started preparing for the young gathering. However, this time, Rico did not use the name of the venerated ancient family but directly raised the banner of the All-Heaven Alchemy League. Now, Rico has already joined the All-Heaven Alchemy League, becoming a member of the Alliance. Jeremy also mobilized his network. He found several renowned alchemy grandmasters from all heaven, promising countless benefits, getting them to come preside over this alchemy evaluation conference to create momentum, and directly shaping Rico into a prominent young alchemist across the myriad worlds. In Iman's right middle finger, the third divine storehouse has already been opened. His primordial spirit instantly projected into it, transformed by the power of the divine storehouse into a deity. Within this third divine storehouse, the skill being refined is the emperor-level great skill, pointing at the sky, inspired by Carissa. While playing, suddenly using fingertips to poke someone, it does feel pretty unique. It's done. Suddenly, Iman's heart slightly stirred. He gently waved his hand. A drop of emerald green liquid flew out from the Bagua furnace and landed in his palm. It was the medicine Amon prepared for Carlton to stop the Nine Sources heartburn lock from further extracting her vitality. Inside the Bagua furnace, there are countless miniature worlds, capable of simultaneously roasting meat, stewing soup, refining pills, forging artifacts, and refining medicinal liquids without interfering with each other. Amon stretched lazily and then returned to the courtyard. Carlton, come here with me. I've already prepared the medicinal fluid to suppress your vital energy. Upon hearing this, Carlton's eyes lit up instantly. Wait, hold on. Self-draw, chicken, win, money, pay up, Iman. Eden had black lines covering his forehead. Augusta, Carissa, and Rosalie reluctantly took out many spirit stones and pushed them towards Carlton. Carlton, holding the spirit stones, bounced over to Amon. Come, let's detoxify. Apparently, the Divine Seer's method of detoxification is topical application. Topical application. Just thinking about it gets one excited. At the same time, Augusta, Carissa, and Rosalie stood up tacitly and silently followed behind the two. Seeing this, Eden hurriedly followed as well. But just in the next moment, Jean and Elizabeth, like two gate deities, blocked him. Jean said disdainfully, "My lord is helping the little girl detox. Why should an old coffin bone like you tag along?" Elizabeth then slightly leaked a bit of her aura. Eden retreated several steps, eyes wide open. Half-god, These two seemingly ordinary maids are actually half gods just like himself. No, these two maids are absolutely more powerful than himself. Indeed, our young sect leader is unfathomably deep. However, it makes sense too. Our sect leader is detoxifying their holy maiden. Why should an old man like me tag along? Speaking of which, the holy maiden is still the disciple of the sect leader. She might even become the sect leader's wife someday. Thinking of this, Eden lowered his voice and smiled awkwardly. Ladies, would you be interested in joining the true martial Holy Land? Elizabeth snorted, not interested. Eden added, please don't rush to refuse. Your lord is precisely our true martial Holy Land's sect leader. Jean pouted disdainfully. So what if our lord is the sect leader of the true martial Holy Land? Our lord is also the Duke of Nevernight in the 14 provinces. Thump. Eden fell to the ground, staring blankly at the two half-god maids before him. He couldn't say a word. Because of the hellish divine phoenix, Eden guessed that Amon was the forgetter lord of the 3,000 guests. But now, his maid informed him that their sect leader was also the Duke of Nevernight of the 14 provinces. That supreme strength in all heaven, the Duke of Nevernight? No wonder he hadn't thought of coming back to visit the true martial Holy Land for so many years. Turns out he has a bunch of girlfriends outside. Suddenly, Eden realized something else. His young sect leader is both the Duke of Nevernight and the forgetter lord. That's why the blade god, sword god, fragrance god, and alchemy god all gathered here naturally. Then what about the human imperial princess, the music god Rosalie? Could it be our young sect leader is also the prime minister of the human imperial dynasty, Auric? This unbelievable thought made Eden draw a cold breath. As the first Grand Senior of the true martial Holy Land, one of the three major martial Holy Lands of all heaven, Eden naturally knew what the human imperial dynasty meant in the great realm of Huaxia, the human imperial dynasty, or perhaps the orthodox world of humanity. If the young sect leader was revered as a great sage by the orthodox world of humanity, for a moment, Eden's heart began to race wildly. The fifth venerated ancient family had been destroyed, and the seal on the territory it once suppressed had already been lifted. If the seals of the other 7 venerated ancient families were also lifted in succession, no, I must maintain my composure. I cannot divulge any hint of this information. The sect leader seems to have kept these identities even from his disciples. In an instant, Eden calmed his mind and placed multiple layers of restrictions on his memories. If someone tried to search his soul, these memories would immediately collapse. Eden's little maneuvers could not escape Elizabeth and Jean. They nodded one after another. No wonder their master trusted him so much. He was the first to receive the soup made from the hellish divine phoenix. Eden squatted in his exclusive corner, holding a large bowl, quietly digesting the identity of Amon. In Carlton's room, her eyes were bright, and she asked in a voice barely above a whisper, Should I undress? Before her words finished, 6 icy gazes fell upon her simultaneously, each wanting to punch holes into Carlton's body. Amon opened his mouth. That's not necessary. It's just to suppress the poison. Carlton sighed regretfully. Oh, Augusta, Carissa, and Rosalie all heaved a sigh of relief at the same time. But then Carlton's next sentence put them on edge again. Oh, right, something happened recently, and my bottom is a bit swollen. Despite trying many methods, I couldn't get rid of the swelling. Can you help me with it? Iman. This has been going on for how long? And it still hasn't gone down. For a moment, Iman felt some guilt. Was I too harsh when I hit her? But it didn't make sense. Iman stopped hitting immediately when he noticed the swelling. Why did the system arrange such an unreasonable task? To hit Luochinian's bottom. At this moment, Iman was somewhat awkward. Alright. I happen to have some ointment for reducing swelling. Afterwards, you can apply it yourself. As he spoke, he took out a bottle of bruise-relieving and anti-inflammatory ointment. Carlton's face turned red, and under those 6 cold glares, she whispered, But I can't reach. Iman. He looked at the 9th Heaven Empress before him, who now had a flushed face. His mind was in chaos. Is this really the high and mighty, emotionless, ice-cold 9th Heaven Empress he knows? She wasn't like this before. Moreover, it seemed Carlton had guessed his identity. She was a true divine emperor and wouldn't act recklessly. So now, Carlton realized she was acting out of place and quickly added, If the ointment were effective, would the swelling last this long? She was sure that Shenxiang must have guessed that she knew his identity. But, I need to pretend I don't know he knows I know. As long as I act foolish, I won't scare Shenxiang away. Iman heard this and snapped back to reality. Indeed, if the ointment were effective, why would the swelling last so long? He stuttered, So, it has to be external application? External application required technique. Carlton innocently nodded. Beside her, Augusta, Rosalie, and Carissa's eyes gleamed dangerously. Augusta gritted her teeth. That but must have been hit, right? Whoever hit you should be the one applying the ointment. Why are you involving our Fenwick? Carissa and Rosalie quickly chimed in. Exactly. Every action has a cause and effect. Find the person who hit you. Carlton's face was full of resentment as she glanced at Amon furtively before looking away. Iman. At this moment, he wanted to cover his face. Ultimately, he waved helplessly at the other 3. You 3 go out first. Chapter 181. Carly is Carly. We know nothing. The door was slammed with a deafening sound. Although reluctant, Augusta, Carissa, and Rosalie all exited the room. I'm so furious. Carissa stomped her feet in anger. That damned woman. She actually hit on Carly right before our eyes. I haven't even been given external treatment by Carly yet. Augusta, Rosalie, why don't you 2 say something? Rosalie's face remained expressionless. As a princess of her kingdom, she was naturally more composed than Carissa. At this moment, she was contemplating an issue. Why was she so angry? She liked her master Auric clearly. But now, upon seeing Iman, she instantly forgot about Auric. Suddenly, Rosalie turned to look at Carissa and Augusta. Why are you 2 so angry? Augusta, I remember your loyalty to your master. Just because I said my master is handsomer than yours, you attacked me. And Carissa earlier, you knew your master came but did not come to see him. Carissa froze, about to confess that she was a scumbag girl. However, it seemed like her mood had shifted too quickly, forgetting her master and starting to feel jealous over Carly and Carlton. Scumbagging couldn't be this easy. Rosalie continued talking to herself. During my time here, I never once thought of my master. My mind has been full of thoughts about Carly. Especially just now, I almost couldn't hold back from fighting Carlton. But Carly asked me to leave, and I left? Carissa stared dumbfounded at Rosalie. Augusta sighed softly. Let's talk in my room. It looked like they were both about to have an awakening, their minds catching up with instincts. This was originally just her little secret. Carissa and Rosalie were puzzled but followed Augusta to her room. Augusta reversed her hand, casting 36 soundproofing and blocking formations. Then, she sighed, some things can be left unsaid as long as we understand them internally. Carissa still looked confused. What exactly are you saying? Rosalie also stared intently at Augusta. Augusta shrugged. Isn't it enough to understand in our hearts? For instance, I dare to secretly pinch Carly's bottom, but I wouldn't dare do that to my master. Carissa felt as if struck by lightning, her eyes wide open. You mean, Carly is your? Augusta gave her a meaningful glance, stopping Carissa's unspoken words with her eyes. Carissa's mind raced. She stuttered, I dared to touch Carly's pectorals and abs, but I wouldn't dare touch my master. Being tied up and fantasizing was only in her mind. Rosalie replied dazedly, I dared, but I scared my master away. In the next instant, two sharp explosions rang out, but were muffled by the room's soundproofing formation. Carissa and Rosalie both stared at Augusta. Dee did you mean? Augusta nodded lightly. She glanced out the window. Also, the old man outside is Eden, the first supreme elder of the true martial sanctuary. That Carlton is the sacred maiden of the true martial sanctuary and also the disciple of the true martial master. If it were anyone else, they might not think along these lines. But Augusta was one of the two leaders of the 14 states. Her observational and analytical skills were unmatched among the three. Thus, Augusta was the first to guess the truth. Moreover, how could the 14 states establish such a vast intelligence network? By creating multiple aliases. Each core member of the 14 states' absolute leadership had at least one alias. While the 14 states originated from 14 ancient intelligence organizations across various heavens, the combination of those 14 would still fall far short of today's 14 states. Because each core member of the 14 states actively created multiple identities, infiltrating every corner of the myriad worlds. The intelligence network was perfected in this way. As the ruler of the 14 states, it was reasonable for the Knightless Marquis to have many aliases. Carissa and Rosalie exchanged glances. Then, both began silently focusing their divine souls, introspecting about their feelings and thoughts. After what felt like a long time, Carissa finally stammered, So, am I not a scumbag? Augusta nodded, pretty loyal. No matter what form he took, you could always precisely find him, and wanted to tie him back. Especially upon seeing the Knightless Marquis, you immediately want to tie him up. It was precisely at that moment, through Carissa's reaction, that Augusta started to have some ideas. Rosalie wore an expression of sheer hopelessness. So, 3 years ago, my master, Carly was only 14? Carissa's eyes sparkled. But he has grown up now. Augusta nodded. Don't reveal it. Carly is Carly. No one else can be him. A peculiar light gradually flickered in Carissa's eyes. I won't expose it. Absolutely not. Rosalie grew increasingly excited. If we did, Carly would certainly run away again. He has so many identities. If he changes into another one, we might never find him. Augusta looked at the two, sighing helplessly. Originally, this was just her secret. She could have secretly taken advantage as she wished. But the two before her were also gradually awakening, their minds catching up with their instincts. Augusta had no choice but to clarify things with them ahead of time. Otherwise, considering these two's nature, they would surely blurt it out, maybe even ask him on for confirmation on the spot. If Carly became master again, how could she dare to do anything? Though Augusta had always intended to be a defiant disciple of her master, it remained nothing more than an unattainable dream. Now that Ethan had become Carly, the dream seemed within reach. She didn't wish for Carly to revert to the high and mighty Ethan who was untouchable. Most importantly, once Iman's identity was exposed, it would be disastrous. For Iman, Augusta had long changed her tendency to speak without discretion. This time was truly out of necessity. In fact, whether it was Augusta, Carissa, or Rosalie, their instincts had always precisely located Iman and been drawn to him. This indicated that what they liked was not just his disguise but the person himself. As for Iman's cultivation and strength, they couldn't care less about these matters. Carissa licked her lips, looking delighted. Then next time, can I also sneak a pinch at his bottom? Rosalie gave her a disparaging glance. Don't go too far, or you'll scare him off again. By the way, there's Carlton. She clearly recognized Carly, which is why she deliberately flirted with him. When Rosalie mentioned Carlton, Augusta suddenly recalled a past incident, saying rather awkwardly, I feel like Carlton's swollen bottom was hit by the Carly. Rosalie and Carissa stared at Augusta in unison. How do you know? Augusta fell silent for a moment. Because I've been spanked too, though not swelled. Yes, Carly is indeed the kindest to me. Finally, the three exchanged glances once more. They confirmed one last time. Carly is Carly. No one else can be him. He hasn't dropped any mask. We know nothing. Everything remains normal. Carissa and Rosalie were already struggling to contain their excitement. Although they couldn't be as brazen as Augusta, sneaking in some minor favors was still acceptable, right? At this moment, Carlton's eyes glittered. First, where should we start? Iman sighed. Your vitality is still depleting. Let's suppress it first. Speaking, he waved his hand, and a drop of emerald green medicinal liquid appeared before them. You should roll up your sleeves. Left upper arm's inner xuanhuan acupoint. Chapter 182. Has the swelling gone down? No. The xuanhuan point on the inner side of her left upper arm. Upon hearing Iman's words, Carlton did not hesitate for a moment. Her true essence lightly vibrated, and the sleeve on her left arm turned into a wisp of green smoke that dissipated. A slender white arm abruptly caught Iman's eyes, blinding him momentarily. A hint of amusement flickered in Carlton's eyes. Then she raised her left arm and placed it in Iman's hands. Iman's body stiffened instantly, his heart thudding rapidly. The warm, soft, smooth, and tender sensation transmitted through his hands straight to his mind. At this very moment, Carlton's expression merged with that of the aloof Alicia who ruled over countless deities. The haughty Alicia could be this gentle at times. A jumble of thoughts flooded Iman's mind instantaneously, but only for an instant. His state of mind quickly returned to calmness. All restlessness and distracting thoughts were suppressed by him. This was not the time to indulge in such chaotic thoughts. Though Carlton was the Alicia of the divine realm, with immensely powerful primordial power, the Nine Sources Heartburn Lock was no ordinary poison. If Carlton were to activate her ultimate trump card and forcibly revert to Flora from the Alicia, she could indeed break free from this lock. However, if so, this extremely potent toxin crafted from 9 primordial powers would also change, retaliating further against Flora. Iman couldn't guarantee what would happen then. Fortunately, I seized the 10-phase Heavenly Kingdom from Rico previously. Otherwise, dealing with this 9 Sources Heartburn Lock would have been quite troublesome. The 10-phase Heavenly Kingdom cultivated 10 primordial forces, forging a primordial Heavenly Kingdom. Compared to the 9 Sources Heartburn Lock, it had one additional primordial force, space. And to neutralize the 9 Sources Heartburn Lock, the 10-phase Heavenly Kingdom needed to be invoked. Using the space Heavenly Kingdom to suppress it, followed by the other 9 primordial Heavenly Kingdoms to refine the 9 primordial poisons. However, this was also a significant undertaking. Those 9 primordial poisons were already intertwined with Carlton, requiring Iman to carefully formulate a detoxification plan. For now, as long as he could suppress Carlton's vitality, this 9 Sources Heartburn Lock wouldn't stir up any trouble temporarily. In contrast, Frost's 6 Paths Primordial Cold Lock was more urgent. She had been poisoned for quite some time. With these thoughts, Iman's intention slightly stirred. The drop of emerald green medicinal liquid fell onto the xuanhuan point on Carlton's inner upper arm. Carlton's bright eyes lit up slightly. She felt a cool sensation, accompanied by rich vitality, rippling across her arm, then spreading throughout her entire body via her arm. Even the originally burning pain in her bottom lessened significantly. The divinity within the spirit treasury of Iman's left index finger gently moved, releasing a thread of great freedom black gold sword chi to gently stimulate Carlton's xuanhuan point. This was done to awaken her innate potential, allowing her to absorb the emerald green medicinal liquid. Gradually, Carlton's originally white arm turned light green. After a short while, it reverted to its pristine white. The barely noticeable pallor on Carlton's face vanished completely. All right. After an indeterminate amount of time, Iman somewhat reluctantly released Carlton's arm. At this point, his throat felt dry, making him swallow once again uncontrollably. Carlton sensed herself. The poison from the 9 Sources Heartburn Lock was still there, sealing away her strength. However, her vitality was no longer depleting but gradually recovering. Carlton did not retract her arm but instead extended her fingers, gently hooking Iman's chin. Shaolin, and my bottom. Isn't it time you helped me with the swelling? Iman stared at Carlton speechlessly. Was this Alicia serious? The other party had already withdrawn her arm. The sleeve originally shattered into green smoke by her reconstituted instantly, restored to perfection. Do we need to undress? Flora's breathing was also slightly rapid. She naturally harbored affection for Iman. Otherwise, back in the God Sky Palace, how could she have allowed Iman to press her onto his lap? Later on, she even let Scarlet Sky God Emperor Yinghangi spread this event across the entire divine realm, essentially telling everyone, her imperial self was already taken by the God Chancellor. Those deities frequently showing interest in her might as well save their effort. As the Alicia, Flora wasn't like Iman's few female disciples who had certain reservations. Happiness had to be fought for. Currently, all she wanted to do was turn raw rice into cooked rice, turn xuanhuan into her man. Iman gazed into Carlton's eyes and suddenly understood her thoughts. Iman sighed, the 9 Sources Heartburn Lock isn't ordinary poison. Don't act recklessly right now. Carlton nodded a little resentfully, almost slapping herself, all because of her own carelessness. Otherwise, could she have already toppled the Divine Chancellor now? However, the Divine Chancellor said, now is not the time to act rashly. So does that mean it will be okay to do so in the future? Thinking of this, Carlton's eyes brightened again. However, she couldn't rush things. She had to take it step by step. Even if she didn't care about appearances anymore, she wouldn't believe she couldn't win over the Divine Chancellor. Carlton bit her lips. Should we continue treating it or not? Turn around. Do I need to undress? No need for that. Iman was afraid he wouldn't be able to control himself. Carlton felt a bit disappointed. In the next moment, she felt a gentle touch on her bottom. Then, a small thread of divine will followed. Carlton's cheeks flushed red, and she quickly dismissed the restrictions on her body. After a while, she felt something dissipating from her bottom. The previously hidden swelling pain slowly vanished. Instead, there was a cool sensation. Iman's hand gently stroked Carlton's backside. He slightly released a thread of divine will to silently explore. Her dress did not obstruct Iman's probe. To see with divine will was not much different from seeing with eyes. In an instant, Iman felt a dazzling full moon rushing into his divine will, nearly making him lose control. But then, an incredulous look flashed across Iman's eyes. That somewhat swollen full moon was actually surrounded by dots of purple aura. Purple aura? Or perhaps it was luck. But it was different from Rico's luck. It was very similar to the luck of the fortune fruit that had been refined by the sapling. How can such luck appear on Sandy's body? And it's even hindering her self-healing. Iman was puzzled. He tried to mobilize the little sapling. The sapling in the purple mansion trembled slightly and released a tiny breath onto Iman's hand. In the next moment, the luck that had been blocking Sandy's self-repair slowly spread out. It wasn't absorbed by the sapling. Instead, it merged into Carlton's body, becoming one with her. No matter what method Sandy used before, she could not eliminate the swelling. And in this instant, it was restored as if nothing had happened. After an indeterminate amount of time, Iman finally moved his hand away. He asked with some regret, "Is the swelling gone yet?" Carlton's pretty face was slightly flushed. She slightly turned her head, sneaking a glance at Iman. Then she shook her head firmly. "No. Iman. Then, should I take another look?" "Okay." Chapter 183, Carlton's Little Scheme. Ah, shameless, absolutely shameless. At this moment, outside Carlton's room door, Iman's 3 female disciples were huddled together, fiercely eavesdropping with bared teeth and clenched fists. They heard every word of the conversation inside crystal clear. "What do you mean there isn't any? Our little Lynn is a divine doctor who cures with a touch. How could she not be able to reduce swelling? She's just taking advantage of little Lynn." Carissa was almost driven mad with fury. She wanted to crash into the room but found, to her frustration, that it was enveloped in an array formation. No matter how hard she pushed, she couldn't budge the door even an inch. But this formation didn't have soundproofing. Anyone who pressed their ear against the door could clearly hear everything going on inside. Crystal clear. Clearly, Carlton did this on purpose. However, their spiritual senses couldn't penetrate the door to see what was really happening inside, which only made them more restless. Rosalie also had an ugly expression. "I feel like it's actually little Lynn taking advantage of Carlton." Carissa looked aggrieved. "Little Lynn hasn't even touched me yet." Rosalie. Suddenly, she thought of something and said to Augusta, "Augusta, hit me." Augusta, who was equally out of sorts, was momentarily stunned by Rosalie's nonsensical statement. "What did you say?" Rosalie gritted her teeth. "Don't you always want to hit me? Now, hit me. Swell me up too. Then let little Lynn help me reduce the swelling. Obviously we got here first. Why should Carlton get all the benefits?" Augusta rolled her eyes. "I think little Lynn will just throw you a bottle of ointment and tell you to apply it yourself." Rosalie. Carissa squatted on the ground drawing circles. "It's a pity that the Empyrean Saintess Aleshalong was forced to her death by little Lynn. Oh no, by my master. Or else I would have asked her for some poison." Recently, Carissa had been researching for a long time but hadn't yet developed a poison that required external application for its cure. However, she had a rough direction now. Cold poison. Just at that moment, Augusta suddenly picked up a message jade token. Then, a sneer appeared on her lips. "How did Rico come up with this alchemy judging assembly and invite me to participate? That shit warrior has quite some nerve." Upon hearing Augusta's words, Carissa and Rosalie exchanged glances, taking out their own message jade tokens. They also received the invitations. Of course, this invitation wasn't sent directly by Rico. Instead, Jeremy utilized his channels, going through several hands before it reached them. Augusta, with no change in expression, deleted the so-called alchemy assembly invitation right away. Rico had been at odds with Iman, and he called this alchemy judging assembly at this juncture. Even using her pinky finger to guess, Augusta knew what Rico intended. He was definitely trying to find ways to cause trouble for Iman. Rosalie received another message and couldn't help but sneer. "Those extraterrestrial warriors are truly restless. They are even planning to hold a gathering for outstanding young talents. Do they not know what they are? To dare call themselves outstanding young talents?" Carissa was taken aback. Alchemy judging assembly? Gathering for outstanding young talents? Isn't Rico with those extraterrestrial warriors? Why? She also received an invitation. Rico's alchemy assembly and the gathering for outstanding young talents centered around ancient noble families started on the same day. 7 days later, the day before the heavenly mystic realm opened. But it wasn't in the same place. Augusta shrugged. Probably had a falling out. Who in their right mind would team up with a shit warrior? Just seeing him is annoying. Rosalie and Carissa nodded in deep agreement. But why do they keep causing trouble for little Lynn? She's usually so low-key and doesn't provoke anyone. There was a hint of grievance in Carissa's tone. Augusta and Rosalie also nodded in agreement. Their little Lynn never caused any trouble. Unbeknownst to them, if they weren't here, Iman wouldn't have so many issues. And just at that moment, a sword cry echoed abruptly from the void above. Then, a crisp female voice resounded across Daxia Academy of Mountains and Rivers. From the 14 prefectures, under the sword deity, Flying Feather Sword Saint Loretta specially came to challenge Sword Saint xuanhuan. The voice was bright and sharp as a sword. A grand sword intent shot towards the sky, as if trying to split the heavens. Flying Feather Sword Saint xuanhuan had come to Daxia Academy of Mountains and Rivers along with Michael, Cassie, and others. However, the Yi family acted extremely low-key and rarely moved about in the academy. Last time, Michael took advantage of Iman once. This forced the other ancient noble families and celestial warriors out of the Mountains and Rivers Academy. He knew he couldn't hide this from anyone, so he simply didn't appear in front of others to avoid being a thorn in anyone's side. However, today, Featherlight Sword Saint Loretta from the 14 prefectures actually sought out xuanhuan. "Are you challenging my title as Sword Saint?" xuanhuan immediately understood the intention of this Featherlight Sword Saint from the 14 prefectures. Loretta's little face was almost scrunched up completely. "Chief Sword, no. It's my master who is acting whimsically somewhere, instructing me to come take away your title as Sword Saint. Come on." In the next moment, Loretta lifted her head, her gaze directly meeting xuanhuan's. She said seriously, "If I don't take your title as Sword Saint today, my master will definitely beat me." Hearing Loretta's words, xuanhuan's eyes twitched. Although the tone of her speech was very serious, he could still detect a hint of unwillingness and reluctance. It was just like, in the human world, students who were forced by their parents to score full marks. The title of Sword Saint was not a game. A battle outside the academy. Xuanhuan's eyes darkened, his voice cold. He did not refuse. Since the sword deity sent Loretta here, it meant that she had the strength to challenge for the title of Sword Saint. Xuanhuan's sword Dao had stagnated for a long time. He urgently needed a great battle to hone his sword Dao, to help him break through and become a sword deity. The featherlight sword Saint in front of him was the most suitable whetstone. As Xuanhuan finished speaking, Blue's delighted voice sounded. No need, no need. Inside our academy, there are array formations guarding. The two sword saints can just fight all out. All sword cultivators of the Mountains and Rivers Academy immediately put down everything in hand. Go out to watch the battle. Blue's voice faded. Inside the Great Xia Mountains and Rivers Academy, whether they were sword cultivators or other martial artists, everyone ran out, rushing towards the place where the Yi family was staying. The contest for the title of Sword Saint, even placed within the entire universe, was an event of grand significance. Even Eden involuntarily looked up in that direction. Two sword intents, accompanied by countless sword Dao abilities, instantly soared into the sky, colliding with each other above the void. Just at this moment, Carlton's room door opened. Iman and Carlton came out one after another. Iman seemed normal enough, but Carlton, her dress was somewhat disheveled, especially the position of her buttocks, which was wrinkled and crumpled, as if it had been ravaged multiple times. Upon seeing this, Augusta, Carissa, and Rosalie's faces turned dark immediately. Carlton must have done this on purpose. Little Lynn would never do such a thing. Yet, the three of them still felt very uncomfortable. After hesitating for a long time, Carissa finally couldn't hold back. She secretly extended her hand and lightly pinched Iman's bottom. Iman's body stiffened instantly. Chapter 184, Sword Saint. Extermination Sword Path. Carissa's cheeks turned red, her eyes, filled with the shimmer of spring water, narrowed slightly. What a great feeling. No wonder Augusta wouldn't let go last time. Also, Little Finwick? No, Master once said that force is mutual. So, by pinching Little Finwick's bottom now, it's equivalent to Little Finwick touching my hand with his bottom. Lost in these random thoughts, Carissa was oblivious. Iman felt awkward. He tried to move away subtly to the side, but that hand followed him like a shadow, always clinging to Iman's body. There was no way to shake it off. Iman was completely baffled. What on earth is going on? Why did Carissa turn into a hooligan? She wasn't like this before. At most, she would only say some suggestive words. Just as Iman was about to escape, a soft body blocked him from the other side. Then another small hand sneaked onto his bottom. Rosalie kept her gaze fixed on the two figures constantly clashing fiercely in midair without glancing sideways. Her cheeks were equally flushed. So it can be like this too. Indeed, Augusta's mind works faster than mine. Rosalie put herself in the shoes. If she had guessed Iman's identity, she would have exposed it on the spot based on her temper. Unlike now, pretending not to know anything and taking advantage in secret. But soon, Rosalie thought that she and Augusta became sworn enemies because of their debate over whose master was more handsome. Rosalie couldn't help but use her toes to scratch the ground. It turns out they had the same master. No wonder recently, Augusta had stopped worrying about this matter. Thinking this, Rosalie couldn't help but apply a bit more pressure with her hand. Iman was already frozen solid. Carissa and Rosalie, one on each side, sandwiched him in the middle, leaving him nowhere to run. Augusta clenched her teeth. She secretly transmitted her voice. Enough. Pay attention to your behavior in public. I didn't act like this. Carissa and Rosalie maintained their poker faces, but rolled their eyes skyward inwardly. You still have the nerve to criticize us? Augusta gave them both a glare before joining in. Iman. Carlton, standing nearby, was dumbfounded. Naturally, she noticed the three people's mischievous actions and couldn't help but look at Iman again. At this moment, Iman looked as if he had lost all hope. Seeing Carlton looking at him, he hastily shot her a pleading glance. Carlton pursed her lips and then, under Iman's expectant gaze, also reached out her evil hand. The light in Iman's eyes dimmed completely. What is this nonsense? Was he really going to be mauled by his own protégés? If he were to be mauled, it should be his initiative. At this point, Iman dared not move a muscle. Being only at the divine connection realm, he couldn't resist at all. Forget it, it's not real mauling, and no harm done anyway. However, the four of them didn't do anything even worse. Of course, there was only so much room on the bottom for four hands, inevitably leading to some open and covert battles. And at this very moment, four enormous sword howls suddenly erupted in the sky. Then, crimson, azure, black, and white, four sword shadows, each hundreds of feet long, slashed through the void. Entire realms were thoroughly sealed off. Under these four enormous sword shadows, the sword power of Sword Saint Davon seemed as fragile as paper, instantly crumbling. Even his sword intent was suppressed directly. Like a leaf, Davon fell heavily from midair to the ground. What was that? Carlton's eyes widened in disbelief as she cried out in astonishment. The four sword shadows Loretta displayed weren't strong in Carlton's eyes. They could even be described as weak. Yet, the true essence of sword path they emitted was something she had never seen or heard of. A hint of schadenfreude appeared in Augusta's eyes. Big Brother Sword must be really angry, actually passing down the extermination sword path to Loretta. The extermination sword path was undoubtedly one of the top secret techniques left by Immortal Ho for the 14 provinces sword hall. Originally, the extermination sword path was planned to be passed to Channing, enabling him to become a sword saint, and then a sword deity. But after Channing swore brotherhood with Elder Eminem and declined Ed's summons, Ed was utterly enraged. He directly gave all resources originally intended to cultivate Channing to Loretta. Ed. Yes, among Iman's disciples, there was more or less something wrong with each of them. Besides liking to talk behind people's backs, Ed also had a petty heart. Certainly, he remained quite rebellious. Carlton looked at Augusta. extermination sword path? Augusta glanced at Carlton, full of pride. The supreme sword path created by my master. Carlton secretly glanced at Iman. Her grip couldn't help but tighten slightly. Iman completely gave up. And at this moment, the place where Davon fell had already been smashed into a large pit. He sat miserably at the bottom of the pit, holding a sword hilt with no blade. His face was full of confusion and shock. What was that? Davon looked up blankly at the sky. The crimson, azure, black, and white sword shadows had dissipated. Loretta's hair was disheveled, her face slightly pale. She landed unsteadily and chuckled. That's the Xuanhuan sword path created by my ancestor Immortal Ho. Do you surrender now? At this moment, although Loretta was also somewhat weakened, she seemed like a triumphant little rooster, holding her head high and chest out, looking proud. Davon sighed in relief. So it was the sword path of Immortal Ho. His voice was low. Without that one move, you would not be my match. Loretta nodded in agreement. True. So these days, my master has been making me practice the Xuanhuan sword path. Davon looked shocked. These days? Wasn't it supposed to be over these years? Loretta looked innocent. Less than 3 days. Training time 2.5 days. Davon. What the hell? Training for 2.5 days could make her this strong. Imagine if it were 2.5 years, 200 years. Loretta continued, the Xuanhuan sword path is something my ancestor created. It's the supreme technique of our 14 provinces sword hall. It's not excessive to use my ancestor's sword path to defeat you. Davon lowered his head weakly, silent. But at this moment, everyone understood. Davon had lost. The Sword Saint title had changed hands. The new Sword Saint Loretta of the 14 provinces sword hall. In an instant, the entire Daxia Mountain and River Academy was in jubilation. While inside the academy, the Yi family disciples were stunned. They couldn't believe that the promising star of the Yi family, Sword Saint Davon, had actually lost. To the Yi family, Davon was their future sword deity. When he broke through in swordsmanship and cultivation, it would be the time he achieved sword deity status. Then, he would surely defeat the current sword deity Ed and become the sword deity. But who would have thought? The disciple of the sword deity came first to challenge Davon, taking away his Sword Saint title. This news swept through the entire spirit network like a storm. Sage Kingdom. Sage Marshall Mansion. At this time, Eminem was happily drinking Wuji soup. If I'm not online, is it Wuji soup? This must be the Kelsey soup. This phoenix soup must have been obtained by my grandson using the red dust token from Lord Arno. Hee. After cultivating the dragon god body and the peerless, imperial guidance, Eminem's cultivation had soared. Now, with the nourishment of this Kelsey soup, his slightly insufficient martial foundation became more solid. Recently, Clara isn't behaving well either. Actually thinking about invading Sage Kingdom? It's not Rico. She must have received support from some extraterrestrial power. Humph. Now, Sage Kingdom is under the protection of the 14 provinces. My grandchild is the sacred son of the Wu Dao holy site, Starsea Pavilion. What do you have to fight me with, Clara? A few days ago, when Eminem found out that Amon was the sacred son of Starsea Pavilion, he acted like a big monkey, jumping around the Sage Marshall Mansion. However, no one paid attention, because almost everyone in Sage Kingdom was acting like a troop of monkeys, scrambling everywhere. They thought Roman was enough of a surprise. Who knew Iman would throw another bombshell? Sacred son of Starsea Pavilion. So, in previous years, when Iman often disappeared mysteriously, it wasn't him being idle, but becoming the Roman and the sacred son of the Wu Dao holy site. Wu Dao holy site, Starsea Pavilion. This was in existence at the top of the pyramid in all worlds. For the people of Sage Kingdom, this was something they couldn't even dream of. Just as Eminem was sipping his soup and muttering, a thunderous wail echoed through the Sage Marshall Mansion. Hey! Master, how can you do this? That's my Sword Saint title. Why did you give it to Loretta? Master, it's just because I didn't go to Daxia to get beaten by you. Master, are you in your rebellious phase again? Eminem. Chapter 185 Anonymous Purchase of Chillin' Blood? Can you really stay anonymous with me? Eminem shrank his neck, muttering, getting beaten up? That's your own fault. Why did you come to me for a brotherhood ceremony when you had nothing better to do? My daughter is your uncle's disciple, and I have also joined the 14 states, that is, people of the same generation as your master. Coming here to form a brotherhood with me is clearly an attempt to put yourself on par with your master, right? But, you are the Ray. If you want to form a brotherhood with me, how could I dare to refuse? While mumbling, Eminem took a sip of wine and then savored the meat in his bowl happily. Fortunately, I didn't listen to that little rascal Iman, making Qingying my granddaughter. Otherwise, wouldn't this seniority be a level higher than even the gods of knives and swords? Oh, if the god of knives could be my granddaughter-in-law, let the seniority be messed up. Thinking this, Eminem lifted the soup bowl in front of him and began drinking it heartily. This bowl was indeed a spiritual artifact, preserving temperature and freshness. It looked like a small bowl on the surface, but the soup inside would last Eminem for months. Channing went berserk for quite a while before slowly calming down. At this moment, he finally understood what he had missed. Yanko went to the Daxia Mountain River Academy. So, Master sent him there too. Clearly, he wanted him to challenge Yanko and seize the title of Sword Saint. But because of his guilt, he didn't dare to go, leaving Loretta to reap the benefits easily. Immortal Slaying Sword Dao. Immortal Slaying Sword Dao. Master clearly said he would pass Grandmaster's Immortal Slaying Sword Dao to me. Just now, Channing messaged Ed, expressing his willingness to go to Daxia. But Ed, in an official tone, told him to stay in Aaliyah Kingdom, explaining that Aaliyah Kingdom was at a critical juncture, needing powerful experts stationed there. Currently, the 14 states had other important matters and couldn't spare manpower, only leaving Channing in Aaliyah Kingdom to assist Eminem. Master, can't we send Loretta to Aaliyah Kingdom? Channing still struggled, unwilling to give up. Ed, your junior sister Loretta is the Sword Saint, a symbol of our 14-state sword hall. Now, there's a more important task for her to complete. Channing's hopes were thoroughly extinguished. Sword Saint. These two words stabbed Channing's heart sharply. But, a more important matter? Is Aaliyah Kingdom not important enough? Elsewhere, the Bradford, reclining with one leg over the other, nibbling on a phoenix bone, glanced at him and said mockingly, "Not that Aaliyah Kingdom isn't important, but you aren't? Your master, the disciple of my young ancestor, knows of my existence. Aaliyah Kingdom has never needed other strong figures to remain stable. As for assisting, could Channing match the National Duke of Aaliyah Kingdom in governance?" Night fell. Iman sat in his room, twisting uncomfortably. He finally understood what Carlton once felt. A sore bottom. Swollen. Iman's true essence within stirred slightly, and the swelling on his bottom disappeared. Suddenly, Iman felt a slight movement in his heart. He took out the communication jade token. News from the Taohuang Chamber of Commerce. The first chamber of commerce across all realms, Taohuang. Formed by integrating and reforming several large chambers of commerce that Iman seized. Now, their business network spans all realms. From martial arts holy lands to ordinary worlds. There is always a presence of the Taohuang Chamber of Commerce. Moreover, Taohuang Chamber of Commerce is the first major partner of Universal Mobile. Together, they initiated an online shopping model, delivering goods via teleportation arrays, changing the way cultivators lived, saving them much time when seeking elixirs, medicinal herbs, spiritual artifacts, scriptures, etc. Someone wants to buy Qilin blood? Iman raised his eyebrows slightly. The sender was a high-ranking official of the Taohuang Chamber of Commerce. The message was sent to Wang Yujun. Since Xuanhuan space itself has shops, naturally, it cooperates with Taohuang. But neither side knew that the master behind both of them was the same person. Who was the buyer? In the Thousand Illusion space, Qilin blood has accumulated into a vast lake. To Iman, Qilin blood of celestial deity realm wasn't too precious. Seeing Wang Yujun actually replied, the Taohuang high-ranking official was pleasantly surprised, quickly replying, an elder from the all-heavenly Taoist alchemy alliance. Iman pondered for a moment. Then, using the communication jade token, he accessed the spirit web. Instantly, the spirit web related to the Taohuang official appeared before Iman. Indeed, the buyer was an elder from the all-heavenly Taoist alchemy alliance. But the real one who needed Qilin blood wasn't him. It was Sonia, the leader of the Miao Yinfa. Sonia, ranked 10th on the beauties of all heavens list. Iman furrowed his brow. Something about this Miao Yinfang didn't seem right. Sonia claimed she spent 300 years searching for the truth after Nicole's death. But since the emergence of the 14 states, she has never been to the 14 states. Now, the Miao Yinfang was making preparations to demand an explanation from the Taishian sacred sect. They were even showing signs of starting a war if negotiations failed. This was intriguing. The Taishian sacred sect itself was also a victim in this matter. The perpetrator who refined Nicole, Pepper, had already been executed by the Taishian sacred sect. Just recently, the Taishian sacred sect had publicly apologized to the Miao Yinfang and offered compensation, and even expressed willingness to collaborate with the Miao Yinfang to investigate the real culprits behind the scenes. Pepper was merely a pawn. There were others involved. Normally, the Miao Yinfang should have taken this opportunity to team up with the Taishian sacred sect to investigate the masterminds. Of course, now that the Miao Yinfang is demanding an explanation from the Taishian sacred sect, no one is openly opposing it. The Miao Yinfang ranks third among the 13 major martial holy sects. It has countless connections and relationships, or, to put it another way, a multitude of sycophants. Among the 365 seats on the beauties of all heavens list, 32 belong to the Miao Yinfang. If they leverage this influence, it might actually cause some trouble for the current Taishian sacred sect. Of course, these are all surface-level issues. Now, Sonia is using the identity of an elder from the Alchemist Alliance to buy Qilin blood. There must be something wrong here. That Qilin wasn't an ordinary fire Qilin. What if Sonia intentionally sent Nicole to Pepper? Thinking of this, Iman couldn't help but sneer. Anonymous purchase? Can you really stay anonymous with me? Since the elder from the Alchemist Alliance wants to buy Qilin blood, I naturally won't refuse. However, Qilin blood is only traded, not sold. One drop of Qilin blood will require one Divine Flame Earth Origin Crystal in exchange. The Divine Flame Earth Origin Crystal is a top-tier fire attribute divine material, extremely rare in all the heavens. After being refined through a special method, it becomes the Earth Origin Fire Tribulation. One of the 9 primal toxins used to refine the 9 Origin Heartburning Lock. Iman wanted to see what kind of Divine Flame Earth Origin Crystal the Miao Yinfang could produce. Meanwhile, Iman took out a drop of Qilin blood, then threw the sapling inside the purple mansion, infused it with a strand of invisible purple gas. After completing this, Iman stored the drop of Qilin blood back in the Thousand Illusion space. Then, he began to prepare another medicinal ingredient. Tomorrow, he needed to detoxify his little cabbage from the 6-path primordial cold lock. This time it wouldn't be an external application but a medicinal bath. Chapter 186, Sauna. It was well past midnight. The antidote to neutralize the 6 paths primordial cold lock for Augusta had finally been concocted. Iman let out a long breath, then sat in his chair in a daze. These 4 little cabbages of his didn't seem to be easy to handle at all. 2 had been poisoned. The other 2 were eager to get poisoned as well. And, in the daytime, those 4 actually acted wildly and touched him improperly. Even his buttocks were pinched swollen by them. I need to take this chance to teach them a lesson, Iman muttered, and then took out some more medicinal ingredients. As he mixed them, he mumbled, this method of medicinal bath seems too ancient. How about changing it? Thinking like this, Iman's divine sense entered the Thousand Illusion space. Among the treasures he had thrown around messily, he started rummaging through. Found it. This is it. Iman's eyes lit up before he frowned. No good, this thing is a bit too conspicuous. A few more layers of formations are needed. My little cabbages can't be seen by others. Hee hee. Morning came bright and early. Carlton, Augusta, Carissa, and Rosalie sat at the dining table early on. At this moment, Augusta's eyes were filled with anticipation. Today, she would once again be externally treated by little Fenwick. Humph. Yesterday, Carlton chased all of them away. This time, she would be a bit firmer and also drive those 3 annoying people away. When Jean served the tofu pudding and fried dough sticks on the table, Carissa glanced at Carlton and asked coldly, "Carlton, do you eat your tofu pudding sweet, salty, or spicy?" Carlton was taken aback. She carefully observed this white, smooth, and tender food that she had never seen before. She couldn't help but sniff. This thing is called tofu pudding? So fragrant. It looks delicious. She had never seen such food in the divine realm. Indeed, the human realm is a great place. You can't find such things in the divine realm. At this moment, Augusta, Carissa, and Rosalie looked at Carlton with 6 eyes. Carlton looked at the 3 seasonings, sweet, salty, and spicy, placed in front of her. Silently, she took out her small bowl. Why use these things to flavor? Isn't phoenix soup fragrant enough? Inside the small bowl was clearly yesterday's phoenix soup cooked by Iman. This small bowl was also a spirit artifact. It looked tiny but had an immense capacity. Moreover, it had functions to keep warm and fresh. Even if a year or 2 passed, the phoenix soup inside would remain just like freshly stewed. Seeing Carlton calmly poured the phoenix soup into the tofu pudding, the other 3 fell silent at the same time. Augusta also took out her small bowl, smiling smugly. Phoenix soup is salty. So, tofu pudding must be eaten salty. Rosalie raised an eyebrow and added the phoenix soup to the tofu pudding, followed by a spoonful of chili sauce. The taste of spiced phoenix soup tofu pudding is indeed unique. Carissa, looking at the tofu pudding and phoenix soup in front of her, she lacked the courage to put honey into the phoenix soup. Ultimately, Carissa put the honey in the tofu pudding, eating it with phoenix soup. As a lover of sweetness, this was Carissa's last stand. At another table, sensing the seemingly peaceful but tense atmosphere here, Eden buried his head in the bowl. Moon Qingying, sitting opposite him, couldn't help but ask curiously, "Grandpa, you don't add anything to your tofu pudding?" Eden. He laughed. "Actually, it tastes pretty good without any seasoning." At this moment, Ed and Loretta were not present. Only Eden, Moon Qingying, and Brooklyn were at this table. Moon Qingying and Brooklyn ate, according to their respective masters' habits. Brooklyn nudged Moon Qingying and cautiously transmitted sound. "Qingying, do you think they 4 have feelings for Iman?" Moon Qingying nodded solemnly. "My father's idea was to make my nephew lure back the god of knives. Who would have thought? He's so diligent, going after 4 of them." Brooklyn rubbed her hands together. "For wonders of the beauty's rank. Who would have thought they'd be captivated by Iman?" Suddenly, she seemed to remember something and whispered, "Yesterday, I saw Bohan pulling Layla to go to the Jade Loom Pavilion. They seem to be gambling again." Moon Qingying frowned. "Why bring up those unlucky things? Eat, eat. Finish eating quickly and go to the trial illusion for cultivation." Brooklyn nodded continuously. Don't mention. I just hope they lose a few million more." Moon Qingying's eyes sparkled slightly. "A few million? That's far from enough. We need to figure out how to make them lose tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions. Our 14 states seem to have some business dealings with Linglong Pavilion." Iman yawned and walked out of the room. "After you 4 finish your meal, come to the back courtyard to detoxify and heal." Hearing Iman's voice, "Foursome?" Augusta was somewhat stunned and hurriedly said, "Little Fenwick, I was clearly the one poisoned. Why are you bringing them along?" Iman sneered, 2 who were poisoned, 2 who will be soon. Better handle all at once." As he spoke, Iman turned and went to the back courtyard of Lunghu Villa, by Qinglong Lake. Augusta looked utterly hopeless. Seeing this, Carlton whispered, "Is it because we overstepped yesterday that little Fenwick is upset?" Kenna nodded seriously. "All your faults. You even pinched him until he swelled." Rosalie shot her a glare. "You pinched the longest." Augusta seemed to have completely lost her spirit. She silently packed up her small bowl and drifted off to the back courtyard like a lost soul. Carlton, Kenna, and Rosalie stopped eating too, and hurriedly followed after. Elizabeth's lips had an inexplicable bruise. She stood at the entrance to the back courtyard, keeping watch, eyeing Eden warily. "Eden, am I that kind of person? Not to mention our holy maiden. Those 4 are future wives of the true martial Holy Land." By Qinglong Lake, a wooden cabin had been built. Standing outside the cabin, Iman saw the 4 arrive and said, "Once inside, take off your clothes." Augusta, originally still somewhat sulking, couldn't help but widen her eyes upon hearing this. Her face flushed visibly. Take off what?" Iman nodded. Kenna also looked dumbfounded. "Everything?" Iman nodded again. Carlton glanced at the wooden cabin. It was inscrutable. Layer upon layer of divine formations. Could it be that the divine phase master intended to? But yesterday, he said he was poisoned and couldn't do such things. Yet now, this 9 Empress's little heart couldn't help but start pounding. Rosalie ran straight to the wooden cabin without a word. Her eyes sparkled as she asked hopefully, "Little Fenwick, are you coming in too?" "Iman, why should I go in for your detoxification?" "Go on in." Iman waved his hand. This was his personally crafted sauna pharmacy. This time, to properly rid them of toxins. For touching him improperly. Inside the sauna pharmacy, Iman had set up 72 divine formations, both to prevent spying and to keep anyone from leaving prematurely. Even today's Carlton wouldn't be able to break through these 72 divine formations. Of course, Iman had also thoughtfully placed a mahjong table inside, so they wouldn't get bored while steaming. Just as Iman was secretly pleased, Carlton, Augusta, Kenna, and Rosalie exchanged glances. Then, Rosalie behind Iman hugged his waist lightning fast. Next, Carlton, Augusta, and Kenna quickly joined him, and carried him into the sauna together. Boom. The 72 divine formations were instantly triggered and began to operate. Inside the wooden cabin, a void space was formed. In an instant, steam filled the entire area. Iman was speechless. Chapter 187. Mahjong? How can it be more fun than Xiao Finwick? The Feathersword Saint of the 14-State Sword Hall, Loretta, challenged the Yi family's sword saint, Cristobal, at the Dia Mountain and River Academy. She emerged victorious, and thus she claimed the title of Sword Saint. This event, after fermenting for a day, had already caused quite a stir across the Myriad Worlds. Of course, it was merely quite significant. Yesterday, two many major events occurred in the Myriad Worlds. It was dazzling and overwhelming, especially the treasure map left behind by the Bodhi. Even though it was shattered into countless pieces, it still triggered endless pursuits among countless martial artists, leading to several intense conflicts. Someone had already made an evaluation of the life of the Bodhi. During his lifetime, he did nothing good, and after death, he became a scourge to the Myriad Worlds. In comparison, the change in ownership of the sword saint title only attracted the attention of some sword cultivators. However, in the great realm of Divine Earth, especially in the Dia Dynasty here, this incident caused quite a stir. Events related to the Bodhi, Kari, martial arts Holy Land, and super divine beasts were far too distant from here. Taking advantage of the wave of excitement surrounding the change in the sword saint title, the 6 ancient families jointly convened a gathering of young elites. Invitations were sent out to invite young elites from all corners of the Myriad Worlds to participate. Although it said, all corners of the Myriad Worlds, it essentially meant celestial martial artists who came to the great world of Divine Earth. Due to Cristobal losing the title of Sword Saint, Yi family disciples had no interest in participating in these matters. On the other side, Rico also issued invitations. Under the name of the Alchemy Dao Alliance of the Myriad Worlds, he invited young martial artists to participate in the Elixir Appreciation Gathering. This Elixir Appreciation Gathering was truly grand in scale. The Alchemy Dao Alliance directly dispatched 7 Alchemy Dao Grandmasters as supervisors. Although the Alchemy Dao Alliance existed in name only, the influence of those 7 Alchemy Dao Grandmasters could not be underestimated. This move immediately overshadowed the gathering of young elites organized by the ancient families. Moreover, Rico invited not only celestial martial artists, local forces within the great world of Divine Earth, including the Human Saint Dynasty, Kingdoms, Han Country, Yamato Country, and the Mountain and River Academy, all received invitations. Even invitations were sent to Longhu Villa. Harris and others naturally received the invitations. Their faces were gloomy. What a Rico! What a Yi family! This is a clear challenge to us. Originally, after Cristobal lost the title of Sword Saint, the other 6 ancient families were gloating over their misfortune. But in the blink of an eye, Rico invited 7 Alchemy Dao Grandmasters to hold the Elixir Appreciation Gathering. Even ancient families couldn't summon 7 Alchemy Dao Grandmasters at once. Of course, Rico was the son of fate. He possessed top-tier alchemical talent. Jeremy, an Alchemy Dao Grandmaster, felt the urge to take him as a disciple upon first seeing him. Other Alchemy Dao Grandmasters couldn't help but be moved upon seeing Rico either. Plus, Jeremy offered them various benefits, so they decided to come. In the original storyline, Rico relied on his extraordinary alchemical talent to unite the Alchemy Dao Alliance of the Myriad Worlds. He transformed this previously nominal organization into his exclusive resource. Recently, Rico's destiny has been suppressed terribly, especially by the ancient Yi family, which almost entirely abandoned him. Therefore, the Alchemy Dao Alliance made its appearance prematurely. 7 Alchemy Dao Grandmasters arriving together was extremely attractive to alchemists. Increasingly more alchemists from the Myriad Worlds set out for the Great Xia of Divine Earth. Of course, this time, Rico and his master-disciple duo with Jeremy had another goal. They aimed to use this Elixir Appreciation Gathering to attempt repairing their damaged bodies. The Elixir Appreciation Gathering naturally had a theme. This time, the theme was limb regeneration. After Sky and Brooklyn finished breakfast, they were about to go to the Trial Illusion Realm for practice when they were blocked by that stack of invitations. Sky nearly set fire to the invitation upon reading its content. That shit martial artist has some nerve. He actually dares to invite my master and the other 3 to participate in his Elixir Appreciation Gathering. Truly a toad lusting after swan meat. Brooklyn's face also darkened. Exactly. Doesn't he know what he himself is? What kind of nonsense invitation? Burn it, burn it. Both Sky and Brooklyn, along with Loretta, were invited. But there was no mention of Iman. Eden picked up an invitation and glanced at it, his old face twitching slightly. 7 Alchemy Dao Grandmasters and numerous Alchemy Dao Masters? This Elixir Appreciation Gathering is extraordinary. Do we really not need to inform young Master Lin? With 7 Alchemy Dao Grandmasters present, even the true martial Holy Land would have to think twice. Sky pouted slightly, then pulled Brooklyn in front of her. Grandpa, Little Shu is a disciple of Fragrance Deity and a junior nephew of Alchemy Deity. And Dan Shin himself sleeps in that room. 7 Alchemy Dao Grandmasters? So what? Eden was stunned for a moment. Dan Shin Hall Full, the second best alchemist in the Myriad Worlds. According to the scriptures of the 3 great holy lands, throughout history, there have been no more than 10 alchemists who have earned the title of Dan Shan. In a daze, Eden recalled another matter. The young head priestess of his sect seemed to be the disciple of both Dan Shan and Fragrance Deity. So, those 7 Alchemy Dao Grandmasters were just a joke. Immediately, Eden waved his hand. The invitation scattered on the ground instantly turned into ashes. You 2 girls don't need to go to the Trial Illusion Realm for practice anymore. Today I'm in a good mood. I'll guide you in your cultivation personally. Sky and Brooklyn looked at this unremarkable little old man with suspicion. They didn't know Eden's identity. Eden smiled faintly. I am the first supreme elder of the true martial Holy Land. Guiding you 2 girls should be no problem. Sky and Brooklyn breathed a sigh of relief. So it's the supreme elder of true martial Holy Land. No wonder my nephew asked you to stay here. Eden. He was waiting to see the shocked expressions on these 2 girls' faces, but there were none. It seemed like supreme elders from martial Holy Lands had become quite common to them. Meanwhile, inside the sauna room by the Blue Lake, with the steam spreading, The intense yet gentle medicinal force was gradually seeping through the skin. Of course, everyone inside the sauna room wore clothes with protective enchantments. These enchantments prevented others from spying, while also keeping some rain and dust out. However, Carlton, Augusta, Carissa, and Rosalie exchanged glances. Then they tacitly released their enchantments, allowing the steam to soak their entire bodies. Their dresses got damp. Instantly, in the white mist, for vague yet graceful silhouettes gradually appeared before Iman's eyes. For a moment, Iman felt heat rising in his nose. Augusta closed her eyes, carefully sensing the surrounding steam. She murmured, "This mist can actually alleviate the cold poison in my body." Carlton sensed it as well and remarked with surprise, "Not just yours, but the toxins in my body seem to be suppressed by this mist too." Rosalie couldn't wait any longer and approached Iman. Her face flushed. She giggled, "Xuanhuan, you said earlier that after coming in, we should take off our clothes. So should I take them off?" Iman hurriedly said, "No need, no need. This is fine. The medicinal vapor can penetrate through the clothes into your bodies." As he spoke, he began to manipulate an array formation, preparing to escape the array. But Carissa gently held Iman's hand first, dissolving the formation on his hand. She then cooed, "Xuanhuan, it's so boring here. Could you stay and accompany us?" Speaking, she reached towards Iman's bottom, simultaneously removing the enchantment on his clothes. Instantly, the moist steam wet Iman's clothes. Through the hazy mist, Iman couldn't help but swallow. There's mahjong here. You guys can play mahjong." Carlton and Augusta also moved closer, encircling Iman in the middle. These four women seemed like wolves eyeing a sheep, their eyes filled with excitement. Augusta laughed slyly. "Mahjong? How could it be more fun than Xuanhuan? Ha ha ha." Amidst the cackling laughter, 8 wicked hands simultaneously reached out for Iman. Chapter 188. Complete Detoxification. The 4 little white cabbages instantly turned into big bad wolves. They pounced on Iman with fangs bared and claws outstretched. Iman felt that he was now a small boat tossed about in the wind and rain, tossed by the waves in a sea of turmoil. Iman naturally understood the intentions of these 4. Being an antagonist, he wasn't some upright gentleman who could resist temptation. However, that being said, Carlton and Augusta still had poison in their bodies. He couldn't do such things right now. Moreover, the medicinal vapor here contained another kind of medicinal power. It could make Carissa and Rosalie, who weren't poisoned yet, completely immune to all deadly poisons. Not just like Rico's half-baked immunity to toxins. By then, whether it was the 6-path primordial cold lock, the 9 sources heartburning lock, the Wu Mei flowers poison, or other rare and deadly toxins, none of them would be able to harm them. This way, Iman could finally be at ease, no longer worrying about his little white cabbages getting poisoned again. Ever since Iman detected Augusta's poisoning, he had started preparing. Until last night, the 8-trigram furnace had finally refined this medicinal liquid, which he then incorporated into the medicinal air here. Thinking about this, Iman's previously muddled mind also became clear. He was about to try to escape from these 4 people's clutches. But at this moment, Iman felt as if he had fallen into a quagmire. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't break free. His whole body stiffened, then suddenly shuddered. He didn't know whose hand it was, but it was already there. Lifting his eyes, Iman saw the incomparably beautiful face of Augusta, a smirk playing at the corners of her lips. Now, Iman, to make the originally planned situation even more awkward for the 4 people here. Iman didn't believe that they would undress as he told them obediently. So, he set up a small corrosion array here, only affecting clothing, not harming people. At this moment, the array had already taken effect, and Carlton, Augusta, Carissa, and Rosalie seemed to have noticed this. Their faces were flushed red, yet their actions did not stop, but intensified instead. But at this moment, Iman had completely calmed down. Compared to these matters, detoxifying his little white cabbages was far more important. Originally, he hadn't wanted to use that method for detoxification, but things had reached this point. "Augusta, calm down. I'm detoxifying you now." Iman's voice was icy and steady, without the slightest fluctuation. Upon hearing Iman's voice, Augusta's state of mind gradually settled. She nodded lightly, but in the next instant, Augusta's body trembled violently, her thoughts falling into chaos. Iman's right index finger was already pressing on her changqiang point, while his middle finger slid along the skin to the huan point. Before Augusta could react, Iman extended his left thumb to press on her tsugu point, with his middle finger sliding along her skin to meet his right middle finger at the huan point. He was going to help Augusta unblock her ran and du meridians. Huan, tsugu, and changqiang points are the starting points of the ran and du meridians. The ren meridian starts from tsugu, travels down to huan, passing through zhongji, xuanhuan, shimin, to juk, until chengjiang. The du meridian starts from changqiang, travels down to huan, passes through yaoshu, mingmin, xuanxu, to lingtai, until yintang. Once the ran and du meridians are open, they form a new circulation inside the body, further stimulating the absorption of the medicinal liquid. Iman's gaze was clear. His true essence moved gently. Buzz. Augusta's body, which had softened, suddenly trembled. A never-before-seen circulation formed instantly within her. At this moment, Augusta seemed to see a starry sky in front of her, with sparkling stars. Her mind instantly became clear. All lingering desires vanished from her heart. Augusta closed her eyes slightly, letting her true essence flow according to the circulation of the ran and du meridians. Instantly, the rising medicinal vapor formed a vortex, flowing through Augusta's skin into her body. Cold chi, like strands of coldness, rose from within her body. At this moment, the other 3 also noticed this. Realizing that Iman was detoxifying Augusta, they stopped fooling around immediately, silently stepping back. "Hey, there's actually clothes here," Rosalie found. In this space that seemed to have nothing, there were actually several wardrobes, filled with various dresses and clothing, all kinds they usually wore. Little Fenwick is indeed thoughtful. That array, It was just a punishment for us. Rosalie happily picked a dress and put it on, then sat aside. And the array here no longer corroded her clothes. Carissa and Carlton hurriedly found 2 outfits to wear as well. Carlton couldn't help but smile. He said it was a punishment for us, but in the end, we were the ones who punished him. Carissa found a place to sit down, her eyes not leaving Iman and Augusta for a moment. Augusta really got lucky. I want little Finwick to detoxify me like that too. Carlton hummed, also feeling extremely unsatisfied inside. But she still said, wake up, you're not poisoned. She wondered if Mr. Prodigy, no, little Finwick, would also use this method to detoxify himself. At this moment, the 3 of them distinctly felt that the originally scorching air here began to turn cold. But that coldness only lasted for a moment before being dispelled by the medicinal vapor. You 3 shouldn't be idle either. The medicinal vapor here is all good stuff. Absorb it as quickly as possible, then none of you will ever get poisoned again. Just then, Iman's voice sounded. Won't get poisoned? Rosalie was shocked. What about external applications? Iman. Carissa tugged at Rosalie and whispered, I observed earlier. The array here will last at least 3 days. Rosalie's eyes lit up. Then she sat cross-legged with glee, starting to refine the medicinal liquid here. 3 days, anything is possible, Carlton added, but we must keep an eye on him, so he doesn't run away again. Regarding Iman's escape, this Empress of 9 Heavens now had immense psychological trauma. Now xuanhuan was letting Iman have his way, allowing these 3 women to vie with him, just to prevent Iman from running away again out of dissatisfaction. Rosalie nodded vigorously. Right, absolutely can't let him run. Carissa also deeply agreed. Though Iman hadn't run away from her, losing contact for 10 days to half a month still caused her considerable distress. Immediately, the 3 exchanged knowing glances and silently stood up. They formed a triangle, surrounding Iman and Augusta in the middle. After an unknown amount of time, Augusta's ran and du meridians were thoroughly unblocked, forming a complete cycle within her body. Simultaneously, the cold lock poison in her body was completely expelled. As long as she continued to recuperate for a few more days, she would fully recover. Iman also withdrew his hands. He looked somewhat helplessly at these 3 women surrounding him. It seemed that this time, unless he sacrificed the soul pearl, he wouldn't be able to run away. But he couldn't possibly use the last soul pearl just because of this, could he? Chapter 189. Try a different approach. I wonder if the Holy Maiden can accept it. Just as Iman was lost in thought, his body suddenly stiffened. A cold and soft body had already snuggled into Iman's embrace. Although Augusta's poison was neutralized, her body remained icy. The damage from the 6th Tao primordial cold lock required slow recovery. And at that moment, Augusta curled up in Iman's warm embrace, a faint smile on her lips, already asleep. Iman remained frozen, not daring to move. Because of the troublesome array, their clothes were already dissolved. The scene of unblocking Augusta's ran and du meridians flashed through Iman's mind, making his body start to feel hot. Seeming to sense the rising temperature, Augusta instinctively snuggled closer to Iman. Watching Augusta's serene sleeping face, Iman sighed softly and let it be. Then, he retrieved a blanket from the xuanhuan space and covered Augusta with it. He must care for his little cabbage. At this time, Carlton, Carissa, and Rosalie gritted their teeth. That little demoness Augusta is simply going too far. Taking advantage of being poisoned to blatantly take liberties with Xiao Finwick like this. Rosalie angry, wait, her poison is clearly neutralized, yet she still clings to Xiao Finwick. Carissa looked aggrieved. My poison was about to succeed, but it seems useless now. Carlton silently stood up, took 2 sets of clothes from the wardrobe, and walked to Iman and Augusta. Himph, shameless. Carlton glanced at Augusta sleeping in Iman's arms, cursing inwardly. Then, she used some spell. Those 2 sets of clothes naturally dressed Iman and Augusta under the blanket. Augusta grumbled Buman to Dunangli Yisung, then went back to sleep. The Ran and Du meridians had just been unblocked. Her physical potential was activated, using all energy to expel the cold poison. She was indeed a bit weak now. Wait for me a moment. Iman picked up Augusta's soft body and stood up. Then he headed toward the corner of the space. There were several small rooms constructed by arrays. Inside the rooms, a few beds were placed. For arranging a detoxifying sauna room for his little cabbage, Iman was quite considerate. Iman laid Augusta on the bed, whispering, this room has medicinal chi that can help you recover faster. Focus on refining it. Augusta peeked through half-closed eyes. Blushing, she nodded. Iman activated the array in the room. Instantly, warmth enveloped like a spring breeze. Augusta's eyelids grew heavier until she fell into a deep sleep. Only then did Iman turn and leave the room. Exiting the room, Iman noticed something wet and slippery on the tip of his left finger, probably having touched water somewhere. As Iman was lost in thought, Carlton quietly approached him. Xiao Finwick, shouldn't you detoxify me now? Before Iman could answer, Carissa and Rosalie flanked Iman on both sides. Xiao Finwick just helped Augusta detox and is tired. Let Xiao Finwick rest for a while. Why don't you prepare first? We'll take Xiao Finwick to rest. Speaking, they carried Iman away to the other side. Meanwhile, the coldness here had completely vanished. The previously scalding medicinal vapor again filled the entire space. Carissa and Rosalie lifted the restraints on their clothes, letting the vapor wet them. Carissa whispered in Iman's ear, Xiao Finwick, I don't know how to absorb this medicinal chi to become immune to all poisons. Could you help me? Rosalie joined in, yeah, I also don't know what to do. Do we need to unblock our meridians like Augusta? At this point, their soft bodies almost completely pressed against Iman. Iman gave up struggling. He said weakly, just sit here. The medicinal liquid will alter your constitutions. I'm a bit tired, let me sleep for a while. Speaking, Iman yawned widely. Unblocking Augusta's Ran and Du meridians had consumed a great deal of energy. If Iman hadn't activated the 3 divine treasures, utilizing the power within, given his current cultivation, it would have been nearly impossible. Of course, it was precisely due to his improved cultivation and the activation of the third treasure, plus the heat of the moment, that Iman chose this method to detoxify Augusta. Seeing Iman fall asleep, Carissa and Rosalie stopped their mischief. Both of them rested their heads on one of Iman's shoulders and closed their eyes quietly. Carlton did not disturb him. She sat cross-legged nearby, her eyes slightly closed. She began to regulate her body. Although Carlton's vitality had been suppressed by Iman's medicinal liquid and was no longer being absorbed or deprived, the poison from the 9-origin burning heart lock still remained, slowly eroding her body. Now, Iman had already detoxified Augusta from the 6 Tao primordial cold lock. It was time to address Carlton's detoxification as well, and the 72 divine arrays here would stop working only after 3 days. So, he might as well use these 3 days to thoroughly detoxify Carlton as well. As for other matters, they were all his little cabbages anyway. Let them have their way. But after leaving this place, Iman planned to investigate who was spreading poison throughout the myriad worlds. In the original storyline, there weren't so many chaotic events. Or perhaps there were, but no one knew about them. In the original storyline, there was no Bymian Great Wall, no 3,000 guests in 14 states, nor the myriad movements in Spirit Web. Even if something huge happened, it would only spread within a limited area. To spread across all the myriad worlds? It probably wouldn't happen in less than 100 years. After sleeping for about 3 hours, Iman opened his eyes. The first thing he saw were 4 pairs of bright big eyes staring at him intently. Seeing Augusta, Iman asked, "Are you feeling better?" Augusta nodded vigorously. Much better. I'm not cold anymore." At this point, the cold poison in her body had been completely neutralized, and her body had recovered significantly after the medicinal vapors conditioning. Her face regained its former luster. Just as she wanted to step forward, Carlton pushed her aside. "Xiao Fenwick, are you rested?" Iman nodded. "Yes, I'm good." Carlton's cheeks turned slightly red. I'm also ready. Can you help me detoxify now?" Iman stretched and stood up. "All right, let's do it." Then, he walked towards one of the rooms constructed by arrays. At this moment, Iman had already made up his mind to detoxify Carlton. Humph. Rather than being passively devoured, why not take the initiative? When he treated Carlton's injury yesterday, he almost couldn't hold back. Carlton obediently followed behind Iman, her eyes full of anticipation. Suddenly, she turned around and warned telepathically, "Don't disturb us. Do whatever you want after I've been detoxified." Augusta and the others hesitated in their steps. They could only stop reluctantly. Inside the room constructed by arrays, Iman said earnestly, "We can start now." Carlton's beautiful face turned even redder, and she asked expectantly, "Will it be like how you detoxified Augusta?" Iman leaned closer and whispered in her ear, "Let's try a different method. I wonder if the Holy Maiden can accept it." Chapter 190. A teacher is one who transmits doctrine, imparts knowledge, and resolves doubts. Iman's voice was low and deep, like a warm breeze brushing past Carlton's ears. It made her ears tickle. Change the method? In a daze, Carlton immediately realized what method Iman was talking about. She slightly pressed her lips together and then leaned close to Amon's ear. She whispered softly, "Master, do you have any other female disciples?" The once high and mighty Sherry now spoke in a soft tone with an unusual sentiment as she called out to her master. Amon felt as if his soul was about to fly away. Female disciples? Iman had only 3 female disciples, Carissa, Augusta, and Rosalie. As for Carlton, Eden had forcibly given her to him. They only had the title of master and disciple. Seeing Iman shake his head, Carlton said with a slight grievance, "There are only 4 seats at a mahjong table, no more." Before Iman could understand the meaning of these words, the surrounding air suddenly turned scorching hot. In the next moment, Iman felt a dizzying spin. He hastily said, Hey, I know you're anxious, but please calm down. This is serious detoxification." A moment later, the distance between the two officially became negative. Iman did not dare to be negligent any longer. He hurriedly mobilized the divine beings within his spirit treasury and activated the supreme power, 10-phase Heaven Kingdom. Spatial Heaven Kingdom suppressed. The remaining 9 primal heavens were instantly activated, beginning to absorb the 9 kinds of primal toxins from Carlton's body. Boom. Suddenly, the entire void gently trembled. Spatial, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, yin, yang, the 10 primal forces, formed 10 dazzling beams of light, completely enveloping both their bodies. South and north of the cottage, spring water flows. Flocks of gulls come every day. The flower path has never been swept for guests. Today my wicker gate opens for you. The fountain whispers, cherishing its slender stream. Tree shadows reflect lovingly on the clear water. Young lotus barely shows its pointed tip. Already dragonflies perch on top. Having seen the vast ocean, ordinary water is hard to appreciate. Except for the clouds of Mount Wu, none can match the sky. Strolling through countless flowers, I am too lazy to look back. Half for cultivating the Tao, half for you. Incense burns out, candle shadows lower, pillow screens sway, and rhino horns stabilize the curtains. Graceful as fish swimming in water, they swim east, then west. A night of spring is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. Flowers exude fragrance under the moonlit sky. Faint music from towers and platforms. Silent nights in the courtyard swing. In all the realms. In a small world on the periphery, a woman dressed in black with a hideous face suddenly stood up. Her already dark complexion turned even uglier. Someone actually undid my 9 primal heart-burning lock? In the triangular eyes of the woman in black, cold murderous intent flashed. Gabriel was clearly dead. Could it be that another supreme doctor has emerged in all the realms? Investigate. Must find out who exactly undid the 9 primal heart-burning lock. And that Six Paths primal cold lock also seems to have been resolved. That damned Arnigen actually killed my divine beasts. When I escape, I won't let you off. This detoxification lasted 3 days, but in reality, the actual detoxification took less than a day. Initially, the two had superficial conversations and weren't very familiar with each other. Although the person before her was the godlike prime minister who assisted Carlton in unifying the divine realm of the 9 heavens. Since Carlton saw Iman's true face, it had been just 2 days at most. However, as time passed, Carlton grew increasingly impressed by Iman. His knowledge and insight far surpassed her as the Sherry. So, Carlton knelt down and formally became his disciple, solidifying the teacher-disciple relationship. A teacher is one who transmits doctrine, imparts knowledge, and resolves doubts. And Iman no longer held back. Officially assuming the role of a master, he began to impart knowledge and teachings to Carlton, explaining his wisdom in depth yet simply. Facing her master's teachings, Carlton welcomed them warmly, repeatedly pondering until they were firmly rooted in her mind. The remaining 2 days, the barrier between them disappeared completely. They became fully acquainted. Iman realized that Carlton wouldn't take him back to the divine realm. She still had many things to do in the lower realm. Carlton also finally understood that as long as she didn't try to bring Iman back to the divine realm, he wouldn't run away again. Immediately, both breathed a sigh of relief. Free from worries, they became more engaged. Thus, the 3 days passed unnoticed. Until the moment the 72 supreme formations dissipated, the tightly closed door slowly opened. Carlton was radiant and refreshed. Iman, however, looked a bit tired, lazily yawning. Augusta, Carissa, and Rosalie were playing mahjong heatedly, slamming cards loudly. Finally decided to come out? Rosalie's face was cold, but her tone was full of resentment. It was agreed that within 3 days, anything could happen. But in the end, those 3 days were completely taken over by Carlton. Clearly, she was the last one to arrive. Rosalie gnashed her teeth, making a grating sound. Both Augusta and Carissa looked at Iman with resentful eyes, which babada, a phrase not easily translated, meaning they looked pitifully wronged. Carlton, however, looked triumphantly at the 3 of them. Let you know what it's like to be surpassed by a latecomer. Iman felt somewhat uneasy. He rubbed his nose, feeling guilty, saying, all right, let's go out first. The medicinal liquid here is already used up. There's no point staying here anymore. Pausing for a moment, he added meaningfully, there will be plenty of time ahead. These 3 little cabbages can't escape either. Some things don't have to be done here only. Augusta, Carissa, and Rosalie exchanged glances. Then they surged forward, pushing Carlton to the side next to Iman. Iman hurriedly said, no, put your clothes on first. Don't go out like this. During these 3 days, the Great Xia dynasty had undergone tremendous changes. Due to Rico convening the Pill Evaluation Congress under the name of the Heavenly Pill Tao Alliance, countless forces gathered in the capital of the Great Xia Kingdom, a mix of dragons and snakes. Even the Han and Wa countries from the vast divine world, as well as representatives of the 3 tribes of demons, devils, and savages, came. But this time, it was the Heavenly Pill Tao Alliance holding the Pill Evaluation Congress. Whether it was the Great Xia dynasty or the human sacred empire, neither had the power to stop it. It was signed by 7 great Pill Tao masters. Even Eden, the first supreme elder of the true martial Holy Land, was stunned upon first hearing about it. As more and more Pill masters joined in, the influence of this Pill Evaluation Congress grew larger. Inside the imperial palace, ruler Jing of the Great Xia, wielding the ruler banner, was preparing to join forces with the Lin family to wreak havoc. But he was directly dazed by Rico's heavy punch. The Pill Evaluation Congress organized by the Heavenly Pill Tao Alliance was held in the Great Xia Academy. In no time, the Great Xia Academy's reputation soared, washing away its former decline. Even many genius Pill masters from beyond the heavens chose to join the Great Xia Academy. Over these 3 days, Jaden, Alexander, ruler Jing, and others visited Dragon Lake Villa no less than 30 times. They wanted to consult with Iman, but even forget Iman. They couldn't even see the gods of knives, swords, and incense, nor Rosalie. Only an inconspicuous little old man remained in the Dragon Lake Villa, who didn't seem very useful. At that moment, Iman sat on a familiar reclining chair, yawning. Rosalie stood behind Iman, her fair and tender hands gently massaging his shoulders. Iman looked quite comfortable. However, Alexander, second uncle of the Lin family, was fidgeting restlessly. What was going on? One of the 4 beauties on the all-heavenly beauty list, Rosalie, the goddess of music, the little princess of the human sacred empire, was now rubbing his nephew's shoulders? Originally, Uncle Lin had a lot to say, but seeing this scene, he immediately didn't know what to say. Even just a glance at the other side made him lower his head immediately, staring at the teacup before him. The other 3 beauties from the 4 beauties list were seated on the other side, seemingly playing some game. Heaven! If he had known he would see such a scene, he wouldn't have come. A few days ago, it wasn't like this at all. Iman looked at Alexander, somewhat puzzled. Second grandfather, what do you want to say? He couldn't bring himself to call him second grandfather. Alexander swallowed, then cautiously said, about that Pill Evaluation Congress Rico set up, what do you think? Iman pondered for a moment. Use your eyes to see. He already knew about this matter. Rico's high-profile appearance would certainly gather a wave of fortune. So, Iman did not plan to disrupt this Pill Evaluation Congress. After Rico gathered enough fortune, he would then ruthlessly harvest Rico with a scythe. This way, it would maximize benefits. Over the past 3 days, while teaching Carlton, Iman took the opportunity to study the small sapling a bit more, and the fruits of fortune growing on the sapling. Carlton also had the same purple aura as the sapling. Chapter 191, The Sealed Divine Emperor. Even though Carlton had sealed herself, only retaining the cultivation of a lesser Tianmen realm, Iman's strength still vastly differed from hers. Normally, Iman wouldn't have been able to endure for 3 days. But during those 3 days, the small sapling in the purple mansion would occasionally leak a wisp of purple aura. It would then merge into Iman's body. Not only did it allow him to barely pull through, even Iman felt that another 10 days or half a month of imparting knowledge wouldn't be an issue. Recalling the past 3 days, when Carlton knelt bare-bodied on the ground with her back facing him, Iman's heart couldn't help but pound. He stole a glance at Ada, who was now learning to play Farmer's War. Carlton sat beside the card table. Her exquisite face wore a faint smile. Seemingly sensing Iman's gaze, she looked over too. Just at this moment, Isabel exhaled gently and whispered beside Iman's ear, "Little Lin, shouldn't tonight be my turn?" Iman's body stiffened. Opposite him, Granduncle Lin wished he could bury his head in his clothes. He eyes nose heart cursed inwardly. The princess implication was she going to serve Iman overnight? Sure enough, this kid had really charmed the young princess of the Holy Dynasty. Would their Lin family soon have a son-in-law of the Holy Dynasty? But by the looks of it, it seemed as if the 4 beauties of the beauty chart had all fallen for this kid. Iman coughed, ignoring Rosalie's words. He said to Alexander, "Since Rico is bound to come after me, I'll just counter his moves when he comes." Although Iman was the antagonist and should take the initiative against the protagonist. However, Iman's mindset had changed. Were the 4 delicate little cabbages in his courtyard not more beautiful than that guy Rico? Since he would eventually seek trouble, he might as well wait calmly. With this time, it would be better to impart knowledge to the little cabbages. Hearing Iman say this, Alexander jumped up like his pants were on fire and quickly stood up, saying, "Well, grandson, your great-grandfather is about to give birth. I must go back." Saying this, he disappeared in a flash. Iman. He turned to look at Rosalie and asked incredulously, "My great-grandfather is about to give birth?" Rosalie shrugged. "Probably Lady Patriarch of the Lin family is about to give birth." Iman. Rosalie leaned closer again. "Little Lin, what I just said?" Iman covered his face. "You're not a nun. Why so bold in daylight?" Iman reached out and lightly pinched Rosalie's slender waist. "Go play mahjong with them. I need to cultivate first." Rosalie pouted. Playing mahjong isn't as fun as being with little Lin. Seeing Iman insist, she gave up further persistence. To cleanse Carlton's poison, Iman absorbed the 9 origin toxins from within her body. These 9 toxins integrated into the 9 heavenly realms within the 10-phase heaven kingdom. These origin toxins were good things. Iman hadn't had time to absorb them yet. At this point, he was certain that the person who crafted the 9 origin heart-burning lock was definitely an imperial-level powerhouse. Moreover, that person was somewhere in the myriad worlds. Either they had self-sealed their cultivation like Carlton, or someone else had sealed them within the myriad worlds. Iman already had clues to investigate. By searching the ancient myths or secrets of the myriad worlds, some leads might be found. The current Iman was the patriarch of the true Wu sacred land and the holy son of the Star Sea Pavilion. He could access information even the 14 states couldn't gather. After all, in the myriad worlds, martial arts sanctuaries are living history. Even the initial formation of the 14 states came about through Iman using his privilege as the patriarch of true Wu sacred land to open many backdoors, enabling the 14 states to obtain many unknown secrets. In the instant before Iman entered meditation, he directly contacted Danilo. "Wu Elder, please send me some ancient records regarding the distant past." As the top great senior elder of the true Wu sacred land, a demigod powerhouse, Danilo naturally could access the ancient records of the true Wu sacred land. Upon receiving Iman's message, Danilo's expression became serious. Iman continued, "I've gained some leads on the murder of the previous patriarch and the poisoning of the holy maiden. I now need to verify them." Danilo nodded. "Patriarch, please wait. I will return to the sacred land immediately." Saying this, he settled sky in Brooklyn, then left Daxia Mountain River Academy via a teleportation array. Iman no longer paid attention to external matters. He sat cross-legged on the spot, beginning to communicate with the 9 origin toxins within his body. These 9 origin toxins contained divine emperor principles. It even carried an ancient aura, clearly not belonging to this era. Therefore, between the self-sealed divine emperor and one sealed by others in the myriad worlds, Iman leaned more towards the latter. The other party should be about to break out of their seal. If there really is a sealed divine emperor in the myriad worlds, Iman sensed the last life soul pearl within him. He would go directly to crush him. Other enemies were different from Rico. At first, Rico was protected by the heavenly Tao, leaving Iman helpless. Now, Iman needed a living Rico to reap luck, and he intended to use Rico as a pawn to battle the so-called heavenly Tao here. However, for those other random beings that tried to cause trouble for him, Iman wouldn't hold back, especially those who dared to scheme against his little cabbages. Upon finding them, Iman would directly put on a disguise and crush them. At this moment, the divine spirit within the divine treasury had already purified the 9 supreme poisons, turning them into pure primal power. This power was absorbed into the 10-phase heaven kingdom. This great magical skill also received further enhancement. Just a little bit more. If I could get the space origin power, the 10-phase heaven kingdom would be complete. No, wait. If I can find the time origin power and gather 11 origins, based on the 10-phase heaven kingdom, refine the 11th heaven? However, this thought flashed through his mind and disappeared. He hadn't seen the time origin in the past 12 years. Night fell. This day passed quickly. Iman sat in his room, reviewing the ancient classics sent by Danilo. At this moment, his door was knocked on. Iman's breath hitched, then he opened the door. Carlton stood outside in a thin white dress, her eyes sparkling like stars. At this time, the rooms of Augusta, Carissa, and Rosalie were sealed with a divine-level prohibition. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't break through the barrier. "Dr. Lin, my bottom still hurts. Could you check it for me?" Saying this, Carlton stepped into the room. Iman coughed. They weren't master and disciple anymore. They were doctor and patient now. As for the bottom, well, he hit it himself, so he had to treat it personally. At this moment, Carlton knelt before Iman's bed, facing away from him. Her white skirt was lifted to her waist, revealing a white moon peeping out from the clouds, dazzling Iman's eyes. Chapter 192 Carlton. Who is Ignatius? A line of poetry suddenly surfaced in Iman's mind. The bright moon shines among the pines, clear springs flow over the stones. He rubbed his brow and asked knowingly, "Why don't you heal yourself?" Now that the purple aura had been completely absorbed by Carlton, it no longer had any effect on her. Carlton's cheeks turned slightly red as she answered boldly, "With little medical god here, why should I do it myself?" Iman sighed ostentatiously. "All right then. I'll start now." As he spoke, Iman extended his hand and accurately found the 5 acupoints on Carlton, Huanzhao, Jibian, Chengfu, Xingu, and Baihuan Yi, gently pressing with his fingers. Carlton couldn't help but tremble, feeling a cooling sensation flowing from these 5 points, instantly spreading throughout her body. In an instant, the dull pain subsided slowly. Iman lowered his head to look at Carlton, whose eyes were slightly reddened. He murmured, "Seems tonight, I'll end up becoming Ignatius." Carlton's exquisitely beautiful face also flushed. Surprised by this, her eyes flashed with curiosity. She turned back, astonished. Who is Ignatius? She carefully searched through her memories. Whether in the divine realm or the lower realm, she couldn't find such a person. Could it be some hidden strong individual? Iman replied solemnly, "A great pastoral poet." "All right, I will continue healing you now." As he spoke, Iman used his thumb from his other hand to find the Changqiang point on Carlton and lightly pressed it. Then he moved it down about half an inch. Carlton's body trembled, but before she could react, Iman's index finger pressed onto her Tsugu point, sliding along the skin toward his thumb. In the next moment, the world seemed upside down. Day turned to night. The air became murky. "I built my cottage in the heart of human habitation, yet hear no carriage or horse din. Picking chrysanthemums by the eastern fence, leisurely I see the southern mountain. Fine mist swirls around the mountain ridge. Birds fly homeward together. Herein lies the true meaning. One wishes to articulate it, but words escape. 3 paths of the old garden sprout in obscurity. Overnight frost descends from the blue sky. Not for love of chrysanthemums above all flowers, but because after them there are none. Morning departs from White Emperor City amidst clouds and rainbows. Fernangling can be reached within a day. Monkeys keep wailing incessantly on both banks. Light boats have already sailed beyond 2 mountain ranges. Misty smoke shrouds the cold water. The moon covers the sand. Moored overnight near the Xuanhuan River Tavern. The merchant girls do not know the sorrow of lost country. Across the river they still sing Palace Flower. The next day, dawn broke. Last night, having transformed into Ignatius, Iman was so exhausted that he was still in bed. The atmosphere in Dragon Lake Villa was exceptionally tense. Eden sensed something wrong last night and directly moved to Carlton's former courtyard next door. Sky and Brooklyn, like 2 quails, huddled in the corner trembling. The air in the courtyard almost stagnated. The only ones unaffected were Elizabeth and Jean. However, their lips and corners of their eyes showed more barely noticeable bruising. At a table on one side of the courtyard, Carlton wore pristine white clothes, spotless, elegant, dignified, and serene. Sitting in a chair sipping phoenix broth tofu soup leisurely. On the other side, Augusta, Carissa, and Rosalie gritted their teeth, glaring at her with anger. Rosalie couldn't hold back first. Glaring at Carlton, she said indignantly, "You've gone too far, using divine-level restraints against us." Carlton smiled faintly, her beautiful face radiant. Hearing Rosalie's words, she couldn't help but think of Iman turning into Ignatius last night. Carlton shifted uncomfortably. "This injury seems worse than before. Forget it. I'll let little Lin treat me again tonight." Then she spoke calmly, with a hint of smugness. "Happiness is fought for. I like little Lin, so naturally, I need to compete with you. If you can't win me, it's your own fault." Rosalie was speechless, unsure how to retort. Carissa frowned. She whispered to Augusta and Rosalie, "Do you think little Lin favors her? She has restraints we don't have." Carissa whispered further, "Little Lin is biased, right? Why does she have those powerful divine-level restraints, while we don't? My teleportation charm can't break Carlton's restraint." Divine teleportation charms were Iman's safety card given to these disciples. Once activated, they could instantly shift across dozens of major worlds. Iman always believed that running when outmatched was the best strategy. Absolute defense or full attack wasn't better than fleeing billions of miles away. Moreover, the teleportation charm also carried the tracing maze formation, which could slightly confuse and even trap enemies when activated. This gave her a chance to escape and hide. But Carlton's restriction was a personally crafted divine emperor-level restriction. Such restrictions were incredibly rare in the entire divine realm. Even Iman's divine teleportation charm would have difficulty breaking it. For the sake of competing for Iman, Carlton had truly spared no effort. Augusta shook her head slightly, firmly sending a voice message, "Little Lin absolutely won't show favoritism. Carlton is a convert who only recently joined the true martial Holy Land. Her restrictions are definitely not given by Little Lin. Our treasure vault in the 14 prefectures has many treasures. We can go inside and look for something that can subdue Carlton." Before this, Augusta would never have taken these 2 to the treasure vault in the 14 prefectures. But now, Carissa and Rosalie were all on her side. Augusta had nothing to be reserved about. Moreover, they now had a common enemy, Carlton. Carissa nodded. "If it doesn't work, we'll visit the treasure vault of 3,000 guests." She suddenly thought of something and excitedly sent a voice message. "Right, my master has a scripture pavilion on the Penglai Island of 3,000 guests, storing many picture books and storybooks. I'll bring them out for you to see." Augusta and Rosalie also became interested. Arnigen, hiding storybooks and picture books on the Penglai Island of 3,000 guests? They had to take a good look. As their conversation drifted away from collaborating against Carlton to discussing storybooks and picture books, a massive shout rang out. "Pill Dao Alliance, Pill Master Barnabas has arrived. Starsea Pavilion Saint Sunamon, please come out to meet." In the next moment, the entire Dashia Mountain River Academy fell into a brief silence. Iman did not appear. To ensure he slept soundly, Carlton set up a soundproof barrier inside the room. At this moment, Iman was still fast asleep. Jaden frowned. Pill Master Barnabas? His alchemy skills surpassed Jeremy. Not only was he the Grand Elder of the Pill Dao Alliance, but also the Grand Elder of Qiang Sect, one of the 13 major divine sects of all the realms. He was one of the 7 great Pill Dao Masters of the current All-Heaven Alchemy Alliance. Pill Master Barnabas wielded incredible influence across the myriad worlds. After a moment with no response, an aged voice slowly echoed. The Starsea Pavilion Saint Sun is indeed young and arrogant. I personally came to deliver the invitation for the alchemy competition, and the Holy Sun actually refuses to show his face. The voice carried hints of anger. At this moment, Rosalie, who had been suppressing her temper, suddenly burst out. Pill Master Barnabas? Who does he think he is? Her little Lin isn't someone just anyone can meet. In the next instant, the surrounding natural forces rapidly converged. The dense natural energy swiftly coalesced into colorful strings, spanning the void. Zing! A bright and resounding zither sound reverberated through heaven and earth. In the next moment, Rosalie's incomparably graceful figure appeared at the entrance of the Dashia Mountain River Academy. She wore a light blue dress, her eyes clear and cold as she stared at the elder at the entrance. Pill Master Barnabas? What a big shot. Chapter 193, cured hundreds of times. Rosalie's eyebrows and eyes were as beautiful as a painting, her appearance unmatched in the world. That graceful figure was hidden in the faint mist, appearing and disappearing from time to time. This scene made everyone around feel their hearts pound. Even Lionel couldn't help but be stunned. Rosalie looked at Lionel, her eyes filled with disdain. Deity of music Rosalie, the little princess of the human saint dynasty. It's really her. How could Deity of music offend Lionel at this moment? At this moment, everyone felt it was incredible. Nowadays, the human saint dynasty is weakening, and the situation of the human saint emperor is unknown. Even the great sage Auric, revered by the humans of Shanzhou, is now deeply entangled in a crisis. Although the Shadow Killer has not appeared, no one knows if he will suddenly show up, beheading Auric and then claiming the bounty from Rico. After all, the Shadow Killer has done such things before, killing the target first and then accepting the bounty. One can say that the human empire of Shenzhou is in grave danger now. At this time, Nadine Rosalie stood out and confronted Lionel. Before this, although the All-Heaven Alchemy Alliance existed in name only, Lionel was not a small figure. He was the Grand Elder of Qiang Sect, one of the 13 divine sects of the All-Heavens, one of the top alchemists under the elixir deity in the entire All-Heaven realm. Even people from the 3 major martial arts holy lands and 7 ancient families would treat him politely. Is this deity of music mad, daring to offend Lionel? Suddenly, someone remembered some seemingly true rumors during this period. The top 4 absolute beauties on the All-Heaven beauty list. Deity of music, deity of sword, deity of fragrance, and the newly listed holy maiden of true martial sacred land, all harbored feelings for Iman. For Iman, these 4 peerless beauties even stayed in the great Xia dynasty. Now it seems that this rumor is very likely to be true. At least Rosalie in front absolutely came out for Iman to confront Lionel. Hearing the discussion around her, Rosalie couldn't help but sneer. So what if it's Lionel? Not to mention my master's identity. The second best alchemist in all heaven, elixir deity Thomas, is this princess's senior brother. He is currently sleeping in Long Lake Manor. Afraid of you, just an alchemy venerable? Lionel was a red-haired elder. His eyes were dark, coldly staring at Rosalie. Suddenly, Qiqiong laughed, a sinister smile on his face. Rosalie, I am still lacking a medicine-grinding servant. If you submit to me, I might consider sparing your life when the human saint dynasty falls. As soon as Qiqiong finished speaking, Wong, a massive sword light erupted from within the Mountain River Academy. It penetrated the void directly, slashing towards Qiqiong. What? Qiqiong turned pale with fright, his body retreating repeatedly, trying to avoid the terrifying slash. Despite his high status, he was ultimately just an alchemist. Through stacking of elixirs, his cultivation had barely reached the celestial phenomenon realm. Faced with this immensely powerful and dominant slash, he had almost no room for resistance. But in that instant, a fierce spear beam pierced the air, narrowly shattering the sword beam. Qiqiong plopped down onto the ground, breathing heavily. Fear filled his eyes. A chilly man in black, holding a black long spear, stood in front of Qiqiong. Sword deity, how dare you attack Danzun? Aren't you afraid that alchemists throughout the 14 states will join forces to punish you? The voice of the man in black was cold, laced with barely restrained anger. This man in black was Albin, the protector of Qiang Sect. Also, a powerhouse from one of the 7 ancient families, the Hu Yin family. Ancient families have intersections with the martial deity sects. Albin followed Lionel, joined Qiang Sect, and became his protector. He came to the great world of Shenzhou to protect Lionel. Originally, he thought that no one would dare to disrespect him given Danzun's status. But unexpectedly, upon arriving at the Mountain River Academy in the Great Xia Dynasty, they were attacked by assassins. If not for Albin's timely appearance just now, Qiqiong would surely have died. Albin's hands, gripping the long spear, trembled slightly as he looked up into the sky. Augusta, dressed in white, held a bright long sword, standing at the gate of the Mountain River Academy. She did not hide herself like Rosalie. Her snow-white dress danced with the breeze. But at this moment, no one dared to look straight at Augusta. Her aura was too overwhelming. The sky-piercing intent of her sword seemed to sever one's sight. Even Barnabas and Albin only cast a brief glance before hurriedly looking away. Augusta, Carissa, and Rosalie, these 3 originally had similar cultivation levels. But last time, Iman resolved Augusta's mental knot, and now he had even cured her cold poison. Augusta's strength was growing by leaps and bounds. She had become the strongest among the 3. At this moment, Augusta's cool eyes were watching Barnabas and Albin indifferently. She slowly raised the saber in her hand. Want to punish the 14 states? Have the guts to come. Augusta's voice was as sharp as a blade. She exuded a formidable aura that forced Albin to take several steps back. Rosalie was her junior sister. In the future, they might even become sisters-in-law. This Barnabas actually dared to be disrespectful towards her. Had he had enough of life? Thinking about this, the saber intent from Augusta grew wilder. Her snow-white dress and cloud-like long hair fluttered with the saber intent. In Long Lake Manor, Carissa also wanted to go out, but was gently held back by Carlton. She slightly shook her head. Wuxing and Augusta are enough. You going out would be overkill. Carissa frowned silently. Carlton patiently explained softly. With that Barnabas' status, he is just using Xuanhuan as an excuse to launch an attack on the Mountain River Academy and even the Human Saint Dynasty. Wuxing is a princess of the Human Saint Dynasty, and Augusta has her position in the Mountain River Academy. They are perfectly suited for this. Augusta's identity as a mentor, she had already revealed it, so there was no need to hide it anymore. It was all said during their mahjong game. Carissa nodded slightly. The next instant, she seemed to remember something. Leaning close to Carlton's ear, she whispered, "Just now, I heard you muttering Ignatius." So, who exactly is Ignatius? Carlton trembled slightly. Stuttering, she said, "Ignatius, he's a great pastoral poet, who especially loved chrysanthemums." Thinking about this, Carlton felt a slight pain in her buttocks again. Treating injuries with Xuanhuan tonight would probably make her injuries worse. Last night, she was cured hundreds of times repeatedly. Carissa watched Carlton's gradually reddening cheeks and awkward expression. She couldn't help but feel suspicious. A pastoral poet? Isn't he one of Xuanhuan's alter egos? Carlton forcibly suppressed her unusual feelings and nodded seriously. Exactly. At this moment, Iman yawned as he walked out of the room. He stretched thoroughly and looked towards the gate of the Mountain River Academy, puzzled. Danzun Barnabas? Isn't that old guy supposed to be dying soon? Why did he come here? What are you guys talking about? Iman casually came to the dining table and sat where Augusta had been sitting earlier. Picking up her unfinished tofu pudding, he ate it bit by bit. Seeing Amon, Carlton's heart started pounding violently. Right then, clear yet deadly music sounded from the void, accompanied by Augusta's terrifying saber light. They launched their attack, aiming to leave Danzun Barnabas here for good. Chapter 194, Arya's Blade. Rosalie stood suspended in mid-air. She used the universe as her zither. Her delicate, tender fingers lightly plucked the colorful strings formed by the gathered spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The resonating strings emitted a melodious yet chilling tune that reverberated through the air. The zither goddess, Rosalie. Her mastery of the zither transcended the mundane, reaching divine levels. All things in the universe could become part of her zither. Amidst this crisp music, Arya's graceful and lithe figure danced in rhythm. The long blade in her hand radiated brilliant and splendid light, akin to lively snowflakes dancing with the wind. Everyone around was captivated. Legends had it that the blade goddess and the zither goddess were archenemies, constantly at odds. But now, these two incomparable beauties, one playing the zither and the other wielding a blade, moved in perfect harmony, like clouds flowing seamlessly. Their coordination was flawless, and their performance seemed natural and unforced. However, in this beautiful and harmonious scene, a terrifying killing intent erupted instantly. It enveloped Albin and the alchemy venerable Barnabas behind him. Albin wasted no time. Instinctively, he kicked out, fiercely stomping on Barnabas's chest. Barnabas's body flew backward like a cannonball, escaping the range of the blade's glow and zither melody. In the next moment, the power within Albin erupted entirely. His peak divine soul mirroring heaven realm cultivation was unleashed without restraint. The overwhelmingly fierce aura created a terrifying storm centered around his body, spreading in all directions. Just then, after forcefully intercepting Arya's blade strike, he realized he was no match for this legendary beauty. Now, Arya and Rosalie's killing intent was unmasked. Albin chose to fight desperately. Even if he died, he would take down others with him. He even intended to turn the Great Xia Imperial Academy and the entire Great Xia dynasty into ruins. As a peak divine soul mirroring heaven realm powerhouse, he had the strength to do so. A black lance intent surged upwards like an enraged black dragon, meeting Arya's blade glow. At this instant, the ground beneath them trembled, and horrific cracks spread outward in all directions. The surrounding heavens began to seethe and churn. The defense formations of the Great Xia Imperial City responded to this force, activating automatically. Around the academy, martial artists who had come to watch were stunned and rushed toward the Imperial City for safety. Meanwhile, Barnabas, struck hard by Albin's reckless kick, lay on the ground, spitting blood. He struggled to flee but failed due to severe injuries. Fortunately, someone noticed his plight and pulled him along while escaping. Humph! Suddenly, an elderly cold snort echoed from within the Great Xia Mountain River Academy. Instantly, the agitated surroundings calmed, and the ground's fissures healed immediately. Half-god. Albin's expression changed dramatically. There's a half-god inside the academy? Only a half-god who has officially opened the heavenly gate can calm such chaotic forces. The academy harbored a half-god. Before Albin could ponder further, his lance clashed with Arya's blade glow. Boom! A violent shockwave erupted again, spreading in all directions. Yet, Rosalie's melodious zither sound acted like a resilient net, intercepting and dissipating the shockwave. Crack, crack. Next, Albin heard cracking sounds followed by intense pain in his chest. The divine grade lance in his hand shattered inch by inch, then turned to ash, disappearing without a trace. How is this possible? Albin widened his eyes. His divine grade lance, a supreme weapon passed down from the divine realm, had accompanied him for nearly a millennium, and now, it was split apart by Arya's blade. Afterward, an invisible blade glow swept past Albin's body. Albin's gaze gradually dimmed. A peak divine soul mirroring heaven powerhouse had already reached the realms of endless true essence, indestructible physical body, and immortal divine soul. Yet, Arya's single blade cut almost stripped away all of Albin's vitality. What kind of blade is this? Albin, struggling not to die, managed to speak. Resentment. At this moment, Albin felt deep resentment. If defeated by Arya's overwhelming strength, it would be tolerable. But now, he was vanquished by what appeared to be an ordinary long blade in her hands. What kind of blade could destroy his divine-grade lance? Albin wanted to die with a clear conscience. Arya was also somewhat stunned. She hadn't expected that the knife her master had given her would suddenly burst out with such a sharp edge. This was something that had never happened before. You are not worthy of knowing. Arya looked at Albin, the corner of her lips slightly lifting. Albin, couldn't you respect the last wish of a dying man? Then, the last light in Albin's eyes completely dissipated. He died from anger. Thud, thud. In the next instant, Albin's body split in half from the middle. It became two halves, falling to the ground. Arya looked at Albin's corpse, somewhat dazed. She had broken through to the lesser, heavenly gate realm when Carlton trapped her last night. She had thought that taking down a famous powerhouse like Albin, who had been renowned for 1,000 years, would take at least 100 moves. But what Arya had never expected was that her blade seemed to have changed along with her cultivation breakthrough. Around them, the martial artists who had been desperately fleeing all stopped simultaneously. They too wore looks of disbelief, cautiously looking up at the extraordinary figure in midair. Albin wasn't any weakling but a true powerhouse. Rosalie, though shocked, mumbled incessantly under her breath. She and Arya had a buildup of evil fire within. Iman had been continuously occupied by Carlton for 4 days. While Carlton feasted, they couldn't even get a sip of soup. Right then, Barnabas brought Albin to cause trouble. Unable to hold back her built-up rage, Rosalie acted immediately. But what she hadn't anticipated was that Albin, at the peak of divine soul mirroring heaven realm, just a step away from the lesser heavenly gate realm, was killed instantly by Arya with a single blade strike, weapon and all. If it were her, although she could defeat Albin, it definitely wouldn't be as effortless. Little Lin must have given Arya special treatment. Detoxification. Yes, it must be because of that detoxification. After returning, Nadine will find Little Lin for detoxification too. No. Make Little Lin help Nadine unblock my meridians? Inside Dragon Lake Courtyard, Carlton glanced at Amon and asked telepathically, Imperial level artifact? Amon touched his nose. This was tacit acknowledgement. Given Amon's character, he always chose the best for his disciples. The weapons of Full Hall Intoxicated Blossoms, Blade Arya, Rosalie, and the others were all Imperial level artifacts. Such items, if placed in the divine realm, would cause bloodshed and turmoil. However, these 5 Imperial level artifacts were sealed by powerful seals. They would gradually unlock as their user's strength improved. Arya officially broke through to the lesser heavenly gate realm last night. Apart from her own efforts and Iman's assistance in unblocking her meridians, it was also due to the divine level restriction Carlton had cast on her last night. Within that restriction lay the rhythm of Emperor Carlton. It provided significant benefits to Arya, Full Hall Intoxicated Blossoms, and Rosalie. As for Albin's death at Arya's hands, so be it. At this moment, silence filled the universe. No one had expected that Dan Venerable Barnabas, merely delivering an invitation, would have his protector instantly slain by someone. Even more terrifying, there was actually a demigod residing within the Great Xia Mountain River Academy. Dan Venerable Barnabas's voice sounded through gritted teeth. Blade Goddess Arya? Zither Goddess Rosalie? Old man will remember this enmity. The debt for Albin's death, old man will settle with you. Originally planning to find an excuse to attack the Central Land humans. Now there is already. But we must investigate who that demigod inside the Great Xia Mountain River Academy is. When Arya returned, she saw Iman sitting in her spot, holding the leftover tofu pudding she had left. Any lingering resentment towards Iman vanished instantly. Chapter 195. The unpredictable rivalry starts again. Originally, due to the heavenly mystic realm and the Pill Appraisal Conference, more and more extraterrestrial warriors descended upon the capital of the Great Xia Empire, leading to a chaotic mix of dragons and snakes. This left the Emperor of the Great Xia in turmoil. But now, with Augusta's formidable sword strike, everyone was instantly intimidated into silence. However, everyone was waiting, watching how events would unfold. Dan Zun Barnabas, with his terrifying influence across the myriad worlds, could summon countless strong supporters with just a wave of his hand, especially alchemists. If that happened, it was likely that the 14 states and the human sacred dynasty would face opposition from most of the alchemists across the myriad worlds. The upcoming Pill Appraisal Conference might be the beginning of this. Inside the Great Xia Academy, Rico was bewildered. Master, is that Dan Zun Barnabas so easily provoked? I only said a few words about how arrogant Iman is, and he actually went to find Iman's trouble? Jeremy was grinding a herb meticulously. Hearing this, he lifted his eyes slightly and explained patiently, Barnabas is the Grand Elder of the Scarlet Sun Sect, one of the 13 divine sects. The current sect leader of the Scarlet Sun Sect is named Edgar, hailing from the land of Wa in the Great Sando world. The land of Wa, an existence even more detested by humans than the nation of Han. During the great chaos of the human race in the Great Sando world, a faction of humans betrayed their kind and interbred with the Dogfish Demon tribe. Supported by the Dogfish clan, they established their country. During the human chaos period, they repeatedly invaded human territories, burning, killing, plundering, committing every possible atrocity. Their behavior was even worse than that of demonic and savage tribes. Later on, a new holy emperor emerged, ending the chaos. Establishing the human sacred dynasty and 18 major dynasties, they decisively crushed the land of Wa. Now, the land of Wa has been forced to hide in the barren fringes of the Great Sunjo world, barely surviving. But this group has dual bloodlines from both humans and demons. From time to time, a few monstrous existences emerge. Edgar is one of them. In recent years, the land of Wa has been secretly accumulating strength, eyeing the humans of the Great Sunzhou world hungrily. Rico's eyes brightened. Since this is the case, let's use the land of Hua against Amon and the Mountain River Academy. Upon hearing this, Jeremy's eyebrows furrowed. He sternly asked, "You want to ally with the land of Hua?" Rico paused, then hurriedly shook his head. "It's just using a tiger to devour a wolf." Jeremy finally nodded. He could tolerate Rico allying with the nation of Han or even demonic and savage tribes. The land of Hua, they were more repulsive than demon, devil, and savage tribes combined. Actually, for this pill appraisal conference, Jeremy didn't invite Barnabas. He came of his own accord. Jeremy didn't have the courage to refuse him. Rico continued, "For this pill appraisal conference, let's put Danzun Barnabas as the main figure, going to the Alchemy Academy of the Mountain River Academy for discourse. Let them fight each other. Whoever wins in the end will be beneficial to us. If we can lure out Auric, that would be even better." Jeremy nodded again, not refusing. He had the same idea. "By the way, the heartless Nadine from the Yanwang Fu of the Great Shen Dynasty has arrived. I'll go greet her." Suddenly, Rico spoke up again. Jeremy waved his hand, then lowered his head and continued grinding the herbs. In the Dragon Lake Villa, Augusta stared at the empty bowl of tofu pudding in Emon's hand, lost in thought. At this moment, the gloom in her heart seemed to be swept away like the tofu pudding. Emon looked at Augusta and asked, "Do you want more?" Augusta shook her head. Then she skipped over to Emon, plopping down right in his lap. She chirped, "Ah, little Fenwick, I'm cold, but it's warm here with you." As she spoke, she wriggled her bottom. Feeling the warmth and softness in his arms, Emon's body stiffened. Although he had acted frivolously when detoxifying and unblocking Augusta's meridians, being sat on by Augusta's soft form still nearly made him lose control. The purple chi sent by Zayashumio was too intense. Carly's eyes almost shot flames. She almost couldn't hold back the urge to rush over and pull Augusta out of Emon's arms. But thinking of Augusta's terrifying sword earlier, she seemed no longer able to beat her old rival. So Carly could only grit her teeth and glare at Augusta. Carissa grumbled, "Your poison was already cured. Why are you still cold?" Augusta burrowed deeper into Emon's arms. "You haven't been poisoned, so how would you know if I'm cold or not?" Seeing Augusta's smug expression, Carissa wanted to slap herself. Why hadn't she thought of this? If she had known, she should have sat on Xiao Fenwick's lap when he just sat down. But let Augusta enjoy her moment of triumph for now. Some things don't necessarily have to be done at night. Wait a bit, then tie Xiao Fenwick to the bed and do all sorts of things with him. However, it would also be nice if Xiao Fenwick tied her to the bed and did all sorts of things with him. For some reason, Carissa suddenly recalled the expression Carlton had when she mentioned Ignatius. She didn't know what exactly Xiao Fenwick's Ignatius alias was for. She would definitely find an opportunity to check it out. Carlton's face wasn't looking too good either. But remembering what happened a few days ago, she couldn't lash out. Still, Carlton wasn't someone who could suppress her feelings easily. She said sulkily, "Last night, Xiao Fenwick worked hard, planting flowers and tending chrysanthemums, working diligently. With you doing this, how is he supposed to eat?" Amon's expression froze as he looked at Carlton uncomfortably. Not that she should say such things outright. Carissa and Rosalie, hearing Carlton's cryptic and ambiguous words, exchanged confused glances. They had no idea what she meant. In a corner of the courtyard, Sky and Brooklyn had already quietly stood up and silently fled from the courtyard, though they didn't understand what she meant either. The hostility in those words was unmistakable. An inexplicable battle royale had started again. Elizabeth and Jean remained unperturbed. Those who needed to sweep kept sweeping, and those who needed to water plants continued watering them. Augusta was unmoved. She took out her beloved spirit utensil, a small bowl, and brought the phoenix soup to Amon's lips. "Here, Xiao Fenwick, let me feed you." Carlton. What kind of mindset does Augusta have? She only wanted to provoke her a little, make her taste some jealousy. But how did this woman take it the wrong way? Was it because what she said was too subtle, so she didn't understand and thus wasn't angry? Just as Carlton planned to clarify things further, Blue rushed in abruptly. When he saw Augusta sitting in Amon's lap and feeding him soup, he froze instantly. "Avert your eyes, avert your eyes." Blue hurriedly turned around and then clumsily fled the courtyard. No wonder Sky and Brooklyn ran away so quickly earlier. Carlton rubbed her forehead and ultimately didn't clear up the misunderstanding. Forget it. She wouldn't compete with him right now. Anyway, Lin Shaoshan would still be hers tonight. Chapter 196, Life Goal. Blue's mind was somewhat disordered. Earlier, Augusta had split Albin in two with a single strike, standing proudly in midair. Her slender figure draped in snow-white robes, her stunning beauty cold and aloof. This scene was deeply etched into the hearts of countless warriors. She truly lived up to her reputation as one of the four beauties of all heavens. But now, the goddess of blades seemed like a gentle little bird, snuggling in Amon's arms, even feeding him soup in less than 15 minutes. The contrast was too great. Forget it, forget it. I can always ask about that demigod later. As she spoke, Blue hurriedly left as if fleeing. After Blue was completely gone, Augusta lifted her head, her tone somewhat pointed and adversarial. Indeed, quite the idyllic moment. When little Fenwick was with me before, weren't you all watching from the side as well? Upon hearing Augusta's words, Carissa and Rosalie first froze. Then, a certain scene from the sauna flashed before their eyes. Their faces flushed red. So that's what it was. Immediately, Carissa and Rosalie glared fiercely at Carlton. This woman who came last was clearly showing off and intimidating them. How could Melinda Carlton care about such petty glances? She looked at Augusta and sighed as if forlornly, but ultimately, nothing happened between you two. Iman. Forget it. Might as well let it go. However, with Augusta in his arms, he couldn't just give up so easily. Augusta pouted and fell silent, seemingly defeated. She sat in Iman's lap, squirming a bit. Iman felt somewhat uneasy, but just as he got up, a series of events unfolded naturally. It all happened so spontaneously. Iman stared in shock at Augusta. Didn't she just go to fight? Now how? No. He remembered he was fully dressed when he came out. Suddenly, Iman realized something. The formation. That troublesome formation he set up in the sauna earlier. It seemed Augusta had learned to use it, and it was already showing some effect. Augusta's face remained calm, her white robes pristine and spotless. A restriction on her clothes blocked any visual or mental probing. Meanwhile, Carissa and Rosalie were fiercely competing with Carlton. Carlton also seemed pleased having bested Augusta, while Augusta nestled in Iman's embrace, watching the three vie for attention with interest. At noon, the sunlight was perfect. Inside the Long Lake Villa, Elizabeth and Jean were busy preparing lunch. Carlton, Carissa, and Rosalie were engrossed in a game of do di jeu. Augusta lay comfortably in Iman's recliner, basking in the sun. She had achieved her life goal, to openly become an arrogant and rebellious disciple. Though no one else in the courtyard knew what had transpired, Augusta still felt satisfied. Moreover, she noticed her cultivation had advanced further, stronger than it had been in the morning. Augusta glanced suspiciously towards Iman's room. Could doing this really enhance one's cultivation? Forget it. I definitely won't win against Carlton tonight. Let's wait until tomorrow. Augusta closed her eyes contentedly, looking nothing like the high and mighty figure she usually portrayed. Inside the room, Iman sat cross-legged on the bed. True essence surged wildly within him. Using 2 life soul stones consecutively, he had broken through to the divine passage realm. Now breaking through again, reaching the peak of the divine passage realm, just one step away from the earth change realm. Iman's divine spirit manifestation was already complete. The deities in his 3 divine treasures had grown stronger. But none of this mattered. Why had his cultivation inexplicably advanced? Each time Iman interacted with Augusta and detoxified her, his cultivation would increase. This time, after a historic breakthrough, his cultivation skyrocketed from early divine passage to late divine passage, and finally to peak divine passage. Moreover, Iman discovered Augusta's cultivation strength had also improved. This situation never occurred when he was with Carlton. Is it because Augusta is special? Iman thought of the other 2 cabbages. So far, he hadn't touched Carissa or Rosalie. Forget it. I'll figure it out eventually. Let's focus on cultivation for now. Iman calmed his mind and began guiding the true essence within him. Actually, normally speaking, Iman didn't need to cultivate. Everything would happen naturally. But now, he was cultivating the all-heaven divine radiance, a cultivation method entirely different from current practices, cultivating divine treasures within the body and evolving divine beings. This was clearly akin to creating deities. Iman was extremely anticipative. If his cultivation reached the celestial phase realm, the deities in his divine treasures would truly take shape and break free from the confines of the treasures. They could cultivate on their own, becoming true deities. At that time, the layers upon layers of Iman's hidden identities would finally be put to good use. This time, Iman was truly entering a closed retreat for cultivation. Carlton, Augusta, Carissa, and Rosalie visited him one after another but did not disturb him. They all knew what was important. Meanwhile, the celestial martial artist who had been intimidated by Augusta's single slash stirred up again. The vengeance of Dan Venerable Barnabas was coming. He intended to use this pill refinement competition, under the name of the All Heavens Alchemy Alliance, to declare war on the Great Xia Mountain and River Academy. A war through alchemy pills. The declaration of war was already sent to the Mountain and River Academy, placed before Khan, the Dean of Alchemy. Khan was also an alchemy grandmaster, but he was still short of reaching the Great Grandmaster realm. Looking at the challenge letter before him, his expression turned extremely grim. Dean, how should we deal with this matter? Khan took a deep breath. Though the situation was caused by Iman, Augusta, and Rosalie, Khan didn't plan to shirk responsibility. If he could overcome this calamity, he would surely break through to the Great Grandmaster realm. If he couldn't, death. The Great Xia Mountain and River Academy might also be wiped out. The alchemy school was the weakest among the schools of the Great Xia Mountain and River Academy. Lu Zig's frown relaxed. A smile appeared on his face. It's fine. Just a mere Barnabas dares to issue a declaration of war against our Mountain and River Academy? He must be tired of living. Khan was stunned. Seeing Lu Zig's complete ease, he didn't know what to say. Was Dean Lu unaware of what kind of existence Dan Venerable Barnabas was? Or because Dean Lu himself was a deity-level Great Grandmaster, he considered someone like Khan, who had just barely reached the Grandmaster realm, as a peer? Lu Zigwa patted Khan, with a look full of profoundness. Rest assured, the one who will die this time is definitely Barnabas. Issue a declaration of war? Challenge the alchemy school? There were deity-level alchemists present at Long Lake Villa. The deity-level Grandmaster invited by the second young master of the Lin family, originally intended to deal with the Starry Sea Pavilion, was now proving useful. Not long ago, right after receiving Dan Venerable Barnabas's declaration of war, Carissa's transmission arrived. She directly stated that the deity-level alchemist would intervene. Chapter 197. She has surpassed me again. With the instigation of certain people, Huayan Shua's death and the conflict between Lionel and the Shanha Academy were magnified to an extreme extent. Originally, the so-called All-Heaven Alchemy Dao Alliance, which was in name only and nearly non-existent, also prominently emerged at this time. Apart from Julian, the other 6 alchemists spoke up one after another, condemning the Shanha Academy. They directly declared war on the Daxia Shanha Academy, and even the entire Shanha Academy under the name of the All-Heaven Alchemy Dao Alliance. This move shook all heavens. Originally, no one cared about that so-called All-Heaven Alchemy Dao Alliance, because the alchemists within the Alchemy Dao Alliance did not care about this organization. But this time, 7 Grandmasters of Alchemy directly invoked the banner of the All-Heaven Alchemy Dao Alliance. Their influence was incredibly terrifying. Even those martial artists vying for the Asura Ghost Doctor's treasure map could not help but be drawn away. In the myriad worlds of all heavens, more and more alchemists and martial artists gathered toward the divine world. On the Spirit Network, the condemnation of the Xuanhuan Academy had reached an unprecedented peak. Of course, it was Augusta who killed the people, but everyone tacitly avoided mentioning Augusta's existence. Last time, the Grand Elder of the Wu Di family clan, a powerful figure at the third realm of Heavenly Gate, Life and Death Heavenly Gate realm, Tanner, took action against Augusta. The result was the Ethan appeared, and he wiped out the Wu Di family clan entirely. Now, Tanner still stands embedded in the ruins of the Wu Di family clan, wailing daily in a state worse than death. Besides, Nadine Rosalie of the human Holy Dynasty was also present and took action. As a disciple of Auric, the Chancellor of Xuanhuan Academy, Rosalie taking action was equivalent to Auric acting. Hence, it was as if the Xuanhuan Academy carried out the killing. The prestige of this appraisal conference had reached an unprecedented level even before it began. Everyone was waiting for the great sage of the human race and divine world to appear. Currently, only Auric could resolve everything. But, would Auric dare to show himself? A terrifying dark shadow assassin is lurking in all heavens, eyeing him like a venomous snake. The Xuanhuan Academy seemed to be ensnared in a hopeless deadlock. This was what everyone thought. However, the 19 Xuanhuan Academies remained calm. Especially the prominent Daxia Xuanhuan Academy showed no sign of chaos. Academy disciples ate, slept, and cultivated as usual. During Iman's seclusion period, Rico finally demonstrated the qualities of someone favored by fate. He didn't force his way forward, but instead hid behind the scenes, carefully planning. Even the loosely organized All-Heaven Alchemy Dao Alliance became truly cohesive under his mediation. Don't ask, ask and you'll know that this is the unparalleled fortune of a fate-favored individual. Afterwards, Rico lowered his stance and approached Harris and a group of primal ancient family clans disciples, stating his intention to integrate the appraisal conference with their youth assembly, hosting both simultaneously. Rico provided them with a convenient option, and these individuals naturally wouldn't choose humiliation. They immediately agreed. Thus, Rico and these ancient family clan disciples once again enjoyed harmonious relations. Under these enhancements, Rico's destiny soared instantly, reaching a new height. Inside the Daxia Xuanhuan Academy, Michael looked at his sister earnestly and said, "Xiao Jin, I know you fancy the Roman, but this time, Rico has a massive momentum, supported by a United Alchemy Alliance. Even the other 6 primal ancient families have been convinced. If we don't attend, our status in the Yi family might be replaced by Rico." Currently, xuanhuan lost his sword saint title and was licking his wounds. He was merely an insignificant outer gate elder, and the attention of the ancient Yi family was focused on the treasure map of the Asura ghost doctor. Naturally, Michael would make the decisions in the divine world. Cassie retorted impatiently, "Who says I fancy the Roman? I just think he's handsome and want to take a few more looks." Michael, is this not called having a crush? But you can only admire him from afar. Those around the Roman were what kind of supreme figures? 4 beauties of the beauty rankings in all heavens. Each one was enough to top an era. Although his little sister was quite beautiful, compared to those 4, she was like a firefly beside the moon, incomparable. Now, Michael was filled with envy towards Amon. Previously, the top 3 beauties surrounding him were tolerable. It was rumored that the 4th beauty, the true Wu sage lady Carlton, became a sage lady only after meeting Amon. Apparently, she previously disguised herself as a man for Iman's sake. Cassie glared at Michael. "I don't fancy Rico. Rico has limited abilities but boundless ambition. Every time, he ends up doing more harm than good. I believe this so-called appraisal conference will be ruined by him again." Cassie's disdain for Rico originated from the incident when he became a shit martial artist. That upper-grade heaven-rank snow melting pill was consumed without any appraisal. Even if it was to resolve the crisis, couldn't he have waited for the Yi family martial artists to leave the black market before consuming it? Rico's behavior at that time likely stemmed from his fear of the Yi family snatching his pill. From then on, Cassie had looked down on Rico. Cassie glared at Michael. "This time, we can be invited to attend the appraisal conference, but we absolutely cannot be the organizers. The appraisal conference has nothing to do with our Yi family. After all, wherever Rico goes, there is trouble." Michael, seeing his increasingly assertive sister, could only meekly agree. After all, during the previous fiasco involving the Heavenly Starseed Pavilion Saint Sun, if not for Cassie restraining him and xuanhuan, these two would have rushed to side with Rico immediately. Ed returned the day before the appraisal conference. In recent days, he personally investigated the few matters Iman mentioned. He had found some clues. Inside the Dragon Lake Villa, Augusta lay on Iman's recliner, her face filled with contentment as she hummed an unknown tune. She was still savoring what happened a few days ago. "Little sister, did something good happen to you?" Ed couldn't help but ask upon seeing Augusta's expression. Since he met Augusta, he had never seen his junior sister so carefree and relaxed. Moreover, in just a few days, Augusta seemed even more beautiful. Augusta chuckled. "Good things? Of course they're good things." She had advanced, and done so openly, right in front of her other 3 rivals. Though they didn't know, Carissa grunted. "You're so happy because little Fenwick is in seclusion." Augusta nodded as if it were the most natural thing. It's rare for little Fenwick to go into seclusion. It must mean he's made a breakthrough. Of course, I'm happy for him. Carissa. She was speechless. Carlton and Rosalie just felt gloomy and remained silent. With Iman secluded in his room, even playing mahjong or landlording lacked appeal. Everything seemed bland. Seeing the 4 juniors in the courtyard, Ed inwardly roared with laughter. Little Fenwick. Always little Fenwick. Just wait until your precious little Fenwick sheds his mask and becomes master one day. Let's see how they react then. Ha ha ha. The thought of those 4 outstanding beauties, who topped the beauty rankings, realizing Iman's true identity one day, their awkwardness and mortification, they'd wish to bury themselves underground. Ed couldn't help but shiver in excitement. That moment, Iman pushed open his door and stepped out, stretching lazily before smiling. "Ah, everyone's here." Before others could react, a white figure appeared in front of Iman. Augusta's eyes were filled with concern. Little Finwick, why did you stay in seclusion for so long? Are you injured? Let me check you. Without waiting for a response, Augusta carried Amon back into the room. Boom. Then the door slammed shut. Ed opened his mouth, looking bewildered at the others. What just happened? Carlton, Carissa, and Rosalie gritted their teeth. She beat them to it again. Chapter 198. That's the pill deity? At this moment, Ed immediately recalled what had happened before. Not long ago, right after the Starsea Pavilion people left the xuanhuan Academy, Master's body seemed to have developed some problems. She was carried back to her room by Augusta and was examined for several hours along with Carissa and Rosalie. Was Master's seclusion this time also because of her health issues? Yes. It's only natural for my junior sister to worry about Master. Ed frowned, somewhat concerned. Aren't you going in to check on her? Carissa glared at him. What do I go in there for? I'll wait for next time. Although she adored Iman, she still had her principles. She couldn't just act rashly like that. However, Carissa felt that her reactions were always a step behind Augusta. Next time, my reaction will definitely be faster than Augusta's. Rosalie nodded seriously. I will definitely be faster than you. Carlton pursed her lips and remained silent. Inwardly, she scoffed coldly. I won't give you any chance. Ed felt a bit confused. The atmosphere here seemed a little off. Just as Ed intended to investigate inside, Jean silently blocked his way. Elizabeth then brought over a small spiritual bowl filled with phoenix soup. Rest assured, Lord is fine. Miss Augusta will handle it properly. This is the chicken soup ordered by Lord for you. Ed knew Elizabeth's identity. Upon hearing her words, he put his worries aside. However, when Ed saw the soup in the bowl, he was speechless again. Chicken soup? This was clearly phoenix soup. Soup made from Hell-Divine Phoenix. Thank you. When Ed took the bowl, he didn't forget to say thanks. Knowing Elizabeth's identity, even if the person before him was truly a servant, Ed would give her due respect. Meanwhile, at Daxia Imperial Academy, Lord Pill Honorable, the investigation is clear. A man came before Barnabas and respectfully said, the demigod in Daxia Xuanhuan Academy should be the first supreme elder of Xuanhu Holy Land, Lord Eden. He accompanied the Xuanhu Holy Maiden to Daxia Xuanhuan Academy. The reason the Xuanhu Holy Maiden is in Daxia Xuanhuan Academy is likely to seek medical help from Iman. Upon hearing these words, Barnabas and others finally breathed a sigh of relief. They had been worried all along about the sudden appearance of a demigod powerhouse within Daxia Xuanhuan Academy. If it was Eden of Xuanhu Holy Land, then there was nothing to worry about. Earlier, Eden's intervention was probably because Hua Yin Shua disturbed the Xuanhu Holy Maiden. As for Carlton, earlier, at Starsea Pavilion, someone had seen Carlton seeking medical help from the Devil Dr. Asura. With the death of Devil Dr. Asura, it seemed reasonable that she came to Shen World seeking Iman. These matters weren't really secrets. A brief investigation could make everything clear. Beside Barnabas, a man dressed in black robes, his whole body shrouded in shadows, suddenly asked, the Xuanhu Holy Maiden seeks medical help from Iman? His voice was hoarse and dry, as if he hadn't spoken for countless years. The messenger didn't dare to slack, quickly replying, indeed. Iman does have the reputation of a little medicine god in this Shen world. Pausing, he looked at Jeremy who was standing silently nearby. His proficiency in alchemy exceeds Grandmaster Jeremy. The black-robed man fell silent again. In his hand appeared a communication jade token, sending out this information. There were actually true divine doctors in this human realm? 3 hours later, the sun slightly tilted westward. The tightly closed door finally opened. Iman stepped out of the room, first pounding on his waist, then stretching his body. At this moment, Iman's mind was full of a poem from his previous life. Green mountains vaguely, waters far and wide. Autumn ends but grasses in the south remain unshriveled. On the bright moonlit night at 24 Bridge, where is the Jade Maiden teaching the flute? Ed, who was sitting cross-legged, meditating, saw Iman come out. He quickly stood up and approached, asking, Eli, are you okay? At the same time, Ed couldn't help but feel puzzled in his heart. Strange, why hasn't my junior sister come out yet? As soon as this thought crossed his mind, he tried to peek into the room, but Iman raised his hand first, and the room door slammed shut loudly. Ed's gaze hadn't gone far before he reluctantly retracted it. Iman lazily yawned. There indeed was an issue, but fortunately, Augusta's medical skills are excellent, so everything's fine now. But Augusta is quite tired and resting. During this period of seclusion, Iman advanced in one breath, directly breaking through to the early stage of Earth Transformation realm. The primordial spirit underwent Earth Transformation, becoming substantial. Moreover, he opened up the fourth divine repository, refining the fourth divine figure. However, now, Iman's cultivation has once again reached the peak of the initial stage of Earth Transformation realm, and his foundation was solid without any instability. Iman felt somewhat regretful. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have secluded himself. Not only Iman, Augusta's cultivation also broke through again, reaching the peak of the initial stage of Small Heaven Gate realm. Just now, Iman and Augusta studied for a long time. From Han Xiangzi to Ignatius, they couldn't figure out the reason for their cultivation improvement. Instead, it made their cultivations increase even more. Ed looked at Iman with puzzlement all over his face. Does my junior sister understand medicine? Why didn't I know that? Did Master give her special treatment? At this moment, Carlton, Carissa, and Rosalie were already starting to compete among themselves. They glared fiercely at Iman. Seeing this, Iman couldn't help but feel his legs weaken. His waist started to hurt faintly as well. No way. Again? Although my cultivation improved and I have already cultivated the Chaos Divine Body, I can't withstand such torment. These four's real cultivations are all above mine. Ah, I suddenly remembered. The suckling pig is still roasting on the fire. I should go check. I'll go check. Saying this, Iman slipped past Ed and disappeared like a streak of smoke. Suckling pig? Ed was puzzled again. What does this have to do with anything? When did Master's thoughts become so eccentric? Carissa drooped her head and said listlessly, "Roasted Kirin. But compared to roasted Kirin, I'd rather tie up little Lin." Since she learned Iman's identity, although she didn't break this layer of illusion, there were some things she no longer bothered to pretend about. Ed. Rosalie watched Iman's fleeing figure with similar regret. This escape posture was exactly the same as 3 years ago. Carlton cast a glance at Rosalie and Carissa. She didn't consider them rivals. With that reaction speed, who knows when it will be their turn. But Augusta posed too much of a threat. Ed was bewildered by the bizarre atmosphere in the courtyard. Iman had already run out of the yard to secretly check the 8-trigram furnace. The fire Kirin wasn't fully roasted yet. After all, it's not refining pills. Iman first considered the taste and texture. So, low heat slow roasting for a few more days. Night fell. Still clueless, Ed was pulled into an adjacent courtyard by Eden, who returned from outside to discuss and practice cultivation. 3 deity emperor level restrictions lit up without warning. Carissa's hand almost touched Iman's door. Then she looked in despair at the door right in front of her. As it got farther away, she was sent back to her room by the restriction. Rosalie, following closely behind Carissa, was also sent back. In another room, Augusta was sleeping soundly, indeed tired from the day. Besides, she hadn't intended to compete. Carlton's background clearly wasn't simple. Compete with her? An invitation to humiliation. Better to plan ahead and act when the opportunity presents itself. Carlton's graceful figure approached Iman's door and gently knocked. Inside Iman's dantian, the small sapling once again released a large amount of purple chi, merging into his body. Instantly, Iman became lively again. There was nothing unusual overnight. The next day, the Grand Pills Appraisal Congress officially began. The All-Heaven Alchemy Union, Daxia Academy, Primordial Family, and other forces warriors moved en masse towards the Daxia Xuanhuan Academy. Today, they would formally challenge the Daxia Xuanhuan Academy, crushing the hope of this human Holy Dynasty. This group strode confidently with self-assured steps and quickly arrived at the entrance to the Daxia Xuanhuan Academy. Now, the anticipated trembling scene of enemies ready for battle did not occur. At this moment, the Daxia Xuanhuan Academy seemed just as usual, except for a slovenly young man sleeping at the entrance. Though properly dressed, this young man gave off a peculiar, unkempt appearance. Strange, could he be a beggar? How could there be a beggar at the gate of Xuanhuan Academy? Just as many people were puzzled. Someone opened wide eyes, shouting in disbelief, "That's the Pill Deity." Chapter 199, Rico's Plan, Becoming a Disciple of the Alchemy God, and Being a Grand Disciple of Arnigen. The Diaxia Mountain River Academy appeared calm on the surface. However, everyone was at their utmost tension. Their hearts were nearly leaping out of their throats. Especially the Dean of the Alchemy College, Dean Khan, who almost couldn't hold back from going out to fight with the other side for dear life, to defend the reputation of the Mountain River Academy with his life. But Blue remained unperturbed throughout, looking as if he had a plan all along. Other members of the Mountain River Academy wanting to send support were also refused by him. He only let everyone wait for the show. Until this moment, outside, someone shouted the words, "Alchemy God." The Alchemy College, and even the entire Mountain River Academy, instantly erupted. Alchemy God. No one would have thought that the seemingly messy-looking youth sleeping in front of the Academy gate was actually the legendary Alchemy God Thomas, the only titled Alchemy God across all realms, yet claiming himself to be the second-best alchemist in all realms. On the other side of the Mountain River Academy, Michael was practically kneeling to Cassie. He looked at his smug sister and asked curiously, "Xiao Jin, did you know something early on?" Cassie paused for a moment before responding naturally, "I've said it. Associating with Rico never ends well. He's just a bad omen." Michael didn't respond, unsure whether to believe her or not. Cassie breathed a sigh of relief. Her new master had once said, Michael has some petty intelligence, but lacks wisdom. If he found out about certain matters, it would surely ruin things. She was to become the lady of the Yi family. She couldn't let this fool of a brother ruin everything. At this time, in front of the Mountain River Academy, it's really the Alchemy God. 6 years ago, I had the privilege to witness the Alchemy God's deification battle in Yunguang world. 72 divine pills hovered in the air, with light extending billions of miles, like 72 blazing suns illuminating the entire Yunguang world. From then on, Thomas became deified, officially declaring that the new alchemy god of all realms was born. Alchemists are divided into 4 ranks: heaven, earth, mystic, and yellow. Each rank has upper, middle, and lower grades. Being able to refine upper grade heavenly pill and achieve a 50% success rate is considered a grandmaster level alchemist. The reason why Danzuan Qiyang was called Danzuan, alchemy respected one, was because his success rate for refining upper grade heavenly pills exceeded 80%. However, divine pills above upper grade heavenly pill do not belong to any existing realm. Nowadays, most divine pills circulating in all realms originate from the divine realm. Another part is refined by alchemy gods. Facing an alchemy god who can refine divine pills, neither Jeremy nor Qiqiong amounted to anything. Qiqiong and Jeremy's faces were unusually grim, as though they had swallowed flies. This time, they united the All Realms Alchemy Alliance, gathering 7 Grandmaster Alchemists, over 30 Master Alchemists, and hundreds of top-notch alchemists below the Master level. They came in high spirits. Jeremy and Rico aimed to eliminate Iman and secure the slot for the Celestial Secret Realm, while Danzu and Qiqiong intended to crush the Mountain River Academy, clearing obstacles for the annihilation of the Holy Dynasty. Nowadays, Qiang sect was already Japan's Qiang sect. Before this, the Mountain River Academy always remained silent, neither engaging in battle nor responding. Just when everyone thought the Mountain River Academy was acting like a turtle in its shell, unbeknownst to all, the Mountain River Academy pulled a huge move, directly summoning the alchemy god Thomas. The sudden appearance of the alchemy god caught everyone off guard. Among the crowd, Rico's eyes were almost burning with rage. He immediately recalled the fragrance deity Carissa. Once, the fragrance deity acted against him for Iman. This time, it must be the fragrance deity again, finding the alchemy god to support Iman. At this moment, Rico was driven mad by jealousy. But soon, he calmed down. With my talent in alchemy, praised by 7 Grandmaster Alchemists, they believe I will become the next Grandmaster Alchemist, or even have a chance to reach the status of alchemy god. Danzuan Chichiang once said, if I weren't Jeremy's disciple, he would definitely take me as his direct disciple. If the alchemy god sees me now, he will surely have the same fondness for talent and accept me as his disciple. Rico loosened his tightly clenched fists slightly, having made up his mind. Upon seeing his talent, both Jeremy and Danzuan Chichiang pursued him eagerly to make him their disciple. If he took the initiative now, with his alchemical talent, he would certainly become a disciple of the alchemy god and a grand disciple of Arnigen, and even have the chance to inherit Arnigen's true teachings. If he could become a successor of Arnigen, he would receive divine pills to cure his crippled body. Moreover, being a disciple of an alchemy god meant he would be a fellow disciple with the fragrance deity. He might then have a chance to get close to the fragrance deity, and perhaps win her heart. Humph, when the time comes, I will definitely find a way to make the fragrance deity kick him on out. Just thinking about the fragrance deity kicking him on out for him made Rico shiver with excitement. As Rico indulged in his daydreams, the discussions around him grew increasingly noisy. Why did the alchemy god appear here? Could it be to support the Mountain River Academy? Impossible, absolutely impossible. The alchemy god is of noble character, indifferent to worldly affairs, detached from fame and profit, serene and distant. At the time, for alchemy masters jointly invited the alchemy god to join the All Realms Alchemy Alliance, but he ignored them. Now, how could he possibly step in for the Mountain River Academy? At this moment, Thomas had long woken up. Although lazy, he was not irresponsible. He could sleep for several days at the Lunghu Pavilion, because Iman and Brianna were both there. That kind of familiar and close aura made Thomas always feel comfortable and secure. So, he forgot everything, peacefully falling into a deep sleep. But now, the hostile and overwhelming presence around him instantly woke him up. At this point, Thomas's mind was fully awake. He had slept so long purely because he wanted to, too lazy to wake up. Now was the same. He was too lazy to open his eyes, too lazy to get up, too lazy to pay attention to these people. Iman used my heavenly order to resolve the conflict between Iman and the Starry Sea Pavilion. But these people are clearly not from the Starry Sea Pavilion. What's going on? Why am I sleeping here again? And, how long have I been sleeping? Before, it seemed like Master was also here, helping me change clothes and bathe. No, that can't be right. Why would Master come to such a place? Was I dreaming? While Thomas was pondering whether to continue sleeping, or to wake up to see what was happening, an unpleasant voice reached his ears. Greetings to the alchemy god from Rico, the direct grandson of the patriarch of the primordial Yi family. This voice, how should one describe it? At first, it sounded clear and warm, polite and refined. But with Thomas's keen hearing, he immediately noticed something off. He couldn't help but turn over, muttering, where did this eunuch come from? Scram away? Rico's expression froze. He had already covered himself with divine artifacts, so how could the alchemy god know? It must be because he was afraid of disturbing the alchemy god, so he spoke softly, making his voice sound less masculine. Thinking of this, Rico mustered his strength, raised his voice, and said again, greetings to the alchemy god from Rico of the primordial Yi family. While speaking, he kept hoping inside. Alchemy god, please wake up, open your eyes and look at me. Just one glance, and you'll be amazed by my talent and take me as a disciple. Behind Rico, the others all held their breath, not knowing what he was trying to do. But since Rico was willing to take the lead, they were more than happy to let him. Annoyed by Rico's disturbance, Thomas swayed and sat up. He glanced indifferently at Rico. Then he looked at the group behind him and said impatiently, so, what are you people here for? Hearing Thomas's words, everyone was taken aback. The alchemy god didn't know why they were here. For a moment, Xinhua Ace, Chichiang, and others couldn't help but smile with joy. Chapter 200, Tyrannical Alchemy God. The very center of the Divine Continent. This was also the most fertile and prosperous place on the entire Divine Continent. Holy Dynasty, Holy Capital. At this moment, deep within the royal palace of the Holy Capital, inside the Emperor's bedroom, a young man in his early 20s, dressed in loose robes with a handsome face, was sprawled out on his back, his buttocks resting against the headboard of the dragon bed. He idly swiped at a communication jade tablet in his hand. This youth was none other than the backbone of the human race of the Divine Continent, an emperor-level powerhouse who had struck fear into all heavens and worlds. Human Emperor, Luo Xingqian. So bored, I want to fight. I want to go out there and kill indiscriminately, wiping out those demon spawns, evil spawns, and barbarian spawns. But my chancellor won't let me take action. He says I must endure, survive by my wits, and rot away. Don't act unless it's critical. The chancellor is right. I should listen to him. As he spoke, Emperor Luo Xingqian flipped over again, lying face down on the dragon bed. From forelimbs up, he now presented a buttocks up position. At that moment, on the communication jade tablet in his hand, appeared the current scene outside the entrance of the River Mountain Academy of the Great Xia Summer Country. The Dandao Alliance from all the heavens was using a grand elixir conference to challenge the River Mountain Academy. Naturally, someone was live-streaming this spectacle. Luo Xingqian snorted. Then on the jade tablet screen, a split screen appeared. The handsomest emperor ever. Chancellor, the enemy is bullying us right here at our doorstep. Isn't it time for critical action? Shouldn't I take charge now? The handsomest emperor ever. I think your alchemy god disciple isn't well rested yet. Why not let me handle it while he continues sleeping? River Mountain Academy of the Great Xia, Dragon Lake Manor. Iman looked at the message on the communication jade tablet and instantly felt speechless. Iman, don't cause trouble. If you go out now, all my previous arrangements will be wasted. Iman, my disciple found something interesting. I'll let you handle it when the time comes. For now, just bear with it. The handsomest emperor ever. Well, Maybe I could also create some pseudonyms and have some fun? Iman, with your personality, you'd never keep them hidden. Do nothing and stay put in the holy capital. Iman, if you're really bored, hold a few imperial councils and cough up some blood to show how weak you are. The handsomest emperor ever. After ending the conversation, Luo Xingqian changed his pose again, sprawling out on the dragon bed with arms and legs akimbo. 3 years ago, the chancellor was only 14 when he made his move. But now, shouldn't it be time? Carly is in the great Xia. Should I talk to her? Luo Xingqian rubbed his chin, then shook his head, mumbling to himself, let her solve it on her own. The identity of the chancellor can't be revealed to anyone. Once the first person knows, a second and third will follow. Once the chancellor's identity leaks, it would be a disaster for him. Luo Xingqian had long placed restrictions on his memory regarding this matter. Should he ever be captured and subjected to soul searching, this part of his memory would immediately vanish. Iman rubbed his temples. How old is this human emperor to still behave like a child? This emperor was one of the few who knew Iman's true identity. If not for Iman's candidness, he wouldn't even have gotten close to Luo Xingqian. Of course, this was also a system requirement. Back then, the human emperor was gravely injured, almost dead. How could he entrust his life and the fate of the human empire to someone hiding their identity? 12 years ago, the human empire faced a crisis. Iman, as Auric, emerged from nowhere to resolve that crisis. At the time, Iman was only 5 years old, tiny and delicate. So tender it seemed almost liquid. It nearly dropped Emperor Luo Xingqian's jaw. After repeated confirmation, the emperor finally believed. That cute little bundle in front of him was indeed the same Auric who had just saved the human empire. And Iman managed to help both the 3,000 guests and the 14 prefectures firmly establish themselves and develop rapidly across all the heavens and worlds. None of this could have happened without the secret support of the emperor. Though critically wounded, the resources he controlled, accumulated over endless ages by the human empire, were unimaginable. Randall represented tea. Worry-free gentleman represented wine. These two small aliases had already been revealed before the emperor. At that time, upon witnessing Iman's methods and power, Luo Xingqian even entertained thoughts of abdication. But it wasn't abdication in the normal sense. He wanted Iman to refine his body into a corporeal avatar, to succeed him. Although Luo Xingqian had many princes and princesses, none except Carly showed any promise. At that time, when Luo Xingqian fell, the Holy Dynasty and even the entire divine continent's human race would have perished along with him. It would be better to entrust everything to a trustworthy person. If not for Iman's repeated assurances that he would heal his injuries, Emperor Luo Xingqian would likely have already destroyed his own soul, using suicide to force Iman to take on the role of Holy Emperor in his place. During the period after Iman escaped the plot, Luo Xingqian's messages never stopped coming. Even during his seclusion, he would send 800 messages a day, replacing the once busy Augusta. Thinking of Augusta, Iman couldn't help but look at her beside him, then awkwardly said, "Stop causing trouble." Augusta pouted, muttering softly, "Not causing trouble, got it? I'll try out Heavenly Light Echo. This spear technique seems to have some secrets." Iman. On the other side of the small courtyard, Carlton, Carissa, and Rosalie were playing a card game. Hearing this, they all rolled their eyes at Augusta. In broad daylight, couldn't she tone it down a bit? Suddenly, Rosalie realized something. She threw down her cards and happily ran to sit on Iman's other side. Extending her white, tender hand, she practiced Heavenly Light Echo with Augusta. Carissa, stunned, lamented, "Why didn't I think of that?" Carlton rubbed her temples. "Are you two not concerned about what's happening outside at all? Rico clearly wants to become Danshin's disciple." Carissa grumbled, "Tisk, well-fed people don't understand hunger." Carlton felt somewhat embarrassed. Carissa continued, "How blind could my senior brother be to take that thing as a disciple? I'll go join the fun too. He probably still doesn't know what's happening. I'll give him a heads up." As she spoke, Carissa's graceful figure cast a faint, purple glow, heading toward the entrance of the River Mountain Academy. At that moment, the crowd in front of the academy gate was overjoyed upon hearing Danshan's words. This Danshan had no idea why they were there. This meant he wasn't here to stand up for the River Mountain Academy. The situation actually had a chance. Rico's eyes flickered, and he hurried forward, ready to speak again. Just then, a gentle and clear voice sounded. "Senior brother, these people heard you're here and want to challenge your alchemy skills. They say you, being such a lazy bum, are unworthy of being Danshan, and they plan to strip you of that title under the name of the Alchemy Alliance." A faint purple light flashed. Carissa appeared, dressed in a purple robe. Her figure was graceful and delicate like an orchid in a secluded valley, gentle and elegant. Her stunning beauty instantly made her the main focus of this small world. However, everyone's scalp tingled at Carissa's words. What was this all about? These people came to strip Danshan of his title? An alchemy grandmaster panicked immediately. He protested, "Great Danshan, don't listen to this woman's nonsense. We had no such intention." As he spoke, Bridger's previously lazy eyes suddenly turned sharp. Two beams of crimson fire shot from his eyes, fiercely glaring at the alchemy grandmaster. "Ah! My eyes, my eyes." That person suddenly clutched his eyes and fell to the ground, screaming in agony. His eyes were burning. Crimson flames ignited his head, his spiritual sea, his divine soul. Everyone involuntarily shuddered with fear. An alchemy grandmaster, a powerful celestial phenomenon realm expert, was gravely injured by just one glance from Danshan. What realm was this Bridger really in? In the next instant, Bridger's cold voice echoed. "What did you just call my junior sister?" "My junior sister. The treasure doted on by both me and our master. Who knows, she might one day fulfill her life goal of tying up the master and becoming my sister-in-law." Now, someone dared to say those two words to her. Had they had enough of life? Bridger looked at the alchemy grandmaster. At that moment, the crimson flames were burning not only his divine soul, but also his physical body. Yet the most terrifying part was, he hadn't died. Still alive and kicking. Suffering double torment mentally and physically. Bridger's lips curled into a chilling smile. I recognize you. You are Hendrik, the great elder of the Linghu family from the heavens nobility. To insult my junior sister, you must face the consequences. I have a heavenly command, offering a bounty for the divine soul of a strong Linghu family member. Within 10 days, whoever delivers the most divine souls of strong Linghu family members will be the one to own this heavenly command. Those around immediately sucked in a cold breath. This Danshan was protecting his juniors too much and was being far too domineering. Hendrik had merely clashed verbally with his junior sister. Yet, this Danshan directly offered the heavenly command as a bounty for the divine souls of Linghu family warriors. Recalling how Wang Yojun descended upon Taishuani holy sect for xuanhuan not long ago, twisting the necks of two deities. Now, Danshan staged such an event. Indeed, worthy of being master and apprentice. There was some Ho Liu atmosphere about it. Absolutely learning bad habits from Bai Ho. No one at the scene dared to speak up. Including Danzu and Chiqiong, everyone clamped their mouths shut. The Linghu family was a medicinal family, and one of the supporters behind the Heavens Alchemy Alliance. Now, being targeted by Danshan's heavenly command, most people present felt a sense of sorrow akin to losing a fellow rabbit when the fox dies. They hadn't even stepped into the gates of River's Mountain Academy and were already thoroughly humiliated. But at that moment, the spirit network was already boiling over. Heavenly command. Danshan issued another heavenly command. Instantly, a large-scale manhunt targeting Linghu family warriors officially began. Hall Montong muttered under his breath, to dare curse my mother-in-law. No, my junior sister. I'd wipe out your entire clan if I could. 3 years ago, the Linghu family intercepted a batch of herbs from me, 3,000 guests. Perfect, let's settle old and new debts together. Montong wasn't exactly a good person. He was Iman's eldest disciple, and whether it was in temperament, temper, or methods, he was the one who most resembled Iman. A disciple of a great villain naturally became a little villain. Moreover, an incredibly protective little villain. It's just that Montong was too lazy. He wouldn't lift a finger if others could do the work for him. Standing at the front, Rico naturally heard Montong's last remark. He felt like someone had poured a bucket of cold water over his head, shivering involuntarily. Huazue was Montong's mother-in-law, Wang Yojun's woman. It seemed that even if he healed his crippled body, there would be no chance at all. But in the next instant, Rico's eyes lit up again. Wouldn't that mean Iman was fighting Wang Yojun over a woman? Iman was simply courting death. As Rico gradually got excited, Montong's lazy voice sounded again. Well, now back to the main topic. How do you plan to strip me of this title of Danshan? Chapter 201. You look like a dog. At this moment, Thomas's originally sharp features once again became lax. That piercing voice began to sound drowsy, as if it could fall asleep at any moment. This gave people a strange illusion. It was as if their attempt to strip the pill deity of his title was far less consequential than Hendrik cursing fragrance deity as a wretch. Hendrik continued writhing on the ground. His ear-piercing screams grew increasingly miserable with the passage of time. Only Hendrik himself knew that his 5 senses and consciousness were magnified dozens of times by the strange flame on his body. The pain from the burning of his flesh and soul was amplified dozens of times, providing a clearer feedback to his mind. And Hendrik's thoughts remained exceptionally clear, as if someone had poured nectar into his head, clearing all confusion. If he could focus on cultivating at this moment, whether in alchemy or martial arts, his progress would be incredibly swift. But now, his incredibly clear mind was filled only with pain. Heart-wrenching, lifeless pain. Not only that, but Hendrik could also perceive everything around him, especially the changes in Thomas's tone. The pill deity didn't care about being stripped of his title at all. The fragrance deity was his true taboo. Hendrik felt immensely regretful. Family? He didn't care. Life meant everything to him. But now, all Hendrik wanted was to end this unbearable pain. Even if it meant death. Through gritted teeth, he managed to gasp out a few words. Kill me. This scene sent shivers down the spines of those around him. No one dared say another word, fearing they might offend the fragrance deity. Brianna shrugged and muttered to herself, 3 years ago. It seems it was this Hendrik who led the Linghu clan warriors to steal a batch of my perfume-making herbs. So senior brother still remembers. At that time, Brianna was helping Brady complete a system task condition. She had no time to deal with it. After completing the task, she had long forgotten about it. She started planning how she would tie Brady to the bed. Pausing for a moment, Brianna grumbled, remembering old grudges after 3 years. If it weren't for this Linghu family member jumping out, you probably would have forgotten. Thomas glanced at his junior sister with a helpless look. Didn't you forget too? You didn't remember even when someone cursed you. I had to step in for you. Brianna. At this moment, Rico stood at the front of the crowd, feeling like a clown, neither advancing nor retreating. Neither the pill deity nor the fragrance deity had given him a second glance. Barnabas took a deep breath and stepped forward, bowing to Thomas. Pill deity, please don't misunderstand. We had no such intention. This time we came because... Before he could finish, Thomas interrupted him. So, are you saying my junior sister is lying? Brianna scoffed lightly. Senior brother, do you believe outsiders more than your own fellow disciple? Others. How unreasonable this fragrance deity is. When did they ever try to strip the pill deity of his title? And the pill deity isn't making sense either. Believing whatever others say. Barnabas's face turned grim. As one of the 13 divine sects and the grand elder of Qiang sect, a renowned alchemy venerable for thousands of years. Now, he was being humiliated by these two young people. Pill deity. Barnabas shouted. This time, are you determined to protect this Mountain River Academy? The death of Huayan Shua will not be let go by Qiang sect, Huayan clan, or the Alchemy Union. Thomas remained silent. He waved his hand slightly. Boom. The earth trembled gently. Fiery heat waves, carrying immense power, swept through all directions. forcing everyone back. Then, a massive vermilion pill furnace appeared before everyone. The furnace stood hundreds of feet tall, like an imposing mountain, occupying the small square in front of the Mountain River Academy. Everyone, including Rico and the burning Hendrik, was forced outside the boundaries of the academy by the overwhelming power before the furnace appeared. Inside the Mountain River Academy, all disciples, mentors, and elders, upon seeing the sudden appearance of the pill furnace, couldn't help but feel excited. The pill deity has taken action. Leaning against the furnace lazily, Thomas said, "Since that's the case, then come on. Let me see what you have that gives you the nerve to insult my junior sister." Everyone around was still in shock. Even some powerful martial artists couldn't help but lose their composure under the might of this alchemy furnace. The next moment, when they heard Thomas's words, everyone could only sigh inwardly. Sure enough, it was still because Hendrik had insulted the fragrance deity that caused the alchemy deity to resent them all. Barnabas's face turned pale. He looked up at the enormous alchemy furnace before him, a greedy look flashing in his eyes. A divine-level alchemy furnace. This furnace was definitely an artifact. If he could also possess such an artifact furnace, perhaps he could break through that final barrier to achieve divinity across all heavens. Although there were many artifacts in the myriad worlds, achieving artifact level for an alchemy furnace should be unprecedented. If he could seize it, just as this thought arose, Barnabas dismissed it. Thomas's master was Brady. Not long ago, he had twisted the neck of a heavenly deity at Taishian's sacred sect. This was a being he absolutely dared not provoke. At this very moment, among the crowd behind Barnabas, a man dressed in black robes, completely hidden in shadow, noticed Barnabas's emotions. A slight smirk tugged at his lips. Brady? He is the one who killed 2 of the Lord's divine birds and beasts. If so, then I will capture his 2 disciples and refine them into external bodies. However, the top priority is to find the unknown divine physician first. As long as that divine physician remains, he can lift the puppet poison from the Lord. Now, Augusta and Carlton are with Iman. The 6 Dao Yuan cold lock and 9 sources burning heartlock on their bodies were most likely cured by Iman. Or is Iman just a decoy pushed forward by someone else? Whether or not, it will be clear with a single test. While everyone was intimidated by Thomas's enormous alchemy furnace, Rico took a deep breath, quietly activating the artifact at his back. Then, defying the tremendous pressure, he stepped forward, approaching Thomas. He bowed deeply. Rico from Daxia Academy pays respects to alchemy deity and fragrance deity. As he spoke, Rico couldn't help but channel the Demon King technique, Black Secret Cannon, his voice growing more confident. Thomas glanced up, finally giving Rico a proper look. Brianna sneered disdainfully. Rico's eyes lit up as he hurriedly said, "Alchemy deity, what do you think of me?" Speaking, he slightly puffed out his chest, displaying his innate talent and potential to the fullest. Thomas frowned slightly, looking puzzled. "You look like a dog." At the same time Thomas spoke. Rico also opened his mouth, his tone carrying a hint of pride. "Do I have the qualifications to become your disciple?" Thomas's speech slowed down. Their words almost coincided perfectly, both speaking and shutting up simultaneously. Immediately, the surroundings fell into awkward silence. Chapter 202. Rico's Mysterious Confidence. In this extremely awkward atmosphere, even Hendrik's screams seemed to have become quieter. Many people on the scene started using their toes to dig into the ground, feeling embarrassed for Rico. So, just now, Rico was posturing in front of the alchemy deity, trying to display himself as much as possible. It turned out he wanted to become the alchemy deity's disciple. While some felt embarrassed, they couldn't help but look at Jeremy with a touch of schadenfreude. Rico was rebelling against his master right in front of him. After all, these grand masters of alchemy, had also involuntarily wanted to take him as a disciple when they first saw Rico. But upon learning that Rico was Jeremy's disciple, they abandoned this idea. Unexpectedly, now Rico actually wanted to become the alchemy deity's disciple right in front of Jeremy. Although it's true that one should strive for betterment, at least he should have left Jeremy some dignity, even through telepathy. Inside Long Lake Manor, Amon's little arms and legs were indeed no match for Augusta and Rosalie. He could only watch them wield guns and sticks in front of him. However, Iman's attention was largely focused on the situation outside. When he heard Rico's self-confident and arrogantly charged words, "Do I have the qualifications to be your disciple?" he nearly burst out laughing. The reason grandmasters like Danzu and Qiqiang wanted to take Rico as a disciple was entirely due to the influence of his destiny son, Aura. Though Rico didn't end up becoming any of their disciples, he still gained quite a few benefits from them, enhancing his own destiny. And as his destiny improved, Rico could receive better opportunities to improve himself. Even those destinies subtly and directly enhanced Rico's talent and bones, creating a positive cycle. Seeing Rico, those big shots would find him more appealing. But Thomas, he is the chief disciple of Wang Yujun, the main villain, a character not in the original storyline. Therefore, he wouldn't be affected by Rico's destiny. At this moment, seeing the obviously increased amount of luck around Rico, Iman felt more excited. Wait until tomorrow, all this fortune will belong to him. It can be used to further irrigate the small sapling. That sapling is a good thing, although its exact function is temporarily unknown. But recently, it frequently sent purple chi, allowing Iman to hold his ground against Carlton and Augusta. Meanwhile, Thomas stared blankly at Rico. Simultaneously, he reached out and dug his ears, saying in surprise, "What did you say just now?" Kenniness tightened her pretty face hard to stop herself from laughing out loud. Rico blushed, wishing there was a crevice to crawl into. What did the alchemy deity say? "I look like a dog." This is simply, no wait. I cultivate the black mystery scripture from the dog king of the demon realm and have formed the divine canine body. To say I look like a dog seems fine. Could it be the alchemy deity noticed something? My divine canine body is an unparalleled divine body unique throughout all the realms. Thinking of this, Rico regained his confidence. He calmed his mind, slightly raised his chin, and spoke clearly, replying to your majesty the alchemy deity. I, Rico, am the eldest grandson of the head of the Yi family, one of the 7 ancient clans. I possess the universal resistance body, immune to 133 poisons. In alchemy, I have also achieved considerable accomplishments. Now, I can refine high-grade mystic elixirs. Today, I wish to become your disciple. Please grant my request. His voice was loud and resonant. Upon hearing this, the students of River Mountain Academy couldn't help but curse aloud. How shameless that martial arts practitioner is. The alchemy deity already said he looks like a dog, yet he still licks his face begging to become a disciple. Speaking of which, he really is a dog. Not long ago, I saw him grow a dog mouth and dog tail with my own eyes. Yeah, he even barked. These students had been gathering at the gate of the academy, secretly observing the commotion. At this moment, their voices weren't concealed at all, and were directly heard. Jeremy's expression became increasingly dark. Looking at Rico, he wished he could slap this once adored disciple to death. Now, Rico's actions were rubbing his face into the dirt. Ignoring everyone else, Rico's eyes were fixed on Thomas. Thomas continued to stare blankly at Rico, not knowing what to say at this point. Seriously, what kind of skin does this person have? Where does this mysterious confidence come from? Didn't I make it clear enough? Said he looks like a dog, yet he still insists. Seeing Thomas staring at him silently without a word, a light instantly shone in Rico's eyes. Back then, Jeremy, Chichiong, Hendrik, and the others also looked at him with such a blank expression. This alchemy deity must have been stunned by my talent. Without further ado, Rico immediately knelt down and called out loudly, "Disciple Rico pays respect to the great wasteland prisoner of heaven finger." Before he could finish the last 2 words, a finger that seemed to pierce through heaven and earth fiercely struck Rico's body. Bang! Rico's body was sent flying away, disappearing from everyone's sight without a trace. Carissa looked at him with disdain, as if she had just shooed away a fly. But in her eyes, there was a hidden hint of seriousness. That strike just now, Carissa had used 80% of her strength. If it were another xuanhuan realm martial artist, they would have already turned into a bloody mist. Yet, Rico was only sent flying away, perhaps with some injuries. Thomas, standing beside Carissa, also noticed this point. He couldn't help but look at Carissa with a hint of surprise, questioning her with his eyes. Carissa shook her head slightly and simultaneously transmitted her voice, saying, "There exists an extremely peculiar force within that person, not belonging to this world. I've seen it before at Big One Great Wall." At this moment, Carissa's vigilance towards Rico reached its peak. No wonder Iman has always been hesitant to make a move against Rico. The last time, Carissa attacked suddenly without preparation and failed to kill Rico. And this time, even with full preparation, she still failed. Thomas pondered slightly. Not belonging to this world, Big One Great Wall. This matter must be reported to Master. Carissa. The Master is watching inside. Everything that happens here surely cannot escape his eyes. When Rico flew out just now, that unusual energy fluctuation was very evident. Thomas rubbed his brow and asked in a low voice, "By the way, what exactly is going on here? Why did I end up sleeping here for no reason?" Carissa felt a bit embarrassed. Thomas was placed at the entrance of the River Mountain Academy by her using 2 fingers of the great wasteland prisoner of heaven. She was about to speak when an unusually hoarse voice, as if it hadn't spoken for hundreds of years, interrupted Carissa. Dongling family, Marcos, pays respects to the alchemy deity, pays respects to the fragrance deity. A figure clad in black robes, with a black hood over his head, almost entirely hidden in the shadows, slowly emerged. "I've heard that there is a young divine doctor within this River Mountain Academy. I am here seeking medical help." Chapter 203, Iman. I want the heavenly soul stone. The alchemy god blocked the entrance of the Mountain and River Academy with a divine-grade alchemy furnace. Everyone realized that this time, the pill judging conference had come to a complete end. Or rather, it ended before it even began. It was like a show starting off grandly only to finish meekly, turning both it and the alliance of all heaven's alchemists into a laughingstock. At this moment, no one cared about Rico's life or death. All eyes were on the figure who claimed to be Marcos. Barnabas, who had been somewhat dejected, couldn't help but brighten up a little upon seeing Marcos suddenly appear. He then took half a step back. Others also looked at the black-clad figure in surprise. Over the past few days, Marcos had always stayed by Barnabas's side, inseparable. Originally, everyone thought he was a follower of Barnabas. But now, it seemed that things might not be as they appeared. A thin layer of black mist enveloped Marcos, giving him an air of profound and ancient aura, making him seem unfathomable. The Dongling family? Among the families of all heavens, was there such a family? In all the worlds across the universe, only those families owning at least one complete major world could be called families of all heavens. There were only 64 families of all heavens throughout the countless worlds in the universe. But these 64 families of all heavens did not include the Dongling family. In the courtyard beside Dragon Lake Villa, Ed's expression changed abruptly when he saw Marcos appear. He hurriedly stood up and rushed toward Dragon Lake Villa. Unexpectedly, he encountered Elizabeth and Jean guarding the door like 2 gate deities. Ed paused, quickly saying, "Senior, I have urgent matters to discuss with young Master Lin." Though these two should already know Iman's true identity, to be on the safe side, Ed still referred to Iman as young Master Lin in front of them. Elizabeth wore a faint smile, calmly replying, "Master already knows about Marcos. Please return, Sword God." Only then did Ed let out a sigh of relief. For several days, he had been investigating the defamation of Gabriel. Ultimately, after carefully peeling away the layers of deceit, he traced it back to the Dongling family, that insignificant family in the world of all heavens. And now, seeing Marcos stepping forward to seek Iman's medical help, it immediately raised Ed's alertness. Well, well, then I'll head back first. As he spoke, Ed returned to the neighboring villa, continuing his martial arts discussion with Eden. Jean stole a glance at the courtyard, whispering, "Isn't it a bit much for those two young masters?" In broad daylight, Elizabeth shrugged. "Too much? With rivals right here. If they don't act swiftly, the master might be snatched away." Jean pouted. "True, but we don't know what the master thinks." Elizabeth responded. "What would the master think? Both sides of the hand are made of flesh. Besides, all four young masters have given their hearts to the master. How could the master possibly give them to someone else?" Jean recalled all the incidents over these days. Whole clans exterminated, the necks of celestial deities twisted off, all because someone dared to touch Iman's greens. She nodded solemnly. "You're right." Then, these two former goddesses of the divine realm and dragon realm stood loyally outside the door. Meanwhile, Augusta and Rosalie also ceased their covert struggles. They were not people who couldn't distinguish between priorities. Clearly, Marcos was targeting Iman. Augusta's hand was on her saber hilt. Her sparkling eyes narrowed slightly. "This person is dangerous. Should we eliminate him?" Iman shook his head gently. Rising from his reclining chair, he said, "Don't make any rash moves. I will meet him." Iman had reviewed the investigation report sent by Ed and was aware of the existence of the Dongling family. This force had never appeared in the original plot. How could he understand their intentions without being involved? Viewing the world centered around Rico was too narrow-minded. Iman wanted to truly observe the vast three realms, six paths, and myriad living beings. In Iman's Z mansion, the sapling swayed lightly, emitting waves of invisible ripples, seeming to showcase its excitement at this moment. Thomas looked puzzled. Again, Iman? Who exactly is Iman? This time, he came here to protect Iman. Thomas wasn't foolish. Marcos may claim to be seeking medicine, but clearly, he was stirring up trouble under these circumstances. Just as Thomas was about to ask Carissa, a tall, slender figure of a youth appeared before him. Even just the silhouette caused Thomas's heart to shudder. He couldn't help but widen his eyes, scrutinizing the back view. Then he looked at Carissa, sending a telepathic message with disbelief. "Why has Master turned into a child?" Carissa froze instantly. She looked at Thomas in disbelief. "How do you know this is Master?" Thomas matter-of-factly replied, "Isn't it obvious? Other than Master and you, who in this world can give me such a familiar and close feeling?" As he sent the telepathic message, Thomas scratched his head. "No wonder I could sleep so soundly for so long. It turns out Master was watching over me. Hee hee hee." A satisfied smile spread across Thomas's face. "It's great to have Master dote on me. But Master said he lived for countless ages. How did he suddenly become a child?" Iman exuded youthful vigor. Even though he had lived 2 lifetimes, in this world of rampant deities and demons where martial artists enjoy long lifespans, he was still a child. Carissa glared fiercely at Thomas and telepathically warned him, "Shut up. You keep this to yourself. No one else should know about this. Not even Master." Although Thomas was lazy, he wasn't foolish at all. On the contrary, because he didn't dwell on too many things, his mind remained exceptionally simple. In other words, he had an innocent heart. So, upon sensing that familiar and close aura from Iman, he instinctively recognized the young man before him as his master, Arnijan. When Iman first cast off his disguise, he avoided getting close to these disciples, because he knew this little disguise would never fool them. Those who truly care about you can always recognize you no matter what form you take. Iman ignored Thomas and Carissa. He stood before the massive alchemy furnace and looked at Marcos opposite him. "Iman from Mountain and River Academy, greetings to this senior. Is senior here seeking medical help?" Marcos briefly sized up Iman. His youthful and handsome face seemed slightly immature, revealing unbridled youthfulness. With his keen eye, he could even judge Iman's bone age and soul age. Extremely young, definitely under 100 years old. A hint of doubt flashed across Marcos's eyes. Could such a young person really be a divine doctor? Seeing Marcos just staring without speaking, Iman spoke again. "However, my rule is to receive payment upfront." Marcos's voice was dry. The black mist around him also dissipated somewhat, revealing an ordinary face. "May I ask what kind of payment the young divine doctor requires?" The corner of Iman's mouth lifted slightly as he uttered 3 words. "Heavenly Soul Stone." Upon hearing those 3 words, Marcos's expression changed slightly. According to the information he had obtained, when Gabriel treated Pavilion Leader Daisy of the Starseed Pavilion, he demanded Heavenly Soul Stone as payment. Could it be that this Iman has some connection with Gabriel? Chapter 204. It turns out to be a corpse. At this moment, the All-Heaven Alchemy Dao Alliance, as well as those who had come along for the spectacle, did not leave. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Iman and Marcos. Young Divine Healer? Although Iman had the title of Young Divine Healer, the brilliance of his identities as Baron and Saint Son of Starseed Pavilion overshadowed it. Apart from the people of Aliyah Kingdom, almost everyone overlooked this title. Of course, Iman was bestowed with the title of Divine Healer for curing an epidemic. In the entire universe, it wasn't particularly significant. Therefore, from start to finish, apart from Carlton, no one had thought of seeking Iman's medical aid. But now, the obviously extraordinary Marcos suddenly came to seek Iman's help. This made many realize that Iman's identity as a young divine healer might not be so simple. At this moment, Iman looked intently at the figure in front of him. He naturally knew that this person was here to test him. Whether it was the 6-path primordial cold lock or the 9-source burning heart lock, both contained elements of law and rules. Having neutralized these 2 deadly poisons within 3 days, it inevitably caught the attention of the one who planted them. Previously, during those few days when Iman was in seclusion, aside from cultivating his strength, he also prepared for this very matter. Since the other party had made their move, Iman was ready to respond. Iman didn't think that Ishilua demanding Heavenly Soul Stone from the Starseed Pavilion would remain unknown to these people. There was a traitor named Albin in the Starseed Pavilion, and there could be others. Moreover, Whether it was the slander against Yishilua or the matters of the three holy lands, they were undoubtedly related to the Dongling clan. Since you want to test me, then take the Heavenly Soul Stone. Anyway, regardless of how it goes, the Heavenly Soul Stone is what Iman needs most right now. Marcos's eyes glinted as he quietly watched Iman. The Heavenly Soul Stone is unique to the Divine Realm. How do you know about it? Iman sneered and countered. If it's unique to the Divine Realm, how do you know about it? Marcos paused. My Dongling clan has been a hidden family for countless years. Naturally we would know. Iman rolled his eyes. And I'm the Saint Son of the Starsea Pavilion. His tone became increasingly impatient. Stop beating around the bush. If you want medical treatment, bring the Heavenly Soul Stone. Otherwise, forget it. Just then, a clear and pleasant voice rang out from the crowd. Heavenly Soul Stone? You want a Heavenly Soul Stone? A girl in an ice blue robe stepped forward with a delighted look. I have a Heavenly Soul Stone. She paused and continued. Nyla from xuanhuan clan in Water Spirit Great World. Greeting the Saint Son of Starsea Pavilion. But I'm not here for medical treatment. Nyla's bright eyes were fixed on Iman. As she spoke, a purple figure appeared in front of Iman. The slender and tall figure blocked Iman perfectly from Nyla's view. Kinanis's beautiful face was filled with vigilance. If you're not here for medical treatment, why are you looking for my little Lin? She emphasized, my little Lin. Behind her, Thomas stared dumbfounded. No, what's going on? Little Lin? When did senior sister become so fierce? Thomas, although still unaware of what was happening, at least understood one thing. The youth before him was the legendary Iman, Wang Yujun, and his master. So now, his usually reserved senior sister, who dared only to tease her master behind his back, actually called her master little Lin right in front of him. Almost instantly, Thomas understood Kinanis's earlier warning. It was indeed this kind of situation. Still, senior sister plays it smooth. But that Nyla? Thomas looked at the serene girl across from him and frowned slightly. Nyla's expression remained unchanged, with a smile on her face. I have 3 Heavenly Soul Stones. If the Saint Son agrees to spend 3 months with me, these 3 stones will be yours. Looking at Nyla's familiar smile, Kinanis couldn't help but glare. She whispered telepathically, Suellen, how did you become part of the xuanhuan clan? And where did you get the Heavenly Soul Stones? Nyla, who was actually Suellen hidden in the crowd, replied through whispers, being the Grand Commander of the 14 states, having several covers is normal, right? I don't have any Heavenly Soul Stones, but if I didn't say I had them, how could that old man be convinced? Suellen intentionally left a flaw in front of Brianna so that she could recognize her. Otherwise, Brianna would have likely struck with the vast wasteland prisoning Heavenfinger long ago. Sure enough, before Suellen's mental voice had even finished, Marcos frowned and said, Miss xuanhuan, everything has its order. It was this old man who first sought out the young divine healer. Nyla huffed, but you don't have the Heavenly Soul Stones. I've admired the Saint Son for a long time. I happen to have 3 Heavenly Soul Stones. If the Saint Son can spend 3 months with me, Marcos immediately replied, who says this old man doesn't have Heavenly Soul Stones? 3 months? Heaven only knows what might happen in these 3 months. Without revealing the hidden divine healer within all worlds, his master's layout could be at risk of being compromised at any moment. Marcos waved his hand. 7 glowing Heavenly Soul Stones floated before him. This old man has 7 Heavenly Soul Stones. Young divine healer, can you treat me first? Iman's tone became calm again. He glanced at Nyla, who was actually Suellen in disguise. Then he nodded at Marcos. With the Heavenly Soul Stones, I will treat the senior first. Miss xuanhuan, please wait a moment. Nyla waved her hand and said generously, no problem at all. Saint Son should tend to this senior first. Marcos sighed in relief. He waved his hand. The 7 Heavenly Soul Stones landed before Iman. A trace of barely noticeable cold smile crossed Iman's lips. He then directly sent the 7 Heavenly Soul Stones into the 8 trigram furnace. On these 7 Heavenly Soul Stones were secretly imprinted powerful primordial spirit marks. It was clearly an attempt to monitor him. In the next moment, the flames of the 8 trigram furnace roared fiercely, instantly destroying the primordial spirit marks on them. Then it directly refined the 7 Heavenly Soul Stones into life spirit pearls. Puff. On the opposite side, Marcos's body suddenly trembled, spewing out a mouthful of grayish-black blood with no sign of life. Iman's eyes narrowed slightly, deepening the cold smile on his lips. I didn't expect Senior to be this ill. Junior will definitely treat you well. This body of yours is depleted of chi and blood, with no sign of vitality. It probably won't last much longer. Junior will restore your vitality now. As he spoke, Iman turned his hand, and a pill filled with vigorous life force appeared in his palm. With Marcos's primordial spirit imprint destroyed and his mind shaken, upon suddenly seeing the pill in Iman's hand, he reacted as if encountering a monstrous flood, screaming in terror. You, don't come closer. Screaming, his body involuntarily retreated backward. Hey, Senior, don't go. The Saint Son is about to heal you. On the other side, Suellen, disguised as Nyla, suddenly made her move. A wave of emerald blue water transformed into a water blade, slashing toward Marcos. Within this water blade seemed to conceal a tiny array formation. In the next instant, Marcos's clothes turned to ash and scattered. A decaying, rotten body emitting a strong stench of decay appeared before everyone. A corpse. This Marcos turned out to be a corpse. Brianna looked at Marcos, her eyes showing a trace of solemnity. At this moment, the aura emanating from Marcos's body was eerily similar to the force within Rico. Chapter 205, Playing with You. Xiao Finwick. Carissa hurriedly transmitted his voice to Amon. This Marcos is in league with Rico. Just now, I tried to kill Rico but was stopped by a force within him. That force bears an extremely similar aura to the one emanating from this Marcos. Amon's expression turned solemn as he nodded slightly. Marcos wasn't alive. He was a corpse. Yet Iman failed to discern whether it was an external avatar or something else entirely. Or perhaps, this corpse itself was a form of living existence. At this moment, everyone around was also stunned by this scene. The incomparably mysterious Marcos was not alive, but a decaying, stinking corpse. No wonder there was always a layer of dark gray mist enveloping him. That mist was blocking the stench of decay. Augusta frowned. When Marcos spat blood, she noticed something odd about him. She had initially thought that the true self of Marcos might be a demon or devil race. Therefore, Augusta hurled an array she learned in the sauna room. She wanted to see what kind of devil was hidden beneath that peculiar black robe. However, she didn't expect the black robe to conceal a rotting, foul-smelling, dilapidated corpse. Die! 2 beams of bloody light shot out from Marcos's eyes. A palm struck toward Augusta. His palm carried a ghastly white light and a nearly rotten power. Everywhere it passed, space seemed to corrode. Augusta froze, cursing involuntarily. Damn, void god. She reacted without any hesitation, immediately activating the life-saving trump card given by Iman, a divine spatial relocation talisman. In an instant, Augusta vanished on the spot, disappearing completely. Boom. Marcos's enraged palm struck the ground directly. The entire earth began to tremble violently. Frightening cracks spread in all directions. After this strike, Marcos instantly realized. Exposed. His clan couldn't be exposed yet. Only hesitating for a moment, Marcos's body transformed into a ghostly white light and disappeared. But at the same instant he vanished. A bloody ghost claw reached out from the void, tearing through the void, grabbing down towards Iman. Hum. Boom. Clang. But at this instant, crimson funeral flowers bloomed in the void. 100-meter-tall divine artifact alchemy furnace burst into dazzling flames. A vast white blade beam cleaved the void, striking towards the hand claw. Rumble. The 3 forces combined, blossoming simultaneously above Iman's head, defeating that bloody ghost claw. Augusta had already returned to her true appearance, reappearing before everyone. She wore a snow-white dress, standing on either side of Iman with Carissa. Iman stood still, his gaze profound, looking towards an unknown part of the void. What was that? Augusta's voice was crisp, laced with a hint of confusion. As one of the 2 leaders of the 14 states, she had never seen such an existence as Marcos. Was it some undead anomaly, or did a monster change its ways? Augusta had seen zombies before, but that thing just now was clearly not a zombie. Ordinary zombies feared sunlight, coming out at dusk and resting at dawn, who would run around in broad daylight under the sun. If it were the legendary corpse ancestor, the arrival of the corpse ancestor would end everything. The entire Shenzhou world would turn into a land of zombies. Iman shook his head slightly. I don't know either. It seemed he needed to investigate where the Dongling family's ancestral home was located. Although Fernan had traced the Dongling family, he had failed to find their ancestral land. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration flashed in Iman's mind. The Dongling family? This so-called family might not be a real family at all. Before this, Iman had speculated another possibility. In this universe, perhaps there existed a sealed divine emperor. The one who left behind the 9 sources heart-burning lock and the 6 paths primordial cold lock. Now, it seemed that behind the Dongling family was that sealed divine emperor. However, this was only Iman's conjecture. He found no clues regarding the sealed divine emperor in the scriptures of the true martial sanctuary. Since Marcos has appeared, it implied that the opponent had made further moves, no longer hiding like before. As long as this little divine doctor remained active, they would surely attract them. Just as Iman was contemplating, the somewhat somber voice of alchemy venerable Barnabas suddenly rang out. Alchemy deity. This time, our Heavenly Alchemy Alliance has come not to strip you of your alchemy deity title. We do not have the qualifications to do so. As for cursing fragrance deity, that was Hendrik's personal action and has nothing to do with us. At this moment, although Marcos had fled, there was still some unrest at the scene. Barnabas's speech at this time made everyone snap back to reality. Alchemy deity. First you quarreled endlessly with fragrance deity, then you sealed the entrance of the River Academy with an alchemy furnace. Could it be that you are intentionally making things difficult for us on behalf of the River Academy? Barnabas's words forcibly drew everyone's attention back from Marcos. Only now did the members of the Heavenly Alchemy Alliance realize, whether it was fragrance deity or alchemy deity, while they appeared to be quarreling senselessly, they were actually defending the River Academy. Evidently, the Grand Alchemist Barnabas hadn't given up. He was willing to burn his bridges and make one last desperate attempt. Bridger yawned slowly. You noticed. As the Dean of Alchemy at Holy Dynasty's River Academy, if I don't stand up for the Academy, should I help outsiders like you? Dean of Alchemy at the Holy Dynasty River Academy. Upon hearing these words, everyone present stared blankly at Bridger. Even Carissa couldn't help but turn back and ask in shock, Senior brother, you are the Dean of Alchemy at Holy Dynasty River Academy? Bridger nodded. Then he fished out a river token from his person and waved it in front of everyone. Dean of Alchemy at the Holy Dynasty River Academy. Carissa, she said almost through gritted teeth, why didn't you tell me? Bridger, you never asked. So he didn't bother to say anything. Carissa, she felt somewhat aggrieved. This position as Dean of Alchemy must have been arranged by Xiao Fenwick. Xiao Fenwick favored him. He didn't even arrange for her to join the River Academy. Humph. Tonight she would definitely tie Xiao Fenwick to the bed, and, of course, Bridger was just the titular Dean of Alchemy. To date, he hadn't even visited the Holy Dynasty River Academy. In fact, even most of the upper echelons of the River Academy did not know that their mysterious Dean of Alchemy was actually the legendary alchemy deity Bridger. Only at this moment, the members of the Heavenly Alchemy Alliance realized that the seemingly lazy alchemy deity had been playing them like fools all along. If the alchemy deity had revealed his identity earlier, saying he was the Dean of Alchemy at Holy Dynasty River Academy, these people would have long since retreated, instead of disgracing themselves here. Grand Alchemist Barnabas looked dazed at Bridger. Then he suddenly opened his mouth and spewed a gush of old blood. He fell backward. With the departure of the Heavenly Alchemy Alliance, this farcical drama finally came to an end, and the once disorganized and newly cohesive Heavenly Alchemy Alliance became a complete joke. It disbanded right there. From then on, the 10,000 Worlds would no longer have an alchemy alliance. On the contrary, the entire River Academy was in jubilation. With the alchemy deity as its resident protector and dean of alchemy, it meant that the Alchemy Institute of River Academy was now the alchemy sanctuary of the entire universe. After this, countless alchemists from across the worlds would come to join the River Academy. The senior members of the Daxia River Academy were beyond excited. Even Blue hadn't expected the alchemy deity to be the dean of alchemy at River Academy. Unable to resist, he entertained other thoughts. Sword deity is also a mentor at River Academy. If sword deity and fragrance deity could join River Academy too. Lost in thought, Blue rubbed his hands nervously and hurried toward Long Lake Villa. Then, he was stopped at the gate by two guardian statues. Jean smiled gently. Dean Liu, alchemy deity and sword deity are both in the adjacent courtyard. Blue was stunned. He couldn't help but stretch his neck to peek into Long Lake Villa. What about here? I want to see him on. As he spoke, Blue attempted to rush into the villa. The next instant, he felt two mighty forces sweep towards him. Dizzy and disoriented, Blue was thrown into the neighboring courtyard, where Ed, Bridger, Eden, and others stared wide-eyed. Half-gods. It took Blue a while to regain his senses. He had assumed that only the two unremarkable maids inside Long Lake Villa were normal. Who would have thought? Those two maids were actually half-gods. Chapter 206. Are you not only the Gabriel but also the foremost fortune-teller of all heavens? While Wu Tonglan, Eden, was savoring the black chicken soup in the large bowl, he gloated at Blue. Those two grandmas, hee. This old man can't even provoke them. How dare you rush in? If you have nothing to do, don't go and disturb Iman and our sacred maiden next door. Blue got up from the ground. He muttered, Old man Wu, for your trespassing into the Daya Academy of Daxia Mountain, I won't hold it against you. But you must be clear. Even if your true martial sacred maiden marries our Roman, the Roman will still belong to our Daya Academy of Daxia Mountain, never becoming one of true martial Holy Land's people. Blue already knew that the demigod who had appeared previously was none other than Wu Tonglan, Eden, the first Grand Elder of true martial Holy Land. Upon hearing this, Wu Tonglan, Eden, smiled mysteriously. Blue felt his heart twitch at Wu Tonglan, Eden's smile. He had just bid farewell to the elders of Starry Sea Pavilion, and now there was the sacred maiden from true martial Holy Land, and the 14 states and 3,000 guests. Blue glanced warily at Ed on the side who was staring dumbfoundedly at everyone else. And on the other side were God of Knives and God of Fragrance. These people had shamelessly stayed in the Daya Academy of Daxia Mountain, obviously to compete with him for Amon. It might be better to take the initiative and recruit these leaders to join the Daya Academy of Daxia Mountain. No, the Daya Academy of Great Xia. Moreover, Lin family's second eldest said, he saw Sister God of Strings massaging Iman's shoulders. Could it be that Sister has fallen for Iman, forgetting about teacher? How great this romance would turn out. Once Sister gets into bed with Iman, they'd be truly a couple. Then Iman would unequivocally be their Daya Academy of Daxia Mountain's Iman. Thinking of this, Blue looked excitedly at Ed. God of Swords, do you have any interest in joining the Daya Academy? Ed froze for a moment, then his eyes lit up. Yes. Of course yes. At Dragon Lake Villa, Iman frowned slightly, holding a message jade tile and sending a message. Elder Chui, is everything well at Starry Sea Pavilion recently? On the other side, inside Starry Sea Pavilion, Brantley received Iman's message and hurriedly replied, yes, all is well. Ever since the leader recovered, Starry Sea Pavilion has rejuvenated. Our spirit looks different. Even this old man eats 3 more large bowls per meal. Ha ha ha. Seeing that Iman didn't respond further, Brantley breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he looked at Daisy, who lay in bed barely breathing. He chuckled bitterly and said, Leader, His Excellency isn't a fool. Since you haven't seen him after recovery, he surely has suspicions. You watched the live stream too. Perhaps he really is a divine doctor and could treat your injuries. Daisy's face turned pale as he sneered coldly. So what if he cured me? Wouldn't I still die? Brantley sighed helplessly. True, even Eustace died. Eustace was indeed Brantley's elder brother, Starry Sea Pavilion's first Grand Elder, a demigod-level powerhouse. A few days ago, to protect Daisy, he had been obliterated. Daisy moved his body slightly, making himself lie more comfortably. But you are right, His Excellency isn't stupid. He would surely suspect something. Do this, pack up everything from Starry Sea Pavilion, and find His Excellency at the Daya Academy of Great Xia. Make sure to stabilize him. Our Starry Sea Pavilion is like a blazing pit of fire now. Anyone who comes will die. His Excellency is our last hope. We can't let him perish now. Just as Brantley was about to nod, the jade tile in his hand suddenly flickered, projecting a young figure abruptly. Old man, I just healed you, and you're nearly dead again? Truly useless. When Daisy saw Iman pop out of Brantley's jade tile, he first blanked for a moment, then laughed awkwardly. Ah, it's His Excellency. Long time no see. Though, this Iman looked very different from Clement, the reputed butcher 6 years ago, but the sparkle in his eyes remained identical. Plus, Daisy had just watched the live stream outside the gate of Daya Academy. But in the next moment, both Daisy and Brantley's expressions stiffened. What did you say? Brantley's voice rose several octaves. Daisy stared wide-eyed at Iman with a look of utter disbelief. Iman looked around the room, seeing no one else inside. He said in a snorting and complaining tone, Hey, old man, how can you be so useless? I just revived you a few days ago using 36 reviving elixirs, and you're already on the verge of death again. Daisy. Brantley. Wasn't Daisy healed by the Gabriel? How? Daisy stared at Iman blankly for a long moment before he stuttered. Your Excellency, my heart isn't well. Don't scare me. You mean, the Gabriel that day was you? You're saying you're the Gabriel? The moment those words were spoken, both Daisy and Brantley's eyes widened as they stared at the young figure projected from the communication jade tile. Iman smiled easily. Yeah. Daisy and Brantley continued to stare at Iman dumbfounded. After a while, Brantley spoke with utmost seriousness. This joke is not funny at all. The Gabriel is dead. Hobie, the number one seer in all heavens, has spoken. The Gabriel is dead? There's no way it could be you. Brantley's expression was extremely stern. Even if Iman used to be the Gabriel, he absolutely wasn't now. He couldn't be, and wouldn't possibly be. Iman's expression remained unchanged, but Hobie is also me. Brantley. Daisy. At this point, both of them had no idea what to say. Iman looked at Daisy and Brantley through the communication jade tile. So, can you tell me what happened at Starry Sea Pavilion? The first Grand Elder of Starry Sea Pavilion, the demigod-level Eustace, was actually dead. If Iman hadn't felt something amiss and immediately connected to Brantley's jade tile via the spirit net backdoor, they might have truly deceived him when they came. Iman exposing his identity in front of Daisy and Brantley was to tell these two that nowadays, he had the absolute strength to deal with whatever problem Starry Sea Pavilion faced. More importantly, Iman was sure that whatever calamity Starry Sea Pavilion was facing now must be related to the Dongling family. Now, this was Iman's only breakthrough. Perhaps even, Iman intended to announce the fact that he was the Gabriel once the time was ripe. A few days ago, while investigating the slander against the Gabriel, Ed also utilized the power of the 14 states and the 3,000 guests to continuously clear the ghost doctor's name. The combined influence of these two major forces was terrifying. Moreover, the Gabriel is dead, ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Many martial artists who once turned against the ghost doctor due to misinformation were gradually coming to their senses. Some had even come forward to testify that many of the atrocious deeds attributed to the ghost doctor were not his doing. At this rate, it wouldn't take long for the Gabriel to be completely cleared. As for revealing his true identity to Daisy and Brantley, in 12 years, Iman completed 1080 system missions, met all sorts of people, and experienced countless life and death situations. He naturally trusted his judgment. These two were trustworthy. And moreover, without revealing his identity, much couldn't proceed. Daisy's lips moved slightly. He stuttered. You're really the Gabriel? Iman nodded. Brantley said in a dazed tone. And you're also Hobie, the foremost seer in all heavens? Iman nodded again. Pausing for a moment, he said somewhat troubled, forget it. I can't explain clearly over the jade tile. I'll go to Starry Sea Pavilion now, and heal this stubborn old man along the way. Wait for me. As he spoke, Iman cut off the communication. Daisy looked at Brantley, stunned. That person just now, was really your excellency? Brantley also stuttered. Why yes, right? The moment those words were uttered, both of them stared at each other wide-eyed. But in that instant, array patterns suddenly lit up on the floor tiles in the room. A young figure stepped out from the array patterns. It was Iman. Daisy and Brantley widened their eyes once more. Daisy said incredulously, how is this possible? How did there end up being a teleportation array in my room? Iman coughed lightly. Last time when I came, I modified the great array within Starry Sea Pavilion casually. Brantley, you understand array formations too? Iman nodded. I've learned a bit. It's manageable. Chapter 207. Transforming into Arnigen before Reese and Brantley. Reese and Brantley, their two aged faces twitched simultaneously. In silence, the protective great array of the Star Sea Pavilion had been tampered with. Even the teleportation formation was opened inside the Palace Master's room. Even an array Grandmaster couldn't accomplish this. You call this having learned a little bit? Still manageable? In a daze. Suddenly, Reese recalled past events. 6 years ago, this often unpredictable Holy Son had also been like this. Seeming to know everything, proficient in all things. Every time he was asked, he would respond similarly, learned a little bit, still manageable. Confirming this feeling, this was his Holy Son. Stupefied for a long time, Reese finally stammered. Is this why you wouldn't bow to me as your teacher? The Gabriel, Hobie, the first divine calculator under the heavens. And now, even deeper unfathomable proficiency in formations. With such skills, it seemed that he, the Star Sea Pavilion's Palace Master, really didn't have the qualification to teach him. Before Iman could speak, Reese said again, but, how do I look at you, and not see an old monster reincarnated? Even if it's the rebirth of a divine emperor from the divine realm, or the soul and flesh Chongfu being recreated by the Destiny Stone, you wouldn't give off this kind of tender vibe from the inside out? If it weren't so, how would Reese have chosen Iman to be the new Holy Son of the Star Sea Pavilion back then? Iman touched his nose, saying nothing. Brantley seriously stated beside him, indeed, not an old monster. If he were an old monster, he might use Hobie to verify the Gabriel's innocence. But instead, isn't there momentum being built on the spirit net? Now, the army of rehabilitators on the spirit net had naturally been seen by Brantley and Reese. Only when Iman admitted that he was the Gabriel did they understand what was happening. It seemed it wouldn't be long before the Gabriel returned. However, it was unknown how Iman would resolve the situation with that hidden treasure map. Iman pursed his lips, approached Reese's bedside, and stuffed a 9 Transcendence Heavenly Return pill into his mouth, saying simultaneously, you're thinking too simply. If I dared to use Hobie to prove the Gabriel's innocence, those who smear the Gabriel would dare to destroy Hobie. In the past, the Gabriel saved the beings of a great world on his own, and now is still discredited. Although the Gabriel was dead, yet, they hadn't stopped smearing him. What the Dongling clan wanted to destroy wasn't just the Gabriel, but the title of Divine Doctor. To make the entire realm wary of any Divine Doctor at the mere mention. But, this silent war was waged on the Spirit Net. The Spirit Net was Iman's battleground. Reese and Brantley were taken aback once more. They had indeed oversimplified the problem. At this moment, Iman slightly furrowed his brow. Looking at the black smoke emerging from Rhys's 7 orifices, he couldn't help but ask in surprise, "How exactly did you get this injury?" As the medicinal force of the 9 Transcendents Heavenly Return pill entered Rhys's body, it was immediately extinguished by a force. That black smoke was the destroyed medicinal power of the 9 Transcendents Heavenly Return pill. "Forget it, let me check myself." Iman made a seal with his left hand. The space before him gently trembled. Suddenly, a light screen appeared. It vividly displayed all that happened within the Star Sea Pavilion after Rhys healed. "Rhys. Brantley. Holy son, shouldn't you think this over?" Brantley looked at Iman, cautiously speaking. Iman was nonchalant. "What's wrong? You've already called me Holy Son. If I can't cure this old guy today, then I will rightfully become the Star Sea Pavilion's Palace Master." While speaking, the images on the light screen rapidly changed. Iman's hand felt the pulse on Rhys's wrist. Rhys laughed bitterly. "Your formation can't detect Before he finished speaking, his eyes widened instantly. The screen in front of them projected an endless starry sky. Within the starry sky, a beast, with 6 wings on its back, resembling a fierce tiger, shimmering with golden radiance throughout its body, emitted an earth-shaking roar. Beneath the sharp golden radiance, Starsea Pavilion's first Grand Elder Eustace and other 9 Sky Gate Realm Grand Elders jointly opened a spatial rift, throwing Rhys out. In the next instant, Eustace and the 9 Sky Gate Realm experts were simultaneously turned into ashes, dissipating without a trace. The huge divine beast lay again in the depths of the starry sky. Superior divine beast, 6-winged golden gleam beast. Amon's eyes narrowed slightly, a glint of lethal intent flashing across them. As he spoke, his right hand suddenly turned ethereal, reaching into Rhys's chest. Rhys's face paled, a hint of pain appearing in his eyes. Brantley's expression changed, but he did not step forward. Amon slowly withdrew his hand, clutching a pulsating heart. This heart had already turned pure gold. On it, the sharp golden law was like a blade, continuously erasing Rhys's vitality. Earlier, the medicinal power of the 9 Transcendents Heavenly Return pill had also been extinguished by the golden law on the heart. Iman felt a bit disappointed. He had thought that Rhys had been injured by the Dongling clan, or an even deeper power behind it. But this? A celestial god realm super divine beast. The situation wasn't much different from that at the Taishan Holy Sect. It seemed the clues still ended here. Today, at most, one divine beast could be fought back to give the disciples a taste of freshness. Last time, although there were some clues from the hellish divine phoenix and fire Qilin, there weren't many. They merely cultivated the same technique. This 6-winged golden hound should be no exception. Amon activated 10 aspect heaven country, stripping away the last trace of the sharp golden law from Rhys's heart. As the golden law left, Rhys's heart regained its original crimson color. Iman placed it back into his chest. Then Iman took out another 9 Transcendents Heavenly Return pill and stuffed it into Rhys's mouth. Is that 6-winged golden hound still there? Hearing Iman's words, Rhys and Brantley's faces drastically changed. Rhys shouted loudly, "You mustn't be impulsive. That's a celestial god realm super divine beast. Not only 10 Sky Gate Realm Grand Elders, even the celestial god originally stationed at the ceiling site was killed and eaten by him. Now, that 6-winged golden hound still hovered at the Starsea Pavilion's ceiling site. Due to this reason, the current Starsea Pavilion was like a volcano about to erupt. Once the seal was broken, the entire Starry Sea world would fall into eternal calamity. However, the Starsea Pavilion still had one last card. It could destroy the 6-winged golden hound while strengthening the seal completely. But once that happened, the Starsea Pavilion would cease to exist. That's why Rhys had said earlier that Amon was the final hope for the entire Starsea Pavilion. At that moment, Brantley suddenly thought of something and hurriedly said, "Holy Son, you have a close relationship with Fragrant God and Sword God. Could you invite Lord Arnigen or Lord Emmanuel to help us at Starsea Pavilion?" Now, only Lord Arnigen and Lord Emmanuel can save the sanctuary. Lord Arnigen had once publicly snapped the neck of a super divine beast, Fire Qilin, and Lord Emmanuel had once cleaved a celestial god with one sword strike, refining a heavenly mystery realm. Throughout all realms, only these two could resolve the crisis at the Starsea Pavilion. Iman nodded, "Yes. But I can only choose one between Arnigen and Emmanuel. Which one do you want?" Rhys's injuries were recovering at a visible speed. He and Brantley exchanged glances. Can we really choose?" Iman nodded again. Only one can be chosen. Rhys and Brantley were filled with surprise and delight. It seemed their holy son had truly convinced Tao God Augusta and Fragrant God Carissa. Otherwise, how could he so easily invite the two great figures Arnigen and Emmanuel? Brantley swallowed, somewhat eagerly saying, "Why don't we pick Arnigen? Last time, I only saw him snap a super divine beast's neck through the light screen of a communication talisman. I wish to witness it with my own eyes this time. There are countless ways to kill a divine beast, but snapping its neck was unique." Rhys was similarly filled with anticipation. We might even get a chance to secretly learn a few moves. But the next instant, Rhys suddenly thought of something. His brows furrowed deeply, speaking with concern. The 6-winged golden hound in the ceiling site is surely in league with the Fire Qilin from the Taishan Holy Sect. With the Fire Qilin slain by Arnigen, the 6-winged golden hound or its backing forces must have been alerted. And the relationship between our holy son and Fragrant God is no longer a secret. They might have already laid traps inside the ceiling site, waiting for Arnigen to arrive. We need to devise a perfect plan. We absolutely cannot let Arnigen risk himself easily. Amon's eyes lit up. Palace Master means there is not just one 6-winged golden hound in the ceiling site? Are there other creatures? If so, perhaps other clues could be found. Seeing Iman's gradually excited expression, Brantley quickly said, "Holy son, there's no need for you to worry about this. When Lord Arnigen arrives, the Palace Master and I will accompany him. You just return to the great world of Divine Continent and wait for the result patiently." However, in the very next moment, Reese and Brantley's eyes and mouths opened wide simultaneously. They saw a vermilion ghost face mask suddenly appear in the palm of Iman's left hand. Then, Iman raised his hand and put the ghost face mask on. A dreamlike radiance dissipated. The slender Salnan, young man, who was just here had already vanished. In his place stood a poised young man. The man held a folding fan, with ink-colored landscapes dotted on his white attire. Lord Arnigen. Iman transformed into Lord Arnigen, right in front of Reese and Brantley. Chapter 208. The entire beast was stunned. Reese and Brantley stood there, staring blankly at Arnigen in front of them. For a moment, their minds were completely blank. Iman had turned into Arnigen? Or was it Arnigen who had turned into Iman? After a long while, Reese suddenly snapped back to his senses. Without any hesitation, he grabbed Brantley's head and whispered harshly, "Release your divine soul." Brantley was still out of it, looking at Reese blankly. Reese roared again, "This matter is serious. This segment of memory must be sealed. As you are only in the Xiaoshiman realm, you cannot place a divine soul seal. I will do it for you." As he spoke, layer upon layer of divine soul seals were already forming deep within Reese's divine soul. If Reese were captured and subjected to a soul search that touched on this memory, his divine soul would immediately collapse. He wouldn't let the other party see anything. However, to lay a memory seal deep within the divine soul, one needed to be at least in the Shengxi Tianmin realm, and Reese was precisely a powerhouse in the Shengxi Tianmin realm. Brantley came back to his senses and did not hesitate either. He quickly released his divine soul, allowing Reese to lay the divine soul seal over his memory. Dr. Iman clearly did not plan to hide Gabriel's identity. He was using himself as bait to catch fish. But the identity of Arnigen, they must keep hidden for Iman. Iman sighed, but did not stop the two men from fussing around. Having just tricked Marcos into giving him 7 heavenly soul stones, which he refined into 7 life soul pearls, Iman was brimming with confidence. If he didn't reveal a bit of his strength in front of these two old guys, they might, at some point, impulsively decide to perish with others. Anyway, as long as Iman, this saint's son, was alive, the incense of the Star Sea Pavilion wouldn't be extinguished. A little while later, Reese stopped, breathing a sigh of relief. Then he stared intently at Iman. "So, Dawson is you too? Arnigen or Dawson? It could only be one or the other. If it's the same person, then indeed it could only be one." Iman nodded, "Yes." Seeing Iman nod again, Reese threw himself on the bed, breathing heavily. "Ha ha 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 ha. My eyes truly have an eye for talent. The carefully selected saint's son turns out to be the first powerhouse of the universe." At that moment, Reese felt as if all the gloominess had vanished. An unprecedented sense of relief filled him. Originally, 9 out of 10 Star Sea Pavilion's Tianmin realm powerhouses had fallen in one go. Even the first Grand Elder of the demigod realm was obliterated. Initially, Reese's plan was to send Brantley to Iman and then lead the entire Star Sea Pavilion to a deathmatch with the Burt. But who knew the situation would take such a dramatic turn? At this moment, Reese felt as if the huge mountain pressing on him had been suddenly lifted. Entirely relaxed. Not even a finger wanted to move. The saint's son I chose is the first powerhouse of the universe. Moreover, the founder of 3,000 guests and 14 provinces. With this relationship, what do I have to fear? Brantley shook his head, easing up a bit from the discomfort of the divine soul seal. He then said with a bitter smile, "Patriarch, even though the saint's son is well, we should consider this matter carefully." Reese flipped over, his eyes fiercely fixed on Iman. "Now Arnigen, tell me straight up, how confident are you about this?" He did not directly ask about Iman's cultivation level. Now, the entire universe was speculating on the cultivation levels of Arnigen and Dawson, capable of slaughtering celestial gods, and using the simplest and most direct methods. The cultivation levels of these two had become a mystery. Naturally, Reese would not inquire about such matters. Iman pondered for a moment and then said earnestly, "First powerhouse of the universe. The true and genuine first powerhouse of the universe. This dimension, the strongest being it can bear. Any stronger, and the space-time would shatter. Just like when Annabelle arrived in the universe, the void began to crack. One fraction weaker, and it wouldn't be the strongest." Reese gasped heavily, his chest heaving dramatically, as if trying to release all the pressure, grievances, and reluctance he had endured. Brantley looked dazed at Iman, muttering, "So, are you still our saint's son?" Iman nodded. "Back then, I only faked my death. Whether I am the saint's son depends on you." Faking death, pretending to die to escape. Indeed, it was a way of shirking responsibility, yet it gave the decision-making power to the Star Sea Pavilion. The Star Sea Pavilion had never believed that Iman was dead, and over these 6 years, they had continuously searched for his whereabouts. So now, Iman was still the holy son of the Star Sea Pavilion. Brantley laughed out loud. "Then he's still our holy son." Iman looked at Reese and Brantley. "Wait here. I will go and meet that Burt." Pausing for a moment, he added, "Prepare pots and pans. This time, the Star Sea Pavilion has suffered great damage, and it's time to replenish." Brantley hurriedly said, "I'll take you to the sealed land." "No need. I can find my way." After Iman left, Reese and Brantley stared at each other with wide eyes. What did he mean by that? Prepare pots and pans? Brantley stuttered. Could the holy son be intending to stew that Burt? Reese sprang up from the bed in a flash. "We should hurry and prepare." After pondering for a moment, his face gradually turned pale, much like when he was severely injured before. "Let's go together." The sealed land of the Star Sea Pavilion was not much different from that of the Tai Shinin holy sect. Both were vast, like an illusory space akin to a starry world. Tiny stars dotted around. Though seemingly close, they were immeasurably distant. Deep within this expanse of stars lay a fierce spatial crack, leading to an unknown world. I wonder where this crack leads. Iman glanced at the spatial crack, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. At that very instant, a golden light blade suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Carrying the aura of destruction, it slashed down toward Iman. Iman neither dodged nor evaded. He merely raised his hand slightly and effortlessly grabbed the golden elemental law-infused light blade. Then he gave it a gentle squeeze. Snap! The light blade shattered like fragile glass. Lord Arnigen. A cold, resounding voice echoed throughout the sealed land. The massive body of the Burt slowly materialized. In an instant, the entire starfield was illuminated in pure gold. The booming voice spread. It seems you are set on meddling. As it spoke, its light golden eyes locked onto Iman, concealing hints of smugness and malice beneath. They had long suspected that Lord Arnigen might return to meddle again. Thus, they had laid a comprehensive trap well ahead of time. This time, Arnigen was surely doomed. Iman scanned the colossal creature before him. Then he abruptly punched. Boom! Terrifying Chen Yi, fist intent, unleashed a pale white beam, piercing through the void instantly. A brief, shrill cry of pain tore through the air. Then all was silent. In the next moment, Iman delivered a flying kick. Another figure in the void turned to ash. Immediately after, Iman's body dispersed into the void, traversing the space within. Everywhere he went, figures turned to ash. After 3 breaths, Iman returned to his original spot. He grumbled unhappily. Why is there only one living beast here? The rest were all corpses like Marcos. The entire Burt was stunned. This time, to ambush the potential reappearance of Arnigen, they had mobilized nearly 100 deities, setting up a comprehensive trap. But unexpectedly, after one exchange, only he remained. Chapter 209. The Terrified Elwyn. The massive body of the Burt was fully unleashing its aura. The sinister and fierce aura, accompanied by the pressure of a celestial deity, enveloped the entire sealed land. Those 4 pure golden claws were also permeated with sharp golden rules, seemingly ready to tear this puny human in front into pieces at any moment. However, at this moment, in the Burt's pair of pale golden eyes, bewilderment was written all over. What on earth is happening? How could they just vanish like that with a swish? There were nearly 100 deities. Among them, there were no fewer than 30 celestial deities like itself. Just like this, he punched and kicked. All turned into flying ash. Is this guy even human? The Burt stood alone in the void, looking utterly lost. In the next instant, it shuddered again, suddenly realizing something. Oh, he must be thinking now about how he should snap my neck. Should I beg for mercy? Or flee? No. After eating so many people, he won't let me off. Snap. While the Burt was contemplating whether to surrender and beg or turn around and run, it heard the sound of bones being twisted coming from its own neck. I am the Burt, born from the essence of gold, an extremely powerful divine beast. At the same time the bone-breaking sounds resounded, the Burt roared desperately. Snap. The pain in its neck and the asphyxiation of its spirit continued to erode the soul of the Burt. I am the tomb guardian of the human sovereign's tomb. You can't kill? Finally, such words came out of the Burt's mouth. But before it finished speaking, its large pale golden eyes dulled down. Its vitality vanished in an instant, only leaving behind its enormous body. Its soul had dissipated into nothingness. Iman's eyebrows slightly knitted together. This situation was more potent than a memory restriction. It was a stronger soul restriction. Even without being soul-searched, just saying a key word would make the soul dissipate instantly. But, what's the key word? Human sovereign's tomb? Tomb guardian? Human sovereign? Nowadays, the rulers of the 18 dynasties of the divine land claim to be human sovereigns. But this human sovereign mentioned by the Burt was definitely not the same thing. Iman looked at the gigantic corpse in front of him, his lips curling into a smile. Human sovereign's tomb, tomb guardian, including the other gods he had just killed, they were all corpses, just like that ray before. Dongling. I think I know where to investigate now. No wonder the investigation took so long earlier, and only uncovered the name of the Dongling family, but never found their base. It seems those creatures really aren't living beings. With a direction to investigate, Iman breathed a sigh of relief. He glanced again at the deep spatial rift in front of him. But, what is on the other side of this seal? After pondering for a moment, 2 rays of light burst from Iman's eyes, and he looked towards the other side of the sealed area. And precisely at this moment, on the other side of the seal, a pair of large, purple eyes were also looking back here. 2 pairs of eyes met directly, big eyes staring at small eyes. What the hell? Iman jumped, instinctively stepping backward. At the same time, the figure on the other side froze, as if trying to confirm something. Then it also yelled in shock. What the hell? And then plopped onto the ground, looking terrified. Why you? How are you there? Iman steadied his breath, still somewhat uneasy. Who are you? Do I know you? The person opposite gritted their teeth. You just beat up my face. And now you're pretending not to recognize me? Yeah. Even if you turn to ashes, I'd recognize you. My face is still swollen. I haven't gone out to see any demons for months. Iman. The person opposite. Purple eyes, purple hair, dressed in a dark golden robe, looking exceptionally handsome. Except that unusually handsome face was slightly swollen. It was none other than the Elwyn whose face Iman had slapped. Yeah, one of Iman's alternate identities in the demon world. Specifically the one used to slap the Elwyn. Iman never expected. The sealed area under the control of the Starry Sea Pavilion would be connected to the lair of the Elwyn, the deepest part of the purple extreme demon palace, the Sea of Demon Souls. If the seal here breaks, an invasion wouldn't even be necessary. The surging demonic energy from the demon spirit sea rolled in, enough to completely demonize all star regions near the stellar macrocosm. Countless living beings would be turned into demons. The Elwyn calmed down a bit. He stood up again, hiding the fear on his face. Rahu, you better find a way to treat my face right away. My face is swollen because of you. You must take full responsibility. Iman frowned slightly. How did you recognize me? At this moment, Iman was Arnijan. He was entirely different from the demon lord Rahu from the demon world who had slapped the Elwyn's face. Whether it was cultivation strength, appearance, aura, even their races were completely different. And in the demon world, the only cabin who had seen Iman's true appearance had been killed by him long ago. Hearing Iman's words, the slightly swollen face of the Elwyn began to throb with pain again. He sneered, "I am the first demon emperor of the demon world. How could such a petty transformation deceive me?" Iman responded with an "Oh, if even the first demon emperor can't reduce the swelling, then I, a nobody, have no hope at all." The Elwyn glared. Instinctively, he reached out to tear the space in front of him, but in the next instant, a dazzling starlight flashed and deflected the Elwyn's hand. He cursed under his breath, "Damn old bastard, dead for so many years, yet the seal left behind is still so troublesome." Then, with a disgruntled look, he said, "Your aura now matches the aura on my face. Also, the way you looked at me just now. In all the 3 realms and 6 paths, who else besides you would dare to look at me with such guilt?" Iman rubbed his nose. So that's how it is. Caught off guard upon seeing the Elwyn, he indeed felt guilty. As for the purple aura, lately, during the times with Carlton and Augusta, the sapling often released some purple aura which fused into Iman's body. The Elwyn probably studied the wound on his face closely, hence noticing the invisible purple aura. As for the Alicia, her injury was on her buttocks, which was not a place she could examine closely. Looking at the Elwyn on the other side of the seal, Iman pondered for a moment. "Do you know who left this seal here?" The Elwyn nodded, "Yes." "Treat my face first, then I'll tell you about the seal." Iman nodded. He slowly stretched out his hand, effortlessly passing through the sealed spatial rift. Seeing this, the Elwyn jumped back instinctively, retreating while screaming, "What are you doing?" "Iman, didn't you ask me to heal your face?" Only then did the Elwyn relax. "This emperor just felt a little unwell. Definitely not scared of you." His voice trembled slightly, without him realizing it.